Part 3. Chapter 166. The Deputy Director is Amazing 1. Meng Haixing had just walked to the door of the nursery class when he met Teacher Zhang, who was running out in a hurry. "Teacher Zhang, you're here just in time. I wanted to ask you how Momo got the injury on her hand." Meng Haixing's face was gloomy and his voice was as cold as ice, which frightened Teacher Zhang so much that he couldn't help but take a step back. "Momo's dad, don't worry. It's all my fault for not watching over Momo." There were many children lining up after school, and one of the kids started playing with Momo and accidentally bit her. "It was an accident. Teacher Zhang, look at Momo's hand. It was an accident." As he said that, Meng Haixing pulled Momo over to show Teacher Zhang. "Teacher Zhang, Guo Chengkai deliberately bit me. He said I was a country girl from the countryside and not worthy of attending his kindergarten class." Momo's words made Teacher Zhang's expression change instantly. "Momo, you must have heard it wrong. I didn't. On my first day at the nursery class, when you asked me to introduce myself, Guo Chengkai laughed at me." Momo pulled her hand back and turned around to hug Meng Haixing's neck. She never told her parents that on her first day at the nursery class, when she introduced herself, she said she was from Xiaoshan village. Guo Chengkai and two other slightly older boys started to make fun of Momo, calling her a country girl from the countryside, and even deliberately interrupted Momo's self-introduction. And Teacher Zhang didn't do anything to stop her at that time, and just let her go down and sit down. Momo is a very sensitive little girl, and Guo Chengkai's malice makes her unwilling to play with them. But Guo Chengkai did not let her go. During the days in the nursery class, Guo Chengkai often bullied Momo, pulling her braids, tearing her clothes, and even deliberately knocking over her lunch. Meng Haixing only heard Momo say this, and probably guessed that there were a few older boys in the nursery class who probably learned the words they heard from their parents to bully rural people. Moreover, most of these bad behaviors are learned from the adults in their family. As an adult, Meng Haixing couldn't argue with a 4 or 5-year-old child, but he can find his parents. It is the father's fault if the child is not well educated. The child becomes like this because of the influence of his parents. "Teacher Zhang, I won't make things difficult for you. Guo Chengkai must apologize to Momo today, and his parents must be present as well." If Teacher Zhang came forward, a little kid like Guo Chengkai would definitely apologize on his own initiative out of fear of the teacher. But he doesn't understand where he went wrong, and it's even possible that he will get worse later. So Meng Haixing must meet his parents. He wanted Guo Chengkai's parents to understand that whether from rural or urban areas, they have all contributed to the development of the country. It doesn't mean that people in rural areas are shorter than those in cities. Momo's father, Guo Chengkai's father, is the head of the factory. It would be bad to ask him to apologize to you. Teacher Zhang also knew that Momo was sent here by Meng Haixing through his connections, and he was not from the machinery factory. But seeing that Meng Haixing was well-dressed and rode his bicycle every day, although Teacher Zhang was not very enthusiastic towards Momo, he did not treat her harshly either. "Teacher Zhang, when a child does something wrong, he or she cannot bear the consequences. It must be borne by their parents. It has nothing to do with their positions." Teacher Zhang is not very old, and he vaguely feels that what Meng Haixing said seems to make some sense. But she really didn't say whether Guo Chengkai's father would come today. "Momo's father, please wait here for a moment. I'll see if Guo Chengkai's parents can come over." There was a telephone in the machinery factory in the kindergarten, so Teacher Zhang quickly ran to the principal's office to report the matter and see if he could call Deputy Director Guo over. Meng Haixing didn't go anywhere. He just stood at the door of the nursery class holding Momo. "Comrade, take the child and leave quickly. Director Guo's fat kid is a bully in the nursery class. Ask any child in the factory who hasn't been beaten or bitten. My eldest grandson was bitten twice, and each time he drew blood. As a result, instead of apologizing, people who saw him said that children fighting and fighting are bound to get hurt. That's right, my daughter cried several times after being beaten. One time, her hair was even pulled out. My kid was only 2 years old, and he got bitten by a little bully. It breaks my heart. Hey, everyone, just hold on a little longer. Little bully will go to the factory kindergarten next year. It's really killing me. My eldest child will also be going to kindergarten next year." When talking about the little bully from Director Guo's family, the parents who were waiting to pick up their children immediately started talking about it. In the machinery factory, most dual-income families have only one child. Occasionally, there are families with 2 daughters, and they both treasure them very much. Every child is a treasure. If they are beaten or bitten at any time, parents will be very angry. But Director Guo has power and influence, and anyone who dares to provoke him would do so unless they don't want to work anymore. Meng Haixing, who was full of anger just now, took several deep breaths. He couldn't force Momo to be too violent. But today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. For a spoiled child like Guo Chengkai, The Guo family should teach him at home in the short term and send him to school when he has learned enough. As for Guo Jianjun, who can raise such a child and force other parents to become like this, he is also a top-notch person. Meng Haixing was quickly thinking about how he was going to deal with Guo Jianjun. Meng Haixing was able to show his love and donate supplies to the poor sons of the villagers in the lower village. But when it comes to what happened to Momo, I'm sorry, Meng Haixing is not that philanthropic. Even when others bully him, he remains indifferent. The first thing Meng Haixing thought of was to remove Guo Jianjun from the position of Deputy Factory Director. Without the title of Deputy Factory Director, Guo Jianjun should have more time to educate the brat at home. Teacher Zhang ran to the principal's office and told him what had happened, hoping the principal would make a decision. The principal just waved his hand at Teacher Zhang. Don't look for me, call Director Guo directly. I've been asked about his child's affairs countless times. He has no shame, but I still have some. Teacher Zhang had a bitter face and had no choice but to call Guo Jianjun directly. When Guo Jianjun heard that it was the nursery class calling, he didn't want to come over. Why would they call him for such a trivial matter? Director Guo, they're blocking the entrance to the nursery class right now. If you don't come, I'm afraid there'll be a quarrel when Annie shows up. That's really troublesome. Okay, I'll be right there. Guo Jianjun hung up the phone impatiently. He didn't understand whether the parents of the nursery classes were idle all day. Children are bound to fight. Even if they do fight, they recover quickly and will be fine in a few days. Guo Jianjun dawdled and walked slowly, so his mother, old lady Wang, went first. Teacher Zhang asked other parents to pick up their other children first, thinking of asking Meng Haixing and Guo Jianjun's family to come to the office alone to talk. Who would have thought that the parents who picked up their children were not in a hurry to leave, but were waiting outside the daycare center to see how the daycare center would handle the matter? For a moment, Teacher Zhang was also overwhelmed. There's another chapter. Chapter 167, the deputy director, is amazing too. Teacher Zhang, who was standing at the door, saw from a distance that old lady Wang was walking towards them slowly, carrying a black leather bag and wearing small leather shoes. Auntie, you're here. What's wrong with Xiaozhang? My Chengcheng is being naughty again. Auntie, Chengcheng bit Momo, the new girl in our class, pretty badly. Children always like to play around. Chengcheng is a bit more mischievous than other children. Please pay more attention to him. Old Mrs. Wang didn't take this matter to heart at all. In her eyes, her grandson was the best-behaved one, and the other children were beaten because they were blind. Auntie, Momo's father is here. He wants Chengcheng to apologize to Momo. After all, Momo's hand was bitten and bleeding. Teacher Zhang had just started working. When she first arrived, her relatives asked her to take better care of Guo Chenkai, the son of Director Guo. She was suppressed by the Guo family from the very beginning. At this time, Mrs. Wang's attitude was so bad that Teacher Zhang had no idea what to do. She looked at Meng Haixing somewhat helplessly. Now Meng Haixing finally understood that the small daycare class was run by Director Guo alone. Comrade, you are Guo Qingcai's grandmother, right? Your grandson bit my daughter. I think it's not too much for me to ask Guo Chenkai to apologize to my daughter. It's not like old Mrs. Wang hasn't been approached by other parents before. But due to Guo Jianjun's identity, it all ended up in nothing. At this time, Meng Haixing said that Momo was injured, but old lady Wang didn't take it seriously at all. Hey, I see you're still standing here. That means the child is fine. If the child was in trouble, wouldn't he have gone to the hospital long ago? Old lady Wang looked at Meng Haixing in a sarcastic tone. My daughter's wound isn't serious enough to require stitches, but she'll have to go to the hospital for disinfection and a rabies vaccine. Old Mrs. Wang didn't quite understand. What rabies vaccine? Someone in the crowd understood what Meng Haixing meant and laughed, shouting, if anyone in our village is bitten by a dog, they must go to the hospital to get a rabies vaccine to prevent rabies. Now old lady Wang realized that Meng Haixing was indirectly calling her grandson a dog. How can you be so mean, gay? You dare to call my grandson a dog? Can you be more polite with your words? Old Mrs. Wang often relies on Guo Jianjun's power to act arrogantly outside. Being bullied by Meng Haixing like this, her face was twisted with anger. Old comrade, my daughter Momo needs to get both rabies and tetanus shots, and your grandson can't deny his apology to my daughter. As the two were talking, Guo Chenkai, who had been in the room, heard the voice of old lady Wang and ran out of the nursery class. As soon as he came out, he saw Momo being held in Meng Haixing's arms. You money-losing, crybaby, poor little bastard from the countryside. Go back to your village now and don't come to my city and get in the way. Guo Chenkai ran towards old lady Wang while making faces at Meng Haixing and Momo. What he said was all in a bunch of nonsense. Among the parents of students standing outside the nursery class, many have come from rural areas to work in the county machinery factory in recent years. As for the remaining people, even if they are not, Most of them are from farming families, even if they are 2 generations ago, not 3 generations ago. As soon as Guo Chunkai came out, he scolded most of the parents present. Hey, my little ancestor, why did you come out just now? Grandma stewed some pork ribs for you. Let's go home and eat them now. Boy, if you dare to curse again, I will beat your mouth until it is swollen. Meng Haixing had a cold face and exuded ruthlessness from head to toe. The little boy Guo Chunkai, who was so arrogant just now, became timid in an instant. He quickly hid behind Old Lady Wang. Seeing her precious grandson frightened like this, Old Lady Wang was heartbroken. She didn't bother to get angry with Meng Haixing and hurried to comfort her grandson. Hey, my little ancestor, why did you come out just now? Grandma stewed some pork ribs for you. Let's go home and eat now. Guo Chunkai poked his head out from behind Old Lady Wang, glanced at Meng Haixing, and when he saw that Meng Haixing didn't take any action, he spoke. Grandma, why are you here to pick me up again? Where are my parents? Guo Chunkai couldn't help but turn his head and look at Momo, who was held by Meng Haixing again, with an unhappy look on his face. Your parents have to go to work, so they don't have time to pick you up. Come home with Grandma, and she'll buy you some candied Haas. Old comrade, have you forgotten something? Meng Haixing's voice was calm, without any emotion. His anger had reached its peak. How come you're biting my chung like a mad dog? Do you know who my son is? If you continue to pester me, be careful that my son will fire you. When Old Lady Wang met Meng Haixing today, she was also very angry. She had never seen anyone so difficult to talk to. Then I'll wait here for your son to fire me. If your grandson doesn't apologize to my daughter today, you can't leave. As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, Guo Jianjun came over. I want to see who has such a bad temper that he insists on making my son apologize. Meng Haixing heard the sound and looked over, only to see a burly man walking towards him. You are Guo Qingcai's father. Yes, that's me. My name is Guo Jianjun, and I'm the deputy director of the machinery factory. Guo Jianjun raised his chin slightly, looking very proud. Meng Haixing put Momo in the inner part of the nursery class. Momo, wait for daddy. Before everyone present could figure out what was going on, they saw Meng Haixing kicking Guo Jianjun in the chest. Guo Jianjun, who had a smug look on his face just now, cried out in pain and was kicked to the ground by Meng Haixing. Since you feel your son did nothing wrong in hitting and biting others, then I will let him see what the consequences will be if he makes a mistake and is not punished. Meng Haixing had been working on the farm all summer, so that punch was no different from being hit by a hammer. Guo Jianjun, lying on the ground, was pressed to the ground by Meng Haixing and had no strength to resist. You dare to hit me? I'm the deputy director of the machinery factory. Don't you want this job anymore? I'm sorry, I'm not from your machinery factory. As he spoke, Meng Haixing punched Guo Jianjun on the waist again. He never hits people in the face, but only hits those invisible places that can cause people to suffer terrible pain. Stop hitting me. If you do, I'll report you to the police. Meng Haixing was so angry that he laughed. He pulled Guo Jianjun up from the ground. Let's report it to the police. Then let them see how Guo Jianjun has such power over the machinery factory. I can't even manage my own son. How can I manage a factory? Meng Haixing's words were like a dagger, piercing Guo Jianjun's chest, and also the chests of everyone else present. Meng Haixing has always been adept at misleading people. Guo Jianjun is so arrogant. He must have abused his power for personal gain when he was managing the machinery factory. He made himself fat, so naturally he affected the interests of others. Today he pulled out a clue, and the rest will be easy. Chapter 168 The Deputy Director is Amazing 3. Meng Haixing pinned Guo Jianjun to the ground and beat him violently. The parents who were watching nearby saw that the beating was almost over, so they stepped forward to separate them. When Meng Haixing was beating Guo Jianjun, Momo stood by and watched nervously. Her eyes were a little red, but she was not scared to tears. When she saw Meng Haixing stand up, Momo rushed over to him. Dad, you're awesome. Momo raised her little face with a look of admiration. Only then did Meng Haixing realize that he had used violence in front of his daughter. He smiled awkwardly. Is Momo scared? After brushing off the dirt on his body, Meng Haixing happily picked up Momo. No. Momo was not scared at all. She was very excited. She even felt that Meng Haixing was a great hero who could protect her. Guo Qingcai, if you dare to bite me again, I will beat you down. Momo looked down at the frightened little Guo Qingcai. The little boy was so frightened at this moment that his eyes were full of tears, but he didn't dare to cry. Guo Jianjun, who was sitting on the ground, was almost vomiting blood in anger. He wanted to stand up and continue fighting with Meng Haixing, but the slightest movement caused severe pain in his body. Just wait for me, kid. Since your family doesn't have 2 employees working at the machinery factory, then don't come to our factory's daycare class. Guo Jianjun held his lower back and stood up shakily. Even though he had just been beaten, he was still full of confidence. Perhaps it would be troublesome to fire a regular employee of a machinery factory. But for those like Meng Haisheng who got into the nursery class through connections, it would only take him a few minutes to expel them. Don't be so confident. You're the director of the machinery factory, not the principal of the nursery school. You've stretched your hand so far. Maybe others would have spared you trouble in the past because of your pride, but today you've fallen into my hands, Meng Haisheng. You'll just have to wish for the best. Meng Haisheng walked past Gu Jianjun with Momo in his arms in a grand manner. He was the only one who didn't want Momo to continue attending the nursery class, and no one else could force him to leave. Director Gua, what you said is not true. Although the nursery class is run by the machinery factory, over the years, even the residents around here, even those who don't work there, have sent their children to attend the class. The most they can do is pay a little more tuition. That's the logic. Nearly half of the children in the nursery class probably don't have parents who work at the machinery factory. According to Deputy Director Gua, he's going to kick everyone else out as well. That would be great. If they kick all of us out, the children in the nursery class will probably have to eat porridge for lunch. Guo Jianjun was so upset by the students' parents that he couldn't say a word, because what they said is absolutely right. The reason why the small daycare classes can continue to operate is that the children who are admitted through connections have to pay childcare fees every month. It is precisely because of these childcare fees that the small daycare class can continue to operate. Everyone was talking at once, and Guo Jianjun's face turned pale and blue. Old Mrs. Wang next to her wanted to confront the other students' parents, but was stopped by Guo Jianjun. You little bastard, you're the one who caused all this trouble for me today. I'll beat you to death when I get home. Guo Jianjun had no place to vent his anger, so he took it all out on little Guo Chenkai. Guo Chengsai's reputation as the little bully was not earned for nothing. After being yelled at by Guo Jianjun, he instantly became unwilling. Guo Chenkai was seen lying on the ground, crying loudly. Grandma, you have to save me. My dad is going to beat me to death. Guo Chenkai cried and kicked his legs, and from time to time, he glanced at old lady Wang who was not far away. My little ancestor, stop making trouble. Didn't you see your dad got beaten up because of you? If you keep making trouble like this, even grandma can't save you. Guo Chenkai is used to being naughty and mischievous. When he saw me, old lady Wang, coming to comfort him, he cried even harder. For a moment, the kindergarten gate was as noisy as a vegetable market, and Guo Chengsai's cries echoed through the sky. At this moment, Meng Haisheng had already ridden his bicycle and was rushing home with Momo. After returning home, Meng Haisheng gave Momo some delicious food and asked her to tell him about what happened in kindergarten. Haisheng, should we take Momo to get a tetanus shot? You better go. Tetanus doesn't cost much. Meng Haisheng would not joke about Momo's health. He said hello to Lin Mucheng and hurriedly took Momo to the medical room to get a tetanus shot. When he came back from outside, he saw Chu Daong waiting for him at his house. How's Momo? I heard her hand was bitten. It's fine now. I'll ask the doctor to disinfect and rebandage it. As long as you don't get wet today, the gauze can be removed tomorrow. Chu Daong didn't expect things to get to this point. As a single guy, he didn't ask about the situation of the small daycare class in their machinery factory, but he hurriedly arranged Momo to come in. If he had known that there was a little bully like Guo Chenkai in the nursery class, he would never have let such a cute and adorable girl like Momo attend the nursery class. Brother Haisheng, this is all my negligence. If I had inquired more carefully, this wouldn't have happened today. Meng Haisheng didn't expect that Chu Daong would take the initiative to admit his mistake. This matter has nothing to do with you, but your coming here is quite coincidental. I was just about to ask you if Guo Jianjun has any mortal enemies in the machinery factory. Me? Chu Daong pointed at himself smugly. He and Guo Jianjun had a big feud. Ever since he joined the factory, Guo Jianjun had been playing tricks behind his back, trying to squeeze Chu Daong out. After all, the job of factory team driver is a lucrative one. What's your problem with Guo Jianjun? Meng Haisheng was very surprised. He had never heard Chu Daong mention this matter before. Guo Jianjun and Meng Guoyang were in cahoots. Meng Guoyang scraped together some money and bought 2 Dongfeng trucks to use in the machinery factory. It was Guo Jianjun who came up with the idea and made him the team leader. I came to the machinery factory 2 years later than Meng Guoyang. My parents originally wanted to buy me 2 Dongfeng trucks to use in the machinery factory so that I could have a stable income. But Guo Jianjun deliberately obstructed me and prevented me from buying a Dongfeng car. Later, Meng Guoyang had an accident, and that's when I decided to buy both of his cars. After hearing what Chu Daong said, Meng Haisheng understood what was going on between the two of them. Daong, do you know anyone who wants to be the deputy director of the machinery factory? Yes, my cousin is now the director of the sales department. The old factory manager who retired 2 years ago wanted my cousin to be the deputy factory manager, but Guo Jianjun got the job halfway. If my family wasn't so well connected, he would have driven my cousin away long ago. I'll give you a plan. I guarantee that within 3 days, your cousin will be able to become the deputy factory director. Chu Daong was delighted and quickly asked what the trick was. Chapter 169 Meng Yu Gets Married. Guo Jianjun suffered such a great loss at the hands of Meng Haixing that he naturally would not give up. The next day, he wanted to find the principal of the nursery class and ask him to fire Momo. As a result, the principal of the daycare class did not go to the class at all today, and Guo Jianjun had no choice but to go back to the factory. Have you heard? Deputy Director Guo was beaten yesterday. Who is so bold as to hit even the deputy factory director? Deputy factory director Guo's little bully bit a little girl's hand until it bled. The girl's father asked the little bully to apologize, but his family tried to smooth things over. So the father attacked him, and deputy factory director Guo pinned him to the ground and gave him a good beating. There are no secrets in the machinery factory. With Chu Daong adding fuel to the fire, the entire machinery factory knew that there was a little bully in deputy director Guo's family who had beaten up all the children in the daycare class. Originally, Guo Jianjun wanted to find the factory director to complain and take a few days off to go home and rest. Now he doesn't even dare to enter the factory director's office. Subsequently, various rumors gradually escalated, alleging that Guo Jianjun abused his power for personal gain and suppressed factory workers. The machinery factory is preparing to distribute housing recently, and many people have given gifts to Guo Jianjun, hoping to get a spot first. Those who were poor and could not afford to give gifts were naturally very dissatisfied. Taking advantage of this opportunity, someone anonymously reported Guo Jianjun for corruption, bribery, and abuse of power for personal gain. No one had taken the lead before. Guo Jianjun was all-powerful and almost had his way in the machinery factory. When the wall fell, everyone pushed it down, and those who had been oppressed by him stood up. Sure enough, within 3 days, Guo Jianjun was removed from his position as deputy factory director. Momo, do you still want to go to the nursery class now? Think about it. There are so many children playing with me in the nursery class. It's much more interesting than at home. Okay, then continue. Did Guo Chunkai bully you again? No. Guo Chunkai even apologized to me in front of the whole class and said he would never bully other kids again. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. Guo Chunkai was a little brat, and he knew it best. His father was no longer the deputy factory director, and no one supported him. If he didn't behave himself, he would probably be beaten. Okay, let's continue. Dad, I drew a picture for you today. Momo took out a crayon drawing from her school bag, as if she was presenting a treasure. The Meng Haixing in the painting has flame-like black hair, wears a blue shirt, green pants, and is holding a salted fish in his hand. Momo is still too young and has little strength in her hands, so the paintings she draws are not very pretty. They are basically just children's graffiti, and you can only make out a human figure. But Meng Haixing treasures her very much. My Momo is really amazing. Dad likes your paintings very much. Meng Haixing kissed Momo hard on the cheek. His Momo is his life. He wants to protect her under his wings every day and doesn't want to let her get hurt. In a blink of an eye, the day of Meng Yu's wedding arrived. Because it was not a holiday, Meng Haixing did not bring Momo, who was in the nursery class, and Lin Mucheng, who was pregnant. Meng Xian and Meng Jinsheng also had work to do, so they prepared the red envelopes early and asked Meng Haixing to go back to the village with them to give them to Meng Yu. Meng Yu is Meng Haixing's biological sister. He earned some money, so he gave Meng Yu a red envelope of 600 yuan when she got married. Normally, relatives in the village would send eggs and biscuits, but hardly any money. Meng Haixing is so generous and has put in a lot of effort. Meng Yu and Xiao Shangdong only held a simple wedding and did not have a wedding ceremony like other newlyweds. But Xiao Shangdong didn't want to let Meng Yu down, so he bought her a bicycle and a radio. Although this wedding was delayed for many years, Meng Yu still cried with excitement when she saw the lively scene in front of her. The banquet was held in the yard of Meng Haixing's old house, with a total of 6 tables, which was extremely respectable in Xiaoshan village. Haixing, I heard that you donated a lot of things to our village primary school. You've made a lot of money now. Instead of donating to the village primary school, why don't you help your brothers and sisters and let them benefit from your success as well? I don't make any money there. The county cram school printed materials, and I just brought some for the children in our village. Meng Haixing didn't want to talk to Liang Xiaocui at all. This old lady of his was good for nothing except taking advantage of others and confusing right and wrong. I saw it. It was clearly a large cart of stuff. How could there be only a few copies? I saw you bought pens and notebooks for the children in the village. Why didn't you leave some for Xiaoquan and Qingqing? Haixing, You must not forget your roots. Your elder brother has helped you a lot in the county. If you have a profitable business, you should take care of your elder brother more. Liang Xiaozui's words became more and more outrageous. Meng Yu, who was wearing a bright red dress, came over and started to confront Liang Xiaozui. Auntie, you have a lot of hair but little knowledge. Haixing donated things to the village primary school in the hope that the children in our village can study hard and get into college in the future. You think he's just sitting around doing nothing, giving away money everywhere. Liang Xiaozui wanted to say something else, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Meng Yu retorted. Everyone, take a look. Haixing was in the newspaper a few days ago. Newspapers in our town, county, and city all reported on Haixing. Municipal leaders all say Haixing has a high level of awareness and is a good comrade worthy of everyone's emulation. Auntie, please don't hold Haixing back. He is now a celebrity we have established. Meng Yu said so, and although Liang Xiaozui was very unhappy, she could only hold it in. Then Meng Yu showed the villagers the newspaper he had prepared long ago. Everyone was very excited when they saw the large photo of Meng Haixing in the newspaper. No one from their village had ever been in the newspaper before. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, felt extremely amused. It turned out that apart from his grandfather, only Meng Yu could control Liang Xiaozui in this family. Everyone was having a meal in a bustling atmosphere. After 3 rounds of drinks, Meng Haixing was about to slip away when Meng Lining came over with a wine glass. Haixing, I heard that your cram school in the county is very successful. How about you help us find a job? Meng Haixing laughed in his heart, wondering why this situation was so similar. After he became rich in his previous life, Meng Lining and Meng Fuming shamelessly asked him to help find jobs, just like they do now. In his previous life, he was almost killed by these 2 blood-sucking leeches. How could he repeat the same mistake in this life? I run a cram school, not a factory. I'm in need of quite a few teachers, but you can't do this job. Meng Haixing's words were like a slap in the face, hitting Meng Lining hard. I didn't even go to junior high school, and I was even more absent-minded in elementary school. I barely finished elementary school. Now, even if he were asked to be a teacher to a first-grade baby, he would not dare to teach. So there's nothing else to do? Really not. If the cram school doesn't require a diploma, they only hired a cleaning lady. The others are all former teachers. Meng Haixing made his point clear, and Meng Lining couldn't continue to argue. He couldn't just be so shameless as to go to Meng Haixing to get his salary without doing any work. Chapter 170 Lin Jinyan is here. According to Meng Haixing's plan, he would return to the county after lunch. As a result, someone came to the door when we were halfway through the meal. Haixing, someone is looking for your wife. Meng Haixing looked towards the door following the voice, and unexpectedly the person who came was Lin Jinyan, whom he had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the tall man with a cold face in front of him, Meng Haixing couldn't help but complain in his heart. It was just as Lin Muching said. Her elder brother liked to wear glasses even though he was not nearsighted. The glasses he wore when we met last time made him look like a well-mannered college student. The style he wore today gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. The thin golden frame emitted a faint halo in the sun, which was similar to the murderer in Meng Haixing's impression. The moment he saw Meng Haixing, Lin Jinyan was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was Lin Muching's husband. For a moment, Lin Jinyan felt mixed emotions. He came to Shashan village to look for Lin Muching today. When he first entered the village, he asked several half-grown children, but none of them knew who Lin Muching was. Later, a young man of the same age as Meng Haixing came with Lin Jinyan. In the village, new brides usually have the man's name, so Lin Jinyan naturally couldn't find anyone by mentioning Lin Muching. This made Lin Jinyan very unhappy. In the backward mountain village, women had no status at all. Before he came, his roommate told him that there were many rules in Xuyang County. Not only did men and women not sit at the same table, but women could only stand under the Kong when eating at home. At that time, Lin Jinyan felt that what his classmates said was a bit exaggerated. It has been so many years since liberation. How could there still be such ignorant places? As a result, when he entered the village, he asked several people, but no one knew who Lin Muching was. Finally, someone who knew the answer came and said, looking for a wife for Haixing. Lin Jinyan really wanted to swear. Doesn't his sister deserve to have a name? Originally, Lin Jinyan wanted to attack Meng Haixing as soon as he saw him, but when he saw that Meng Haixing had saved someone before, his anger eased a little. At least Meng Haixing has good character at heart. Is it you? Lin Jinyan spoke first. Brother, my name is Meng Haixing, and I'm Mu Cheng's husband. Oh, my sister didn't mention your name in the letter. Wow, the brother-in-law gave Meng Haixing a critical hit as soon as he arrived. Meng Haixing grinned awkwardly. Mu Cheng is shy. She's usually embarrassed to call me by my name. Brother, you are from Jingnan City. Come to my house and have a chat. In order to make it easier for them to talk, Meng Haixing deliberately wanted to take Lin Jinyan to his new house. No, let's talk about it here. I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll just state my intentions directly. I'm here to take Mu Chung away. Take away? What do you mean? It's a divorce. You two are not suitable. Meng Haixing never expected that Lin Jinyan's purpose of coming was to make him divorce Lin Muching. It's not anyone else's turn to interfere in Mu Chung and I's affairs. If he was asked to divorce his wife, if it were someone else, Meng Hai would have probably started a fight long ago. I know you might not want to, but I can give you enough money to find a new wife in the village. Lin Jinyan, you really deserve a beating. What do you think of me and Mu Chung? Meng Haixing couldn't hold back any longer and punched Lin Jinyan in the face. When it comes to fighting, Meng Haixing always feels that he is pretty good. But today he ran into a tough guy. His fist was immediately stopped in midair by Lin Jinyan, and the two fought fiercely for a while, which scared the guests present. Stop it, everyone. Today is Xiaoyu's wedding day. What are you doing? Grandpa Meng's voice came from the inner room, and Meng Haixing realized that he had been impulsive today. Although it was wrong to fight with others at Meng Yu's wedding, but Lin Jinyan was a bastard who was spewing shit. How could he swallow his anger if he didn't beat him up? Taking advantage of Lin Jinyan's relaxed vigilance, Meng Haixing punched the soft flesh on Lin Jinyan's waist. Although Lin Jinyan reacted quickly and dodged most of the force, he was still grimacing in pain when he was hit. Grandpa Meng walked forward slowly. Lin Jinyan couldn't get angry and could only endure it. Why are you so angry, young man? If you have anything to say, talk it over nicely. Lin Jinyan nodded slightly. Although he didn't like Meng Haixing, he still respected Grandpa Meng very much. The group returned to the house, and Lin Jinyan simply spoke frankly. 2 years ago, my family received letters saying that Mu Chung was having a hard time living here, and she even asked her parents for a loan. Our family wasn't doing very well at the time, and we couldn't help Mu Chung. We could only watch her suffer. But now that our lives are better, I want to take Mu Chung home. Meng Haixing vaguely guessed why Lin Jinyan didn't like him. During the time when he was doing something wrong, Lin Muching really had a hard time. This money was sent home by Mu Chung last time, and I brought it here with me. Lin Jinyan placed 10 big unity cards in front of Meng Haixing. I'm a straightforward person, and maybe what I said just now was a little harsh, but that's the reality. My family has been through a lot of hardship in the past few years, and Mu Chung has suffered a lot. I hope you can understand my feelings as a brother. Chu Lan and Meng Guangzhu, who were standing by, both sighed when they heard Lin Jinyan say this. Brother Mu Chung, that was a long time ago. Mu Chung and Haisheng are living a happy life now. Chu Lan said so, but Lin Jinyan didn't believe it at all. I've been here for a long time. Why haven't I seen Mu Chung? At this moment, Lin Jinyan had already imagined the scene where the whole Meng family sat together for a big banquet, but only Lin Muching was left to work in the fields. He clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He couldn't imagine how Lin Muching had survived all these years. In order to make it easier for Mu Chung to have prenatal checkups, she moved to the county a while ago. It's just a little while. I have to go back to the county. My wife will be very happy if you come with me. Meng Haixing deliberately emphasized the word daughter-in-law. He wanted to let Lin Jinyan know how loving he and Lin Muching were. Move to the county. Hearing this, Lin Jinyan was a little surprised. Did he misunderstand? We're leaving now. You can take your household registration booklet with you and get a divorce right away at the county. You are really sick. Mu Chung and I are living a good life. Stop talking about divorce here. If you don't believe me, go ask Mu Chung yourself. But if I hear you asking me for a divorce again, I won't care who you are. I will beat the living daylights out of you. Meng Haixing ignored Lin Jinyan, went out, and said a few words to Meng Yu, then rode away on his bike, with no intention of taking Lin Jinyan with him. Since he is very capable, he can take a bus to the city. The Meng family watched Meng Haixing ride away on his bicycle, and they were all at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Lin Muching is Meng Haixing's Achilles heel. Lin Jinyan always asks her to divorce him. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Comrade Lin, I'll give you Haixing's address in the county. Go find him yourself. You'd better hurry, as there are fewer minibuses in the afternoon. Chu Lan kindly reminded Lin Jinyan. Chapter 171, What a Misunderstanding. Meng Haixing was filled with rage, and he rode his bicycle all the way back home from Xiashan village to vent his frustration. Wife, I'm back. As soon as Meng Haixing entered the room, he saw Lin Muching lying on the table, busy reading a book. Lin Muching and Meng Haixing took the high school final exam together. Although Lin Muching has been studying hard during this period, she has given up for too many years, and her final exam results are not very ideal. The weather was cold at the moment, and Lin Mucheng didn't like going out. She spent almost all her time on tutoring, so that one day she could pass the exam and return to the capital. Why are you back so early today? Didn't you say you wanted to see how many rabbits you could sell? It's all ready. We'll sell 50 rabbits this time. In a few days, we'll sell all the other vaccinated ones, and then we'll buy in new rabbits. Wife, your brother came to see me in the village just now. Meng Haixing changed the topic so quickly that Lin Mucheng was unable to react for a while. What did you say just now? My brother is here, where is he? Lin Mucheng, slightly excited, suddenly stood up and looked outside the door. But there was no sign of Lin Jinyan outside the door. I came back by bicycle, and you took the minibus. Mentioning Lin Jinyan, Meng Haixing felt somewhat unhappy. He sat down in front of Lin Mucheng and told him exactly what Lin Jinyan had just done about advising them to divorce. Your brother didn't even bother asking questions and just started yelling. It's just because I have a good temper. If it were someone else, they would have kicked him out long ago. Who told you to leave a bad impression on my brother before? It's also my fault. I didn't explain the situation clearly when I mailed money to my parents last time. Lin Mucheng is a petty woman with a thin skin. She is too embarrassed to tell her family about her relationship problems with Meng Haixing. The reason why Lin Jinyan knew that Lin Mucheng was not living a good life was probably because he guessed it from the 10 yuan she borrowed. Reform and opening up have already begun. Even if Ziyang County is not rich, it is a coastal city and is more developed than other inland cities. In this situation, Lin Mucheng, who owns land, cannot even eat in the winter. There is only one reason for this. Her husband is not good to her. Go out and have a look quickly, otherwise my brother won't be able to find the place when he comes. The small Western-style buildings here all look similar. Don't worry, I still have to take a bus to get here. I'll still have time to go out in half an hour. Meng Haixing was really annoyed with Lin Jinyan. Finally, after Lin Mucheng's repeated urging, Meng Haixing went out. He stood at the door like an old man and waited for a long time before he saw Lin Jinyan walking towards him with sweat all over his forehead. Hey, big brother is here. It's hard to find my place. Meng Haixing looked at Lin Jinyan with a forced smile. It's a little hard to find. Where's Mucheng? Brother, why are you so nervous? Can I eat Mucheng? Meng Haixing, stop talking nonsense to me. As he spoke, Lin Jinyan walked towards the yard. To be honest, looking at such a large, small Western-style building, Lin Jinyan was a little bit unbelievable. He couldn't imagine how the impoverished Meng Haixing had managed to buy a small Western-style house so shortly after. He must not do anything illegal. For Lin Mucheng's sake, Meng Haixing didn't bother to argue with Lin Jinyan and let him go in. Hearing the voice, Lin Mucheng held his lower back and walked out quickly. When she saw Lin Jinyan's familiar face, tears began to fall. Brother, why did you come to me just now? Lin Mucheng was crying so hard that Lin Jinyan wanted to go forward to comfort her, but Meng Haixing stretched out his arms and hugged her in his arms. Wife, you are pregnant with 3 little rascals. If you cry like this, they will probably cry with you. Lin Mucheng, crying on Meng Haixing's shoulder, tried hard to stop crying. I'm not crying. I'm so happy to see my brother coming to see me. Lin Mucheng wiped the tears from his face and tried hard to force a faint smile. Brother, come in quickly. I heard you were coming, so I made tea long ago. Good. Lin Jinyan looked at Lin Mucheng's big belly and put the topic of divorce aside for the time being. He wanted to listen to what Lin Mucheng had to say first. Mucheng, I know you're happy that I'm here, but you have to control your emotions and don't get too excited. I'll go buy some fruits and vegetables first. Meng Haixing was not an unreasonable person. He knew that Lin Jinyan and Lin Mucheng, brother and sister, had a lot to say, so he didn't bother to get in the way. Lin Mucheng nodded, and Meng Haixing went out. When only the brother and sister were left in the room, Lin Jinyan spoke. Mucheng, my parents will be returning to the capital next month. They want me to take you back. I know you definitely didn't marry Meng Haixing voluntarily back then, but since he's treating you well now, I won't hold it against him anymore. Brother, are mom and dad okay? Lin Mucheng widened his eyes in surprise. It's okay now. The person who harmed us before has been brought down due to corruption and bribery. A certain leader has become seriously ill and is now looking for a doctor all over the world. Someone recommended my parents. Lin Mucheng nodded slightly, and she asked how her parents could suddenly return to Beijing. Brother, Haixing was not a decent person before, but now it's different. He has reformed, and I want to live a good life with you. When he said this, Lin Mucheng's cheeks flushed slightly. Mucheng, Meng Haixing has made a little money now, but it's far less than what our family has. He can't give you the life you want. Lin Jinyan is very aware of the current gap between the rich and the poor. Even though Meng Haixing bought a small Western-style house, it would not be easy for him to improve his quality of life. As soon as his parents returned to Beijing, the hospital and house were returned to his family. The house is fully equipped with all kinds of home appliances. Even the telephone, which has not been installed privately at the moment, has been installed. Their family also drives an imported car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. This is simply unimaginable for Meng Haixing. Apart from anything else, even if he had enough money to buy home appliances, Xiyang County has power restrictions, and without electricity, all the home appliances are just decorations. Lin Muching has suffered too much, and Lin Jinyin doesn't want her to suffer even a little bit more. Brother, I have survived the most difficult days. Now Haixing treats me and the children well, and I am very satisfied. Besides, Haixing is very ambitious now. He will definitely not treat me badly in terms of material things. Then Lin Muching told Lin Jinyin about the recent changes in Meng Haixing. Brother, can you please trust Haixing just once and give him a chance? If he does anything to let me down again, I won't hesitate to let you go with me. Lin Muching always thought that he stayed for the children. But Lin Jinyin's sudden visit today made her clear about her feelings. She stayed not only for the sake of her child, but unknowingly, she had fallen in love with Meng Haixing and wanted to be with him for the rest of his life. This realization made Lin Muching's heart skip a beat. It turns out that love is sometimes not passionate. Love can also be ordinary. Chapter 172 explained clearly. Meng Haixing, who went out to buy fruit, was also feeling quite nervous at the moment. Lin Jinyin's arrival added too many uncertainties to his life. Since his rebirth, he has been very nice to Lin Muching and also cares about his family. But he was such a mess in the past few years, and I don't know whether Lin Muching will forgive him. What if Lin Muching doesn't forgive him? What would he do if she wanted to leave him and return to the capital with the children? When he thought of this, Meng Haixing felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. What if Lin Muching really wants to leave? No, he had missed Lin Muching in his previous life. Even if he risked his life in this life, he would not let himself have any regrets. Meng Haixing was very nervous. He quickly bought some ready-made braised meat and a bag of apples and hurried home. If that brat Lin Jinyin dares to sow discord between them, he will beat him to a pulp. When Meng Haixing returned home, he saw Lin Jinyin helping Lin Muching with his homework. Meng Haixing felt a little jealous. Tutoring Lin Muching was his job, okay? His brother-in-law was so great that he was stealing his job. Haixing, go pick up Momo quickly. Momo is about to get out of school. Okay, I'll be back to cook later. It's inconvenient for you to go to the kitchen with your big belly. Lin Muching nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Seeing the smile on Lin Muching's face, Meng Haixing finally felt relieved. His wife smiled at him, so she definitely wouldn't leave. Reassured, Meng Haixing bought some snacks on the way to pick up Momo. As soon as he entered the door, Meng Haixing smelled the fragrance of food. At first he thought it was Lin Muching who cooked, and he felt distressed. When I looked into the kitchen, I saw Lin Jinyin walking out with a plate of stir-fried cabbage and pork slices. The food had already been placed on the table in the room. Meng Haixing was instantly happy. We are guests. How can we ask Big Brother to help cook? Don't be so frivolous. I've already asked Muchang. When Meng Haixing heard Lin Jinyin say this, his heart was instantly in suspense again. Muchang said that you treat her very well, and she wants to be with you and not go back to the capital with me. Since this is Muchang's choice, as her brother, I will naturally respect her. But let me be frank. If you gamble again like before, I will take Muchang away immediately. Don't worry, Big Brother. I have reformed a long time ago. Meng Haixing laughed heartily, and the heavy stone in his chest finally fell. Momo, come and call Uncle. Momo looked at Lin Jinyin a little nervously. Uncle, you're so good. Your uncle brought you a small gift. Lin Jinyin took out a small red velvet box from his pocket and opened it. There was only a bracelet made of hollow gold beads inside. Momo had never seen such a beautiful little bracelet before. She happily fiddled with it with her chubby little hands and smiled sweetly at Lin Jinyin. Thank you, Uncle. Lin Jinyin bought a bracelet for Momo and a gold necklace for Lin Muching. Whether it is a little girl or a young woman, there is no one who doesn't love jewelry. Meng Haixing looked at his daughter and wife and smiled happily at Lin Jinyin's little favor, but his heart was as sour as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. He turned around and gave his daughter and daughter-in-law a small yellow croaker and a box of gold jewelry. Soon, with the help of Meng Haixing and Lin Mayan, a table of dinner was ready. During the meal, Meng Haixing was very considerate and picked up some food for Lin Muching and Momo. Dad, I don't want to eat vegetables. Momo covered her small bowl with her hands, preventing Meng Haixing from putting the fried cabbage in her bowl. Only by eating more vegetables can you grow taller quickly. You are the shortest among the girls of the same age in your nursery class. Meng Haixing forcefully picked up a piece of cabbage with chopsticks and put it into Momo's bowl. Momo, do you want to stay short forever? No, I want to be as tall as my mom. Momo, who was not very happy, looked at Lin Mucheng and then at Meng Haixing. Seeing that neither of them spoke, I could only eat the cabbage in silence. Lin Jinyan, who was standing aside, watched the scene and felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. No matter how much suffering and fatigue he has endured over the years, it is all for the purpose of finding his younger brothers and sisters one day and letting them live a happy and worry-free life. Meng Haixing's family conditions are not good now, but Lin Mucheng lives a comfortable life, and that is enough. After dinner, Lin Jinyan sat down and chatted with Meng Haixing and Lin Mucheng. Haixing, what are your plans for the future? Lin Jinyan put away his sharp edge, and at this moment, he looked more like the amiable big brother next door. He was completely different from the cold Lin Jinyan at noon. I'm planning to open a rabbit farm, specializing in raising Angora rabbits and meat rabbits. I heard from Mu Chung that you two want to take the college entrance exam together next year. How can you open a rabbit farm like that? I can go to college and open a rabbit farm at the same time. No matter which city we are admitted to in the future, I can open the rabbit farm there. Meng Haixing thought that it would only take a few minutes for him to open a rabbit farm now. The reason why he couldn't expand the scale so quickly was because he was still gaining experience. As long as the time is right, he can sell the small yellow croakers in the cellar and immediately open the largest rabbit farm in the country. You will be admitted to the capital, and you will also open a rabbit farm in the capital. Lin Jinyan looked at Meng Haixing in disbelief. He really couldn't understand why Meng Haixing was so obsessed with raising rabbits. I just heard from Lin Mucheng that Meng Haixing went to Jingnan City some time ago to buy a batch of wool sweaters and made a lot of money. Logically speaking, reselling clothes would be more profitable than raising rabbits. It's not a big deal to drive it to Beijing. The last thing we lack outside the third ring road is land. By then, I can build a rabbit farm of several thousand or even tens of thousands of square meters. It's not impossible. Outside the third ring road, it's fine, but that's already the suburbs. You go to school in the city, and raising rabbits in the suburbs is already troublesome enough. Don't worry, big brother. I have a plan. Meng Haixing was too lazy to explain to Lin Jinyan that he went to Beijing to open a rabbit farm. Apart from the rabbits, the quality of the land was more important. He wants to make money from raising rabbits, and of course he also wants to make money from the appreciation of the land. He has so many ways to make money. Even if Meng Haixing told him now, Lin Jinyan probably wouldn't believe it. Seeing Meng Haixing's confident look, Lin Jinyan thought to himself, let Meng Haixing do it first. When he and Lin Mucheng take the exam and go to the capital together and see the new things there, he will probably change his mind immediately. My parents may not be able to come when Mu Chung gives birth, but I'm in Jingnan City recently. You can call my school and let them know. I'll come over as soon as possible. Lin Mucheng was pregnant with triplets, and Lin Jinyan was quite nervous, fearing that something unexpected might happen to Lin Mucheng. According to Lin Jinyan's idea, it would be best if Lin Mucheng could go to Jingnan City to give birth, but now she is advanced in pregnancy, and it is really not suitable for her to travel, so he can only give up this idea. Okay, when Mu Chung gives birth, I will definitely call you to tell you the good news. Momo was naughty all day and went to bed early at night. When she went to bed, she was reluctant to take off the gold bracelet on her wrist. Chapter 173, Breaking the Window Paper. Meng Haixing and the other two talked for a long time, especially about the experiences of Lin Mucheng's parents in the borderland in recent years. Lin Jinyan picked out the main points and told Lin Mucheng, Haixing, the 100 yuan you mailed home last time saved my life. I will always remember this kindness in my heart and will repay it when I have the chance. Brother, that's being a bit polite. I sent some money to my parents at the time and didn't expect anything in return. It's just that I felt that I hadn't fulfilled the obligation of being a son-in-law in the past few years, so I mailed some money. Meng Haixing's words made Lin Jinyan think more highly of him. But not all sons-in-law are willing to give money to their parents-in-law. Haixing, time will prove to you that being nice to Mu Chung is all worth it. Lin Jinyan didn't say anything extra to Meng Haixing, and he didn't even mention it to Lin Mucheng. Their Lin family will soon rise in the capital. Brother, have you looked for the second brother? I haven't found him yet. The village he went to was flooded 2 years ago, and many of the affected villagers have been relocated. You know, information isn't well developed these days. I haven't been able to find out where Jin Hui is being placed, but it shouldn't be too long. I've asked a comrade to help find out. Well, I hope we can find him soon. When Lin Mucheng thought of her second brother, she felt mixed emotions and was very uncomfortable. She didn't ask for anything else. She just wanted him to be safe and alive. The three of them talked until late at night, and then Lin Jinyan went to sleep in the next room. Fortunately, Meng Haixing installed a stove in the guest room next door. Otherwise, in such a cold day, even if Lin Jinyan covered himself with a thick quilt, He would not be able to withstand the cold wind at night. Wife, are you asleep? Meng Haixing was lying on the warm calm, with a hint of joy in his voice. Asleep? How can you talk when you're asleep? Meng Haixing stepped over Momo and turned over to lie behind Lin Muching. His warm big hand fell on Lin Muching's belly. In the past, Meng Haixing would occasionally gently stroke Lin Muching's belly, but it was always through a thick sweater. Today he was a little bolder and put his hand directly on the skin. Fortunately, Lin Muching did not refuse. Wife, my eldest brother wanted you to return to the capital today. Why didn't you go back, but chose to live a hard life here with me? Meng Haixing is not a fool. How could he not know why Lin Muching didn't go back? But knowing it in his heart was one thing, and hearing it from Lin Muching's own mouth was another. Lin Muching felt Meng Haixing's warmth, and his little face was already burning hot, and he couldn't speak clearly. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry and waited for Lin Muching to slowly say what he wanted to hear. I want to be with you, Momo, and the three little naughty ones. Then why do you want to be with me? Meng Haixing's hand gently stroked Lin Muching's skin, his voice full of temptation. I have no idea. Lin Muching's hand fell tightly on Meng Haixing's hand, and she felt so shy that she was about to burn on the spot. Wife, why are you so cute? Meng Haixing had a wicked smile on his face and wanted to force her to say that she loved him. Suddenly, he was kicked hard in the palm. Lin Muching only felt his stomach tighten, and he had no idea why the naughty little kid in his stomach was making a fuss here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Don't touch it. If you touch my belly, the little ones will get excited. The doctor said that if all three babies move at the same time, it could very well lead to premature birth. Now Meng Haixing became obedient. His fair and lovely wife was in his arms, but he could only look at her, but not touch or eat her. Meng Haixing wailed in his heart, wondering when he would be able to endure this miserable life. He was really afraid that he would get sick after holding it in for a long time. Is my wife feeling better? After a while, Meng Haixing saw that Lin Muching's stomach had stopped moving, so he started to ask. Well, they are already in their advanced stages, and it makes me uncomfortable when they move. When they come out, I'll beat them up one by one. They dare to bully my wife. They're just asking for a beating. Lin Muching pinched Meng Haixing's arm hard. Don't make me laugh. Go to sleep quickly. My brother has to take the early bus back to Jingnan City tomorrow morning. He only took a day and a half off. Okay, I won't say anything. Lin Muching, who was a little tired, fell asleep quickly. Meng Haixing, who was next to her, was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Although Lin Muching did not express his feelings directly today, Meng Haixing already understood that Lin Muching really forgave her and really let go of all prejudices. It's great. Being able to get Lin Muching's forgiveness has been Meng Haixing's wish for many years. Now it has finally come true, and he can't wait to tell everyone. When Lin Jinyan was about to take the bus, Meng Haixing went to see him off. Neither of them spoke along the way. Meng Haixing waited until Lin Jinyan was about to get in the car before he suddenly spoke. Brother, you can rest assured to leave Muching to me. I will definitely be able to protect her. I know. Lin Jinyan responded and suddenly turned to look at Meng Haixing. Muching told you everything about my family situation. I told you most of it. Lin Jinyan said no more and turned to get in the car. The fact that Lin Muching told Meng Haixing about their family's financial situation shows that Lin Muching really trusts Meng Haixing. Not long after seeing Lin Mayan off, Xiyang County had its first snow of the year. Meng Haixing's rabbit farm also replaced a new batch of rabbits. Aunt Zhang from the Haiqing Town Textile Factory tried every possible way to help Meng Haixing get hold of more than 100 Angora rabbits, each costing only 2 yuan. The reason why the textile factory was able to help was because Meng Haixing donated learning materials to the village primary school, and it was published in the newspaper. The newspaper also mentioned that Meng Haixing opened a rabbit farm. After going through several leaders, Meng Haixing was finally able to get an Angora rabbit for 2 yuan each. You can't even buy a small rabbit at this price. Meng Haixing doesn't have to take care of the rabbit farm at home, as Meng Yu and Chu Lan can help take care of it. After a period of popularity, the number of students here every day has finally stabilized, although cram schools have appeared in other places. The focus of Meng Haixing and Lin Muching's lives began to shift towards study. The two of them can get good scores on the test papers prepared by Muping Town High School, but the college entrance examination is a national test. So even if the test papers used are not national papers, they will have saved up some. Meng Haixing bought all the college entrance examination papers from previous years. The two of them stayed at home and started to practice questions desperately. Meng Haixing felt that he must have graduated from an Ivy League school in his previous life and could easily get full marks in the college entrance examination. But the reality is a bit harsh. He can get good grades in science, but in liberal arts, it's really miserable. Especially politics, geography, history, and chemistry. Meng Haixing's head hurt from memorizing them all day long. Lin Muqing is much calmer than Meng Haixing. She is the exact opposite of Meng Haixing. She is better at liberal arts, but she is overwhelmed by mathematics and physics. Wife, it's a good thing that we both have half of the subject. If we encounter something we don't know, we can ask each other for help. If we were both students of arts or science, it would be very difficult. We only have half a year, so we must work hard. Lin Muqing still felt a lot of pressure in his heart. She will be giving birth soon, and at least she won't be able to study during the confinement period. Having 3 children will definitely cause her more damage than having only one. By then, she won't know how long it will take her to recover and continue studying. Before giving birth, Lin Muqing wished he could have 3 heads and 6 arms. But the more you fear something, the more likely it will come. Chapter 174, Premature Birth. Just as January began, Lin Muqing's belly was so big that she couldn't sit down properly. Every time she sat down, she could only sit on the sofa, and then put a large soft cushion on her lower back to lean on it. As for lying down, it is more uncomfortable than sitting. She couldn't even lie on her back and could only lie on her side. She was often woken up by pubic pain at night. In just a few days, Lin Muqing felt like he had become a useless person. Her feet were swollen like steamed buns, and she could only wear Meng Haixing's cotton slippers. Whether going out to bask in the sun or going to the toilet at home, Lin Muqing cannot do without Meng Haixing. She could do almost nothing on her own. This made Lin Muqing very depressed, and he was even so distressed that he yelled at Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing understood Lin Muqing's difficulties. No matter how angry Lin Muqing was, he would silently comfort her. Haixing, I feel so tired. Lin Muqing sat on the sofa for the whole morning, and every cell in his body was clamoring with discomfort. Something's wrong. Meng Haixing brought over a bowl of Tremella fusiformis porridge. Lin Muqing had no appetite recently, so Meng Haixing was trying to make delicious food for her. I was just counting the fetal heart rate, but when the naughty little one moved, I got the numbers mixed up. Then forget about counting. Didn't Mr. Dong tell you last time that your fetal position is good and the 3 little ones are developing well? Just rest assured. Well, that's all I can do. None of these 3 little babies are easy to worry about. After they're born, I'm going to give each of them 2 slaps. The 2 were chatting and laughing when suddenly Lin Muqing's stomach tightened and a pain came. At first, Lin Muqing thought that it was just the child kicking her again, so she didn't take it too seriously. Just when Lin Muqing wanted Meng Haixing to bring her book over, her stomach tightened again. Haixing, I'm not going to give birth, am I? Lin Muqing looked down at his stomach in surprise. It was only January, and the 3 children were not even a month old yet. What's wrong? I think I'm starting to have labor pains. After Lin Muqing became pregnant, Meng Haixing had been learning all kinds of knowledge related to childbirth, so he naturally knew what labor pain meant. We packed up and went to the hospital. Once the labor pain started, we were close to giving birth. Good. Meng Haixing knew that after a pregnant woman starts having labor pains, she usually has to endure pain for several hours before giving birth. But Lin Muqing was different. She was pregnant with triplets. According to Mr. Dong, if the birth was difficult at the beginning, a cesarean section must be performed immediately. This would greatly reduce the chances of danger for the pregnant woman and the children. Meng Haixing didn't dare to delay and quickly pushed Lin Muqing to the Chinese medicine hospital on his bicycle. There was a thick cotton cushion on the back seat of Meng Haixing's car. Meng Haixing was worried about Lin Muqing, so he looked back every few steps. He felt heartbroken when he saw Lin Muqing frowning and holding on to the seat tightly. Wife, we will never have children again. Did you ever want me to give birth to more children for you? Lin Muqing was directly amused by Meng Haixing. She is pregnant with 3 children this time. What if she gets pregnant with 3 more next time? She will have to do nothing for the rest of her life and just take care of the children. No, I've already asked. My family might have the gene for multiple births. Having multiple births would be too harmful to your body. I don't want you to suffer this anymore. Meng Haixing chatted and laughed with Lin Muqing, which diverted a lot of Lin Muqing's attention. The increasingly frequent contractions were really too much for her to bear. The road to the Chinese medicine hospital became extremely long, and beads of sweat slowly appeared on Lin Muqing's forehead. Meng Haixing quickly put a thick woolen hat on Lin Muqing to prevent her from catching a cold at this critical moment. The 2 finally arrived at the Chinese medicine hospital, but they didn't expect that there were so many people seeing a doctor here today. Everyone, please make way for me. My wife is about to give birth. Meng Haixing supported Lin Muqing and walked towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. Her belly was so big that anyone passing by couldn't help but take a look. Seeing that Lin Muqing's face changed due to pain, Everyone quickly made way to let the two pass. Seeing everyone's cooperation, Meng Haixing felt very grateful. The doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department was very familiar with Lin Muching. After all, it was rare to have triplets. Dr. Zhang, my wife has started having labor pains. As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out his watch and looked at it. It's been an hour since the first contraction. Dr. Zhang has always been helping with Lin Muching's prenatal checkups, and she is very familiar with Lin Muching's physical condition. Don't worry, it's only been an hour. There's still plenty of time to go. But my wife is in so much pain right now. Please take a look at her quickly to make sure there's nothing else wrong. Seeing Meng Haixing so nervous, Dr. Zhang showed a faint smile on his face. Young man, this isn't your first time being a father. Why are you so nervous? Come, help your wife to the delivery room. I'll help check the fetal position. Dr. Zhang is very experienced. When Lin Muching lay down, Dr. Zhang touched her with his hand, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Meng Haixing, who was standing aside, had his breath stuck in his chest and was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. Why is Dr. Zhang frowning for no reason? Comrade Lin, I don't think you need a cesarean section. One of the babies is already in the pelvis and ready to be born at any time. With that, Dr. Zhang drove Meng Haixing out. Comrade, I need to examine colleague Lin. Please wait outside for a moment. Men are not allowed in the delivery room. Meng Haixing was reluctantly driven out. Looking at the closed door, his heart felt like it was being fried in a frying pan, and it was extremely tormenting. From time to time, a woman's heart-wrenching cry could be heard from the delivery room next to the waiting room. Meng Haixing knew without hesitation that someone was giving birth in there. The wailing sounds made Meng Haixing even more nervous, and he didn't know how Lin Muching's examination was going. After a long while, a young nurse came out of the room in a hurry. Are you Lin Muching's husband? Yes, it's me. Dr. Zhang has just examined Lin Muching. She's 6 fingers dilated and about to give birth. Hurry and give me the blanket and clothes you prepared. Meng Haixing's mind was blank at the moment. He subconsciously handed the swaddle and baby clothes that had been prepared long ago to the nurse as requested. By the time he reacted and wanted to ask a few more questions, the other person had already gone in with the things. How did he open 6 fingers in just a short while? That's too fast. Meng Haixing paced back and forth in the corridor anxiously. An auntie nearby saw Meng Haixing was in a state of panic and asked, Comrade, is this your wife's first baby? Why are you so nervous? No, this is the second baby. The aunt just heard the conversation between the nurse and Meng Haixing. She comforted Meng Haixing with good intentions. No wonder your wife gave birth so quickly. It turns out it's her second child. Auntie, does the speed of your birth have anything to do with the number of your pregnancies? That's natural. The first pregnancy is naturally more painful. The fastest I've seen with the second pregnancy was only 15 minutes in and out. Chapter 175, 3 Clown Eggs. When Meng Haixing heard the aunt next to him say that giving birth to the first child would be very painful, his heart suddenly tightened again. When Lin Muching gave birth to Momo, he did so at home. He went out to play cards that day and didn't come back until very late. When he came back, Lin Muching had already given birth. At that time, he only heard Chu Lan say that Lin Muching was in pain for more than 10 hours before giving birth to Momo. At that time, Meng Haixing didn't feel anything. He just thought that giving birth to a child was as common as eating a meal. Now he finally understood how much suffering and injustice Lin Muching had suffered at that time. For a moment, Meng Haixing wanted to slap himself. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey at that time, because he felt that playing cards was more important than his wife giving birth to a child. During the anxious wait, Meng Haixing vaguely heard Lin Muching's painful cries. Meng Haixing stood at the door of the delivery room, clenching his fists tightly. If possible, he really wanted to go in and feel the pain for Lin Muching. Time passed minute by minute, and when Meng Haixing felt his mind went blank, the door of the delivery room was opened with a creak. A young nurse came out holding a newborn baby. Meng Haixing rushed forward and was about to ask if his wife had given birth, but he heard the nurse read out someone else's name. Congratulations, both mother and child are safe. Please go back to the general ward and wait for a while. Once the mother has rested enough, someone will take her to the general ward. And the child? The baby will be temporarily placed in the nursery, separate from the mother, and will be taken away together when she is discharged from the hospital. This way, the mother can rest well in the ward. Okay, then let's go to the general ward and wait. After several family members left, Meng Haixing finally realized that the obstetrics and gynecology department now was different from the previous one. Now, even if all 3 of his children were born, they would not need to be taken care of by him as the prospective father. All the babies would be placed in the nursery and cared for by the nurses. The door of the delivery room closed again, and Meng Haixing began to feel anxious again. Then two more family members of the pregnant women went to the general ward. Meng Haixing was so anxious that he almost rushed in. Lin Muqing's family. Suddenly, the door of the delivery room was completely opened from the inside, and four nurses came out with smiles on their faces. Meng Haixing saw at a glance that the small floral blanket they were using was the one Lin Muqing bought. "Nurse, I am Lin Muqing's lover. How is my wife now?" Meng Haixing's palms were full of sweat from nervousness, and even when he spoke, he felt that his mouth was a little out of control. "Mother and child are safe." As she spoke, one of the nurses held the baby in her arms and showed it to Meng Haixing. "Congratulations, comrade. Two girls and one boy." Meng Haixing looked down and saw three little babies in front of him. Their faces were red and they looked a little ugly, like little monkeys. "Why is it so ugly?" Meng Haixing looked surprised. Both he and his wife were good-looking, and Momo was even younger, but she was already a beauty. Why does it change its appearance when it comes to the three little babies? It's not ugly at all. All newborn babies have rosy little cheeks like this. It will grow into a beautiful girl in a few days. "Comrade, you have triplets. I'm afraid your milk won't be enough. Do you have any milk powder?" "Yes, yes." Meng Haixing quickly handed the large bag of things thrown on the chair to the nurse who was speaking. The nurse opened it and saw that it was the most expensive milk powder at the time, with 3 clean glass bottles inside. In addition to these things, there was also a pile of diapers. "You've prepared everything quite well. Okay, I'll take it all in. After the mother returns to the general ward, we'll take the babies over and let them breastfeed. You can hold them then. Now I'm going to take them all to the nursery." The nurse also noticed Meng Haixing's nervousness, so she explained it carefully again, fearing that Meng Haixing would be busy like a headless fly. "How long does it take for a woman in labor to be admitted to the general ward? You see, I came here in a hurry, and I didn't notify my family. Now I don't know who to find to pick up my eldest daughter after school. At least an hour. Go and do your thing. The woman will be back in the general ward soon. You need to prepare some food and drinks for her, as well as a change of clothes." Seeing that Meng Haixing was a grown man and there were no other family members around, the nurse couldn't help but give him a few more instructions. "Okay, I'll do it right away." Meng Haixing was so ecstatic that he almost rode his bicycle all the way to the machinery factory to find Meng Jinsheng and asked him to help notify his family and pick up Momo from school. As for other unnecessary words, Meng Haixing did not say anything and hurried back to the Chinese medicine hospital. Lin Muqing was in emergency labor today, and Meng Haixing was not prepared at all. As for the soups and drinks for the mother to drink, there was none at all. On the way back to the Chinese medicine hospital, Meng Haixing deliberately looked around the row of small restaurants at the entrance, and sure enough, he saw some soup sold specifically for postpartum women. The soup seller was a middle-aged woman. When she heard Meng Haixing say that he wanted to give the soup to his wife who had just given birth, she introduced him to several light chicken soups. "Sister, isn't it said that drinking Crucian carp soup can increase milk production? Why don't you introduce Crucian carp soup to me? I can tell you're an amateur. Crucian carp soup should be consumed after milk comes in. If you drink it now, your son won't be able to drink milk in time, and he'll get bloating and get sick." Discussing this matter in broad daylight, Meng Haixing felt his face turn red, and he quickly used his enamel pot to get 2 servings of clear chicken soup and took it back. Not long after Meng Haixing returned to the ward, Lin Muqing was escorted back in a wheelchair by 4 nurses. "Wife, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell?" "Much better now." Lin Muqing smiled brightly at Meng Haixing. When he saw Lin Muqing appear in front of him, his eyes became warm with joy. He finally felt alive again. This was the first time for the young nurse next to him to see a grown man so concerned about his wife. "Comrade, please come over and help. The woman in labor needs to lie in bed and rest for a while." The young nurse helped Lin Muqing stand up and instructed Meng Haixing on how to take care of a woman in labor. Meng Haixing listened very carefully and almost took notes in a notebook. After settling Lin Muqing down, the nurse told him the feeding time and left. Ordinary delivery rooms are 6-person rooms. When the families of the other people heard that Lin Muqing gave birth to 3 children at once, they were all extremely envious. "Triplets are very rare. Wife, why is your belly still so big? Do you think my belly is a ball? It will shrink immediately after unloading." Lin Muqing looked at her belly helplessly. Because she was pregnant with triplets, her belly became very big, especially in the later stages. Those ugly stretch marks almost covered her belly. Her whole belly was covered in blood and looked horrible. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty. When Lin Muqing saw her belly become like this, she felt extremely upset. Chapter 176 Postpartum Depression. Seeing that Lin Muqing looked a little lonely, how could Meng Haixing not know what she was thinking? "These stretch marks are nothing. You are young and your body recovers quickly. They will disappear in a few months. No, I'll find you a prescription. There's always a way to get rid of stretch marks. Lin Muching nodded slightly. This was the price she paid for giving birth to triplets. In the eyes of others, having triplets is a very glamorous thing, but only Lin Muching herself knows best that the 3 children will occupy her best youth. Other girls are busy dating and working, but she is the only one taking care of 3 children. She will soon have to deal with all the daily necessities of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Thinking of this, Lin Muching felt inexplicably pessimistic. Meng Haixing gave her some chicken soup, but she also felt a little listless. Meng Haixing was dumbfounded. Giving birth to a child should be a happy thing, so why was Lin Muching in such a bad mood? While going to get some water, Meng Haixing quietly went to the nurse's station and consulted an older nurse. "Auntie, can I ask you something?" Meng Haixing felt a little embarrassed, and he was probably the only one in the entire hospital who felt the same way. "What's up, young man? I want to ask, my wife just gave birth to a child, which should be a very happy thing. But why do I feel that she is not happy?" The nurse immediately understood what was going on. "When your wife was pregnant, did she often lose her temper for no apparent reason?" "Yes, my wife used to have a very good temper, but as the baby got older, her temper got worse, and sometimes she would even be extremely irritable." Having said that, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that Lin Muching was in a bad mood, which might be related to his pregnancy and childbirth. Giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell for a pregnant woman. It changes her physically as well as mentally. As a husband, you should communicate more with your wife at this time and let her talk about everything that makes her feel uncomfortable. You will share the burden with her, and her spirit will gradually recover. At this time, the most taboo thing is to quarrel with her. If she holds the anger in her heart for too long, she will become ill. Meng Haixing nodded quickly. He had vaguely heard in his previous life that some pregnant women would suffer from prenatal or postpartum depression. Some people may be able to get through it easily, but some people get stuck in a dead end, and their postpartum depression will become more and more severe, and they may even commit suicide. Meng Haixing had heard a lot of news about mothers jumping off buildings with their newborn babies in their arms. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing broke out in a cold sweat. After thanking the nurse, he hurried back to the ward with the thermos. Other women who had just given birth were surrounded by relatives and friends, but there was no one around him. Meng Hai was afraid that Lin Muching would think too much, so he quickly stepped forward to explain. "Just now, when you were in the delivery room, I rode my bike and told my eldest brother to go pick up Momo. My parents are in the village, and I think it's too late today, so they probably won't come. My eldest brother will definitely come over early tomorrow morning on his tractor." Lin Muching, who was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Meng Haixing. That's not what she was worried about. "Just having you here is enough." Lin Muching tried her best to force a smile. The only one she could count on now was Meng Haixing. "That's right. During your confinement period, I won't do anything else and will definitely take care of you comfortably." As he spoke, Meng Haixing winked at Lin Muching, and the two of them guessed each other's thoughts from their gazes. Lin Muching's cheeks suddenly turned red. She couldn't imagine how she would get through the next month if Meng Haixing took care of her. It is said that pregnant women cannot take a bath during the confinement period. Lin Muching certainly would not tolerate not taking a bath for more than a month. At least she would do a simple body wipe. At that time, Meng Haixing's help would be indispensable. When Lin Muching thought of this, he just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. All 6 beds in the ward were occupied by pregnant women, and together with their families, there were quite a lot of people in the ward. Meng Haixing hesitated for a moment, took an orange, and sat next to Lin Muching. While peeling the orange, he spoke to her in a low voice. "Wife, I see you are unhappy. Can you tell me the reason?" A slightly hot orange slice fell on Lin Muching's lips. Seeing that Lin Muching didn't open her mouth, Meng Haixing was not in a hurry. He looked at her gently and waited slowly. Lin Muching, who had just wanted to pretend to be asleep, opened his mouth slightly and obediently ate the orange slices that Meng Haixing fed him. "I'm not unhappy." Lin Muching's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum and almost inaudible. "Wife, I am your husband, the man you can trust and rely on for the rest of your life." Your face is almost written with the words, "I'm unhappy" on it. Is it that obvious? Meng Haixing chuckled and stuffed another orange slice into Lin Muching's hands. "Tell me quickly, what is the big deal?" Meng Haixing was mentally prepared. If Lin Muching said that she was unhappy because she missed home, he would try his best to bring his father-in-law and mother-in-law over. But what if Lin Muching said he didn't like the 3 clown eggs? Seeing Meng Haixing's anxiety, Lin Muching hesitated for a long time before expressing his concerns. "That's it. Why? You think this isn't serious enough? I have to take care of 3 children by myself. Even if you help out occasionally, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted." Thinking of the past when he had taken care of Momo, And now there were 3 of them. Lin Muching felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Wife, how can you be so silly and cute? As he spoke, Meng Haixing leaned over and whispered in Lin Muching's ear. Even if we didn't have that box of yellow croaker in our basement, the money I make from running the cram school would be enough for us to hire 3 babysitters. How could I possibly let you get tired? Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing, blinking her big eyes, as if what Meng Haixing said made sense. Their family is no longer as poor as before, unable to afford food. I was mistaken. Wife, if you have any problems in the future, please tell me. Don't keep it in your heart. I am the person you can trust the most. Good. Meng Haixing was really afraid that Lin Muching would have wild thoughts. If these trivial matters affected her mental state, it would be more trouble than it would take. While the two were talking, Meng Jinsheng, Li Guixiang, and Meng Xian came over carrying large and small bags. Meng Jinsheng is a gay man. He greeted Lin Muching and went to the corridor to talk with Meng Haixing. Haixing, I will go to the village in person and tell my uncle and aunt the good news. Sorry to bother you, bro. I really can't leave here. Let your sister-in-law stay here with you, and let your sister-in-law go pick up Momo. Let Momo and Ching Ching sleep together tonight, and you can stay in the hospital with your sister-in-law. But what about dinner? That's easy. There's a place right in front of the hospital that sells all kinds of soups specifically for pregnant women. I'll just make do with it for one night. Tomorrow my mom and sister-in-law will be here, and then we'll be able to get busy. Okay, that's the only way. I'll go back to the village first. Chapter 177 New Dad. According to Meng Jinsheng's plan, he would stay in the village tonight and return to the county with Meng Halian and others early tomorrow morning. As soon as Chu Lan heard that Lin Muching had given birth, she immediately asked Meng Halian to prepare the car. I have to go quickly. Haixing is a man who knows nothing. How can he take care of 3 children? Second aunt, the children are all in the nursery. The hospital nurses have been helping to look after my sister-in-law during her hospitalization. They are only brought back to the ward when they are feeding. Why are you still like this? People in the village usually give birth at home, and pregnant women will only go to the hospital if there is something important. Chulan naturally didn't know the hospital's rules. Second aunt, pack your things first, and we can go there early tomorrow morning. Chulan was silent for a moment. No, Mu Chung and Momo still need to be taken care of. Hailian, hurry up, take all the chickens I raised and go back to Haisheng's house to replenish Mu Cheng's body. Although it was the slack season for farming, the family still raised rabbits. Only a few female comrades in the family went to the county, but Meng Guangzhu did not go with them. He would wait until Lin Muching was discharged from the hospital before going. Meng Halian drove the tractor straight to the county hospital. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. Mom, why are you here? It's so late. It was winter, and Chu Lan, Wu Lixia, and Meng Yu were all sitting on the back of a tractor. A strong north wind blew all the way, and the cheeks of the 3 people were blown red by the wind. Can I not come? I'm worried about you taking care of Mu Chung alone. Chu Lan has always been thorough in his work. Seeing Meng Jinsheng come home to announce the good news this afternoon, she vaguely guessed that if she didn't come tonight, Li Guixiang would definitely be here to help at night. If Li Guixiang was Meng Haixing's biological sister-in-law, Chu Lan would definitely come tomorrow. But Li Guixiang is just his cousin's wife, and she has to go to work tomorrow. It would be a great favor for her to take care of Lin Muching here for the whole night. Chu Lan didn't want to give Liang Xiaocui a chance to talk about him in the future, so he sent out a strong north wind. Mom, you underestimate your son. Mu Chung is in good health and doesn't need to look after the child at night. I can definitely take care of it by myself. After you warm up, let Big Brother drive the tractor back to my house first. You go back if you want to go back. I definitely won't go back. I have to see my eldest grandson and granddaughter later. Chu Lan had a tough attitude, and Meng Haixing was helpless. After a while, several nurses pushed a baby carriage into the ward. There were 6 newborn babies lying in a stroller. 3 of them were from Meng Haixing's family. Meng Haixing recognized the 3 clown eggs in his family at a glance. Men, please go out first and come back in half an hour. Auntie, can I hold my 3 little clowns? I've never held them since they were born. Meng Haixing was extremely excited. Although the 3 children were a little ugly, they were all his own children, and he loved them from the bottom of his heart. Okay, this is the boss. The nurse looked at the baby's hand card, picked up a child, and handed it to Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing was so excited that he felt his arms were so stiff that he could hardly move. Comrade, please relax. It's not comfortable for you to hold the baby like this. Haha, they are too small. I don't even dare to hold them. The largest of the 3 children is the eldest. He is a boy and weighed 5 kilograms when he was born, which is a little smaller than a normal child. The second and third children are younger sisters, each weighing a little over 4 kilograms. According to Dr. Zhang, It was fortunate that Lin Muching controlled her diet during pregnancy, and the 3 children were not very big, which allowed her to give birth so smoothly. If they were any bigger, she would have suffered a lot. Let me hug you too. Chu Lan took the boss from Meng Haixing with a smile on his face. Although it doesn't matter whether you have a boy or a girl, every family in their place hopes to have a boy. Some old traditions that have been passed down for thousands of years cannot be thrown away just like that. Auntie, my 2 daughters are so young. Have they ever had a comprehensive checkup? Meng Haixing doesn't care whether it's a boy or a girl. As long as they are healthy, he is content. The pediatricians have all come to see us, and all 3 babies are healthy. Hey, you're quite considerate, man. Hurry up and get out first. Your 3 little ones are all hungry now. The nurse smiled and picked up the 3rd child who was sleeping soundly from Meng Haixing's arms. She gently touched the little girl's mouth, and the little girl, who was sleeping just now, seemed to have triggered some mechanism, and her little mouth immediately made a sucking gesture. Meng Haixing, an old father, was so adorable that he was about to be melted by the little girl. If anyone dared to say that his daughter was ugly in the future, he would definitely beat that person to a pulp. Meng Haixing, who was kicked out of the ward, turned his head to look at the corridor and saw that most of the male comrades had been kicked out. Wherever there are babies, there will be crying. The noisy ward just now turned into a vegetable market in an instant. When babies cry, it seems to be contagious. If one cries, the others will follow suit. Meng Haixing listened carefully into the room. Although there were people crying in their ward, he always felt that the 3 clowns in his family definitely did not cry. The babies who had eaten their fill in other wards were gradually put back into large strollers and pushed back into the nursery. When the 3 children of Meng Haixing's family were pushed out, Meng Haixing hurried forward to ask, Auntie, can our 3 children have enough to eat? 1 is enough to fill the baby up, and adding these 3 will definitely not make it full. But don't worry, when the baby is hungry later, we will make milk powder for him. We will definitely not let the baby go hungry. Hearing the nurse say this, Meng Haixing finally breathed a sigh of relief. If there's not enough milk powder, tell me. Good. Only 2 family members were allowed to stay in the ward to look after the patients at night, and everyone else went to stay at Meng Haixing's house first. For night care, you can get a small folding bed for family members to sleep on. Meng Haixing let Chu Lan sleep first. It didn't matter to him, a grown man, to stay up all night. Okay, I'll take your place for the rest of the night. Chu Lan didn't argue with Meng Haixing. Lin Muching would have to stay in the hospital for at least 5 days and would have to endure several nights. Lin Muching was naturally extremely tired after giving birth, so she went to bed early. In the middle of the night, Meng Haixing dozed off beside Lin Muching's bed. Suddenly, Lin Muching pushed Meng Haixing. Haixing, I feel bad. Meng Haixing, who was already half asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Something hurts. The price is rising rapidly here. Lin Muching pointed at the rations of the 3 clown eggs, looking embarrassed. I'll go talk to the nurse and see if I can bring the baby over. Good. Meng Haixing hurried to the nurse's station. But the nurse refused. Every baby has feeding at a fixed time and place, and now all the babies in the nursery are sleeping soundly. If I suddenly take 3 of them out, and one of them starts crying, there will be chaos in the nursery for at least an hour or 2 tonight. Babies need more sleep to grow. What about my wife? Meng Haixing was completely bewildered. Several young nurses on duty at the nurse's station were laughing together. Chapter 178, Arrogant Nurse. Even if Meng Haixing was a fool, when he saw the young nurses laughing together, he knew what was going on. He just felt his face turn red, and he didn't know how to start. Even though he and Lin Muching both had their 2nd child, they had never really met each other seriously and honestly. There was no overly intimate action. It was not that Meng Haixing didn't want to, but Lin Muching was too shy. Auntie, is there no other way? I remember there is a machine that can play a supporting role. Yes, I do, but it's not very useful. Besides, it's late at night, where can you buy it? We're an old married couple. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Remember to draw the curtain. The nurse kindly reminded me. There is almost no privacy in the 6-person ward. However, there is a white curtain around each bed. If you want to change clothes or wash, you can pull the curtain. Since everyone said so, Meng Haixing stopped arguing and hurried back to the ward. Lin Muching, lying on the hospital bed, felt a little surprised when he saw Meng Haixing returning empty-handed. Why didn't you bring the baby over? The nurse won't let me in over there. Meng Haixing casually pulled up the curtain, quietly sat down beside Lin Muching's bed, leaned over and whispered in her ear what the nurse had just said, repeating it to Lin Muching. He had only said half of his words when Lin Muching's cheeks were already burning hot. This? How can this be possible? Lin Muching was so ashamed that he almost died. Muchung, we are husband and wife. We have done everything. You don't have to be embarrassed. Besides, There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Lin Muching bit her lip tightly. She really didn't want to do such a shameful thing. How long will it take until the baby can be brought over from the nursery? At least 3 hours. Then wait a while. It's not particularly uncomfortable. Mu Cheng, don't hold it in, or you might end up causing problems. Meng Haixing's words made Lin Muching worried. Go get a towel, and I'll squeeze it myself. Meng Haixing, who had been somewhat expectant, felt helpless when he saw Lin Muching like this. It is really frustrating to have a wife who is thin-skinned. His little benefit was instantly ruined. Lin Muching, holding a towel, turned his back, covered himself with the quilt, and gently squeezed the rations of the 3 clown eggs. She felt a little depressed. If it were at home, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Now it's such a waste of food. Not much could be squeezed out with the hands, but it was not that swollen at all. Lin Muching got through the first night in a daze. The next morning, while Chu Lan was here taking care of Lin Muching, Meng Haixing took the red-shelled eggs that Wu Lixia had sent over that morning and went upstairs to give them to Mr. Dong. He also borrowed his phone to call Lin Jinyan in Jingnan City. The person on the other end of the phone was the school's communication office. Meng Haixing only left 2 words, give birth, and hung up. All babies still drink milk at regular times during the day, and Lin Muching's weight has increased more today than yesterday. Seeing Lin Muching so miserable, Meng Haixing immediately got angry. Yesterday, he was still able to go to the nurse's station and talk about his family situation in a calm and peaceful manner, but now he has lost all his patience. Rules are dead, people are alive. His 3 children still need to drink milk powder in the nursery, so why can't he bring them to Lin Muching to feed? He endured not being able to hold the baby in the nursery at night. He didn't believe it in broad daylight. Couldn't he take the child out? Where's your head nurse? I need to report the situation. Meng Haixing came to the nurse's station again. The nurses who worked in the evening had already gone off work and were replaced by new staff. He could only tell what happened last night again. My colleague, these are the hospital's regulations. We have no other options. A slightly older nurse was sitting on a chair at the nurse's station. She raised her eyelids and glanced at Meng Haixing, speaking in an impatient tone. Meng Haixing glanced at the work badge Wang Xiaoli was wearing. Other people have only 1 child, so this rule might work, but my 3 children don't have enough to eat and need to drink formula, and my wife is very upset. Why can't you make some concessions? Comrade, how can you be so competitive? You have 3 children, which is amazing. If you feel that our hospital is too busy, you don't have to come here to have children. Meng Haixing's face changed immediately when he heard Nurse Wang say this. The hospital is to serve the people. When did you, a nurse, decide what was going on in the hospital? What is my family giving birth to have any business with you? Are the previous regulations like imperial decrees? No matter whether they are right or wrong, everyone must follow them. Others may be afraid of causing trouble, so they will endure it if they encounter such things. But Meng Haixing was not afraid. Meng Haixing scolded Nurse Wang so much that his face turned pale and blue, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. Since you're so capable, you can stay in a private room. A regular ward costs 5 yuan a day, and a private room costs 30 yuan a day. If you can afford that, I'll get you a private room right away. When Meng Haixing heard that there were single rooms, his eyes immediately lit up. Kai, my wife gave birth to triplets for me, so I can still afford this little money. Nurse Wang, who had looked so smug just now, froze. Young man, listen carefully. A single room costs 30 yuan a day. Don't wait until you are discharged from the hospital and can't come up with the money. That would be a real joke. Meng Haixing didn't even look at Nurse Wang. He took out a stack of RMB from his briefcase and slapped it on the table at the nurse's station. Looking at the great unity in front of her, Nurse Wang, who had just boasted, was suddenly speechless. Because what she said just now about opening a single room for Meng Haixing was pure nonsense. The delivery room is full of 6-person rooms, and there are no single rooms at all. As for the single room she mentioned, it was a special room in the hospital used for recuperation of veteran cadres. Such single rooms are rarely used by the public. After all, not everyone can afford the 30 yuan a day fee for a single room. For a moment, Nurse Wang was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. Sister Zhang, you're here? Come over and take a look. This comrade thinks our system isn't good enough, and he wants a private room. Nurse Wang quickly stepped forward and complained to the head nurse Zhang Luofei. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, was so angry that he laughed when he heard what Nurse Wang said. How could there be such a stupid person in the world? Could it be that he was made of paper, allowing her to climb onto him casually? Head nurse Zhang glanced at Nurse Wang, and her expression immediately turned sour. Nurse Wang feels that she is old and likes to bully newcomers and put on a bad face in front of patients. There are complaints about her almost every day, but her husband is the chief surgeon in the hospital, and faced with so many complaints, she can only turn a blind eye. But today she obviously met a tough guy. If it was an ordinary patient's family member, Nurse Wang would not have come to her to complain. She would have already scolded the person and made him leave in disgrace. Comrade, tell me what's going on. When Meng Haixing saw that head nurse Zhang asked him first, he vaguely guessed that Nurse Wang in front of him might not be well liked. He didn't exaggerate and told the whole story exactly as it happened. Since Nurse Wang said so, I want a single room now. I also want Nurse Wang to apologize to me. We came to the hospital to give birth, and we were bound to encounter all kinds of difficulties. Not only did Nurse Wang not help us solve the problem, but she also made things difficult for us, the patient's family. An apology is not too much. Nurse Wang stood up with a cry. There's no point in asking me to apologize to you. You were the one who broke the hospital rules first, so why are you blaming me for everything? Chapter 179, Living in a Single Room. Head nurse Zhang finally understood. Seeing that Nurse Wang still wanted to argue with Meng Haixing, she grabbed her arm. Nurse Wang, this is the obstetrics ward. Don't you feel embarrassed to be yelling here? After head nurse Zhang reminded her, Nurse Wang realized that many people in the surrounding wards were looking curiously at them. It's not my fault. You can shut up now. Head nurse Zhang gave Nurse Wang a headache and rolled her eyes. Nurse Wang finally shut up reluctantly and stopped talking. Comrade, how about this? I'll give you a private room. It won't cost you 30 yuan, but 15 yuan a day. Once you move over, I'll have someone bring all the babies over so that mothers don't have problems with breast engorgement. Meng Haixing's ultimate goal was to get a single room to solve Lin Muqing's problem, not to come here to quarrel. Since the head nurse took the initiative to make concessions, he was not the kind of person who would make unreasonable demands, so he agreed. An apology is necessary. Just when head nurse Zhang thought the matter was over, Meng Haixing added indifferently. Head nurse Zhang turned around and pulled Nurse Wang over. If you don't want to make things worse, apologize quickly. Nurse Wang looked at Meng Haixing's smug expression and almost bit her small white teeth to pieces. But now there are so many people standing in the corridor watching. If she continues to entangle with Meng Haixing, she will not end up well in this matter. Who told her to have such a bad reputation? Sorry. Louder. I can't hear you. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Okay, I accept your apology. I hope you can control your temper in the future. We came to the hospital to have a baby for fun, not to be bullied by you. After saying that, Meng Haixing turned around and left. As he walked towards the ward, several patients' families gave him a thumbs up. It seems that Nurse Wang often abuses her power. Lin Muqing didn't expect that Meng Haixing would ask for a single room after going out. When she stumbled into a clean and tidy small suite ward, she was completely stunned. Their family used to run a hospital, and she could tell at a glance that this single room was not for ordinary mothers, but for retired cadres to recuperate. Haixing, how did you get this single room? It was Nurse Wang at the nurse's station who offered it to us. If he hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known there were single rooms in this hospital. When Lin Muqing came to the hospital for a prenatal checkup, Meng Haixing quietly asked if there were any single rooms for mothers in the hospital. The answer he got was no, as all mothers lived in 6-person rooms. Meng Haixing really wanted to thank Nurse Wang for being able to stay in a single room today. Without her idiot-like nature, he wouldn't be able to get a single room. Chu Lan and Wu Lixia helped to move the things to the single room. Because it was not on the same floor as the obstetrics ward, the two ran back and forth twice before they could pack up the things. Mom, go home and get some sleep. You didn't sleep well last night. Don't stay up here. Yes, Mom, I'm here to watch over you, don't worry. Wu Lixia gave birth to 2 children herself, so she naturally knew that besides Lin Muqing being tired, everyone else in the family would not be able to rest well either. I won't be going back. I'll just lie down on the sofa in the outer room for a while. Lixia, come and sit down for a while too. You got up early this morning to make soup. This little thing won't tire me out. Meng Haixing took oranges and bananas for the 2 of them to eat, and took some for Meng Yu and Lin Muqing in the inner room. Haixing, when will you bring the children over? Lin Muqing had been waiting for more than an hour, and her face turned pale with discomfort. I'll go and take a look now. As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, 3 nurses came to the nursery and brought 3 children over. Seeing the child coming, Lin Muqing breathed a sigh of relief. She finally didn't have to suffer anymore. There was no crib in the single room, so Meng Haixing was called over to help the nurse carry a small crib over. The 3 little guys all ate a little. Although they were not full, they even smacked their lips as if they were still not satisfied. Meng Haixing lay on the edge of the crib, looking at the 3 clown eggs on the bed, then turned to look at Lin Muqing. Wife, we haven't named the clown egg yet. You give it to me. You pick the nickname, and I'll pick the real name. Why bother with all this? I used to really like the lines from Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. The muddy water has dried up, leaving the cold pond clear. The mist has condensed, and the evening mountains are purple. The eldest is called Meng Tanqing, nicknamed Little Stone. The second is called Meng Yaning, nicknamed Yin Yan. The third is called Meng Muzi, nicknamed Zizi. When Meng Haixing heard Lin Muching say this, he immediately nodded. Wife, you are really smart. You have come up with such nice names for the 3 clown eggs. Mu Cheng is still knowledgeable. Chu Lan was very satisfied when she heard the names Lin Muching gave to the 3 children. Such nice names were not available in their village. My eldest grandson is called Little Stone. It's a good name. It sounds like he's a strong man. Chu Lan stood beside the baby's crib and looked at the little stone carefully. The more she looked at it, the more curious it became. Meng Haixing looked up at the sky in silence. His mother must have gone crazy. Meng Haixing was in the hospital one day. Seeing that Momo was about to finish school, he handed Lin Muching to Chu Lan and rode his bike all the way to pick up Momo. At the door of the nursery class, I happened to meet Li Guixiang. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for bothering you yesterday. I'll pick up Momo today. It's okay. How's Mu Cheng recovering? I've been working and there are 2 worrying kids at home, so I haven't been to see Mu Cheng. Everything is fine. Sister-in-law, don't run back and forth. Wait until Mu Cheng is discharged from the hospital and then come directly to our house. That's fine too. You wait here for Momo. I'll go get Ching Ching first. Okay, sister-in-law, go quickly. Meng Haixing stood at the door of the nursery class and waited for a few minutes before teacher Zhang started to send the children out. Momo stood in the crowd and saw Meng Haixing at a glance. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she didn't care whether it was her turn or not. She rushed towards Meng Haixing like a small cannonball. Woo, Daddy. Momo hugged Meng Haixing's thigh and cried loudly, feeling aggrieved and pitiful like a wounded kitten. Momo, don't cry. It was Daddy's fault for not coming to pick you up yesterday. Daddy should apologize to Momo, okay? Seeing Momo crying so pitifully, Meng Haixing, as an old father, felt so guilty that he almost died. Daddy doesn't want Momo anymore. Momo was crying so hard. Meng Haixing didn't come to pick up Momo yesterday, so Momo was unhappy. She slept with Ching Ching at night and didn't see Lin Muching, so Momo felt terrible. Li Guixiang told Momo that Lin Muching went to the hospital to give birth to a younger brother or sister for her. Momo is even worse. Liang Xiaotsue once said in the village that Lin Muching would no longer want her after he gave birth to a younger brother or sister. She didn't believe it before, but now it has come true. Momo didn't dare tell anyone and secretly hid in the quilt and cried last night. I didn't feel energetic the whole day at kindergarten today. Everything that had happened in the past 2 days burst out the moment he saw Meng Haixing. Chapter 180 Comforting Momo. Poor little Momo cried for a long time before gradually stopping. During this time, Meng Haixing did not stop Momo from crying. He remembered reading a parenting news report that said children also experience stress. Momo feels uncomfortable, so let her cry out all the grievances in her heart so that she will feel better. You little shrew, your crying is going to soak your daddy's pants. Seeing that Momo had almost stopped crying, Meng Haixing picked her up. Looking at Momo's big red and swollen eyes, Meng Haixing gently wiped Momo's tears with a handkerchief. Momo was still unhappy, pouting and not talking to Meng Haixing. Dad loves Momo the most. It's not that he doesn't want to give up Momo. It's just that Mom suddenly had a stomachache yesterday at noon, so Dad sent her to the hospital to give birth to a younger brother or sister. That's why Dad asked Annie to pick you up. Dad is lying. Momo's big watery eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry again. Dad never lies. Momo will always be Dad's favorite little baby. Seeing that Momo was silent, Meng Haixing coaxed her again. Let's go to the hospital to see Mom and my brothers and sisters, okay? Momo will be the young lady from now on. Momo still misses Lin Muching very much. I only want my mom. My younger brothers and sisters are just like Xiaobao. They only know how to snatch things from me. Meng Haixing felt helpless. Momo was a smart little girl. When she was in the village, she would always listen to what the villagers said and discussed. Although she is smart, she doesn't have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. How could that be? From now on, when Daddy buys candy, he'll buy 4 at a time. No one will grab each other's. When he buys clothes, he'll buy 1 set for each person. When he buys toys, he'll also buy 1 for each person. Daddy will definitely not buy only for my younger siblings and not for Momo. Momo looked at Meng Haixing and blinked, thinking quickly in her little head. What Dad said seemed to make sense. If everyone had 1, no one would snatch it from her. Then Dad must do what he says. Of course, no matter what happens in the future, Dad will try his best to treat everyone equally. If it's unfair, he will side with Momo. Even if he spends his whole life repaying Momo, he will never be able to repay her. After finally calming Momo down, Meng Haixing took Momo to buy some fruits and snacks and went to the hospital together. As soon as Momo entered the door, she looked around for Lin Muching. Mom. Momo ran towards Lin Muqing's bed with her short legs. Momo, slow down. Lin Muqing sat up and carried Momo to the bed. Momo, take off your coat first. Meng Haixing quickly caught up with Momo and took off her thick cotton coat, leaving her wearing only a pink sweater. Mom, I couldn't sleep if you didn't sleep with me last night. Momo leaned into Lin Muqing's arms and started crying again in grievance. She was only 3 years old and a little baby who needed her mother. From childhood to adulthood, Momo has never left Lin Muqing for so many years. It is conceivable how sad she felt when she suddenly separated from Lin Muqing yesterday. Mom will never leave Momo again. Momo, please sleep with Mom in the hospital today, okay? Lin Muqing couldn't help but redden his eyes when he saw the aggrieved Momo. Mucheng, you just gave birth to a child? You can't cry. Seeing that Lin Muqing was about to cry, Chu Lan hurried over to persuade him. She held a hot orange in her hand and handed it to Momo. Momo, would you like to eat oranges with Grandma? You just came in and haven't gone to see your brothers and sisters yet. Do you want to come over and see them? I want to eat with my mother. Momo stayed in Lin Muqing's arms and didn't want to leave. Mom, come peel the orange for Momo. Yeah, Mom is the best. Meng Haisheng, who was standing by, felt a little sad when he saw Momo being so cautious. His daughter Momo is too allergic. Even though Momo was a child prodigy, Meng Haixing would not let her go to school early. Maybe she can keep up with her studies or even study better than others, but her mental health may be prone to problems. He tried to find a way to teach Momo himself. Momo sat next to Lin Muqing and ate an orange together before she was willing to go and see the 3 babies who had just woken up. Grandma, they are so ugly, just like 3 little monkeys. It was the same when you were born. Your brothers and sisters were more well-behaved and would sleep after eating. You were so naughty back then. You would take a nap after eating and wanted Grandma to hold you. If Grandma didn't hold you, you would cry so hard that the roof would collapse. You little rascal, your mother has suffered a lot. You're already 2 or 3 months old. If you don't sleep well at night, your mother will hold you all night long and stay up with you. Chu Lan was talking to Momo about the past, but Meng Haixing on the side looked at Lin Muqing with an apologetic look. He finally understood why Lin Muqing had such wild thoughts. When Lin Muqing was taking care of Momo, he had suffered too much. Now 3 of them come at once. How can she not be anxious and depressed? Meng Haixing sat down beside Lin Muqing's bed and whispered in her ear in a low voice. Wife, don't worry. I will find 2 nannies to come over in the next few days to help you take care of the children. I will never let you get tired again. Lin Muqing nodded slightly. As long as there was a nanny at home, she would feel much more relaxed. Wu Lixia and Meng Yu ran back and forth, helping with cooking and taking care of the children. Meng Haixing would send Momo to daycare early in the morning and pick her up from the hospital in the evening. Except for a little panic on the first day, everything went smoothly until I was discharged from the hospital. When the day of discharge came, Chu Lan was a little worried. It's winter now, the pregnant woman can't be exposed to the wind, and the baby can't be exposed to the wind either. But how can we get home? Haixing, buy Mucheng a bigger, thicker scarf. Don't let her get blown by the wind. If she gets blown by the wind, she'll get postpartum illness. Mom, hurry up and pack your things. I've made all the arrangements. Chu Daong will be here soon. He helped me borrow a jeep and will definitely not let Mucheng and the kids get hurt. Daong is really capable. He can even help us borrow a car. Haixing, I think Daong is quite good. He is only a few years older than your aunt. Why don't you try to bring them together? Meng Xian is getting older and older. In the past, people of this age in the village would have already come to propose marriage. But Grandma Meng was reluctant to let her precious daughter marry a farmer, so she wanted her to marry a city dweller so that she wouldn't have to do the hard work of farm work in the future. But if I keep dragging it on like this, I'll become an old maid, which is not a good thing. Mom, stop imagining things. Chu Daong's ancestors all lived in large courtyard houses. They could even easily spend hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy Chu Daong a large Dongfeng car. Do you think a family like that would be interested in our humble family? Is Chu Daong's family so rich? Forget it. I was thinking that your aunt is working in a nursery school now, and the salary is quite high. It's not impossible to find someone from the city. But forget about those who are too rich. We come from an ordinary family. Even if we marry a rich man, we will still be inferior to him. If we are bullied by our in-laws, we can't help even if we want to. Chu Lan mentioned it, but felt that this matter would not work, so he stopped talking and quickly packed up his things. He would be discharged from the hospital and leave soon. Chapter 181 Mother-in-law Su Yain. Lin Muqing stayed in the hospital for 5 days before being discharged. Giving birth to triplets had caused great damage to her body. When she was in the hospital, Mr. Dong and the chief physician of obstetrics and gynecology came to examine Lin Muching and suggested that she take a 2-month confinement period to rest well. Meng Haixing kept all the precautions in mind and even asked Mr. Dong to prescribe some medicinal foods to nourish his body. Taking into account that the 3 children still needed breastfeeding, Mr. Dong specially called the capital to ask his fellow brothers when prescribing the medicinal diet recipe, and then wrote the recipe. Lin Muching was about to be discharged from the hospital, and Meng Haixing went upstairs to thank Mr. Dong. Haixing, remember to continue catching earthworms after the spring comes. The lab still needs a lot. I'm sure you'll remember it. The last time I went back to the village, many people asked me when I would start collecting earthworms. When I came downstairs, Chu Lan had already packed up everything, and Chu Daong also came over. Daong, thank you for your help. Meng Haixing stepped forward and patted Chu Daong on the shoulder. Chu Daong was the only person he knew who could borrow a jeep. These are all trivial matters. Everything is packed. Shall we leave now? Walk. Meng Haixing carried a large bag in one hand and supported Lin Muching with the other and walked down slowly. Chu Lan, Wu Lixia, and Meng Yu each held a child, and Chu Daong took the remaining 2 bags by himself. Everyone went downstairs in a mighty procession, and on the first floor they happened to meet Nurse Wang, who had been transferred to the emergency room. Nurse Wang curled her lips and whispered to the young nurse next to her. This guy loves to act big. He stayed in a single room for several days just to piss me off. I guess it would cost him hundreds more to give birth to his wife. He's really just trying to act big. No way. I think they are dressed very well. What's the use of being nice? You're still a country bumpkin. Just as Nurse Wang was complaining, Chu Daong drove over in a jeep. Most of the people who come to the hospital for treatment come on bicycles, and those who can drive cars are leaders. But Meng Haixing just happened to have a car to pick him up. Seeing the group of people getting on the car, Nurse Wang was so angry that her nose was crooked. Sister Wang, it seems you've made a mistake. He even had a car come to pick him up when he was discharged from the hospital. He must be well off. Hurry up and get back to work. The emergency room is so busy all day. The obstetrics department is more comfortable. Sitting in the jeep, Meng Haixing and his family soon arrived at the small Western-style building. The house was bustling with activity again. Seeing everyone busying themselves, Lin Muching finally didn't ask the question that was on his lips. The Kong was heated warmly, and Lin Muching and the children were not cold at all on it. Inside the house, a large pot of pork ribs, pig's trotters, and pig's tails were stewing on the stove. According to Chu Lan, pig's trotters and pig's tails are good things and help produce milk. Mom, the 2 nannies I hired should be here today. You, sister-in-law, and my sister should all take a rest today and go home tomorrow. I'll be here to take care of Mu Chung during her confinement. You hired a nanny. How much does it cost per month? Meng Haixing's heart skipped a beat, thinking, would Chu Lan stop him from hiring a nanny? 20 a month. Not bad. Your sister-in-law and Xiao Yu can go back tomorrow. I'll stay here to cook for you, and the nanny can help out. I don't dare leave all 3 children to the nanny. After Chu Lan said so, Meng Haixing agreed. Fortunately, he has many rooms, otherwise so many people would not be able to stay here. Sitting on the Kong, Lin Muching looked at the 3 little babies sleeping soundly, and finally couldn't help but ask Meng Haixing. Haixing, have you told my brother about my childbirth? I told you long ago that on the day you were born, I borrowed Mr. Dong's phone and called, but the call was answered by the receptionist. Well, I guess my brother is busy. Lin Muching's words were full of disappointment. Giving birth to a child was such a big thing. She also hoped to have someone from her mother's family around her. Your brother is in a military academy, so he's bound to have training or missions. He might not have the right time, but he happens to be free these few days. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? As the 2 were talking, they heard Dabi and Xiaobei outside the house suddenly barking at the gate of the yard. I'll go see who it is. The 2 big wolfhounds in Meng Haixing's family are free range. Most people would not dare to open the door and come in when they hear such loud barking. Meng Haixing had just put on his shoes and went out when he saw the courtyard gate opened and a familiar figure appeared at the door. The person who came was none other than Lin Jinyan, whom Lin Muching had just been talking about. The Bei Xiaobei, come back. Meng Haixing shouted, and the 2 dogs looked back at Meng Haixing, whimpered at Lin Jinyan twice, and ran obediently to Meng Haixing. Brother, Mu Chung was still talking about you just now. Meng Haixing walked up to greet Lin Jinyan, and only then did he notice that there was someone standing behind him. I should have come earlier, but I happened to be on a mission, so I'm late. But it's also a coincidence that my mother happened to return to the capital early, and she heard the news and came with me. Lin Jinyan pushed open the door and strode in. Only then did Meng Haixing see the appearance of his mother-in-law, Su Yayin, clearly. The woman in front of me had slightly dark skin, was short and thin, and looked like she could be blown down by a gust of wind. Her clothes were very simple, just an ordinary blue coat. This was the first time Meng Haixing met Su Yayin. He had no idea that she was the mother-in-law that Lin Mayan had mentioned, who had superb medical skills and could even open a hospital. After a brief surprise, Meng Haixing strode forward and helped Su Yayin carry her luggage with a smile. Mom, it's great that you can come. Mucheng has been talking about you for a long time. You are Haixing. It's me. Meng Haixing took Su Yayin's luggage and turned around to shout into the house. Mucheng, Mom is here. Lin Mucheng, who was sitting on the Kong, had already seen Lin Jinyan and Su Yayin at the door through the window. She leaned against the window and waved at them. The moment he saw Su Yayin, tears flashed in Lin Mucheng's eyes. She tilted her head back slightly to prevent the tears from falling. People say you can't cry during confinement, so she had to hold back her tears. But why are the tears so disobedient? Su Yayin had already noticed Lin Mucheng in the house, and she walked into the house excitedly. She hasn't seen Lin Mucheng for more than 5 years, ever since her family went to the border and the countryside. Although they exchanged letters, they could not see each other and could only bury their longing in their hearts. Su Yayin hurried into the house, suppressing the joy in her heart. After entering the house, she did not hug Lin Mucheng immediately. Instead, she took off her coat, washed her hands with hot water, and then sat on the Kong and held Lin Mucheng's hand to talk. Mucheng, I'm sorry for making you suffer over the years. Mom, we've gotten through everything. Now all that's left is sweetness. Chapter 182 Mother-in-law's Test. Lin Mucheng, who was trying hard to hold back his tears, couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and they fell down his cheeks the moment he touched Su Yayin. Ever since she came to the countryside, her life has fallen into darkness and she thought she would die in this darkness. When she was most desperate, Meng Haixing suddenly came to his senses. He climbed out of the quagmire by himself and also helped Lin Mucheng along. Two people who have brushed shoulders with death support each other and move forward in the darkness, and will eventually see the light. Lin Mucheng threw himself into Su Yayin's arms and cried like a child. The grievances that had been suppressed in his heart for so many years suddenly burst out. Chu Lan wanted to step forward and persuade him, but was stopped by Meng Haixing, who shook his head at Chu Lan. Let Lin Mucheng cry freely. As a girl who has been away from her mother for 5 years, she has too much longing in her heart and too many things on her mind that she has no time to say. Wu Lixia and Meng Yu, who were standing by, saw Lin Mucheng crying like this, and turned slightly to the side and wiped their tears quietly. They are all women, and they can best understand Lin Mucheng's feelings at the moment. Married daughters can only cry freely in front of their mothers, because only in front of their mothers are they willful little daughters. Away from their mothers, they are mothers, wives, and daughters-in-law. The burden on their shoulders leaves them no right to cry. After a long while, Meng Haixing stepped forward and handed Lin Mucheng a handkerchief. Wife, wipe your tears. It's a happy occasion that your mother is here to see you today. We should be happy. Well, I still have a lot to say to Mom. Lin Mucheng burst into laughter. She took a handkerchief and wiped her tears hard, but it seemed that the tears could not be wiped away and kept falling. Don't cry, Mom. Give me some candy. It's sweet and contains Dad's love. Looking at the white rabbit milk candy that Momo handed over, Lin Mucheng smiled and finally stopped crying. Momo was frightened when she saw Lin Mucheng crying. At first, her eyes turned red and she wanted to cry too. But then, when Momo touched the white rabbit milk candy in her pocket, she stopped crying. Because Meng Haixing told her last time that crying girls are not good looking, and if she wants to cry in the future, she can eat a piece of white rabbit milk candy. This contains father's love, you won't cry after eating it. You little devil, who gave you the candy? Lin Mucheng took the candy from Momo's chubby little hand and took a bite, with a smile on his face. My father gave it to me. He only gave me 2 pieces. I ate yesterday's piece and gave today's piece to my mother. Momo rubbed Lin Mucheng and snuggled into her arms. Lin Mucheng rubbed Momo's little head. Momo, come here and call Grandma. Momo looked at Su Yayin with a smile and called her Grandma obediently. Grandma, don't cry. I only have 1 piece of candy and I can't give you any more. Next time Dad gives it to me, I'll save a piece for you. Su Yayin, who was full of sadness just now, also started laughing. Momo is so good. Grandma brought you a gift. Su Yayin took out a small red velvet bag from the small leather bag she carried with her. She took out 4 small gold bracelets at a time. One of them was slightly larger and had 2 colorful strings wrapped around it. Momo, this is a gift from Grandma. As she spoke, Su Yayin put the small gold bracelet on Momo's wrist. The size of the small bracelet could be adjusted, and it fit perfectly on Momo's chubby wrist. Thank you, Grandma. Momo liked the gold bracelet on her hand very much. After putting it on, she showed it to Meng Haixing, Chu Lan and others. Mucheng, These 3 little bracelets are for the triplets. There is a custom in their place that grandmothers buy silver bracelets for their grandchildren. Su Yain felt that she owed Lin Muching for so many years, so she changed the silver bracelet into a gold one. Mom, a gold bracelet is too expensive. A silver one would be fine for a child. Mu Cheng, didn't your brother tell you last time that our family is much better off now than before? All the things that were robbed have been returned to us. From now on, let alone a small gold bracelet. Even a mother with a diamond can afford it. Lin Muching was amused by Su Yain. When did her mother become so domineering? It was also the first time that Chu Lan met Su Yain. Although she felt a little unfamiliar with Lin Muching around, they had a good chat. But Chu Lan still felt very clearly that Su Yain was somewhat unhappy about what Meng Haixing had done. She sighed slightly in her heart, thinking that it would take some time for Su Yain to completely forgive Meng Hai. Now that Su Yain and Lin Jinyan are here, it would be better if the lunch is more substantial. So while everyone was talking, Meng Haixing went out and bought some vegetables. Meng Haixing's cooking skills are very good. He prepared 10 dishes and 2 soups for lunch. I didn't expect Haixing's cooking skills to be so good. Su Yain saw that Meng Haixing specially made a soup and 2 dishes for Lin Muching. Although she had a prejudice against him, she still gave him some face and did not say any unpleasant words to his face. After the family had a lively lunch, Lin Jinyan took the afternoon bus back to school. When Wu Lixia and Meng Yu heard that Su Yain was going to stay to take care of Lin Muching during the confinement period, they went back first. There are only 3 rooms in Meng Haixing's house that can be lived in, and they have no place to live here. When Su Yain saw that all the Meng family members had left and only Chu Lan was left, she thought about testing Meng Haixing. Lin Jinyan told her everything about Meng Haixing, and even said that Lin Muching would definitely be happy with Meng Haixing. But Su Yain, as a mother, is still worried. To determine whether a man is good to a woman, we must first see whether he is willing to spend money on her. Between a man who has 100 yuan but is only willing to give his woman 2 yuan, and a man who has 2 yuan and will give all of it to her, Su Yain would naturally choose the latter. She didn't ask Meng Haixing to give Lin Muching a rich and prosperous life, but she asked Meng Haixing to be good to Lin Muching wholeheartedly. Haixing, your mother is old now. It would be very difficult for her to take care of 3 little babies. How about you hire a nanny? Su Yain knew Meng Haixing's family situation. He should have made some money by running a cram school in partnership with others. His income is definitely higher than that of an ordinary worker, so hiring a nanny is not difficult. If Meng Haixing dared to make excuses, it only meant that he didn't care much about Lin Muching. Mom, I've prepared everything. It should be ready soon. Su Yain was stunned. This kid Meng Haixing was very thoughtful. Lin Muching immediately saw through Su Yain's little thought. Lin Muching knew her mother's personality very well. She used to be very approachable, so how could she suddenly become so sharp? Mom, Haixing treats me very well now. He used to be often away from home and liked to play cards, but he has changed all those bad habits a long time ago. Mom, this isn't worrying. Su Yain has experienced a lot, and she finds it hard to believe that a man with a bad record can become a good person overnight. Chapter 183 Not Mine. Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. It's been almost half a year since this summer. Haixing has always been very good to me and takes good care of the family. I believe he won't make the same mistake again. Lin Muching believed almost unconditionally that Meng Haixing had really turned over a new leaf and would never do anything to hurt her again. That's the best. Mu Cheng's mother is back. From now on, you will be protected by your mother and will never allow anyone to hurt you. Su Yain was not afraid at all of suffering himself. The only thing he was worried about was that his 3 children would suffer as well. While the mother and daughter were talking, they heard Dabi and Xiaobei in the yard barking towards the gate again. Meng Haixing, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the noise and hurried to check it out. The people who came were the 2 nannies that Meng Haixing asked Li Guixiang to help find. When the 2 men saw the big wolfhound in the yard, they were so scared that they didn't dare to take a step into the yard. Wait a moment, I'll tie up the 2 dogs. Meng Haixing found a rope and tied the 2 dogs to the doghouse near the kitchen. Normally the 2 dogs were having fun running around in the yard, but when they were suddenly tied up, they both whimpered in grievance. Be good to me, both of you, or I'll let you go at night. You must be Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Wang, right? Meng Haixing opened the door and spoke to the visitor enthusiastically. The slightly fat one is Mrs. Gu, who is in her 30s. She has a pair of children who are now in school. The tall and thin Mrs. Wang is about the same age. She came from the countryside to the county to live with her relatives. The relative originally said that he would introduce a job to Wang Deseo in the factory, but after waiting for several months, she still didn't get the job and the relative even became hostile. In the end, she had no choice but to find a job on her own. Meng Haixing already knew the general situation of his two sisters-in-law. As he led them into the house, he asked them about some matters related to parenting. Both of them have given birth to two children themselves, so they know the basic things about raising children. But there are also some not-so-correct ideas, and Meng Haixing can only slowly change them when they are taking care of the children. Su Yayin didn't expect that Meng Haixing would hire two live-in nannies at once. The wages of these two people alone are higher than those of ordinary workers. She felt much more relieved instantly. What Meng Haixing did was really impeccable. There were many people at home, so while the two nannies were talking to Lin Muching in the house, Meng Haixing quickly installed the stove in another guest room on the first floor. At night, the two nannies share a room, Chu Lan and Su Yayin. Every night a nanny came to sleep with Lin Muching, and he made do on the small bed next to him. This way, even if the three children get up at night to feed, Lin Muching won't be very tired. As for Momo, in order to prevent her from being woken up at night, she temporarily slept with Chu Lan. With two nannies helping out at home, Lin Muching doesn't have to worry about anything. The three little babies were crying because they were hungry. Grandma, and two nannies were around them. Before Lin Muching could react, they had comforted the three little babies. It can be said that Lin Muching felt extremely comfortable during this period of confinement and did not feel tired at all. One day when Meng Haixing was tidying up his house, he saw Lin Muching's silver necklace. Now that Su Yayin is here, why doesn't he ask her what that little note is? Wife, can I ask Mom about that note? Meng Haixing lowered his voice and whispered in Lin Muching's ear. This matter was of great importance, so he waited for the two nannies to go to the kitchen to wash the three children's clothes before he quietly came over to tell Lin Muching. Just ask if you want. Lin Muching also felt that there was something strange about this matter, and she wanted to find out the reason. On Sunday, Meng Haixing gave the two nannies a day off during the day, and Chulan also went home for a while. When there were only three of them left at home, Meng Haixing took out the silver necklace. Haixing, what are you doing? This silver necklace seems to be something I gave to Mu Chung a long time ago. Su Yayin looked at Meng Haixing very seriously and put the necklace on the small Kong table in front of her, with a puzzled look on her face. Mom, did you put that little photo of Mu Chung in there? Yes, Mu Chung was still young then, and now she's become a mother in the blink of an eye. Su Yayin opened the small heart-shaped pendant and looked at the small photo of Lin Muching inside, her heart filled with sighs. When she brought Lin Muching home, they were about the same size as the triplets and looked like they were only a few days old. From the time I was just learning to speak to now being a mother, it feels like time has passed so quickly. Lin Muching and Meng Haixing looked at each other. They were a little confused. It seemed that Su Yayin didn't know the secret in the secret compartment. Mom, did you know there's a little secret compartment behind the photo? Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush and just asked directly. Now it was Su Yayin's turn to be confused. What secret compartment? I don't know. Meng Haixing's mind was buzzing. Could it be that his guess was wrong, and that little note had nothing to do with Su Yayin? At this point, Meng Haixing could no longer hide it. He took out a knife, removed the photo, and then took out the small wax ball inside. Su Yayin, who was standing by, was stunned. She bought this necklace from an antique market when she was studying abroad. She didn't know there was a small secret compartment behind the photo. A small note appeared in front of Su Yayin. Mom, take a look and see if you can understand the formula above. Su Yayin took the note from Meng Haixing's hand, and her brows furrowed as she read it. This isn't a formula. It's where I recorded my research data, but it's clearly been altered. Looking at the handwriting, I feel like it was written by Jean Wei. Meng Haixing's heart was pounding with excitement. Mom, what kind of research were you doing then? It's a new anti-cancer drug. There's still no research on this in China. I was also doing research in this area when I was in college. After returning to China, I kept in touch with my overseas professor, and she expressed support for my research direction. However, I didn't make any breakthroughs, so I wanted to change direction. Later, I found some records related to cancer in some ancient prescriptions at home, and even found some records of imperial doctors performing surgery to remove tumors. I selected some cancer cures from the records and began researching them. Unfortunately, my family fell apart after I was only halfway through my research. One of the charges against Su Yayin was maintaining long-term contact with foreign countries. In the past, this would have resulted in her being arrested and paraded through the streets. After hearing Su Yayin say this, Meng Haixing felt even more confused. If it was just a simple prescription for treating cancer, how could Meng Changyue make such a big move? Meng Haixing felt a little anxious. Teng Zhe hadn't replied to his letter for such a long time, and he didn't know what was going on over there. Mom, do you have any news about my second brother? Since the note was written by Lin Jinhui, the best way now is to ask him directly. Chapter 184 Confinement Care. It had only been a few days since Su Yayin returned from the border. Although she tried every possible way to find out about Lin Jinhui, the capital was more than 1,000 miles away from Lingnan. In today's underdeveloped information age, it is extremely difficult to find a young man hiding in a Lingnan mountain village. Ever since I returned to the capital, I've been looking for news about Jinhui, but there's been no news so far. Mom, don't worry. I believe my second brother is alive and well. The village he went to is in the mountains, so there are plenty of places to hide, even if there's a flood. The mother and daughter comforted each other, but Meng Haixing was quickly calculating where Lin Jinhui would go. He didn't remember anyone named Lin Jinhui in his previous life. At that time, he had also been to several cities around Lingnan. If there really was a doctor with superb medical skills like Lin Jinhui, he would definitely notice him. The clue on the note was broken again. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry at all. Meng Changyue was still alive and well. If he started from him, he would always be able to get the truth. Meng Haixing had no say in the search for Lin Jinhui, so he had to put the matter aside for the time being. Lin Muching had been home for a few days. The room was hot, and she was weak, so she sweated easily. After a while, Lin Muching felt like he was going to stink. Mom, I want to take a shower. My hair is all smelly. You can wash it if you want, but you have to use boiled water and let it cool down before use. Don't add cold water to it. Lin Muching thought that she would have to argue with Su Yain for a long time about taking a bath, but she didn't expect her to agree so readily. When Momo was born, she also wanted to take a bath, but the family conditions were poor at that time, and Chu Lan didn't dare to do so. If she was left out in the cold, it would cause lifelong sequelae. Su Yain readily agreed to let Lin Muching take a bath, but Lin Muching was stumped by how to take a bath. It was still a little inconvenient for her to move at this time. If she moved too much, it would hurt, and she definitely couldn't wash herself. If he asked Su Yain to help, Lin Muching would feel a little embarrassed. Just when Lin Muching was struggling, Su Yain helped her make a decision. Haixing, take all the water into the house. Mu Cheng has just recovered. Help her wash up quickly. Don't delay her for too long. Su Yain, Chu Lan, and Mrs. Gu took the 3 little babies to the next room to play, and Mrs. Wang helped Meng Haixing carry a large wooden basin into the house. This wooden basin was bought by Meng Haixing specifically for Lin Muching. He knew that she liked cleanliness. It was cold in winter, and even though she took a bath in the house, the iron basin was still cooler. After the water was ready, Meng Haixing pulled the curtains and helped Lin Muching get off the bed. Before he did anything, Lin Muching felt his cheeks getting slightly hot. It was broad daylight. She was so embarrassed. Wife, let me wash your hair first. How could Meng Haixing not know that his wife was so shy that she was about to burn? So he quickly diverted her attention. Good. The long hair fell into Meng Haixing's hands. He took the shampoo and gently kneaded Lin Muching's black hair. By the way, let's talk about some topics about the children at home. Sure enough, as soon as the topic of children came up, Lin Muching's attention was diverted. After washing the hair, Meng Haixing took a towel to help Lin Muching wipe his hair half dry and wrapped it with the towel. Wife, the water temperature is just right. Let me help you sit down on the small stool and rinse you off. Lin Muching had already prepared herself mentally, and it was too late to be pretentious now. She closed her eyes, quickly changed her clothes, and sat on the small stool next to the wooden basin. The warm towel fell on Lin Muching's back, waist, and legs, and Lin Muching let Meng Haixing help him bathe. Lin Muching is not having a good time. So how could Meng Haixing be any better off? His fair and tender wife is right in front of him. He can look at her and touch her, but he can't eat her. He sighed in his heart. What a sin. If he continued like this, he might really become a monk. Neither of them spoke, and the only sound in the room was the splashing water. It was inconvenient to sit down to wash, so Meng Haixing helped Lin Muching stand in the wooden basin. He supported Lin Muching with one hand and used the other hand to help her apply soap. I don't know why the soap kept slipping and falling, and ended up getting Meng Haixing all wet. By the time Lin Muching finished his shower and changed his clothes, Meng Haixing's clothes were almost wet as well. He lingered in the house for a long time before opening the door and packing up the wooden basin and water in the house. Things have come to this point, and Lin Muching finally let go of the burden in her heart. She sat by the stove, wiped her hair, and let it dry quickly. Haixing, my mom said we can't sleep together for a while. Lin Muching lowered his voice, fearing that others would hear him. I understand. Your health is important. I won't do anything rash. With Meng Haixing's words, Lin Muching felt relieved. She was really afraid that Meng Haixing would do something wrong. The two of them had such intimate skin contact, and Lin Muching was washing his hair and taking a shower later, and the pressure on both of them was instantly reduced a lot. In order to have more contact with Lin Muching, Meng Haixing even asked not to have a nanny to help take care of the child at night. At night, when the babies are hungry and crying, he will help make milk powder and change diapers. Except for being a little flustered at the beginning, he quickly became proficient. Busy days always pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye the triplets are 1 month old. The once red little monkey finally opened its mouth, and the big stone looked exactly like Lin Muching. The second and third sons are somewhat similar to Meng Haixing, but their eyebrows and eyes are more like Lin Muching. According to the custom in Xiashan village, Meng Haixing had to hold a full-month banquet when the triplets were 1 month old. But Lin Muching's pregnancy with triplets injured her health, and it was winter, so Meng Haixing decided not to hold a full-month banquet and directly hold a 100-day banquet. By then, the new year had passed, and the weather had started to get warmer. The three little ones were more than 3 months old and were stronger. Haixing, I'll write you a prescription. Go to the pharmacy and get me 10 doses. Mom, what are you doing with the medicine? Meng Haixing was a little confused. Was Su Yayin going to give Lin Muching medicine? When Mu Chung was pregnant with triplets, she had a lot of stretch marks. I made some ointment for her to apply externally. When you buy the herbs, I'll teach you how to make it. I've been living here for a month. I've received several telegrams from the capital urging me to return. I plan to leave in a few days. Su Yayin has been here for so long, and it would be difficult for Meng Haixing to keep her if she wanted to leave. He vaguely knew that there were still a lot of things waiting for her in the capital. Moreover, Lin Muching's father has not returned to the capital, as if he is tied up by something. After Su Yayin returns to the capital this time, she probably won't stay in the capital for long, but will go to the border. Although Su Yayin didn't explain some things clearly, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that the Lin family's return to the capital was not only because a big shot in the capital was ill and needed urgent treatment, but also had a lot to do with the border. Lin Muching's father, Lin Ziqiu, is an excellent doctor. Since he can tie him up, he must be a patient as well, and he holds a high position. Chapter 185 Tuition Class Incident 1. Mom, I don't want you to go. Lin Muching felt that Su Yayin had only been here for a few days, and she still had a lot to say to her. I've lived at home for a month. I know clearly whether Haixing treats you well or not. Mu Chung, I can rest assured to leave you to Haixing this time. I believe that even if I'm not here, Haixing can still take good care of you. Su Yayin stepped forward and gently patted Lin Muching's hand. But I still want my mom to be around. Lin Muching held Su Yayin's hand and acted as coquettishly as Momo. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, was a little envious. When would his wife ever treat him like this? After Mom returns to the capital, keep the gauze on your waist for a while. I'll make some ointment later. Don't mind the smell. Apply a thick layer on it, and then wrap it with gauze. Mom promises that by spring, the lighter stretch marks on your waist will be gone. If you persist for a few months and wait for summer, the darker stretch marks will also disappear. Is it really that magical? You'll know once you try it. Mom, this recipe was prescribed by the imperial physician for the ladies in the palace in the past. Lin Muching was a little bit unconvinced. She knew the principle of stretch marks. The surface layer of skin was broken, so how could it be possible to repair it again in just a few months? Lin Muching's belly was stretched by being pregnant with triplets. After Su Yayin came, she bought a large roll of gauze and wrapped it around her belly. She would untie it and rest for 2 hours every day. She would even wear the gauze when eating and sleeping. After a month, Lin Muching was able to walk normally, but her waist was wrapped with several layers of gauze, making it inconvenient for her to sit down and bend over. She could only lie down or lean on the sofa. Although it was not very comfortable to be wrapped in gauze, Lin Muching's belly had become much smaller in just 1 month, and her once slender waist had returned to most of its original size. The only unsightly thing about it now is the stretch marks. Once she uses Su Yayin's special ointment, it should disappear soon. Meng Haixing bought 10 sets of medicinal herbs according to Su Yayin's method. The herbs looked very ordinary and nothing special. Haixing, let me teach you how to make medicine. It's very simple. Su Yayin brought over a large clay pot specially used for boiling medicine, cleaned the medicine, put it into the pot, filled it with water, and boiled it on the coal stove. Simmer on low heat for an hour, then filter out the residue and boil the remaining juice into a black, sticky paste. Someone must watch while boiling and stir constantly to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Su Yayin watched as the first jar of medicine was boiled, with Meng Haixing helping out from the side. The whole process seems easy, but it is mentally exhausting. Meng Haixing thought to himself that it didn't matter if it was a little troublesome. As long as Lin Muching's slim waist could be restored to its original state, everything would be worth it. Besides, this was also a small benefit for him, so he naturally had to take it seriously. After the black ointment was ready, Su Yayin put it into a small canning bottle. Every morning and evening, when Lin Muching untied the gauze on his body to rest, he would apply the ointment evenly on his waist. Naturally, Meng Haixing was responsible for this job. Although the ointment didn't look very good, it smelled okay. The day for Su Yin's departure soon arrived. Although Lin Muching was reluctant to let her go, he could only watch Meng Haixing carry her luggage and see her off. While waiting for the train at the station, Su Yin talked to Meng Haixing about his future development. Haixing, I know you are ambitious. I hope you can go to Beijing with Mucheng. Although Beijing's development is not as fast as the coastal cities in the south, you are young now. As long as you have good connections, I believe that with your intelligence and talent, you will be able to grow quickly. And the capital will be the best place for you to develop your network. Meng Haixing understood Su Yin's meaning very well. He could make a fortune by going south now, but if he laid a solid foundation in terms of personal connections, by the time he graduated from university, he might earn more in a year than he would have earned in 4 years in the south. Meng Haixing was very clear about this principle in his previous life. The money that is hard to earn in the eyes of ordinary people is just a piece of cake in the eyes of some people. Mom, I understand. Mucheng and I will try our best to get into the capital. If it were in the past, Meng Haixing might still hesitate, but now it is different. If he goes to Beijing, the Lin family will unconditionally support him in starting a business, and his starting point will be much higher than in the south. Watching the train go away, Meng Haixing felt like he was leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. But so what? He has experienced so much in his previous life and has already obtained everything he wanted. Let him be a little willful in this life. At the beginning of February, Meng Haixing was thinking about when to take Lin Muching and the children back to Xiaoshan village. The Chinese New Year is only a few days away, and even Momo's daycare center has started its winter vacation. He hasn't decided when he will go back yet, and there are problems at the cram school again. The two cram schools jointly opened by Meng Haixing and Chu Daong cover almost the entire urban area of Ziyang County. Whenever parents mention cram schools, they will definitely mention Meng Haixing. Since cram schools are so popular, they naturally attract a lot of people's envy. Those who are quick and have some money also start to open cram schools. All of a sudden, cram schools of all sizes popped up like mushrooms after rain. Some are home-based tutoring classes run by teachers themselves, and some imitate Meng Haixing's model. Meng Haixing had long anticipated such a situation and knew that it would be impossible for him to monopolize the cram school market. What he can do now is to improve the quality of the tutoring classes so that more parents will choose them. But some people always want to break the rules, don't want healthy competition, and like to do small things behind the scenes. Meng Haixing's cram school was reported to be operating illegally. Fortunately, Meng Haixing was more thoughtful at the time. When he opened a cram school, he asked Chu Daong to get a business license. Without this report, not only would their cram school not be able to continue operating, but he and Chu Daong would probably be in a lot of trouble. There are not many self-employed people with licenses at this time. Meng Haixing asked Chu Daong to apply for a business license first. It was completely a conditioned reflex left over from his previous life. Brother Haixing, we found out it's someone named Song Dali who's behind this. Chu Daong hurried over to find Meng Haixing, only to see Meng Haixing sitting on the sofa, helping Momo tie her hair. It's no secret that Meng Haixing has a pretty good skill at combing hair. The two little buns on Momo's head are combed neatly, with a pretty strawberry hairpin pinned next to them. Who is Song Dali? Why have I never heard of him? Meng Haixing put a small pink silk flower on Momo's head, and then asked her to look in the mirror. Chapter 186 Tuition Class Incident 2. Song Dali is a small boss at the power plant. He has a little power and money. He wants to steal our business without considering his own worth. When talking about Song Dali, Chu Daong was full of disdain. He clearly knew that he was involved in this matter, but he deliberately came to make trouble. This was not giving face to their Chu family. Oh, has his cram school started? How big is it? It's open. Coincidentally, he also rented a house near the textile factory, very close to your daycare center. He rented 2 rooms upstairs and downstairs. He's been promoting it like crazy lately. A class is only 0.3 yuan, and if you sign up for more than 10 classes at a time, you get free pencils and notebooks. His individual lessons are so cheap. Isn't this deliberately trying to compete with us? Meng Haixing looked at the angry Chu Daong with a smile. Daong, you've even learned vicious competition now. Chu Daong was extremely anxious when he saw Meng Haixing's calm demeanor. Brother Haixing, you're still laughing. Don't underestimate this time. Some parents might just go over to his side. I've said before that vicious competition is the lowest form of play. Even if we win in the end, it won't be of much use. Because in the future there will be Lu Dali and Wang Dali. If we keep engaging in price wars, we won't make any money. Chu Daong nodded. That was the truth. But everyone doesn't have much money. So if there are cheap classes, parents will definitely choose the cheaper ones. We want to be ahead of all the cram schools. I'll write you a flyer, and you can find someone to design it. We'll use the new flyer as soon as possible. As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out paper and pen and began to write quickly. Meng Haixing always keeps a hand in everything he does to avoid being caught off guard when problems arise. When he was running a cram school, the teaching materials and learning materials he used were all from Ziyang County. Now he wants to improve the teaching materials for the cram school. Ziyang County is a small county-level city in their province, and its teaching resources are not particularly outstanding. But Ningong City is different. It ranks second in the province, so its teaching resources are naturally better. At this moment, Meng Haixing was very grateful that he had been on the newspapers of Ziyang City and Ningong City. When he went out and said his name, at least someone knew him. At first, he just donated some teaching materials such as books to the village primary school, but he didn't expect that it would invisibly pave the way for his progress. If he was just an unknown person, it would be difficult for him to get the study materials in Ningong City. Meng Haixing told parents on a flyer that their cram school was going to upgrade the teaching materials. The original price of a class was 40 cents, but now it is 50 cents. An additional 15 minutes of oral class was added to the English class, so the price of a class directly increased to 60 cents. If you sign up for 20 lessons at a time, you can get a 12% discount and 2 free English lessons. Although the prices at Meng Haixing's store are a bit higher, the discounts they offer are also quite affordable, and the gifts they give away are more valuable than just some pens and notebooks. Brother Haixing, is this possible? If they lower their prices, we can raise them? Chu Daong was a little confused. He had never seen such an operation before. We're a cram school. We teach children, not sell things. Can we compete on price when it comes to learning? What we compete on is the quality of teaching. If the cheaper course doesn't improve your grades, but the more expensive one does, which one would you choose? Of course it can improve academic performance. Isn't the purpose of taking cram schools to improve academic performance? Chu Daong instantly understood Meng Haixing's intention, but his move was also quite dangerous. After all, everything now depends on Meng Haixing's words, and no one knows whether their cram school is good or not. Daong, just go ahead and print the flyers. I'll go to Ningong City myself tomorrow. Okay, leave the cram school matters to me. It's not far from Ziyang County to Ningong City by car. Meng Haixing plans to take the early bus tomorrow. It would be best if he could come back on the same day. If not, he has to make arrangements for his family. Meng Haixing first went to find Lu Jiang to inquire about which school in Ningong City was better and which school principal was more approachable. Lu Jiang, who is in the same system, is very clear about these things, and he even knows some of the little hobbies of some people. Haixing, you're really promising now. You've even set your sights on Ningong City. If you can get the high school study materials, remember to give me a copy. Speaking of study materials, Lu Jiang felt a little disappointed. In the past, Meng Changhua would send some study materials from Beijing to the town high school almost every year. At that time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that Meng Changhua was an upright person who did not forget his roots. Who would have thought that the reason he did this was to harm others? That's easy. In the end, Meng Haixing decided to go to Ningong Central Middle School to find Principal Gu Zhang there, because Lu Jiang had the highest opinion of this principal. Meng Haixing was not sure whether he could come back that day, and what he missed most was his home. Mu Cheng, Mom, I might not be able to come back tomorrow night. Please pay attention to the doors and windows when you go to bed at night. Also, let Big Bay and Little Bay out. Don't tie them up in the kennel. Meng Haixing gave worried instructions. Don't worry, there are so many residents in this area of the small Western-style building, it's safe. Seeing Meng Haixing's cautious look, Chu Lan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If someone didn't know, they would have thought that Meng Haixing was going to be away for many days. It's always better to pay more attention. At dawn the next day, Meng Haixing went out with a bag. The nursery class was on vacation recently, and Meng Daniu had nothing to do, so he called Meng Daniu to come with him. Brother Daniu, how do you feel about working in the nursery class? Fine. Since getting married, Meng Daniu has become much more mature than before. Although he was still very honest and his mind was not that complicated, he began to take care of his family and began to reject the excessive requests of his 2 younger brothers. Meng Haixing was very happy for him that he could achieve this level. At least from now on he won't have to rely on anyone and can live his life. Will you return to the village during the new year? I want to go back, but what about my brothers? Meng Daniu hesitated to speak. He really wanted to go home, but was afraid that his 2 younger brothers would cause trouble for him again. Meng Daniu and Lang Chanhua had already had an argument once because of his 2 younger brothers borrowing money. From the time they met to the time they got married, they never had a quarrel. Even when he proposed marriage and was rejected and embarrassed, Meng Daniu never had any quarrels with Lang Chanhua. The 2 of them always discussed things together. Brother Daniu, there's no point in avoiding some things. You have to face them bravely. You're building a new house in the village, so it's better for you to go back home for the new year. Meng Daniu doesn't know many people in the county. If he doesn't go back for the new year, he will have a very lonely new year. Meng Jincheng, who usually works in the county, always takes his family back to the village to celebrate the new year. Haisheng, I understand everything. Meng Daniu nodded. He also knew that his two younger brothers had done some things that were too much. If he didn't resist, his family would be bullied and broken up by them. All schools were on winter vacation, so Meng Haisheng didn't go to school to find Gu Zhang. Instead, he took the address and went directly to his home. It was an old red Western-style building with only 2 floors. The paint on the doors and windows had almost fallen off, and the stone walls were covered with ivy. The whole house looks a bit decadent. Chapter 187 Tuition Class Incident 3. Meng Haisheng was just about to go forward and knock on the door when he heard a roar from inside. Guan, what can I say to your father? You've been doing nothing all day and just causing trouble for me. Today I'm going to tell you this. I won't pay you back a single cent of the money you owe. Dad, I've been tricked. If you don't save me, I'm going to be hacked to death. When Meng Haisheng, who was standing outside the door, heard the word Guan, a memory suddenly popped up in his mind. In his previous life, he had read about a vicious incident in the newspaper. A fight broke out in Ningong City. A young man named Guan was surrounded and beaten up because he owed money and refused to pay it back. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but I don't know who actually pulled out the knife. Guan was stabbed to death in public. Subsequent reports in the newspaper said that after Guan's death, his father could not accept the fact for a while and died of a heart attack almost on the same day. How could Guan's mother accept that her home was suddenly gone? After she sent the two away, she also jumped into the river and died. This matter caused a big stir at the time. Guan was chased by creditors because his business investment failed. Because of this report, many young people who wanted to make a living at the time were scared and did not dare to start a business for a long time. After the quarreling in the room stopped for a long time, Meng Haisheng knocked on the door with the gift. Who is it? Gu Zhang's wife Xu Ling came over to open the door for Meng Haisheng. Hello, Auntie. I'm here to see Principal Gu. Come in and sit down. Xu Ling warmly invited Meng Haisheng and Meng Daniu into the house. Old Gu, someone is looking for you. Gu Zhang, who had just had a quarrel with Guan, came out of the study. His hair was gray and he looked much older than his actual age. He was wearing a neat and clean Zhongshan suit and looked quite energetic. What's your name, comrade? Gu Zhang came down from the building and started chatting with Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng didn't beat around the bush with him. He just gave him a brief introduction of his situation and went straight to the point. Cram schools. This is the first time I've heard of this. You said you wanted study materials. That's a bit too general. Do you want our school's exam papers or key study materials for each subject? If it's a test paper, that's easy. I can have someone give it to you right now. But if you want key study materials for each subject, that's a bit more troublesome. I'm afraid it will take quite a while. And the teachers can't work in vain. Meng Haisheng understood what Gu Zhang meant. Principal Gu, I won't take the fruits of the teacher's labor for nothing. I want to publish a book at my own expense. I will also pay royalties to the teachers for compiling key learning materials for each subject. Self-publishing a book is not cheap. Young comrade, I see you're not that old. But have you ever thought about publishing a book at your own expense? If it doesn't sell, you'll lose a lot. Ever since Guan failed in business, Gu Zhang has been very opposed to young people starting their own businesses. Principal Gu, when I was running a cram school in Xuyang County, I published teaching materials at my own expense, and the results were quite good. Later, Meng Haisheng told Principal Gu about his experience. Although he did not sell the printed books in bookstores, he sold a lot of them in cram schools. The children in the school liked the books and would buy them. I only print 1,000 copies at a time, and I definitely won't have trouble selling that quantity. After hearing what Meng Haisheng said, Gu Zhang felt that Meng Haisheng was a cautious person who would not act rashly. Comrade Meng, is your cram school profitable? Can I open one in Ningong City? I don't know when Guan came downstairs. His eyes were shining, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. This? Meng Haisheng looked at Gu Zhang and thought quickly in his mind. Perhaps before his rabbit farm developed, he could set up a cram school franchise, just like what he had seen in his previous life. A bold idea came into Meng Haisheng's mind. Guan, can you please calm down? You're still in debt. How can you open a cram school? Do you have a place? Do you have experience? Do you have teachers? You're impulsive when you're hot-headed. You believe everything you hear. Now, stay in the study. Gu Zhang's face looked extremely ugly. If Meng Haisheng hadn't been here, he would have punched Guan immediately. Dad, even though I failed once, you can't deny me everything. Seeing that the father and son were about to quarrel again, Xu Ling hurried forward to persuade them. Old Gu, Comrade Meng is still here. Gu Zhang suppressed his anger and took Meng Haisheng to his study. The two talked in the study for more than 2 hours, and Meng Daniu and Guan downstairs had already eaten a plate of oranges and several apples. Guan originally wanted to get some information about the cram school from Meng Daniu, but no matter how he asked, Meng Daniu just kept talking about his nursery class and knew nothing else. Principal Gu, I'll go back first. I'll come get the test papers and books after the new year. Okay, but it won't be until the 16th day of the first lunar month. Publishing a book isn't easy, so I need to have a good discussion with the teachers. Okay. Xu Ling wanted to invite the two of them to have lunch, but was rejected by Meng Haixing, who wanted to rush back to Ziyang County. Meng Haixing came out of Gu's house under Gu and's eager gaze. It has to be said that there is no parent who doesn't care about their children. Just now, Gu Zhang scolded Guan, but in the study, he still asked in detail about joining the cram school. When Gu Zhang heard that Meng Haixing could come and help open a cram school, he was quite tempted. There are no formal tutoring schools in Ningong City now, but he heard that some teachers tutor several children at home and earn more every month than their salary. Haixing, is this okay? Meng Daniu was confused and had no idea how the conversation between Meng Haixing and Principal Gu went. Okay, let's go to the station now. The two of them had a bowl of ramen and took the first bus in the afternoon back to Ziyang County. After returning, he rode his bicycle nonstop to find Chu Daong and asked him to arrange for the cram school to be on holiday. The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and students have to take a few days off. They can't handle the cram school classes every few days. Wait, Brother Haixing, aren't we supposed to compete with Song Dali for student resources? How are we supposed to do that if you suddenly take a vacation? Chu Daong was a little dumbfounded and had no idea what cards Meng Haixing was playing. When the enemy lets down his guard, we will deliver a fatal blow. Oh, that seems to make some sense. Chu Daong was almost fooled by Meng Haixing. But we still have to distribute the flyers. If there are parents who trust us and are willing to sign up for next year's new courses in advance, I'm happy to charge them. Spread the word. There are only 100 spots available. If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. Okay, I'll print it in the next 2 days and show it to you later. Although Chu Daong was a little confused and couldn't figure out what was going on, he subconsciously felt that Meng Haixing was very powerful and Song Dali was definitely not up to par. Chapter 188, each has its own tricks. 1. Chu Daong didn't ask any more questions and just followed Meng Haixing's instructions. After he printed the flyers, he gave one to every child in the cram school. Tell all parents that there will be major changes in their cram schools after the new year, their teaching materials will be upgraded, and teachers will even go to Ningong City for training. Of course, the price will also increase. To be on the safe side, Chu Daong printed some extra flyers and hired a few students to distribute them in markets and squares. When distributing flyers, Chu Daong was extremely nervous. Would this really work? On the other hand, Song Dali has been paying attention to the developments of Meng Haixing's cram school. When he found out that the cram school would be on vacation next week, he was so happy that he almost burst with joy. That's great. I'll try to recruit as many students as possible while they're on vacation. Song Dali's wife is a Chinese teacher at the county primary school. Her name is Jianyu. Ever since she heard that cram schools can make money, she wanted to open one of her own. At the beginning, she had no experience and even wanted to work as a teacher under Meng Haixing, but she was not hired. During the trial class, only 4 out of 10 teachers were accepted, so Jianyu was rejected. She didn't know how many times she cursed Meng Haixing behind his back for this. Old song, our course prices are relatively low. Can we make money by renting out the courses? We already have 2 classes now. Once Meng Haixing goes on vacation, there will definitely be many children who don't have cram schools. By then, we can at least open 2 or 3 classes before the new year. 5 classes will definitely make a lot of money. By the way, how are the math and English teachers you found? It's hard to find a junior high school English teacher. I offered them 50 cents per class, but they wouldn't come. Song Dali was suspicious. He charged 50 cents for a class, which was already a very high price. Could it be that these teachers had lost their minds? What's going on? I heard that Meng Haixing's English teacher only gets paid less than 20 yuan for a full attendance in a month. That's just what he says to the outside world. I heard he also has some bonuses. At the end of the month, the salary from the cram school is higher than being a teacher. Ziyang County is so small that there aren't many people who can be English teachers. Song Dali and Jianyu decided that if they couldn't hire a good English teacher, they would just hire someone who was just okay. English was just like that anyway. As a result, the two of them hired a biology teacher from the town middle school to be their English teacher at a price of $1 per lesson. Teacher Zhang graduated from a normal school and can only speak a few words in English. If she were given a junior high school English test, she would be lucky if she could pass it. Isn't it a waste of time for children to be taught by such a teacher? But Song Dali doesn't care. As long as he can make money, it doesn't matter what the teacher does. Song Dali runs tutoring classes for 6th graders in elementary school and junior high school. The parents of these children work so hard to send their children to cram schools so that they can get into a good high school. Song Dali's starting point, however, is to make money first and education secondarily. Since he couldn't hire a cheap teacher, he asked Jinyu to find one among the primary school teachers. Anyway, in his opinion, the knowledge learned in elementary school and junior high school is not much different. Song Dali has already hired teachers and arranged class times. He is just waiting for Meng Haixing's students to go on vacation so that he can take over. But he forgot one thing. When Meng Haixing sold courses, the minimum number of classes was 10. At the beginning of the winter vacation, Meng Haixing organized an event. Some parents prepare the entire winter vacation to let their children take extra classes, and many buy 30 or 40 classes at a time. After the Chinese New Year, there are still more than 10 or 20 days of winter vacation, and students have at least 10 classes. In this case, how could parents not want to take classes from Meng Haixing and instead order classes from Song Dali for the sake of cheaper prices? Even if they wanted to book classes with Song Dali, they had to wait until they finished their classes with Meng Haixing. Because of this, Song Dali lost more than half of the students he could poach. On the other side, Chu Daong distributed all the flyers. The next 2 days are Saturday, the weekend, and the cram school is closed on these 2 days. Chu Daong was simply restless at home. Daong, can you please calm down? You've been walking around the living room 10 times since dinner. Chu Shushi put down the newspaper in his hand with a look of impatience. Dad, you don't know. Our cram school has a lot of competitors now. They are really cunning. If they snatch away our students, I won't make any money. Since the cram schools were established, they have been going smoothly. Even if there are a few small cram schools, they are workshop style, and there is nothing to be afraid of. But Song Dali's behavior made Chu Daong feel a sense of crisis. Song Dali almost copied their operating model, even organizing events and selling courses in a similar way. Chu Daong felt like the fruits of his labor were being stolen, which was more disgusting than eating a fly. How did Haixing deal with it? Chu Shushi was extremely calm. He said he was going to take a holiday, and then he made a flyer and asked me to sell one more class before the holiday. His wife had given birth to triplets, so he almost left all the tutoring classes to me during this period. I sent out all the flyers yesterday. There are 100 spots available. If only a few sell out, I'll be humiliated. Chu Daong was very annoyed and scratched his short hair that looked like thatch. You've been so restless all morning just because of these 100 sales tasks. Night? Haixing will be going back to his hometown to celebrate the new year next Wednesday. If I don't get good grades, I won't have a good new year. What a loser. Chu Shushi picked up the newspaper again speechlessly. His silly son, Meng Haixing, is such a smart man. But he can go home safely to celebrate the new year, which shows that he knows what he is doing. Only Chu Daong is anxious. Alas, he and his wife are both quite smart. So how could they give birth to such a naive son? Even though he was complaining about Chu Daong, the slightly raised corners of Chu Shushi's lips betrayed him. At this moment, he was still quite happy. He never expected that his unreliable son would grow so fast under Meng Haixing's leadership. In the past, he was a troublemaker, doing nothing all day and had no ambition. If this happened half a year ago, and someone told him that Chu Daong would become a positive and motivated young man, he would never have believed it. Chu Daong waited anxiously at home for 2 days. Go to school early on Monday morning. We arrived too early, and only the cleaning lady came to the office in the small Western-style building. During the long wait, more and more teachers came to the office. The children who were attending classes today also arrived one after another. Comrade, I'd like to ask, your flyer says that you're going to switch to the Ningong City textbooks next year. Is that true? Chu Daong, who was sitting listlessly on the chair just now, was instantly revived with full health. That's the case, but right now we're only targeting the 8th and 9th graders. They're about to take the high school entrance exam, so let them get more exposure to the exercises in Ningong City. For elementary school students, you'll have to wait a few more days. Chapter 189 each has its own trick too. That's good. The whole city sets the exam questions together. It would be good to see the Ningong City exam papers. I'll continue my daughter's classes. I'll start with the 40-period course, and then I'll let her take all 3 major courses. If she's not enough, I'll continue later. The students' parents asked Chu Daong a few questions and then took out a stack of great unity bills. Okay, I'll give you 2 more English classes. Our English teacher is very good at speaking. I heard that there's a high probability that the college entrance exam here will have an oral exam in the next few years, so it's definitely a good idea to prepare in advance. Chu Daong skillfully took out the course renewal form and helped the parents fill it out, while also promoting their English classes. I've heard about that too. A few days ago, I saw an interview on TV about an English corner held by college students in Beijing. I was shocked. How did they learn English? My daughter's English has a strong Ziyang accent. When the teachers present heard the parents say this, they all laughed. It's good enough to be able to speak. Many children can only answer questions, and they probably can't even understand the English they read out. Once the first parent comes to renew the class, there will be a second one. Seeing the office crowded with people, Chu Daong could finally put his uneasy heart at ease. While he was busy helping parents fill out course renewal or course start information, he was silently complaining about Song Dali in his heart. He wants to snatch students at a low price, so he might as well do it. He wants to see how many people he can snatch away. After Meng Haixing announced the upgrade of textbooks after the new year, most of those who wanted to leave for the sake of cheapness also stayed. Parents who can afford to send their children to cram schools during the winter vacation are doing so for their children's learning. They know best that the teaching resources in Ninggang City are much better than those in Xiyang County. If my children can receive the same education as in Ninggang City, maybe they will be able to go to a good high school in the future. Brother Haixing, good news. All 100 places have been booked today. When I came here, many parents asked if we could add more places. After receiving the news, Chu Daong rushed to Meng Haixing's house without saying a word. He has been so anxious these past 2 days. No additional quota. We'll talk about it after the New Year holiday. When Chu Daong came over, Meng Haixing was already packing his luggage at home. There are 4 children in the family, and the things they need to take with them all take up several bags. Adding everyone else's things, it's almost like moving house. Brother Haixing, are you planning to move back and never come back? My wife probably won't be back to live here anymore. I'll come to the county every now and then to check on her. I can't handle it all by myself. I haven't taken care of the cram school recently, and you've been doing great. Oh, I almost forgot something important. Meng Haixing put down the work in his hands and went to the living room with Chu Daong. I'm planning to open a cram school franchise in the future. Do you have any ideas? What franchise store? Chu Daong was completely confused by what Meng Haixing said. It means that others will open cram schools with us, but they can't be in the same city as us. In a big city like Ninggang, there's only one cram school like ours in each district, and in the smaller counties below, there's only one. Meng Haixing told Chu Daong about the franchise store in detail again. If you're willing to partner with me, that would be great, but I'll have to travel frequently. If other cities want to join our cram school, I'll have to send people over to help them open stores. I want them to feel that the franchise fee they paid is worth it. This job is quite hard. Think about it. Of course, the money is very good, but I can't split the franchise profit with you 50 to 50. There are some things Meng Haixing must make clear to Chu Daong. The franchise store is Meng Haixing's own idea and does not require Chu Daong's investment. In the future, he will recruit a lot of employees to help him open franchise stores. What he could do was to get Chu Daong involved, and he would give Chu Daong a 5% dividend at the end of each year. If he doesn't want to, there's nothing he can do. He opened the franchise store to make money, not to do charity. Brother Haixing, I'll follow you. Chu Daong agreed without even thinking about it. He is very aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. If he were allowed to open a cram school on his own, he would probably be squeezed out by other cram schools within a year. Okay, I'll re-register a company after the new year. I'll take you to Ninggang City first to see how I can help franchisees run cram schools. If someone else joins later, you can help set up the cram school on your own. When Chu Daong heard Meng Haixing talk about joining a cram school, he secretly gave Meng Haixing a thumbs up in his heart. How could he have so many ideas in his head? Once the franchise stores are opened, the money the cram school makes now will really not be enough. According to Meng Haixing, the later maintenance of franchise stores is the most profitable. Their learning materials are all customized. 1 or 2 franchise stores may not feel anything, but what if there are 10 or 20 stores? By then, we will only sell learning materials, and the monthly income from this will be very considerable. Meng Haixing didn't take Song Dali's cram school seriously at all. Or rather, his attention was never entirely focused on Xiyang County, this small place. But Song Dali and Jianyu regarded Meng Haixing as an imaginary enemy. The two of them kept a close eye on Meng Haixing's every move. They finally waited until Meng Haixing's cram school was on vacation and were about to roll up their sleeves and get to work. Who would have thought that Meng Haixing would suddenly launch a new activity? Old Song, what should we do now? I just went to check secretly, and the small Western-style building is full of parents who have gone to register. Jianyu handed Meng Haixing's flyer to Song Dali. Song Dali couldn't understand why he had reduced the price to 30 cents per class, but Meng Haixing not only didn't bargain, but even raised the price. But there were still so many students and parents who signed up. What good solution can I have? We can't lower the price any further. If we do, we won't make any money. Song Dali was almost injured by anger. He wanted to hammer open the brains of those students' parents to see what they were thinking. How about we follow Meng Haixing's propaganda and say that we will use the teaching materials from Ningong City now? Will this work? Song Dali was a little uncertain. What's wrong with that? What can a bunch of junior high school kids know? Let's do it this way, but we can't print it on flyers. If parents come and ask, we'll just say this. After hesitating for a moment, Song Dali agreed. Whether it's Ningong City or Tsuyang County, the textbooks used are the same. He feels that the teachers' levels should be roughly the same. Even if they didn't use the teaching materials from Ningong City, no one would notice. With Jian Yu's deliberate publicity, the news quickly spread among the students' homes. Some people who did not sign up for Meng Haixing's class came to sign up for classes with Jian Yu when they heard that Jian Yu also used teaching materials from Ningong City and the classes were cheap. For a moment, Jian Yu was counting money until her hands were tired. Chapter 190, Going Home for the New Year. Jian Yu made money with Meng Haixing, but not only did she not stop, she was even smug and secretly wanted to step on Meng Haixing again. She said Meng Haixing was spreading false advertising. She was a teacher, and that's why she used her connections to get the mock exam papers used by the school in Ningong City, as well as the key points of the teacher's classes. Meng Haixing was just a poor boy from the countryside. How could he possibly get such good study materials? Moreover, Meng Haixing only started charging classes before the new year and started teaching after the new year. Maybe he ran away without teaching after the new year. This matter became a hot topic, and some parents even came to the office in the small Western-style building to ask about it. After hearing this, Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to step forward himself, but left all the matters to Chu Daong to handle. This can also be considered a test. If Chu Daong can't even handle this little disturbance, how can he dare to let him go out and help others set up a cram school? Meng Haixing packed up his things at home and asked Meng Halian to come over and help move everything to his new home. Lin Muching and his 4 children returned to Shashan village in a jeep borrowed by Chu Daong. The triplets in Meng Haixing's family are the first triplets in Shashan village in many years. The jeep was parked in front of the door of Meng Haixing's new house, and many people from the village came to watch the fun. The 3 little babies were wrapped tightly in blankets, and you couldn't actually see what they looked like. But the villagers refused to leave. Some enthusiastic villagers even wanted to go inside to take a look. But Meng Haixing politely refused the villagers. My 3 kids just came home today, so I won't be entertaining you all. Please come to my house another day. The 3 little babies are just 1 month old, and now is the time when they love to sleep. If a group of people come to the house and talk and laugh, the little babies may not be able to sleep well. Then it will be his family members who will suffer. People who came to watch the fun just patted their butts and left without having to coax the children. Besides, the women in the village are very talkative, and they will probably talk to Lin Muching for a long time when they see him. Lin Muching had just recovered from his illness and was already very tired from having to take care of the children. Meng Haixing also didn't want Lin Muching to entertain the villagers who were just there to watch the fun. Those who are really close to Meng Haixing's family would not choose today, the day Meng Haixing just returned, to rush over to join in the fun. After all, Meng Haixing had just moved back home, and he probably had a lot of things to do at home. He also had to distract himself to greet other people, so he must be exhausted at the end of the day. Haixing, go get busy. We're just here to join in the fun. Grandpa Meng looked at Meng Haixing and the children coming back with a smile on his face. He would also come to see the triplets later. Okay, Grandpa, I'm going back first. Meng Haixing is going to bring the children back today, so Meng Guangzhu heated up the Kong and lit the stove in the house early in the morning. He was afraid that ordinary coal would choke people, so he bought anthracite at a high price. When Meng Haixing and his family returned, the coal was almost burned out and the house was warm. Dad, do you want to hold the babies? Seeing that Meng Guangzhu was looking at him a little stiffly, Meng Haixing picked up the eldest of the babies on the Kong and put him in Meng Guangzhu's hands. Little Shirtu was sleeping soundly when someone suddenly picked him up. He smacked his lips unhappily, but he didn't wake up and continued to sleep soundly. Well, Meng Guangzhu was holding the little stone. His arms were stiff. Although this was not his first time as a grandfather, it was the most exciting one. The son who gave him the most trouble finally turned over a new leaf and now has triplets. His life will surely get better and better in the future. The worry I had for so many years has finally been healed. Put little stone down quickly. It hurts to see you holding him. Chu Lan went forward to take the little stone and put it back on the Kong, patting it gently twice, fearing that the little stone would be woken up by the 2 of them. Haha. When I first started holding my baby, my hands and feet were also stiff and I didn't dare to move. Meng Haixing laughed out loud when he saw Meng Guangzhu being disliked by Chu Lan. You little brat. How dare you laugh at me? Meng Guangzhu pretended to be angry and wanted to beat Meng Haixing, but his face was full of smiles. The three little babies were going to sleep, so the whole family went to the living room to talk, leaving only Mrs. Wang in the room to look after the children. Haixing, you are not planning to go back to the county. Meng Guangzhu had just seen that Meng Haixing had taken back almost all the belongings he had bought in the county. I'm not going back. Mu Cheng and I plan to study hard at home for the next 6 months and take the college entrance examination this year. Meng Guangzhu nodded. He has always been very supportive of Meng Haixing taking the college entrance examination. In his view, all other things are inferior except reading. Even if Meng Haixing fails to get into university and only gets into a technical secondary school, the Meng family's ancestral graves will be filled with smoke, and they will set off firecrackers to celebrate. As for making money, he has enough now and doesn't need too much. Haixing, has the small Western-style house you bought in the county been empty? Xiao Shangdong looked at Meng Haixing with curiosity. My parents won't be living there. After the new year, I plan to renovate the second and third floors and use them as classrooms for cram schools. Your cram school is expanding. It seems you are making a lot of money. Ever since Xiao Shangdong returned to the village, he has actually been thinking about opening a calligraphy class. As for raising rabbits, he really had no interest in it. No matter it is a meat rabbit or an Angora rabbit, you have to wait 3 to 4 months to see the money. Such a long time is really too slow. There is no calligraphy class that can make money quickly. Meng Haixing didn't respond to Xiao Shangdong's words. He knew exactly what he was thinking. Sister, how do you feel about raising rabbits at home during this period? Meng Haixing spoke to Meng Yu directly, bypassing Xiao Shangdong. It's great. At first I thought raising rabbits was easy, but it turned out to be quite a lot. Thanks to Technician Fan. Otherwise I would have had to figure it out for a long time. As long as you feel okay with it, I'm going to expand the rabbit farm after the new year. Sister, brother, do you want to work with me, or should we split up? Meng Haixing always said that brothers should settle accounts clearly, but sometimes the accounts are not very clear. He will take the college entrance examination in half a year, and will have to leave Xiashan village to go to school at the latest in August. He didn't have much time, and the matter had to be made clear immediately. If Meng Halian and Meng Yu wanted to raise rabbits separately from him, he would have to train a factory manager to help him manage the rabbit farm during this period of time. Let's form a partnership. I don't have that much capital, and I can't scale it up if I do it on my own. I'm also in partnership, but I have nothing. Meng Yu smiled awkwardly. The yard she lived in now still belonged to Meng Haixing. Then it's settled. The three of us will form a partnership. We'll discuss how to form a partnership later. Working together as a team to do business is actually the most troublesome way of cooperation, but it is also the most reassuring. If the cooperation is good, everyone can make money together. If the cooperation is bad, they may become enemies. Meng Haixing must think this matter through carefully, so that a good thing does not turn into a bad thing in the end. At noon, Chu Daong had lunch at Meng Haixing's house. When leaving in the afternoon, Meng Haixing was still worried and asked Chu Daong how to deal with Song Dali, and the rumors spread over there. Didn't you say you wanted to strike a fatal blow? I've been secretly asking people to find out about Song Dali's cram school these past 2 days, and I've actually found out quite a bit. When I get back this afternoon, I'll give them a big gift. Okay. Meng Haixing patted Chu Daong's shoulder happily. He had grown much faster than he had imagined. When the two first met, Chu Daong was naive and innocent, but now he has become more cunning. Just wait. Chapter 191, Preparing for the New Year. Meng Haixing felt very relieved because Chu Daong was watching over the cram school. As the new year draws to a close, he puts all his thoughts back into his head and starts busying himself with buying New Year's goods. In previous years, Meng Haixing's family was poor, and they were lucky enough to be able to buy 2 pounds of meat buns and dumplings for the new year. But this year is different. Meng Haixing and Meng Halian went directly to the next village and bought a pig. Thinking that Lin Muching would need to stay in confinement for 2 months, he bought some more pig's trotters and pig's tails. In winter, if you leave pork outdoors directly, it will not go bad even if it is left for 10 days or half a month as long as it does not thaw. I will buy some more so that I can eat it from the new year to the end of the first lunar month. Dad, what are you doing? What are these black things? Momo went out to play for half the morning, and when she got home, she saw Meng Haixing smearing some black stuff on the pig's head. Momo was a brave woman and was not afraid. She squatted beside Meng Haixing and watched the fun with a curious look on her face. This is rosin, used to remove pig hair. Don't use your hands on it. Be careful of getting your hands burned. There was a large iron spoon next to Meng Haixing. It looked quite old. The rosin inside had been used countless times and had long since turned into a black lump. Although these rosins that have been used many times are not very good looking, they are very useful for plucking pig hair. Dad, Can I help you apply the rosin too? Momo looked at Meng Haixing eagerly. Okay, but Daddy has to apply it with you. Meng Haixing didn't dare let Momo touch the rosin by herself. If the hot rosin got on the skin, it would cause blisters. So Meng Haixing held Momo's little hand, took a small flat-headed shovel, and applied rosin on the pig's head bit by bit. When the pig's head was almost painted, Momo was still not satisfied, so the two of them painted the 12 pigs' trotters and 6 pigs' tails with rosin. In the end, if there was enough rosin, Momo could probably use the remaining pigs' trotters to apply it all. Okay, now we just have to wait for the rosin to dry and then pull it off the pig's head. Can I pull the rosin? Okay, but wait until the rosin is completely dry. Meng Haixing didn't expect Momo to be so patient. Usually, children of her age, even if they like to play, will only play for about 10 minutes at most and then run away. Momo spent about an hour here just applying rosin. She even brought a small stool and prepared to peel off the rosin. How much does she love this job? Meng Haixing was simply unable to complain about his daughter's little hobby. Meng Haixing sat next to Momo. He took the big pig's head and touched the rosin on the pig's head with his hand. It was completely dry. Then he cleaned the rosin with Momo. The rosin is very solid after it dries, and it is quite difficult to pull it off with the pig hair still on it. But Momo was having a lot of fun picking them up. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, was laughing so hard. Could plucking pig hair be addictive? The father and daughter chatted while plucking the pig's hair. Momo, there's a market tomorrow. How about Daddy take you there? Meng Haixing bought Momo new clothes and shoes for the new year many days in advance. He wanted to take Momo to the market, just to have fun. The big market during the Chinese New Year is the most lively, and children love to go there. Meng Haixing vaguely remembers the interesting things that happened when he followed Chu Lan to the market when he was a child. Okay, Dad, can you buy me a hairpin with a big red flower on it? Momo was playing with other children in the village and saw that some little girls would wear hairpins with fist-sized gauze flowers on them. There are red and pink ones. Meng Haixing had also seen other little girls wearing it. At that time, he felt that it was not very good looking for a pretty girl to have such a big flower on her head. But I didn't expect Momo actually liked it. Okay, then when we go to the market tomorrow, we'll see if there are any for sale. Dad will buy you the one you like best then. Momo, who was plucking pig hair, was very happy to hear Meng Haixing agree to buy her a hairpin so readily, and kissed Meng Haixing on the cheek. Thank you, Dad. You little devil. Hurry up and think about what snacks you want to eat. After the market tomorrow, you won't be able to go out before the new year. I want to eat a lot of things, including honey 3-knife, sesame balls, sesame candy. Peepa stems are also delicious. I want them with icing sugar and sugar melons. Yesterday, Debeo went to the grocery store and bought 10 of them, but only gave me one small candy melon. I want to eat some too. When counting snacks, Momo's thoughts become unusually clear. Okay, let's go to the market tomorrow and Dad will buy them all for you. Lin Muchung, who was in the house, listened to the father and daughter whispering in the yard and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Meng Haixing only knew how to make big promises to Momo. With so many sweets, how could he possibly sell them all to Momo? Momo eats too much, and her teeth are probably going to break. After a long while, the father and daughter plucked all the hair off the pig's head and trotters before taking them to the kitchen to give to Mrs. Gu. Haixing, when you go to the market tomorrow, please buy some candies and melon seeds. We're sure to have a lot of people coming to our house for the new year this year. I understand. Mom has already prepared a lot of fried peanuts for us. I'll buy another 10 pounds of sunflower seeds and 5 pounds of candy, and that'll be enough. That's not enough. The market won't open again until after the Lunar New Year. With so many people coming to our house during the entire Lunar New Year, even 20 kilograms wouldn't be enough, let alone 10 kilograms of melon seeds. They bring their kids to visit during Chinese New Year. We can't just leave them without even a piece of candy. Just listen to me and buy another 30 kilograms of sunflower seeds and 10 kilograms of sugar. Meng Haixing looked at Lin Muchung with surprise. He really didn't expect that the family could consume so many things in the first month of the year. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Meng Haixing is a grown man and doesn't know the details of the twists and turns in the village. But he did remember that when he was a child, there was never enough candy to eat during the Chinese New Year. During the Chinese New Year, the people of Tsulan would place incense, candles, fruits, steamed buns, candies, etc. as offerings to their ancestors. Our family was really poor at that time. Let alone buying a pound of candy for the new year, we could only buy a few pieces. To this day, Meng Haixing still remembers the few pieces of candy on the altar. They were usually taken out and placed on the table on New Year's Eve, and there would definitely be not a single piece left by the morning of the first day of the new year. By Momo's generation, although there was still a shortage of supplies, as long as the adults were more diligent, the children could have a sweet new year at the end of the year. The next day, Meng Haixing drove a tractor and took a car full of villagers, young and old, to the market. It's the last market before the new year, and it's so lively. Meng Hai was afraid that Momo would get lost, so he picked her up and carried her on his neck. Sitting so high up, Momo giggled happily. Dad, I saw someone selling hairpins. From a distance, Momo saw a stall selling various headwear. Let's go over and see if there's anything Momo likes. The father and daughter squeezed through the crowd and finally arrived at the stall. Looking at the shades of red in front of him, Meng Haixing said he was incapable of making choices. In his opinion, these flowers, big and small, were all the same. Chapter 192 Daughter's Aesthetics. Several little girls gathered in front of the stall to choose hairpins. Meng Haixing squeezed over with Momo in his arms and let Momo choose. Although Momo is young, she has a lot of ideas. She only took a quick glance at the stall and picked out the style she liked very accurately. It was a big pink flower, and the hairpin was wrapped with a layer of light pink tulle with polka dots. Meng Haixing couldn't appreciate how beautiful this hairpin was, but since his daughter liked it, he bought it anyway. Momo couldn't wait to put the hairpin on her head. Dad, do you think I'm beautiful? Beautiful. Momo is the most beautiful girl in the market. Meng Haixing was very surprised to see Momo's big eyes shining brightly. How come his daughter is so beautiful? Then Dad, can I buy another necklace? Momo glanced reluctantly at the pile of colorful plastic bead necklaces and bracelets in front of the stall. Okay, go pick the color you like. So Momo went to pick out another necklace made of pink, rose and other colors and hung it around her neck. Meng Haixing didn't like what Momo picked, so he bought her a pair of golden spring butterfly hairpins. The butterfly is connected to the hairpin with a spring. When you walk with your head on, the wings of the little butterfly will sway slightly, and it feels like a butterfly is flying. The small accessories sold at the market are mostly plastic. Meng Haixing bought a hairpin for Momo, and also bought 2 polka dot plastic hairpins and a big red embroidered scarf for Lin Muching. It's the new year, so we should always be festive. The father and daughter bought the hairpins and went straight to the snack bar. The last big market before the new year, with the largest number of vendors selling various snacks. Even if life is tight at home, during the Chinese New Year, each family will buy some snacks for the whole family to try. After a year of hardship, if you can eat something sweet at the end of the year, maybe you can get through the hard times in the new year. Dad, sesame candy. Momo saw the stall selling sesame candy from a distance, and she was so greedy. She hadn't eaten sesame candy for a long time. Her family was strict about her eating sweets. The last time she had sesame candy, it was when Meng Qingqing gave her a small portion. Sesame candy is actually malt sugar coated with a layer of sesame seeds. When you eat it, the sweetness of malt sugar and the fragrance of sesame seeds are mixed together, and the taste is really good. Then let's take 1 pound. And sugar melons, I want to buy 10 yuan. A piece of sugar melon made of malt sugar is only the size of a thumb, and 10 pieces are the maximum number that Momo's 2 little hands can hold. Okay, sugar melons are afraid of heat and will melt as soon as the weather gets a little warmer. Therefore, it has become a unique delicacy for children in winter. Meng Haixing bought a pound at a time, which he could put aside and eat later. In addition to buying Momo her favorite snacks, Meng Haixing also bought some other snacks that he often buys during the Chinese New Year. The two of them had only walked halfway when Meng Haixing's basket was already full. He had to sell more than 10 kilograms of miscellaneous goods. His family definitely couldn't finish all of them. Many of them were New Year gifts prepared by Meng Haixing for the elderly in his family. Grandpa Meng's family and Great-Grandpa Meng's family are all elders. During the holidays, Meng Haixing always sends them 2 kilograms of snacks. Some of them are for Meng Guangzhu, and of course some are for his own parents as well. Momo, let's go back to the tractor first. Dad can't carry all these things. Meng Haixing held Momo's chubby hand with one hand and carried the basket with the other, which was somewhat inconvenient. He was not worried about not being able to carry the things, but he was worried about Momo. Momo is still too young, and there are too many people at the market. If the two of them are separated, it will be difficult to find each other. I'll get it for you. Momo wanted to go forward and help Meng Haixing carry the basket, but she was only slightly taller than the basket, and the basket, full of things, didn't move when she pulled it. My Momo is so well behaved that Daddy can carry it by himself. Meng Haixing was just about to praise Momo again when he heard a burst of laughter from the side. Oh, big brother, your daughter is really sensible, unlike my boy who just acts up all day long. An ordinary-looking but kind older sister, holding a little boy in her hand and a baby in her arms, walked up to Meng Haixing and spoke with a smile. Meng Haixing smiled kindly and didn't respond. Brother, how old is your daughter? She looks younger than my son. Is she 3 years old? The kind-looking elder sister saw that Meng Haixing didn't say anything, so she thought he was just an honest man in the village who was not good at speaking. Meng Haixing glanced at the woman and pulled Momo away. This lady in front of me is a little too enthusiastic. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. The first thing Meng Haixing thought of was human traffickers. When he rescued Lin Jinyan in Jingnan City, he encountered human traffickers. Thinking back now, Meng Haixing felt that he didn't actually save Lin Jinyan. If it weren't for him, Lin Jinyan might have been able to escape on her own. After thinking about it carefully, Meng Haixing suddenly realized that Lin Jinyan might be carrying out a mission. Otherwise, how could the public security comrades get there so quickly? But if he was on a mission, why would he give his name and even want to know his name? This matter flashed through Meng Haixing's mind, and he put it behind him. His brother-in-law was very powerful, and there would always be a chance to know the truth in the future. Meng Haixing ignored the kind-looking older sister's advances and took Momo back to the tractor. There were already a few villagers waiting for him on the tractor who had just returned from shopping. Meng Haixing put the things in the car and asked the villagers to help watch over them. He then carried Momo on his back and continued shopping. This time Meng Haixing was going to buy melon seeds and bulk candies. There aren't many varieties of candies on the market. They are all fruit-flavored hard candies. The only difference is the packaging. Meng Haixing chose a kind of hard candy with colorful cellophane. The children in the village love to collect this kind of candy wrappers. Those who are dexterous will fold the candy wrappers into the shape of fans, tie them up, and hang them on the door frame as door curtains. Ningning, where are you? Ningning, come out quickly. Don't scare my aunt. Meng Haixing was buying candy when he heard a heart-wrenching cry suddenly erupt from the crowd. Who's looking after my Ningning? Comrade, have you seen a little boy of 4 or 5 years old? Looking in the direction of the voice, Meng Haixing felt that the woman slumped on the ground in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Lin Jimin. Meng Haixing strode forward. The person in front of him was Lin Jimin from Yuqing village. Meng Haixing had bought a rabbit from her. Lin Jimin, who was already frightened silly, felt like he had seen a life-saving straw the moment he saw Meng Haixing. Brother Meng, please help me find him. My nephew suddenly disappeared. Lin Jimin was completely frightened, and her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly when she spoke. Tell me what's going on. Lin Jimin was so anxious that she couldn't speak. She opened her mouth but didn't know where to start. Lin Jimin, calm down. What were you and your nephew doing just now? Who were the people around you? We were just about to buy some candy, and there was a woman who wanted to buy some too, so she asked me which kind of candy tasted best. And then, I don't remember anything. After just a few words, my nephew disappeared. Meng Haixing immediately realized that Lin Jimin had fallen into a trap. Chapter 193, Helping to Save People. Child abduction was a common occurrence in the 1980s and 1990s, and 8 out of 10 lost children could not be found. At that time, information was not well developed. Once a child was abducted by human traffickers and disappeared in the vast crowd, it would be basically impossible to find him or her even if you wanted to. Lin Jimin's little nephew Ningning is only 4 or 5 years old and cannot save himself, so it is extremely difficult to find him. Meng Haixing saw that Lin Jimin was so scared that it was basically impossible to expect her to go find someone now. Ningning, what are you wearing today? A blue cotton jacket, black trousers with 2 thick patches on the knees, and a pair of cotton shoes embroidered with tiger heads. Lin Jimin bit the tip of her tongue hard, and the blood in her mouth finally calmed her down. Meng Haixing looked around at the stalls, trying to find a loudspeaker to use, but none of the nearby stalls had such advanced equipment. Go to the market first and look for as many people from your village as you can. Ask them to help find the child. Meng Haixing gave Lin Jimin a few words of advice and hurried towards the market office. Just when I was halfway there, I saw a man squatting on the ground crying. Go find the child quickly. Crying won't solve anything. Director Fong from the market office was so angry that he stepped forward and kicked him. The man was kicked to the ground and didn't get up. He pounded the ground hard. I've searched everywhere in the market, but I can't find my baby. There was a child in our village who was stolen by human traffickers before, and they searched for years but couldn't find him. You have to go find it. It's no use for a grown man like you to just sit here and cry. Meng Haixing hurried over and saw Director Fong holding a large white loudspeaker in his hand. Without saying a word, he walked up and took Director Fong's loudspeaker. Leader, can you lend me your loudspeaker? My relative's child is missing. Before Director Fong could react, Meng Haixing started shouting at the crowd with a loudspeaker. My relative's child is missing. He's about 4 or 5 years old, nicknamed Ningning. He's wearing a blue cotton jacket and black pants with 2 thick patches on the knees. He's also wearing a pair of cotton shoes embroidered with tiger heads and a gold locket around his neck that says longevity. I'll give a generous reward to anyone who can help find him. Meng Haixing walked towards the market with a loudspeaker, shouting nonstop. The market, which was bustling just now, seemed to be paused for a moment, and Meng Haixing's words were echoing in everyone's mind. Of course, the final focus is on the golden locket that symbolizes longevity. If a child can wear a golden locket at this time, he must be from a wealthy and prosperous family. And if someone says they want a generous reward, they will definitely give a lot of thank you gifts. So many people who came to the market looked at the half-grown children around them to see who was wearing the clothes that were shouted out on the loudspeaker. Meng Haixing's move was so unexpected that Dai Qingfen, who had just succeeded, was pulling Ningning out of the market. She had already taken 2 children from the market today, and this was the third. She was thinking that after she succeeded, she would stop working today and go to the village below to sell candied haws tomorrow during the new year and steal a few more children. She was feeling proud of herself when she was startled by the sudden sound of a loudspeaker. Dai Qingfen looked down at the child in her arms and saw that there were 2 thick patches on the little boy's black pants. He was also wearing a pair of cotton shoes embroidered with tiger heads. Dai Qingfen was stunned for a moment. She had kidnapped so many children, and this was the first time that a parent reacted so quickly. "Auntie, when will you buy me some candy?" Ningning looked at Dai Qingfen with anticipation. "Huzi, give Ningning a candy." Huzi, with an unhappy look on his face, took out a hard candy wrapped in green cellophane from his pocket and handed it to Ningning. "Mom, I want to eat one too." Dai Qingfen didn't want anything to go wrong at this time. She had to take the people away from the market quickly. If she was discovered, she would not be able to leave. "Just eat one piece." Dai Qingfen looked fierce and glared at Huzi. At this critical moment, the little brat must not cause trouble for her. A woman going to market with 3 children would rarely attract attention. Dai Qingfen held Ningning's little hand and walked out of the market. She cursed in her heart why Jing Weixing hadn't come to pick him up yet. He wouldn't be scared off by someone shouting at him through a loudspeaker. Meng Haixing then used a loudspeaker to call the villagers of Yuqing village to help find the child. Lin Jimin is from Yuqing village, and there are many people from their village who come to the market. Moreover, the villagers in the village knew Ningning, so Meng Haixing directly used a loudspeaker to call people, which was much faster than Lin Jimin. "We are all from the same village, so when we heard that Lao Lin's child was missing, we naturally wanted to help." In just 10 minutes, Dai Qingfen, who had already walked out of the market, happened to meet Aunt Lin, a villager from Yuqing village. Aunt Lin's family also raises rabbits and is very familiar with Lin Jimin's family. She recognized Ningning, who was holding Dai Qingfen's hand, almost at first sight. "Ningning, your aunt is looking for you like crazy. Who are you following?" Dai Qingfen smiled calmly at the visitor. "I'm Ningning's aunt. I was planning to buy some things and go to Ningning's house today. I just happened to meet you at the market and was planning to take Ningning home first. You are also from Yuqing village, right?" Dai Qingfen had a decent smile on her face, but she was extremely panicked in her heart. At this moment, Meng Haixing's loudspeaker was still ringing. She didn't want to bother with Aunt Lin in front of her, so she took Ningning's hand and continued walking forward. "Don't leave yet. Aunt Ningning is going crazy looking for Ningning at the market." "Is that so? How about you go find Aunt Ningning? I'll wait here." Aunt Lin subconsciously obeyed Dai Qingfen and walked quickly towards the market. After walking more than 10 steps, Aunt Lin finally realized that something was wrong. "Hey, Aunt Ningning." When Aunt Lin turned around, she saw Dai Qingfen pulling the 2 children and almost jogging forward. "Jimin, come here quickly, I saw Ningning." Aunt Lin shouted and chased in the direction Dai Qingfen ran. Momo, who was sitting on Meng Haixing's neck, saw Aunt Lin from a distance. "Dad, someone is calling Ningning." Momo pointed her chubby little hand in the direction of Aunt Lin. "Really? Then let's go over and take a look." The market was already noisy, and Meng Haixing really didn't hear Aunt Lin shouting. Meng Haixing was tall and had long legs. He held Momo on his shoulders with both hands and trotted after her. Momo had never experienced such an interesting thing before. She hugged Meng Haixing's neck tightly with an excited look on her face. Aunt Lin is old after all, and she was out of breath after running only a few steps. "Hurry up, someone. The woman in front is a human trafficker." Aunt Lin really couldn't run anymore and could only shout at the top of her lungs. Meng Haixing, who arrived later, glanced at Aunt Lin. "Auntie, go to the market office and call for help." As he spoke, Meng Haixing rushed forward with a loudspeaker. "The woman in the purple cotton jacket in front is a human trafficker. Please help stop her." The penetrating power of the loudspeaker was extraordinary. Dai Qingfen, who was running in the front, looked down and saw that her purple cotton-padded jacket was about to be broken by her small white teeth. Chapter 194, Solving the Case. Dai Qingfen is an extremely greedy person. After finally getting Ningning, she is unwilling to let her go easily. But the people around her had already noticed her, and some even stepped forward to stop her. Dai Qingfen became anxious, let go of Ningning's hand, and ran into the crowd with the baby in her arms. She didn't even want her own son Xiaohu. There were so many people at the market that if Dai Qingfen blended into the crowd, it would be difficult to catch her again. In the blink of an eye, Meng Haixing saw something fall out of Dai Qingfen's arms. Without hesitation, he took Momo off his neck and held her in his arms. Suddenly, he sped up and kicked Dai Qingfen in the back. He kicked with all his strength, and Dai Qingfen fell to the ground with a cry. "Whoever kicked me, my child is going to fall to his death." Dai Qingfen ignored the pain in her body and took the initiative. As long as she could calm the man down, she would have a way to escape. "Your child was lost a long time ago." Meng Haixing kicked a small pillow on the ground, and Dai Qingfen was dumbfounded. She tried to run away, but was surrounded by Director Fong and others who caught up with her. "If anyone dares to catch my mother, I will fight you." When Xiaohu saw Dai Qingfen being tied up, he rushed towards the crowd. Unfortunately, he was too small to be of any use. "Director Fong, this child wasn't abducted, was he? Let's send him to the police first." Lin Jimin, who arrived later, was so angry when he saw Ningning standing there stupidly. "Ningning, are you going to scare my aunt to death? Why didn't you tell my aunt before following someone else?" Lin Jimin cried until her voice was hoarse. Her eldest brother only had this one son. If Ningning was lost, she would just give her life as compensation to her eldest brother. "Comrade Lin Jimin, please stop crying. Look how scared the child is." Meng Haixing glanced at Ningning, who looked a little dazed, and felt proud in his heart. His daughter was really smart. Ningning looked much smarter than Momo, so how could she be easily tricked away? "Brother Meng, thank you for what you did today. I will definitely come to thank you someday." Lin Jimin was almost scared to death today. She didn't care about Meng Haixing at the moment and just wanted to take Ningning home first. "The child is frightened. Don't blame him too much when you get home." Meng Haixing didn't take the matter of catching the human traffickers seriously. When he saw Dai Qingfen being sent to the Public Security Bureau by everyone, he continued to buy New Year's goods with Momo. They were so busy catching the human traffickers that they hadn't sold their melon seeds and candies yet. After buying the things and returning to the tractor, all the villagers were sitting on the tractor, discussing the human traffickers at the market today. Some parents even threatened their own children that if they continued to make trouble outside, they might be kidnapped by human traffickers. "Haixing, do you know Lin Jimin from Yuqing village?" "I've seen it a few times. The little rabbit I had before was bought from Lin Jimin's house." "No wonder. I was wondering why you were so desperate to help others find their children." "Ansong, please don't make blind guesses. Even if you're strangers and encounter human traffickers, you should still help them, let alone if you know them." Ansong smiled awkwardly. Yes, those human traffickers are the most hateful. The person arrested today was a woman. If it was a man, he would have been beaten to death." Meng Haixing knew the aunts and ladies in the village best. In the winter, when they had nothing to do, they would gather together to eat melon seeds and chat about family matters. They could pass messages faster than by phone. If he doesn't make this matter clear today, rumors might start to spread within the first month of the year that he and Lin Jimin are having an affair. It was almost noon when Meng Haixing's tractor drove back to the village. Lin Muching heard the noise and came out of the house. "Why are you back so late today?" "I met a human trafficker at the market and was delayed for a while." Meng Haixing unloaded the things from the truck bed, and Momo ran towards Lin Muching with her newly bought hairpin. Lin Muching hugged Momo tightly, and she felt her heart skip a beat. "Momo, are you okay?" Meng Haixing, who was packing up, realized that Lin Muching had misunderstood when he heard Lin Muching say this. It's not that Momo encountered human traffickers. It's that Lin Jimin's child from Yuqing village is missing. You're saying half the story and leaving the other half to scare me to death. Did you find the child? I will definitely be able to get it back." Lin Muching gave Meng Haixing a fierce look, and without helping him get his things, he took Momo's hand and went back to the house. During the Chinese New Year, both of Lin Muching's nannies were on holiday and would not be back until the end of the first lunar month. The whole family had come together to help take care of the children these days. Chu Lan, who was watching the children in the room, heard Meng Haixing talking about the human traffickers and came out to listen. "It's good that the child is found. I know that little girl Lin Jimin. Her parents died early, and she has been dependent on her brother for everything. She has a miserable life. Luckily, she's good at raising rabbits. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have survived all these years." Meng Haixing didn't know much about Lin Jimin's family. He only knew that she was really good at raising rabbits. It is not easy for her to raise rabbits on a large scale and make money without any vaccines. Meng Haixing went to the market and bought a lot of things. He took the things to the west wing and was about to pack them up. I heard the sound of a jeep horn outside the door. Dabi and Xiao Bei, who had just been sleeping quietly in the yard, suddenly stood up and barked towards the door. Meng Haixing thought it was Chu Daong who came, But when he opened the door, it was not him. The Jeep that came looked a little unfamiliar. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit got out of the car. When he saw Meng Haixing coming out of the yard, he walked up to him and greeted him enthusiastically. "You are Comrade Meng, right? My name is Guhani. Thanks to you for catching the human traffickers at the market today, otherwise my nephew would have been lost." When Guhani said this, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that the person in front of him should be the elder brother or cousin of the man sitting on the ground crying. If someone else encountered this kind of thing, I would definitely be willing to help. Also coming with them was Director Fong from the market office. He was even more exaggerated and even held a banner in his hand. The banner read, "Stand up for justice and eliminate harm for the people." "Comrade Meng, you're too polite. That volley of kicks you gave me this morning directly destroyed a child trafficking den." When the police went to the human traffickers' den, they rescued 2 children. I heard from the police that by following this line, we can find many abducted children. You saved 3 families today. You deserve this banner. Director Fong said this very seriously and put the banner in Meng Haixing's hand. Looking at the banner in his hand, to be honest, Meng Haixing was quite happy. At least everything he did was remembered by others, so it was not in vain. While a few people were standing at the door talking, people passing by in the village saw Meng Haixing holding a banner in his hand and couldn't help but stop to watch the fun. "Comrade Gu, Director Fong, please come in." Seeing that more and more people gathered, Meng Haixing quickly let them into the house. Chapter 195 Gift Giving. Guhani didn't bother to be polite with Meng Haixing and asked the driver to bring 2 large boxes of thank you gifts into the house. "What a coincidence. My little daughter is about the same age as your triplets. I happen to have some milk powder at home. My relatives brought it over from Hong Kong Island. I thought your family might be able to use it, so I brought you a box." Domestic infant formula milk powder was just starting to take off at that time. The box of 8 cans of milk powder sent by Guhani were all printed in English, which made it obvious that it was imported. "Comrade Gu, you are so polite. This is a small token of my appreciation on behalf of my family. You may not know that I have 6 brothers, and all of them gave birth to daughters. Only I, your disappointing younger brother, gave birth to a son. The whole family treasures him so much. If he gets lost, not only will my father be so angry that he will faint on the spot." As he spoke, Guhani opened another cardboard box. There were only 12 bottles of Matai neatly placed inside. Matai is a rare commodity. Even if you have money to buy it in the mall, you often can't find it. Moreover, given the current wages of workers, a bottle of Matai at 11.8 yuan is a sky-high price for the working class. 11.8 yuan per bottle is the normal price in shopping malls. If someone like Guhani brings 12 bottles at a time, he will probably have to pay extra. "Comrade Gu, I won't be polite with you either. I'll keep the milk powder, but I absolutely cannot accept this box of wine." Since Guhani brought the things, he never thought of taking them away. Finally, after Guhani's repeated insistence, Meng Haixing reluctantly accepted the Matai. There were children at home, so Guhani didn't stay in Meng Haixing's house for long. He left after talking for a while. As soon as Meng Haixing sent the people away, he was immediately grabbed by the villagers. "Haixing, what's this for? Why did I give you a banner?" "Nothing. I caught a human trafficker at the market today, and the market office gave me a banner." Meng Haixing explained to the villagers with a smile that he didn't need to publicize the matter. The whole Xiaoshan village would probably know about it in an hour at most. "Haixing, you really gave us, the head of Xiaoshan village, face." Some people couldn't help but praise. "That's right. Haixing is now a celebrity in our Xiaoshan village. This year, he dug buplurum and caught ground beetles. Our villagers made a lot of money from him." "That's right. Haixing, we will work with you next year." The villagers' usual source of income basically comes from the 3 mu of land they own, and they can't save much money in a year. But this year, those who are diligent at home can earn at least 400 or 500 yuan, and even those who are lazy can still earn dozens or hundreds of yuan. For the villagers of Xiaoshan village, this was like a dream. Meng Haixing was surrounded and talked for a long time before going home. In the living room, Chu Lan was cleaning up the milk powder on the table. "Haixing, I don't understand what's written on this either. Do we dare to feed it to our child?" The only thing Chu Lan could understand was the picture of a baby and milk on the milk powder can. "No problem. These milk powders are specially developed for babies as big as little stone. They are easier to absorb. I'll see if I can find other ways to get baby milk powder later." Meng Haixing had never come into contact with infant formula before, so naturally he didn't know that in the early 1980s, there was infant formula suitable for 3 little babies in Hong Kong Island. This time, Guhani sent him so much that he was a little moved. He has 3 little babies at home, and the amount of milk powder they consume is extremely alarming. It is so difficult to transport goods from Hong Kong Island, So of course we cannot just transport milk powder. Maybe he can continue his second-hand appliance business. Just after lunch, Meng Haixing was busy changing diapers for 3 babies when suddenly Dabi and Xiaobei started crying again. Is brother Meng home? As soon as Meng Haixing heard the voice, he knew it was Lin Jimin. Her voice was hoarse from crying today, and it was a little hoarse. Here I come. Meng Haixing quickly wrapped Xiao Shida's diaper and went to open the gate. Lin Mucheng, who was sitting on the Kong, glanced outside the yard and saw Lin Jimin carrying a large bag and entering the yard with a burly man. Lin Mucheng knew without hesitation that Lin Jimin was probably here to give a thank you gift. Mom, there are so many people at our house today. Momo held a piece of sugar melon in her hand, reluctant to eat it, and licked it gently with her little tongue. Your dad saved several children today, and they are here to thank him. Your father will be talking to your aunt in the main room later. Don't bother him. Well, I eat candy melons and watch my brothers and sisters. Lin Mucheng touched Momo's little face with amusement. Mom and Dad will watch over your brother. Momo can go play. For children from other families in the village, the eldest child may help take care of his younger siblings. But it will definitely not appear in Meng Haixing's home. Momo should have her own childhood instead of staying at home to look after her younger brothers and sisters every day. I'm going to draw. My dad bought me some new crayons, and I haven't used them yet. Momo stuffed the candied melon into her mouth, climbed down from the Kong very nimbly using a chair, got the paintbrush and notebook from the table, returned to the Kong, and lay on the table to paint. Momo is very capable of taking care of herself. She is just a little over 3 years old, but she is like a little adult. Lin Mucheng changed the diapers of the 3 little babies and felt warm in his heart when he saw that they were still sleeping like little pigs. As difficult as it was to take care of Momo back then, it is just as easy to take care of 3 little kids now. When Momo was a child, she just refused to sleep. Lin Mucheng was very lucky if she could sleep for an hour at a time. At that time, she stayed up all night with Momo, and she felt sad every time she thought about it. When it comes to the 3 little babies, they just sleep all day long. Sometimes when it is time for dinner, they are so fast asleep that no one can wake them up by calling them. Lin Mucheng had no choice but to tap the soles of their feet to wake them up and feed them. Such an angel-like baby really made Lin Mucheng feel a lot more relaxed. In the inner room, Lin Mucheng watched Momo scribbling on the notebook, while in the main room, Meng Haixing and Lin Jimin were discussing raising rabbits. Technician Fan has done at least 10 rounds of vaccinations for the rabbits at my home, and there have been no major problems. After the Chinese New Year, I plan to expand the rabbit farm and scale up my rabbit breeding. As long as the rabbit plague vaccine is available, I think it's feasible to expand rabbit farming, but management needs to be stricter. Well, when I build the rabbit farm here, I'd like to trouble you to come and visit more often. You have more experience in raising rabbits than I do. Meng Haixing's words were not a polite remark. Lin Jimin was extremely famous for raising rabbits in their county. With her help, Meng Haixing could avoid a lot of detours. Okay, as long as you don't mind me being too busy. Today Meng Haixing brought Ningning back. Lin Jimin was grateful to Meng Haixing from the bottom of her heart. Not to mention just coming to help. She would be willing to work for Meng Haixing for free. Chapter 196 Meng Daniu will fight back. When talking about rabbits, Lin Jimin and Meng Haixing had more topics to talk about, and half the afternoon passed in a blink of an eye. If Meng Guangzhu hadn't come to find Meng Haixing, the two of them would probably have discussed it for a long time. After seeing Lin Jimin off, Meng Guangzhu opened the banner sent by Director Fong. Just now on the street, the villagers were talking about someone giving you a banner, but I still didn't quite believe it. Haixing, you have brought honor to our Meng family again. Meng Guangzhu picked up the banner and walked around the main hall, trying to find a place to hang it up. Dad, don't hang it in the main room. Hang it in the west room. You silly boy, if you hang it in the west room, who can see it? Just hang it in the main room so that all the relatives who come to visit during the new year can see it. You are also a person with a banner. Meng Haixing was extremely embarrassed. It was not necessary for the whole village to come and see just a banner. It took Meng Haixing's persuasion to finally convince Meng Guangzhu to give up the idea of hanging the banner in the main hall. Haixing, Daniu is back today. Did you know about this? Meng Haixing, who sat down to pour tea for Meng Guangzhu, was stunned for a moment. I don't know. The day I came back, Brother Daniu said he would be back 2 days later. I was busy these 2 days and didn't pay attention to him. When you went to the market this morning, Daniu and his wife came back. They had just returned home and were still packing their things when his 2 younger brothers came to the door. Meng Guangzhu took out his pipe and pressed tobacco into the pipe from time to time, but he showed no intention of lighting it. Meng Haixing was very familiar with this action of his. It meant he was feeling irritated. Did they have a quarrel? There hasn't been a quarrel yet, but from what your second uncle said, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. Dad, don't worry. Although big brother Nyo isn't very smart, he's not so stupid as to listen to his two younger brothers in everything. Let brother Danyu handle this matter first. We can't always stand by Danyu and help him. He needs to become stronger on his own. Meng Guangzhu sighed slightly. That being said, Danyo was an honest boy, and his two younger brothers were very cunning. How could he possibly outsmart them? Meng Guangzhu sat in the main room for a long time. When he heard the three little babies in the room wake up, he went to the kitchen to wash his hands and went into the room to play with his grandchildren. Grandpa, do you think my painting of sunflowers looks good? When Momo saw Meng Guangzhu enter the room, she showed him her painting as if he were presenting a treasure. Of course, my Momo's paintings are beautiful. Meng Guangzhu is not good at speaking, and he rarely praises his grandchildren. His words, beautiful, gave Momo a great boost of confidence. Then I want to be a painter when I grow up. The family was talking happily in the house when they suddenly heard a scream from the backyard. Meng Danyu, do you still have a conscience? Before we separated, you ate so much every day but couldn't do any work. As your younger sister-in-law, I never looked down on you. Now you have a big house, a wife, and a lot of money, but you're so reluctant to lend us some money. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? The one shouting at the top of her voice was Meng Lining's wife Tang Xiaofeng. Her voice was so loud that Meng Haixing and the others in the room could hear it clearly. Meng Haixing and Meng Guangzhu exchanged glances. Haixing, go and take a look. Dad, wait a moment and see what big brother Nyo will do. In the past, Tang Xiaofeng gave Meng Haixing the impression that she was a bit petty and loved to take advantage of small opportunities. A situation like the one today where a shrew was scolding people in the street had never happened before. It seems that she is hiding it very deeply. If Meng Danyu hadn't refused to confess, she would have continued to pretend. Tang Xiaofeng, you're just talking nonsense. You still live with your parents and haven't separated yet. Your parents are at home, so it's not your turn as a daughter-in-law to make the decision. If my parents say today that we must lend money to your family to build a house, I, Lang Chunhua, will take out the money without saying a word. Tang Xiaofeng knew very well that Meng Guangjuan would definitely not let Meng Danyu take money out to subsidize his two younger brothers. All she can rely on now is that Meng Danyu is not very smart. If she acts a little aggressively, maybe Meng Danyu will agree. Lang Chunhua, you've only been married into the Meng family for a few days, and now you're acting like an elder sister-in-law. The two women quarreled so much that all the neighbors came out to watch the fun. Seeing that Meng Danyu didn't say anything for a long time, Meng Haixing sighed in his heart and stood up to take a look. He had just come out of the house and had not yet reached Meng Danyu's house when he heard Tang Xiaofeng scream and ran out of Meng Danyu's house like crazy. Murder, murder. After a while, Meng Danyu came out with a kitchen knife in his hand. If you dare to come to my house and make a scene again, I will chop you into pieces. Meng Danyu tried hard to look fierce, but even when he was angry, he didn't look intimidating at all. Sister-in-law, next time you mess with big brother Nyo, consider whether you have a strong enough neck. Brother Nyo had a brain injury when he was a child. If he chopped you to death, your death would be in vain. Brother Nyo wouldn't have to spend a single day in jail. Meng Haixing glanced at Tang Xiaofeng indifferently, with no intention of stepping forward to grab the knife. If Meng Danyu really wanted to kill Tang Xiaofeng, she would probably never be able to leave Meng Danyu's yard. Meng Haixing, stop talking nonsense. Killing someone means paying with your life. If Meng Danyu dares to touch me, I will report him to the police station. Someone in the crowd said something. A few years ago, there was a guy in Shangshan village who was not very smart. He beat an old man to death, and he didn't seem to pay compensation, let alone be arrested by the police. When Tang Xiaofeng heard this, she felt very disappointed. She gritted her teeth secretly. In the past, Meng Danyu was stupid and dull, and he would listen to whatever they said. Ever since Meng Haixing turned over a new leaf and took Meng Danyu for a stroll all day long, the fool Meng Danyu seemed to have finally come to his senses. Otherwise, the money in Meng Danyu's hands would have been cheated away by them long ago. Tang Xiaofeng glared at Meng Haixing fiercely, feeling extremely angry, but she had no idea what to do. Seeing that Tang Xiaofeng was almost scared, Meng Haixing, who was standing by, came over to persuade Meng Danyu. He didn't want the villagers to be afraid of Meng Danyu. Brother Danyu, don't be angry. Next time someone asks you to borrow money, use a smaller knife. Don't kill them, just chop them half to death. The atmosphere, which was quite tense just now, immediately became a little more relaxed after Meng Haixing said this. I have children to support, and I don't have any money to borrow. Meng Danyu put away the knife in his hand, looking unhappy. Brother Danyu, are you that amazing? We've only been married for a few months, and Sister Chunhua is already pregnant. Meng Danyu smiled innocently. We'll know after the new year. The people who were watching at the entrance of the alley just now saw that Meng Daniu was not crazy, but was just very angry with Tang Xiaofeng, so they stopped gathering here to join in the fun. In the middle of winter, of course it is more comfortable to sit on a warm kong, eat melon seeds, and drink tea. Meng Haixing followed Meng Daniu back home. As soon as the gate was closed, the kitchen knife in Meng Daniu's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Brother Daniel, don't worry. Tang Xiaofeng is going too far. Meng Daniu's hands were shaking slightly. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Chapter 197: A Harmonious and Beautiful Family. When Meng Daniu first followed Meng Haixing, he didn't take a penny of the money he earned from digging buplurum for himself, but kept it all for his family to use. At that time, there were many buplurum chinents on the mountain, and others could only dig a dozen or 20 kilograms a day. He and Meng Haixing were lucky and could dig hundreds of kilograms, making a lot of money a day. The money was given to the family, and Meng Daniu felt that the family didn't want to calculate it too clearly. But Tang Xiaofeng was too greedy. Brother Daniel, you did a great job today. Meng Haixing stepped forward and patted Meng Daniu on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Haixing, I will be fine. Meng Daniu suddenly looked at Meng Haixing very seriously. His idea is very simple, just to take good care of his wife and children and live a good life. I don't ask for great wealth and honor, but I ask for peace and happiness. Good. Meng Haixing's eyes suddenly felt hot. In his previous life, Meng Daniu and he had suffered a lot when they went south. They were so poor that they had no money to buy steamed buns, so Meng Daniu went begging. He looks silly, but he always gets the steamed buns. Whenever this happens, Meng Daniu will not eat alone. He was obviously very hungry, and the steamed bun as big as his fist was not enough to fill his teeth. But he always split the baby in half and had to give half to Meng Hai. Just for the favor of half a steamed bun, Meng Haixing felt that it was not excessive for him to protect Meng Daniu for his entire life. The two went back into the house and talked for a while. Meng Haixing left only after seeing Meng Daniu calm down. He believed that after what happened today, his two blood-sucking brothers would be more restrained. The Chinese New Year is in 2 days. Meng Haixing took out the things he bought from the market, sorted them out, and prepared to start giving New Year gifts to his elders. The first place to be sent is Grandpa Meng's house. Grandpa Meng and Meng Guanghe live in the same yard. Logically, Meng Haixing should give a New Year gift to Grandpa Meng and also give one to Meng Guanghe. But Meng Haixing was not prepared. Meng Haixing hated his uncle and aunt from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, if it weren't for the sake of Meng Jincheng, Meng Jinfeng, and Meng Xiaoye's face, Meng Haixing might have driven them out of the village long ago. Meng Haixing pushed open the repainted wooden door and walked into the yard. Hey, Haixing is here. Liang Xiaozue, who was busy in the kitchen, walked forward with a smile to greet Meng Haixing and wanted to take the things he was holding. But Meng Haixing dodged it. I'm here to give New Year gifts to Grandpa and Grandma. As he said that, Meng Haixing carried his things and went to the old couple's house first. Grandma Meng, who heard the noise in the house, saw Meng Haixing carrying a lot of things, and her face was full of smiles. Haixing is really filial to me, an old woman, unlike some people who are stingy during the new year. Grandma Meng's voice was not low, and Liang Xiaozue in the kitchen could hear it clearly. But she didn't dare to talk back and could only endure it. The Grandma Meng today is no longer the same Grandma Meng as before. She also has someone to support her. Meng Xian has made a lot of money in the past few months since she followed Meng Haixing to run a daycare center. During the Chinese New Year, Meng Xian didn't keep any for herself and gave them all to Grandma Meng. According to Meng Xian, Grandma Meng is old, and she would feel more at ease if she had some money on her side. That was several $100s, and Meng Xian gave it in front of Liang Xiaozue. Liang Xiaozue was almost envious to death. In order to get more money from Grandma Meng, Liang Xiaozue changed her usual sarcastic and mean attitude and became very obedient to Grandma Meng. This matter seems to have nothing to do with Meng Haixing. But Meng Haixing helped a lot secretly. Without him, Meng Xian would not have made so much money. Before Meng Xian came back, Meng Haixing specifically told her to give her salary to Grandma Meng for safekeeping. Meng Haixing knew quite well what kind of person Grandma Meng was. It now seems that his trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife was quite effective. At least for the entire first month of the lunar year, Liang Xiaozue had no time to stir up trouble. Haixing, I know a lot of people outside. I'd like to see if I can find a date for your aunt. Grandpa Meng's biggest concern right now is Meng Xian's marriage. It's New Year again, and Meng Xian is 1 year older. If she can't find a suitable husband, he can only find a marriage for her in the village. Grandpa, my aunt is not that old. There's no need to be so anxious. You are about the same age as your aunt. Your daughter Momo is already 3 years old now. After hearing what Grandpa Meng said, Meng Haixing felt a little embarrassed. It seems that he had children relatively early. Meng Haixing came over, and Meng Xian, who had come back for the new year, and Meng Jincheng and others came over to talk. As soon as the former little devil Meng Kuan entered the door, although he was a little reluctant, he still went forward to call for help. Third uncle. Well, Kuan, how did you do on the final exam? Meng Haixing was really asking questions that were irrelevant to the topic. Meng Kuan's face immediately turned long when he asked this question. Math 92, Chinese 86. Not bad. It's improved a lot compared to when I first entered school. Meng Kuan never expected that Meng Haixing would actually praise him. His grades are the worst in his class. When you go back home after the new year, go to the cram school for 2 classes every day after school. Uncle San will make sure you get a perfect score on your next exam. Meng Kuan is not a stupid person. The reason why he did not have a good ending in his previous life was because no one gave him the right guidance when he was a child. It would be strange if he could learn well if he follows Liang Xiaocui all day long. Now that he is with Meng Jincheng and has someone to look after him, he will naturally not go down the same old path for the rest of his life. Uncle San, I already have 3 days of cram school a week. You're going to teach me 5 days a week, and you won't let me play for even a single day. That's great. Otherwise, you have to go home and help your parents with their work after school. But if you go to cram school, you have an excuse not to work. Uncle San, you are really good at coaxing people. Meng Kuan was so annoyed. Originally, he didn't want to go to cram school, but more than half of the students in his class were attending cram school. Ever since his teacher found out that he was also attending cram school, he has praised him several times in class. Because of this, he would accept attending cram school 5 days a week. Uncle San, I'm also attending cram school. My mom said I'm smarter than my brother and will definitely be able to get into university in the future. So how many points did you get in the test? Double 100. Meng Qingqing looked at Meng Kuan with great pride, but received a big eye roll from him. Meng Qingqing was not to be outdone and started making faces at Meng Kuan. The family chatted and laughed in harmony. Grandpa Meng was very happy to see everyone living in harmony. In the past 2 years, the children in the family have grown up and started to go their separate ways, and he thought that the family would soon break up. Unexpectedly, Meng Haixing suddenly came to his senses, and the family relationship that had begun to become distant suddenly became strong again. It seems that even if I close my eyes right now, I can leave with peace of mind. As long as Meng Haixing is here, this family will never break up. The family was talking happily when they heard someone shouting in the yard. Is Meng Xian back? Chapter 198. Come back to marriage. Meng Haixing looked through the window and saw Meng Hongyan entering the yard with a strange man. Why would Meng Hongyan suddenly come to visit during the Chinese New Year? In previous years, Meng Hongyan would only return to her hometown once every several years, and in recent years, she has not been back for 2 consecutive years. According to her, Xiaoshan village is too poor. It is extremely cold to sleep in the winter, and going to the toilet can freeze you half to death. In order to live 2 more years, it would be better for her to come back less often. Meng Haixing was a little puzzled. Why did Meng Hongyan dare to come back this year to die? Cousin, why are you here during Chinese New Year? Meng Haixing came over with a smile and greeted Meng Hongyan. Of course I'm here for good. With that, Meng Hongyan walked into the house with the strange man beside her. Meng Haixing saw that the man was not young, probably in his 40s. He was still wondering in his heart, could the man in front of him be Meng Hongyan's husband? He didn't look like it. He remembered that Meng Hongyan's husband was short and fat, but the man in front of him was a little thin. Meng Xian, look who I brought with me. As soon as Meng Hongyan entered the room, she saw Meng Xian wearing a plum-colored wool sweater. In recent months, Meng Xian has been teaching in a nursery class. The class is sheltered from the wind and rain, and the food is good. The already fair little face now looks even whiter and more tender than ever, so white that you could pinch water out of it. Meng Hongyan was startled and looked at Wen Qingping beside her with a smile on her face. Sure enough, when Wen Qingping saw Meng Xian, his eyes widened. He never expected that the little country girl would become so beautiful. The wool sweater she was wearing looked like it was made of pure wool, and it would cost at least several dozen dollars. It seems that what Meng Hongyan said was right. It seems that the Meng family has really become rich. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise Meng Xian would have been married off very soon next year. Cousin, why did you bring Comrade Wen here? Meng Xian glanced at Wen Qingping, and his expression looked a little ugly. If I don't call Xiao Wen over, you might still be hesitating. Meng Hongyan pushed Wen Qingping into the inner room. Cousin, this is Wen Qingping. He holds a high position in Anxin City. He has long had his eyes on Meng Xian, but Meng Xian is young and may not be thorough. You two have to make the decision between the two of them. Xiao Wen drove here specially to visit our family this time. While speaking, When Xingping put the gift in his hand on the com, he bought 2 cans of malted milk, 2 packs of calcium milk biscuits, a bag of fruit candies, and a bag of candied fruit. To be honest, if you are visiting relatives on a regular basis, these gifts are still very presentable. But if I were to visit my girlfriend's house during the Chinese New Year, these few things would be a bit shabby. This is a big leader, but he can't even bear to buy an apple, not even a bottle of wine. Hong Yan, didn't we already agree that this matter would be forgotten and never mentioned again? Why did you bring him here? Grandma Ming glanced at Wen Qingping in front of her, and her face didn't look very good. The man in front of me was wearing a neat mouse suit, silver glasses, and slightly bald hair. Even if I said he was 50, I'm afraid some people would believe it. How could such a man be worthy of Meng Xian, a girl as beautiful as a flower? Cousin, Xiaowen really likes Meng Xian, and he came here today with sincerity. Meng Hongyan winked at Wen Qingping, and he took out a gold ring in a red velvet box from his pocket. As long as Meng Xian agrees to marry me, I will arrange a job for her as a kindergarten teacher in Anqin City. After we get married, if Meng Xian doesn't want to work, she can be a full-time housewife at home. I have 2 children, and Meng Xian can take care of them at home. But since I've arranged a job for Meng Xian, I won't give her too much as a betrothal gift. I've prepared 200 yuan. As for the 3 turns and 1 ring, the village always has power cuts, so I think it's okay if I don't buy it. Meng Haisheng, who was standing by, finally understood what was going on. The old man wanted to marry Meng Xian, a young wife, to be his nanny, and he didn't want to give a dowry. He really wanted to kick open Wen Qingping's head to see if it was filled with tofu dregs. Is it true that he has taken all the good things in the world? Comrade Wen, I think there must be some misunderstanding here. There's no chance of my aunt and you being together. Don't waste your time here. Meng Haisheng directly rejected Wen Qingping. He was an old man, and he could marry whoever he wanted. He should stop bothering his family. Hey, Haisheng, you're a junior. Why are you meddling in the affairs of our elders? Get out of here right away. We can just discuss this among ourselves. Meng Hongyan knew very well that Meng Haisheng was very cunning, and it was not easy to fool him. Haisheng and his friends are not children anymore, so it's okay for them to listen here. Hongyan, I only have Meng Xian as my daughter, and I don't want her to marry far away. Although Grandpa Meng is an old man in the countryside, he has a clear mind. He knows that his daughter is a good person and will have no trouble finding a husband. So why should he become someone else's stepmother? According to Wen Qingping's age, his 2 children are not young anymore, and Meng Xian would probably just be bullied if she went over to them. Cousin, look at what you're saying. Anqin City isn't far from here. Besides, Xiaowen has a car. If Meng Xian wants to go home in the future, Xiaowen can drive back in no time. Cousin, what kind of car is that? Did Comrade Wen buy it himself? Meng Haisheng's words hit Wen Qingping right in the heart. I hold a high position in the company, and the company provides me with a car, so naturally I can use it whenever I want. Isn't this misusing a company vehicle for personal purposes? Comrade 1, you'd better be careful. If someone at your company reports you, your stable job will be in jeopardy. Wen Qingping was blocked by Meng Haisheng, and he felt so suffocated that he almost died of depression. He was just a small clerk in the unit, and there was no public bus for him to use. The only reason he was able to drive here today was because his leader was on a business trip, so he asked the unit driver to help him make this trip. When people heard that he was visiting his father-in-law's house, he didn't even ask for a cigarette. Meng Haisheng, can you, a junior, stop talking too much? People say it's better to demolish a temple than to ruin a marriage. Why can't you just see your aunt doing well? Meng Haisheng sneered. Cousin, you're still being nice to my aunt. Then tell me, what's the good of my aunt marrying a divorced man? There are so many young men she wouldn't marry, so why would she marry a bald uncle in his 40s? Just because of the 200 yuan betrothal gift? What do you know? Xiaowen is older, but he loves his wife. When Meng Xian marries him, she will enjoy a good life and become the wife of an official. When Meng Haisheng heard Meng Hongyan say this, he almost burst out laughing. Cousin, it's been so many years since the liberation, and you're still an official's wife. Are you trying to do the same as the capitalists? After being accused of such a big crime, Wen Qingping could no longer sit still. If you feel the gift is too little, I can add another 200. I've given so much betrothal gifts, and I don't want Meng Xian's dowry. She just needs to treat my 2 children well in the future. Comrade 1, you are good to your 2 children. I suggest you hire a nanny for them instead of marrying a daughter-in-law. Meng Haisheng has no patience for people he dislikes, and he already wants to kick them out. Chapter 199, A Feud. How do you talk like that? Wen Qingping was repeatedly confronted by Meng Haisheng, and his face looked extremely ugly. What I said is all true. Our Meng family doesn't need your betrothal gift of several hundred yuan. Comrade Wen, please go back. Cousin, I won't keep you here anymore. There's no place for you to stay at home. Meng Hongyan was so angry that her mouth was about to be crooked by Meng Haixing's disrespect. Cousin, this is your family's upbringing. If you don't take good care of it, a jerk like Meng Haixing will end up in jail sooner or later. Meng Hongyan, it's New Year's Day. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not your turn to gossip about my child. You should leave quickly. My Xiaoxian will not marry to Wanxin City. Grandma Meng gritted her teeth in anger and pushed Meng Hongyan directly. Cousin, you said it yourself. If Meng Xian can't get married in the future, don't beg me. At this point, Meng Hongyan also realized that the Meng family really didn't want Meng Xian to marry Wen Qingping. But she was unwilling to give up. Before coming here today, Wen Qingping promised her that if the matter was settled, he would introduce her son to a government unit. That's a stable job. Grandma Meng pushed Meng Hongyan out of the house, and Wen Qingping, who was pushed out with her, then remembered that he had not taken the things he brought with him. My stuff. I'll get it for you. Meng Haixing stood in front of Wen Qingping and didn't let him go into the house at all. Cousin, your family's betrothal gift is really outrageous. I've already offered you 400 yuan, but you still refuse. You wouldn't ask someone to give you thousands of yuan in betrothal gifts before you agree to marry your daughter off, would you? Meng Hongyan shouted at the top of her lungs toward the street from the gate of the courtyard. Her words were ambiguous. If someone didn't know the inside story, they would easily misunderstand and think that the Meng family really wanted to collect a sky-high bride price. Aunt, you don't have to play tricks on me here. If you bring a divorced man here, let alone 400 yuan as a betrothal gift, even if you give 4,000 yuan, my cousin will not marry a divorced man in his 40s. Although Meng Haixing's voice was not loud, anyone who listened attentively to their conversation could definitely hear it clearly. Meng Hongyan wanted to argue with Meng Haixing again, but Wen Qingping felt that today's incident was too embarrassing. He came out of Lao Meng's house and got into the car. Okay, Meng Haixing, you're awesome. Just wait and see. You'll have something to worry about. Meng Hongyan stopped entangled with Meng Haixing and got into the car. Watching this half-new car disappear on the dusty dirt road of Xiaoshan village, Meng Haixing was a little worried about Wen Qingping, wondering if his car would fall apart along the way. Because of what Meng Hongyan had just done, several villagers who were familiar with Grandma Meng came over to inquire about the news. Grandma Meng recounted what had just happened like pouring out beans. From my perspective, he's driving a small car and is an official. Even though he's a second marriage with 2 children, there's nothing wrong with Meng Xian marrying him and enjoying a good life. Xiaoxian is my only precious daughter, and I don't want her to suffer this injustice. Having said this, Grandma Meng closed the gate and stopped chatting with others. She thought that her own daughter was her own to take care of, and it would not harm her if others talked nonsense. In the room, Meng Xian was so angry that she burst into tears. She came back from Anxin City because of this matter. She didn't expect that Meng Hongyan would still hold on to her. Meng Xian felt better after being comforted by her family. Meng Hongyan left, and Meng Haixing didn't take it seriously. Since their family had clearly refused, Meng Hongyan would definitely not cause trouble again. In order to deliver New Year gifts to Grandpa Meng's family, Meng Haixing went to Grandpa Meng's house again in the afternoon. In order to provide a place for Fan Jinjin and the others to live, Meng Haixing renovated Grandpa Meng's house a little. There was a big red word Fu pasted on the bright glass window, a door god was posted on the door, and 2 big red lanterns were hung under the eaves. Grandpa Meng was chopping firewood under the eaves. When he saw Meng Haixing coming, he walked up to him and greeted him enthusiastically. Haixing is here, come in and sit down. Grandpa, how are your New Year's preparations going? Meng Haixing placed the New Year gifts on the table in the main room. Grandma Meng heard him talking and came out from the inner room. This year's harvest was good, and I made a lot of money making earthenware baskets. I bought 10 kilograms of meat during the New Year. Grandpa Meng happily lit a cigarette for himself. He used to smoke a dry pipe, but this year during the Chinese New Year, he bought cigarette paper and rolled his own cigarettes. After the New Year, I will still be collecting earthworms. I'm sure someone will ask you to weave baskets then. Meng Haixing chatted with Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng for a while before going home. All the marine products have been sent to your great-grandfather. Chu Lan poked her head out of the kitchen and asked Meng Haixing. They've all been delivered. Your great-grandfather has been very kind to you since you were a child. Please visit him more often during the holidays. He doesn't need your little thing, but it would be less lonely if he had someone to hang out with. Chu Lan brought out a large iron basin filled with diapers for 3 little babies. Chu Lan boiled a large pot of water and prepared to boil all the diapers. When Meng Haixing saw this, he stepped forward to help pour hot water. My 3 aunts didn't come back before the New Year. Only your aunt came back. The other 2 ungrateful people didn't even come back to take a look. When Chu Lan mentioned this matter, he could only sigh. Every family has its own problems, and they can't help with these matters. Grandpa has an income now and can provide for his old age. If he gets sick in the future, as long as he has money, he won't have to worry about no one to take care of him. Meng Haixing had seen through it all. He knew that when dealing with villains, one should not take the usual approach, just like how he used Grandma Meng to deal with Liang Xiaocui. As long as she is greedy, he can deal with these people. Meng Haixing poured boiling water into a large iron basin and scalded them for a long time before they both came out to wash. With 3 little babies, we need at least 1 iron basin of diapers a day. If we wash them a little slower, it will become 2 basins. After washing the diapers, Chu Lan took out another pile of clothes. Meng Haixing thought that if he had known that his 3 children were so capable, he should have bought a washing machine before the new year. What a miscalculation. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Lin Muching had to take care of the children and had no time to cook, so Chu Lan took the initiative and simply invited the whole family to eat together. Meng Haixing's house is big, and the 3 little kids can't stand the draft in the winter, so they chose to cook the New Year's Eve dinner at his house. The whole family made dumplings together in the living room. Even Momo, Debeo, and Xiaobao joined in. My little ancestors, please don't be lazy. Debeo, take your brothers and sisters out to play. Didn't your dad buy you several boxes of firecrackers? Take your brothers and sisters to play in the yard. Chu Lan had just finished chopping the dumpling stuffing when she entered the living room and saw her 3 children covered in flour. She doesn't feel sad when she eats the noodles, but she really feels sad when she eats them. She had experienced a great disaster before and almost starved to death, so she cherished all food very much. Chapter 200 Precious Food. Grandma, can you give me a piece of dough? I want to make a little rabbit out of it. Momo pitifully pulled Chu Lan's arm and acted cute, trying to get a piece of dough from Chu Lan to play with. You little rascal, the dough is for making dumplings. You played with it and wasted it. How can we make dumplings with it? Chu Lan looked at Momo's confused look, pinched her nose with a smile, and continued to ask her, do you want to play with the dough or eat the dumplings? Foodie Momo still chose to eat dumplings. Meng Haixing, who was kneading dough, saw that Momo didn't get any dough and was unhappy with her face. He patiently comforted Momo. Momo, in the summer, did you also see your grandparents holding sickles and going to the wheat fields to harvest wheat? It's so hot, Grandpa and Grandma sweated a lot, and now we can eat dumplings made with bread. These dumplings are hard-earned. If we burn the dough, all the sweat our grandparents shed in the summer will be in vain. Although Momo is young, she is very smart. After Meng Haixing explained it to her carefully, she immediately understood that it was wrong for her to play with dough. Dad, from now on I will cherish food and not waste it. My Momo is so good. Dad will buy you some colorful plasticine to play with later. When the weather gets warmer, Dad can also go dig yellow mud with you to play. Momo's eyes lit up when she mentioned yellow mud. I want a large piece of yellow mud, enough to make a small house. Okay, Dad will go digging with you later. There is no child growing up in the village who doesn't like playing in the mud. There is a kind of dark yellow mud in Shashan village, which is very sticky. The children in the village don't have many toys, so they like to dig yellow mud and play with it. Those who are dexterous can even make small animals and clay figures by themselves. Naughty little boys would make yellow mud into the shape of a bowl, then throw it on the ground with a bang, and compete to see whose bowl made the bigger hole. Yellow mud is fun, but it is difficult to wash off once it gets on your body. In spring and summer, children in the village would often be chased around the streets by their parents with feather dusters because they couldn't wash off the mud on their bodies. Meng Haixing and Meng Halian also loved playing with yellow mud when they were young, but they were often beaten by Chu Lan. Chu Lan gave Debeo some candy and asked him to take a group of little kids to play in the yard. Okawa and Xiaochuan were still relatively young. They ran with their short legs behind several other slightly older children. Although they didn't understand anything, they giggled with joy. Chu Lan in the room watched the children having fun and couldn't help but think of the past. We have a good life now, and the children can have a good year. When Haixing and Halian were young, there were no such delicious foods. They were thankful that they didn't starve to death. Chu Lan, who was making dumplings, thought of the past and felt sad. In the past, life was really just a one-day-by-one struggle. She was very glad that she survived. She vaguely remembered that she had an older brother who was already 16 years old, but he did not survive. Hunger and illness took his life. Decades have passed, and Chu Lan can no longer remember what her elder brother looked like, but every time she thinks of him, she still feels sad. It's New Year's Day, why are you saying this? Meng Guangzhu frowned and looked at Chu Lan. Alas, look at me. I'm always daydreaming when I get older. Chu Lan smiled awkwardly and lowered her head slightly to look at the half-wrapped dumpling in her hand. Meng Haixing, who was rolling out dumpling wrappers, vaguely saw Chu Lan's tears dripping onto her hands. Meng Haixing knew that Chu Lan and his friends had experienced a major disaster when they were young, and it was not easy for them to survive at that time. In order to prevent Chu Lan from thinking about the past, he quickly changed the subject. Mom, why did my eldest brother and sister always give birth to twins? I even had triplets. Could it be that our ancestors of the Meng family had the twin gene? What are genes? It means that if our ancestors had twins, the chances of our descendants having twins will be higher. Meng Guangzhu thought about it carefully and shook his head. Not to mention our ancestors. Even in the entire Xiaoshan village, only our family has given birth to twins. I have lived for decades and have never heard of other families giving birth to twins. That's strange. If there's no chance of having twins, then having twins is like winning the lottery. Could it be that all three of us siblings have won the lottery? Meng Haixing felt that the probability of this happening was so low that it could almost be ignored. Maybe. Look at your cousins' families. None of them have twins or triplets. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. This matter was indeed quite strange. While everyone was gossiping, Wu Lixiao, Meng Yu, and Xiao Shangdong, who were busy in the kitchen, had already prepared the dishes. In the past, it was considered a great thing to have a meat dish at home during the Chinese New Year. This year, there were 16 dishes, and a whole pot of braised pork ribs was even made. Meng Haixing opened a bottle of Matai and a bottle of ladies' champagne for the female comrades. After pouring wine for everyone started to urge Meng Guangzhu, the head of the family, to say a few words. Meng Guangzhu, who is usually not very good at speaking, stood up with a smile and a glass of wine in his hand. Today is New Year's Eve, and it's a rare occasion for our family to be together. I don't expect you to become successful, but as long as our family can be together like this every New Year's Eve, I, as your father, will be satisfied. As he spoke, Meng Guangzhu drank the full cup of white wine in his hand clean. Chu Lan on the side looked depressed, as if something was on his mind, but the moment Meng Guangzhu put down his wine glass, a faint smile appeared on Chu Lan's face. Come, let's try what ladies' champagne tastes like. It was the first time for the women of the Meng family to drink women's champagne, a fruit-flavored, non-alcoholic sparkling drink with a taste they had never experienced before. Even the children got a small cup each. Eat reunion dinner, stay up late, make dumplings, and set off firecrackers. The happiest ones were the children. Momo played with Debeo until after 10 o'clock in the evening before going to bed. At dawn the next day, Meng Haixing dug Momo up from the Kong. He wants to take Momo to pay New Year's greetings. According to the old custom, boys usually follow their fathers to kowtow and wish their grandparents, great-grandfather and great-grandmother a happy new year. But Meng Haixing wanted to change this old system, so he brought Momo with him. Momo's new outfit for the new year is a bright red little girl's coat, with a cotton vest and sweater underneath, which is warm and beautiful. The only thing that Meng Haixing couldn't understand was that such a beautiful Momo had a pink gauze flower on her head. No matter how Meng Haixing tried to persuade Momo, she refused to take it off, saying that she would only be the most beautiful with this big flower. There was no way out. Meng Haixing could only give up. There were many villagers who came out to pay New Year's greetings in the morning. Meng Haixing first took Momo to Grandpa Meng's house. He is older than his peers and has a good reputation in the village, so there is a constant stream of younger generations coming to his house to wish him a happy new year. When everyone saw Meng Haixing bringing his eldest daughter Momo to kowtow to Grandpa Meng, they couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Meng Haixing had a son, but he didn't take care of Momo. He must be spoiling his daughter to the extreme in the future. Chapter 2, A One New Year Greetings. Meng Haixing took Momo out to pay New Year's greetings one morning, and Momo received a bag of candies and a handful of red envelopes. Dad, when we buy clothes for me next year, let's buy a coat with bigger pockets. This one is too small. It can be filled with just a few candies. Momo touched her bulging pockets and felt a little regretful. You little devil, all you do is eat all day. Daddy has already bought you a lot of candy. Why are you still thinking about the ones outside? You can never have too much candy. Be careful about eating too much sugar, as it can cause tooth decay. You love sugar, and the little bugs on your teeth love sugar too. Why are there little bugs on my teeth? Momo looked at Meng Haixing with a little fear. Remember to brush your teeth every day? The little toothbrush and toothpaste Dad bought you aren't just for show. You have to brush your teeth every morning and evening to avoid bugs. Momo nodded seriously. From now on, I will brush my teeth carefully after eating candy. The father and daughter walked home chatting. Today is the first day of the new year, and there must be someone visiting our house. The door of Meng Haixing's house is open, and Dabi and Xiaobei are tied up in the doghouse and not allowed to come out to scare people. As soon as Meng Haixing walked to the gate of the courtyard, he saw a lot of people sitting in the main hall. Haixing is back from New Year's greetings. Yes. Meng Haixing asked Momo to sit by the stove and warm herself by the fire, while he sat at the table and chatted with everyone. After the new year, it won't take long for the thaw to complete. Then we can go to the mountains to dig buplurum and catch ground beetles. Haixing, are you still accepting this? Ma Jinying looked at Meng Haixing with joy. Her question touched everyone's heart. There are no large buplurum roots left on our mountain now, so don't dig for them. The small ones are worthless and it takes a lot of effort. Let the buplurum roots on the mountain grow longer before you dig them. As for the earthworm, I will definitely collect it. Okay, since you said so, we'll go to the mountains to catch ground turtles when spring comes. Having tasted the sweetness, Ma Jinying couldn't wait to go to the mountains to dig for ground turtles. Auntie, when you were catching ground turtles before the new year, didn't you feel that you couldn't catch too many? It's a small amount, but it can still be sold for a lot of money. Meng Haixing smiled indifferently. After spring comes, there will be even more people going to the mountains to catch ground beetles. Our mountains are quite large, but we can't handle people from all over the country going there to catch ground beetles. If you're willing, why not raise rabbits with me? Whether they're meat rabbits or Angora rabbits, we can raise 8 or 10 litters at home and make money without much supervision. As soon as Meng Haixing said this, all the women present pricked up their ears. We used to raise rabbits, but the big rabbits didn't sell well. The meat rabbits at the market were only 30 or 40 cents per pound, which was not enough to keep us busy. Pork is only 90 cents per pound, and rabbit meat is only 30 or 40 cents, so there is basically no room for improvement. Moreover, if rabbit meat is not cooked well, it will easily have an earthy smell. If no one at home knows how to cook it, few people will go to the market to buy rabbit to eat. They are usually sold to restaurants. But there are only a few small restaurants nowadays, and how many rabbits can be consumed? Over time, the villagers would rather raise more chickens than rabbits. If you trust me, come and raise Angora rabbits with me. I can charge 75 yuan per kilogram for the rabbit fur. What? 75 per pound for rabbit fur? That expensive? Ma Jinying couldn't help but raise her voice, and the others present were also surprised. No one expected that rabbit fur would be so expensive. No wonder Meng Haixing raised so many at once. Haixing, is this job possible? We'll raise the rabbits, but you won't take their fur. When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, after the first lunar month, if anyone wants to raise rabbits, they can sign a purchase agreement with me. Meng Haixing's power alone is still limited. Now Fanjinjin's rabbit plague vaccine is almost ready for testing. After the spring, if dozens of households in the village come to raise rabbits with him, his rabbit fur production will increase dramatically within a few months. There is strength in numbers. Meng Haixing wants to mobilize the people in his village and several other villages before the university starts. Meng Haixing bought Angora rabbit fur at 75 yuan per pound and sold it at 100 yuan per pound. He can make a net profit of 25 yuan per pound. However, these 25 yuan are not so easy to earn. When farmers encounter various problems when raising Angora rabbits, they will come to him for advice. If the rabbit died, Meng Haixing might be scolded and asked to pay compensation. But even so, Meng Haixing still chose to raise Angora rabbits without hesitation. His goal is not to make a small profit by reselling rabbit fur. Haixing, can you please tell me in detail how to raise your Angora rabbit? I've heard people say that Angora rabbits are very delicate and difficult to raise. It's not that rabbits are difficult to raise, it's that they require a lot from people. Meng Haixing poured himself a cup of tea and slowly told everyone the precautions for raising Angora rabbits. The rabbit house must be clean. Lazy people cannot raise Angora rabbits. Its fur is worth 75 yuan per kilogram. If it gets dirty, it will be worthless. Angora rabbits have a slightly weaker stomach, so they need to be fed with relatively fine rabbit food. You can't just stuff a handful of vegetables into their food and have a meal. If the food is not good, the quality of the rabbit fur will be poor. We used to raise rabbits on our own, but Angora rabbits need to be vaccinated against rabbit plague, and that has to happen every year. Hearing Meng Haixing say this, Ma Jinying was amazed. I never thought there would be so many things to pay attention to when raising a rabbit. Haixing, where can I buy those Angora rabbits? They're not sold in the market here. I have some here. When I went out to buy breeding rabbits before, each rabbit was 10 yuan. Later, I used my connections, and someone gave me a batch of rabbits for 5 yuan each. I don't want to make money from the villagers, so I give them to everyone at 5 yuan each. Oh, Haixing, that's so embarrassing. Ma Jinying said she was sorry and immediately ordered 6 Angora rabbits from Meng Haixing. She was calculating with an abacus. The rabbits you buy now can start shearing their fur and giving birth to little rabbits within half a year. According to the most conservative estimate, if there are 5 rabbits in a litter, she will have a group of Angora rabbits in a year. No matter how good Ma Jinying's calculations are, they are not as good as Meng Haixing. The batch of rabbits given to him by the textile factory had already started giving birth. There are now more than 30 litters of baby rabbits in the rabbit house that are about to be 1 month old, as well as those that have just been born and are about to give birth. He sold them to villagers for 5 yuan each, which was a sure profit, even more than he made from selling rabbit fur. A group of people were chatting and laughing in Meng Haixing's room, and the melon seeds and peanuts on the table were consumed very quickly. Only then did Meng Haixing realize why Lin Muching asked him to buy more melon seeds. This is the way to eat it. Let alone the first month of the lunar year. It would be good enough if you can eat it on the 8th or 9th day. When the villagers heard that Meng Haixing wanted to lead the villagers to raise rabbits, they went to Meng Haixing's house more frequently. Who doesn't have a yard? You can just put up a few cages and start raising rabbits. I'm growing some radish at home, and I'm giving some of the food I use to feed the chickens to the rabbits. The money can be earned without any delay in work. What's more important is that raising rabbits is safe. Most of the rabbits in the mountains were caught last year. If you want to catch them this year, you have to go deep into the mountains. It takes a whole day to go there and back, which really delays my work. Moreover, how much you earn depends entirely on luck. If you are unlucky, you won't make much money in a day. With this comparison, the villagers became more interested in raising rabbits. Chapter 202 Chu Daong comes to pay New Year's greetings. By the 3rd day of the first lunar month, relatives began to visit each other, and the number of people visiting Meng Haixing's home gradually decreased. In Xiashan village, people usually visit their parents' home on the 3rd and 4th day of the Lunar New Year. If they don't have their parents to visit, their peers will make plans to visit on these 2 days. Because starting from the 5th day of the New Year, it is the time for cousins to visit each other, and then things will be very busy. Chu Daong had no relatives visiting on the 3rd and 4th days of the Lunar New Year, so he drove to visit Meng Haixing's home. Daong, whose Jeep did you borrow? You keep driving someone else's car every few days. Doesn't that hurt them? Meng Haixing invited Chu Daong into the house and poured him a cup of hot tea. It belongs to my cousin. He's a small-time leader on the railway. He has his own car, but he rarely drives this Jeep. Daong, your relatives are all more powerful than each other. Meng Haixing actually knew about Chu Daong's family situation. On the surface, all of Chu Daong's relatives were in business, and there were relatively few in politics. But judging from how Chu Daong does things, his relatives are still very powerful. My family still has some respect in Xuyang County, but it's no longer respectable when we go to my grandfather's place. By the way, Brother Haixing, let me tell you something happy. Chu Daong chuckled and told Meng Haixing about how he dealt with Song Dali before the new year. Song Dali and Jian Yu slandered Meng Haixing's cram school outside, causing many parents to question their cram school. Chu Daong was not in a hurry. When Song Dali had sold courses worth tens of thousands of yuan and was preparing to have a prosperous year, Chu Daong took action. He first revealed that the teachers Song Dali hired were all elementary school teachers, and then he revealed that the English teacher himself was not good at English. The children who come to cram schools are here to improve their academic performance. Isn't it fooling the children to let elementary school teachers teach junior high school courses? If the teaching is wrong, coming to the cram school will not improve your grades, but will lower them. So early in the morning on New Year's Eve, many parents went directly to Song Dali and asked for a refund. Song Dali's home is a house allocated by his unit. There were so many people crowding in front of his house that Song Dali almost exploded on the spot. He also has to save face. Brother Haixing, you didn't see the scene at that time. I'm afraid everyone in the entire staff community came out to watch the excitement. Is this the end? Meng Haixing looked at Chu Daong curiously. How is that possible? I took advantage of the crowd and came out to give him another blow. I told all the parents who were making trouble that after the Chinese New Year, only our cram school would use some of the textbooks and test papers from Ningong City. Song Dali has never had any contact with Ningong City. How can he exchange textbooks for the new year? After I said that, all the parents who had just been there and not making much of a fuss became restless and demanded that Song Dali return the money. If he didn't, they would go to the police station and sue him for fraud. You didn't see that Song Dali wanted to die. He had just received the money, and before it was even warm to the touch, he gave it all away. I think this will affect his reputation at work. When he goes back to work in the first month of the year, Song Dali will suffer. Daong, you did a great job. You pinned your competitor to death with one move, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Watching Chu Daong narrate the whole incident with great excitement, Meng Haixing finally felt relieved. He liked to do things cleanly and efficiently without any delay, and Chu Daong was considered to be both brave and resourceful. Chu Daong passed this test. Meng Haixing simply told Chu Daong that he wanted to resell second-hand home appliances. Not to mention other places, even in Xuyang County, very few people can afford to buy a TV. Firstly, the price is too expensive. A small 12-inch black and white TV costs 440 yuan, and tickets are hard to come by. If it is a slightly larger color TV, it will be more expensive. The cheapest one will cost 998. At such a price, not to mention ordinary working-class families, even factory officials would not be willing to buy it. Secondly, no matter what kind of TV it is extremely difficult to buy. Ordinary families simply couldn't get TV tickets. Occasionally, the factory would give out 1 or 2 TV tickets as rewards to outstanding employees. Those who can get TV tickets are like winning the lottery. In this situation, television becomes a luxury. In his previous life, Meng Haixing went south and suffered a lot before he learned the skill of repairing second-hand TVs from his master. It was precisely this skill that allowed him to gain a foothold in Shenzhen and lay a solid foundation for his business empire by relying on the second-hand home appliance business. He didn't have much money at that time, and it was very difficult for him to start his own business. But now it's different. He has money and connections, so why should he worry about the slow start? Meng Haixing bought second-hand televisions from Hong Kong Island. Not only was he not restricted by television ticket prices, but he also made a lot of money. Take a 12-inch black and white TV, for example. Hong Kong Island has now begun to phase out black and white TVs on a large scale. An 80% new black and white TV costs less than 100 yuan. Meng Haixing just packs it up a bit, puts it in a cardboard box, and ships it to Zhujiang County, where he can sell it for at least 350 yuan. Although the price is still quite high, Meng Haixing has no worries about selling it because he doesn't need any tickets. As for the broken ones, they are even more profitable. A broken black and white TV can be bought for a maximum of 20 yuan. If the quantity is large, Meng Haixing can even buy it back at the price of waste plastic. He just needs to replace a part, repair it, and sell it for 280 or 290 yuan, and the net profit of each unit can be at least more than 200 yuan. Such huge profits are completely unimaginable nowadays. Of course, Meng Haixing would not tell Chu Daong all these things. It was not because he did not trust him, but because he was afraid of scaring Chu Daong. After all, the profit was a bit scary. Brother Haixing, is this reliable? Hong Kong Island is so small. How can there be so many second-hand TVs? Chu Daong actually doesn't know much about the outside world. In his impression, Hong Kong Island is similar to other countries. As for the development of the area, I know nothing about it. Hong Kong Island is small, but it's still big enough for me to trade in used TVs. Okay, Brother Haixing, just tell me what you want to do. After the new year, I will go to Pingqing's Special Economic Zone. There are people there who specialize in second-hand TV business. All you need to do is help me get 2 train cars. It's too far to transport them from Pingqing to our place by land. A truckload of TVs would probably fall apart before they even arrive. The only safe way is to take the train. In addition to the long and bumpy journey, what is more important is the unsafe situation. The last time I went to Jingnan City, there were all kinds of problems on the road. If I go to Pingqing, I don't know what kind of trouble will happen. If you do me a favor, I won't let you work in vain. If you have a way to sell TVs, I'll give you 30 yuan off each one. Brother Haixing, you're being too polite. I've already made a lot of money running a cram school with you. I won't get involved in your TV business. If you trust me, take me with you to Pingqing's Special Economic Zone and let me see the world. I will be very satisfied. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. As expected, he was right. Chu Daong was someone he could work with. Chapter 203. There are 3 little stinky dogs at home. Although Meng Haixing has decided to go south to buy second-hand televisions, he has not yet decided on the specific departure time. The cram school needs to change the teaching materials, so he has to coordinate with Guzhang before he can go south to Pingqing. There is also his rabbit farm. He wants to build a rabbit farm in the village, so he has to ask the village for land approval and go through the formalities, which is also a hassle. If someone else were faced with so many complicated things, their brain would probably explode just thinking about it. But Meng Haixing was not anxious at all. Eat one bite at a time and do things one at a time. During this Chinese New Year, of course, the main thing is to relax, with work as a secondary priority. Haixing, come here quickly, Xiaozi has poop. Lin Mucheng, who was lying on the calm, frowned because of Xiaozi's stench. Meng Haixing, who was braiding Momo's hair in the main room, quickly tied the pink rubber band, turned around, filled a basin with hot water, and placed it on the calm, and helped Xiaozi change her diaper. Oh my little baby, have you been eating too much recently? Meng Haixing deftly threw the dirty diaper into an empty basin, and then washed Xiaozi's, but with hot water. My sister stinks. Momo pinched her nose, climbed onto the Kong, took out a small rattle, and entertained her younger brothers and sisters. You still think your sister smells bad? You were even more capable than your sister when you were a child. Lin Mucheng pinched Momo's little nose. Xiaozi, who had just finished pooping, saw Momo holding a rattle. She stretched out her little hand and grabbed the rattle in Momo's hand while smiling. When Xiao Shirtu and Yin Yan heard Xiao Zi laughing, they also started giggling. Meng Haixing looked at the happy little baby on the Kong, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I do nothing and stay at home to take care of my wife and children. I don't know if poop is contagious. Meng Haixing had just cleaned up Xiao Zi and changed her clothes when he saw Xiao Shirtu suddenly stopped smiling. Hurry up and change the water in the basin. Little Stone has also pooped. You little brat, learn this too. Meng Haixing hurried out and came back to change a basin of water. As a result, he was cleaning up Xiao Shirtu when Yin Yan also frowned. When Shu Lan came over, her face almost turned green when she opened the door. What's going on? Shu Lan hurried to open the door to the main room. I just had a stinky fight, and I'm exhausted. Meng Haixing was so busy that his forehead was sweating. After taking care of the 3 little babies on the Kong, he quickly ironed their diapers. These 3 precious kids of ours are usually pretty well behaved. Shu Lan was so surprised that she picked up the humming Yin Yan and let her look at the scenery outside through the window. The little baby, who was just over a month old, couldn't see clearly for the time being, but Yin Yan was familiar with the smell of Chu Lan. After being picked up, she stopped humming immediately and tried to raise her little head to look around curiously. The smell in the room lasted for a while, and finally it was gone. Mom, we don't have any guests today. I wrote to your aunt years ago, telling her you had given birth to triplets. I originally thought that your aunt hadn't come for so many years, and since you gave birth to triplets this year, she would come to see you. But this morning when I went to my uncle's house, your uncle said she hadn't come back. Chu Lan's parents passed away long ago, and she only has 2 older brothers on her mother's side. They also have sons and daughters. On the 3rd and 4th days of the Lunar New Year, when they should have gone back to their parents' home, Chu Lan only went to visit them in the morning, gave some New Year gifts to her 2 brothers, and came back without having lunch. A married daughter has a home while her parents are still alive, but when her parents are gone, she also has no home. My aunt hasn't been back for many years. How is she doing in Anshin City? Who knows? Every time I write to her, she doesn't like to reply. The last time she wrote, she told me that her relationship with your uncle is not good, and they always quarrel. When talking about her sister, Chu Lan showed a hint of bitterness on her face. She didn't continue the topic, put Yin Yan on the Kong, rolled up her sleeves, and went to the kitchen to cook. Lin Muching is still in the confinement period, and she cooks various soups for her every day. Seeing that the 3 little babies were not sleeping, Meng Haixing simply took out the history textbook and came over to read a passage to them. There is a lot of history to memorize, and Meng Haixing can only find time to read a few pages. Lin Muching hasn't read a book for more than a month since she started her confinement. Now she relies on Meng Haixing to read to her, and she has memorized some of it. Dad, please read slower. I can't hear you clearly, and my younger brothers and sisters certainly can't hear you clearly either. Oh, Momo is listening too. I thought you were drawing. Momo took a pencil and was scribbling on the drawing paper. The strange lines overlapped with each other, and it was impossible to tell what she was drawing. I want to listen to it too. When Mom and Dad are busy, I will recite it to my younger brothers and sisters. Meng Haixing, who was holding the history book, felt as if he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. He felt that his memory was very good, and he could remember 70% to 80% of the books he had read. When it comes to Momo, his memory is simply not enough. Okay, Dad, read slowly. So the only sound left in the room was Meng Haixing's reading. Chu Lan, who was cooking in the kitchen, vaguely heard the sound of Meng Haixing reading, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Maybe there will really be a college student in their family. It was almost noon and Chu Lan had just finished stewing the medicinal food when the voices of Dabiai and Xiaobei were heard at the courtyard gate. Meng Haixing put the book down and looked out the window. He saw Lin Jinyan, dressed in a suit and carrying a large travel bag, opening the door and striding in. Sit down. At Lin Jinyan's command, Dabiai and Xiaobei, who were calling happily just now, sat down immediately. The 2 dogs were very flattering and wagged their tails at Lin Jinyan. Meng Haixing, who had just come out, was speechless. When did Lin Jinyan train his 2 dogs to be so obedient? Brother is here, please come in. Meng Haixing walked up to Lin Jinyan and greeted her enthusiastically. I came to see Mu Cheng. Today is the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. According to our local custom, she is going to take her children back to visit her parents. We have this custom here too. We can't go back this year because we have 3 little babies, but next year on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, I will definitely take Mu Cheng back to my parents' home. As he was speaking, Lin Jinyan entered the room. Brother, you're here. When Lin Muching saw Lin Jinyan coming, he smiled with his eyes curved. He was so happy to see his relatives coming to visit him. Uncle. Momo, who was drawing, took a step with her short legs, and threw herself directly into Lin Jinyan's arms. Momo, do you miss your uncle? I thought about it. You're so good. Look what good things your uncle has brought you. As he spoke, Lin Jinyan took out a 2-finger-thick picture album from the large travel bag he was carrying. Wow, these paintings are so beautiful. The big album was quite heavy, and Momo couldn't lift it by herself, so Lin Jinyan had to help her put it on the table. Brother, do you still have this album? Well, something happened at home, so I hid at my classmate's house. Before the new year, my classmate came to look for me, so I asked him to bring me here. Momo likes painting, so I gave it to Momo. Lin Jinyan spoke calmly, but Lin Muching felt a little sad in his heart. Chapter 204 Introducer. When Lin Jinyan was young, he was a young literary and artistic person with a good painting skill. His biggest dream was to hold an art exhibition one day. He even gave up the opportunity to study medicine abroad in order to paint. But who could have imagined that the young literary and artistic man who once loved painting would eventually give up literature and take up martial arts, and that he actually did quite well after picking up a gun with the hand that used to hold a paintbrush. Lin Muching admired her elder brother very much. Without him, the Lin family might never have recovered. Brother, have some tea. Meng Haixing personally poured hot tea for Lin Jinyan. He glanced at the picture album Momo was looking through, which contained extremely clear pictures of world-famous paintings. Brother, you must have spent a lot of money on this picture album. I bought it abroad, and it only cost a few hundred yuan. Lin Jinyan said it easily, and Meng Haixing was secretly amazed in his heart. He was indeed a former capitalist. A picture album was equivalent to an ordinary worker's annual salary. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Jinyan went over to see the triplets. The last time I saw them was when they were just born. The triplets had red cheeks and looked like little monkeys. It's only been less than 2 months, and they've grown a lot bigger and gained a lot of weight since they were born. This is the oldest, Xiao Shitu, the second oldest, Yin Yin, and the third oldest, Xiao Zi. Seeing that Lin Jinyan was watching seriously, Lin Muching took the initiative to introduce the triplets. They look so alike, I can't tell them apart. Looking at the 3 identical little babies in front of him, Lin Jinyan was extremely surprised. They are easy to tell apart. Little Shitu is the least likely to cry. Sometimes his 2 sisters cry for a long time, but he just hums a few words. Yin Yin is the most mischievous. She usually doesn't sleep much and always wants to be held. Sometimes, Momo brings a rattle, and Yin Yin can play with her for a long time. Xiao Zi is the best behaved. She usually eats and sleeps like a pig. If she hears any noise, she starts crying. I have to hold her in my arms and comfort her. She is the most delicate of the 3 children. When Lin Jinyan heard Lin Muching say this, his eyes were full of tenderness. His once spoiled and crybaby sister has had all her edges smoothed out by time, and she is now a very qualified mother. When Lin Jinyan came, Meng Haixing went into the kitchen himself and cooked several dishes. Brother, please stay at home today, and let's have a good drink. Okay, I just happen to have 2 days off. Lin Jinyan agreed very readily. He also wanted to stay here for some time. He didn't even know when he would come to visit Lin Muching next time. I called my mom before I came here, and she told me to tell you that she's been busy in Beijing and won't be able to visit you for a while. Now she just hopes that you can get into a university in Beijing. I understand my parents' difficulties. They just returned to the capital, and they must be busy with a lot of things. I'm doing well here, so they don't need to worry about me. Lin Jinyan nodded slightly. Meng Haixing really had nothing to say about Lin Muching. Lin Jinyan was not leaving today, so Meng Haixing took out Mao Tai to treat him. The 2 of them sat on the kong, leisurely eating food and drinking wine, chatting about all sorts of things. Lin Muching sat next to Meng Haixing, listening to their casual conversation with a faint smile on his face. Haixing, what are your plans for this year? Are you still going to focus on your rabbit farm? Lin Jinyan felt that raising rabbits was too risky. Meng Haixing had so many businesses he could do, so there was no need for him to stick to raising rabbits. I have a lot to do this year. After the rabbit farm is built, I plan to go south to buy some second-hand home appliances and sell them in Xiyang County. Second-hand appliances? Televisions, washing machines, etc. Only the TV. You're dealing in used TVs, but do you know how to repair them? If they come in broken, you'll lose a lot of money if you can't fix them. I can repair it. After the second-hand TVs are shipped back, I want to take on a few more apprentices. Otherwise, I can't repair many TVs by myself. Taking an apprentice is troublesome. It's easier to just hire more people. I would like to, but nowadays, there are very few people who can repair TVs. If someone's TV breaks, they just ask the factory to fix it. How about I introduce you to 2 people? Meng Haixing, who was drinking, suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Jinyan. The person who can make Lin Jinyan speak must be no simple person. Brother, who do you want to introduce to me? I have two comrades who have never repaired a TV before, but they have repaired other more advanced equipment before. They can learn it with just a little guidance. Menghai was suspicious. How could such a capable retired soldier be his turn? Other units would have snatched him away long ago. Lin Jinyan seemed to see the confusion in Meng Haixing's heart. He explained, both of them have been to the front lines and have been injured. Yu Shilong injured his leg and walks with a limp. Jindao suffered a serious eye injury. Although he appears to have an eye, he is completely blind in his left eye. It is for these reasons that they only received compensation and have not yet been assigned jobs. Meng Haixing does not discriminate against people with disabilities as long as it does not delay their work. Since it was introduced by my eldest brother, there shouldn't be any problem. I'll call you and let you know after I get the TV in. Don't bother. Just estimate the time and tell them when to start work. I have a mission after the new year, so you might not be able to find me. I see. Then early March. After the first month of the lunar year, Meng Haixing went to handle the procedures for the rabbit farm, which would not take more than a few days. As for Gu Zhang, he just waited for him to finish the tutorial book and prepare the test paper, and then he would take it back and give it to the printing factory. He has already published several books at the publishing house, so it won't be difficult for him to get a book number later. It will take about 20 days to finish all this and go to Pengcheng. Okay, it's settled then. Lin Jinyan stayed at Meng Haixing's house for one night. Momo wanted to pester Lin Jinyan to tell her about all the paintings in the album. However, there was too much time, so Lin Jinyan left early the next day. So Momo started pestering Meng Haixing to talk again. When it comes to doing business, Meng Haixing can talk for 3 days and 3 nights, but when it comes to appreciating famous paintings, he is at a loss. Momo, come to your mother. I'm going to tell you that your father has no artistic talent. The thick album was placed on the Kong table, and Lin Muching talked to Momo about the origin of the famous painting. Meng Haixing was coaxing the 3 little babies and watching the mother and daughter studying the paintings in the album together. The family was immersed in art when they heard the gate of the courtyard creak and be pushed open from the outside. Dabiai, who usually likes to call out, and Xiaobei called out happily twice. Meng Haixing looked through the glass and saw that it was Dabeo who came. Dabeo, why did you come here alone? Meng Haixing was a little surprised. Usually, Dabeo would take Xiaobao with him when he was at home on vacation, so why didn't he bring his little follower with him today? Uncle, Grandma asked you to go home quickly. Dabeo's breathing was a little unstable, and it was obvious that he was running here in a hurry. Chapter 205 Aunt Chu Xiaoqing. Meng Haixing saw Dabeo running over and thought Chu Lan must have something urgent to discuss with him. So he gave a few instructions and walked quickly towards Chu Lan's house. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan separated from Meng Halian's family years ago. Meng Halian's family rebuilt their house, and they moved into the new house. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan, along with Meng Yu's family, live in the old house that Meng Haixing once owned. As soon as he reached the door, Meng Haixing heard laughter coming from the house. He looked into the house through the glass window and vaguely saw Chu Xiaoqing sitting on the Kong in the main room. Meng Haixing didn't have a very good impression of Chu Xiaoqing. In her previous life, Chu Xiaoqing married to Anxin City and always felt that her family was city people, so she didn't want to interact with their family. After Meng Haixing made some money from his business and became really rich, when she wanted to go out, Meng Haixing didn't give her a good look. He never showed mercy to such relatives. Later, when Chu Xiaoqing saw that she could not gain any benefits from Meng Haixing, she kept making trouble for Chu Lan. In the end, the matter even reached Meng Haixing's uncle. Chu Xiaoqing spread bad words about Meng Haixing behind his back, saying that he made money but ignored his poor relatives and that Chu Lan was ungrateful. Later, for unknown reasons, Chu Xiaoqing suddenly divorced. Chu Lan helped Chu Xiaoqing like a possessed person, buying a house and arranging a job for Sun Qianqian. Meng Haixing always advised Chu Lan not to help Chu Xiaoqing anymore, saying that she was a bottomless pit and no amount of money would satisfy her needs. Unfortunately, at that time Chu Lan was like being under a spell from Chu Xiaoqing, and she listened to everything Chu Xiaoqing said. Later, Chu Xiaoqing became addicted to gambling. She lost all her money and took Sun Qianqian on a cruise to gamble on the high seas. By the time Meng Haixing received the news and chased after her, Chu Xiaoqing had already had her tendons cut and thrown into the sea, and Sun Qianqian, unable to bear the humiliation, jumped into the sea and died. It was because of this incident that Chu Lan's health suddenly collapsed. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing wanted to throw Chu Xiaoqing out of their house immediately. She is such a troublemaker. Chu Lan should have been able to spend his old age in peace, but it was ruined by Chu Xiaoqing. Auntie, what brings you here? Meng Haixing walked up to Chu Xiaoqing and greeted her with a forced smile. In his memory, in recent years, Chu Xiaoqing has been living as a city dweller in Anxin City, and she has never contacted Chu Lan. Haixing is here. Wow, you've grown a lot taller than before after not seeing you for a few years. You must be 1.85 meters tall now. Meng Haixing sneered in his heart. The last time Chu Xiaoqin saw him, he was only a teenager. Now he is the father of 4 children. He has grown a lot taller. It's been many years since I last saw my aunt. While Meng Haixing was talking to Chu Xiaoqin, he was secretly looking at Chu Xiaoqin. In Meng Haixing's memory, Chu Xiaoqin loved dressing up very much and spent almost all of her monthly salary on clothes. But today Chu Xiaoqin was only wearing a thick woolen coat, and she didn't even bring her gold and silver jewelry. She came out in such a plain outfit. Sun Qianqian, who was sitting next to her, was already 16 years old. Her features resembled Chu Xiaoqin's. She was tall and thin and already looked like a beauty. Sun Qianqian's clothes were a little cold. It was New Year's Day, and she was wearing a half-new cotton jacket. She looked worse than the girls in the village. No matter how poor a family in the village is, they will buy a new piece of clothing during the Chinese New Year. From the way the two were dressed, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that there might be something wrong with Chu Xiaoqin's financial situation. Meng Haixing and Chu Xiaoqin exchanged a few pleasantries before hearing Chu Lan say, "Sister, why don't you go live with Big Brother? You saw Xiaoyu's family living with me, and I don't even have an extra room here. It's not that troublesome. Haixing's family has built a new house, so I can just go live with her. Aunt, my house only has a Kong and a stove in the east room. The west room is a bed and has no stove. Now I use the west room as a refrigerator. My face gets frozen every time I go in. How can I live like this?" As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, Chu Xiaoqin burst into tears. "Chu Lan, you really don't like me, your sister, coming here. I helped you a lot when you were in trouble before. Now that I'm having a hard time, I come to you for help, and you treat me like this." When Meng Haixing saw Chu Xiaoqin doing her usual routine of crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide, his expression immediately turned ugly. If Meng Haixing hadn't known Chu Xiaoqin's character today, and she hadn't been crying on New Year's Day, he might have let her stay to keep the peace. But today Meng Haixing would not keep her no matter what. If they keep her, there will be no peace in their family. "Look at what you said, sister. I don't have a place to live." Chu Lan was also in a dilemma. Before Meng Haixing came just now, Chu Xiaoqin had actually been here for a while. When Chu Lan first saw Chu Xiaoqin and Sun Qianqian coming, she was very happy. She hadn't seen them for a long time. Unfortunately, before Chu Lan could be happy for a while, Chu Xiaoqin called Chu Lan aside and said that she had no money and wanted to borrow 2,000 yuan from Chu Lan. This is 2,000 yuan, not 200, not 20. How could Chu Lan have the money to lend to Chu Xiaoqin? Chu Lan knew her sister quite well. She understood that she could not deal with Chu Xiaoqin today, so she could only ask Debao to call Meng Haixing over quickly. Chu Lan meant to let Chu Xiaoqin live at her eldest brother's house first. Her eldest sister-in-law is a powerful person, and Chu Xiaoqin would definitely not dare to do anything wrong. "Chu Lan, do you still have any conscience? Have you forgotten how I helped you back then? Now that I'm in trouble, you want to kick me out? Fine, I won't live here anymore. Give me 2,000 yuan, and I'll take Qianqian with me." Seeing that she had tried so many tricks, but none of them worked, Chu Xiaoqin lost her patience. "Auntie, what do you need 2,000 yuan for?" Meng Haixing was surprised that 2,000 yuan could buy a house. "And Haixing, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I can't make it in Anshin City anymore, so I'm planning to come and seek refuge with you." In order to borrow money, Chu Xiaoqin made herself sound even more pitiful than a cabbage. It turns out that Chu Xiaoqin's husband Sun Junjiang has always disliked Chu Xiaoqin for not being able to give birth to a son. In the past few years, he hooked up with a young widow from somewhere, and the two of them actually had a son. When Chu Xiaoqin found out about this, the little boy was already 2 years old. Chu Xiaoqin and Sun Junjiang had a huge fight over this matter. When Sun Junjiang saw that the truth was revealed, he wanted to divorce Chu Xiaoqin. Chu Xiaoqin naturally refused to agree and threatened that if Sun Junjiang dared to divorce her, she would go to his workplace and make him unemployed immediately. Sun Junjiang did not divorce Chu Xiaoqin in order to keep his job, but he also stopped giving money home and only gave Chu Xiaoqin 30 yuan a month for food. Chu Xiaoqin, who had long been accustomed to spending money lavishly, was naturally unwilling to go from being a rich man to a pauper. But the economic power is in the hands of Sun Junjiang. If the two really fall out, the 30 yuan she got for free this month will probably be wasted. Years ago, Sun Junjiang gave me a year's allowance and I moved directly to live with the young widow. I couldn't survive any longer, so I came to Chu Lan for help. Chu Xiaoqin cried loudly as she spoke. Meng Haixing on the side secretly gave Chu Xiaoqin a thumbs up. The damn Sun Junjiang gave her 30 yuan a month for household expenses, which is the monthly salary of an ordinary worker. Why is Chu Xiaoqin not enough? Isn't it obvious that she wants to come to his house and become a blood-sucking leech? Chapter 206 Chu lands handle 1. Chu Xiaoqin cried so hard that everyone present was stunned. Meng Yu looked at Wu Lixia and both of them with disdain. With 30 yuan a month for living expenses, plus Chu Xiaoqin's own salary, how could it not be enough for her and Sun Qianqian to spend? Their whole family spends less than 30 yuan a month. She took so much money and still felt it was not enough. She came here crying poor and trying to take advantage of others. She really has no shame. Chu Lan is not a fool, so how could she not see what her elder sister is thinking? Chu Lan, you know Qianqian is growing up now and has a lot of expenses. She doesn't study well, so I want to spend money to buy her a school. I borrowed this money just to let Qianqian go to school. Seeing that Chu Lan was reluctant to give in, Chu Xiaoqin brought up Sun Qianqian. Aunt, you want Qianqian to go to that high school, which costs 2,000 yuan in tuition. Our town's high school only costs 500 yuan. Meng Haixing was not someone who could be easily fooled, because when he and Lin Muching first registered for the town high school, they planned to pay for school. After all, the two of them didn't pass the entrance exam properly, and they just transferred directly to the senior year class. No one would let them in without paying money. However, Meng Haixing later did well in the English exam, so Lu Jiang waved his hand and waived the tuition of 500 yuan for each of them. Of course it's our Anshin City High School. You think it's your little shabby place. Chu Xiaoqin frowned slightly, looking unhappy. Today, no one knew what was wrong with Meng Haixing. He was contradicting her in everything. Meng Haixing used to be a gangster, but he never cared about family affairs. Auntie, please don't lie to me. The tuition for high school in Ningong City is 500 yuan per person. Can your Anshin City be bigger than Ningong City? Although the two families did not interact much in their previous life, Meng Haixing vaguely learned from Chu Lan that Sun Qianqian was actually a good student. But Chu Xiaoqin felt that it was useless for girls to study, so she did not let her go to school. And after Sun Qianqian graduated from junior high school, she has been looking for a job for Sun Qianqian. But nowadays, it is usually the children who take over the work for their parents. Chu Xiaoqin works in the street. Not only is her work easy, but she also gets to meet all kinds of people. She definitely doesn't want to give this job to Sun Qianqian. So after graduating from junior high school, Sun Qianqian remained unemployed and was often scolded by Chu Xiaoqin for this. Chu Xiaoqin was like this in her previous life, and Meng Haixing didn't believe that Chu Xiaoqin in this life would suddenly change and want Sun Qianqian to get a high school diploma. Chu Lan, just tell me, do you want to lend Qianqian the money so she can go to high school? Unable to argue with Meng Haixing, Chu Xiaoqin immediately turned her attention to Chu Lan. Do you really want Qianqian to study? While speaking, Chu Lan kept looking at Sun Qianqian, but Sun Qianqian lowered her head slightly and only looked at the corner of her clothes. She didn't say anything, just sat on the edge of the Kong in a depressed mood. How could this be false? Chu Lan hesitated for a moment and looked at Meng Guangzhu again. Meng Haixing thought that if Meng Guangzhu met someone like Chu Xiaoqin who was unreasonable, he would definitely get angry and scold her out directly. After all, his father has always had a hot temper. But Meng Haixing never expected that Meng Guangzhu actually nodded. Since you want Qianqian to go to school, we'll lend you the money. Qianqian is a good child and a grown-up girl now. It's New Year's Day, so you should buy her 2 new clothes. Okay, as long as I have money, I will naturally not treat her unfairly. Meng Haixing on the side was shocked. Could it be that Chu Xiaoqin could really cast a spell? As soon as she showed up, his parents acted like they were possessed by an evil spirit. Just now, Chu Lan clearly didn't even agree to let Chu Xiaoqin stay. How come he wanted to lend her 2,000 yuan all of a sudden? Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Chu Lan glanced at the confused Meng Haixing and said, Qianqian needs to go to school, so I have to borrow the money. Your father and I saved some money before the new year, so it should be enough. Chu Lan knew very well that lending money to Chu Xiaoqin today was unfair to her 3 children, but she also had her own difficulties. At this point, even Meng Haixing, a complete fool, felt that something was fishy. There must be something fishy going on if Chu Xiaoqin could use her money to send Sun Qianqian to high school. Qianqian, did you go to the high school to get your books before the new year? Meng Haixing suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Sun Qianqian, who had been silent all the time, was startled and quickly shook her head. Didn't you sign up for high school years ago? Sun Qianqian shook her head again. Aunt, you said you wanted Qianqian to go to high school. Why didn't you register her? I'll go back during the Chinese New Year and register her. It doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later. Meng Haixing sneered. His aunt was really good at making trouble. Aunt, high school isn't yours. You can go whenever you want. If you want to pay for a spot, you only have 2 registration opportunities a year. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until the next time. Since you missed it once, the next time will be in September this year. Qianqian doesn't start school until September. It's a bit too early for you to come and borrow money during the Chinese New Year. Meng Haixing, are you sick today? Why are you always targeting me? Am I not your elder? Chu Xiaoqin was going crazy. She had no idea why Meng Haixing was so cunning now. She dared to say that looking at the entire Xiaoshan village, no one knew how much it would cost to go to school. Aunt, you asked my parents to borrow 2,000 yuan. As their son, I must ask them clearly. Now Meng Guangzhu could no longer sit still. With a loud bang, Meng Guangzhu slammed the table in frustration. Chu Xiaoqin, tell me what's going on. If you don't explain it clearly today, I will definitely not lend you the money. Chu Xiaoqin trembled with fear. Why are you angry at me? Your family made so much money last year. What's wrong with lending me some? I helped you before. You can't be ungrateful now that you're rich. How do you know our family makes money? Meng Haixing was full of suspicion, as their two families had not been in contact for many years. Moreover, information is not transmitted very quickly nowadays. Chu Xiaoqin wanted to know about his family affairs. Could she have read it in the newspaper? This is also unlikely. It's okay for Chu Xiaoqin to buy clothes, but she would never be willing to spend the money to buy a newspaper. It was your cousin who told me. Don't try to hide it from me. Your cousin told me that you and your eldest brother built a new house, and you also set up a rabbit farm and resold medicinal herbs, making a lot of money. Haixing, I'm not saying anything to you, but you're so good at making money. Why don't you tell me so I can help you make some money to support the family? Now everyone present understood what was going on. The emotional Song Xiaoqin was invited by Meng Hongyan. Meng Hongyan also married and moved to Anqin City, and no one knew how she met Chu Xiaoqin. Chapter 207 Chu Lan's Handle 2. Big sister, what about Qianqian's schooling? Chu Lan was so angry that she felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet and rushing straight to her forehead. Well, I have to find an excuse. I can't just say I have gambling debts and can't pay them back. As soon as Chu Xiaoqin finished speaking, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. How could she accidentally reveal her secrets? Now that everything had been said, she had nothing to hide anymore and just told it all. Chu Lan, your family is doing better than mine right now. I'm raising Qianqian all by myself, and I'm still swamped with gambling debts. If you don't lend me these 2,000 yuan, I'll be dead. Sister, how could you become like this? Chu Lan's eyes turned slightly red, and when she looked at the clothes she and son Qianqian were wearing, Chu Lan felt even more uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Are you going to pay or not? If you pay, I'll take Qianqian away right now. If you don't pay, I'll just stay here. Aunt, don't force my mom. She definitely doesn't have any money. If you want to take money from her today, it's impossible. She doesn't owe you anything. Meng Haixing finally understood that Chu Xiaoqin was so arrogant and domineering probably because she had something on Chu Lan. This matter must be clarified. He doesn't want to keep a time bomb around him. Meng Haixing didn't give Chu Xiaoqin any face at all. Just a few words made Chu Xiaoqin so angry that she almost exploded. This person tends to lose his temper whenever he gets angry. How come your mother doesn't owe me anything? If I hadn't adopted Qianqian, she would have starved to death. I raised her daughter for so many years. Shouldn't I be compensated? When Chu Xiaoqin said this, everyone present was stunned. Sun Qianqian, who had been lowering her head just now, suddenly looked up at Chu Xiaoqin. Mom, what did you just say? Sun Qianqian's face was full of disbelief, her eyes slightly red, and it was obvious that she had heard clearly what Chu Xiaoqin had said. I'm telling you, this money loser, you're not my biological daughter, Chu Xiaoqin. I went home to visit my family that year, and that's when you were born. Your mother had no milk, and our family was so poor we didn't even have sweet potatoes. She begged me to take you away. Originally, I wanted to take your brother with me, but your brother bit me, that little bastard, so I couldn't bring myself to take you with me. If I had known that Sun Junjiang was so fond of boys, I should have taken your brother with me. Chu Xiaoqin looked at Sun Qianqian with disgust. She got off the Kong and stood in front of Chu Lan. Now that we've come to this, let's be frank. Life is tough right now, and I don't have the money to support this money loser anymore. Give me 2,000 yuan as my hard-earned money for raising Sun Qianqian over the years. Sister Yu. Chu Lan was so angry that he felt dizzy and his body went limp and he fell onto the chair. Life has gotten better over the years, and she has thought about taking Sun Qianqian back. But thinking that Chu Xiaoqin was infertile and she only had one daughter, Sun Qianqian, Chu Lan couldn't bear it and snatched Sun Qianqian away. She never expected that Sun Qianqian would be so unbearable in Chu Xiaoqin's eyes. Her beloved daughter was not even as good as a blade of grass in someone else's hands. Guangzhu, give money to my eldest sister and let her go. Chu Lan looked at Chu Xiaoqin angrily, his eyes full of despair. Chu Xiaoqin has hated Sun Qianqian so much over the years and doesn't know how to treat her. When Chu Lan thinks of this, her heart aches. Wait, Mom, Let my aunt sign a document. Qianqian's household registration is still in Anshin City. What if I give her the money and she doesn't let Qianqian move her household registration? Why would it be so troublesome? I've never moved my household registration. Meng Haixing was stunned. Qianqian has always been an illegal resident. Yes. Then how does she go to school? It's just a loan. Just pay some money and you can go. Chu Xiaoqin spoke so calmly, as if this was a very common thing. Sister, how could you treat Qianqian like this? She has been an illegal resident all this time. Maybe an unregistered person can go to elementary or junior high school by paying some money, but it is definitely not possible to go to high school. Moreover, without a household registration, he cannot even leave the school, let alone enter the factory. From the moment Chu Xiaoqin entered this house today, she has been full of lies. If Meng Haixing hadn't seen through her tricks one by one, she would have been able to take at least 2,000 yuan from Chu Lan today. And from now on, whenever she is short of money, she will come to Chu Lan to ask for it. Just like in the previous life. Very good. Meng Haixing was also very angry. He looked at Sun Qianqian, who had been in a daze, and asked gently, Qianqian, now that everything is clear, I want to ask for your opinion. Do you want to stay or go back to Anshin City with your aunt? The person who should be feeling the most uncomfortable at this moment should be Sun Qianqian. The person she had called mother for 16 years actually hated her from the bottom of her heart and even sent her back for 2,000 yuan. Sun Qianqian, who had been crying silently with her head down, raised her head slightly. Third brother, I'll stay. Good. The house was in a mess because of Chu Xiaoqin, so Meng Haixing stopped talking nonsense with her. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote an agreement. It briefly described what had happened, and then stated that the Meng family would give Chu Xiaoqin 2,000 yuan today. From then on, Sun Qianqian would change her name to Meng Qianqian and return to the Meng family to live, and would have nothing to do with Chu Xiaoqin anymore. The agreement was made in triplicate, and Meng Haixing also specially invited the village secretary and several prestigious elders in the village. Most of them had experienced the famine more than a decade ago, and they felt quite emotional about this incident. At that time, there was not only famine, but also chaos in the world, and there were even bandits in their area. In order to survive, many people would abandon their children, not to mention sending them to relatives to raise. If the adults can't survive, who can take care of the fragile children? Ask those who have come down the mountain, and you will find that almost every household has one or two such stories. Chu Xiaoqin and Meng Guangzhu signed and put their fingerprints on the agreement, and Meng Guangzhu took out 2,000 yuan. At this moment, Meng Guangzhu could no longer utter a word, feeling mixed emotions. Perhaps Chu Xiaoqin was the only one who was happy there. She took the money, counted it carefully, and when she saw that the amount was just right, she left happily. Meng Haixing watched Chu Xiaoqin's back disappear at the gate of the courtyard, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. If he is not happy during the new year, no one else can have a good time. Meng Haixing followed Chu Xiaoqin out of the courtyard. Xiaomi, are you free today? Can you help me? Brother Haixing, you are so polite. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Did you see that person in front? My aunt Chu Xiaoqin. Oh, I know him. That's good. You ride my bike and follow her to see what she's going to do. Okay, I promise to do it beautifully for you. Meng Xiaomi's family is poor, and they have no relatives to visit during the new year. He happened to have nothing to do, so he helped Meng Haixing make the trip. Chapter 208 Report 1. Meng Haixing walked into the room from outside and saw Chu Lan holding Meng Qianqian, who had changed into new clothes, and crying so hard that she almost fainted. Mom, it's a good thing that Qianqian is back, so don't cry. Meng Haixing also didn't expect that the handle that Chu Xiaoqin used to catch Chu Lan in his previous life was actually Meng Qianqian. No wonder Chu Lan was always very enthusiastic towards Meng Qianqian every time Chu Xiaoqin brought her to visit relatives. The family was poor at that time, and the three brothers and sisters shared one egg, while Meng Qianqian could eat one alone. Meng Haixing thought that Meng Qianqian was a guest, which was why she was treated this way. Now that he thought about it, Chu Lan must have felt guilty towards Meng Qianqian. Haixing, look at your sister's arm. Chu Lan's eyes turned red as she pulled up the sweater on Meng Qianqian's arm. I saw that her arms were covered with bruises and purple scars. Some of the scars had been there for some time and had turned into a light brown color. Who hit me? Meng Haixing's face looked extremely ugly. Meng Qianqian was just a little girl. Who could be so cruel to her? Meng Qianqian on the side just kept crying and couldn't say a word. What happened today was a big shock to her. She was timid to begin with, and now when she heard Meng Haixing's cold voice, she didn't dare to speak. It was your aunt and uncle who beat her. They disliked Qianqian because she was a girl. Chu Lan was crying uncontrollably when she said this. She never expected that Chu Xiaoqin and Sun Zhenjiang would be so heartless. Just now when Chu Lan was getting clothes for Meng Qianqian, he accidentally saw that Meng Qianqian's arms and back were covered with scars of various sizes. After Chu Lan's repeated questioning, Meng Qianqian finally told the truth. It turns out that Chu Xiaoqin brought Meng Qianqian home in the hope of relying on Meng Qianqian to repair the relationship between husband and wife. At that time, because Chu Xiaoqin was infertile, Sun Junjiang was not very nice to her. But after Meng Qianqian was brought back, Chu Xiaoqin discovered that Sun Junjiang's family was extremely patriarchal. He didn't even want to look at Meng Qianqian. At that time, Chu Xiaoqin also thought about sending Meng Qianqian back, but her mother-in-law asked her to keep Meng Qianqian. If the couple never has children in the future, Meng Qianqian can still provide for them in their old age and see them to the end of their lives. Under such circumstances, Chu Xiaoqin and Sun Junjiang kept Meng Qianqian. The two did not repair their relationship because of Meng Qianqian's arrival, and they treated Meng Qianqian very badly. When Meng Qianqian was 5 or 6 years old, she started helping with housework. She knew how to cook and wash clothes. But even so, the two of them still didn't treat Meng Qianqian as a human being. Not only was she often beaten and scolded, but if they quarreled, Meng Qianqian would also be beaten. Under such circumstances, Meng Qianqian was abused for 16 years. Years ago, Chu Xiaoqin found out that Sun Junjiang had a son with someone else. Chu Xiaoqin was angry but couldn't vent it on Sun Junjiang, so she could only take it out on Meng Qianqian. All the injuries on her body were caused by Chu Xiaoqin beating her with a feather duster. The handle of a feather duster is very tough, and it hurts a lot when it hits your skin. Meng Qianqian knelt on the ground and begged Chu Xiaoqin not to hit her, but the more she begged, the harder Chu Xiaoqin hit her. In Chu Xiaoqin's view, the misfortune in her marriage was caused by Meng Qianqian. If she were a boy, their family would not have been quarreling all the time. Sun Junjiang would never have a son with a widow outside. All of this is Meng Qianqian's fault. Everyone present had tears in their eyes when they heard Chu Lan talk about what Meng Qianqian had experienced over the years. Qianqian, everything is fine now. You will have your parents, brothers, and sisters at home to protect you. Meng Yu cried inconsolably. She simply couldn't understand how Chu Xiaoqin, who looked so gentle, could be so cruel and ruthless in secret. Yes, Qianqian. From now on you have your brothers and sisters to protect you. No one will dare to touch you again. I remember you had good grades when you were in junior high school. After the first month of the lunar year, my cram school in the county will start offering high school courses. You can go there and make up for the courses you missed in your freshman year. In September, my family will pay for you to enroll in the town high school. Meng Haixing's face was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. At first, he thought Chu Xiaoqin didn't want Meng Qianqian just because she was divorcing Sun Junjiang. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Chu Xiaoqin's conscience had long been eaten by dogs. She didn't treat Meng Qianqian as her own child at all, but only as a dispensable tool. Haixing is right. Qianqian had very good grades when she was in junior high school. Chu Lan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. In the past, Chu Xiaoqin always showed off in front of others that Meng Qianqian had good grades and that she was a good parent. Now it seems that Meng Qianqian's good grades at that time were probably all thanks to Chu Xiaoqin's feather duster. Meng Guangzhu, who had been silent on the side, felt very relieved when he saw everyone comforting Meng Qianqian. Okay, let Qianqian go wash her face first, and then we can talk slowly. Yes, you see, you were so busy talking that you didn't even get Qianqian anything delicious. Chu Lan wiped the tears from her face and went to the side room to get some snacks for Meng Qianqian. Faced with everyone's kindness, Meng Qianqian, who was a little restrained, kept her head down, not knowing what to say. Meng Haixing's old house was not very big. The west room was given to Meng Yu's family of 4, and Meng Qianqian could only live in the small room on the east side. That place used to be used to store miscellaneous items. Chu Lan moved all the miscellaneous items in the house to the wing room. He took another red door curtain and hung it up. Meng Qianqian is already 16 years old and is a grown-up girl, so she needs to avoid suspicion to some extent. Mom, I'm going home first. I'll ask Qianqian to come to my house to see Xiao Shitu and the others later. Well, you should go back quickly. You've been out for most of the day. How can Mu Cheng take care of the child alone? I'll cook dinner and bring it to you later. Don't cook. Okay. Meng Haixing hurried home. Momo had been naughty all morning and fell asleep before dinner time. The 3 little ones had just finished their milk and were too tired to play, so they prepared to go to sleep. Meng Haixing told Lin Muching about Meng Qianqian's situation. Mu Cheng, I'm going to be out for a while. Mom will bring you food later. I'll ask her to help you look after the kids this afternoon. I guess I'll be back quite late. Where are you going? I have something to do in the county. I will be back as soon as possible. Okay, Then you go early and come back early. Meng Haixing didn't tell Lin too much detail. He didn't even have lunch. He went to Meng Haiyan's house to borrow a bicycle and headed to the county town. Halfway through the journey, Meng Haixing saw Meng Xiaomi coming back from a distance. This is Xiaomi. Brother Haixing, why are you here too? I'm not worried about you. My aunt went to the county to do something. Meng Xiaomi took a breath and, seeing that no one was around, lowered her voice and whispered in Meng Haixing's ear. Your aunt went to the county to play mahjong with someone. I didn't dare to get too close for fear of alerting them. She's in a shabby building over there, probably for gambling. Chapter 209 Report 2. Meng Haixing didn't expect Chu Xiaoqin to be so bold. She extorted money from his family and then went to gamble. Xiaomi, take me to see it. Okay. The two of them rode their bicycles towards the county in the howling north wind. Thanks to Meng Xiaomi's good memory, he took Meng Haixing through many twists and turns and entered an old residential building. The buildings here are all two-story buildings, dilapidated. This one, Meng Xiaomi parked her bicycle at the entrance of an alley and pointed to a small courtyard with the highest wall. It was obvious that the courtyard wall of this house was newly built. Meng Haixing asked Meng Xiaomi to stand at the entrance of the alley, and he quietly walked over. The walls of the front yard are quite high. If Meng Haixing wanted to climb over them, he could do so, but he would easily be discovered by the people inside. He walked around the yard and finally came to the back of the yard, where someone had placed a wooden ladder. Meng Haixing brought the ladder over and placed it on the back wall of the suspicious courtyard. He quietly climbed up the ladder and through a dirty glass window, he could vaguely see 4 mahjong tables inside. The people inside were probably afraid that the noise would be too loud and they would be discovered, so they placed a thick blanket on the mahjong table. Meng Haixing just took a look and came down quietly again. Xiaomi, you keep an eye on it. I'm going to the police station right now to report this case. If we catch these people gambling together, they'll be in big trouble. Haixing, isn't your aunt here? Yes, it's because of my aunt that I want to report her. How could Meng Haixing let her go easily after seeing how Chu Xiaoqin treated Meng Qianqian? Sending her to the Public Security Bureau was already a way for him to show consideration for their relative. Meng Haixing was very familiar with the county town, and soon he brought over a dozen public security comrades. Xuyang County is such a small place, and the fact that 16 people were gambling in a group is already a major incident. The arrest operation went very smoothly. Meng Haixing and Meng Xiaomi didn't even show up. They hid together in an unused courtyard and peeked in this direction. When Meng Haixing saw Chu Xiaoqin and Meng Hongyan being handcuffed and let out of the yard, the anger in his heart did not completely disappear. There is also a Sun Junjiang, but it would be even easier to deal with Sun Junjiang. He worked in a state-owned enterprise and had some power, so he sent an anonymous letter of complaint to Sun Junjiang's work unit. It clearly described how Chu Xiaoqin was arrested for gambling, how the two abused Meng Qianqian, and how Sun Junjiang was hanging out with a young widow before getting divorced and even had a son with her. By then, there would be no need for Meng Haixing to go there, and Sun Junjiang might even lose his job. What kind of man is he if he is arrogant outside but scolds his wife and daughter at home? People like Sun Junjiang don't deserve to be human beings, let alone have a good life. Meng Haixing quietly did something big in Xuyang County, and he was quite happy about it. Even if he didn't say anything, this matter would probably spread to Xiashan village in a few days. When Chulan finds out, she will only say that Chu Xiaoqin deserves the bad luck. She will definitely not know that it was Meng Haixing who reported the matter. In this way, Chulan will not have any psychological burden. Xiaomi, you have to keep this a secret from me and don't let anyone else know. Don't worry, I'm not a gossipy person. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go find a wonton stand to fill our stomachs. Many small restaurants were closed during the Chinese New Year, so Meng Haixing took Meng Xiaomi to the snack street near the bus station. It was the only place that still sold snacks. While waiting for the wontons, Meng Xiaomi asked Meng Haixing about raising rabbits with him next year. Haixing, after the new year, can I buy a few rabbits on credit from you? I used all the money I earned 2 years ago to pay for my mother's medical treatment. Your mother is sick. What's wrong? Meng Haixing was stunned. In his memory, Meng Xiaomi's mother had always been in good health. My dad beat me. While saying this, Meng Xiaomi kept her head down and didn't even dare to look at Meng Haixing. Meng Xiaomi has always had an inferiority complex since she was a child. Other people's parents are harmonious, but her parents have a fight every 2 days and a big fight every 3 days. When he was a child, he always walked with his head down when he went to school, because as soon as he raised his head, someone would ask him if his parents had fought again or why he was late for school again. Over time, Meng Xiaomi became less talkative. Brother Haixing, I have decided to let my parents divorce and I will live with my mother from now on. Suddenly Meng Xiaomi raised her head, and looked at Meng Haixing very seriously. I'll save some more money and apply for a residential plot from the village to build a house, so I can bring my mother over. Xiaomi, think carefully. No one in our village has ever divorced. If you support your parents' divorce, you will face a lot of rumors. I understand. Rumors are nothing. I can't just watch my mom get beaten to death by my dad. Seeing Meng Xiaomi's determined look, Meng Haixing nodded slightly. In her previous life, Meng Xiaomi was a coward all her life, but unexpectedly, after he was reborn, Meng Xiaomi became tough. Considering that they grew up together, Meng Haixing decided to help Meng Xiaomi, but whether he can seize the opportunity depends on himself. I'm going to Pengcheng in the south in a few days. Do you want to go out with me and see the world? Can I? Meng Xiaomi's eyes were bright and full of brilliance. His biggest wish in this life is to be able to leave Xiashan village. Of course you can, but I'm not taking you to see the sights. You might even get into a fight. Are you afraid? Brother Haixing, you underestimate me. I've never been vague in fighting with you before. Meng Haixing laughed out loud. That's true. In the past, the two of them had done a lot of bad things together. That's settled then. I'll tell you when we're leaving. When Meng Haixing returned from the county in the afternoon, it was already mid-afternoon. As soon as he entered the door, he was scolded by Chu Lan. During the Chinese New Year, I am not at home to take care of my children, and I am running around everywhere. Mom, I have some matters in the county. I will be back as soon as I finish them. Don't rush around, kid. Didn't they say before the new year that they were going to build a rabbit farm on the vacant land next to our house? Your Aunt Lu came to visit us this afternoon and said that the town government will be open on the 8th day of the first lunar month, so there's no need to wait until the end of the first lunar month for approval. Oh, then I'll ask the secretary as soon as possible to see if I can get that piece of land to build a rabbit farm. It's New Year's Day, don't go empty-handed. Mom, I understand. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to find Meng Jiangwo. During the new year, every family had relatives, and it was not convenient for him to go at this time. On the 6th day of the new year, Meng Haixing and several of his cousins sat together and had a drink. Meng Jinfeng, who had just returned from college, toasted Meng Haixing several times during the meal. It was Meng Haixing who worked hard to get him into this university. It can be said that without Meng Haixing, his dream of going to university would have been ruined. Meng Haixing also took the opportunity to introduce Meng Qianqian to everyone, which was considered as officially clearing Meng Qianqian's name. Meng Qianqian looked at the large table of people and felt a little timid, but she still stood up and greeted everyone. Chapter 210 Land Application 1. Seeing that Meng Qianqian was very shy, Meng Haixing took the initiative to introduce everyone present to her. This is my second uncle's eldest brother, Meng Daniu. The one next to him is my eldest sister-in-law, Lang Chunhua. You'll see them often when you go to the county cram school. They're currently working at my nursery school with my aunt. Meng Qianqian looked at the smiling Meng Daniu and Lang Chunhua, and shyly called out for help. Maybe Meng Qianqian was a little shy at first, but after being called by this group of people, she finally became less restrained. Come on, let's have a drink together to welcome Qianqian home today. Yes, welcome home, Qianqian. Meng Yu also shouted. The Meng brothers and sisters were still very enthusiastic. They kept talking to Meng Qianqian to ease the sense of strangeness in her heart. Perhaps it was because the Meng family was too enthusiastic, or perhaps it was because the champagne in her hand was too delicious. But by the time the meal was halfway through, Meng Qianqian had already become one with the group. Meng Haixing was very happy to see Meng Qianqian gradually integrating into this big family. He missed this sister in his previous life, and he will definitely not let her suffer the same pain as in her previous life in this life. Meng Qianqian is a very diligent girl. After lunch, she took the initiative to help Lin Muching and several sisters-in-law clean the room and the kitchen. When she had nothing to do in the afternoon, she came over to help Lin Muching take care of the 3 babies. Whether it is changing diapers or washing diapers, she is an expert at it and never needs Lin Muching to teach her. Qianqian, stop working and come sit for a while. I'll let your brother wash the diaper later. When Lin Muching saw Meng Qianqian carrying a basin of diapers to wash, he quickly pulled her into the house. Sister-in-law, it's okay. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. My 3 little nephews make a lot of diapers a day, and it's cold out now, so they don't dry easily. I washed them quickly to make sure they weren't running out. That's definitely enough. Your brother will wash it and put it by the stove to dry soon. Come here, I have something good for you. Lin Muching forcefully pulled Meng Qianqian into the inner room. In the afternoon, Momo went to find Dabeo, and Xiaobao went out to play, so the house was very quiet. Lin Muching took out 2 brand new turtleneck sweaters from the West Room, one cherry pink and one light purple. Both sweaters were embroidered with very beautiful pearl flowers. Your eldest brother bought these for me before the Lunar New Year. He bought a lot of them, but I've never worn these 2 in tender colors, so they're perfect for you. Third sister-in-law, I already have several new clothes. You can keep this sweater. I told you to take it, so you can take it without worry. The women in our family have several of them. As soon as Meng Qianqian touched the wool sweater, she knew it was expensive. When she was in Anshin City, she saw other classmates wearing it and heard that it cost dozens of yuan. Thank you, sister-in-law. Come and sit down. I have a lot of new and interesting things here. Then Lin Muching took out her tape recorder again. She put a tape of Teresa Tang in it. The gentle singing voice poured out from the tape recorder, and Meng Qianqian was completely stunned. Third sister-in-law, you are so fashionable. Some of my classmates have wealthy families, but their families can only afford those dual cassette recorders, which are very heavy to carry. Meng Qianqian gently stroked the tape recorder with her hand, feeling extremely fond of it. I have a lot of tapes of other singers here. If you like them, take them home and listen to them. How can I do that? It would be terrible if I broke it. I'll just come to your side and listen. Meng Qianqian looked at Lin Muching with a smile. Do you like singing? Yes, I like it. I can sing all of Teresa Tang's songs. As she spoke, Meng Qianqian began to sing softly along with the tape. Her voice was very unique and had a strong penetrating power. Although it was a cappella performance, Lin Muching still felt enlightened. After the song was finished, Lin Muching applauded Meng Qianqian. Qianqian, have you ever learned to sing? No, I learned singing with my teacher when I was in school. I have been the music committee member since elementary school. When it comes to singing, Meng Qianqian becomes noticeably more talkative. Your voice is a gift from God. If you like singing, you can practice more. Who knows, maybe one day you can become as famous as Teresa Tang across Asia. Sister-in-law, please stop making fun of me. Meng Qianqian lowered her head shyly. In the past, Chu Xiaoqin hated her singing the most. Sometimes she would hum a few lines at home, and if Chu Xiaoqin heard it, she would be beaten. This made Meng Qianqian subconsciously think that singing was wrong. But today Lin Muching kept encouraging her to sing, and Meng Qianqian was full of anxiety. Then Meng Qianqian sang several more songs. When the three little ones heard Meng Qianqian's songs, they all danced with joy. On the other hand, Meng Haixing had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he went to Meng Zhengwo's house with some gifts. In the afternoon, most of the guests at home have left, so this time is very appropriate for him to choose. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush with Meng Zhengwo and directly told him his thoughts. It's not difficult to say it's difficult, but it's not that simple to say it's simple either. Uncle, how can you say that? You want to build a rabbit farm. Logically, I can submit the materials to the town and get the county approval. However, the land belongs to our village after all, so we need to hold a meeting to approve it. When Meng Haixing heard Meng Zhengwo say this, he immediately understood that the village had never contracted out non-agricultural land. He had to contract at least 10 or 8 acres at a time. The village had to know what to do with the money it received from the contracted land, and he had to let the villagers know. If Meng Zhengwo made the decision alone and gave it to Meng Haixing for approval, the villagers would probably cause trouble for Meng Zhengwo later. Meng Zhengwo's sudden action was definitely not his own idea, but someone had reported it to Meng Zhengwo behind his back. Meng Haixing laughed in his heart. It seemed that when the villagers asked him about raising rabbits a few years ago and he told them that he wanted to build a rabbit farm, some people felt jealous. Meng Haixing could understand this. Their Xiashan village was a big village with at least thousands of people. Not everyone among these many people is motivated and wants to make money by following Meng Haixing. There is always a small group of people who are too lazy to make money and can't stand seeing others making money. Uncle, I understand. Let's hold a meeting. I don't believe that there will be anyone in our village who won't support me in buying the land. Next to Meng Haixing's new house is a narrow road, and further east is a rocky beach. It was not suitable to grow crops or fruits and vegetables on that rocky beach, so in the end, they planted a field of seedlings. In the past few years, some villagers had nothing to do and would grow some vegetables on the rocky beach, but they stopped doing that later. There are weeds all around, and the vegetables we grow are not enough for the insects to eat. It was just a piece of unwanted wasteland, and only Meng Haixing was willing to pay for it. Now there are still people coming to make trouble. Meng Haixing really doesn't know what those people are thinking. The next morning, Meng Zhengwo took Meng Haixing to the wasteland to measure it. In the end, Meng Haixing asked for 15 acres. Their area is not an economically developed area. Even decades later, Xiashan Village is still Xiashan Village. The villages close to the town have been demolished and rebuilt with small buildings. Several villages around Xiashan Village have not been demolished due to planning and terrain issues. Meng Haixing didn't think it would make much sense to enclose land here, so he only asked for 15 acres and planned to convert it all into a rabbit farm. Chapter 211, Land Application 2. After measuring the land, Meng Jiangwo returned to the village and announced on the loudspeaker that Meng Haixing wanted to contract the rocky beach to build a rabbit farm. Anyone who was important had to go to the village committee for a meeting. There are a total of 20 relatively famous people in Shashan village. As a result, when Meng Haixing went to the village committee, the entire village committee was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. It's Chinese New Year, and everyone who has nothing to do comes over to watch the fun. Everyone, please be quiet. This is what's going on. I estimate that Haixing will earn the village more than 3,000 yuan from the 70-year contract for 15 mu of Rocky Beach. We will make public how the money is used so that everyone knows the details. Now we begin to vote. If you agree to contract the 15 mu of Rocky Beach to Meng Haixing, just write down your agreement. If you disagree, just say no. This is a secret ballot, so everyone please vote enthusiastically. The opinion with the most votes will prevail. Everyone was given a small piece of paper for rolling cigarettes, and when everyone wrote on it, they had to be careful not to let people around them see it. Soon, all the notes were placed in a small cardboard box. Meng Jiangwo opened the small notes one by one in front of all the villagers. Agree, 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 disagree. When the first disagreement appeared, Meng Guangzhu, who had been sitting outside smoking a pipe, suddenly stood up from his chair. That bastard, you still don't agree. Without my Haixing, our village can't even pay the salaries of the village cadres. And you still don't agree. You don't agree, you idiot. After Meng Guangzhu said this, the villagers started talking about it. Xiaoshan village was already poor. If Meng Haixing had not taken everyone to the mountains to dig buplurum and catch ground beetles a few years ago, I'm afraid they will still have to tighten their belts during the Chinese New Year this year, and they won't be able to eat dumplings and meat like they do now. As for the salaries of village cadres, that is interesting. Most village cadres are only paid once every 4 or 5 years. That is why no one in the village wants to be a village cadre. I can't even get my wages paid, and there are so many trivial things to do all day long. If I have the time, it would be better to work in the fields. Not to mention others. Meng Jiangwo has been the village party secretary for 8 years and has never received a single salary. He also hoped that Meng Haixing would contract the Rocky Beach this time so that he could pay his salary. Now, there are people who actually oppose Meng Haixing's contracting of the Rocky Beach. What is going on? Meng Jiangwo, who looked unhappy, continued to read with a gloomy face. Agree, agree, disagree, agree. By the end of the reading, Meng Jiangwo almost fainted from anger. For out of 20 people disagreed. This high proportion gave Meng Jiangwo a toothache. These people can't stand it. They are going down the mountain village to develop better. It seems that the comrades in our village are still very eager for Haixing to contract the Rocky Beach. In that case, we will obey the majority and it will be settled. Haixing, come with me to town this afternoon to hand in all the materials, and you should prepare the contract payment. It's already ready, uncle. Let's go now. Although there were some different opinions, Meng Haixing was not angry. He was not the RMB and could not be loved by everyone. Some people have dark hearts, so let them be dark. There is only one way to deal with these trash, and that is, the more prosperous his life is, the angrier these trash will be. Just wait and see. When his rabbit farm is built and he starts making a lot of money, those garbage in the village will probably be so angry that they will suffer internal injuries. Submitting the materials to the town went very smoothly and was approved on the same day. However, it needed a stamp from the county, so the town asked Meng Haixing to go again the next day. The matter seemed to be fine, but when Meng Haixing went to the town to handle the formalities the next day, he was told that the county had to hold a meeting to study the matter before giving Meng Haixing a reply. Seeing this result, Meng Haixing was so angry that he laughed. When did the huge Ziyang County start to attach so much importance to a rocky beach in the village? Isn't this obviously intended to create obstacles for Meng Hai? Meng Haixing didn't waste any time talking to the town clerk and rode his bicycle straight to the county. Meng Haixing was not actually very familiar with the county government, but he had a very eloquent mouth. Uncle, can I ask you something? Meng Haixing took a cigarette and handed it to the old man guarding the county government. What's the matter? The old man looked at Meng Haixing warily. This was the first time he had met someone who dared to come to the county government compound to inquire about something. Meng Haixing was a man of many thoughts. He did not directly say that he wanted to know who was responsible for approving the land use, but asked in a roundabout way. The old man spoke incoherently, saying a few words here and there, and soon he was defeated. Gu Hani, the director of the county office, is probably the most upright person in our entire county government. Since he took over as office director, fewer people have come to the county to cause trouble. Meng Haixing vaguely felt that the name Gu Hani sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But Director Gu's life hasn't been smooth sailing. He has 2 daughters and no sons. When he retires, he won't have any sons to take over his job. Now Meng Haixing remembered it immediately. No wonder he felt that the name Gu Hani sounded familiar. Wasn't it Gu Hani who gave him a banner years ago? Wow, it turns out he holds such a high official position. No wonder Director Fong, who manages the market, also accompanied him to find him. Thank you, uncle. You can keep these cigarettes for yourself. Can you help me find Director Gu? Meng Haixing stuffed half a pack of cigarettes into the old man's hand, his heart filled with joy. Now, no matter who dislikes him or does not want him to contract the rocky beach, it is useless. He knows the director of the county government office. Young man, where are you from? I dare not easily help you find Director Gu. The old man was a little hesitant to take the cigarette from Meng Haixing. Just tell him I'm Meng Haixing from Shashan village. He knows me. What? Director Gu knows you? Then why are you still trying to get close to me? I didn't know Director Gu was such a high-ranking official before. If I had known, I would have gone in and looked for him myself. Seeing that Meng Haixing didn't seem to be joking, the old man picked up the phone and called the office. He briefly explained the situation and asked Meng Haixing to wait in the office. Director Gu was in a meeting in the afternoon and would probably be out soon. Meng Haixing waited in the guard room for about a quarter of an hour, and then saw a man in a white shirt hurried out from the office building. He looked carefully and saw that the person coming was Gu Hani. Comrade Meng, Happy New Year. Gu Hani walked up to Meng Haixing and greeted him enthusiastically. Director Gu, Happy New Year. I'm so sorry to bother you before the end of the first lunar month. No way, let's go to my office and talk. The old man standing at the door of the guard room was surprised to see Meng Haixing and Gu Hani chatting and laughing as they went to the office building. It turns out that this young man really knows Director Gu. Chapter 2, 12 Land Application 3. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, most people had not started working yet, and Meng Haixing didn't meet many people along the way. Come and have tea with Comrade Meng. Thank you, Director Gu. I have to say that Gu Hani is a man without any official airs. He poured tea for Meng Haixing and handed him a cigarette, which made the enthusiastic Meng Haixing feel a little embarrassed. Director Gu, I wouldn't come to you without a reason. I came to you just now to ask you something. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush with Gu Hani and told him about the land he had contracted and planned to convert into a rabbit farm. This is obviously a very good thing. I don't understand why it is stuck in the county. Gu Hani frowned slightly. This matter was a great thing that would benefit both the country and the people, no matter for Shashan Village or Ziyang County. If Meng Haixing can really make money by raising Angora rabbits, it won't take long before he can encourage the people in the mountain village and surrounding areas to raise Angora rabbits together. Over time, it can even drive local economic development. It is impossible for the county to deliberately stop such a good thing. Comrade Meng, don't worry. I'll go and ask about the situation. Then I'll trouble you, Director Gu. I really have no other choice now, so I came to the county. Meng Haixing didn't expect Gu Hani to agree so readily. He turned around and strode out of the office and went to help Meng Haixing find out what was going on. Meng Haixing, who was alone in the office, quickly sorted out the whole thing and carefully recalled the current policies in his mind. Although there are fewer non-agricultural lands being contracted at this time, he is not the only one, and the likelihood of the county deliberately obstructing it is relatively low. Then there is only one possibility left. Just like the voting in the village, someone was jealous of him making a lot of money and was deliberately trying to trip him up behind his back. Meng Haixing was curious about who would go to such great lengths to cause trouble for him, and the matter was directly reported to the county. Time passed minute by minute, and Gu Hani had been out for a quarter of an hour and had not returned. Meng Haixing felt a little anxious, wondering what was holding Gu Hani back. Waiting is the most painful thing. Even though Meng Haixing is calm, he will feel a little annoyed after a long time. An hour later, Gu Hani came back hurriedly with a file bag. Comrade Meng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. Director Gu, have you asked clearly here? Why exactly does the county prohibit the contracting of wasteland? Comrade Meng, don't be anxious. Listen to me. Gu Hani also sensed the anxiety in Meng Haixing's words, and he handed the file bag in his hand to Meng Haixing. I have already processed the application you submitted. As for the reason, Gu Hani showed a bitter smile on his face. Someone reported you for cutting off the capitalist's tail and aggressively grabbing land in an attempt to become a landlord. Didn't you just contract some wasteland before the new year? Now you want to contract more. Some people in the county think you have capitalist tendencies. Hearing this reason, Meng Haixing was stunned. He never expected that it was 1985 and people were still talking about cutting off the capitalist's tail. All the land he contracted was wasteland and he raised rabbits. What was the point of cutting off the capitalist's tail? Director Gu, this is truly an injustice. Years ago, I contracted the wasteland to grow alfalfa, which rabbits love to eat. Alfalfa is a weed to begin with. I couldn't use my agricultural land to grow it. That's why I contracted the wasteland. My whole family worked hard to clean up that wasteland. As for this wasteland, you can't even grow alfalfa on it. It's full of pebbles. If I don't build a rabbit farm, then this huge piece of wasteland will just sit there idle. How does this have to do with capitalism? As the name suggests, Xiaoshan village is located near the mountains. There is relatively little agricultural land in their village, but there is always plenty of wasteland. Around their village, there are a large area of bare rocky mountains that roll up and down. It is for this reason that Xiaoshan village and several surrounding villages are so poor. They cannot grow enough food to eat, and there are no factories where they can find jobs. If it weren't for the county's poverty alleviation efforts, the dirt road leading from Xiaoshan village to the town would probably be too wide for even a tractor to run on. In this environment, Meng Haixing really felt that building a rabbit farm was a win-win situation. Comrade Meng, don't be impatient. I've already understood the matter and have completed all the formalities for you. I'll have the clerk go with you to the town in a moment to get the land approved directly. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I will definitely not let such a good project of yours be buried. Meng Haixing suppressed his anger and nodded slightly. Director Gu, I'm also feeling very aggrieved. Can you tell me who reported me? Gu Hani shook his head in embarrassment. Just now I saw you chatting nicely with Mr. Zhang at the door. Meng Haixing immediately understood what Gu Hani meant by this nonsensical remark. Since Director Gu has completed all the formalities, I won't bother you anymore. Okay, wait at the door for a moment. I'll go get the clerk, Xiao Zheng. After Meng Haixing thanked Gu Hani again and again, he took the file bag and quickly went to the door to find Uncle Zhang. Just now, Meng Haixing and Gu Hani were chatting and laughing as they walked into the county government building. This time Meng Haixing came to ask Uncle Zhang about something, and he spoke very frankly. Someone actually came in the 12th month before the new year, saying he wanted to report someone. He was received by a new county clerk. Uncle Zhang, do you still remember what that man looks like? He was a young man in his 20s, with an average appearance. Oh, and his hair was a bit curly. His clothes looked new, but he was wearing a pair of very old liberation shoes. I thought at the time that he might have borrowed his clothes. When Meng Haixing heard the word Zilai Wan, he immediately realized that this was Lang Wui from their village. There used to be two troublemakers in Xiaoshan village. One was Meng Haixing and the other was Lang Wui. When Meng Haixing was a bastard, in addition to playing cards, he often did some stealing things in the village, but not often, and most of the time he stole Chulanyang's things. Lang Wui is different. He is extremely famous in their town. He is much braver than Meng Haixing. If anyone in the village raises chickens, they will be gone if they are not careful. After a long time, the villagers stopped raising chickens, so he teamed up with others to steal chickens from other villages. If a villager's family is short of a few chickens, they won't report it to the police. So Lang Wui was never caught and spent his days idling around the village. Before the new year, everyone in the village went to dig buplurum and catch ground beetles, but Lang Wui did not go to catch any. Several people who stole chickens with him also followed Meng Haixing's example and resold buplurum and ground beetles. When reselling buplurum chinese, he only thought about making a big profit and had a lot of goods in hand. In the end, the Chinese medicine hospital suddenly stopped buying them, and Lang Wui lost everything. Meng Haixing vaguely heard about this matter from the villagers, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. It is normal to make profits and losses in business. But Meng Haixing didn't expect that Lang Wui would come to him so blatantly to cause trouble. Since Lang Wui bumped into his hands, he didn't mind giving him a ride. Chapter 213, Catching a Thief. Gu Hani found a clerk named Xiao Zheng for Meng Haixing and took Meng Haixing to the town to handle the procedures for contracting land. With Comrade Xiao Zheng around, all procedures naturally went extremely smoothly. After this trip, Meng Haixing returned home before noon. When he returned to the village, he deliberately made a high-profile move. Whenever he met villagers who greeted him, he would talk about the land contract he had gone to handle today. Especially when he walked to the back room of Lang Wu's house, he happened to meet Ma Jinying. Haixing, where have you been? I went to the county to handle the land contracting procedures, and I don't know which bastard actually reported me, saying that I was cutting off the tail of capitalism by running a rabbit farm. What era is this? Some people just can't stand me getting ahead. I'm leading our village to make money, and now I think it's wrong. Ma Jinying made a lot of money following Meng Haixing last year. When she heard someone reporting Meng Haixing, she immediately started shouting at the top of her voice. That heartless person is so shameless. He follows you to make money, but stabs you in the back. Isn't he afraid of being poor forever? Ma Jinying had a loud voice, and Lang Wui, who was eating at home, could hear it clearly. He was so angry that he slammed his chopsticks on the table. Lang Wui leaned against the rear window wanting to hear what bad things Meng Haixing and Ma Jinying said about him. Meng Haixing lowered his voice and said to Ma Jinying, "I've contracted the land on the rocky beach. I'll go back and drive all my chickens over there. My family has so many rabbits, and Mu Chung has so many chickens and ducks. The house stinks. Yeah, raising chickens at home does smell bad, but it's not safe to keep them on the rocky beach. There have been many chickens lost in the village before. Mu Chung is a hard worker. The flock of chickens she raises is worth a lot of money. It's okay. Who would have thought in the middle of winter that I was raising chickens on a rocky beach?" When Meng Haixing was talking to Ma Jinying, he had already seen Lang Wui sneaking around on the back window of his house. He sneered in his heart, "You'd better hold back and don't steal my chickens, otherwise you will be in trouble." Meng Haixing and Ma Jinying chatted for a while before pushing their bicycles home. In the afternoon, he actually carried a shovel to the rocky beach to clean up. Lang Wui was afraid that Meng Haixing was lying, so he secretly came to the rocky beach in the afternoon to take a look. When he saw Meng Haixing driving all the chickens and ducks at home into the newly built chicken coop on the rocky beach, a smug smile appeared on his face. "Meng Haixing, aren't you feeling proud? I'll steal all the chickens and ducks from your house today." Because it was an emergency, Lang Wui did not call his friends together, but instead planned to steal chickens and ducks alone at night. "Haixing, it's so late. Go to bed first and read tomorrow." It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Seeing Meng Haixing still reading the physics textbook, Lin Muching couldn't help but step forward to persuade him. "It's okay. You and the kids go to sleep first. I'll watch for a while." Meng Haixing doesn't have much time to read. He is busy with various things during the day, and people come to see him from time to time. How can he calm down and read? Only when it was late at night and everyone was asleep could he take out his textbooks and read them carefully. He wanted to be admitted to a university in the capital, but what he had learned in his previous life was definitely not enough. The college entrance examination has only been resumed for a few years now. There are a lot of students taking the college entrance examination every year, and there are even more who can study harder than him. He wanted to go to a university in Beijing and choose his favorite major, so he had to work harder than others. "Then I'll study with you." Lin Muching sat down at the desk next to Meng Haixing and took out her physics textbook. "Aren't you sleepy? You played with Momo and the other kids all day." "I'm not sleepy. With Mom and Qianqian helping me, I'm not tired at all." "Okay, let's write a paper together." There was no light in the room at night, only a short red candle. Under the dim light, Lin Muching and Meng Haixing were lying at the desk together, writing their physics papers. After finishing writing, the two of them discussed in a low voice the wrong questions on the physics paper. Study time always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye it's already 12 o'clock. Late in the winter night, the entire Xiaoshan village was quiet. Even the dogs were sleeping soundly. "Haisheng, I can't take it anymore. Let's sleep." "Okay, you go to sleep first. I'll go check on the rabbits in the yard." Meng Haixing tidied up his desk and blew out the candle. The yard was pitch black. Meng Haixing quietly climbed up the small bungalow next to the courtyard wall and looked towards the rocky beach. It was dark on the rocky beach, and the shadows of trees could be vaguely seen, but there was no other sound at all. Meng Haixing guessed that Lang Wui would not come so soon. He remembered that he seemed to have heard Lang Wui mention it once in his previous life that their gang liked to commit crimes around 1 a.m. At this time, most villagers are already fast asleep, and even if they try to move, they cannot be woken up. After coming down from the bungalow, Meng Haixing was about to go back to the house when he heard a slight sound of footsteps outside. Meng Haixing tiptoed up the bungalow again and listened carefully. The sound should be coming from the back of his yard. It seems that Lang Wui is very vigilant. He came to his house first to see if he was asleep. After a while, a sneaky black shadow circled Meng Haixing's yard and appeared outside the outer wall of his bungalow. "Bah, Meng Haixing, you think you're so great just because you contracted some wasteland? Just wait and see what happens to you." Lang Wui was carrying 2 large bamboo baskets in his hands. The bamboo basket has a big belly and a small opening on the top, and is specially used to hold chickens. Meng Haixing, lying on the bungalow, watched Lang Wui carrying the chicken coop into the rocky beach. He felt very funny in his heart. Who knew who would be unlucky tonight? Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to catch Lang Wui immediately. He went back and told Lin Muching first. When he saw someone going to the rocky beach, he went over to take a look. "Haixing, there are only a few chickens. If there are many people trying to steal them, you must not act impulsively. It's okay. I saw clearly that there was only one person. I'll take Dabi and Xiaobei with me. With my skills, he definitely won't be able to escape. Mu Chung will make a fuss outside soon. You must not leave the house. Just stay at home and watch the child. It's too cold outside." Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing with great concern, opened the gate quietly, and took Dabi and Xiaobei out. She couldn't sleep, and she didn't dare light a candle, so she could only wait. Meng Haixing was a quick man. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Muching heard Meng Haixing's voice. Meng Haixing's loud shout was heard from the quiet mountain village. Come and catch the thief. There's a thief stealing chickens. Meng Haixing, a grown man, shouted, and Meng Daniu was the first to hear it. He was also the first to rush out with a flashlight. Then came the roars of Dabi and Xiaobei's dogs and the voices of the villagers. Lin Muching looked through the window and saw several beams of flashlight across the night sky. The quiet Xiaoshan village gradually became lively. Not long after, Lin Muching even heard shouting and crying. She was filled with anxiety and lit the extinguished candles in the room again. Chapter 214 Send to the Public Security Bureau. After a long time, Lin Muching heard the courtyard door creak and was pushed open. She looked towards the gate nervously and vaguely saw a figure very similar to Meng Haixing entering the yard. The figure slowly approached, and Meng Haixing's appearance gradually became clearer. Haixing, you're back. Seeing Meng Haixing coming back, Lin Muching felt greatly relieved. I'm back. I'm all dirty. I'm going to change my clothes first. Meng Haixing's clothes were soiled because of the fight with Lang Wui. I'll help you find clothes. Lin Muching got off the Kong and went to the west room with a candle. The west room was a little cold, but Meng Haixing didn't take it seriously and just took off his dirty clothes. Under the dim light, Lin Muching bent down to look for clothes in the box, revealing half of his fair lower back. Meng Haixing's eyes fell on it, and he couldn't move them away. He couldn't help but suddenly hugged Lin Muching from behind. Lin Muching, who was rummaging for clothes, was startled. She quickly held down Meng Haixing's hand and whispered nervously, Haixing, stop making trouble. It's been 2 months. We should be able to touch each other someday. But there is no such thing. Lin Muching held Meng Haixing's hand tightly, and Meng Haixing felt like a little rabbit was jumping around in his heart. He has endured for so long, and now that Lin Muching has recovered, he can't just continue to be a monk. Meng Haixing was confused and didn't know what Lin Muching was worried about. If I don't take any precautions, what if I get pregnant again? The doctor said I can't get pregnant for at least 2 years. When Lin Muching said this, Meng Haixing understood that she was worried about not having a raincoat. I didn't think it through. I'll buy it tomorrow. You can't eat meat late at night, but you should still drink some soup. Meng Haixing didn't care about his clothes anymore and just carried his beloved wife into the inner room. Haixing, what are you doing? Lin Muching was extremely nervous, afraid of falling, and subconsciously hugged Meng Haixing's neck with both hands. If I can't eat meat, I can at least drink some soup. At first, Lin Muching didn't quite understand what drinking soup meant. When the candles were blown out, Lin Muching was stunned by Meng Haixing's various tricks. Fortunately, the room was dark, otherwise she would be so embarrassed. After the commotion at night, Meng Haixing went to bed late, and as soon as dawn broke, someone came knocking on the door. Although he was very unhappy, he still crawled out of his wife's warm bed. Wife, I'm going to send Lang Wui to the town public security bureau. I think I'll be back soon. Don't worry about making breakfast. I'll do it when I get back. Lin Muching, who was extremely tired, was sleeping in a daze. He responded casually and turned over to continue sleeping. Meng Haixing first went to take a look at the 3 babies and Momo. Seeing that they were sleeping soundly, he quickly changed the diapers of the 3 babies and hurried out. Lang Wui, who was arrested yesterday, is still tied up and left in the village committee. When Meng Haixing arrived, Meng Jiangwo and several other prominent people from the village were already there. A villager asked, Uncle, do we have to load all these chickens, ducks, and rabbits onto the truck? Yes, these are all Lang Wui's stolen goods. We must show them all to the public security comrades. Meng Haixing was afraid that a few chickens would not be enough to sentence Lang Wui, so he packed some Angora rabbits in wooden boxes and put them in the temporary chicken coop. His Angora rabbits are rare, and the total value of this group of chickens, ducks, and rabbits is at least 1,000 yuan. As a result, Lang Wui will be sentenced to at least 1 or 2 years. Meng Haixing greeted the villagers and drove his own tractor over. In addition to him, the person involved, several families in the village also went to the Public Security Bureau today. They went to the Town Public Security Bureau to explain the situation. Lang Wui didn't steal their chickens and ducks this time, but he had done so before. A family raised more than 20 chickens and ducks every year for 3 consecutive years, but they were stolen every year. They had been robbed for 3 consecutive years, and they knew who did it, but they could do nothing about it. This hatred has accumulated in my heart for many years. Now I heard that Lang Wui went to steal chickens and ducks from Meng Haixing's house and was caught red-handed. These families who had been robbed several times finally couldn't sit still anymore. They also wanted to follow Meng Haixing to the town to explain the situation and asked the public security comrades to sentence Lang Wui severely. It would be best if such a scourge never returns to the village again. Lang Wui was tied up and gagged, then put on a tractor. When he saw Meng Haixing looking at him with a smile, Lang Wui struggled frantically. Lang Wui, if you dare to make trouble again, I will beat you to death with a stick right now. Meng Jiangwo scolded Lang Wui loudly. Lang Wui was arrested today, and to be honest, Meng Jiangwo felt relieved. He had caused great harm to the villagers of Shashan village. Now that they had gotten rid of him today, the whole village was eager to set off firecrackers at home to celebrate. From now on, you don't have to worry about raising chickens and ducks anymore. 2 tractors carrying more than 20 people went to the town public security bureau in a mighty procession. When they arrived, the police officers on duty were so frightened that they thought something serious had happened. Later, when they heard that a chicken thief had been caught, the public security comrades became even more confused. They thought that there was no need to mobilize such a large force to catch a chicken thief. Meng Haixing, the person involved, was pushed to the front and gave a brief account of the whole incident. Comrade, the Angora rabbits I raised at home cost only 10 yuan each when I bought them, and a pound of rabbit hair costs 70 or 80 yuan. Look how much he stole from me, a full 20 big rabbits. If it was just a few chickens stolen, the police were going to detain Lang Wui, but when Meng Haixing mentioned the price of Angora rabbits, he immediately hesitated. I think Lang Wui is jealous of Haixing's family's money from raising rabbits, so he sneaks in at night to steal their rabbits. That's right. Haixing had just cleaned up the chicken coop this afternoon, and he went there in the evening. If Haixing hadn't caught him on the spot, I think he might have climbed over the wall and broken into the house to steal. Yes, when I first raised those chickens, I was wary of Lang Wui stealing them. I kept them outside the west room window, enduring the stench. But Lang Wui still managed to climb over the wall at night and steal them. I had over 20 chickens that I worked so hard to raise. They were about to be sold, but that bastard Lang Wui stole them. Everyone talked about their experiences, and the public security comrades finally understood that this was a habitual thief. Comrade Public Security, you must thoroughly interrogate Lang Wui. He has several accomplices. In recent years, our Xiashan village and several nearby villages have been frequently robbed by them. Are there any accomplices? When the public security comrades heard that there was an accomplice, they immediately sat up straight. It was not a big deal for one person to steal things. But if the crime was committed by an accomplice, that is another matter. Okay, fellow villagers, tell me everything you know. I'll write it down and give you an explanation later. Chapter 215, the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. When Meng Haixing returned from the Public Security Bureau, the sun had just risen and was not high in the sky for long. He tiptoed to open the gate and saw through the glass window that Lin Muching and several children were still sleeping soundly. He didn't go up to disturb them, but quietly went into the kitchen and started making breakfast. Meng Haixing's cooking skills are quite good. He is cooking porridge in a wood-fired pot and a few sweet potatoes on top of the pot. Then, he made a few simple pancakes with flour and fried them into oil cakes on the gas stove. While Meng Haixing was busy in the kitchen, Lin Muching heard the noise and gradually woke up. She thought of what happened last night, and her face felt slightly hot. What's going on with that hint of anticipation and shyness in my heart? Lin Muching covered his face with the quilt a little embarrassedly. Why did he suddenly only think of Meng Haixing? Wife, what are you doing? Meng Haixing saw Lin Muching curled up in the quilt. Sleeping with your head covered will give you a headache. He gently lifted the quilt and saw Lin Muching's blushing face. He couldn't help but kiss her. I've made breakfast. Hurry up and wash up and eat. How can I move when you're pressing me? Lin Muching gently pushed Meng Haixing, but Meng Haixing just smiled and didn't move. I bought a raincoat today, Meng Haixing said, picking up 4 boxes from the table. I was planning to buy more, but the family planning office was having a promotion and just gave me this much. Lin Muching looked at the box in his hand. His eyes widened slightly. With so many, how long would it take to use them all? Hide it quickly and don't let the children see it, she whispered. It's okay, Momo is still young and she doesn't understand anything, Meng Haixing said, putting the box in the drawer. While Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were talking, Momo was still sleeping soundly. Meng Haixing gently touched Momo's head. Momo, get up. Lin Muching woke up the other children and started feeding them milk powder. Only after the children had eaten their fill did Meng Haixing and Lin Muching start to eat their own breakfast. Mu Cheng, the 15th day of the first lunar month, is coming soon. How about buying some fireworks? Meng Haixing suggested. Just buy some for Momo, but that thing has a strong smell of smoke, so don't let her play with it in the house. Lin Muching warned. I'm talking about the big fireworks, not the kind that Momo plays with, Meng Haixing explained. That seems quite expensive. Lin Muching frowned. We have made some money in the past 6 months, so let's just take this opportunity to relax, said Meng Haixing. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, Meng Haixing took the villagers to the market on a tractor. As soon as the car stopped, Meng Jiangwo came over. Haixing, I went to the town police station this morning. The Lang Wui incident has become a big deal. Several other villages also heard that Lang Wui's gang had been arrested, and many people went to the police station to report the case. They said that Lang Wui and his gang had stolen a lot of chickens before the new year. The police said that Lang Wui would be sentenced to at least 3 years, and in serious cases, it could be up to 5 years. That was Lang Wui's own fault. They have committed crimes in every village in our town. Meng Haixing didn't say anything else. He knew that Lang Wui would not be able to come back this time. He happily went to the market and bought a lot of fireworks, especially small fireworks for Momo, and bought a big bag of them. Momo had never played these games before, and Meng Haixing wanted her to have a good time this time and make up for what she had missed before. Haixing, why did you buy so many fireworks but only one string of firecrackers? Firecrackers make such a loud noise, but fireworks are gone in a few seconds. Seeing that Meng Haixing bought a large basket of fireworks, some villagers gathered around curiously. A pound of meat costs only 90 cents, but slightly larger fireworks cost $1, and even small ones cost 50 or 60 cents. For people in the village, this is still quite expensive. They prefer to buy the kind of firecrackers that cost 2 or 3 cents a string, which make a deafening noise and are very lively. My wife likes to watch it. Meng Haixing told everyone frankly that he just liked to pamper his wife. As long as she liked it, buying some fireworks was nothing. Besides, there are 3 babies in their family who are just 2 months old. They are all afraid of the sound of firecrackers, so he only dares to set off one. If he hadn't been afraid of what Meng Guangzhu from the village would say, he wouldn't have planned to set off firecrackers on the 15th day, for fear of scaring the children. The villagers all said, "You really do care about your wife." Meng Haixing responded with a smile. "Of course, I have to love my wife well." After saying that, he drove the tractor home in a hurry. During this period, he bought some new raincoats, but the 3 little ones always disturbed him at night. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, the 2 nannies who went home for the new year would come back. He and Lin Muching planned to move to the west room, where there was a coal stove and it wouldn't be cold. He didn't want to be alone anymore. "Dad, when can we eat the dumplings? I'm starving." Momo stretched her neck to look at the stove. The water in the pot has not yet boiled, and the glutinous rice balls placed next to it are white and plump. The skin of one of the dumplings cracked, revealing the sweet peanut filling. Momo picked up a piece of red winter melon shreds with greed and tasted it carefully. "Little greedy cat, this is raw and you can't eat it." "It's edible. The glutinous rice dumpling skin is sweet." Momo broke off a little more of the glutinous rice flour wrapper and tasted it. It had a hint of sweetness and she smiled with her eyes curved. "If you continue to eat it secretly, there will be no more to cook. The glutinous rice flour is raw." Meng Haixing wanted to laugh. Momo, this little greedy cat, actually ate raw glutinous rice balls. What was so delicious about them being raw? The water finally came to a boil, and Meng Haixing dumped all the glutinous rice balls into the pot. Their local glutinous rice balls were larger, requiring 15 minutes to cook thoroughly. Momo watched from the side, her mouth watering with envy. "Dinner is ready." Meng Haixing put the sweet dumplings into a bowl and brought them into the house. Momo followed closely behind him like his little tail. "Momo, wait a minute. The dumplings are still hot. Be careful not to burn your mouth." Momo waited for so long and finally saw the dumplings on the table, but was told not to eat them right away. "Dad, I want to eat glutinous rice balls now." Momo pouted, looking unhappy. She had only heard other children talk about the taste of tangyuan before. This year, her family finally bought some, and she was eager to try them right away. Seeing Momo's pitiful appearance, Meng Haixing hurriedly comforted her. "Wait 5 more minutes. I'll help you cool down outside." Haixing, don't always pamper Momo. How can she not even wait for a few minutes? "It's okay. Our little princess is hungry." Meng Haixing took Momo's bowl of glutinous rice balls to the yard and gently stirred it with a spoon to help it dissipate heat. Seeing the white mist gradually dissipating in the bowl, he looked up and found Momo leaning on the window looking at him anxiously. He couldn't help laughing in his heart. Momo was so cute that she was so anxious about a dumpling. Chapter 2:16 Fireworks. It was cold in winter. Meng Haixing stood in the yard for a while. Momo's dumplings were almost cold. "Come on, Momo, try the glutinous rice balls Daddy bought and see if they're delicious." Momo was still young, and Meng Haixing didn't dare let her eat the big glutinous rice balls alone. He used chopsticks to split the big glutinous rice balls into 2 halves and let Momo eat them in small bites. "It's delicious and sweet." Momo took a bite of the glutinous rice dumpling filled with peanut candy, and smiled with her eyes curved, looking very happy. Tangyuan are made of sticky rice, which is not easy to digest. You can only eat 3. Momo, who was happy just now, immediately fell in dismay when she heard that she could only eat 3. Dad, I can eat 5 dumplings. Why can I only eat 3 glutinous rice balls? Your little belly can only hold 3. If you eat too much, you'll have a stomachache. If you like it, even if it's not the Lantern Festival, Dad can buy it for you if you want to eat it in the future. During the Lantern Festival, do they also sell glutinous rice balls? Dad, please don't lie to me. Meng Haixing saw Momo's serious expression and smiled without saying anything. Having such a smart daughter does give him a headache from time to time. You might not find it at the market, but Dad can make it. If you want to try it later, just tell him. He not only has peanut candy filling, but also sesame and red bean paste fillings. Then let's make a promise. When I want to eat, Dad can't say no. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Meng Haixing stretched out his slightly rough fingers and hooked them with Momo's little fingers. Lin Mucheng, who was standing by, saw how much Meng Haixing doted on Momo and glared at him with some displeasure. Haixing, you can't always indulge Momo. We should refuse her unreasonable requests. Seeing that Lin Mucheng was unhappy, Meng Haixing scooped a glutinous rice ball from his bowl with a spoon and put it in Lin Mucheng's bowl. It's just a dumpling, it's not a big deal. Momo likes it, I'll make it for her next time. Can you really make glutinous rice balls? Lin Mucheng seemed very surprised. She realized that she might not know Meng Haixing very well. Meng Haixing's ability really exceeded her expectations. It's not difficult. I've seen the auntie selling glutinous rice balls at the market make it. All you have to do is put the filling in the glutinous rice flour and roll it. Meng Haixing is a very dexterous person. He can make dumplings, which are so complicated, let alone glutinous rice balls. After dinner, Momo took Meng Haixing's hand and went out to set off fireworks. Let's go call Grandpa and Grandma, your brother and sister, and Okawa and Zayakawa. Dad, I'm going to set off some big fireworks tonight. Call all your friends to join in the fun. Okay, then I'll go with Dad. Meng Haixing carried Momo and walked towards Meng Guangzhu's house. People enjoy lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month, but in Xiashan village, not many people hang lanterns. Only a few households hang lanterns made of red paper. Those who have money at home buy some fireworks and set them off on the street, while those who don't have money just come to the street to join in the fun. Meng Haixing bought a lot of fireworks this year, but he didn't set them off on the street. Instead, he set them off on the roof of his small bungalow. It's not that his small bungalow is so nice, but there are 3 little babies at home and Lin Mucheng can't go out at all. Meng Haixing placed it on the small bungalow to make it easier for Lin Mucheng to see. After a while, Meng Haixing's house became lively. The little ones ran around happily in the yard holding the small handheld fireworks given by Meng Haixing. He and Meng Halian moved several large fireworks to the small bungalow. Meng Haixing took a lit incense stick and carefully lit the fireworks. All I heard was a series of small fireworks flying into the night sky. Wow, what beautiful fireworks. Dad, you are really amazing. Momo and her friends stood under the eaves, craning their necks to look up at the night sky. The small fireworks exploded in the night sky and turned into large fireworks. Lin Mucheng in the house also saw the fireworks in the night sky through the window. Her eyes felt a little warm. She had finally gotten over the past and could see the gorgeous fireworks in the night sky again. Other families in the village also bought fireworks, and for a moment the entire night sky of Xiashan village was filled with the sound of fireworks exploding. The happiest ones are Momo and her friends. Children are always the easiest to feel happy. Listening to the crackling sound of fireworks, Momo and the other little ones danced happily. This was the first time they had seen such big fireworks. The fireworks from Meng Haixing's house were so beautiful that the neighbors all stood on the roofs of their houses to watch. Some people who live farther away even come to this alley specifically to see it. The Haixing family really made a lot of money last year. That big flower just now was $5 a piece, and he put out 3 in a row. Who says it isn't? After the first month of the lunar year, the weather will be warmer. We should hurry up and go to the mountains to catch ground turtles. You're really stupid, aren't you? Earthworms are quite expensive, but the earthworms on this mountain have been almost completely excavated. Even if you wander around the mountain for a whole day, you probably won't catch a pound. Once spring arrives, I'll have to quickly find Meng Haixing to buy Angora rabbits. Shearing their fur is the most profitable business. But a rabbit is so small, and I can only shear 1.5 pounds of rabbit fur a year, so I can't make much money. You certainly won't make a lot of money raising one rabbit, but what if you raise 10, 20, and shear them 3 times a year? You can easily make a few $100s. What else do you want to do? Everyone thought about it and agreed. Some people were hesitant at first, but after hearing everyone's analysis, They no longer hesitated and decided to raise Angora rabbits with Meng Haixing after the new year. Some people are even quick-witted and plan to come and buy it early tomorrow morning. Especially those who have some experience in raising rabbits at home. Such families will buy at least 10 at a time. The rabbits you buy now can have their fur sheared for the first time in May, and you can start to see money by then. Just thinking about it makes everyone happy. Meng Haixing, who was standing on the small bungalow and setting off fireworks, didn't know that when the villagers were watching his fireworks, they were already thinking about his little rabbit. Meng Haixing gave the incense in his hand to Meng Halian. Then he came down from the bungalow and pulled Lin Muching out of the house. It's not comfortable to watch through the glass. Come out and see. The child is still on the Kong. My mom can just help us watch it for a while. Chu Lan, who was standing by, saw Meng Haixing holding Lin Muching's hand with a smile on his face. You guys go and watch. I'll look after the child. Thank you, Mom. Meng Haixing pulled Lin Muching into the yard. The yard was pitch black, and he never let go of her hand. Wife, these fireworks are my gifts to you. Do you like them? Chapter 217 Building a Rabbit Farm 1. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching stood at the back of the crowd. He was very brave and almost whispered into Lin Muching's ear when he spoke. A warm breath swept past his ears, and Lin Muching's body trembled slightly. It was given to me. Yes. Do you think I would buy so many fireworks if it wasn't for you to see? Just as Lin Muching was shocked, a kiss fell on her cheek. Muching, I will use practical actions to prove to you how much I, Meng Haixing, love you. Lin Muching was moved by Meng Haixing's sudden confession, but she felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his words. Fireworks were flying all over the sky, but Meng Haixing felt that he would be sorry for himself if he didn't do something in such a good atmosphere. This night was destined to be colorful. After playing for half the night, Momo and her 3 children slept very soundly tonight. The 3 children did not wake up frequently. This really gave Meng Haixing an advantage, as he finally used the raincoat he had prepared long ago. Haixing, can you control it a little? Lin Muching's voice was so gentle that Meng Haixing's heart beat faster. What if I can't control myself? I've been holding it in for so long, and now I finally have this opportunity. Shouldn't I enjoy it? The raincoat isn't free. You used 3 in one night. I really can't stand it. Lin Muching pushed Meng Haixing hard and felt that he had no strength left. Okay, then we'll continue tomorrow. Meng Haixing smiled and hugged Lin Muching. Although he felt that he was not completely satisfied, it was worth it. Lin Muching, who was so tired that he almost fell asleep, finally understood what Meng Haixing meant by proving it with practical actions. The next day was the 16th day of the first lunar month. Students were going back to school and office workers were returning to work. After a winter of rest, the villagers have begun to return to their busy work. Meng Haixing got up early in the morning and saw Lin Muching still sleeping, so he didn't disturb her. He quietly went into the kitchen and prepared breakfast for his daughter-in-law. Considering what happened last night, Meng Haixing specially added an extra egg for himself. He was busy cooking when people from the village came knocking on his door, wanting to buy Angora rabbits to take home and raise. Meng Haixing did not refuse. He directly took out more than 30 little rabbits from the rabbit house and let them choose for themselves. These little rabbits are only a month old. Please be careful when you take them home. When they are 2 months old, come back and get them vaccinated against rabbit plague. Haixing, does it cost money to vaccinate rabbits? The first shot is free. After you've given me all 3, just give me $1 as a reward. But the current vaccine is given to us for free by the Research Institute. When the vaccine is available on the market, I estimate it won't be that expensive, only 1 or 2 cents at most. But as long as we're raising Angora rabbits, we can't be bothered by this little money. Think about it, a rabbit costs $5. If we're unlucky and it dies, we'll lose money. With the rabbit plague vaccine, I can't guarantee I can keep it alive, but at least it increases the chances. There are also some knowledgeable villagers in the village. When they heard Meng Haixing mention the rabbit plague vaccine, they couldn't help but say a few words. I've heard that chickens on chicken farms have to be vaccinated against fowl plague every year. Otherwise, if a fowl plague breaks out, the entire farm could lose everything. That's what's happening. Whether it's chicken plague or rabbit plague, the transmission speed is very fast. But don't worry too much. Just take good care of them. We only have a dozen or so of them, so they're pretty easy to raise. While everyone was picking rabbits, Meng Haixing shared his experience. Most of the villagers who came to see Meng Haixing today had some experience in raising rabbits at home. As soon as Meng Haixing spoke, they immediately understood and communication was very smooth. In one morning, more than 40 little rabbits that were able to leave the nest were sold from Meng Haixing's home. This speed surprised Meng Haixing a little. Why are you all so active all of a sudden? Haixing, are you planning to sell all the little rabbits? I remember that we only have about 100 little rabbits that can leave the nest. How could that be? I'm going to start building a rabbit farm in a few days, and I'll need a lot of rabbits then. But there are still more than 30 pregnant female rabbits ready to give birth. Once my rabbit farm is built, these newly born rabbits will be enough for me to raise. Didn't Technician Fan say before the new year that someone wanted to sell a few high-quality breeding rabbits? I'd like to take a look. If they're suitable, I'll consider exchanging them. Although Meng Haixing had never raised rabbits before, he had raised good dogs and knew the importance of bloodline. If he could really find Angora rabbits with a lot of fur, it would be very helpful to the income of his rabbit farm. Technician Fan will be back soon, right? Lin Muching lowered his head to drink porridge and asked indirectly. Meng Haixing felt Lin Muching's jealousy. It probably won't be that soon. She said a while ago that the first round of trials for the rabbit plague vaccine has concluded. She must be very busy right now. When Meng Haixing moved back a few years ago, Fan Jinjin had already returned to the city. The last time they met was when Meng Haixing returned home to clean up the house before he moved back. Meng Haixing knew the gossip-mongering nature of the village. If a man and a woman stayed together for too long, big news might spread. So whenever they met, Meng Haixing made sure the door was open, exchanged a few words, and then left. It's really not easy to research a rabbit plague vaccine. It takes such a long time to conduct experiments. I think our rabbits seem to be fine. You really can't be careless about vaccines. If there's a problem after they're released to the market, the consequences will be disastrous. Once the rabbit plague vaccine is on the market, it will definitely not just be a few bottles that will be produced, but will be mass-produced. If there is a problem with any batch, it could affect many families. Lin Muching nodded slightly. What Meng Haixing said made sense. If there was a problem with the vaccines used at Meng Haixing's rabbit farm, the consequences would be disastrous, especially in the event of a rabbit plague outbreak. As the two were talking, Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Wang, who had arrived on the early bus, walked in together. Meng Haixing felt like he had seen a savior. From today on, he would finally start living the life that a normal man should live. Chapter 2:18 Building a Rabbit Farm 2. Mu Chung, I'm going to clean up the West Room later. We'll have Mrs. Gu bring the 3 children over tonight, and then the 2 of us will move into the West Room. Ah, this is not good. What about their dinner tonight? Don't we have formula? Besides, she's already 2 months old, so we can gradually reduce the number of nighttime feedings. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing in confusion. This was the first time she heard that it was possible to reduce night feedings at 2 months old. You may not know this, but babies should usually stop drinking milk at night starting from 4 months old. Because by the time they are 4 months old, some babies have already started to grow teeth. Drinking milk frequently at night is not good for their teeth. It is actually appropriate to reduce night feedings after 2 months. Lin Muching really didn't understand this very well, and she looked at Meng Haixing suspiciously. How did you know that? When you were in the hospital for childbirth, I went to the nurse's station many times. As a new father, Meng Haixing was very concerned about his 3 little ones, fearing that they might do something wrong. He even took notes. Seeing that Meng Haixing was so well prepared, Lin Muching hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. But Momo had to sleep with them. Lin Muching was worried that if the nanny was the only one taking care of Momo, she might neglect her. Momo was only 3 years old, still a little kid, and she was very sensitive, so she might feel overwhelmed at night. Okay, I'll make a small bed for Momo and put it next to our bed. Meng Haixing was determined to sleep in a bed alone with Lin Muching, and he didn't want Momo to disrupt their private time. Why is it so troublesome? It's not a problem. Momo is already over 3 years old. It's time for her to learn to sleep on her own. Momo will feel cold sleeping alone. Lin Muching, it's already March. How cold do you think it will be at night? And I'll light the stove at night. Lin Muching had no way to refute Meng Haixing, so he just glared at him fiercely. Meng Haixing is a practical man. Since there weren't any suitable children's beds in town, he bought a small single bed and adapted it. He added side rails and padded it with a large quilt. The extra quilt on each side covered the rails. To make Momo like it better, he also added a pink mosquito net on the bed. Momo, come and see if you like this little princess bed. Meng Haixing directly carried Momo to the bed and let her appreciate his handiwork. Momo loves this gift so much. Every child wants to have his or her own little space. Meng Haixing remembered that when he and Meng Halian were little, their favorite place to go was the straw hut in the watermelon field. It was their little secret base. He thought Momo would also like this princess bed. He also plans to buy a small wardrobe for Momo to give her a private little space. Lin Muchung, who was standing by, saw that Momo liked the little princess bed made by Meng Haixing so much. Her eyes fell on Meng Haixing, and she felt that Meng Haixing doted on Momo to the extreme. Looking around the entire Xiaoshan village, is there any father who would make a princess bed for his daughter? Lin Muching also lived in the west room in the summer. He just needed to move some sundries into the wing room and clean it up a bit before he could live there. During the day, Meng Haixing would burn a coal stove in the house to remove the dampness. When the family went to sleep at night, the house was warm, without a trace of cold. Momo played all day and fell asleep early at night. Daughter-in-law. Meng Haixing gently blew out the candle and was so happy that he almost took off. He finally doesn't have to eat vegetarian food every day anymore. Now he can eat meat anytime he wants. Be quiet. It's late at night. If we talk in this room, people next door can hear us. I know. I won't make any noise. In the darkness, Meng Haixing was busy and sweating profusely. Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. Momo's dazed voice came, and Meng Haixing and Lin Muching both froze. Lin Muching turned his head and vaguely saw Momo sitting up and preparing to get out of bed. Momo just got a new bed today. Lin Muching was afraid that Momo would fall, so he pushed Meng Haixing away. Momo, go slowly. Mommy will shine the flashlight for you. Lin Muching casually turned on the flashlight on the bedside table, put on a coat, got out of bed, and watched Momo go to the bathroom. Didn't you just go to bed? Why are you up so soon? Meng Haixing saw Momo climb back onto the bed and fall asleep again in a few seconds. He was too tired to complain. Momo, the little troublemaker, didn't even let him sleep well. How could you just fall asleep? It's already so late. Be quiet and go to sleep. Lin Muching glanced at Meng Haixing under the bed with displeasure, wishing he could kick him off the bed. Wife, you are so cruel. Meng Haixing helplessly hugged the angry Lin Muching in his arms. It seemed that he had to give up today. Stop talking so much nonsense here. Aren't you going to build a rabbit farm? Why haven't you been busy lately? Tomorrow I'll go to town and look for a construction team. First, I'll see if they're available. Then I'll have to draw the blueprints. This is really troublesome. No one in our town raises rabbits, so I have to draw the blueprints myself for the rabbit farm. I'll have to go ask Lin Jimin later to see if she has any good ideas. It's better to ask more. Lin Jimin is very famous in our town for raising rabbits and has a lot of experience. The next morning, Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the town. He was looking for the construction team that had built their house last time. When people heard that Meng Haixing wanted to build a rabbit farm, they immediately agreed. Building a rabbit farm is much easier than building a house. Comrade Meng, I have blueprints for the pig farm and chicken farm here. You can refer to them and see how to build them. We can discuss it in detail later. Okay, then I'll take these drawings back and study them first, but the construction date is set. We'll officially start on March 20th. No problem, we're already acquaintances. I'll definitely give you some time. Chapter 219, Going to Ningong City. Meng Haixing and Lin Jimin's family are now very familiar with each other. After he came out of the construction team, he went directly to Lin Jimin's house. The two of them had discussed rabbit farming a lot before. Today he came again to discuss how to build a rabbit farm. As the two of them chatted, time passed very quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon. Haixing, please stay for lunch. Lin Jimin took the initiative to invite Meng Haixing. She felt that she had a lot more to say to Meng Haixing, and they might not be able to finish chatting for a whole day. No, I have to go home. I have 3 children at home. Momo goes to kindergarten, but she also has to go home for lunch. I'm afraid my family won't be able to handle it. In that case, we'll have to do it another day. Faced with Meng Haixing's rejection, Lin Jimin seemed a little disappointed. I'll be back now. Thank you for your advice today. I think I should be able to finish the design of the rabbit farm this afternoon. That's good. Can I come over and see you when you start building the rabbit warren? Sure. It was noon when Meng Haixing left Lin Jimin's house. Some people in the village saw him. These people love to chat, especially to discuss gossip. Why did Meng Haixing go to Lin Jimin's house again? His rabbit farm is already very large. Does he still need to buy rabbits from Lin Jimin? Maybe he's not after the rabbit, but for Lin Jimin. She seems to be about the same age as Meng Haixing. 3 years older than him. A girl 3 years her junior is just right for holding a gold brick. But Meng Haixing is already married and has 3 children. Would he be interested in Lin Jimin? I've met Meng Haixing's wife. She's very beautiful, not an ordinary country girl. There's no man who doesn't cheat. No way. Why not? Lin Jimin is an old girl. If she can get together with Meng Haixing and become his mistress, wouldn't that be great? Oh, sister-in-law, how come you have become so open-minded? Lin Jijia, who had just returned from the fields, was furious when he heard the villagers slandering Lin Jimin. Can't you think of my sister a little better? If I hear you blabbering here again, don't say that I, Lin Jijia, don't give you face. The villagers felt embarrassed after being caught talking bad about others behind their backs, and some of those who were familiar with the Lin family quickly tried to smooth things over. Lin Jijia, feeling angry, went home carrying a shoulder pole and saw Lin Jimin preparing food for the rabbits in the yard. He whispered to Lin Jimin, Jimin, You'd better have less contact with Meng Haixing. He often comes to our house, and the people in the village will talk nonsense. Brother, other people have their mouths on their faces, so let them say whatever they want. I have nothing to fear from my own shadow. Lin Jijia looked at Lin Jimin with an indifferent look and sighed in his heart. Originally, Meng Haixing saved his daughter Ningning, so he should be grateful to Meng Haixing. But Lin Jimin developed feelings for Meng Haixing that he shouldn't have, and as the eldest brother, Lin Jijia found it very difficult to deal with. Jimin, you're not young anymore. You can wait and see after the new year. Find the right person and get married. Stop being so picky. If I can't find the right one, I'd rather be single for the rest of my life. Please don't say anything more about this. Jimin, you're so confused. Isn't the purpose of a woman's life to find a good family to marry into, and then stay at home to take care of her husband and children? As for love, can it be eaten as food? Lin Jijia simply couldn't understand why Lin Jimin was pursuing so-called love. He wondered if everyone in the village went on blind dates, married the right person, and spent their lives together. Brother, we've talked about this topic many times. Let's not bring it up again. If I can't find the right one, I'd rather not get married. Okay, if you don't want to get married, that's fine, but you must not destroy Meng Haixing's family. As a man, I certainly understand men's minds. If Meng Haixing's family breaks up because of you, don't blame me for no longer treating you as my sister. Lin Jijia had long noticed that Lin Jimin's feelings for Meng Haixing were different from those of other people. Many people in the village had come to Lin Jimin to buy rabbits in the past, but he had never seen her so enthusiastic. Lin Jimin, who was cutting vegetables, was angered by Lin Jijia's words and his eyes turned red. Brother, so this is how you view your sister. Lin Jimin threw the knife in his hand to the ground and ran back to his room crying. She had been carefully hiding her inappropriate feelings, but now that Lin Jijia had pointed them out, Lin Jimin felt conflicted and uncomfortable. She was unwilling to accept this and delayed getting married because she wanted to find someone she truly loved. But when this person appeared, he was already someone else's husband and had a child. How could Lin Jimin not feel heartbroken? The more you can't get it, the harder it is to forget it. Lin Jimin is deeply trapped in this relationship and cannot extricate himself. On the other hand, Meng Haixing returned home happily with the drawings, but he didn't know that he was caught in a love disaster. Wife, look, this is the plan of the rabbit farm I designed. As soon as Meng Haixing entered the door, he showed the drawings to Lin Muching. The drawing carefully depicts 6 rabbit houses, one for raising baby rabbits, one for raising female rabbits, and one for raising adult rabbits. Why build so many? Wouldn't it be easier to just build 2? You don't understand. Raising rabbits separately means that if any of them get sick, they can be isolated and treated to avoid infection. I see. You really understand a lot now. This is what Lin Jimin taught me when I went to see her today. After all, I just started raising rabbits. Lin Jimin is a really nice person. She will tell you everything you ask her without reservation. Meng Haixing gave the drawings to the construction team for reference. After some discussion on the details, they finalized the plan and prepared to start construction on March 20th. After finishing these, Meng Haixing and Chu Daong hurried to Ningong City. In addition to obtaining the learning materials provided by Gu Zhang, he also plans to help Gu and open a cram school. Principal Gu, I'm sorry to bother you. Meng Haixing had at least 20 kilograms of various test papers in his hands and was so excited that he almost jumped up. Gu Zhang collected for him the test papers that teachers considered to be of high quality from the 4th grade of elementary school to high school in the past 3 years, and prepared a learning focus manual for the 3 main subjects from the 1st grade of junior high school to the 3rd grade of high school. Meng Haixing took a quick look and found that the content of each manual was very detailed. It was obvious that the teachers had put a lot of effort into it during the winter vacation. The test paper was free, and Meng Haixing only paid the copyright fee. However, the copyright fees for all the textbooks added up to more than 20,000 yuan. Haixing, aren't you worried that I might cheat you? If these books were written by someone random, wouldn't you be at a huge loss? Principal Gu, I have confidence in your character. Gu Zhang laughed out loud after hearing this. Don't worry, all the books are completed by the most experienced teachers, in groups of 3. It is precisely because Gu Zhang selected experienced teachers that they were able to compile such high-quality tutorials in such a short period of time. Ordinary teachers may need 3 months or even longer. Meng Haixing and Gu Zhang chatted for a long time, and Guan next to them couldn't help but said, Haixing, you said before that you would help me open a cram school. Now I have found a suitable place. Can you go and take a look? Chapter 2 20 Good Things Come to Those Who Wait. When Meng Haixing heard that Guan was still looking for a place in the cram school, he simply couldn't understand it. He had already told Guan about this years ago, but after all this time, Gun hadn't even decided on the location of the cram school and still needed him to help choose a location. Meng Haixing was very confused. Could a Guan really run the cram school well? Comrade Gu, I'm completely clueless about the location of the cram school. I'm not familiar with Ningong City, and I know nothing about the distribution of schools and residences here. Choosing a location for the cram school without knowing anything will affect future enrollment. How about you carefully consider the location first, and let me know once you've finalized it. We can then discuss other matters, such as what courses to offer and which teachers to recruit. Guan felt a little embarrassed by Meng Haixing's words. He had been so busy hanging out with friends during the Lunar New Year that he hadn't paid much attention to the cram school. Gu Zhang couldn't help but sigh when he saw Guan's expression. He felt that his son was indeed a bit unreasonable. Haixing, is a telephone installed at your cram school? Go apply for it in the next few days, and I'll let you know as soon as it's installed. It is not easy to install a telephone in Ziyang County. Generally, only public institutions are qualified. If a private individual wants to install one, he or she needs a certificate from the unit and go to the Public Security Bureau to file a record. Meng Haixing plans to install a telephone in the name of a cram school, and it should be a matter of the near future. Meng Haixing was very pleased when he heard that Gu Zhang also wanted to help run the cram school. After getting the documents, Meng Haixing and Chu Daong hurried back to Ziyang County. Considering that there was still some time in the afternoon, Meng Haixing decided to go and handle the relevant procedures for the new company. He and Chu Daong co-founded the cram school in Ziyang County, calling it Good Student Cram School. While the name was simple, it was catchy and easy to remember. However, considering the possibility of future franchisees, Meng Haixing decided to register a new name, Morning Star Education, so that all future franchisees could be called Morning Star. In order to register the new company and install the telephone, Meng Haixing ran around for 4 consecutive days and finally got things done. He handed the printing of the exam papers and the tutorial books to Chu Daong. The two had worked together for so long and had a good understanding, so things went smoothly. Brother Haixing, I've already contacted the printing factory. We'll print the 3rd and 2nd year textbooks first. The parents at the cram school have been urging us to print them since the start of the school year. If we don't print them soon, they might tear down the cram school's gate. Chu Daong rushed back from the printing factory, sweating profusely. Parents are really anxious. It's already March, and there are still 4 months until the college entrance examination. If they can push hard during this period, some students might be able to get into a good university. Daong, come and take a look at our newly installed phone. Meng Haixing patted the black dial phone on his desk, his face beaming with joy. Installing the phone had cost him 7,700 yuan and involved numerous certifications, but now it was finally installed. Brother Haixing, you are so efficient. I was thinking that if someone over there gave you a hard time, I would go to my dad and ask him to find a solution. I didn't expect you to install it so quickly. It's such a small matter, why bother Uncle Chu? Meng Haixing stood up and closed the door. Daong, how's the train car thing going? I was just about to tell you about this. I just passed by the railway station and asked my cousin. He said there were 2 railway cars that were originally reserved for next Wednesday, but an unexpected incident caused them to not use them. He wanted to know if we wanted them. Today was Monday, and there was still more than a week until next Wednesday. Meng Haixing calculated the time and decided that if he left immediately tonight, he should be able to make it in time. Okay, Daong, call your cousin right now and tell him we want these 2 train cars. Go through the paperwork, and then buy 3 tickets for the southbound train at 9 o'clock tonight. By the way, go inform Brother Daniel later. I'm planning to take him south to see the world. I'll also help him get his certificate. I'm going home now to get the certificate, and we'll leave tonight. Okay, I'll go right away. The situation was urgent, and Meng Haixing couldn't think of anything else. The TV business was the most important thing right now. The success of his rabbit farm depended entirely on the profit from these TVs. The south wind had already begun to blow in Ziyang County in March. As Meng Haixing rode his bicycle home, he felt the wind on his face grow a bit warmer. After his rebirth, Meng Haixing has been exploring and moving forward. However, televisions are his real specialty. In his previous life, he had been dealing with various home appliances for a long time. Meng Haixing was very excited as he was about to face a familiar field. Mu Chung, I'm going south tonight. Please help me pack my luggage. I'll go to the village committee to get a certificate first. After Meng Haixing finished speaking, he hurried out again. Lin Mucheng, who was coaxing the child, immediately understood that Meng Haixing was preparing to go south to buy a batch of televisions. She took out the suitcase that had been prepared for Meng Haixing and quickly put a few pieces of clothes that she was going to wear into it. It was already quite warm in Pengcheng at this time, so Lin Mucheng packed a few more light clothes. Last time, Meng Haixing said he would take Meng Xiaomi with him on his trip south, but when he went to look for Meng Xiaomi, He found that Meng Xiaomi was not at home. Later, he learned that Meng Xiaomi's parents had fought again, and Meng Xiaomi and his mother had gone to their grandmother's house. Today, things happened so suddenly that Meng Haixing had no time to look for Meng Xiaomi, so he had to go south without him this time. Meng Haixing went to get the certificate very quickly and came back soon. When he saw Lin Muching putting cash into the suitcase, he immediately stopped her. Mu Cheng, I don't want to bring so much money with me when I go south this time. I've already installed a phone in the cram school office today. If I need money, I'll just have the cram school's accountant wire the cash to me. Wire transfer fees are quite high. It's better to pay a higher handling fee than to have your money taken by thieves. There are the most thieves on the southbound trains. Hearing what Meng Haixing said, Lin Muching took out all the money in the suitcase. Do you have enough cash at the cram school? If not, I can send some from home. Meng Haixing saw Lin Muching's serious look and saw that there was no one around, so he quickly kissed her cheek. This money at home is yours. Spend it however you want. I'm at home every day, so I can't spend that much. Lin Muching's cheek felt slightly hot from Meng Haixing's kiss. Don't do this in broad daylight. I wanted to mess around, but I just didn't have enough time. It will take Meng Haixing at least 10 days to return from his trip south this time, and he can only eat vegetarian food during these 10 days. Being away for such a long time, Meng Haixing naturally had a lot of things to explain. He first went to find Meng Guangzhu and asked him to start building the rabbit farm if he could not come back on March 20th. He also asked Meng Guangzhu to help him with the task of collecting the loaches. When villagers come to give me gifts, I still take as much as I can. Chapter 2:21 Going South. Meng Haixing lingered at home until evening, when Meng Halian drove a tractor to take him to the cram school office. Brother, we need to replant the alfalfa this year, so I'll leave it to you to help me look after it. You see, I'm busy as a top and I really don't have time to take care of this. Haixing, have you noticed that you're almost as bad as our mom now? Even if you didn't tell me about growing alfalfa, could I still just sit there and watch your land? Meng Haixing chuckled. He was indeed his elder brother, who had thought of everything for him. Brother, I'll bring you a gift when I come back. I'm sure you'll like it. Don't be so smooth-talking, kid. Take Daong and Dainyu south, and be careful. Making money is important, but life is more important. Meng Halian warned with some concern. I see. After a while, Chu Daong and Meng Dainyu came over, each holding a small nylon bag. Compared with Meng Haixing's suitcase, their nylon bags looked a bit simple. Haixing, when did you buy the suitcase? Why didn't you ask me to go buy one with you? Look at this nylon bag of mine. It really makes it look cheap. Chu Daong walked around Meng Haixing's suitcase, his face full of envy. Okay, when we get to Pengcheng, I'll replace everything from head to toe with new ones. Hurry to the train station. The train won't wait for anyone. Okay, brother Haixing, we've agreed that you have to help me choose a nice set of clothes. The group finally got on the train chatting and laughing. Chu Daong was very helpful this time and bought a sleeper ticket directly. It takes 1 day and 1 night to get from Ziyang County to Pengcheng. If there is no sleeper berth, I am afraid I will feel uncomfortable for the whole journey. Brother Dainyu, do you have anything valuable in your luggage? When Meng Haixing was helping Meng Dainyu put his luggage away, he suddenly thought of this and asked him. My wife gave me 10 yuan and said she would give me money for food and other things during the trip and return it to me when I get back. Meng Haixing was speechless when he heard what Meng Dainyu said. Lang Chuanhua's idea was indeed quite good. When Meng Dainyu goes out, he never pays attention to whether his luggage will be targeted by others. Okay, I'll cover your food and lodging. And Daong, you didn't bring much cash with you, did you? Do you think I'm that stupid? I brought more than big brother Dainyu. I brought 200 yuan. Okay, luckily I brought some extra, otherwise the 3 of us would have been starving on the road. Meng Haixing had 2,000 yuan in his pocket. Although he was alert when sleeping, he did not dare to be careless, so he had to sew the money into the innermost part of his autumn clothes, close to his skin. A long train ride, even in a sleeper berth, is tiring. Meng Haixing slept all night on the bumpy train, but couldn't fall asleep again at dawn. He simply took out his physics book and exercise paper to look at. A middle-aged man sitting on the lower bunk opposite Meng Haixing saw Meng Haixing leaning over the narrow table to write a test paper and couldn't help but start chatting with Meng Haixing. Young man, what grade are you in? I'm in my 3rd year of high school and will be taking the college entrance exam this year. No wonder he works so hard. There's nothing I can do. My foundation is weak. I can only watch more. Meng Haixing answered casually and continued to write his test paper. It's not that he has a weak foundation, but he is too busy to read. With the arrival of the 2 nannies, Lin Muching will have more time to study. But Meng Haixing couldn't do that. He still had a lot of things to do, so he could only hurry up and flip through his textbooks to refresh his memory. After Meng Haixing finished the test paper, he took out another test paper with answers and compared and corrected his answers. Hey young man, which school are you from? Your teacher is really interesting. Why did he give you a test paper with answers? Meng Haixing looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him who was wearing a Zhongshan suit, glasses, and had a gentle appearance. Judging from the man's attire, he seemed to be quite educated. Meng Haixing hesitated for a moment, then told him that it was a cram school test paper, not one given by the school teacher. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Shi Rongjin picked up Meng Haixing's physics test paper. Although there was no score written on it, Meng Haixing marked it with a red pen, indicating that the paper had received full marks. My eldest brother also loves physics very much. He is now a physics professor at Jingxing University. If you can pass the exam and become his student, he will definitely like you. Although Shi Rongjin didn't know much about physics, he recognized this paper. This was last year's college entrance exam physics paper. When he visited Shi Rongjin's home, Professor Shi had taken it out and mentioned it to Shi Rongjin. He had designed the test, which was a bit difficult, and several of his favorite students failed to get full marks. And this young man in front of him, whom he met on the train, actually wrote a paper with full marks, which made Shi Rongjin look up to Meng Haixing. Children who study well are always liked by their elders. Because of a physics test paper, Meng Haixing and Shi Rongjin started chatting happily. At that time, Rongjin heard that Meng Haixing was planning to go to Pengcheng to do some small business, so he couldn't help but advise him a few words. Pengcheng has just begun to develop, and there's gold everywhere, but it's also full of dangers. You're going to take the college entrance exam this year, and this is the best way. When Meng Haixing heard Shi Rongjin say this, he was obviously stunned for a moment. He never expected that a stranger on the train would remind him that it was dangerous to go to Pengcheng. Nowadays, information is not well developed, so everyone needs a certificate when traveling far away. Most people don't know what's going on outside when they come out. Uncle Shi, thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention to it. It's nothing. The most important thing is to be safe when you go out. The train moved forward slowly, and two more people changed places in Meng Haixing's carriage. Brother, please move aside. Two young men about the same age as Meng Haixing entered the carriage carrying a pile of scattered luggage. They had a lot of luggage, and the carriage, which was not big to begin with, was full in an instant. Two large rice bowls were also placed on the small table used by Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing and Shi Rongjin couldn't continue talking, and he couldn't continue writing the test paper, so he had to put away the physics book and replace it with a political book. This subject required a lot of content to be memorized, so Meng Haixing leaned against the carriage and took the time to memorize a passage. On the other side, Shi Rongjin also picked up the newspaper and read it. Meng Haixing and Shi Rongjin both had lower bunks, while the two newcomers had middle bunks. Part of their luggage was placed on the lower bunks. If it was just a simple place to put the luggage, Meng Haixing would definitely not say anything. After all, it was broad daylight and he was not sleeping, so it was his duty to provide convenience to everyone. But one of the new people happened to put his luggage on the cloth bag that Meng Haixing was carrying, which made him a little dissatisfied. There is still a lot of space on the window side of the carriage, but they insist on putting all the luggage on the cloth bag. Isn't this intentional? This cloth bag was sewn for him by Lin Muching himself. Inside it were a few oranges and apples, some honey and calcium milk biscuits, and other snacks. These were all prepared by Lin Muching for Meng Haixing to eat on the train, so he didn't put them in his suitcase. Comrade, your luggage is pressing on my bag. Meng Haixing sat up straight and reached out to drag his cloth bag. Chapter 222, Catching a Thief 1, Additional Update. Hey, comrade, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I took too many things. A man named Xiao Mao took the opportunity to apologize and started chatting with Meng Haixing. He sat down next to Meng Haixing very eagerly. Another man named Zhuzi soon joined in and chatted with Meng Haixing. Seeing how enthusiastic the two were, Meng Haixing rolled his eyes at them in his heart. He came here to take the train, not to go to jail. These two people were interrogating Meng Haixing like a criminal, and they wanted to know everything about his ancestors. Meng Haixing is not a fool, so he naturally won't say it. He picked up the book and put it in front of his eyes, ignoring the other two's words. The two of them did not stop talking either, but continued chatting animatedly among themselves. After a while, Meng Daniu finally woke up from hunger and poked his head out from the upper bunk. Haixing, do you have anything to eat over there? I have bread here, the kind with sausage. As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out 2 breads shaped like chicken legs and 4 eggs from his cloth bag. Daong, don't sleep anymore, eat something. Meng Haixing woke up Chu Daong, who was sleeping on the upper bunk opposite him, and gave him bread and eggs. Chu Daong had actually woken up just now. The two newcomers had really loud voices, and it was hard for Chu Daong not to wake up. Uncle Shi, try our local specialties. Meng Haixing took out another bag of honey and gave it to Shi Rongjin. Haixing, you can eat it yourself. I'm not in good health and I can't eat sweet things. Uncle Shi, you look quite young. How come your blood sugar is high? You know quite a lot. It's a family trait. I'm the only one among 3 siblings who inherited it. His blood sugar was so high that he had to abstain from many foods. He couldn't eat many things. Meng Haixing said no more and took a piece of bread to fill his stomach. To be honest, the bread nowadays doesn't taste very good, but Meng Haixing can't ask for too much when he is away from home, so he can only eat it. Haixing, bring me your teacup. I'll get you some water. Give me Dayong's too. Meng Daniu came down from the upper bunk with an enamel pot in his hand. Go out and turn left to find the hot water room. Yeah, I see. Meng Daniu walked out with 3 teacups. Seeing this, Xiao Mao also took a teacup and followed Meng Daniu out. Logically speaking, the distance from their carriage to the hot water room was only a few meters, and Meng Daniu would be back soon. But a while passed, and there was still no movement from Meng Daniu. Meng Haixing frowned slightly, put down the book in his hand, and went to find Meng Daniu. Brother Daniu, I'm very familiar with Pengcheng. If you want to come here to find a job, just tell me. I promise to find you a job that can earn you 100 yuan a month. Make $100. It's a lot, right? Let me tell you, other people in the factory only make 80 a month. Only I have the ability to help you find someone who makes 100 a month. However, I found this job through connections. Although I don't make any money, I still have to give something to the person who introduced me. Can you give me a few dozen dollars? Meng Daniu was not very good at speaking. He opened his mouth several times, but nothing came out, and Xiao Mao always interrupted him. After Xiao Mao finished speaking, Meng Daniu finally spoke. Comrade Xiao Mao, thank you for your kindness. I think you should keep this job for yourself. I can earn 100 yuan a day by digging buplurum and catching ground beetles in the mountains if I work hard. As soon as Meng Daniu finished speaking, Xiao Mao looked at Meng Daniu as if he were a fool. 1 day? 100? Brother Daniel, are you kidding me? I never lie. Meng Haixing, who was not far away, suppressed his laughter and shouted loudly. Brother Daniel, why haven't you brought back the water after all this time? Here I come. Meng Haixing stepped forward, took a teacup from Meng Daniu's hand, and looked at Xiao Mao nonchalantly. Comrade Xiao Mao, you are really enthusiastic, but my brother is just out for fun and won't go out to work. Meng Haixing's eyes seemed to be cold as ice. He glanced at Xiao Mao lightly, and Xiao Mao couldn't help but shiver. He smiled and chuckled. That's really a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Meng Haixing took Meng Daniu back to the carriage where they were, but Xiao Mao did not come back. Instead, no one knew where he went. After a while, when Meng Haixing got up to go to the toilet, he vaguely heard Xiao Mao's voice in another carriage. Meng Haixing was a man who had seen a lot of ups and downs, so Xiao Mao's enthusiasm immediately made him suspicious. Thinking of what Meng Daniu had encountered in his previous life, Meng Haixing couldn't help but frown. He brought Meng Daniu here to see the world, and he couldn't let him make any mistakes. For a moment, Meng Haixing's heart suddenly tightened, and he felt very unhappy. He needs to keep a careful eye on this person named Xiao Mao and Zhuzi. The 2 people went in and out of the carriage many times. Meng Haixing took the opportunity to read a book to carefully observe the 2 of them. This look really revealed the trick. As long as the 2 of them were in the carriage, their eyes would always be looking around. Of course, their focus is basically on the luggage. Especially when someone in the car opens their luggage, both of them will take a second look. Shi Rongjin didn't bring much luggage, just a suitcase and a briefcase. His briefcase was always placed at the innermost position. Even when Shi Rongjin sat up to read the newspaper, he would place the briefcase behind his head like a pillow. When he sleeps, he even uses his briefcase as a pillow. His caution immediately attracted the attention of Xiao Mao and Zhuzi. Compared with Meng Haixing and the others who were wearing washed-out clothes, Shi Rongjin's Zhongshan suit looked much more expensive. During the day, Xiao Mao and Zhuzi ran around in several carriages, but in the afternoon they became much more obedient and kept sleeping. When night fell, the 2 began to stroll around again. At night, Meng Haixing and Chu Daong took turns sleeping, fearing that something might happen. Meng Haixing was on duty in the second half of the night. He lay down and dozed off, but in his mind, he was reciting the political book he had read during the day. Suddenly, a strange smell rushed into my nose. Meng Haixing suddenly held his breath, opened his eyes slightly, and looked towards the carriage. I saw Xiao Mao standing at the door of the carriage, covering his nose with one hand and holding a lit cigarette in the other, wandering around in the carriage. Meng Haixing was secretly surprised. Xiao Mao and Zhuzi had resorted to such despicable means. That's enough, Xiao Mao. This one is almost done. No rush. Wait until they fall into a deep sleep. How many minutes until the next stop? 5 more minutes. Okay, Let's go search the other carriages first and come back when we're about to get off. That guy with glasses is so sleepy it's hard to get his bag. And that young man's cloth bag. I see he's carefully carrying it. There must be money in it. I know. Hurry up. The cigarette in Xiao Mao's hand quickly burned out. He put it out carefully and put it in his pocket, then closed the door and went to another carriage. At this time, Meng Haixing already felt dizzy and heavy. The moment the door closed, he immediately picked up the cold water on the coffee table and took a big sip. The cold water poured into his chest, and he finally woke up. This chapter is specially added to thank a ho 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 for the ticket to urge more updates. I also thank the other treasures who sent flowers. Chapter 223, Catching a Thief 2. Meng Haixing quickly climbed up from the bed. He rubbed his slightly painful forehead and cursed the two little thieves in his heart. I don't know what kind of chemicals they used, but just a little bit of it can give people such a severe headache. Dainyu, wake up. Meng Haixing tried to push Meng Dainyu hard, but Meng Dainyu didn't react at all and was sleeping very soundly. The same is true for Chu Daong and Shi Rongjing. This can't go on. Meng Haixing suddenly had an idea, took out his towel, and poured some cold water. A wet, cold towel hit his face, and Meng Dainyu suddenly woke up. Haixing, what are you doing? Brother Dainyu, keep your voice down. We've encountered a thief. Meng Haixing didn't explain much, and woke up Chu Daong and Shi Rongjing with a towel and told them the general situation. When Rongjing heard that two thieves were targeting his briefcase, he was surprised. Let's pretend to sleep for a while, and when the two thieves come in to steal something, we can catch them red-handed and hand them over directly to the police on the train. Shi Rongjing nodded, looked at his watch again, and found that there was still an hour before arriving in Pengcheng. After the three of them had discussed it, they quickly lay down. The train announcement came that they were about to enter a small station. Not long after the four of them lay down, they heard Xiao Mao and Zhuzi coming back cursing. What bad luck. This carriage is full of poor people, and I only stole 200 yuan in total. Xiao Mao complained while opening the door of the carriage. Okay, hurry up and pack your things. I think there must be a lot of money in that briefcase, otherwise that man wouldn't be so careful. As Zhuzi was speaking, he had already entered the carriage, and Xiao Mao followed closely behind him. The two of them saw that the train had arrived at the station and wanted to take the briefcase that Shi Rongjing had placed under his pillow. In this split second, Shi Rongjing suddenly opened his eyes and pressed Zhuzi's hand with one hand. Meng Haixing rushed to the door to block the two men's retreat and kicked Xiao Mao onto his bed. The carriage was already crowded, and faced with the sudden attack, Xiao Mao and Zhuzi had no time to react. When the two men wanted to take out daggers to resist, Meng Haixing had already quickly tied Xiao Mao's hands with a piece of cloth. Shi Rongjing is not the weak scholar he appears to be. He is very good at boxing and kicking. The pillar was knocked to the ground in almost one move, leaving no room for fight back. Meng Haixing was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Shi Rongjing to be so skilled. If he had a dagger in his hand when he put his hand on Zhuzi's neck just now, Zhuzi would have been beheaded by now. Brother Meng, what are you doing? Seeing that he couldn't run away, Xiao Mao immediately pretended to be weak and ignorant. Don't you know what I'm doing? Chu Daong rolled down from the upper bunk and, without Meng Haixing saying anything, ran to call the police comrades on the train. Comrade, these are the two men. They stole a lot of people in the train car just now. We caught them when they came to steal from us just now. Two police officers in uniform came over, but before they could say anything, Xiao Mao started wailing. Comrade Public Security, you can't listen to them accusing good people. They just look at me because I'm a poor boy and that's why they're trying to make trouble for me. It was late at night, and they said our feet and bodies smelled bad, so they wouldn't let us sleep in the train and kicked us out. We were so sleepy that we wanted to go back to the train to sleep, but they beat us up and accused us of being thieves. Comrade Public Security, you have to make the decision for us. Xiao Mao's howling immediately attracted the attention of other passengers in the carriage. There was an old man with slightly worn clothes. When he heard Xiao Mao say this, he immediately stood up to support him. What kind of world is this? Just because I'm poor, I have to be treated like a thief. That's right, this is too much of a bully. Being away from home is not easy. Why should we make things difficult for each other? An aunt saw that Xiao Mao looked so skinny and pitiful, so she quickly tried to help him out by saying a few words. Meng Haixing and Shi Rongjing looked at each other and smiled helplessly. What the hell is going on? Meng Haixing grabbed Xiao Mao and tried to search his pockets. Let me go now. Are there any laws around here? You're ripping my clothes off in public. Xiao Mao became very nervous and felt extremely regretful. He was so busy looking for money in other carriages that he forgot to throw the cigarette, but out of the window. Hey young man, what are you doing? What right do you have to search other people's pockets? If anyone should search, it should be the police. That's right, this guy is too bullying. Everyone was talking about it, and Meng Haixing just treated it as a rabid dog. Comrade Public Security, here is the evidence he used to keep us asleep. As he spoke, Meng Haixing put a piece of toilet paper on his hand and accurately found a cigarette, but from Xiao Mao's pocket. We fell asleep just now after Xiao Mao lit this cigarette. If I hadn't been sensitive to the smell and woken up, I'm afraid all four of us would have been stolen by these two people. The public security comrades on the train had seen everything. The moment Meng Haixing took out the cigarette, but they realized that the two people caught were probably repeat offenders. The public security comrade was just about to praise Meng Haixing, but before he could say anything, the old man interrupted him. What kind of evidence can a cigarette but be? Young man, if you want to falsely accuse someone of being a thief, you should at least produce some real evidence. Meng Haixing looked at the old man and smiled. Uncle, can you check if the money in your pocket is still there? The old man looked at Meng Haixing with disdain. I've kept my money safe. I'm a light sleeper and I wake up as soon as someone touches me. As he said this, the old man reached into his trouser pocket. The old man was shocked when he touched his trouser pockets and found that they were empty. How is that possible? I sewed up my trouser pockets to prevent theft. The old man looked down and saw that there was a big cut on his trouser pocket. The roll of money inside had long since disappeared. Now the old man is no longer calm. Did you steal my money? The old man rushed toward Xiao Mao. Although the public security comrades stepped forward to stop him, Xiao Mao still got slapped hard by the old man. The other onlookers in the carriage no longer cared about watching the fun and hurried to look for where the money was hidden. Oh, you two bastards, you stole my hard-earned money. Give it back to me now. The ant who had just spoken for Xiao Mao immediately turned hostile and wanted to eat the two of them alive. Everyone be quiet. If anyone is short of money, please come to the train office and register. If these two people stole it, they will definitely not return it to you. The public security comrades were helpless, and finally, it was their turn to speak. Chapter 224 Clothes Make the Man. Comrade Meng, Comrade Sure, could you please come over and explain the situation? Okay. Meng Haixing agreed readily. Although there were many thieves like this on the train, it was still difficult to catch one. Most people who take the train south are there to work and make a living, and usually don't carry much money with them. If even this little amount of money was stolen, it would be like a fish jumping over the Dragon Gate in the unfamiliar city of Shenzhen. Meng Haixing has a deep understanding of this. When explaining the situation to the public security comrades, Meng Haixing did most of the talking, and Shi Rongjin only gave brief answers when asked. After this incident, time seemed to pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye they arrived in Pengcheng. Haixing, do you have a place to stay in Pengcheng? Shi Rongjin asked Meng Haixing before getting off the car. Meng Haixing smiled at Shi Rongjin and said, Uncle Shi, I hope to see you again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Haixing, Meng Daniu, and Chu Daong walked towards the car door carrying their luggage. Shi Rongjin watched Meng Haixing's figure gradually walking away, and a sense of admiration welled up in his heart. This young man had a bright future. He believed that even if they didn't have the chance to meet again in Pengcheng, they would still have the chance to meet again in the capital in the future. Meng Haixing is so talented in physics that it should not be a problem for him to be admitted to a top university in Beijing. The train slowly entered the platform, where the public security team had already been waiting. According to the public security comrades on the train, Xiao Mao and Zhuzi have committed crimes on the train many times. Their methods are extremely cunning, and they can often complete the theft without leaving any traces. Although the police had been keeping an eye on them for over a year, they had never been able to catch them. Unexpectedly, this time they were captured by Meng Haixing himself. Perhaps if Meng Haixing had not been so eager to leave, the public security comrades would even want to present him with a banner to express their gratitude. After the train stopped, Meng Daniu and Chu Daong looked around curiously. They had been to Jingnan City before, and their prosperity had already shocked them. But Pengcheng seemed even more prosperous. But after arriving in Pengcheng, the two of them truly felt that the scenery here was even more dazzling than Jingnan City. Brother Haixing, look at that motorcycle. It's so cool. I've never seen anything like it before. Meng Haixing looked in the direction Chu Daong pointed and saw a cool, black motorcycle parked outside the train station. That's imported. You won't find it in Ziyang County. The value of this motorcycle is enough to buy a house in our county. As the two were discussing, the owner of the motorcycle started the engine. With a boom, the motorcycle sped away like a flash of lightning and soon disappeared in the distance. That sound scared me. Why is this motorcycle so loud? Just to show off. Come on, let's find a place to stay. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the mall to buy some clothes. Meng Haixing had experienced all kinds of things in his previous life, so such a motorcycle did not arouse much curiosity in him. After the three of them came out of the train station, people kept coming up to chat with them, but Meng Haixing rejected them all. Although finding a hotel at night was somewhat difficult, Meng Haixing didn't plan to just follow anyone. If he went to the wrong place, not only would the accommodation be poor, he might also be tricked into working in an illegal factory as an unpaid laborer. Relying on his memory of Pengqing, Meng Haixing led the two people towards a hotel he was familiar with. Sure enough, they soon saw a three-story building with the words MANHUA Hotel written on it. Meng Daniu looked at the bright lobby of the hotel and asked nervously, Haixing, this kind of hotel should be very expensive, right? It's not expensive. The three of us stayed in a triple room for only 10 yuan a night. Meng Daniu was stunned. Was he going to spend all the money he brought with him just after arriving in Pengqing? Chu Daong, who is usually talkative, suddenly became at a loss and couldn't say a word when he saw a beautiful receptionist at the front desk. Meng Haixing looked at Chu Daong's flustered appearance and wondered how he could possibly go out to do business alone. The three of them quickly completed the check-in formalities, and Meng Haixing led the two into their room. After being on the train for so long, Meng Haixing felt exhausted. He practically fell asleep as soon as he fell into bed. However, having lived in the countryside for a long time, his biological clock was very accurate, and he woke up around 6 a.m. When he opened the curtains, he saw that the streets were already bustling with people, which was worthy of being a big city like Shenzhen. Meng Haixing woke up Meng Daniu and Chu Daong. Hurry up and wash up. I'll take you to have breakfast, and then go shopping in the mall. Huh? Aren't we here to buy goods? Why are we shopping in the mall? You'll find out in a moment. He was very familiar with Pengqing and quickly found the largest shopping mall in Pengqing with the two of them. They went straight to the men's clothing department and chose a suit for each of them, and also picked out 2 sets of casual clothes for each of them. Haixing, why do I feel uncomfortable wearing leather shoes? Meng Daniu looked at the shiny leather shoes on his feet and felt a little awkward. It's okay, I'll just put it on and go for a walk later. This was the second time Meng Daniu wore a suit, except for the time he did so on his wedding day. The popular suits in Xuyang County are all very baggy, but there are more styles in Pengqing. Meng Haixing chose a slightly slim-fitting one for Meng Daniu. Meng Daniu is taller and stronger than Meng Haixing. Once he puts on his black suit and leather shoes and stands in front of the dressing mirror, no one will underestimate Meng Daniu. As for Meng Haixing himself, there is no need to mention it. His aesthetic taste was built up with money. He chose a set of navy blue fine plaid clothes, which changed his whole temperament. Chu Daong and Meng Daniu chose similar black suits. He usually looks a bit ruffian, and the black suit made him look even more ruffian. After buying the clothes, Meng Haixing took the two of them to have their hair done and even had their faces shaved. Meng Haixing was already handsome, and after all this dressing up, he looked like a noble young man from a wealthy family. I, Chu Daong, am actually so handsome. No wonder so many people come to my house to propose marriage. Chu Daong stood in front of the mirror, looked left and right at his new hairstyle, and smiled like a fool. Control that expression. We're going to the second-hand appliance market this afternoon. You need to act like a big shot, so people think you're a big boss, not some newbie visiting Pengqing for the first time. Chu Daong chuckled and patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm the big boss who came to Pengqing to purchase now. Chapter 2:25 Touch the price. There is a not-too-big second-hand home appliance mall in Pengqing. It is a 2-story building with a storefront downstairs and a repair shop upstairs. Most of the appliances here are second-hand from Hong Kong Island, and sometimes you can see some brand-new parallel imports. It was here that Meng Haixing started as an apprentice and slowly earned his first pot of gold. Stepping into the familiar place again, the past scenes surged in my mind. My feet walked uncontrollably towards the familiar stall. Hurry up, all of you. What's the point of dawdling, just moving some things? Zhou Wenqi looked to be in his 40s, with slightly fierce facial features, a bald head, and was wearing an old-fashioned gray cloth jacket with buttons that were even buttoned in a knot. He had a thick, rough cloth apron tied around his waist, which was covered with oil stains and looked dirty. He scolded his apprentice with great vigor, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, Meng Haixing knew that Zhou Wenqi only looked fierce, but he was a very kind person at heart. Otherwise, he would not have taken him in when he was penniless. Boss Zhou, you are busy. Meng Haixing walked up to Zhou Wenqi and greeted him warmly. Boss, are you here to buy a TV? Yeah, I want to see if there's anything suitable. Zhou Wenqi looked at the 3 young men in suits in front of him and couldn't help but look at them with admiration. He started working as a stall owner when he was a teenager, and he has seen all kinds of people. The person who was talking to him had an extraordinary demeanor and didn't look like a small businessman. Boss, please come in. I have everything you want to see. Zhou Wenqi enthusiastically invited Meng Haixing and others into the house. Thinking back, Meng Haixing had never been treated like this before. He He almost grew up being scolded by Zhou Wenqi. Now that his former master was so polite to him, Meng Haixing felt a little uncomfortable. There are all kinds of televisions on both walls of the room, domestic, imported, black and white, color, with many styles. Meng Haixing only took a glance and could tell that most of the TVs here were from Hong Kong Island. After all, even if Shenzhen develops rapidly, televisions are still a rarity and there are relatively few obsolete televisions. Boss Zhou, how much is this 12-inch black and white one? It's $260, and if you buy more, it can be cheaper. Where's the 14-inch color TV? The domestic ones are $600, and the imported ones are $900. As he spoke, Zhou Wenqi turned on the imported color TV. I have to say that the clarity of current imported color TVs is really good, but the prices are indeed high. If you remembered correctly, a new color TV cost about $1,300. If a dual-income family has no other source of income and wants to buy a color TV, they will have to tighten their belts and not eat or drink for several years. The price Boss Zhou gave is indeed very fair. I, Zhou Wenqi, am still very famous on this street. Meng Haixing looked at Zhou Wenqi with a smile, which made Zhou Wenqi feel uneasy. Boss Zhou, I'm here to do a big deal with you. I wonder if we can find a quiet place to sit down and talk. The whole stall was crowded with people coming and going, so it was definitely not a good place for conversation. I have a tea room upstairs. It's a little small. I hope Boss Meng doesn't mind. The group went up to the second floor. In a larger room, several apprentices were busy repairing the TV. Another slightly smaller room was where Zhou Wenqi usually rested. As soon as they sat down, someone brought them a pot of tea. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush with Zhou Wenqi and directly expressed his thoughts. Boss Zhou, I know you have connections that can get you goods from Hong Kong Island. I'm not going to lie to you. I have 2 train cars now, and I want to buy a batch of second-hand TVs to fill up these 2 train cars. When Zhou Wenqi heard Meng Haixing say this, he was completely stunned. 2 train cars, that could probably hold a lot. Boss Meng, I don't know where you got the information from. Don't ask me about this, Boss Zhou. I definitely have my own way. I wonder if you're still buying from Ajai in Hong Kong Island. Do you still know Ajai? I've only heard of it. Everyone in the stall knew that Zhou Wenqi had a channel to import second-hand televisions. Some people even wanted to poach Zhou Wenqi's channel, but no one succeeded. Because few people know that Ajai from Hong Kong Island is Zhou Wenqi's illegitimate son. With this relationship, who can snatch Zhou Wenqi's business? Boss Meng knows a lot. I do have a way to import used TVs. Do you want to look at them in Pengcheng or Hong Kong Island? The prices are different. I understand the rules of the underworld. I want to go to Hong Kong Island to look at the goods. Boss Meng, we don't do parallel import business. If you get caught, you'll go to jail. Of course, I'll handle the subsequent transportation and all the formalities myself. Meng Haixing wanted to be in the used TV business for a long time, not just a one-time deal. So he had to complete all the necessary procedures. In fact, the Pengcheng Special Economic Zone has been very open, and many preferential policies have been given to promote trade between Hong Kong Island and the Pengcheng Special Economic Zone. However, these preferential policies are not known to ordinary people. Meng Haixing is now taking advantage of this information gap to reap some benefits. By the time other businessmen realize this, his profit from second-hand TVs may no longer be as high as it is now. Seeing that Meng Haixing seemed to be doing serious business, Zhou Wenqi agreed. Zhou Wenqi and Meng Haixing chatted for a while about the second-hand TV, and Zhou Wenqi finally let down his guard. You need a pass to go to Hong Kong Island. You can get it today, and we will take the boat there tomorrow morning. Okay, then we'll come see Boss Zhou tomorrow morning. After coming out of Zhou Wenqi's stall, Chu Daong and Meng Daniu were both confused. They listened to Meng Haixing and Zhou Wenqi talking about second-hand televisions. It seemed easy, but also difficult, as they had to go to Hong Kong Island to look at the goods. Brother Haixing, why don't we go ask somewhere else? Seeing that Meng Haixing didn't go to other stalls but strode out, Chu Daong couldn't help but step forward and ask a few questions. No need. The price Boss Zhou just quoted us is very good. The price at other stalls shouldn't be more than 10 yuan different. Are we really going to Hong Kong Island to check out the goods? Asked Meng Daniu. Of course, a second-hand TV is one price in Hong Kong Island and another price when shipped to Shenzhen. The difference in price for one TV can be as little as 100 or even several hundred. If we want to make more money, the best way is to buy directly from Hong Kong Island and then ship it directly to the train station without making any stops in between to avoid being robbed of the goods. Chu Daong hadn't expected that someone could steal and replace goods. He instantly gave Meng Haixing a thumbs up. He was right. Following Meng Haixing, he would definitely have a bright future. Even if there were 10 of him, they couldn't catch up with Meng Haixing's cunning. After drinking a lot of tea at Zhou Wenqi's place, the group felt a little hungry. Meng Haixing simply took them to a seafood feast. Although Ziyang County isn't far from the port, it's still a bit difficult to find fresh seafood. After all, seafood is difficult to transport and spoils easily over time. But Pingcheng is different. It's very close to the port, so there's plenty of seafood to choose from. Chapter 226, Hong Kong Island. Meng Daniu was a man without many worries, and he didn't understand anything about importing secondhand televisions. When Meng Haixing brought him to eat some seafood, he just focused on eating, unlike Chu Daong, who asked all sorts of questions. When he had almost finished eating, he looked at Meng Haixing. Haixing, please buy me a color TV when you get back. I want to watch the Spring Festival Gala too. Okay, I'll pick out the best large color TV for you when we get back. No, I just want something that's not too expensive. My wife told me to save more money because once the baby is born, there will be more things to spend money on. Brother Daniel, I didn't realize you're quite good at living. That's not how you live your life. That's called being henpecked. Look at me. I earn money all by myself and I spend it however I want. Seeing Chu Dayong's boastful expression, Meng Daniu said indifferently, Do you have a wife to warm your bed in the middle of winter? Do you have a wife to cook your favorite dishes? Chu Daong opened his mouth and felt like he had suffered 1,000 points of damage. He had no wife and no one to warm his bed. Meng Haixing on the side couldn't stop laughing. Meng Daniu was definitely an expert at stabbing people in the back. Waiter, bring another plate of grilled oysters. Chu Daong turned his grief into strength and prepared to eat his fill today. Among the three of them, he is the only one who is still single. It's not that he doesn't want to find a partner, but it's really too difficult to find someone he likes. You should eat less oysters. Hi, and I eat them raw. I heard that they are very nutritious, but it won't do any good for you. When the oysters arrived, Meng Daniu picked up a big one and ate it in one bite. While eating, he did not forget to give Chu Daong another stab. Brother Daniel, hurry up and eat a few more and stop talking. The three of them were very satisfied with the lunch. It had been a long time since Meng Haixing had enjoyed seafood so much. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't come to Pengcheng, he would take Lin Muching to Ningong City to eat seafood. In the afternoon, the three of them took photos, took their already prepared identity documents, and went to the Pengcheng Special Administrative Region border station to apply for a pass to Hong Kong Island. It is much easier to get a pass now than later. There are not so many procedures. You can get a pass quickly by just paying the money. The reason Meng Haixing gave was that he was going to Hong Kong Island to do business, and the approval was only for 1 month, but this was enough for him. Haixing, with this certificate, can we take a boat to Hong Kong Island? Well, it's only now that the SAR has just started that it's so easy to get a pass. If you want to go to Hong Kong Island in the future, it won't be so easy. In his previous life, Meng Haixing never had any certificates. He always traveled back and forth between Pengcheng and Hong Kong Island on a Jai's cargo ship. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, and Meng Haixing originally wanted to take the two of them for a stroll in the Special Administrative Region. But there were construction sites everywhere, and the whole special zone was dusty, so it was impossible to go around. I had to go back to the hotel to rest. Haixing, what does Hong Kong Island look like now? Chu Daong was very unfamiliar with Hong Kong Island. If Meng Haixing hadn't come to watch TV, Chu Daong would hardly even know where Hong Kong Island was. Hong Kong Island is half heaven and half hell right now. Kowloon Peninsula is more chaotic, so we definitely won't be going there. We're going to Hong Kong Island. After we get off the ship, someone will pick us up there to take a look at the goods. Meng Daniu and Chu Daong only heard Meng Haixing say this, and to be honest, they were half excited and half scared. They had no impression of Hong Kong Island, and now they were going to a completely unfamiliar place, so they were a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't put you in danger. In his previous life, Meng Haixing was a man who dared to risk his life. To get cheaper goods, he often took a few of his brothers to the Kowloon Peninsula to get them. On several occasions, he was almost robbed of his money. It was precisely because of these experiences that Meng Haixing chose the safest approach this time. Ajai's goods were all sourced from legitimate sources, and while the price was a bit higher, Meng Haixing preferred working with him. Early in the morning on the first day, Meng Haixing appeared at the door of Zhou Wenqi's stall on time as agreed. Boss Meng is really punctual. Zhou Wenqi smiled broadly when he saw Meng Haixing coming. Meng Haixing had agreed so readily yesterday that it felt a little unreal to Zhou Wenqi. He was actually a little afraid that Meng Haixing would stand him up and not come today. After all, not everyone dared to go to Hong Kong Island these days. As a businessman, you naturally have to be punctual. Everyone's time is precious. Meng Haixing and Zhou Wenqi chatted for a few minutes, and then a half-new jeep came over and took them to the pier to take a boat to Hong Kong Island. Along the way, Zhou Wenqi and Meng Haixing had a pleasant chat. Zhou Wenqi was a little surprised to learn that Meng Haixing could repair televisions. Televisions were a rarity back then, and if one broke, Finding someone to fix it was practically impossible. This was especially true for imported TVs. Even if you took them to the TV factory and had a technician look at them, they sometimes couldn't figure out the problem. No wonder Boss Meng dared to come directly to Hong Kong Island to get the goods. It seems that Boss Meng's craftsmanship must be very good. It's okay. It's all thanks to the good teachings of my master back then. Meng Haixing was full of pride. If Zhou Wenqi hadn't been so fierce, he wouldn't have been able to develop this skill. It was not easy for Meng Haixing, who had only attended junior high school for a few days, to learn the skill of repairing televisions. To this day, Meng Haixing still remembers the days when he worked late into the night. Meng Haixing and Zhou Wenqi were chatting animatedly, while Chu Daong and Meng Daniu were staring at the tall buildings in the distance with their eyes almost popping out. Even in Pengcheng, there are no buildings this tall. As they got closer to Hong Kong Island, both of them showed surprise on their faces. When they came out of the dock and stood on the bustling street, Meng Daniu and Chu Daong were already numb. They finally understood what the heaven Meng Haixing was talking about looked like. The cars that are rare in their eyes have become taxis in Hong Kong Island. The modern Hong Kong girl was dressed brightly and boldly, and Meng Daniu didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Let's wait here for a while. Ajay will be here soon. Zhou Wenqi, Meng Haixing and others were standing on the roadside waiting for Ajay, and from time to time people cast inquiring glances at them. But Meng Haixing was dressed unusually, and they were a little unsure about the origins of Meng Haixing and others, so no one dared to approach and talk to them for a while. Curious Chu Daong poked Meng Haixing and said, "Brother Haixing, why are there always people looking at us? We don't have any flowers on our faces." Meng Haixing pursed his lips and smiled. "Someone wants to show you around." Chu Daong was still confused. "You idiot. Someone wants to take you around Hong Kong Island for no reason. Do you think it's pie in the sky? There must be something profitable for them to come to you." After Meng Haixing said this, Chu Daong immediately understood. No wonder so many people kept looking at them. It turned out that they were looking at them to see if they looked like fools so that they could be dragged out and sold for money. Chapter 2:27 Get the Goods. Meng Haixing and a few others were standing by the roadside talking when suddenly a white Nissan minivan came speeding over and braked suddenly to a stop in front of them. The car door was open with a bang, and a young man dressed very fashionably got out. He was Amao, Ajia's little follower. Ajay sat in the driver's seat and rolled down the window. He still looked the same as before, thin and a little feminine. He didn't seem very enthusiastic when he saw Zhou Wenqi. "Get in the car. You little brat. You don't know how to call people. Dad, get in the car." Seeing Ajay's nonchalant look, Meng Haixing felt amused. Who would have thought that this young man, who was about the same age as him, controlled 4 cargo ships and an import channel? It's really becoming more and more unruly. Zhou Wenqi gave Ajay a look and asked Meng Haixing and the other two to get in the car first. Zhou Wenqi gave a brief introduction to the few people. "Boss Meng has 2 train cars. Take him to the big warehouse to check the goods. Don't fool us with some junk." No. After hearing that Meng Haixing had 2 train cars, Ajay realized that a big customer had arrived. Those who can get train cars in Pengcheng now all have some connections. We agreed in advance what goods Mr. Meng wanted to see. The goods here are all matched 1:1. I wonder if Mr. Meng knows our rules. Nature. It seems that Boss Meng is an expert, so I won't say much. The so-called 1:1 ratio means half of the TVs are good and half are broken. There are fewer people who can repair televisions now, and many customers only want good ones, not bad ones. But when Ajay imported the goods, they required a 1:1 ratio. If he only sells the good TVs, he will be stuck with the bad ones. It was for this reason that Zhou Wenqi opened a stall in Pengcheng and worked day and night with his apprentices to repair broken televisions. Firstly, it can earn more money, and secondly, it is to help Ajay relieve the pressure. Ajay drove fast on the narrow road of Hong Kong Island. After several turns, the group finally arrived at the pier. There are many warehouses here, and Ajay's van is parked in one of them. As soon as the van stopped, 3 or 4 very strong men surrounded it. When they saw it was Ajay, they came forward to greet him. "Open warehouse number 4. Ajay took out a bunch of keys and threw it to the person who came. "Okay." Meng Haixing also got off the car. He is very familiar with this place and has come here to pick up goods countless times before. This batch of goods just arrived a few days ago. There are 4 containers in total. You can take your pick. While Ajay was talking, the warehouse door was forcefully opened. There are countless wooden pallets in the warehouse, each of which contains 8 TVs. Because they were newly arrived, many of the wooden frames outside the TVs have not been removed yet. Can I pick out the goods myself? Of course, broken black and white TVs are all 30, color TVs are 50, good 14-inch black and white TVs are 100, color TVs are 400, and 18-inch TVs are 800. Regardless of brand, pricing is based on size. Seeing that Meng Haixing was an expert, Ajay didn't bother to play tricks on him and directly quoted the shipping price. Meng Haixing was very satisfied with Ajay's quotation. An 18-inch color TV now costs more than 2,000 yuan in Xuyang County, but he only wanted 800 yuan, which was absolutely a suitable price. Okay, I'll pick the goods now. Ajay called a few people and started to dismantle the wooden frame. Someone pulled a power supply so that Meng Haixing could inspect the goods. Chu Daong and Meng Daniu, who were following behind Meng Haixing, were extremely surprised to see how Meng Haixing dealt with Ajay with ease. If they didn't know Meng Haixing's background, they would have thought that Meng Haixing was really a big customer in the television business. Meng Haixing hadn't touched a TV for many years. He didn't pick the broken ones first, but picked the good ones first. 14-inch black and white TVs are cheap and sell the best, so Meng Haixing started by choosing a 14-inch black and white TV. Every time Meng Haixing selects 8 units, the workers will wrap them with white film and then fix them with wooden frames. Meng Haixing would then use a pen to sign his name on the wrapping film to prevent the product from being replaced. Seeing Meng Haixing's operation, Ajay and Zhou Wenqi no longer hesitated, as he was indeed an expert. When doing business in Hong Kong Island, you have to be careful. Things like exchanging goods are too common. I bought a container full of good TVs, but when I got home and unpacked them, I found they were all broken. If you want to come to Hong Kong Island to argue with them at this time, you will probably just be beaten. Meng Haixing was very careful in selecting goods. It took him half a day to pick out a truckload of good televisions. 260 14-inch black and white TVs, 220 14-inch color TVs, and 18-inch color TVs were too expensive, so Meng Haixing only ordered 60. Because of different brands, even though they are all color TVs of the same size, sometimes they are different in size. Even if they are installed on wooden pallets, some are slightly larger. In order to prevent the train car from being full, Meng Haixing only selected 540 televisions for one train car. He would rather have less than too much and end up stranded at the train station. If there are only a few stations left, it will be enough to cause him trouble. That night, Meng Haixing and his group stayed in a hotel not far from the pier. When in Pengcheng, Meng Daniu felt that a triple room at 10 yuan a night was already a sky-high price. But here the standard room in the hotel is directly 100 yuan. When Meng Daniu entered the room, he was stunned to see that the standard room here was the same size as the one they stayed in Pengcheng. Haixing, have we been scammed? They're charging us 100 yuan a night for such a small room. No, everything is expensive here in Hong Kong Island. Look at the girl standing at the front desk who checked us in. Her monthly salary is at least 600 yuan. If you have a relatively high level of education, a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan is not bad. Oh, Meng Daniu widened his eyes in surprise. Salaries in Hong Kong are so high. Yes, Hong Kong Island and our Xuyang County are completely different now, but it won't be long before our country and our Xuyang County will develop rapidly. By then, every household will be able to afford a color TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine, drive a tractor, and even have a telephone. It's useless to have so many appliances. There's power rationing. If there's a power outage at night, you can't watch TV at all. Meng Haixing laughed. It was true that the power rationing in Xuyang County would continue until the end of the 1990s. There was no other way. The country was developing too fast, there were too many factories, and electricity was always in short supply. Meng Haixing and his group had just returned to their room to pack up when Ajay came and knocked on the door. Zhou Wenqi went back in the afternoon. He told Meng Haixing to get the goods from Ajay without worry. After he got the goods and returned to Pengcheng, they would have a good meal together. Boss Meng, you've been busy all day. I'll take you to eat something good and have some fun. Faced with Ajay's kindness, Meng Haixing did not refuse. He still hoped to have a good relationship with Ajay. Ajay was not a stingy person, so he took Meng Haixing directly to a hotel he was familiar with. It's still the same old rule. Order the 888 set meal. Ajay didn't even look at the menu and directly asked the waiter to serve him the hotel's set meal. When Meng Daniu and Chu Daong heard Ajay mention the price, they didn't show it on their faces, but they were already in turmoil in their hearts. 888 yuan. What kind of delicacies can I eat? Chapter 228 Group Fight. Ajay himself can't drink much, but he brought Amao who can drink. His original intention was to get Meng Haixing to drink more so that he could trick Meng Haixing into talking. After 3 rounds of drinking, Meng Haixing didn't drink too much, but Ajay's face turned red from drinking. Ajay, let's stop here today. It's already late, and we have to get up early to go to the dock tomorrow. Okay, Boss Meng can drink quite well. I've seen that. Meng Haixing just smiled and said nothing. He was born to drink. He didn't need to learn it. As for Ajay's ability to drink just one bottle of beer, he had seen it before. When the group came out of the hotel, Meng Haixing looked at Mao's wobbly appearance and didn't dare to let him drive. So they just walked towards the hotel to get rid of the drunkenness. When Ajay went out today, he wore jeans and a fancy denim top. He had a rather feminine appearance to begin with, and he was dressed so flashily today. Not long after they walked away, they ran into 3 thugs. The girl is pretty good looking. 3 hooligans leaned against the railing on the side of the road, smoking and looking at Ajay and scrupulously. Meng Haixing was just about to scold these 3 hooligans for being blind and not being able to tell the difference between men and women. Ajay just let out a loud roar and exploded on the spot. If you don't want to live, just tell me. I don't mind giving you 2 stabs. As he spoke, Ajay rushed forward and kicked one of the 3 thugs to the ground before they could react. Not satisfied with this, the other 2 thugs wanted to come over and beat Ajay, but Ajay threw them over his shoulder and knocked them to the ground. No one knows how many people have set their sights on Ajay's maritime trade over the years. Some even want to kill Ajay and take over his lucrative trade route. But no one succeeded. In addition to Zhou Wenqi's role, the more important thing was that Ajay was a good fighter. He beats people with a reckless attitude. With an over-the-shoulder throw, the gangster on the ground was knocked unconscious and couldn't get up for a long time. The gangster who had just been kicked away, seeing that the situation was not good, ran into the alley behind him. Boss, someone is messing up the place. Meng Haixing looked in the direction of the voice, frowning. The street where the gangster ran was full of mahjong parlors. As for what was done inside, Meng Haixing could figure it out with just his toes. He took a quick step forward and tried to pull Ajay. As a result, Ajay drank some wine and his mind was quite excited, so he didn't want to leave at all. You little country bumpkin, don't you see who I am? How dare you provoke me? I think you don't want to be around anymore. The 2 thugs who had just been thrown over the shoulder by Ajay and fell to the ground found their heads were wet when they touched them. The 2 hooligans saw that their heads were bleeding and they were not willing to suffer such a loss, so they rushed towards Ajay, shouting and cursing. When Mao saw someone trying to beat Ajay, he also wanted to go forward to help, but he was drunk and almost tripped himself after taking 2 steps forward. Seeing that Mao was of no help at all, Meng Haixing had no choice but to take action. Damn, these trousers of mine are very expensive. Meng Haixing kicked out sideways, giving the gangster a sharp kick in the heart, and reached out to grab Ajay. This time, Ajay tried to dodge but failed and was caught by Meng Haixing. In just a short while, more than a dozen people rushed out from Mahjong Alley, each holding a weapon. Let's go. Meng Haixing glanced at Mao, signaled Meng Daniu and Chu Daong to help, and quickly pulled the people away. If they had walked any later, they would have been chopped into pieces. On the streets late at night, many shops are open and there are pedestrians walking on the road. But Meng Haixing did not dare to be careless at all. They ran forward all the way. Passers-by on the road avoided them one after another, and some even looked at them curiously. Meng Haixing felt bitter in his heart. By then, everyone was already accustomed to street fights. Ajay and Mao had drunk a bit too much, and they ran for less than a quarter of an hour and were about to be caught up. Meng Haixing looked around and took a few people to hide in a dark alley. I'll cover your retreat. You guys run forward. Once you're out of the alley, turn left and you'll find our hotel. Haixing, there are so many people, you can't cut them off. Meng Daniu became extremely clear-headed at this moment. He had fought with Meng Haixing many times before, and he could tell at a glance whether he could win or not. Meng Haixing grinned at Meng Daniu. Brother Daniu, you remember it clearly, but I'm much better now than before. You better leave now. As he spoke, Meng Haixing kicked an old chair in the alley. He broke off a chair leg and just weighed it in his hand when the gangsters rushed in. Meng Haixing threw the chair in his hand away. The dim alley is only about 1 meter wide and can accommodate at most 3 people walking side by side. He chose this alley because it was narrow and very suitable for one person to cover his retreat. The punk who had just caught up with him came running up, breathless. If you dare to mess up my place, it won't be easy for you to leave. Everyone, come at me together and chop off at least 1 arm from each person. The leading thug rushed forward with weapons in hand while speaking. Meng Haixing was not polite either. He hit the few thugs running in front with the iron rod accurately. Meng Haixing once came to Hong Kong Island to pick up goods, and he had no idea how many times he had encountered such group fights. His current skills were acquired through repeated fights using his flesh and blood. Now that he was back in a familiar environment, Meng Haixing felt as if the memories of his past and present lives suddenly overlapped. For a moment, he couldn't even tell what year it was. Meng Daniu, who was standing behind Meng Haixing, was stunned when he saw Meng Haixing swinging the iron rod again and again, knocking the weapons out of the hands of the gangsters opposite him. He and Meng Haixing had fought in many group fights before, But Meng Haixing was not as brave as he is now. The alley was too narrow, and even if Meng Daniu wanted to go forward to help, he couldn't do anything. He was just about to get the drunk Ajay and Ameo out of the alley quickly. Ajay suddenly broke free from Chu Dayoung's support, picked up a half mop from the ground, waved it, and rushed into the crowd. You want to break my arm? I don't know if you have the ability to do it. Meng Haixing looked at Ajay, who was rushing towards him from behind, and was speechless and looked up at the sky. He really didn't expect that Ajay would become so impulsive after drinking a little bit of alcohol. The situation was chaotic at the moment, and Meng Haixing couldn't care less about anything else. He could only deal with this group of thugs first. Meng Daniu and Chu Daong were unable to help for the time being, so they could only drag a Mao out of the alley. Otherwise, Meng Haixing and Ajay would be dragged down by him when they run away. The thugs who caught up with them didn't actually have any deep hatred towards Meng Haixing and Ajay, so they didn't want to fight to the death. After being beaten to death by Meng Haixing and Ajay, no one dared to move forward. Ajay, let's go. Meng Haixing held the iron rod tightly in his hand. His arm was a little numb from the wild hitting just now. Chapter 229, Friendship of Fighting Together. You're so cruel. The gangster standing in the front had his entire wrist swollen at this moment. Just now, Meng Haixing hit him on the wrist twice in a row. Not only could he not hold the dagger in his hand, he even felt a slight numbness in his entire arm. Looking at the several younger brothers lying on the ground, they were beaten so badly that they couldn't even stand up. He knew without hesitation that he had hit a wall today. When you go out in the future, you'll understand clearly that I am a real man. If you dare to speak rudely to me again, I don't mind cutting off your tongue. Ajay had just been fighting and was sweating all over, and he was a little sober. Looking at the crowd of people in the alley, he felt a little scared. But even though he was scared to death, he remained very calm. Meng Haixing and Ajay slowly retreated a distance of 7 or 8 meters before turning around and running out of the alley. The gangster whose wrist was swollen by Meng Haixing just now finally reacted. Who just shouted that someone is here to mess up the place? Damn it. Is this someone trying to mess up the place? Meng Daniu and Chu Daong sent Ameo to the hotel where they were staying, and Meng Daniu turned back to pick up Meng Haixing. Haixing, are you okay? Fine. I have something to do. Ajay threw the half mop in his hand to the ground, took off his denim jacket, and saw a bloody cut on his arm. Fortunately, he was wearing thick jeans today, otherwise the wound would have been so deep that the bone would be visible. Wait for me. I'll go get some medicine and gauze. Meng Haixing was quite familiar with this place. In a short while, he bought medicinal wine for treating bruises and some anti-inflammatory and analgesic powder and gauze from the pharmacy. Meng Haixing is very familiar with these things. Disinfect and apply medicine yourself. Meng Haixing threw a bag of medicine to Ajay, who was sitting beside the bed. Ajay didn't hesitate and opened the bag to take a look. Brother Haixing, you are quite knowledgeable about medicines. Ajay, who is often injured, is not pretentious. He disinfects and applies medicine to his arm by himself and asks Chu Daong for help when he is tying the gauze. Luckily, we were lucky today. The thugs we met were all weaklings. If we had met some stronger ones, you would probably be lying in the hospital right now. Meng Haixing was also helpless about what happened today. He had promised not to let Meng Daniu and Chu Daong be in danger, but it ended up like this. That's right. Although I drank a little, my mind is not muddled. None of the thugs on Mahjong Street can beat me. As he said this, Ajay laughed to himself. He stood up and looked at Meng Haixing. Brother Haixing, you saved me today, so I won't treat you unfairly. I'll help you find the paperwork and vehicle to ship your TV back. Meng Haixing laughed. Ajay was still as gangster-like as before. Okay, I won't be polite then. Amao really drank too much today, and Ajay couldn't take him away, so he simply booked a room in the hotel and stayed there with Amao. Only after sending Ajay away did Meng Haixing take off his suit jacket and shirt. Haixing, are you injured too? Meng Daniu saw a bruise on Meng Haixing's back at a glance. It's a fight. How can I not get hurt? Brother Daniu, please apply the medicated oil on me. It will be healed in a day. Meng Daniu saw Meng Haixing lying on the bed. Then he picked up the medicated oil and applied it to him. Hong Kong Island is really not safe at all. People are always wielding knives. It's just chaotic now. It will be fine in a few years. So, do we have to go to Hong Kong Island every time we go to the TV in the future? Hong Kong Island is very good and prosperous. The food, daily necessities, and clothing there are not comparable to those in the small Zhejiang County. But Meng Daniu doesn't like Hong Kong Island very much. He always feels that it is full of dangers. I must come for at least the first 3 batches. After I get to know Ajay better, I can have him deliver the goods directly to us, and we will only be responsible for ordering the train cars. That's not bad. If I come every time, it would be too hard to earn this money. Meng Haixing. lying on the bed, smiled secretly in his heart. When Meng Daniel knew how much money he could make from these 2 train cars of televisions, he would no longer feel that it was hard to come to Hong Kong Island. Haisheng, do you think Ajay can make money by giving us those broken TVs at 30 or 40 yuan each? Aren't these TVs shipped from abroad? Chu Daong, lying on the bed, couldn't figure out this problem. Of course he makes money. Abroad, people pay Ajay to help fix broken TVs. He earns at least a few dozen dollars for each one. But his biggest profit comes from those TVs that aren't broken. He buys these obsolete TVs from overseas, and his net profit is basically half of his profit. Is there such a good thing? Are people abroad all idiots? They're paying you to help them dispose of their TVs. When there's a chance, I'll take you abroad to see that developed countries are much better than ours in terms of living conditions and environmental awareness. Okay, let's go abroad and see what kind of good life those developed countries have. Chu Daong set a new goal for himself in his heart. After a tiring day, Meng Haisheng went to bed early. The next day, Meng Haisheng got up and went to have breakfast. He happened to meet Ajay and Ameo coming out, along with Ajay's sister Ale. Meng Haisheng saw Alu grinning at her and thought his junior sister was very interesting. Alu still looked the same as Meng Haisheng remembered her. She was not tall, had 2 small braids, and liked to wear white and blue skirts. There are 2 sweet dimples when she smiles. The seemingly innocent little girl was actually a little devil, always making trouble and causing her master and his wife a lot of worry. Brother Haisheng, this is my sister Ale. Ale calls me Big Brother. Ale is 2 years younger than Ajay and is still in college. She was a little shy when she saw Meng Haisheng. Brother Haisheng. Hello. Meng Haisheng looked at Alu with a smile. In his previous life, when Meng Haisheng was Zhou Wenqi's apprentice, he spent a long time with Alu. Meng Haisheng treated Ale as his own sister and helped her clean up a lot of messes. Later, Alu fell in love with a pretty boy, and the 2 fell in love with each other and even eloped. It was Meng Haisheng and Ajay who forcibly abducted Alu back. At that time, Ale had a very unhappy relationship with his family. Zhou Wenqi was forced into a corner and even considered using Meng Haisheng's power to try to bring him and Alu together. That scared Meng Haisheng so much that he almost ran away. Later, Ale became pregnant before marriage, and Zhou Wenqi had no choice but to agree to her marriage. Later, Meng Haisheng left Hong Kong Island to develop in Shenzhen. He thought Alu would be happy after getting married. But things went against his wishes. Many years later, Zhou Wenqi passed away. Meng Haisheng returned to Hong Kong Island and saw Alu again. He found out that Alu had divorced long ago. The once quirky little girl has become a grumpy, middle-aged woman. After seeing Meng Haisheng, she cried to her about her ignorance back then, cried about the domestic violence she suffered and how several of her teeth were knocked out, and cried about how tired she was to raise a child alone. At that time, Alu also said that the thing she regretted most in her life was meeting her husband Zhou Jiajua. If possible, she really wanted to go back to the past and wake up herself who was blinded by love. Alu was not reborn, but Meng Haisheng was. He thought to himself that maybe he could help poor Alu. It was not worth it to ruin his life just because of loving the wrong person. Chapter 230 Junior Sister and Sashimi. Meng Haisheng greeted Alu and strode towards the restaurant. Alu looked at Meng Haisheng's back and curled his lips. Brother Haisheng is so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Don't let your imagination run wild, little girl. She's already married and has 4 children. That's such a shame. Go to school now. If mom asks, just tell her I slept at Amao's house. By the way, don't tell her that I'm injured. Okay, you have to go home tonight. Mom said if you don't, she'll break your legs. I know, just leave now. Ajay sent Ale away and then went to the restaurant to have breakfast with Meng Haisheng. Today I went to the dock warehouse to pick out a broken TV. It's quite a test of eyesight. If you encounter a TV that cannot be repaired, you will lose all the $30. Meng Haisheng first chose the one that could be powered on, but the image was blurry. Generally, this situation is caused by a problem with the cathode ray tube, and you can just replace it. Then he looked for ones that looked newer but had no electricity. This is usually a power supply issue and is the easiest to fix. Meng Haisheng spent another day in the warehouse and finally found a train car full of televisions. Broken TV series are not put on wooden racks, but are directly placed on pallets and stacked in the car. Such a train car can carry at least 600 TVs. However, considering that they are prone to bumping into each other, Meng Haisheng decided to only carry 580 TVs and then put up wooden frames at regular intervals to prevent the TV screens from being damaged by shaking. Although a TV is not expensive at 30 yuan, it is troublesome to replace the screen. Most of the more than 500 televisions Meng Haisheng had were color. Later, because there were not enough color ones, Meng Haisheng asked for some black and white ones to make up the number. Ajay, can you give me some secondhand home appliance parts? I remember you have some broken TVs. Brother Haisheng, you know a lot. I've only been dismantling it for less than a week, and you've already received the news. You can't do business without being well informed. Ajay laughed and took Meng Haisheng to another warehouse. He has a lot of broken TVs in stock, and it is a hassle to keep them in the warehouse without getting rid of them. So he came up with an idea. He dismantled the TV and kept all the usable components, plastic shells, screens, etc., and threw away the unusable parts as garbage. In this way, even if the plastic shells are sold directly to the plastic factory, he can still get some money back, which is better than keeping them in the warehouse taking up space. Meng Haisheng bought some TV accessories based on the TV model he received. He asked Ajay to pack all these things in wooden boxes and install the wooden boxes together when assembling the TV. Once everything was settled, the day was over. Ajay, please help me with the paperwork. I'll find a truck. When the truck is loaded, I'll transfer the money to you. Okay, this batch of goods costs a lot of money. You have to prepare it early. I don't want the goods to be loaded on the truck and the payment is not received yet. Ajay has been doing business for many years and has met all kinds of businessmen, even those who just eat and drink for free. Although Meng Haisheng saved him yesterday, he would not make any concessions when it came to the money involved. I won't keep you any longer, but I'd like to ask if I can transfer the first payment to Master Zhou. You know I'm a small business. Transferring money directly to Hong Kong Island is not only troublesome, but it won't arrive immediately. Meng Haisheng sold a total of 185,000 worth of goods this time. If Meng Hai wanted to remit such a large sum of money to Hong Kong Island through legitimate trade channels, he was afraid that he would run himself to pieces just running through various procedures. After all, the Pingqing Special Economic Zone has only been established for a few years, and trade between here and Hong Kong Island is not particularly convenient. That's fine. My money will go through my dad's hands, and I'll lose a lot of money. Haha, it's settled then. After returning to the hotel from the warehouse, Meng Haisheng called the accountant of the cram school. Ask him to prepare the payment of 185,000 yuan for the goods on Monday and be ready to transfer it to his personal account in Pingqing at any time. As for finding trucks, Meng Haisheng was very familiar with the process and ordered 2 trucks with just 1 phone call. The next day, Saturday, Ajay helped Meng Haisheng complete the procedures in just 1 morning. Everything is ready, just waiting for the truck to arrive on Monday. Brother Haisheng, how about I take you around Hong Kong Island? There are so many places to visit in Hong Kong Island, especially at night. When Ajay said this, he winked at Meng Haisheng with a playful smile. Meng Haisheng immediately understood what he meant. We've been running around these past 2 days, and I think everyone's tired. So, everyone should rest at home this afternoon, and I'll go out and play with you in the evening. Meng Haisheng thought that since he brought Meng Daniu and Chu Daong out, he naturally wanted to let them see the prosperity of Hong Kong Island. In the evening, he planned to take the 2 of them to a nightclub. Okay, I'll treat you guys today. I'll make sure you guys have enough fun. Let me tell you in advance, Ajay, you can't drink anymore. When Meng Haisheng mentioned what happened last night, Ajay tugged at his black leather jacket. I'm dressed like this, and if anyone still mistakes me for a woman, I'll follow my dad's example and shave my head tomorrow. Meng Haisheng found it very funny to see Ajay's serious look. Who told Ajay to look like a girl? It's common for him to be misunderstood whenever he dresses flashy. Chu Daong was somewhat excited when he heard that they were going to a dance hall in the evening. There were also dance halls in Zhejiang County, but they were full of older people dancing ballroom dances. He had been there once and never again. I wonder what the dance halls in Hong Kong Island would be like. As for Meng Daniu, he had no opinion on where to go, as it all seemed the same to him anyway. The 3 of them had a good sleep in the hotel in the afternoon. As soon as the sun set, Ajay and Ameo came together to find Meng Haisheng. I'm going to take you guys out for sashimi tonight. I know a really good place. It's best to find a place with a barbecue grill. I'm worried that Daong and Daniu aren't used to eating sashimi. Don't worry, there's not only barbecue but also ramen, so everyone will be able to eat their fill. Meng Daniu and Chu Daong have never eaten sashimi in their lives. When the waiter placed a large plate of fresh sashimi on the table, the 2 were stunned as they watched Ajay skillfully grind wasabi and eat the sashimi. Won't you get a stomachache if you eat this raw? Meng Daniu looked at Meng Haisheng uncertainly. This is salmon fillet. It tastes pretty good raw. Let me make you a dipping sauce. Try some. Not everyone can tolerate the taste of mustard, so Meng Haisheng only ground a little bit for the 2 of them and mixed it with soy sauce for them to taste. Meng Daniu is a brave man. As long as others can eat it, he dares to try it. The thick-cut salmon does not have the fishy smell you might imagine, but instead has the aroma of oil. This was a taste that Meng Daniu had never tried before. Chapter 2:31 Dance Hall. Seeing that Meng Daniu enjoyed the meal, Meng Haisheng asked him to try several other types of sashimi. Meng Daniu liked it more and more. I didn't expect sashimi to taste so good. Meng Daniu was still eating and wanted to enjoy more, but Chu Daong didn't have such a good appetite. He only took one bite of the salmon and refused to take a second bite because the taste was too hard to swallow. But soon the barbecue was served and Chu Daong started showing off his meat. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of drinks. Ajay, why don't you drink anymore? Meng Haixing looked at Ajay with a smile. Brother Haixing, please stop making fun of me. From now on, when we go out to eat together, I will never compete with you in drinking. Meng Haixing was amused by Ajay. This was his good point. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Even if he was not capable of something, he would not pretend to be strong. After dinner, Ajay took Meng Haixing and his group to Lan Kwai Fong as if he was familiar with the place. Meng Haixing is quite familiar with this place. As a businessman, there are always endless social events to attend. Meng Haixing was once a frequent visitor to Lan Kwai Fong. In order not to scare Meng Daniu, Meng Haixing chose a relatively clean dance hall. There are performances in the dance hall here, and people also teach dancing. It is much cleaner than some messy dance halls. The heavy wooden door opened, and loud music suddenly burst out from the dance hall. Meng Daniu, who was following behind Meng Haixing, was startled. He was like Tang Monk entering the spider cave, not knowing where to put his eyes. Why do the lesbians here dress in a way that exposes their shoulders and legs? This is too open. Brother Daniu, don't just stand there. Let's find a place to sit. When Meng Haixing saw Meng Daniu like this, he knew that he had chosen the right place. Meng Daniu was shocked by this. He ran away without even taking a look at the colorful dance hall. What's your drink, sir? As soon as they sat down, the waiter brought the wine list and placed it directly in front of Meng Haixing. Ajay on the side took the wine list. It's my treat today, so of course I'll order. Let's have a dozen beers first. After the song ended, the people in the dance hall had not yet dispersed, and a cheerful dance music started. This is the most popular activity among young people in Hong Kong Island nowadays, and many young people go to the dance floor to dance. Ajay, do you want to take Daong down and jump? Seeing Chu Daong eager to try, Meng Haixing kindly reminded him. Okay, this is what I'm best at. As he said that, Ajay took a sip of the beer on the table and pulled Chu Daong and Ameo to the dance floor. Only Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu were left at the table. It's not that Meng Haixing can't dance, but his soul age really makes him not interested in these things that young people do. Brother Daniu, what do you think of this dance hall? It's immoral. If a dance hall like this opened in Xuyang County, it would probably be shut down within 2 days. Meng Haixing couldn't help but laugh when he heard Meng Daniu joking. This is not Xuyang County. Meng Haixing was chatting with Meng Daniu about their feelings in Hong Kong Island over the past 2 days. Suddenly, he noticed Alu dancing with several classmates on one side of the dance floor. Alu is really young now. When she dances, her 2 pigtails swing back and forth, and she is lively and unruly, making people unable to take their eyes off her. The dance floor was full of young people, and soon 2 young men noticed Alu and came up to chat with him. One of the young men was Ali's future husband, Zhou Jiazhua. Meng Haixing stood up and wanted to go over to stop them, but then he thought that his current identity was not suitable for him to step forward. He quickly went to the dance floor and called Ajay out. Is that Ajay's side Alo? Ajay followed Meng Haixing's gaze and saw Elle talking to 2 boys on the dance floor. You damn girl, you sneaked out to play again. Ajay strode towards Ale, grabbed her arm, and stood between her and Zhou Jiazhua. You little bitch, you're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to come to the dance hall to play. Alu was caught red-handed by Ajay, but he was not afraid and had a smug smile on his face. Brother, why don't you come out and play too? Can I do the same? Come here. As he said that, Ajay glanced at Zhou Jiazhua, took Ale's hand, and walked towards their table. Zhou Jiazhua originally wanted to pester them, but when he heard that Ajay was Ale's elder brother, and there were more people on their side, he had to give up and go to the dance floor to look for other targets. Brother, I have several classmates. Alu waved to her 3 classmates, and a few girls about Ali's age also sat at the table with Meng Haixing and the others, laughing and giggling. When Ajay saw Ale's classmates, he stopped scolding her. The little girl had grown up and also wanted to save face. Waiter, bring a dozen sodas. Brother, I'm an adult. I want to drink beer. Believe it or not, I will send you back now. Threatened by Ajay, Ale had no choice but to give in. She didn't want to go home so soon. The music on the dance floor changed to a slightly slower one. Young people don't like this tune, and some people start dancing ballroom dance on the dance floor. Meng Haixing asked Chu Daong and Meng Daniu to try dancing, as there were people teaching dancing here. Meng Daniu would never go, but Chu Daong was very interested. He didn't dare to learn in Xuyang County, but since he came to Hong Kong Island, no one stopped him, so it didn't hurt to learn. One of Ali's classmates volunteered to teach Chu Daong some simple dance steps. A group of people watched Chu Daong's clumsy dance steps and laughed uncontrollably. Meng Haixing took a bottle of beer and was about to drink it when he vaguely felt someone in the dance floor looking at him. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look over. It didn't matter that he saw it. The beer bottle in Meng Haixing's hand almost fell to the ground. Who can tell him why Lin Jinyan is here? Today, Lin Jinyan has a neatly combed back hair, wears golden glasses, and a well-fitting black suit, which makes Lin Jinyan look more extraordinary. Meng Haixing knew Lin Jinyan's background best. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to come to Hong Kong Island with his sensitive identity. There is only one reason. He is here to carry out a mission. This is really painful. He is now sitting at a table with a group of little girls. No matter what happened or not, it is not a good impression in Lin Jinyan's eyes. His wife is still working hard at home to take care of the 3 little ones, but he is out there living a life of luxury and debauchery. Meng Haixing felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he still wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Meng Haixing quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look at Lin Jinyan again. He didn't expect that Lin Jinyan would come and talk to him on her own initiative. Boss Meng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you in Hong Kong Island. Lin Jinyan looked at Meng Haixing with a smile, and Meng Haixing felt a chill down his spine. Yes. Meng Haixing was a little uncertain. He didn't know how to address Lin Jinyan based on his current identity and name. Chapter 232, I Am Innocent. Lin Jinyan's charming dance partner took his arm and asked, Boss Lin, this is also a big boss from Pengsheng. Of course, if I remember correctly, Boss Meng is here to do TV business. Meng Haixing nodded quickly. Yes, I came to buy a batch of televisions. This is Ajay. The enchanting woman smiled sweetly at Ajay. Of course I know Boss Zhou. Meng Haixing was shocked and thought to himself, he was being used by Lin Jinyan. It was obvious that Lin Jinyan approached him and spoke to him in order to make the charming woman let down her guard. Damn, does this count as a contribution to the country? Sister Xian, just call me Ajay. I'm not Boss Zhou. Sister Xian laughed softly, and she looked extremely happy. No one knew what Lin Jinyan was talking about. He chatted with Meng Haixing for a few words and left with Sister Xian. There were quite a few of them in the group, and they booked a large booth, which looked like there were 7 or 8 people sitting inside. There were a few people Meng Haixing knew, all of whom were businessmen. Lin Jinyan sat with a group of businessmen, probably wanting them to help him buy something. An idea came into Meng Haixing's mind. Currently, there are some relatively powerful machines abroad that are not exported to China. In other words, even if it is exported, the precision components inside are beyond the understanding of domestic masters. Foreign businessmen use this method to implement monopoly. The country can only import, and even if the imported machine breaks down, we have to spend a lot of money to hire maintenance personnel from abroad. Domestic masters earn only a few dozen yuan a month, but when you invite foreign maintenance personnel to do the repairs, the wages are calculated on a daily basis, and a few hundred yuan a day is not enough. Meng Haixing guessed that Lin Jinyan was probably entrusted by someone to buy something through a businessman in Hong Kong. This matter involves various forces and is not something that Meng Haixing, a small-time TV merchant, can inquire about. They played in the dance hall for a while and then left. With Ale and a few other little girls around, Ajay couldn't go and see Meng Haixing off, so he could only let them take a taxi and leave by themselves. This was the time when Lan Kwai Fong was at its busiest. By the time Meng Haixing and his group finally got a taxi back to the hotel, it was almost 12 o'clock. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I didn't expect dancing to be so tiring. As soon as Chu Daong came back, he threw himself on the bed. Although he said he was tired, his eyes were full of brilliance. Next time you don't go to the dance hall, don't call me. It's really boring. Meng Dainiu doesn't like dance halls at all. He feels that they are too noisy. There was nothing to do tomorrow, so Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to go to bed. Instead, he discussed with Meng Dainiu and others where to go for a walk. The 3 were discussing when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who is it? Meng Haixing was confused, but he didn't rush to open the door. I. Lin Jinyan's voice came from outside, and Meng Haixing felt his heart skip a beat in fear. Is Lin Jinyan coming to check on him directly? The door was opened, and Lin Jinyan, who was drunk, was seen standing at the door. He took off his suit jacket and held it in his hand. Seeing Meng Haixing open the door, he didn't wait for Meng Haixing to let him in, but took a step with his long legs and went into the inner room first. Meng Haixing, who was following behind Lin Jinyan, laughed. Lin Jinyan seemed to be suspecting him. Seeing that there were only Meng Dainiu and Chu Daong in the room, and no other girls, Lin Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Meng Haixing. Haixing, I have something to ask you. Could you please come out for a moment? Oh, Meng Haixing was curious about what Lin Jinyan wanted to say and why he had to avoid Meng Daniu and the others. The two came out of the house together, and Meng Haixing followed Lin Jinyan to another room on the same floor. In the same triple room, two beds were occupied by people in Lin Jinyan's room, and the other bed was covered with various equipment, including many instruments that Meng Haixing was unfamiliar with. Haixing, sit down. Brother, let me make it clear first. The girls we saw at the dance hall today were brought by Ajai's sister. When we first went there, we didn't think of bringing any girls to play with. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Meng Haixing quickly explained the matter, fearing that Lin Jinyan would misunderstand something. Don't be nervous, Haixing. I still trust you very much. Meng Haixing secretly complained in his heart, trusting his head. It wasn't him, Lin Jinyan, who went to his room to check just now. Brother, is there something wrong with you calling me out? At this moment, Meng Haixing felt bitter in his mouth. He had just seen hot weapons among the pile of equipment. Lin Jinyan was here to show off his strength. I need your help with something. I heard you bought 2 train cars full of used TVs. I want you to bring some of these things to Pengcheng for me. Meng Haixing was stunned. What can you tell me? Ajai handled all the paperwork for me. I don't want to implicate Ajai if something goes wrong. Anything that can make Lin Jinyan take action must be no ordinary stuff. Some TV parts are shipped with your secondhand parts, so customs won't be able to detect them. Having said that, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that what Lin Jinyan got should be the precision accessories of the latest color TV. The most popular color TVs abroad now are those that are 21 inches or larger. Both the style and the clarity are several levels higher than here. But even if these TVs break down, foreign countries will try to deal with them themselves first and will not export them to China. The only televisions exported to China are 14 and 18-inch sets that were eliminated by them at least 2 or 3 years ago. Lin Min was able to get the most advanced color TV from abroad, disassemble it, and take it back for research. He really has some skills. Okay, I'll load the goods early Monday morning. Bring them to me early, and I'll take them to the warehouse to load. Lin Jinyan shook his head. No, there are other things inside. I have to watch over the loading and sealing of the car. Meng Haixing thought to himself, what else is in there? Of course Meng Haixing didn't dare to ask. The next day, Meng Haixing took Chu Daong and Meng Daniu to stroll around Hong Kong Island for half a day. In the afternoon, the three of them were too tired to walk. Hong Kong Island is so prosperous that both of them were dazzled by it. Brother Daniu, let's go to Hong Kong Island and buy some things this afternoon and take them home for my wife. Okay, what do you think we should buy? Gold jewelry and cosmetics. The gold jewelry in Xuyang County is very tacky. As for cosmetics, there's nothing else except facial oil. Hong Kong Island is different. There are so many styles of gold jewelry and cosmetics. Chu Daong, who was standing by, was very unhappy when he heard the two people discussing it. Hey, are you guys bullying me because I don't have a wife? You can also come with us and buy some for your mother. After Meng Haixing's reminder, Chu Daong's mind suddenly brightened. He had to bring a few more things back to his mother to show his filial piety. Meng Haixing brought a total of 2,000 yuan. When they came out of the mall, he only had enough money left to buy a ticket home tomorrow. Hong Kong Island is indeed a good place. As long as you have money, you can live whatever kind of life you want. Chapter 233, Meeting an Acquaintance Again. Early Monday morning, Lin Jinyan came to see Meng Haixing. He drove a Nissan sedan. Meng Haixing and the others got into the car obediently, without asking any unnecessary questions. Lin Jinyan seemed to be very familiar with Hong Kong Island. He didn't even ask Meng Haixing where the warehouse was, and just pulled them to the dock. It can be seen that in a very short period of time, Lin Jinyan found out everything about Meng Haixing's coming to Hong Kong Island to resell televisions. Brother Haixing, you can do it. When Ajai saw Lin Jinyan driving here personally to pick up Meng Haixing, he couldn't help but go up and tease him. Meng Haixing is really capable. He can meet acquaintances even in Hong Kong Island, which shows that he has a very wide network of contacts. Meng Haixing called Ajai aside and told him directly that he needed to bring some TV parts for Lin Jinyan and asked Ajai for help. No problem. As long as they're not living people and aren't illegal, any new or old TV can pass through. Customs aren't that strict. Meng Haixing talked with Ajai for a long time and first called the accountant of the cram school in Xuyang County. Asked him to remit money to Zhouwenqi. More than 180,000 may seem like a large sum of money to others, but in Ajai's eyes, it is just 2 containers of goods. The truck arrived near noon, and Ajai started loading the truck for Meng Haixing without waiting for Zhouwenqi's call. Loading the truck was quite troublesome, and it took more than a dozen workers 3 hours to install all the TVs. Brother Haixing, why is Ajai so bold? Isn't he afraid that we will run away with the goods without paying? You don't understand this, do you? Ajay handled all the paperwork. Even if I load the truck now and the truck driver takes the goods away, he won't be able to go to Pingcheng without the documents in Ajay's hands. Brother Haisheng, how do you know so much? Even if you give me money now, I will still be confused when I come to Hong Kong Island. That's why you call me brother. Even though the accountant had transferred the money early, it was already mid-afternoon when Zhou Wenqi received the wire transfer notification. It was only because Zhou Wenqi went to the post office specifically to keep an eye on it that he was able to receive the news so quickly. If he was not familiar with it, he would probably be lucky to receive the news tomorrow. The truck driver sealed the truck but did not leave immediately. The truck remained at the dock and only headed to Pingcheng early the next morning. Meng Haisheng brought something for Lin Jinyan, and he was not nervous at all. He was originally afraid that someone would exchange the goods for him, but now he is not afraid at all. There are so many valuable things in the truck, Lin Jinyan's people will definitely keep an eye on the truck all the time. He just put his mind at ease. The next morning, Meng Haisheng came to find Lin Jinyan and asked him if he would go to Pingcheng with him. Lin Jinyan did not refuse, checked out of the hotel, and set off with Meng Haisheng, carrying only a briefcase. Meng Haisheng was curious and didn't know where Lin Jinyan's bed of equipment was now. The group set off for Pingcheng. The train leaves at 6 p.m. today, and Meng Haisheng must get the goods into the train station warehouse and complete all the formalities before then. Time was a little tight, and Meng Haisheng was somewhat anxious. Seeing Meng Haisheng always looking at his watch, Lin Jinyan said calmly, "I'll help you with the paperwork later." Since Meng Haisheng had done him a great favor, it was no big deal for him to help him with the formalities for getting on the train. "Then I'll trouble you, brother." When Meng Haisheng heard Lin Jinyan say this, he instantly put his uneasy heart back into his stomach. Since Lin Jinyan dared to say this, it means he has the ability. Lin Jinyan has never been a person who likes to brag. "Haisheng, you've made a lot of money in the past 6 months." Lin Jinyan looked at Meng Haisheng indifferently. "Not much, just some minor fights." "You earned all the 180,000, right?" "Yes, I borrowed some from Dale." Even if the cram school makes more money, it is impossible for Meng Haisheng to make so much money in just half a year. However, if he sold the small yellow croakers he had, he might be able to buy more next time he came to Pingcheng. Thinking of this, Meng Haisheng felt a little itchy. It would be the most cost-effective to sell that box of small yellow croaker now. Because in the next nearly 10 years, the price of small yellow croaker did not increase much. But domestic prices are rising rapidly, so now is the best time to act. However, small yellow croakers cannot be caught in Xiyang County. The fish here are too small, and 2 small yellow croakers would probably attract a lot of people's attention. If you want to catch small yellow croaker, you have to go to Jingnan City. Meng Haisheng finally arrived at Pingcheng Special Zone after having all sorts of random thoughts along the way. Zhou Wenqi helped submit some documents, and Meng Haisheng finally saw his truck. Meng Haisheng has always been cautious in doing things. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Wenqi, he went to the train station. He had to see the goods unloaded with his own eyes. I don't know what kind of connections Lin Jinyan had, but while the truck was unloading, a black sedan drove directly into the train station warehouse. He took his things out of the truck and loaded them directly into his car. "I'll have someone come and help you with the paperwork later. I'll be leaving now." "Okay, come to my house when you're free. Mu Chung has been thinking about you." "Okay." Lin Jinyan got into the car and sped away. Not long after, a young man brought the warehouse manager to see Meng Haisheng and helped him with the shipping procedures. The young man's name is Dai Yue, and he is very efficient in his work. The check-in procedures, which would have taken several hours, were completed very quickly. "Boss Meng, if you need to ship something in the future, just come to me." Old Li. Manager Li approached Meng Haisheng enthusiastically and started chatting with him. "Then I'll have to trouble Manager Li from now on. I still have several batches of goods to ship from Pingcheng." "No problem." While Meng Haisheng was talking to everyone, he saw Shi Rongjin and a group of people walking towards him while talking. Meng Haisheng didn't expect to meet Shi Rongjin here. And judging from his appearance, he doesn't look like he's here to deliver the goods. Manager Li saw Meng Haisheng looking at Shi Rongjin's group. He lowered his voice and said, "The one walking in the middle is the leader from Beijing. Following beside him are our station chief and other leaders." "Oh, this is the leader coming to inspect our work." "Yes, Pingcheng is now a special zone, and leaders come to inspect it every now and then." While the two were talking, Shi Rongjin had already seen Meng Haisheng and his group. He strode towards Meng Haisheng. "Haisheng didn't expect that we would meet here again." Meng Haisheng grinned at Shi Rongjin. "Uncle Shi, isn't this what we call fate?" When Shi Rongjin heard Meng Haisheng say this, he burst into laughter. Fate is a really interesting thing. Chapter 234. It's easier to get things done with acquaintances. Manager Li and Dai Yue on the side were both confused. Meng Haisheng knew such an important person, So why did he need to ask them for help to handle the procedures? With just one phone call, they would have to complete all the formalities and hand it over to Meng Haixing. Are you here in Pingcheng to buy a batch of second-hand televisions? Shi Rongjin glanced at the wooden pallets piled up not far away. There were quite a few of them. Yes, let's do some small business. Shi Rongjin chuckled. This many televisions could be considered a small business. Meng Haixing was trying to fool him, but he didn't understand. You kid, you're pretty low-key. Are you still in Pingcheng tonight? I'll treat you, and we can have dinner together. Shi Rongjin still remembers that Meng Haixing helped him keep the documents. If it weren't for Meng Haixing's help, he would have lost such valuable documents, and his official hat would be in danger. Uncle Shi, I'm so sorry, I have to take the afternoon train. We can only meet again if fate allows. Meng Haixing also realized today that Shi Rongjin was probably from a prominent background, but he really couldn't spare the time, and there was no one in Ziyang County to help him pick up the goods. When the other people present saw that Meng Haixing actually rejected Shi Rongjin's invitation, almost everyone had a question mark in their heads. How big of a background does Meng Haixing have? Such a big leader invited him to dinner, but he said he was busy? Okay, since you're young, you should focus on your career. Shi Rongjin was not angry when Meng Haixing rejected him, and he always had a faint smile on his face. The two talked for a while before Shi Rongjin took his people away. After leaving the train station, Shi Rongjin suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to ask Meng Haixing where he was from. But these are all trivial matters. When Meng Haixing is admitted to a university in Beijing, they will meet again. Boss Meng, please come in. We can handle the formalities for you quickly. Manager Li is a very insightful person. Since Meng Haixing knows Shi Rongjin, his family must be very powerful. Judging from his attire, he might be the son of some big boss who has come out to experience life. If he could establish a good relationship with this god of wealth, would he still worry about his future career? Faced with Manager Li's kindness, Meng Haixing gladly accepted it. Someone helped with the procedures, so Meng Haixing and his team only needed to sit in Manager Li's office and drink tea. Manager Li, if I want to order a car later, I can contact you directly. It's a hassle to always ask relatives to help book the wagons. Of course, if Mr. Meng wants a carload of freight, just call me a week in advance. Even if we don't have one, I can still add one for you. With Manager Li's words, I feel relieved. The procedures were not difficult, and after a short while, someone handed the documents to Meng Haixing. Manager Li, I'm sorry to bother you here. When we load the goods later, please help me take care of it. Meng Haixing stood up and took out a package wrapped in newspaper from the bag he was carrying. Without even looking, Manager Li knew there was a cigarette inside. Boss Meng, you are so polite. Manager Li was so happy that he was beaming with joy. He liked dealing with such insightful people. It was obvious that Meng Haixing knew Shi Rongjin, so he didn't need to care about these little people. But Meng Haixing is very thoughtful. He gave her a cigarette before she even helped him with anything. If Meng Haixing really asked him to help order train cars in the future, he would definitely give him a lot of gifts. After a few more pleasantries, Meng Haixing and his group came out of the train station. Boss Meng, now that everything here has been dealt with, I'll be leaving first. Thank you, Comrade Dai, for coming today. Meng Haixing took out another cigarette wrapped in newspaper from his bag and handed it to Dai Yue. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Comrade Dai doesn't mind. You are Brother Lin's younger brother. I will definitely not be polite to you. Dai Yue took the cigarette readily and put it directly into his bag. Meng Haixing stood outside the train station and watched Dai Yue get into a black car and quickly disappear on the street. He muttered in his heart that Lin Jinyan was really capable, and his subordinates even had cars to drive. But after thinking about it, Meng Haixing felt relieved. Everything Lin Jinyan had now was earned by him at the cost of his life on the frontier, and this was what he deserved. There was still some time before the train arrived, so Meng Haixing took Meng Daniu and Chu Daong to have a meal first, and then bought some food to eat on the train, and waited for the train to arrive so that they could quickly return to Ziyang County. On the other side, Dai Yue drove straight to an inconspicuous guest house. Brother Lin, I really admire you. Your brother-in-law is such a smooth talker. Guess who he met at the train station? Dai Yue started talking as soon as he entered the room. Lin Jinyan, who was sitting on the bed wiping the dagger, raised his eyebrows slightly. Who did you see? It can't be my sister chasing after you. Even though it wasn't our sister who came, it was still shocking enough that your brother-in-law actually knew Shi Rongjin. Which one of the Shi family in the capital are you talking about? Lin Jinyan suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at Dai Yue with a little shock. That's him. He's very popular right now, and he has the Shi family behind him. I heard from my family that after Shi Rongjin returns to Beijing, he might be able to make further progress. It seems that my brother-in-law is not ordinary. Lin Jinyan continued to wipe the dagger. thinking that Meng Haixing was much stronger than he had imagined. He was able to get to know Shi Rongjin and even make Shi Rongjin friends with him. This was not something an ordinary young man from the countryside could do. These are cigarettes your brother-in-law gave me. Dai Yue took out the cigarettes given by Meng Haixing from his bag and quickly opened the outer packaging. Not bad, it's Marlboro. This one costs less than 300 yuan. You are indeed a big businessman. Although Dai Yue came from a wealthy family, his family was strict. If he wanted to smoke, he had to buy cigarettes with his own allowance. With his small allowance, he couldn't afford to buy cigarettes like Marlboro, which cost 2.7 yuan a pack and required foreign currency to roll. You should smoke less. You're already a heavy smoker at such a young age. I smoke very little now. Dai Yue approached Lin Jinyan with a smile and a cigarette in hand. Brother Lin, if you don't smoke, I won't give you any. Don't give me that nonsense. I don't smoke. You can give it to someone, and we can share half of it when we meet. Why are you like this? This is a gift from my brother-in-law. I'll keep half, not too much at all. Hurry up and stop arguing with me. We haven't completed our mission yet. Let's finish it up this afternoon and get back to school early. The school is organizing spring training. Mom, there won't be another competition, will it? Hurry up, why are you so nagging? I have to go see my sister after spring training. I wonder what my little nephews and nieces are like now. Meng Haixing didn't know that Lin Jinyan was thinking about going to his house again. He took the train with the TV and headed north. He finally returned to Ziyang County with full of excitement. Chapter 235 Going Home to See My Wife. Meng Haixing had already rented a warehouse in a factory not far from the small Western-style building. As soon as the train arrived at the station, he asked for help to move all the televisions into the warehouse. By the time I finished, it was already dark. Meng Haixing didn't have to go home today and could go back early tomorrow morning. However, he was thinking about Lin Muching and the children, so he finally chose to ride his bicycle back to Xiaoshan village. Brother Haixing, I'll drive you back. It's dark out, and it's dangerous for you to ride a bicycle back. Is it convenient? I still have to ask your relatives to borrow money. What's so convenient about this? Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Chu Daong came and went in a hurry. In just half an hour, he drove over in his jeep. Meng Haixing didn't bother to be polite with Chu Daong. He was eager to go home to see his wife and children. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a bus to the county and rent 2 larger storefronts next to the county shopping mall to sell televisions. Do you want to take some TVs back to sell? Chu Daong hesitated for a moment, but finally rejected Meng Haixing's kindness. He is very content with having the cram school to help him make money. If he opens a shop selling televisions, he is afraid that he will be too busy to handle it. Okay, whenever you want to sell a TV, you can always come to me and get it. The Jeep runs much faster than a bicycle, and in just over half an hour, Meng Haixing returned to Xiaoshan village. When the villagers saw the Jeep parked in front of Meng Haixing's house, they all came over to watch what was happening. Haixing, where have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. Meng Haixing greeted the villagers with a smile. I bought a batch of second-hand TVs. If anyone in the village wants to buy a TV, I'll give them a discount. The villagers didn't expect that Meng Haixing had such great ability that he could buy a second-hand TV from outside. Some people were anxious and immediately asked about the TV, but Meng Haixing was thinking about his family and had no time to explain to everyone. Don't worry, everyone. I'll find time to tell you all slowly tomorrow. As you can see, I haven't been home for such a long time. I just got back, so of course I have to go home quickly to see my little naughty ones. Meng Haixing's words caused everyone to laugh. Haixing, you miss your wife, right? No need to explain so much, we all understand. Go home and see your wife. We can talk about the TV later. Meng Haixing was teased by everyone, but he didn't care at all. After chatting for a few minutes, he picked up his luggage and hurried home. As soon as he opened the gate, he saw Lin Muching standing in the yard. It was obvious that she had heard the noise outside a long time ago. Haixing, you're back. Lin Muching had a smile on her face. If it weren't for the 2 nannies, she really wanted to go up and give Meng Haixing a big hug. I'm back. Meng Haixing wasn't a reserved person. He hadn't seen Lin Muching for so long, and he missed her like crazy. Now that he finally saw her, he threw the luggage bag in his hand to the ground, walked forward and hugged the young wife he had been thinking about tightly. Only when you go out do you realize how good your wife is. Meng Haixing hugged Lin Muching tightly, wishing he could eat her right away. There are outsiders at home. Lin Muching quickly pushed away the hand that was tightly clasped around his waist. Let's talk inside. Lin Muching took the initiative to help Meng Haixing carry his luggage into the house and fetch some water for him to wash. Have you had dinner yet? I just wanted to come back early, so I didn't have time to eat. You're just a chatterbox. We're stewing a carp tonight, and I'll make you some salad. You can just make do with it. Before the 2 of them entered the house, Momo heard the noise and ran out. Dad is back. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel like my Momo has grown a lot taller? Meng Haixing immediately lifted Momo up, causing her to burst into laughter. Come down quickly and don't bother your dad. Your dad must be exhausted after being out for so many days. No, I want daddy to hold me. Momo hugged Meng Haixing's neck tightly with both hands and refused to let go. Okay, daddy will hold you. Daddy hasn't seen you for a few days, Momo, and I really miss you. Meng Haixing carried Momo into the house. Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Wang were watching over the 3 children in the house. The little babies, who are just 3 months old, have grown bigger than before. A little teasing and they'll giggle. All the fatigue disappeared instantly with the children's smiles. Soon, Lin Muching brought the hot meal. While eating, Meng Haixing talked to Lin Muching about celebrating the 100th day of their 3 children. We have 3 children, so we need at least 6 or 9 tables. That's up to you. Our yard is big enough to accommodate 9 tables. That's settled then. I'll go to town and make an appointment with the chef to prepare a 100-day banquet for our family. When I came back just now, I saw that the foundation of the rabbit farm next door was almost finished. They are really fast. You don't know, but on the day construction began, many villagers came to help. Master Wang from the construction team said that if so many people helped every day, such a large rabbit farm could be completed in a month. Haha, I'm still popular in the village. Meng Haixing smiled with great pride. The villagers had nothing to say about him now. After dinner, Momo went to bed. Meng Haixing immediately called Lin Muching to their room. He gave all the cosmetics and gold jewelry he brought back from Hong Kong Island to Lin Muching. Lin Muching is not very interested in cosmetics, but she really likes a gold ring that Meng Haixing brought back for her. This is a pair. Meng Haixing opened another velvet box, which contained a men's gold ring. We didn't buy rings when we got married. This time we can make up for it. As he spoke, Meng Haixing handed the men's ring to Lin Muching. Wife, help me put it on. Lin Muching held the small ring, feeling it was a little hot. She carefully put it on Meng Haixing's left ring finger. Meng Haixing took the women's ring from her hand and gently put it on Lin Muching's right ring finger. Wife, I haven't seen you for so many days. Do you miss me? Meng Haixing held Lin Muching's hand and gently stroked her gold ring. Lin Muching's face turned slightly red, and he didn't know how to answer. Looking at her shy look, Meng Haixing couldn't help laughing. Since you won't tell me, I'm going to torture you with 10 kinds of torture. As he said that, Meng Haixing hugged Lin Muching and rolled onto the bed. Keep your voice down. The neighbors can hear you. I know I should keep my voice down, but I don't know if you can hold it in. Chapter 236 Two Apprentices. Meng Haixing, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, finally had a big meal. When he woke up the next day, he felt refreshed. After breakfast, Meng Haixing didn't even have time to check on the rabbit farm that had just started operating and rode his bicycle to the county. Haixing, wait a minute. A few days ago, 2 young people from out of town came and said they were introduced by my brother. You weren't home at the time, so I didn't keep them. They said they were going to stay in a small hotel in the county, and I thought we had 2 empty rooms on the first floor of our little Western-style building, so I let them stay there for a few days. Go check it out when you go to the county. Okay, these 2 should be recommended by my elder brother to help me fix the TV. I'll go and take a look when I have time. Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the county, and the first thing he did was to look at the shops next to Tsuyang department store. There are relatively few shops doing business at this time, and they are generally rented. Meng Haixing had long noticed the shops in Tsuyang department store. There is a commercial street that used to be the staff dormitory of a fertilizer factory. Later, it was converted into shops for rent because it was on the street. The 2-story building looks neither new nor old, but its location is really good. Whenever you go to Tsuyang department store, you will pass by here. Meng Haixing had long had his eyes on the largest shop here. The shop should be a connection between 2 households. It was renovated before and was intended to be a barber shop, but for some reason, it was not opened in the end. The rent is naturally high due to the size of the property. Many people come to inquire about it, but most of them leave after hearing the price. Meng Haixing had asked about the price before going to Pengcheng. The rent was 100 yuan a month, which was indeed not cheap. It has been almost 2 weeks now, and the rental sign is still there. Meng Haixing knows that the price should be negotiated today. He went to the fertilizer factory to find the factory leader as if he knew the place well. After some negotiations, he rented the shop for 2 years at a price of 80 yuan a month. After renting the house and getting the key, Meng Haixing happily rode his bicycle to the small Western-style building to find Yu Shilong and Jinda. Lin Jinyan had already told Meng Haixing about their situation, and he had a general idea of it. But when he saw the 2 of them, Meng Haixing was still quite surprised. Logically speaking, since both of them had been to the battlefield and received pensions, they should at least be dressed decently. Yu Shilong was fine, his clothes were relatively clean. But Jinda's situation was not so good. His clothes were dirty and patched. Both of them looked pale and thin. The three of them greeted each other. Meng Haixing took a look at the cold steamed buns on the table, then took them to the cram school cafeteria and asked the kitchen to prepare 2 dishes and steam some rice. Let's eat first, and then we can talk slowly after we finish eating. Then we won't be polite. Their breakfast consisted of cold, hard steamed buns, which they found difficult to swallow with cold water, so they only ate half their fill. At this moment, with hot rice and oily potatoes and pork ribs placed in front of them, the two of them felt that their stomachs, which were not very full to begin with, were now even hungrier. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry. He waited slowly for them to finish their meal, and then started talking about business. My brother told you guys, I'm in need of a TV repair technician. As I said, although we have never repaired a TV before, we have repaired other more complicated devices. I believe that with our skills, we will be able to get started quickly. Jinda's personality is much more cheerful than Yu Shilong's, and he talks most of the time to Meng Haixing. Let's see if we can fix a TV first. I've got to tell you in advance that if you never learn how to fix a TV, I'll only pay you as a laborer. No problem. Even if we don't get paid, we're willing to stay as long as we can have enough food to eat. After dinner, Meng Haixing took the two of them to the shop he had just rented. You guys clean up first. I'll go find a car to pull the TV over. Just let Shilong clean up here. I may be blind in one eye, but I'm still pretty nimble with my hands and feet. Meng Haixing glanced at Jinda and agreed immediately. He rode his bicycle to find Chu Daong to find a truck, and then found a few people from the fleet to help load the truck. Near noon, a small truck loaded with televisions stopped in front of the shop. Everyone, be careful. TVs are most afraid of bumps and collisions. Meng Haixing jumped out of the car, turned around, and went into the house, asking everyone to move the TV to the 2 rooms upstairs first. This time, Meng Haixing basically brought in good quality secondhand TVs, and only 20 of them needed repairs. It's not that he doesn't want to pull them all back, but the shop here is so small that it takes up a lot of space when repairing. If he puts too many TVs, he won't be able to work. Before we finished unloading the TV, someone passing by came over to ask about it. Boss, do you sell TVs here? Yeah, they're all secondhand Japanese TVs, half the price of new ones. Japanese-made TVs are now rarer than domestic ones. You can't even buy domestically made cars even if you queue up for tickets, let alone Japanese ones. I heard that in some big cities, you need foreign exchange coupons to buy Japanese-made TVs. Boss, don't you need TV tickets for these secondhand TV sets? Of course not. They had already used the TV ticket when they bought it. So now that they're selling it secondhand, they naturally don't need to use it anymore. Meng Haixing's nonsense is quite convincing. I have never heard of any secondhand TV and plane tickets. Boss, what kind of products do you have here? Tell us about them. Regardless of the brand, a 14-inch black and white TV is $260, a color TV is $700, and an 18-inch TV is $1,200. My prices are basically half the price of a new TV at the mall. Also, my prices are all fixed, no bargaining, but you can choose the goods. I just unloaded the truck, so if you want something new, come and pick something newer. After Meng Haixing said this, the people who were watching were quite moved. It may be difficult for a working couple to buy a TV, but it is very easy for small business owners in the county to buy a TV. But one downside is they don't have TV tickets. Nowadays, only factories provide welfare benefits such as giving TV and plane tickets to employees. The man who asked the price just now left in a hurry. Meng Haixing didn't care, as he never had trouble selling his televisions. Before the goods were unloaded, several groups of people came to inquire about the televisions. Meng Haixing explained the trouble again and again, so he simply bought a big piece of red paper, wrote the price and slogan of the TV, and pasted it directly on the wall. When someone came to watch the fun, they could see the big red paper pasted on the wall at a glance. By the time Meng Haixing finished unloading the car, his store entrance was already surrounded by 3 layers of people. Originally, Meng Haixing hadn't planned to open the business today, but looking at the current situation, he has no choice but to open it. Daong, go buy me 2 strings of firecrackers. Okay. Chu Daong not only bought 2 strings of firecrackers, but also gave Meng Haixing 2 pairs of flower baskets. Chapter 237, Explosive. Daong is thoughtful. Meng Haixing was forced to open the shop today, and it was a bit hasty. There was really nothing there except the TV. Chu Daong brought over 2 pairs of flower baskets, which at least added a bit of festive atmosphere to his shop. Brother Haixing, you're being too polite. I'm going to set off firecrackers now. The store will definitely be a hit today. Chu Daong went to light the firecrackers happily, and Meng Haixing quickly called Yu Shilong and Jinda over. The specifications of various TVs are clearly visible, and Meng Haixing has posted all the prices on the wall. If someone comes to ask, The two of them can just read them out. However, Yu Shilong and Jinda used to focus on technology, so they had less contact with people and only talked about related topics. Now they are suddenly asked to sell televisions. To be honest, they are basically forcing the issue. Don't be nervous. The people who come to buy TVs are just ordinary people. They're not monsters. They can't eat you. Haisheng, we've never dealt with so many people before. Although Jinda is usually talkative, he feels a little uncomfortable as more and more people come into the store. It's okay, just talk more. It's your first time, so it's inevitable to be nervous. Meng Haisheng had just finished talking to the two of them when someone else came over to ask about the TV, and he was quickly called over. Boss, turn on the power and see the effect. I haven't installed the TV cable yet, and when I turn it on, all I hear is snow. Jinda, go out and see if you can get some wires through, even if it's just to let us get a channel first. Meng Haisheng didn't believe that all the shops in this row were without TVs. If that's the case, he'll have to think carefully about whether to sell all the TVs in Ziyang County. Meng Haisheng first pulled the power supply over, and sure enough, when he turned it on, it was all snowflakes. Boss, why didn't you install a TV cable earlier? It's not that much trouble. I didn't intend to open the restaurant today at all. There were just too many people coming in to watch TV, so I couldn't force it to open. Everyone, wait a minute. I've asked someone to go to the neighbor's house to see if they can pull a TV cable and see. At this moment, Meng Haisheng only felt a headache. Although it had been several months since he was reborn, there were some living habits that he really couldn't change. Like this TV cable. Subconsciously, he thought it was the old cable TV, where he could receive many channels by just pulling a wire. He really forgot that if you want to receive channels on TV nowadays, you need to erect a large telephone pole, otherwise you won't be able to receive any channels. In about a quarter of an hour, Jinda ran back panting. I borrowed a TV cable and will be right there. As he spoke, Jinda went around to the back of the shop and pulled out a long rope from the back window. He deftly made the wire connector and plugged it into the back of the TV, which was covered in snow. Haisheng, you change the channel. I'll go turn the telephone pole. Call me when you're done. Okay. There were 9 numbers on the TV. Meng Haisheng pressed all of them, but there was no channel. There were 3 rows of knobs next to the numbers. He started with the first one and slowly turned the knob to find a station. After turning 7 or 8 times, the picture finally appeared on the snow-covered screen. But the picture is still not very clear. Jinda, turn the telephone pole. I found the station, but it's not clear. Meng Haisheng shouted towards the rear window. Got it. How are you now? It's a little clearer now. Let's turn around again. The two worked together for more than 10 minutes, and finally, a very clear picture appeared on the TV. There was not a single snowflake on it, and Meng Haisheng only felt that the screen had a clear and bright feeling. He muttered to himself, it's worthy of being produced in today's developed countries. It's really different. However, he believes that it won't be long before domestic engineers will be able to overcome the difficulties and produce cheap and good televisions. By then, Meng Haisheng will also have contributed to this, and just thinking about it makes him a little excited. Boss, please turn on a few more TVs so we can compare them. Here I come. Jinda only pulled in one wire, and when someone wanted to change the TV, Meng Haisheng had to turn off the other one. This makes it difficult for customers to make comparisons. But Jinda was very quick and nimble, and in a short time, he had made 2 rows of electrical sockets along the wall. You can turn on 12 TVs at a time, so you can compare them however you want. After running all this time, Jinda was sweating profusely. Meng Haisheng, who was talking to a guest, gave Jinda a thumbs up. As expected of a skilled technician, he works at an extremely fast speed. There were 2 eloquent bosses in the store, Meng Haisheng and Chu Daong. In just half a day, the store sold more than 30 televisions. As lunchtime approached, people continued to come into the store to inquire about and buy TVs. The 4 of them could only take turns to eat. Oh my God, I can't do it anymore. I'm hoarse from talking so much today. After seeing off a customer, Meng Haisheng sat down on a small stool all of a sudden. He was really tired. I can't take it anymore. Let's close early today. If this continues, I won't have a word tomorrow. Chu Daong also felt that his throat was about to smoke. He had never spoken so much in one go. I think it's okay. Meng Haisheng walked forward swiftly and locked the shop door from the inside. I never thought that the purchasing power of Ziyang County is still very strong. Meng Haisheng picked up the water cup on the table and began to count the televisions in the store. It's only been a few hours, and they've sold 26 TVs? Meng Haisheng was also quite shocked by this record. Of the 26 televisions, 15 are 14-inch black and white, 10 are color, and 1 is 18-inch. As expected, the cheap 14-inch black and white TVs were the most popular, while the expensive 18-inch color TVs, even second-hand ones, were only seen once in a while by most people. TVs are indeed easy to sell, but they're a bit labor-intensive. Go hire a few good-talking girls tomorrow. I don't want to help you sell TVs anymore. Chu Daong sat on the small stool and really didn't want to move at all. Except for a short while at lunch, he sat down, and the rest of the time he stood and talked nonstop. Now he felt like his legs were not his own. It's not that simple. I'll call Sister Chunhua over tomorrow, and then ask my sister-in-law to introduce a young girl or sister-in-law to me. Look at how busy we are today. Is it enough for you to just find 2 people to help? You might not know this, but during the first 3 days after the store opened, everyone came for the novelty, so naturally there were more people in the store. Once this novelty wears off, that will be our store's normal business conditions. We'll see then. If 2 people can't handle it, I'll add more people. But if I invite someone back and then have them leave again after a few days, that's obviously not good. Meng Haixing has always been very thorough in his work and doesn't want to leave a bad impression on others. That's right. Chapter 238, Calling the Experts to Learn Together. Meng Haixing rested in the shop for half an hour, then handed the shop over to Yu Shilong and Jinda, and rode his bicycle to order a billboard and sign. As for Chu Daong, Meng Haixing did not let him idle and sent him to apply for a business license. He is operating without a license today, and he has no plans to open the business if the business license is not issued tomorrow. If he opens his business and someone with red eyes finds out that he doesn't have a business license, he'll be in trouble. Meng Haixing named his store Momo TV Store. The name is a bit long, but Meng Haixing deliberately made it bigger. Anyway, he has 2 storefronts, so he can hang it no matter how long it is. The signboard took a long time to make and would not be available until the next afternoon. After paying the deposit, Meng Haixing went to the nursery class to find Meng Daniu. He wanted Meng Daniu to learn TV repair with him. If Meng Daniu can learn it, whether now or in the years to come, he will have a skill and will not starve to death. Brother Daniu, are you home? Meng Haixing came over and knocked on the door. It took a while for Meng Daniu to come over and open the door. Haixing, why are you here? Are you here to see your aunt? I'm here to see you, Brother Daniel. Do you want to learn TV repair from me? Meng Daniu was stunned for a moment and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I can't even read a few words. How can I possibly learn how to repair a TV from you? Meng Daniu still has some self-awareness. When he was a child, he had a fever and damaged his brain. He became stupid and his brain was not as flexible as others. If he continues like this, he won't be able to learn even if Meng Haixing teaches him step by step every day. He appreciated Meng Haixing's kindness. If you don't learn, how will you know you can't do it? This time in Hong Kong Island, I felt that you did very well. As long as you calm down, I believe you can definitely learn it. Meng Haixing persuaded Meng Daniu for a long time before Meng Daniu gained some confidence in himself. He thought to himself that he might as well give it a try. After all, Meng Haixing was not someone else. He had already known that he was stupid, and even if he couldn't learn from him, Meng Haixing wouldn't make fun of him. Hey, Haixing, who did you learn how to repair TVs from? I don't remember you learning from anyone. Meng Daniu suddenly remembered this matter belatedly. Except when Meng Haixing played poker all night, he was not there. The 2 of them were often together, but he had never seen Meng Haixing learn to repair televisions from anyone. I'm smart. I bought a few books and studied with a master for 2 days, and I learned it. Meng Haixing was very embarrassed and lied. When he was learning how to repair TVs from Zhou Wenqi, he actually bought several books. Those books combined were thicker than the Xinhua dictionary, and he studied them carefully page by page. By the time he finished his apprenticeship, all those books had been torn to pieces by him. Meng Haixing thought to himself, why not buy a few books for Meng Daniu too? He can learn almost everything in 1 year, and Meng Daniu will need 2 or 3 years at most. I just don't believe that Meng Daniu really can't learn how to repair a TV. By the way, is Sister Chunhua free now? I want to hire 2 people to help me as sales clerks at the store. The monthly salary is 35, and there are additional commission bonuses every month. Can you ask Sister Chunhua if she is willing to come? Of course I'm willing. I'm an apprentice there, so your Sister Chunhua would naturally be happy to work in the same shop with me. Meng Haixing silently gave Meng Daniu a thumbs up in his heart. He was really impressed by Meng Daniu's mysterious self-confidence. What kind of magic potion did he give Lang Chunhua to make her so devoted to him? Meng Haixing wanted to take Meng Daniu away, so only Meng Xian was left in the nursery class. There are so many children in the nursery class that she naturally cannot handle it all by herself. So Meng Haixing came over and told Meng Xian to find 2 helpers tomorrow. After walking around, Meng Haixing saw that it was getting late, so he didn't go to look for Chu Daong and rode his bike home. It was quite tiring to ride a bicycle from Ziyang County back to Shashan Village. In fact, Meng Haixing could have just returned to live in the small Western-style building. But Meng Haixing would rather work harder than sleep separately from Lin Muqing. By the time Meng Haixing rode his bicycle all the way back to the village, it was already dark. Haixing, don't run back and forth tomorrow. It's so tiring. Lin Muching took the bag handed to him by Meng Haixing, feeling a little sorry for him. She knew that Meng Haixing would have to go to the county early tomorrow morning. With a round trip every day, she really suspected that blisters would form on the soles of Meng Haixing's feet soon. I'm not tired at all. I just want to exercise. Feel it. I almost have abdominal muscles now. Meng Haixing shamelessly pulled Lin Muching's hand over and let her touch his belly. In the past, Meng Haixing might have looked tall and strong, but he was a little weak. But now Meng Haixing has experienced the hard work of going up the mountain to dig buplurum and catch ground beetles, and he has unknowingly developed a body of muscular muscles through labor. Lin Muching's hand fell on it, and it felt a little hot. If you like it, then exercise every day. Lin Muching pulled her hand back unhappily. She felt sorry for him, but he didn't appreciate it. I'm just a little busy these few days. Once the shop is fully staffed and you Shilong and Jean to learn how to repair TVs, I won't have to work so hard. Seeing Lin Muching inexplicably angry, Meng Haixing secretly complained in his heart. It turned out that a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, and it is impossible to figure it out. It's almost the end of March, and we will take the college entrance examination in July. Haixing, do you think you can get into a university in Beijing? Lin Muching slapped away the restless big hands on his waist. She has been really busy and preoccupied lately. Today, when Lin Muching went to the street to help Mrs. Gu pick vegetables, a daughter-in-law of similar age in the village asked her why she had to go to the trouble of taking the college entrance examination when she was already a mother of 3 children. How could she have the energy to study when she has to take 3 children to school? Not only did they not understand why Lin Muching wanted to take the college entrance examination, they also didn't understand why Meng Haixing, who made so much money, also wanted to take the college entrance examination. Isn't the purpose of taking the college entrance examination to find a good job? Meng Haixing is already making money, so isn't it redundant for him to take the college entrance examination? Listening to these sisters-in-law and aunts chattering, Lin Muching was a little dazed for a moment, and she thought she had made the wrong choice. Haixing, what if we don't get into the university in Beijing? The villagers will probably laugh at us behind our backs. Seeing Lin Muching's worried face, Meng Haixing quickly stepped forward to comfort Lin Muching. In the past, the educated youth who went to the countryside studied tirelessly in the hope of returning to the city, hoping to pass the college entrance examination and return to the city. The poor boys and girls in the village have endured hardships and studied hard for more than 10 years, just to pass the college entrance examination and leave this mountain valley. Mu Chung, why did you take the college entrance examination? Chapter 239 Working Together. Lin Muching fell into deep thought after being asked by Meng Haixing. Why did she want to go to college before? This question suddenly seemed so distant that Lin Muching almost forgot about it. When I was in high school, I went to Suzhou and Hangzhou with my parents and saw many beautiful cheongsams there. At that time, I told them that when I grow up, I want to be an excellent fashion designer and show the beauty of cheongsam to everyone in the world. Meng Haixing walked forward and gently kissed Lin Muching on the forehead. You can still strive for this goal now. Haixing, what about you? You already earn countless times more per month than the average person. Why do you still want to go to college? Lin Muching knew very well how much Meng Haixing had paid to get into college. He was busy making money during the day and had no time to read. He could only wait until late at night when everyone was asleep and read by candlelight. They buy candles in packs of 10. Even if I buy so much, it will still be used up in a few days. I have many reasons for applying to university. One is to fulfill my dream, my own, and my family's dream of going to university. Secondly, it's for you. I can't stop you from going to college just because I can't get into college. Wherever you go, I will definitely follow you. Well, I want to get into a top university in the country and expand my network. This time I went to Hong Kong Island to buy a TV, and it all depended on my old connections. At this point, Meng Haixing was shocked and almost let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, Lin Muching did not catch the mistake in his words. She just felt that he was carrying too much heavy things. In the last month, try to spare some time and study the books carefully. We will take the exam together and go to the capital. After Lin Muching said this, Meng Haixing remembered something. If Lin Muching is willing, he won't have to run back and forth every day. Ever since I started using the learning materials from Ningong City, many parents of students have come to me after the new year, asking if I could find some great teachers from Ningong City. I've thought about it and feel it's feasible. There are a lot of people who want to attend cram schools to prepare for this year's college entrance exam. I plan to open a high school sprint class this year. The teachers there will all be retired teachers hired from Ningong City. Mu Chung, Come to the county and take the college entrance examination sprint class. I'll go clean up the little Western-style building tomorrow, and you can move in with the children. You can leave your child with a babysitter during class, and it won't affect your attendance at class at all. How can this be possible? I don't feel comfortable letting the nanny take care of the child alone. Lin Muching is simple, but she also knows that people's hearts are hidden. Without her, no one knows whether the two nannies will mistreat the children. Isn't there still me? The cram school's high school courses are usually held in the evenings, and my shop is not busy at that time, so it's a good time to take care of the children. Lin Muching was quite moved when he heard Meng Haixing say this. Learning on your own is definitely not as fast as attending classes in a cram school. Okay, let's go sometime. The teacher won't be here for a few days. I'll go clean up the little house tomorrow. You and the child can move in first. You still have to run around for Momo's kindergarten enrollment. That's easy. My aunt is familiar with the teachers at the textile factory kindergarten. Let Momo go to the kindergarten first. Her shop is close to my store, so I can pick her up after school. It is said that plans cannot keep up with the speed of change. Meng Haixing thought he would never live back in the small Western-style building, so he moved all his things back there. Now we have to move back. However, he didn't bring so many things with him this time. His family would only live there for 3 months, so they kept everything simple. But no matter how simple it is, he will probably need a tractor. He doesn't have much stuff, but his 3 children have a lot of stuff. Haixing, how are you going to handle all this trouble? Meng Guangzhu heard that Meng Haixing was going to move to the county again. Ran straight to Meng Haixing. After the rabbit farm was built, Meng Haixing never went to take a look at it, and he didn't even ask about the matter of collecting rabbits in the village. This means he has handed over all matters to his family and has become a hands-off boss. Dad, things have their priorities. Selling the TV is more important now. Everything else is just a small matter. What about raising rabbits? We have thousands of rabbits at home now, but I don't think you care about them at all. Technician Fan even asked me a few days ago, saying he hadn't seen you in a while. When Meng Guangzhu mentioned Fan Jinjin, Meng Haixing was really overwhelmed. The reason why he moved to the county so actively was not only to make it easier for Lin Muching to study, but also because of something related to Fan Jinjin. After returning from the Chinese New Year, Meng Haixing lived at home and met Fan Jinjin from time to time. At the beginning, the two of them just had normal communication. In order to avoid suspicion, Meng Haixing tried his best to go out when Fan Jinjin came to check on the rabbits. But later, Fan Jinjin came to talk to him whenever she had something to do, and even called him to the rabbit house alone to feed the rabbits together. He felt something was wrong. In his previous life, Meng Haixing never got married, never dated anyone, and lived as a monk his entire life. But not having a relationship doesn't mean there aren't beautiful women around him. Especially after he became rich, there has always been a shortage of beautiful women around him. He immediately guessed Fan Jinjin's little thoughts. Meng Haixing took this opportunity to move to the county and distance himself from Fan Jinjin. Dad, haven't my mom, big sister, and big brother always taken good care of the rabbits? Even without me, I believe they can run the rabbit farm well. Meng Guangzhu didn't listen to Meng Haixing's words and scolded him. When a father lectures his son, the son can only listen. But Meng Haixing was extremely unconvinced in his heart, thinking back to the time when he owned dozens of companies and was involved in 7 or 8 industries. He can't handle all of these companies himself. A good group boss only needs to grasp the development direction of the group. As for other matters, he can leave them to the managers under him. When Meng Haixing was developing his current business, he already had the shadow of his previous management company in his mind. The only difference is that the managers under his command became Meng Guangzhu, Chu Lan, and others. I almost forgot to tell you that my cram school is going to start a college entrance exam sprint class soon. I want Qian to come and listen. Even though she's not taking the exam this year, it will still help her. Your little sister hasn't been very talkative since she came back. What should I do? Meng Guangzhu looked at Meng Haixing with some worry. Dad, don't be anxious. Take your time. Qian has lived in her aunt's house for more than 10 years. Now that you suddenly tell her that her aunt is her biological mother, she must feel a little uncomfortable. Qian will definitely change a lot after our family spends more time together. Meng Guangzhu sighed. That was all he could do. After all, Meng Qian did not grow up with them, so he is grateful that he can be close to them now. Chapter 240 Apprentice. The next day, Meng Haixing went to the county early again. He first went to the small Western-style building, opened the windows to ventilate the room, and lit the Kong to remove the moisture. Meng Haixing was busy cleaning when Yu Shilong and Jinda got up. They wanted to help, but Meng Haixing didn't let them. I just cleaned up a bit, nothing big. Then Meng Haixing told Lin Muching that he were going to stay there. I have so many houses here. You can live here with peace of mind. Haixing, I know you're a nice person and don't mind us being disabled, but it's not convenient for two grown men like us to live here. How about this? Sherlong and I can stay in the hotel. There's a slightly smaller utility room on the second floor. We can put a bunk bed there, and it'll be big enough for us to sleep in. How can that be possible? That little house is only 7 or 8 square meters. There's no room for two grown men like you. Once I'm busy, I'll just hit the bed and fall asleep. I won't care about the size. That's it. Jinda and Yu Sherlong have always been very grateful to Meng Haixing because he gave them both a job. Naturally, they couldn't come and cause trouble for Meng Haixing. Okay, I'll give you an extra 10 yuan for food allowance that month. It's such a small place, and we can't cook. After the matter was settled, not long after, the two packed up their few belongings and moved into the store. Meng Haixing quickly cleaned up the first floor. It is daytime now, and there are no students coming to the second and third floors for classes. Meng Haixing thought to himself that when the children came to class in the evening, they would definitely have to walk back and forth. If they all walked from the first floor, it would be very noisy and would affect the three little ones' rest. He simply asked someone to add an iron staircase to the outside of the small villa, directly converted the second-floor balcony into a door, and sealed the doors of the rooms on the first and second floors. In addition, he went to the flea market and bought a batch of second-hand carpets to lay upstairs. Children like to make noise. Even though they only attend classes for 2 hours in the evening, they will definitely make a lot of noise when they come in and out. He made preparations in advance, just in case. Brother Haixing, you are really my dear brother. The store is so busy, and you are still here cleaning the house. I'm waiting for your business license. Only then did Meng Haixing realize that Jinda and Yu Sherlong had gone to the store early in the morning. Lang Chunhua should also go this morning. Oh my god, he was forced to open the store before he even thought about opening it. With me, the business license will definitely come quickly. Hurry up, the store is super busy. Meng Haixing and Chu Daong rode their bicycles all the way to the store. From a distance, I could see that the store entrance was tightly surrounded by 3 layers of people. The classic ending song of The Bund sounded, and Meng Haixing finally realized why there were so many people gathered in front of his store. It turned out that they were all watching TV. It's only one episode, and it's not satisfying at all. It's good to have something to watch. The signal on Ninggang TV is terrible. A few days ago, I was watching it at a colleague's house. I was enjoying it when the signal suddenly went out. When it came back, the TV had already finished playing. How about we buy a TV? If we can't afford a big color TV, a small 14-inch black and white one would be pretty good too. It's a bit expensive. This is still expensive. If you save a little, you can buy a TV. I have to go back and discuss this with my wife. Hurry up, I'm going home to get some money too. There's no need for a ticket here, and the prices are cheap. It's worth buying a TV to watch at home. Meng Haixing finally squeezed in, only to see Lang Chunhua and Meng Daniu both there. Meng Daniu is a man of few words. When someone asks him something, he only tells what he knows and points to Lang Chunhua if he doesn't know. Lang Chunhua has a very cheerful personality and speaks very fluently. The two people's personalities are very complementary. Near noon, the store finally quieted down. Haixing, didn't you say you would teach me how to repair the TV? How come it's already mid-morning and I haven't seen you yet? I was delayed by something. Sherlong, this is my cousin. Go upstairs and dismantle the broken TV. I'll come back upstairs to find you when there are fewer people here. What if it breaks? Neither of us has ever dismantled it before. Yu Sherlong was a little hesitant. I'll open one for you first. Meng Haixing took the 3 of them upstairs and asked Lang Chunhua to look after the store. I'll take down the black and white one first. This one can be powered on, but the screen won't light up. It's likely that the picture tube is burned out. While speaking, Meng Haixing continued to operate. This is the picture tube. It's obviously burned out. Let's try replacing it first. Meng Haixing found a cathode ray tube of the same model from the box and installed it. As soon as the power was turned on, the TV really lit up. Now when we check the screen, we find that some screens will leave small light spots after being damaged. When selling such TVs, we must explain clearly to customers that although it does not affect viewing, it will be troublesome if they find out if we do not tell them. He quickly finished inspecting the TV and put a small sticker on it, indicating that the TV could be taken away and sold. The whole process took less than half an hour. Yu Sherlong and Jinda only half understood it, but Meng Daniu only remembered how to remove the back cover of the TV. But Meng Haixing was not in a hurry at all, and Meng Daniu had plenty of time to learn slowly. In the afternoon, Mrs. Meng brought over a woman named Rona who was in her 30s. Luana is a little dark and plump. She smiles at everyone she sees. When she talks to Meng Haixing, she is very open and not shy at all. Sister Luo, that's settled. 35 yuan a month, with a bonus at the end of the month, and 4 days off a month. Okay, then I'll come to work early tomorrow morning. The salary given by Meng Haixing was relatively high, so Luo Na was naturally very happy. As the workday neared its end, Meng Haixing counted today's sales and found that a total of 33 televisions were sold. Meng Haixing was still very happy with this sales volume. If he continues at this rate, he will have to go to Hong Kong Island again by the end of the month. The 3 little ones at home have almost finished their milk powder, so I can go buy another batch then. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing couldn't help but murmur in his heart that his wife was really amazing. At first, he thought that the 3 children needed to drink a lot of milk powder, but later it seemed that they didn't need it. As long as we give them a meal of milk powder at night, the 3 little ones will stop making trouble. I'll leave the Jinda store to you. I'm leaving first. Meng Haixing said hello and rode his bike back to Xiaoshan village in a flash. He was thinking to himself that he should quickly renovate the wrought iron staircase and the second-floor balcony and bring his wife to the county so that he could sleep more with her every day. Chapter 241. It's a bit tiring to lead an apprentice. Everything went as Meng Haixing expected. His store could sell at least 20 televisions every day, and sometimes 30. At this rate, Meng Haixing must speed up the repair of the TV. By mid-April, he would have to go to Hong Kong to purchase goods. And this time he wants to buy more televisions. Starting from 1985, the number of domestically produced televisions will gradually increase, and the prices will become more affordable. By around 1987, the prices of domestically produced televisions would be more competitive than those of Japanese ones. Meng Haixing must open several TV stores in major cities as quickly as possible within this time difference. Brother Daniel, how are you remembering all the parts of a TV? After lunch, Meng Haixing came to check Meng Daniel's homework. There are not many major parts in the TV. It only took Yu Shilong and Jinda a few hours to memorize all these parts and their uses. Meng Haixing led them to dismantle 4 televisions, and they were able to repair the televisions independently. Meng Haixing was not too surprised at how quickly the 2 of them got started. After all, they had a good foundation, so it was normal for them to get started quickly. But Meng Daniel is different. He really can't even recognize a few words. Repairing a TV is extremely difficult for him. I've memorized them all. As he said that, Meng Daniel brought over his big luggage bag. It was filled with all sorts of TV parts. In order to make it easier for Meng Daniel to remember, Meng Haixing wrote the name on each part. It is also convenient for Meng Daniel to carry it on his back. This time, the parts Meng Daniel took out had no names on them. He took it out and said the name. Brother Daniel is great. Not a single one of them is wrong. That's right. Recently, when I go home at night, I touch these parts all the time. Haven't you noticed that these parts were dirty before, but now they are very clean? Meng Daniel chuckled. He is a little stupid, but stupid people have stupid ways. He held the parts in his hand for half an hour, looking at them constantly and memorizing their names. Even if he was a piece of wood, he would remember them. Then let's learn something else today. Each part has some components. Let me tell you what these components represent. In the future, when repairing a TV, any symptoms it experiences can be fixed simply by replacing small components. While Yu Shilong and Jinda were repairing the TV, they watched Meng Haixing patiently teaching Meng Daniel how to identify components. The 2 also learned a lot of techniques for repairing televisions. Brother Daniel, you figure it out first. I'm going to start working. Meng Haixing assigned homework to Meng Daniel and started his day's work. He set himself a goal of 10 TV sets a day, 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. If it were Jinda and his friends, it would be good if they could repair 10 machines in a day. After all, checking for problems takes a lot of time. But Meng Haixing is different. He can basically complete the inspection and repair in half an hour. If it is a simple case, we can even repair 2 machines in half an hour. He finished 5 TV sets in one afternoon. Sister Chunhua, I'll leave the store to you. I'm going to pick up Momo from school now. Leaving so early? Aren't you going to take an apprentice? Someone came to apply for the position. What should I say? Just let Jinda take a look. I don't have any hard and fast requirements for apprentices. Jinda will know if you can be an apprentice at a glance. Meng Haixing was too embarrassed to say in front of Lang Chunhua that all he wanted in an apprentice was smartness. People like Meng Daniel are exceptions among exceptions. Okay, go get busy. Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to pick up Momo first. The father and daughter chatted about Momo's kindergarten life along the way. Dad, Teacher Song asked me to ask you if you want to send me to Song's house to learn painting. Meng Haixing, who was riding a bicycle, looked at Momo with confusion. Which Teacher Song? Why haven't I heard that there is a Teacher Song in your class before? Teacher Song is Teacher Song. She often comes to teach us how to paint. Meng Haixing thought that this Teacher Song should be a painting teacher hired from outside. Okay, let's wait for Dad and Mom to discuss whether to send you to learn painting. The father and daughter went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables together and happened to meet Li Guixiang and Meng Qingqing, who were also buying vegetables there. Sister-in-law, do you know that there's a teacher named Song who teaches painting at the textile factory kindergarten? I know. She's quite famous in our factory. Then Li Guixiang gave a brief account of teacher Song's general situation. She was also an educated youth sent to the countryside, and one of the earliest batch. After going to the countryside, she fell in love with a young man in the village and married him. She was originally going to be a farmer working in the fields all her life. However, she didn't expect that her boyfriend's relative had some skills and got them jobs in a textile factory. The textile factory has a blackboard newspaper, and the one the propaganda department used to produce was terrible. The factory director couldn't stand it anymore, so he started looking for people in the factory. Whoever could draw a blackboard newspaper well would be given a quota when allocating houses. Teacher Song became a celebrity in the textile factory thanks to his excellent blackboard newspaper skills. Later we found out that Teacher Song's family are all painters, and she even studied abroad. Oh, and she can also paint those oil paintings, which are so beautiful. Does she have students from the textile mill? I've taught quite a few people, but many couldn't stick with it, and painting isn't a way to make a living. Besides, she is very picky about her students. Even if her family has the means and wants to ask her to teach painting, she won't take them even if they pay her. After hearing what Li Guixiang said, Meng Haixing felt that Momo would be able to learn a lot from a teacher like Teacher Song. I see. Today, Momo came back and said that Teacher Song wanted her to learn painting with her. That's great. Momo is so smart. She will definitely become a great painter. Meng Qingqing, who was standing by, heard that Momo was going to learn painting and immediately started shouting that she also wanted to learn. That also depends on Teacher Song wanting you. Mom, just let me go too. I'm doing very well in school now. I even got a perfect score on the last mock exam. Li Guixiang hesitated for only a moment before agreeing to Meng Qingqing. She has some money now, so she can afford to let Meng Qingqing learn painting. Okay, I'll take you to see Teacher Song later and see if he'll accept you. Meng Haixing bought the vegetables and hurried home. Lin Muching has class at 6 o'clock, so she has to eat before that. Mu Chung, I bought a big carp today. We'll have braised carp, conch, and clams tonight. It was a rare occasion today that there were fresh seafood for sale in the market, so Meng Haixing immediately bought some for Lin Muching to try. This carp is so big, it must weigh 10 kilograms. 11 Jean. We have a big family, so this size is just enough for us to eat. Well, I'll make it later. My braised carp is delicious. Okay. Meng Haixing washed his hands and went into the house to play with the three little ones. Chapter 242, Accompanying My Wife to Study. Why does Little Stone always pick his lips? Meng Haixing picked up Little Stone and saw that his saliva was almost flowing like a river, and his little bib was even wet. Little Stone is about to start teething. I see a faint white mark on his lower teeth. Mrs. Gu wiped Xiao Shida's mouth with a handkerchief and said. Meng Haixing touched it carefully with his hand and found that the gums under the small stone were a little hard, as if teeth were about to grow. When I was little, I started teething at 4.5 months old. I didn't expect that Little Stone did too. Meng Haixing happily touched Yin Yin and Xiaozi's lower gums again. Although it was not very obvious, he could still feel a little. I remember that Sichuan pepperwood can reduce inflammation and relieve pain, and it's perfect for making teething sticks for children. But we don't see any Sichuan pepper trees growing here in our county. There are pepper trees growing around the small Western-style building. We have 2 pepper trees in our front yard. Meng Haixing raised his eyebrows slightly. He really didn't notice what was planted in the yard of the small Western-style building in front. It only vaguely looks like a lot of trees have been planted. I'll go take a look. Meng Haixing handed the small stone to Mrs. Gu, took an axe, and went to the front yard. There were already small peppercorns on the tree at this time of year, and Meng Haixing quickly cut a piece of peppercorn branch and brought it back. There was no shortage of tools at home, so Meng Haixing started making teething sticks out of pepper wood in the yard. The 3 little ones came to the window together and looked at Meng Haixing curiously as he was cutting wood with a knife. When Lin Muching finished cooking and came out of the kitchen, Meng Haixing had already polished the prototypes of 3 teething sticks. Haixing, what are you doing? Lin Muching didn't know about pepperwood teething sticks. Little Stone and the other 2 have started teething, and their gums must be feeling very uncomfortable. I see Little Stone always picking at his mouth with his hands. I used fresh pepperwood to make a teething stick for each of them. Whenever their gums feel uncomfortable again, they can just chew on the stick. Lin Muching took the semi-finished teething stick from Meng Haixing's hand and looked at it carefully. Do you need to polish it with sandpaper? Of course, I have to polish it very smooth before giving it to the children, and after it's done I have to boil it in boiling water for half an hour. Meng Haixing never dares to be careless with children's things. Mu Chung, hurry up and eat. Class will start soon. Good. After Lin Muching finished her dinner, there was only a quarter of an hour left before class started, so she quickly took her books and went to the classroom to grab a seat. Since Meng Haixing opened this college entrance examination cram school, there are now more than 60 people attending the class. Meng Haixing gave them the largest classroom, but it was still overcrowded. If they didn't go early, there would definitely be no good seats. The reason why it is so popular has to do with the college entrance examination. Although the college entrance examination has been resumed for several years, there are still many working adults who take the college entrance examination every year. They have a weak foundation, and some of them have taken the exam for 2 or 3 years in a row and are still working hard, not wanting to miss out on university in this life. It is for this reason that a large number of people who come to the college entrance examination cram school after work in the evening are adults. Meng Haixing charges tuition of 18 yuan per month, 2 classes a day. The price is not cheap, but there is still a constant stream of people coming to consult recently. Meng Haixing is already preparing to open another class for the college entrance examination sprint. If there are still many people coming to consult, he plans to add a few more. Every year, countless people take the college entrance examination. Maybe they are reluctant to spend a lot of money on tutoring at other times, but before the college entrance examination, there must be people who are willing to spend 18 yuan a month to make a breakthrough. While Lin Muching went to class, Meng Haixing stayed at home to take care of the children. While he was carefully polishing the teething stick with sandpaper, he told Momo the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. Such a warm time passed in a flash, and Meng Haixing calculated the time and went to pick up Lin Muching after class. The college entrance examination sprint class ends the latest in the evening. Other cram schools usually have only 1 class in the evening, but the college entrance examination sprint class has 2 classes. Student Lin, wait a moment. Lin Muching, who had just walked out of a small Western-style building, was stopped by a young man in a dark blue coat. Looking for me? Lin Muching looked at Song Xiangbei with some confusion, completely not understanding why he called her. Can I borrow your paper? Just now in class, I saw that you checked all the boxes on your paper. All the answers should be correct. I'm not very good at math, so I want to compare my test paper with yours to see if I made any mistakes. Oh, wait a minute, I'll look for it. Lin Muching didn't think much about it and looked for the test paper in her canvas bag. That math test paper actually belonged to Meng Haixing. He was very good at math, and he just flipped through his high school math textbook and got full marks on most of the tests. Lin Muching found the test paper quickly. Take it back and look at it. All the answers on the paper are correct. Thank you, Lin. I will return it to you as soon as possible. Song Xiangbei was so excited when he took the test paper handed to him by Lin Muching. With such a good start, he will be able to have more contact with Lin Muching in the future. It's okay. I have another one at home. You can study it slowly. Lin Muching had already seen Meng Haixing not far away. She gave Meng Haixing a faint smile and was about to walk over here. I only heard Song Xiangbei beside me say, Student Lin, where is your home? It's so late, let me take you home. No. Lin Muching responded and walked quickly towards Meng Haixing. She didn't care about the strange look from Song Xiangbei behind her. Haixing, why did you come to pick me up? If I hadn't come to pick you up, how would you have known how popular my wife is? Meng Haixing sourly pulled Lin Muching's hand, and when he touched her hand, he found that she was not wearing the gold ring he bought for her. Mucheng, where's the gold ring I bought for you? The students who had just finished class in the distance had not left yet, and Meng Haixing holding Lin Muching's hand like this made her a little shy. It's not nice to wear such a big gold ring when I go to class. Wear it tomorrow. If anyone asks, just say you're getting married. This is the wedding ring I bought you. No. Meng Haixing looked towards the small Western-style building again, and found that Song Xiangbei had left without him noticing. He thought to himself that he wanted to steal his wife, but he didn't even look at himself. He looked like a cucumber egg. It would be strange if his wife liked him. Unfortunately, what Meng Haixing didn't know was that there was not even a street light on his side. Song Xiangbei only vaguely saw Lin Muching walking away with a man, but he had no idea what the man looked like. At this moment, Song Xiangbei was thinking about how to get information from Lin Muching tomorrow. Meng Haixing, who knew nothing about it, took Lin Muching's school bag and asked her about her classes as they walked. Mucheng, how are you feeling? Can you keep up with the teacher's pace? It's okay. The teacher explains things in great detail. I didn't understand something before, but now I understand it once the teacher explains it. It seems my money was not wasted. I estimate Qian will be able to come to the county tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Her foundation is even weaker, so you must help her more when the time comes. No problem. I can teach Qian when I'm at home taking care of the kids during the day. Okay, then I'll leave Qian to you. Chapter 243 Love Rival. Meng Haixing is extremely satisfied with his current life. During the day, I count money in the store and teach Ming Dainyu how to repair televisions. In the afternoon, I pick up Momo from school to buy groceries and take the three little ones for a walk and play with them. He would go and pick Lin Muching up after school in the evening. If the weather is good, the two of them will stroll around the small villa to promote their relationship. Although this kind of life is not thrilling, it makes Ming Haixing extremely comfortable. Haixing, we have a lot of money in our store. Why don't you go to the bank every day to deposit the money? As the workday was getting closer, Lang Chunhua called Ming Haixing aside and lowered her voice as she talked about the cash in the store. Ming Haixing thought so too. The store sells more than 20 TVs every day. The amount of money is not a lot, but not a small amount either. It would be a bad thing if it was really stolen. Sister Chunhua, why don't you go with Brother Dainyu to deposit it? It's not very busy this afternoon anyway. With so much money, it's safer for you to go yourself. Meng Haixing laughed in his heart when he saw Lang Chunhua's nervous look. This amount of money seemed like a lot to them, but it was nothing to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not thought about saving money for several days. I have Kung Fu there. Sister Chunhua, you and Brother Dainyu can go there. I'll go pick up Momo first and bring the passbook to you later. Meng Haixing ran away without waiting for Lang Chunhua to refuse. He wanted to pick up Momo first. There were quite a lot of people in the textile factory kindergarten where Momo worked. Meng Haixing arrived early and waited outside for a while. While waiting for Momo, he spotted a young man in a blue coat. Isn't this the man who asked Lin Muching to borrow the test paper last night? Meng Haixing was purely curious, so he pushed his bicycle towards Song Xiangbei. Xiangbei, you can see that I have a child and am 3 years older than you. No matter how you look at it, we are not suitable for each other. Zhao Fong looked at Song Xiangbei beside her with a little shyness. She had rejected Song Xiangbei once before, but he seemed determined to be with her. Today, I even blocked her at the kindergarten gate. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved. No matter how old a woman is, she will be excited when she sees a handsome young man pursuing her. Zhao Fong, if I cared about these things, I wouldn't be here. Give me a chance, and let's get along. We are suitable for each other, and we can overcome other difficulties together. As he spoke, Song Xiangbei took the initiative to hold Zhao Fong's hand. Zhao Fong struggled twice, but failed to break free, so she stopped struggling. The two chatted sweetly, and Ming Haixing, who was not far away, really wanted to give Song Xiangbei a thumbs up. As for his ability to pursue women, there are not many young men nowadays who can do it. After a while, Momo finally came out of the kindergarten. Meng Haixing had been keeping an eye on Song Xiangbei and saw a little girl about the same age as Momo running towards Zhao Fong. On the way to the vegetable market, Meng Haixing intentionally or unintentionally asked Momo for information. Momo, I just saw a little girl wearing a pink coat with an elephant embroidered on it. Is she also your classmate? Is Daddy Lily? Yes, it's Lily. My classmate. Momo is a sweet and innocent girl. When Meng Haixing asked her, she told him everything she knew. It turned out that Zhao Fong was a small leader in the propaganda department of the textile factory. She had been a widow for 2 years, but had never remarried. Meng Haixing is such a smart man that he can guess from Song Xiangbei's clothes that his family conditions are not very good. If he can marry Zhao Fong, his financial situation will definitely improve greatly. These things have nothing to do with Meng Haixing. Everyone has their own aspirations, and it is their choice what path they choose. But Song Xiangbei shouldn't eat what's in the bowl while looking at what's in the pot. Meng Haixing naturally knew how outstanding Lin Muching was. Song Xiangbei wants to marry a rich woman on the one hand and hook up with a beautiful young girl on the other. How could he possibly have all the good things in the world? He'd better keep a clear head and not harass Lin Muching, otherwise Meng Haixing would do anything. After dinner, Lin Muching was about to go to class. Meng Haixing saw that she was not wearing a ring on her hand, so he immediately went into the house to get a ring and put it on her hand. Lin Muching glanced at his hands and didn't say much. He went to class helplessly. Not long after she sat down, Song Xiangbei also sat over. Mr. Lin, thank you for yesterday. I brought you the math test paper. Song Xiangbei handed the neatly folded math paper to Lin Muching. You are welcome. Lin Muching took the test paper and stuffed it into his canvas bag. The first class today was physics, which was the most headache-inducing class for Lin Muching. Before the teacher arrived, she quickly took out her textbook and reviewed the key points the teacher had taught her last time. Mr. Lin, I saw a man come to pick you up yesterday. Is he your boyfriend? Lin Muching nodded slightly and responded casually without taking his eyes off the textbook. Song Xiangbei frowned slightly. He thought Lin Muching had a boyfriend. But he forgot that the word object is sometimes used to refer to a lover. When he asked this, Lin Muching agreed without thinking. Then your partner is really nice to you, even picking you up from school. It's quite good. Seeing that Lin Muching hadn't looked at him, Song Xiangbei couldn't help but look at the textbook in her hand. Just as his eyes fell on the textbook, a gold ring caught Song Xiangbei's eye. Nowadays, only rich people can afford to wear gold rings. Female cadres like Zhao Fong who only earn 40 yuan a month are reluctant to buy gold rings. Student Lin, the gold ring on your hand is so beautiful. Could it be that your partner also bought it for you? He bought it. Lin Muching touched the gold ring on her hand, and now she basically understood why Meng Haixing insisted that she wear it today. He should have also seen Song Xiangbei asking her to borrow the test paper yesterday. What if Lin Muching still didn't react yesterday? Now Song Xiangbei kept asking questions here, and she basically understood what Song Xiangbei was thinking of her. Sure enough, after Lin Muching said that the ring was a gift from his girlfriend, Song Xiangbei didn't ask any more questions. Lin Muching thought that Song Xiangbei had given up and would not harass her anymore. What she didn't expect was that Song Xiangbei had already imagined for Lin Muching and Meng Haixing a drama in which a gold digger fell in love with a bald uncle. He even thought viciously in his heart that he thought Lin Muching was gentle and lovely, and a relatively simple girl, but he didn't expect that she was already a bad person in her heart. Since she is like this, don't blame him for being rude. Later, when he has Lin Muching under his control, he can use the money she cheated from the old man. Chapter 244 Meng Haixing beats up someone. Meng Haixing still arrived not far from the small Western-style building 5 minutes early, waiting for Lin Muching. Accountant Zhang from the cram school saw Meng Haixing here and happened to have something to talk to him about, so he asked him to come over and talk to him. Meng Haixing looked at the time and felt that there were still a few minutes, so he did not refuse. But he didn't expect that today's class ended early. When he came out of the office, he immediately saw Lin Muching and Song Xiangbei arguing at the gate of his house not far away. Mu Chang, what did I do wrong? I have given so much for you. Can't you really see it? Song Xiangbei said anxiously. You really have a problem. My partner and I are living a good life. Why would I fall for you? Lin Muching's eyes were full of contempt. Even though they had only attended high school cramming classes a few times, she didn't even know Song Xiangbei when he asked her to borrow something. And now this guy suddenly appeared and confessed his love to her. Lin Muching completely regarded him as a lunatic. Mu Chang, do you really think I'm any worse than your boyfriend? Apart from the fact that he's rich, does he really love you more than me? Can he make you happier? Song Xiangbei tried hard to fight for it. I really like you. I won't ruin your life. I just want to protect you silently. When Meng Haixing heard this, he was furious and rushed over quickly, attacking Song Xiangbei directly. This time he used all his strength. What makes you say you want to protect my wife? Meng Haixing shouted angrily and punched Song Xiangbei in the face, making Song Xiangbei feel dizzy. You are Lin Muching's girlfriend? Song Xiangbei looked at him in surprise. Who do you think you are? Meng Haixing said coldly, continuing to attack Song Xiangbei mercilessly. Stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Xiangbei immediately begged for mercy. You'd better not show up at the cram school tomorrow, or I'll make you regret coming into this world. Seeing this, Lin Muching stepped forward and grabbed Meng Haixing. Haixing, let's go. Don't waste time on this kind of person. Meng Haixing glanced at Song Xiangbei on the ground and said, Get out of here and stop pretending. Song Xiangbei quickly got up. Although his body was in pain, he knew he couldn't stay and left in a hurry. Lin Muching called Meng Haixing softly. She was a little scared by Meng Haixing's ferocity just now. I'm fine, let's go home. If someone harasses you again, hit him first. Meng Haixing said, although there was a hint of joking in his tone. Lin Muching looked at him and couldn't help laughing. Are you a little jealous? No. Meng Haixing responded awkwardly. Meng Haixing said it was okay, but he used several small raincoats at night. The next day, Lin Muching's waist was very sore. Meng Haixing sent Momo to kindergarten, but she didn't get up yet. Third brother, are you home? Meng Qianqian's voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Lin Muching felt embarrassed to stay in bed, so he got up quickly. Qianqian, have you had breakfast? Meng Haixing went to open the door for Meng Qianqian, only to see her carrying a small bag and looking at him timidly. Have eaten. I'll help you with your luggage. I've already cleaned the room you're staying in. If you need anything else, just tell your third sister-in-law. Meng Qianqian seemed a little reserved, but Meng Haixing didn't mind. He understood that they had only been together for a short time and everything would be fine after they got to know each other. Meng Haixing handed Meng Qianqian to Lin Muching, and instead of rushing to the store, he rode his bicycle to the publicity department of the textile factory. He is looking for 2 people today. First is teacher Song Yue. After discussing with Lin Muching, Meng Haixing thought it would be suitable for Momo to learn painting from Song Yue. The propaganda department is not big, with only 6 people, and Meng Haixing quickly found Song Yue. Comrade Meng, I really like Momo. After seeing her paintings, I feel that Momo is very spiritual, and her casual doodles are so beautiful. Meng Haixing was naturally very happy to hear his daughter being praised. Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Song from now on. I don't know how Teacher Song will teach Momo and how the tuition will be calculated. The children I take classes with have them at my home on Saturdays and Sundays. It's free. All you need to prepare is a sketchbook, pencils, and dyes. Meng Haixing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Song Yue to teach painting for free. You spend so much time teaching children. Is it really okay for it to be free? Song Yue looked at Meng Haixing with a smile. I just want to give those children with artistic talent a chance. There are too many talented children in our country who are buried. Song Yue seemed to recall the past, feeling a little sad. Nowadays, painting is still a luxury, and many children do not receive systematic painting education. After the two of them confirmed the time and place for Momo's class, Song Yue hurried away. Meng Haixing did not leave immediately because he was planning to find someone else today, Zhao Fong. She was not there in the morning, and Meng Haixing waited for a long time before Zhao Fong came. Comrade Zhao, can I have a few words with you? Zhao Fong looked at him, clearly puzzled. She didn't know Meng Haixing, so she wasn't quite sure why he came. Who are you? My last name is Meng, and I have some friendship with Song Xiangbei. There was no one else at the entrance of the propaganda department, so Meng Haixing reminded Zhao Fong. I suggest Comrade Zhao learn more about Song Xiangbei's character. After saying that, Meng Haixing turned and left, leaving Zhao Fong standing there, obviously quite shocked. If Meng Haixing hadn't reminded her today, she might have really taken a step further with Song Xiangbei. At noon, Zhao Fong was about to eat when she was stopped by Song Xiangbei. Even though he was wearing a hat, the scars on his face were difficult to completely hide. Xiaofeng. This face was hit by Meng Haixing, right? Zhao Fong felt uncomfortable when she heard Song Xiangbei call her like that. Xiaofeng, how did you know I was beaten? Did someone whisper something in your ear? Don't call me, Song Xiangbei. We're done. Get out of here right now. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, the one who beat you up was the owner of the cram school. You were lucky you didn't get beaten even harder for seducing his wife. But you might not be so lucky next time. Zhao Fong gave Song Xiangbei a cold look and turned away. She felt sick to death just by looking at him. Meng Haixing never holds back when dealing with people he dislikes, and the only person he cannot touch now is probably Meng Changyue. However, he has been spreading the net for so long, and Meng Changyue, who has been hiding in the capital, is about to reveal his true identity. Chapter 245 Ningong City Tutorial Class. After the telephone was installed, Meng Haixing sent a telegram to Teng Zhe, who was far away in Beijing. Although he has not received any reply, Meng Haixing still trusts Teng Zhe very much. He would definitely actively investigate Meng Changyue's situation in the capital for him. Meng Haixing had just been thinking about Teng Zhe for a few days when he actually received a letter from the capital. Meng Haixing's hands were shaking as he held the letter. All his misfortunes in his previous life came from Meng Changyue. If he had the chance to do it again, he would definitely nip him in the bud. In the letter, Teng Zhe wrote down everything he had found out about Meng Changyue in 3 full pages. Meng Changyue is a few years older than Meng Haixing. He has now graduated from university and has been admitted to graduate school. His mentor is Professor Shi, a very famous professor in Beijing. Through Professor Shi's relationship, Meng Changyue met the granddaughter of a big boss in Beijing. The two have been in love for a year and are preparing to get married. When Meng Haixing saw this, he was completely stunned. Was Meng Changyue not married in his previous life? Wait, could it be that Meng Changyue was actually married in his previous life? It's just that this marriage was deliberately hidden, so Meng Haixing didn't find any relevant information? A sneer appeared on Meng Haixing's face. No wonder Meng Changyue was able to rise to prominence so quickly. It turned out that he relied on his father-in-law's family to be able to fight him on equal terms. Meng Haixing thought maliciously that since Meng Changyue made his fortune through his wife, he must destroy this marriage. Meng Haixing vaguely remembered that Meng Changyue had a high school classmate named Ding Meiying. The two were childhood sweethearts and had even reached the stage of discussing marriage. If Meng Changyue hadn't gone to university in Beijing, their child would probably be several years old now. In his previous life, after Meng Haixing became rich, he returned to Muping Town and never heard any news about Ding Meiying again. He vaguely felt that there was something strange about this matter. Given how despicable Meng Changyue was, Meng Haixing didn't believe he could treat Ding Meiying sincerely. It is very likely that Meng Changyue secretly dealt with Ding Meiying for the sake of his own career. Now all Meng Haixing needs to do is find Ding Meiying and send her to the capital. He didn't believe that the girls who grew up in the capital would tolerate Meng Changyue's betrayal. In addition to talking about Meng Changyue, Teng Zhe also mentioned himself in the letter. He used the money given by Meng Haixing and moved to a new residence with Teng's mother. He has now put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind and is preparing to take this year's college entrance examination. I hope the two of them can meet in Beijing as soon as possible. Meng Haixing then wrote back to Teng Zhe, asking him to keep an eye on Meng Changyue and to tell him as soon as possible if Meng Changyue made any profitable deals. In his previous life, Meng Changyue started his career in the capital, but he couldn't even think about it in this life. If Meng Haixing wants to compete with Meng Changyue, who is already ahead, he needs more money. In early April, Gu Zhang called Meng Haixing and said that he had chosen a place to open a cram school and was about to renovate it. He asked Meng Haixing to go over and sign the franchise contract. Daong, prepare the information for our cram school franchise and come with me to Ningong City the day after tomorrow. Oh my, that kid Guan finally rented a classroom for the cram school. He's really good at dawdling. Don't laugh at him. I guess Principal Gu helped rent the classroom. And Principal Gu must have done some research before deciding to rent it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Meng Haixing is still very confident about this. With all Gu An's intelligence, he can only wait for Principal Gu to finish running the cram school, and then he can take advantage of the ready-made benefits. It's really not easy for Principal Gu. At his age, he still has to worry about a son like Gu and look at me. Now that my dad knows that I'm opening a franchise store with you again, he's so happy. He tells everyone that I'm more successful than before. Chu Daong laughed happily. He is now definitely a good boy and a good baby in the eyes of his elders. Meng Haixing had already prepared the franchise store brochure, franchise fees, and learning materials to be provided later. After he arranged the TV store, he went to Ningong City with Chu Daong. Before leaving, Meng Haixing quietly took out the box of small yellow croakers. He counted them carefully and found that there were 66 small yellow croakers in total. It looks like it was made during the Republic of China period, and each one was 10 liang. The old system of small yellow croaker in the Republic of China was that one gene equaled 16 liang. So one small yellow croaker was 312.5 grams. Based on the current lowest gold price of 80 yuan per gram, a small yellow croaker is worth 25,000 yuan. This is indeed a huge sum of money at the moment. Meng Haixing only took 2 small yellow croakers to Ningong City to see if he could sell them. He didn't dare to sell too many small yellow croakers at one time. So he planned to sell a few in Ningong City and then sell a few more in Jing'an City. Make a few moves after a period of time. This is safer and less likely to be discovered. The preparation for a franchise store cannot be completed in a day or two, but Meng Haixing is relieved because he has Meng Qianqian, Gu Deseo, and Wang Deseo at home. On Meng Haixing's first day in Ningong City, he went to see the classrooms. Just as he'd expected, Gu Zhang had chosen the 3-story building after careful research. This used to be the staff dormitory of a large factory, but later everyone got their own houses and it became idle. Gu Zhang took the initiative to tear down the original small room and renovate it into a classroom. Principal Gu, please take a look at this. This is my franchise contract. The franchise fee is 20,000 yuan, and subsequent textbook updates are free. You only need to pay for the cost of the textbooks. Gu Zhang took the contract handed to him by Meng Haixing, which also included the price of this year's textbooks. A book costs only 1 or 2 yuan, and a test paper only costs 5 cents. The price is very reasonable, neither high nor low. In terms of management, you can completely copy the management style of my cram school. This is for teachers, finance, and office staffing. Meng Haixing handed another piece of white paper to Gu Zhang. He not only wrote about the configuration of the cram school, but also how to train the teachers. Gu Zhang looked at the detailed franchise information and sighed in his heart that Meng Haixing was really a man who could do great things. His franchise store allows almost any layman to directly enter the cram school industry. Okay, let's sign the contract now. I've almost found a teacher here. Please help me check them out later. I'll give you my resume first. The contract was signed smoothly. Meng Haixing did not fool Gu Zhang, but taught him step by step how to run a cram school. Daong, please explain all of this to Principal Gu. I have something to do this afternoon, so please ask me if you have any questions. Chu Daong, who had been assisting on the side, was quite excited when he was suddenly called. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll talk to Principal Gu. Chu Daong couldn't always hide behind Meng Haixing, so he was a little eager to try. Chapter 246, Small Yellow Croaker. After coming out of Gu Zhang's office, Meng Haixing borrowed a bicycle and headed straight to the antique street. Chinese people have this advantage. No matter what kind of store they open, they like to gather together. If Meng Haixing wanted to sell small yellow croaker, the most suitable place would be this kind of gold and silver jewelry shop. On Ningong City's antique street, there are 7 or 8 shops of various sizes selling gold and silver jewelry. There were not many people in the antique market in the afternoon. Meng Haixing found the shop with the largest storefront. He was afraid that the store was too small, and he couldn't come up with 20,000 yuan in cash. Master, what is the price of gold today? Meng Haixing looked at the old master who was dozing off behind the counter and walked up to him with a smile and asked, Today it's 85 per gram. Comrade, what kind of gold would you like to buy? No, I want to come up with a small yellow croaker. The old master, who was a little sleepy just now, suddenly had a look of light in his eyes. He first glanced at the door, and seeing no one was there, he called out, Wang Kai, come and see the counter. Here I come. A young man's voice was heard from the room, and soon a well-mannered young man came out. Comrade, let's talk in the back room. Meng Haixing followed the master to the back room, where he saw many tools for making jewelry. Comrade, what kind of little yellow croaker do you have in mind? From the Republic of China. Meng Haixing took the small yellow croaker out of his bag. The old master took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It's an old item. Keeping it is considered an antique. You will lose money if you sell it to me. Master, please accept it if you think it's suitable. I need the money urgently. Meng Haixing thought that who knows how many small yellow croakers from the Republic of China were still around. Even if they were kept for another 50 years, they would still be small yellow croakers and would not become antiques. But for people on the antique street, everything is an antique. Okay, since you want to sell it, I can buy it. The current gold price is 85, I'll give you 81. Meng Haixing thought it was an okay idea and agreed. The old master added, when I inspect the goods, I have to cut the small yellow croaker open to see. If it's fake, it won't be mine if it's destroyed. We've agreed on this beforehand. Go ahead and cut it. If it's fake, it's on me. Although the old master thinks the small yellow croaker is real, there are too many people who fake it, so he has to be careful. The small yellow croaker was cut in half to make sure there was nothing wrong inside, and he even burned a section to ensure its authenticity. All the gold was weighed on a small scale, and it was exactly 312.5 grams. Meng Haixing's impression of the master has improved a lot. At least he is very honest. Comrade, wait a moment. I'm going to withdraw the money now. The master was very happy to receive this good gold. Soon, he brought over 2 bundles of money. Comrade, count them. Meng Haixing counted them one by one. This kind of transaction is risky, and one must be careful. Okay, master, the money is fine. I'm leaving. Okay, comrade, take care. You can come to me if you need any small yellow croakers. Meng Haixing smiled but didn't respond. This was just a polite remark. From beginning to end, the old man never asked Meng Haixing's last name. He actually knew that Meng Haixing would probably not come again. When handling something like small yellow croaker, you have to be extra careful, or you might get into trouble. After Meng Haixing came out of the gold shop, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he wandered around the antique market for more than an hour. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he sold another piece of small yellow croaker. As it was getting dark, Meng Haixing rode his bicycle back to find Chu Daong and the others, carrying a big bag of money. The two stayed in Ningong City for 3 days and only left after the cram school matters were basically settled. Meng Haixing had nothing when he arrived, but when he left, he had more than 50,000 yuan in his hands. After returning to the county, Meng Haixing went to the bank to open a new passbook and deposited the more than 50,000 yuan he had in his hand. After selling televisions for 10 days, Meng Haixing estimated that the store should have a lot of money in its account. He went to the store specifically, asked Lang Chunhua, and took a look at the passbook. There was actually 130,000 yuan in the account. He sold less than 300 televisions, but he actually got back most of his investment. This shows that the current television business is extremely profitable. Everyone, please work hard over the next 2 days to repair a few more TVs. I'll be away for a while in mid-April, so if you have any problems repairing your TV then, I may not be able to help. Haixing, are you going to Hong Kong Island? Yes, I only bought 2 train cars worth of TVs last time, which seemed a bit insufficient. I'm trying to raise some money now, and I hope to buy more next time. Brother Daniel, do you want to go to Hong Kong Island again? You can come with me again. I'd rather forget it. There's nothing special about Hong Kong Island except the food. Meng Daniel felt uncomfortable when he thought of Hong Kong Island. He felt more comfortable in Suyang County. If you don't go, I'll find someone else this time. Whatever you want. This time, Meng Haixing didn't plan to bring Chu Daong and Meng Daniel with him. He planned to bring only Meng Xiaomi. Mentioning Meng Xiaomi, Meng Haixing couldn't help but frown. It had been several days since he returned from Hong Kong Island, but Meng Xiaomi hadn't come to see him. Did something happen to him? The next day, Meng Haixing used the excuse of going home to check on the rabbit farm and asked about Meng Xiaomi. Haixing, don't you know? Meng Xiaomi's father went crazy and hacked Meng Xiaomi's mother with a knife at his grandmother's house. I heard the wound was so severe that even the bones were exposed. Hearing this, Meng Haixing's heart tightened. Is Meng Xiaomi in the county hospital now? His father was arrested by the police. His grandmother's family refused to pay. I heard Meng Xiaomi only took his mother to the hospital for a simple treatment and didn't even get stitches. He should be at their home now. I'll go see Xiaomi. He and Meng Xiaomi grew up together and had a close relationship, almost like brothers. However, due to his addiction to playing cards over the past 2 years, his contact with Meng Xiaomi had gradually decreased, which made him feel a little guilty. On the way to Meng Xiaomi's house, Meng Haixing suddenly recalled the days when they went to the mountains together to collect bird eggs in the summer when they were children. Those days were really carefree. But since when did his childhood playmates gradually disappear from his life? Chapter 247 Repair the TV with me. Meng Xiaomi's house was not far from Meng Haixing's, and they arrived there quickly. Looking at the mud house in front of him, Meng Haixing really didn't know what to say. Meng Xiaomi's father is an alcoholic, and he probably spends all the money the family earns on alcohol. Many years passed, and the villagers built brick and tile houses one after another, but his house was still the old mud house. The dark wooden door was not closed. Meng Haixing pushed it open and walked in. What caught his eye was a yard full of weeds. Xiaomi, are you home? Meng Haixing looked into the room through the window paper. The light inside was not good, and he couldn't see clearly whether there was anyone there. Brother Haixing, you are here. Come in and sit down. Meng Xiaomi, who heard the noise, came out to see Meng Haixing with her hands still wet. I heard that my aunt was injured, so I came to see how she was doing. Not very good. My mother has a fever. In the room, Meng Xiaomi's mother Lu Xiang was lying on the Kong. Her hair was messy, her face was pale, and there were even blood stains on her clothes. There was a basin of water next to the Kong, and Meng Xiaomi was using a wet towel to cool her down physically. Aunt! Meng Haixing stepped forward and called out softly, but Lu Xiang didn't respond. I touched her forehead again and felt it was burning hot. Xiaomi, quickly carry Annie to the hospital. She's still at home with such a high fever. I don't have any money. Meng Xiaomi, a grown man, had tears in his eyes. Didn't you also go digging for buplurum and catching ground beetles last year? Where's your money? You didn't save any. My dad bought me some wine to drink. You're such an idiot. You knew your dad wasn't a good person, so why didn't you hide some money? Hurry up and carry Annie to the hospital. I'll pay for her treatment first. Pay me back when you have money. Meng Haixing cursed, but still went to the Kong to help lift Lu Xiang up and let Meng Xiaomi carry her. Meng Xiaomi is such a soft-tempered person and is always suppressed by Lu Xiang and his alcoholic father. Meng Haixing drove the tractor straight to the Chinese medicine hospital. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor examined Lu Xiang and said that the injury on his arm had not been treated and was severely inflamed. If she doesn't get treatment in time, her entire arm will be useless. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Meng Xiaomi stood by with her head down, silently watching Lu Xiang get the 4-drip. Xiaomi, you have to cheer up. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to make money with me and build a new house for your mother? What can you accomplish if you're so depressed? Meng Xiaomi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head, tears flashing in his eyes. Brother Haixing, I remember everything. Now my dad is in jail, and I'm going to ask my mom to divorce me. I will follow you and make good money together. Well, you should have made up your mind to do this a long time ago. While Lu Xiang was still unconscious, Meng Haixing went home, got some clothes from Lin Mucheng, and brought them to Lu Xiang for the time being. The clothes she was wearing were so dirty that she couldn't wear them anymore. When Meng Haixing returned again, Lu Xiang had already woken up. The sound of mother and son talking came from the room, and Meng Haixing paused for a moment. Xiaomi, I won't be hospitalized. How much will it cost? Mom can't stay here. Let's go home quickly. Lu Xiang urged Meng Xiaomi weakly, his voice so weak that it sounded as if he could die at any moment. Mom, don't get excited. The doctor said that the wound must be treated properly this time. Otherwise your arm might be useless. We didn't use stitches at the time. Now we need to clean out the damaged flesh and then sew it up again. Otherwise, such a large wound will be difficult to heal. If it gets infected, it will be a big problem. But where do we have the money? Brother Haixing said he would lend it to me first and then pay it back when I earn money from work. What can you do? You haven't even graduated from junior high school and can barely read. I can't let you be a teacher at his cram school. Meng Xiaomi smiled bitterly. What the hell was he thinking? I went to learn TV repair from him. Brother Haixing said he would pay me 35 yuan a month. Mom, if I work hard, I'll be able to save enough money to build a new house in a few years. If you move to the new house with me, you won't have to be afraid of my dad anymore. When mentioning Mr. Meng, Lu Xiang's face showed obvious fear. Your father won't let him out now, will he? No, Mom. No matter what happens to my dad in the future, you should divorce him. Meng Xiaomi had actually mentioned this matter to Lu Xiang several times, but Lu Xiang did not agree. Xiaomi, No one in our village has ever divorced. I don't want to be the first one to get divorced and be criticized. Besides, you can't live without a father. If you ask for marriage in the future and people find out that we are an orphan and a widow, they won't be willing to marry their daughter to you. Lu Xiang's ideas are still old-fashioned, but the times have changed without her knowing. Mom, if you don't divorce me, are you going to go back and support my grandparents? You and my dad had a fight, and they did a lot to sow discord between us. As for me getting married, do you think people would marry me if they found out I had an alcoholic father and a father who dared to kill people with a knife? Mom, wake up. Only by leaving that home can we survive. The more Meng Xiaomi spoke, the more excited he became. This was how he was when he was little. His mother was afraid of this and that, and he could only swallow his grievances. She never thought about him. She never lived a day for herself. He wanted her to live for herself instead of humbly relying on others. Meng Haixing, standing at the door, could only sigh as he listened to the conversation between the mother and son in the ward. There are still many women like Lu Xiang in rural areas today. She suffered domestic violence but dared not resist and eventually ruined her life in this failed marriage. The sounds of arguing in the room gradually died down. Only then did Meng Haixing go in with the food for two people. Auntie, you're awake. I brought lunch for you and Xiaomi. You can eat something first. When Lu Xiang saw Meng Haixing coming, his face was full of gratitude. Haixing, thanks to you, I was able to save my life this time. I will have Xiaomi work hard to pay back the medical expenses you paid for me. Don't worry, Xiaomi and I are brothers. It's my duty to help him when he's in trouble. Meng Haixing sat in the ward for a while and then left. He still had to drive the tractor home. Brother Haixing, when will I go to learn how to repair TVs from you? No rush. Wait until my injuries get better, then you can come to the store. My mother will have her wounds sutured and the dressing changed today. She will be discharged tomorrow, but she has to go back to the village to live alone. I'm afraid she won't be able to leave home for a while. Meng Xiaomi was a little conflicted. On the one hand, there was work waiting for him, and on the other hand, there was her mother who needed care. Why don't you go back to the village? You and Daniu can live with me at the nursery class. There's an empty house there. At the beginning, Meng Haixing rented 2 houses in the textile factory compound. Now Daniu and Lang Chunhua live in one, and Meng Xian lives in the other. The other house had been empty, so it was just right for Meng Xiaomi and Lu Xiang to live there. Then I'll pay you the rent. Okay. Chapter 248 Contact Goods. Meng Haixing went to see Meng Xiaomi and his mother once on the first day, but never went again because he was busy. 3 days later, when Lu Xiang was discharged from the hospital, Meng Haixing took them to the nursery class. Like Meng Daniu, Meng Xiaomi was basically illiterate, but Meng Haixing still used the same method he used to teach Meng Daniu to teach Meng Xiaomi. Contrary to Meng Haixing's expectations, Meng Xiaomi learned very quickly. Xiaomi, I can't believe you didn't study well before, but now you're so hardworking. Meng Xiaomi smiled awkwardly. When I was in school, I was young and ignorant. Now life has taught me that I can't be so willful anymore. He knew very well that if he couldn't even catch up with Meng Daniu, then he would be a burden here, and he didn't want to disappoint Meng Haixing. In order to reach the level of Meng Daniu, Meng Xiaomi worked twice as hard. And for Meng Xiaomi, it was more of a return for Meng Haixing's help. In just 1 week, Meng Xiaomi was able to assist Yu Shilong and Jinda. He was also able to handle simple TV inspections and repairs with ease. Time flies, and it is mid-April in a blink of an eye. Meng Haixing found time to go to Jing'an City again and successfully sold 4 small yellow croakers. He sold a total of 6 small yellow croakers and earned more than 150,000 yuan in cash. And that's just the gains from the past month and a half. Most of the TVs have been sold, leaving only a few that need repairs. He estimates his final net profit will be 350,000 yuan. He invested a total of 180,000 yuan in this batch of TV sets, but the net profit reached 350,000 yuan. This profit margin is simply mouth-watering. But this is only Meng Haixing's first batch of televisions. Next, he plans to purchase 4 carloads of goods. Among these TVs, the most profitable ones are those that need repairing. He buys them at a low price, and after a little repair, the price increases several times, which is more attractive than the profit from good TVs. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing couldn't help but think of his master Zhou Wenqi. Zhou Wenqi was probably one of the first people to resell used televisions. It was this seemingly insignificant business that made him a fortune. All of Ajai's supply channels were built with Zhou Wenqi's money. But soon, Meng Haixing would also become as wealthy as him. Meng Haixing first called Zhou Wenqi, wanting him to help ask Ajai how many televisions he had recently. He wanted a 4-car load. Haixing, can you sell so many TVs? I heard that domestic TV production is going to increase this year, so don't hold on to them. Meng Haixing's fingers trembled slightly as he held the phone. His master was indeed his master. He was always so well informed. Master, I know. No matter how much we increase domestic television production, there won't be enough to sell. At least until 1987, it will be difficult to buy a television, Meng Haixing replied. Zhou Wenqi on the other end of the phone burst into laughter when he heard Meng Haixing say this. I think so too. Some domestic components are still not good enough and need to be imported. Those developed countries are really bad. In order to export more goods to our country, they will definitely control the number of components. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou Wenqi asked Meng Haixing to call back in 2 hours. Ajay would come to deliver something to him soon, and the two would communicate directly by phone then. 2 hours was not a long time, so Meng Haixing did not return to the store. He ran straight home to help Lin Muqing take care of the child. The 3 little babies could crawl now. Meng Haixing had the living room cleaned up, laid a valuable wool carpet, and enclosed it with wooden railings for the children to play in. Mucheng, I'm going to Hong Kong Island in a few days. Is there anything you want me to bring for you? Meng Haixing asked. I have everything I need now, so you don't have to keep thinking about buying things for me. Lin Muqing replied. How can that be? You are my wife. If I don't think about buying things for you, who else should I think about? Meng Haixing said. I see you and Qianqian both like listening to singing tapes, so I'll bring you a few more tapes from Hong Kong Island. Oh, and there's also formula for the 3 little ones. They're getting bigger now, and their appetites are bigger too. They'll need more formula to grow stronger. As he was speaking, Xiaozi crawled across the carpet like a little rabbit, anxiously chasing a pink ball. Seeing that Xiaozi was about to catch up, Meng Haixing picked up Xiaozi with malicious intent. Now the little guy refused to do it. She babbled and tried to get the ball. She glanced at the ball on the ground and saw it being taken away by little Stone and curled her lips. He cried out and burst into tears. The crying almost deafened Meng Haixing's ears. Oh my, why is my little Z so irritable? He starts crying as soon as he gets upset. Lin Muqing, who was memorizing history in the house, heard Xiaozi crying and hurried over to see. What's going on? Lin Muqing glared at Meng Haixing fiercely. He came back just to cause trouble. Xiaozi had just learned to crawl and couldn't speak yet. When she saw Lin Muqing coming, she felt even more aggrieved. She cried and opened her arms to Lin Muqing for a hug. It's okay, I'm just teasing Xiaozi. Lin Muqing picked up Xiaozi, and Xiaozi stopped crying. Little squeamish kid. Meng Haixing poked Xiaozi's nose, and Xiaozi turned her head away and didn't look at him. Oh, this is angry. Lin Muqing came over to hug Xiaozi, but Xiao Shitu and Yin Yin, who were sitting on the ground, were unwilling to do so. The 2 little babies looked at Lin Muqing eagerly, and when they saw that Lin Muqing didn't take the initiative to hug them, they started crying too. My goodness, as soon as Meng Haixing came, all 3 children started crying. Lin Muqing even wanted to kill someone. When 3 children cry together, the power is incredible. When Meng Haixing saw the scene, he quickly picked up Xiao Shitu and Yin Yin from the ground. Oh my little ancestors, don't cry, Daddy will take you to see the puppies. As he spoke, Meng Haixing held the 2 little babies, one in each hand, and went to the yard to see Dabiai and Xiaobei. When Dabiai and Xiaobei saw Meng Haixing coming, they wagged their tails affectionately. The 2 little babies who were crying just now finally stopped crying and looked at the 2 dogs next to them curiously. The children finally stopped crying, and Meng Haixing only felt sweat on his forehead. From now on, he will never mess with the little babies again, because it is really painful when they cry. Chapter 249, Fighting Hong Kong Island Again. Meng Haixing finally coaxed the child to sleep. When he looked at the time, he found that it was only 10 minutes before the time he had agreed with Zhou Wenqi. He thought to himself how tiring it was to take care of these little babies. He was so busy that time passed faster than in a TV store. I walked quickly to the office, and the phone rang as I reached the door. Brother Haixing, my dad said you want to order a TV. Yeah, do you have any new goods arriving recently? There are 6 containers floating on the sea right now. They should be ready for storage in 10 days at most. You can pick them up then. Okay, then I'll order 4 train cars now. The warehousing time mentioned by Ajay was still very reliable. Meng Haixing roughly estimated the time and called Manager Li at Pingcheng Railway Station. Manager Li was deeply impressed by Meng Haixing. It's easier to book train cars here at the end of the month, from the 20th to the 27th. Just book with me 2 days in advance. Then I'll make an appointment for the 27th first, just 1 day in advance at most. Meng Haixing doesn't like to be vague when doing things. If he doesn't make it clear and something goes wrong when he wants the train car, it will be a waste of time. Okay, then book the train for the 27th, which is still at 6 p.m. I'm going to the train station now to handle the formalities. Don't worry, even if you don't go through the formalities, I will definitely keep it for you, brother. In Manager Li's view, Meng Haixing is like a prince. As he said last time, even if there are no train cars, he will force him to add a few. Everything was settled, and Meng Haixing told Meng Xiaomi that he would go south to Hong Kong Island in a week. Auntie's hands are not convenient now. I asked my aunt to make a portion for her when she cooks. My mother only has one arm that is inconvenient, but the other hand is fine. She can take care of herself, so there's no need to trouble your aunt. That's good. I was really worried that if you went to Hong Kong Island with me, there would be no one to take care of Auntie. Lu Xiang has taken good care of himself during this period. Although his injuries have not healed, his spirit is much better than before, and he will definitely have no problem taking care of himself. Furthermore, Meng Xiaomi felt that he had already troubled Meng Haixing a lot and could not ask Meng Haixing for help anymore. A few days ago, Meng Haixing lent him another 100 yuan, which was enough for Lu Xiang to eat in the textile factory's staff canteen. Brother Haixing, I asked my mother to go to court to sue my father for divorce. The judge wanted to persuade my mother, but she showed her injuries to the judge, and he said he would help my parents complete the divorce procedures as soon as possible. While saying these words, Meng Xiaomi had a smile on his face. He had waited for this day for too long. That's wonderful. You can live in the county with your aunt. After the rumors in the village died down, you can return to the village and build a new house. Yeah, that's what I thought. The judge of the court did not lie to Meng Xiaomi. Meng's father, who was imprisoned, did not want a divorce, but after being persuaded by the judge, he finally signed the divorce agreement. Lu Xiang finally got the divorce certificate. That day, the mother and son bought a roast chicken to celebrate. Soon, the day to go to Hong Kong Island arrived. After repeatedly checking the various documents of the two people, Meng Haixing finally boarded the train. He arrived 3 days earlier than the time agreed with the Jai. The reason he did this was because he wanted to register a company in Pingqing's Special Economic Zone. Although it is okay to ask Zhou Wenqi to help with purchasing goods once or twice, he will definitely have to do a lot of trade with Hong Kong Island in the future, and he can't bother Zhou Wenqi every time. It is most convenient to register a company in Xinjiang's Special Economic Zone. No matter what business he does in the future, he can do it through his own company. Although it is more troublesome to go through the company's accounts, it is the safest. Meng Haixing had learned a lesson from his previous experience. No matter how big a business gets, it must be legal and compliant. Only then can you truly rest assured. Don't do things that might leave a mark for the sake of temporary convenience, because you never know when that mark might become a problem. Pingqing's Special Economic Zone was established not long ago, and the procedures for registering a company are relatively simple. Meng Haixing completed all the procedures in just 2 days. After arriving in Pingqing, Meng Haixing bought a new set of clothes for Meng Xiaomi. While choosing clothes, Meng Haixing found that Meng Xiaomi was too thin. Although they are the same age, Meng Haixing is tall and strong, while Meng Xiaomi, although not short, is as thin as a shrimp. Xiaomi, you need to eat more in the future. If you get enough nutrition, you might even grow taller. Meng Haixing compared the two men's heights in a mischievous manner. Because she was too thin, Meng Xiaomi, who was only 1.78 meters tall, seemed much shorter next to Meng Haixing. Even if I grow taller, I won't be taller than you. Look, your children are like they've taken magic pills, each one taller than the other. There are also thin people in our family. Look, my cousins are not as tall as me and my brother. Meng Lining and Meng Fuming are not as tall as you. You're right. Actually, no one in your great uncle's or second uncle's family is particularly tall. Only your family is really like they've taken an elixir. Everyone is tall. I guess your little sister Qianqian will be at least 1.7 meters tall when she grows up. That's right, we have good food. Speaking of food, Meng Haixing realized that he had never taken Meng Xiaomi out for a big meal since coming to Pingqing. Today I'm taking you to meet some industry leaders and have a nice meal. What boss? He's the one who's really good at making televisions. That afternoon, Meng Haixing took Meng Xiaomi to find Zhou Wenqi. Meng Haixing walked into the stall with a smile and saw Zhou Wenqi training his apprentice. The apprentice looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. He lowered his head slightly after being scolded by Zhou Wenqi and looked like he was about to cry. Seeing the young apprentice being scolded, Meng Xiaomi thought to herself, compared to that, Master Meng Haixing is incredibly good. He never scolds anyone, and at most he makes them redo something 20 times if they make a mistake. Master, I'm here to see you. Haixing is here. I thought you would come tomorrow. Zhou Wenqi immediately put away the anger on his face and spoke to Meng Haixing with a smile. I came early to treat the master to dinner. Last time you saved a Jai, I told you that when you come to Pingqing next time, I will treat you to a meal. How can I let you spend money to treat me? Then I won't be polite. When a Jai heard that Meng Haixing had come to Pingqing, he came all the way from Hong Kong Island. I'll call you Master Meng from now on. My containers just cleared customs today and will be ready for storage tomorrow morning. You've arrived just in time. I'll take you to the warehouse to check out the goods tomorrow morning. Meng Haixing and Ajay have a very good relationship now. Okay, thank you for your help then. The four of us had dinner together in the evening, and when the dishes were served, there were a total of 16 dishes. The table was filled with dishes such as sea cucumbers, abalone, crabs, and conchs. Meng Xiaomi had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment she was afraid to pick up her chopsticks. Chapter 250, a little bit arrogant. Meng Haixing knew Meng Xiaomi best and took the initiative to get her a crab. Xiaomi, just eat as much as you want. We're all family today. When Zhou Wenqi heard Meng Haixing say this, he smiled and picked up a piece of secret braised pork for Meng Xiaomi. Haixing is right. We are all family. There is no need to be so particular. It's just like being at home. Zhou Wenqi is an old fox. How could he not see that Meng Xiaomi was very nervous sitting there? Without thinking, he knew that Meng Xiaomi had probably never seen the world, and Meng Haixing deliberately brought him out to broaden his horizons. However, Zhou Wenqi was very curious. How could a well-rounded man like Meng Haixing have someone as simple as Meng Xiaomi by his side? Zhou Wenqi and Ajay were both quite friendly, which made Meng Xiaomi feel a little less restrained. Afterwards, Zhou Wenqi and Meng Haixing talked about the future development of the television industry. Meng Xiaomi couldn't get a word in and could only eat voraciously. Haixing, do you think the second-hand TV industry will fail in the future? What other industries are suitable for early entry? It's hard to say. If it were me, the TV industry would have reached its end in 1989 or 1990. I should have started a pager business then, but that's a business with decent profits but high risks. It's a short-lived business. If you don't time it right, you might end up bankrupting yourself if you have too much stock. Zhou Wenqi was stunned. The domestic pager business was just starting out, and many ordinary people didn't even know about the existence of pagers. But Meng Haixing has already seen the development in 5 years, or even further. Not everyone has such a keen business sense. Haixing, what about a more stable industry? The safer option is, of course, an industry that's close to people's lives. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. You can choose any of the other 3 industries besides food. In fact, Meng Haixing didn't explain it very clearly. In Pengcheng's special economic zone, what is the most profitable thing to do is of course to enclose land and engage in real estate. This year, the first batch of commercial housing will appear in Pengcheng's special economic zone, and more than 100 houses were sold out almost overnight. It is for this reason that many businessmen began to invest in the real estate industry in Pengcheng. It is a sure win to enter the market now, but the battle line is a bit long and requires a lot of financial support. If you have spare money now, it would be best to invest in Hong Kong Island real estate. However, Meng Haixing was not in a position to tell Zhou Wenqi about this matter. After all, investing in real estate has high profits but also high risks. If it wasn't Meng Haixing who was doing it himself, he couldn't guarantee that Zhou Wenqi would make money. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing sighed slightly. There is gold everywhere now. It all depends on how big his pocket is. However, no matter how tempting Pengcheng and Hong Kong Island are, Meng Haixing remains as steady as a rock. What he needs now is connections, not an opportunity to make a fortune. As long as you have the right connections, making money will become as easy as drinking water. After all, most profitable businesses are still in the hands of a few people. Just like train cars, many people want trains to help with transportation. After all, trains are safe and convenient. But how many people can reserve a train car for a long time? Those who cannot book train cars can only take the risk of land transportation. Not only is land transportation risky, but the roads are also difficult to travel on. At present, only coastal cities in China are relatively developed, and national highways are basically asphalt roads. But some inland cities have no asphalt roads at all. Normally, when driving on a dirt road, it will just be a little bumpy. But if it rains and the truck gets stuck in a mud pit, then there will be no help from anyone. It is precisely these various reasons that make it difficult for ordinary people to make money. Only those businessmen who are rich and have many connections can make money in this golden age. Zhou Wenqi was quite happy to hear different opinions from Meng Haixing. Haixing, have you set up a company in Pengcheng? If you encounter any problems with setting up the company, you can come to me. I just registered the company. If there are any issues I don't understand later, I will definitely need to trouble the master. Moreover, I am purchasing goods from Hong Kong Island this time, so I am afraid I will have to go through the master's channels. They are all small matters. It's no problem if you leave it from me. Zhou Wenqi's company is very famous in Pengcheng's special economic zone, and he has contributed a lot of taxes to the construction of Pengcheng. The meal lasted 3 hours, and Meng Haixing felt that he and Zhou Wenqi had endless things to talk about. After the banquet was over and they returned to the hotel, Meng Haixing was very excited. It is really not easy to find someone who shares the same ideas and views as him. Perhaps this is the biggest reason why he and Zhou Wenqi became master and disciple in their previous life. The next day, Ajay came to Meng Haixing early in the morning to ask him to take him to Hong Kong Island. When the three arrived at the dock, the container truck had already entered the warehouse and started unloading. The televisions in the container are also packed on pallets and stacked neatly. Ajay directly asked people to remove all the pallets and put out the televisions. People abroad have also learned this. They say, "Give me a box of good TVs and another box of bad TVs." As a result, they always add some broken TVs to the good ones, and when I go to them, they just turn a blind eye to me. They said it was working fine when they installed it, but it got damp in the sea and broke when I got it. Just wait and see. These idiots, it's just a crappy color TV. We will definitely catch up with their technology in a few years. Of course, there's no technical skill required to make a television. The reason televisions are so popular right now is, firstly, there are few TV factories, and secondly, we have a large population base. If it were a small country like our neighboring country, there wouldn't be such a shortage of tickets, and we wouldn't be able to make such a huge profit. When Ajay heard Meng Haixing say this, he chuckled. Even though they cursed him, he could make money now, thanks to these idiots from the neighboring country. I'll pick it myself now, so your workers don't have to go through it again. Okay, do you want workers? You want to take 4 carloads of goods, and just the 2 of you to inspect the goods. It will take at least 2 days. No problem, just help me find 4 workers, and I'll pay them. You're being too polite. This is my own warehouse. Why would I need you to pay me for my work? Soon the workers came over, and Meng Haixing asked Meng Xiaomi to take people to choose a TV, while he watched from the side. Ajay came over and handed Meng Haixing a bottle of soda. Why are you still an overseer here, Brother Haixing? I can't help it. My little brother is a novice. I have to see how good he is at inspecting the goods. Before coming, Meng Haixing told Meng Xiaomi how to inspect the goods. He was a very careful person and might be slow at the beginning, but after getting the hang of it, his speed would gradually increase. Moreover, while he was inspecting the goods, he could also scan the other 4 workers to check the quality. If he finds anything unqualified, he will immediately help point it out. Meng Haixing looked at Meng Xiaomi, who was working so hard, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips slightly. He is worthy of being Meng Haixing's childhood friend. His character and work ethic are first class. Chapter 251, Shopping with Xiaomi. The sorted TVs are labeled, and then workers come and pack them back onto pallets for easy transportation. Meng Haixing stood next to the workers who were packing. After about an hour, Meng Xiaomi and the 4 workers checked the TVs and found no problems. Ajay, you've had a lot of broken TVs lately, haven't you? Yeah. Even if my dad worked 24 hours a day, he still couldn't fix it. The other people who come from other places are all novices. They don't even want to take a broken picture tube. Ajay also knows that broken TVs actually have high profits, but there are too few technicians who know how to repair TVs. I'm going to take 4 train cars this time. You give me 3.5 train cars of bad TVs and 1 train car of good TVs. Brother Haixing, can you fix all these broken TVs? It's not a big problem. Now, including me, there are 5 people in my shop who can repair TVs. We all work very quickly. The secondhand TV business is all about timing. No one knows what the policy will be like next month, so you have to look ahead. I know. The 2 trainloads of partially damaged TVs Meng Haixing ordered significantly reduced his costs. The payment for these 4 trainloads was just over 280,000 yuan. The value of the goods this time is 100,000 more than last time, but the profit is higher. The cost of a broken TV is about 20,000 yuan. As long as he sells more than 300 sets, his net profit can reach more than 200,000 yuan or even 300,000 yuan. The profit of each TV is about 130,000. At this rate, it's not far from 1 million. But there might be more than enough TVs for 4 train cars in Xuyang County. So Meng Haixing planned to open a temporary store in Ningong City. After selling this batch of goods, the college entrance examination would not be far away. I don't know what will happen if he takes this money to the capital. 1 million may not be a lot in the eyes of the big guys, but for Meng Haixing, who just started his business, it is a huge sum. Meng Haixing and Meng Xiaomi continued to test the TV together. Meng Haixing would discuss any problems that arose during the inspection with Meng Xiaomi to help him deepen his understanding of TV repair. At noon, Ajay treated the 2 of them to a simple lunch. He wanted to treat them again in the evening, but Meng Haixing refused. Ajay, just go ahead and do your thing. I've been to Hong Kong Island before, so I won't get lost. Well, since we're so familiar with each other, I won't be polite with you. If you have anything, just call me on my pager. Meng Xiaomi watched Ajay drive away, feeling mixed emotions. Everything here seemed out of place to him. Hong Kong Island and Xuyang County were two completely different worlds. Brother Haixing, where are we going now? I'll take you around Hong Kong Island. Meng Haixing was very familiar with Hong Kong Island. He took Meng Xiaomi on the bus and drove around Hong Kong Island a few times. The prosperous scenery unfolded outside the window. As time passed, the tension in Meng Xiaomi's heart gradually disappeared, and he began to concentrate on appreciating this dreamlike city. Brother Haixing, Hong Kong Island is really more lively than in the movies. There are so many people and cars. Do you know the salary level here? Meng Xiaomi shook her head. It's definitely more expensive than ours. I just saw a bowl of noodles cost several yuan. Back home, the most expensive is only 50 cents. Meng Haixing smiled. Indeed, white-collar workers in office buildings in Hong Kong Island can earn over 1,000 a month, and even waiters in restaurants can earn 600 or 700 a month. Although the income here is high, the cost of living is also high. Have you seen those little black boxes on the waists of those young people on the street? That's called a pager. It shows the incoming caller's number, and you can call back from a pay phone. The thing that looks like a brick is a mobile phone, also known as a big brother. You can dial directly, but the charges are very high. While explaining, Meng Haixing was also thinking that it was really inconvenient to not have a mobile phone. He and Tengza almost always communicated by letter, which took too long, so he considered installing a phone for Tengza. There were already many people in Beijing who had their own phones installed, so it should be okay for Tengza to install one. Besides, he and Lin Muching might go to college in Beijing in the future, so having a courtyard house might be a good option. It was settled. Once all the televisions in the 4 train cars were shipped back, he would go to Beijing in person. I must meet with Tengza. Otherwise, with more than half a year to go, who knows what Meng Changyue will do. He still has no clue about his girlfriend Ding Meiying, so he will have to look for her carefully. As it grew darker, Meng Haixing and Meng Xiaomi finally got off the bus. I'll take you to visit the shopping malls in Hong Kong Island and show you how expensive things are in this international metropolis. I had already seen it when I bought this dress. Meng Haixing bought Meng Xiaomi a more formal suit in Hong Kong Island, spending more than 600 yuan. In Shenzhen Special Economic Zone, he bought a pair of jeans and a t-shirt for only 50 yuan. If it were in Xuyang County, Meng Xiaomi would never have believed that clothes could be so expensive. However, Meng Xiaomi was soon shocked again. Who can tell him why a suit can be priced at more than 10,000 yuan and a bag can cost several thousand? He couldn't see the value of these clothes and bags at all. At this moment, Meng Xiaomi still didn't understand what a famous brand was. Meng Haixing found the counter selling milk powder very skillfully. There were about a dozen varieties neatly arranged behind the counter. He didn't compare them much and directly chose the brand he often used at home. The 3 little ones particularly like this brand, and he doesn't want to change it for fear that the children will dislike the new drink. After asking about the price, Meng Haixing directly bought 6 boxes, a total of 36 barrels of baby formula. Then he bought 2 boxes of infant formula for Momo. Momo had tried the 3 little ones milk powder last time and liked it very much. Meng Haixing thought the milk powder was nutritious, so since Momo liked it, he bought some more. At present, customs does not impose many restrictions on tourists bringing milk powder. As long as the quantity is not too large, it will basically not be subject to careful inspection. The reason why Meng Haixing took 6 boxes was not because the 3 little ones drank less, but because Meng Haixing planned to sell these 4 train cars of televisions in 2 months, and he would come to Hong Kong Island at that time. He would never let the 3 little ones go without food. Chapter 252 Eye-Opening. When the young salesperson selling milk powder saw that Meng Haixing wanted to buy so much milk powder, he walked up to Meng Haixing with a smile and talked to him. Sir, if you buy so much milk powder, we can deliver it to your door. I wonder if you need it. That's great. If you can deliver it to my door, then give me 2 more cartons of baby formula and 2 more cartons of toddler formula. Okay, please give me your delivery address. After Meng Haixing paid the bill and left the store, Meng Xiaomi asked Meng Haixing in surprise. Haixing, is it safe for your child to eat this milk powder printed with English? Can our children eat the same things those blue-eyed, blonde-haired foreigners eat? It's okay. Foreigners have been researching infant formula for many years, so its safety is guaranteed. What about the milk powder that costs 3 yuan a bag in China? Can't it be given to babies? It's not impossible. Little Shirtu and the others are already 5 months old and can drink milk powder that costs 3 yuan a bag. I just have too much money and don't know where to spend it. So I'm looking for ways to spend it on my 3 little darlings. As he spoke, Meng Haixing burst into laughter. He used to not understand why parents wanted to give their children the best. Now he finally understood this feeling. If the children wanted the stars in the sky, he would find a way to pick them down for them. After buying the milk powder, Meng Haixing continued to stroll around the mall. Here you can find the most popular clothes, high-end cosmetics, most advanced electronic products, and the most expensive food in the world. Meng Xiaomi followed behind Meng Haixing and was dazzled by what she saw. "Miss, how much is this dress?" Meng Haixing passed by a store and saw a red dress in the window. He vaguely felt that he had seen the heroine wearing it in a Hong Kong movie. He thought his daughter-in-law would look beautiful in this red dress. 360. "Sir, would you like to come in and take a look? We have many styles here." When the salesperson saw that Meng Haixing was a handsome man, he immediately walked up to him with a smile and started talking to him. Meng Haixing thought the price was acceptable, so he walked into the store to see how the clothes felt. This dress was once worn by a female star from Hong Kong. When the movie was first released, our store was almost sold out. When Meng Haixing heard the salesperson say this, he immediately thought that this movie had already been released in Hong Kong Island, but it would take another 2 years for it to be broadcast in mainland China. He had a feeling that the dress would be a big hit in the country. Meng Haixing thought to himself that there were indeed many business opportunities before him after his rebirth. "Wrap it up for me." Meng Haixing touched the skirt and found that it was made of silk. He felt that the price was worth it. Meng Haixing never hesitates to buy things for his wife. After walking around for a while, Meng Haixing suddenly saw a store not far away. He raised his brows slightly and decided to go over and take a look later. "Xiaomi, wait for me in the dessert shop. I want to go to another shop." "Ah, I'll go with you. I can help you carry your things." "No need. You must be tired after walking around for so long. I can go by myself." Meng Haixing stuffed all the bags in his hands into Meng Xiaomi's hands, ordered 2 desserts for him, and left in a hurry. Meng Xiaomi looked at Meng Haixing in the distance and entered a shop with a pink sign, completely unaware of what was sold there. "Sir, what style of bra would you like to see? We have the latest style from Paris this year." The experienced saleswoman was not at all scared when she saw Meng Haixing, a grown man, coming in. She came forward to greet him enthusiastically. "This is simply impossible in Ziyang County. I'll choose for myself. Do you have any discounts?" Meng Haixing's eyes quickly scanned the rows of underwear racks, wondering what kind of clothes would look good on his wife. "Buy 2 and get 10% off. Buy 4 and get 20% off. If you spend more than 2,000 yuan, you can become our VIP customer and get a 20% discount on any number of items you buy." Meng Haixing picked up a piece of underwear at random, and it cost more than 100 yuan. It seems that it won't take long for him to become a VIP customer. While Meng Haixing was talking, he already had 4 more sets of underwear in his hands. At the salesperson's recommendation, he bought 6 more sets. Underwear is a consumable item, so Meng Haixing doesn't mind buying more for Lin Muching. At most, he can change 1 piece a day and wear different ones in a week. Anyway, I'm wearing it for him to see, so it's his eyes that will enjoy it most. The salesperson has seen it all today. She never expected that the handsome guy in front of her bought 14 sets of underwear at one time. If he hadn't asked breastfeeding mothers whether wearing bras with fishbones would be uncomfortable, she would have really doubted his purpose in buying the bras. For the sake of personal privacy, the salesperson specially sealed the underwear in a black plastic bag so that no one from the outside would know that there was underwear inside. Meng Haixing returned with a full load, and Meng Xiaomi returned with a full stomach. Meng Haixing took him to eat barbecue, and he almost had to hold on to the wall to get out of the store. The next day, Meng Haixing took Meng Xiaomi to have morning tea before going to the warehouse to work. The train car he booked had plenty of time, so Meng Haixing was not in a hurry at all. With the experience from last time, everything went extremely smoothly, and all 4 container trucks were loaded in 2.5 days. Ajay personally sent Meng Haixing back to Pengcheng. "Haixing, why did you buy so much milk powder?" Looking at the boxes of milk powder, Ajay was stunned. "I have 4 children, so of course I have to buy more, otherwise there won't be enough for them." "Oh my God, Haixing, I can't believe you already have 4 children at such a young age." Meng Xiaomi, who was standing by, glanced at Meng Haixing and said with a smile, "Haixing is no ordinary person. He had a daughter at just 22 and gave birth to a pair of triplets last year. Haixing, you are really amazing. You are so lucky to have given birth to triplets. I am only a little younger than you, and I am still single. You don't want to find one. If you did, the line of beauties waiting to marry you would stretch from Pengcheng's Special Economic Zone to Hong Kong Island." Meng Haixing was not joking when he said this. Although Ajay is young, he now has tens of millions of wealth in his hands, but he just doesn't want to show off in front of others. In this respect, Ajay is very similar to Zhou Wenqi. For safety reasons, Meng Haixing rented a warehouse with a large iron gate from the textile factory. This is goods worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. If it is lost, he will have nowhere to cry. He still took the train back to Ziyang City. When the goods were being unloaded at the warehouse, he found a car to take the things he bought home and became a hands-off boss. The subsequent unloading matter was directly handed over to Jinda, who was asked to take the workers to the warehouse. Chapter 253, The Rabbit Farm is Built. Lin Muching was stunned as he watched Meng Haixing unload the bags from the car. Those who knew thought that Meng Haixing brought gifts home after returning from a business trip, while those who didn't thought he was going to purchase goods. Meng Haixing not only bought a bunch of gifts for Lin Muching, but also for the 4 children. Especially Momo. She has reached the age of appreciating beauty. During the Chinese New Year, she bought a plastic necklace, which Meng Haixing remembers very clearly. This time when he went to Shenzhen, he went to the jewelry wholesale market and bought a large box of gold and silver jewelry for Momo. Although they were all made of plastic and the prices were not high, he knew Momo would like them. With these jewels on, Momo is simply the most beautiful kid in the kindergarten. When in Hong Kong Island, Meng Haixing also bought Momo 2 dolls and a plush penguin doll. One of the dolls is a little more expensive and makes crying and laughing sounds when you tap it. After buying so many toys, Meng Haixing naturally did not forget to buy clothes for Momo. Beautiful sportswear, little skirts, leather shoes, sneakers, a whole box. As for the 3 little ones, they are still babies, so we don't buy many clothes, just 2 sets for each of them. And we don't buy many toys, just 1 for each of them. It's not that Meng Haixing is reluctant to spend money, but these little ones grow too fast, and if he buys too many clothes, they will soon be out of stock. Dad, look, the baby is crying. Momo excitedly ran to Meng Haixing holding the doll. The doll's crying was really funny. Then Momo, hurry up and coax her. Well, I'm a mom now. Momo imitated Lin Muching and gently patted the doll's back. Mucheng, these are for you. Meng Haixing moved a large cardboard box into the living room and took out several paper bags from it. On top was a cassette tape containing the latest pop songs from Hong Kong Island. Below that were a few magazines. Meng Haixing wasn't sure if Lin Muching would like them, but he bought them anyway to satisfy her curiosity. Then he took out a few more plastic bags. Meng Haixing didn't open it in front of everyone in the living room. He took Lin Muching into the room and said, I bought you some clothes. Come in and try them on. Lin Muching didn't think much about it and followed Meng Haixing in. Momo, who usually follows Lin Muching, is now busy taking care of a doll and doesn't follow him in. Meng Haixing gently locked the door. Tear it down yourself. Lin Muching found it very funny to see his mysterious look. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Why are you being so secretive about it? Lin Muching carefully opened the paper bag with scissors and found that there was a layer of plastic bag inside. Soon a silk red dress fell out. As soon as she touched it, she knew it was a silk dress. Judging from the texture and pattern, the style must be expensive. Haixing, did you buy this from Hong Kong Island? Lin Muching stood up in surprise, holding the dress in front of the large mirror in the closet and looking at herself. The dress itself was a long, strapless V-neck dress, but Meng Haixing felt that it was too revealing, so he specially bought Lin Muching a small off-white cardigan made of the same material. The combination of white and red is still very beautiful. I also bought you a few pairs of jeans. Do you like them? Meng Haixing continued. Jeans had just started to become popular in China, and the ones Meng Haixing brought back were all straight-leg styles. I saw someone wearing jeans the other day, but I felt a little embarrassed to wear them. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Jeans are perfect for this weather. It's so tight here, I can see everything. Lin Muching pointed to the butt pocket of his jeans a little shyly. Once everyone starts wearing it, you won't feel embarrassed anymore. Meng Haixing didn't force Lin Muching. She didn't want to wear jeans now. When those foreign movies were released in China, the streets would be full of young people wearing jeans. She would probably be impatient to take out her jeans. Then, Lin Muching opened the smaller package. It didn't matter that he opened it. Lin Muching was completely shocked. She never expected that it was full of underwear. There are all kinds of colors and styles. And those fancy little panties. Lin Muching felt embarrassed just by looking at them. What are you doing? You bought so many underwear, don't you want money? I bought this for my wife, so the more the better. Try them all on for me tonight, and see which one looks best on you. Then I'll know what to buy you next time. I don't want you to buy it for me. I have hands. None of the ones sold in the mall here look good. Touch them yourself. These are different from the ones I bought for you. The underwear Meng Haixing bought for Lin Muching last time were all made of cotton and had no other functions. These are different. Not only can they gather the hair, but they also won't sag too much when worn. Lin Muching was not as shameless as Meng Haixing, who could use such a private matter to trick people. She quickly put away all her clothes and underwear and ran away. Unfortunately, she could run away, but she couldn't escape the temple. Before going to bed at night, Meng Haixing pestered Lin Muching to let him try on the clothes. As a result, after trying only 2 sets, Meng Haixing couldn't help it anymore. After living like a monk for a few days, Meng Haixing ate Lin Muching clean like a hungry wolf pouncing on a sheep. When Meng Haixing got up and had breakfast the next day, he received countless glares. Lin Muttering grumbled in her heart that she would throw away all the remaining goods in a few days. If she continued to use them like this, her waist would break. Qian, have you been able to keep up with your lessons in the cram school while I've been away lately? Yes. At the beginning, I was afraid that my foundation was poor and I couldn't keep up with the teacher's teaching pace. But after a few classes, I gradually caught up. That's great. Are you better at arts or science? If you want to take the college entrance examination next year, you should start working hard on your subjects now. Like my third sister-in-law, I'm good at liberal arts. I really can't understand physics and chemistry. When talking about what happened in the cram school, Meng Qianqian obviously talked a lot more. The three of them chatted while eating. Meng Hai asked suddenly, I guess no one is chasing you lately because you're busy. No, everyone is busy studying. Who has time to think about these things? Then is there anyone pursuing your sister-in-law? Meng Qianqian laughed softly and wondered why Meng Haixing suddenly asked her this. It turned out that he was waiting here. I'm always calling my sister-in-law good and bad. Do you think someone would be so blind as to bump into her? Our Qianqian is still the best. We're going home together on Saturday afternoon. It's a good opportunity to take the things I brought back from Pengcheng home. Do you want to go back with us? Meng Qianqian actually has quite a lot of classes, but when she heard that Meng Haixing was going back to his hometown, she didn't mind taking those few classes, so she simply went back with Meng Haixing and the others. Taking the three little ones back to Shashan village was not an easy task. Meng Haixing simply asked someone to send a message to Meng Halian, asking him to drive a tractor to pick them up. Otherwise, having only 4 children would be enough to keep them busy. The rabbit farm started construction after the first month of the lunar year and was almost completed by the end of April. Recently, Meng Guangzhu ordered 100 wooden rabbit cages from a carpenter in town. None of the carpenters in the town were willing to take on such a big job. The master carpenter and his 2 apprentices worked in Shashan village for 4 days and only managed to make about 20 pieces. Master Su, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. The quality must be excellent. Don't let it break down in a year or 2. After breakfast, Meng Guangzhu went to the rabbit farm to watch Master Su make rabbit cages. The 4 sides of the wooden rabbit cage are made of wood, and there are movable panels on both sides that can be removed at any time. The door and bottom are made of iron grid, and the small iron grid door can also be directly replaced with a wooden one. The reason why it is made of wood is mainly for the mother rabbit and the baby rabbits to live in. When a mother rabbit gives birth to her rabbits, she needs quiet and warmth, and 5 pieces of wood will definitely be enough to keep her warm. Dad, I told you you must be at the rabbit farm. Meng Haixing came to find Meng Guangzhu with a smile on his face. As soon as he entered the rabbit house, he saw Meng Guangzhu talking to Master Su. You are finally back. If you don't know, you might think that this is the rabbit farm I built. Meng Guangzhu rolled his eyes at Meng Haixing. He hadn't seen Meng Haixing for quite some time. I'm back now, Dad. Why don't you take me to visit the rabbit farm you built? Meng Guangzhu lit a pipe of dry tobacco, took a slow puff, and walked out with his hands behind his back. Come on, I'll take you for a stroll around the rabbit farm. The rabbit house where adult rabbits are raised is now almost full. The little rabbits grow so fast. During the Chinese New Year, they still look like little rabbits, but in the early spring, they are growing like weeds. The palm-sized little rabbit has grown up completely and will be able to give birth to new rabbits in less than 2 months. I've already sheared these rabbits once, all according to the standard length you mentioned. Guess how many pounds I sheared in total? You can't cut much rabbit hair from 2 palm-sized rabbits. But there are so many rabbits. I cut 5 kilograms of rabbit hair in total. There are still some that are neither too long nor too short. I will be able to cut them in half a month. This was the most rabbit hair Meng Hai had ever cut since he started raising Angora rabbits. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He even asked Meng Guangzhu to take him to see the cut rabbit hair. The pure white rabbit hair was neatly placed in the bag, without any impurities in it, and it felt very smooth to the touch. He thought that after waiting for so long, his rabbit breeding business was finally growing into a certain scale. But this is just the beginning. Meng Haixing plans to raise at least 5,000 rabbits in the rabbit house. The rabbit house is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower. The 3 layers are staggered, and the feces will fall directly into the defecation trough below. By staggering them in this way, the ventilation and cleanliness in the rabbit house will be greatly improved. 6 rabbit houses would hold 30,000 rabbits. It would definitely be too late to breed them on our own rabbit farm. Meng Haixing could only buy it from other places. If he temporarily purchased 20,000 of them, at 3 yuan each, that would be 60,000 yuan. Meng Haixing felt that this investment was okay and completely within his acceptable range. However, rabbits need to eat. It is impossible for a rabbit to grow well if it only eats vegetables. So it needs to be fed with coarse grains, peanut cakes, corn, etc. Although alfalfa is not expensive, it requires an investment of manpower and material resources. A rabbit eats food worth 20 yuan a year, and this is a conservative estimate. 30,000 rabbits would consume 600,000 yuan just for food in a year. When you calculate it this way, the cost will increase rapidly. Meng Haixing thought painfully that he should take it slow, as the money from reselling the TV was not enough to feed the rabbit. 30,000 rabbits is unrealistic, so Meng Haixing plans to raise 5,000 rabbits first to test the waters. The cost of 5,000 rabbits is only 100,000 yuan a year, which Meng Haixing can still afford. After his rabbit farm runs for another half a year, if there are no major problems, he will purchase the second batch of 5,000 rabbits before he goes to Beijing to attend university. A rabbit produces 3 kilograms of rabbit fur a year, and 10,000 rabbits produce 30,000 kilograms, which means the gross profit for the year is 3 million. Let's not talk about the cost for now. Just hearing such a high gross profit is scary enough. Speaking of it, the rabbit farming industry is still very risky. Meng Haixing remembers that during the 2009 financial crisis, the price of rabbit hair rose from 100 yuan per kilogram to 220 yuan per kilogram. However, raising Angora rabbits in later generations was not as profitable as it is now. An Angora rabbit cost dozens of yuan, and the annual cost of feed and labor was at least 100 yuan. This cost was also very shocking. Prices are low now, rabbit fur is a scarce commodity, and its price is ridiculously high. However, raising Angora rabbits also involves great risks and investment. No ordinary family can afford to invest so much money in a rabbit farm of a certain scale. Meng Haixing suddenly thought of Lin Jimin. She is a girl who raises so many rabbits. She must have become a wealthy woman by now. She is making a fortune in silence. Dad, you've worked hard these days. I brought you 2 bottles of good wine. Let's have a drink each. Okay, call your great-grandfather along too. He's been helping us a lot lately with collecting tender alfalfa to feed the rabbits. Okay, I'll go get someone. Meng Haixing went home for the weekend, and his family cooked several dishes. During the meal, Meng Haixing asked Meng Halian about the vaccination of rabbits in the rabbit farm. Technician Fan isn't coming here as often as before. I heard that big data is almost there now. The person who often stays here now is a man named Zhou Daqing. When talking about Zhou Daqing, Meng Halian had a lot to say. The two had had drinks together several times. He also taught Meng Halian a lot of experience in raising rabbits. Meng Halian had a particularly good impression of him. Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Meng Halian said. It's not that he discriminates against women. Things like moving to the countryside to live permanently should be done by men. It was easier for gay men to get along with each other in the middle school, as there were not so many taboos. But to be honest, Meng Haixing was still quite worried about lesbians coming to the countryside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cleaned up Grandpa Meng's house so carefully, for fear that something might go wrong when Fan Jinjin came to live there. If an educated youth like Zhou Daqing came, he would not have these unnecessary worries. He can't be beaten up by the village wives in the village. Meng Haixing spent a nice weekend in the village, and his family returned to the county early on Monday morning. He started working on the TV again. In Xuyang County, Meng Haixing's TV store has long been famous. Meng Haixing doesn't even need to promote it. People who want to buy a TV but don't have money basically come to him. Daong, how are you doing here? Has Guin's cram school started yet? It's open now. I heard the registration was full on the first day. Especially for your college entrance exam prep class, the number of people who signed up there was several times more than ours. Chapter 254. The counter opens. Speaking of this, Chu Daong was filled with envy. There were only about 100 people registered in their Xuyang County. On the first day, more than 300 people signed up for Guin's competition. Guin was so excited that he almost went crazy and called Chu Daong several times in a row. It can't be helped. Ningong City is bigger than Xuyang County. I'm going to Ningong City tomorrow. Do you want to go? Go ahead. It's a good opportunity for me to go and see how popular Guin's cram school is. I'll let him show up more when I do publicity in the future. The next day, Meng Haixing originally wanted to take a bus there early in the morning, but he didn't expect Chu Daong to drive a half-new Jeep directly over. Where did this car come from? I bought it from a relative of mine for 40,000 yuan. Meng Haixing opened the door and got into the Jeep. The inside was very clean. 40,000 yuan. Your relatives are very good to you. Nowadays, no matter what kind of car it is a rare thing. The streets are full of various bicycles, and four-wheeled cars are really rare. That's right. I'm a good young man now. He even hopes to introduce me to his relatives. I don't know how many daughters he can bring down with him. I originally said I didn't want this Jeep, but he had to force it on me. You're doing well now, kid. If you weren't married, you'd be in a better position than me. Let's just forget it. The two chatted all the way to Ningong City. It was different to have a car. It didn't have to stop and go like a passenger bus, and the speed was much faster. It was just 9 o'clock in the morning when they arrived in Ningong City. Daeong, take a walk around the city. I want to see a shop that sells televisions. Okay, I'm quite familiar with Ningong City. Let's go to the more prosperous streets first. The so-called prosperity is nothing more than a few more small buildings built here, which is completely different from the prosperity in Meng Haixing's eyes. 80 to 90% of the shops here are government-owned, so it's hard to buy one. Naturally, no one would rent out a shop with a good location. Meng Haixing walked around for half a day and finally saw a counter for rent in a shopping mall. The counter was very small, only 3 meters long, and looked to be only about 7 or 8 square meters. But the location is really good, right next to the mall entrance. You can see it whenever you enter or leave a shopping mall. Meng Haixing asked around and found out that there used to be a clothes shop here. The space was only vacated yesterday. However, in order to rent this counter, they also had to rent a large warehouse in the mall, so it was not rented out in time. Maybe others feel that the warehouse rent is more expensive than the counter, and anyone who rents this location is a fool. But for Meng Haixing, it doesn't matter. Even if he didn't rent the warehouse in the mall, it wouldn't be cheap for him to rent a warehouse nearby to store the TV. After asking around, Meng Haixing made a prompt decision and immediately took over the counter. He first signed a 2-year contract. After 2 years, second-hand televisions were not as profitable as they are now, so it was a good opportunity for him to close down and leave. Manager Song, is it easy to recruit salespeople here? Manager Song saw that Meng Haixing was a straightforward person, so he didn't bother to talk to him about renting the counter. He simply explained the situation here to Meng Haixing. It's easy to find a salesperson, but you have to keep your eyes open. If you're not careful, you'll be in big trouble. I've seen a lot in shopping malls. There's really all kinds of people there. Some people still have the old mindset and think they're going to be crazy just to be a salesperson. Some are very lazy. If you can't see them, they can slack off every day. If someone comes and asks about the price, they won't answer once they get the melon seeds. But there are also good ones. They are usually a little older and have experienced the hardships of poverty. Even if they are lazy, they can be a little more restrained. At least they won't chase customers away. After all, the older ones have a big family to support. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. This was even harder than recruiting a vice president. Manager Song, do you have any suitable candidates? Please help me recruit 2 sales assistants, and I will send 2 more people to manage it. Manager Song was stunned. Comrade Meng, you have such a small counter. Why do you need 4 salespeople? Meng Haixing pursed his lips and smiled. I'm planning to sell TVs here, and it'll take a lot of people to move them around. Comrade Meng, you're amazing. There are only 2 stores in our entire mall that sell televisions. I'm selling used TVs, not new ones. Oh. Manager Song had never thought that second-hand televisions could be put on the counter. He continued uncertainly. Can you make money selling used TVs? There are very few new TVs circulating on the market these days, let alone second-hand ones. It's no problem to earn enough money to make ends meet. Okay, we signed a 2-year contract. If you can't sell it and lose money, I won't give up the lease. Manager Song, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Meng Haixing and Manager Song chatted for a while. Manager Song was a down-to-earth man and promised to find 2 more reliable salespeople for Meng Haixing. After coming out of the mall, Meng Haixing thought about it for a while, but couldn't think of a suitable person to help him watch the counter. He could ask Manager Song to help find the salesperson, but he had to use his own people for the other 2. Otherwise, he would not feel comfortable collecting so much money for goods in the mall every day. After thinking about it, Meng Haixing decided to let Jinda come to Ningong City first. Originally, Meng Haixing would have liked Meng Dainiu and Lang Chunhua to come over, but Lang Chunhua seemed to be pregnant, and it was almost 4 months pregnant now. In a few months she will be pregnant, so be sure not to disturb the fetus by moving her around. The only person he can use for the time being is Jinda. Jinda can repair televisions, so Meng Haixing can just bring some broken ones over. This way he can continue to repair the TV and still sell it. By then, he will be repairing TVs next to the counter, and maybe he can help attract customers. Jinda is eloquent, so it is not a problem for him to sell televisions with the 2 salesmen. Moreover, he was retired from the army, so Meng Haixing still had great trust in him. At worst, he can come to Ningong City once a week to collect money and reconcile accounts, so that nothing will go wrong. As for Ziyang County, the loss of Jinda is not a big problem. Meng Xiaomi will be able to fill Jinda's vacancy quickly. However, Meng Haixing still felt that there were too few technicians in his shop who could repair televisions. He would have to recruit 6 young people from Shashan Village who were willing to learn the craft with him. If we use the young people from Shashan Village, at least we know their backgrounds. Meng Guangzhou and Chu Lan are very good at judging people. Once someone is recruited, we can send one to Jinda. Meng Haixing offered a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan, including food and accommodation, to work in Ningong City. He believed that with such a high salary, there would definitely be people who would go. The other 5 are all learning to repair televisions in Xiyang County. He trained a few more technicians who could repair televisions, which increased the repair speed and naturally led to an increase in sales. At that time, he can continue to open TV stores in several other nearby cities. The bigger the store gets, the less he worries about someone tampering with it. Just find 2 accountants to look at the accounts together. Money and silk can move people's hearts, but Meng Haixing doesn't want to use his own money to gamble with people's hearts. He must consider all possible events before any loss occurs. Chapter 255, Stable Development of the Tutoring School. Since Jinda was going to come to Ningong City, Meng Haixing simply rented a house for him. Renting a house was easy. There were many staff dormitories for rent and state-owned units. Meng Haixing directly rented a slightly more spacious one to Jinda. Jinda might have to train apprentices in Ningong City in the future, so a slightly more spacious house could accommodate a few more people. After all this busy work, Meng Haixing felt overwhelmed. Only those who trust will feel less when they use it. Meng Haixing was feeling depressed, as there was really no one who wanted to use the things he had on hand. After the TV issue was resolved, Meng Haixing and Chu Daong went to see Guan together to see how his cram school was going. It's neither a day off nor a holiday, so there shouldn't be many people here in the cram school in broad daylight. But when Meng Haixing arrived at the cram school building, he saw people coming in and out from time to time. Judging from his age, he doesn't look like a student. He should be an adult attending a college entrance examination prep class. Meng Haixing was full of surprise. He really didn't expect that Guan's college entrance examination cram school would be so popular. Those who come to cram school in broad daylight must be those who have left their jobs to prepare for the exam. Seeing that there are quite a few of them, Meng Haixing is somewhat envious. It's different in big cities. In Xiyang County, no one signs up for the day shift. It's not that people don't want to take time off from work, but 8 or 9 out of 10 people can't afford to take time off. Everyone at work has their own job. If you dare to take leave every few days, you will lose your job within a month. As for quitting your job to prepare for the exam, that is even more impossible. No one has so much spare money that they would dare to let someone with a monthly income suddenly stop making money to take the college entrance examination. It is especially difficult for some dual-income families. But Ningong City is different. The population base here is there. Some people are poor, some are poor, but there is always a rich family. It is precisely because the population is large enough that Guan's college entrance examination cram school has become popular. Haixing, you see, my side is pretty good, right? Guan took Meng Haixing for a walk around his cram school in a very proud manner. It's understandable that there will be such a flow of students into the cram schools as the Gaokao approaches, but after the Gaokao, the students in the cram schools will instantly return to their normal levels. That's the best time to test your cram school. If the number of students attending your cram school remains high after the college entrance exam, your cram school will truly be popular. Meng Haixing happily poured a basin of cold water on Guan. I have to say that Guan chose a very good time to open this cram school. Not only was it a hit, it also gave Guan a lot of confidence. But he had to give Guan a heads up in advance so that he wouldn't be worried when the number of students signing up decreased. Even if there are fewer, it's impossible to cut it in half. The number of students in the college entrance examination cram schools can be reduced by a quarter, but the arrival of summer vacation will bring a large number of students to the cram schools. I believe you should have inquired about it. There are many other cram schools in Ningong City. When the time comes, all the cram schools will compete for the cake of school students. It will depend on who can come up with a surprise victory. But you don't have to worry. Since we've collected your franchise fee, we won't just sit there and do nothing. Before summer vacation, Daong will send you various activity plans. You just need to carry out the activities according to the plans I provide. Meng Haixing poured a basin of cold water on Guan, which immediately gave him a reassurance. He only felt his heart was up and down, as exciting as riding a roller coaster. Haixing, I was right about you. Your brain is different from others. You have so many ideas. Meng Haixing secretly complained in his heart. That is, if my brain is full of mush, then my life would be in vain. Chu Daong and Guan had some things to talk about in the cram school, and Meng Haixing didn't say much, just listened to them talking. I have to say that Chu Daong has made great progress in the past 6 months. He used to be a small gangster who dressed very coolly all day long, but in the eyes of his elders he was an unreliable young man. But now he has shed his pretentiousness and speaks clearly and logically when discussing tutoring class matters with Guan. Sometimes when Guan has a different opinion, he can convince him with just a few words. With such a strong personal charm, Chu Daong is destined not to be an unknown person. The two of them talked for about half an hour and had basically finished talking about the matter. It's almost noon. I'll invite you to have lunch at the guest house. Don't bother with that. We have to go back early in the afternoon, so we can just have a quick lunch at school. That's not nice. It's not easy for you to come here. I can't let you eat in the cafeteria. It's not bad. It's convenient to eat in the cafeteria, and you don't have to wait. Guan was not a pretentious person. Since it was Meng Haixing who took the initiative to suggest eating in the cafeteria, he naturally didn't waste any words. It takes at least 2 hours to have lunch at the guest house, and half an hour to go to the cafeteria to finish the battle. Meng Haixing didn't stay in Ningong City for long. He first went back to Xiaoshan village with Chu Daong and told Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan that he wanted to find a few young people in the village who could learn from him how to repair TVs. It's best if they've been to school and can read. Even if they haven't finished junior high school, elementary school will be fine. Meng Haixing really didn't want to take care of illiterate people. Meng Daniu and Meng Xiaomi had already made him bald a lot. If there are a few more illiterate people, Meng Haixing will stop teaching how to repair TVs and just start a literacy class. We can help you find one in our village, but it's hard to say whether there are 6 young people who are literate and motivated and want to learn a craft. Why don't you ask your eldest cousin Chu Jingzhou from your uncle's family to come over? He went to high school, but he wasn't a very good student. His family didn't have money, so he didn't go to college. But he's very handy, and he fixes all the broken farm tools at home himself. Chu Lan's family background is quite prosperous. In addition to an older brother and a younger sister, she has more than a dozen cousins, which is considered a large family. But in the past, due to poverty, relatives didn't visit each other. Now that Meng Haixing has become rich, Chu Lan doesn't want to visit him either. The reason why she thought of Chu Jingzhou was because the two families visited each other frequently. Xiaoshan village is located halfway up the mountain. More than 10 years ago, each household had little farmland that could grow crops. During the famine years, no one knows how many people starved to death. All the edible leaves on the mountain had been picked up, and Chu Lan had no other choice but to bring his family back to the Chu family to ask for food. Dakwajiazai is more than 80 miles away from Xiaoshan village. There are plains and many farmlands over there. During the famine years, although everyone lived a tight life, they still had a few sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs. Chu Lan and his family walked more than 80 miles to Dakwajiazai. At that time, her parents and grandmother were still alive. As long as the Chu family has not split up, Chu Lan's parents cannot be the head of the family. In the end, Chu Lan's family of 5 got 5 sweet potatoes. Chapter 256 Recruiting 6 Apprentices. In the autumn wind, Chu Lan hugged 5 sweet potatoes and cried bitterly. She no longer begged her relatives from her mother's side and left with her family. Chu Lan was in despair at that time, and Meng Guangzhu even thought of cutting his own flesh to feed his 3 children. At this time, Chu Jingzhou's father Chu Nan gave the Meng family a small basket of sweet potatoes, which allowed the Meng family's children to survive. Whenever Chu Lan thinks of the scene back then, she can't help crying. Those days were really hard. Fortunately, the country distributed some food in time, which allowed the affected people to survive. It was also from that time that Chu Lan became estranged from her mother's family. She was really heartbroken. She would not blame her family at all if she starved to death, but she still had 3 children. Chu Lan was a man who had a clear distinction between love and hate. Later, when the Meng family's life became a little better, Chu Lan and Meng Guangzhu rode a cart and walked more than 80 miles to deliver a cart of sweet potatoes to Chu Nan. The two families have often visited each other over the years. Meng Haixing heard a lot of these trivial things when he was a child and went to the street with Chu Lan to enjoy the cool air. At that time, many people from Xiaoshan village went out to live with their relatives, and many tragic stories happened. Whenever people think of the past, almost everyone will secretly wipe away tears. Those days were more bitter than eating Coptis chinensis. But when you think about it, it is not easy for them to survive, as so many of their relatives in the same village died of hunger. Mom, then let my oldest cousin come too and learn the skill of repairing TVs. He will definitely never go hungry in the future. Well, let the villagers decide who to send, and your father and I will discuss it carefully. Hurry up. I just rented a counter in Ningong City, and I'm in need of manpower. Meng Haixing gave Chu Lan a few more instructions and then went back with Chu Daong. He thought the matter would take at least a few days, but he didn't expect that the next day, when he went to the store, Chu Jingzhou came with 5 young men from Xiaoshan village. Except for Chu Jingzhou, the other 5 people are really young, basically around 18 to 19 years old. Looking at these young boys with immature faces, Meng Haixing thought that since he only wanted those who had attended junior high school and could read, he could directly filter out the older ones. There are not many villagers who can go to junior high school. Among Meng Haixing and Meng Halian's generation, most of them are lucky enough to go to elementary school. Meng Haixing was caught off guard by the sudden arrival of so many people. His parents acted so quickly. The first thing Meng Haixing did was to immediately run to the small Western-style building and buy a small Western-style building that was about the same size as his own. This small Western-style building is a little old, but it is definitely suitable for living. Meng Haixing converted the two upper floors into staff dormitories, and the first floor was used to store televisions. In this way, Yu Shilong doesn't have to live in the small room above the TV store, and Meng Xiaomi doesn't have to go to the textile factory staff quarters. All of them lived in the small Western-style building. The 3 bedrooms and a living room downstairs were connected and used as a maintenance room. The store no longer repairs televisions, it only sells them. Whether it's a leader for one person or a group of people, Meng Haixing starts teaching his apprentices crazily. They all lived in the area with small Western-style buildings. Meng Haixing had breakfast and then went to the maintenance room. I'll come over to see Momo after picking her up in the afternoon. Lin Muching went to attend the college entrance examination sprint class, and he brought his 3 little babies to take another look. A group of kids, being stared at like this by Meng Haixing all day long, must learn too fast. Brother Haixing, please stop watching me repair the TV. If you continue to watch me, I won't be able to fix it. Meng Daniu was the one who was stared at the most by Meng Haixing, and he often stood next to him for an hour. At night, Meng Haixing stood by and watched with the little spoiled girl, Yin Yin, in his arms. Yin Yin fell asleep out of boredom. I have to keep an eye on you. You're slow to learn, and there are some small details I need to watch. Otherwise, you won't be able to fix it properly, and it will waste too much time. Meng Haixing paid all apprentices a salary of 35 yuan, and also increased the salaries of Yu Shilong and Jinda, who were already able to take apprentices. Both of them now earn 45 yuan a month. The apprentices on Meng Haixing's side are provided with food and accommodation, and have such high salaries, they are not allowed to cheat. Not only does he have to study hard, but if he can't even do the simplest repair in a week, he will really consider firing him. He put in so much effort not out of charity, but because he hoped that everyone could work together to repair the broken TV as soon as possible so that he could sell it on a new one and get his money back. Now he is still waiting for money to buy the little Angora rabbit. At noon the next day at Jinda, Meng Haixing found a truck driver to bring 300 televisions over. This showed the advantage of having more manpower. When delivering the goods to Jinda, Meng Haixing brought 2 apprentices with him to help with loading and unloading. Watching his young apprentices working hard, Meng Haixing couldn't help but think of Zhou Wenqi. No wonder he has so many apprentices. Being a master feels really good. Haixing, this is Comrade Zhang, and this is Comrade Liu. They were both introduced by Manager Song. They said they have experience as salespeople. This is Zhao Feng, also a veteran and former comrade of mine. Jean Dalla looked at Meng Haixing a little embarrassedly. You told me to find a disciple myself, and I remembered that Zhao Feng was from Ningong City, so I called him over. Okay, he's your own apprentice. You can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't interfere with the work. Don't worry, we are not the kind of people who play tricks on others. Everyone moved 20 televisions to the counter, and before they started to put prices on them, they attracted a lot of people. Televisions were a rarity in both Ziyang County and Ningong City. Suddenly, so many televisions were moved onto the counter, naturally attracting a lot of onlookers. With the experience of the last opening, Meng Haixing pasted a big red paper on the wall and began to greet the people who came to watch the fun with the salesman. Jindao had already connected the TV wires yesterday. Now when a TV comes, you can just plug it in and watch TV. Comrade, are the prices on your wall real? Of course, all the TVs I have here are made in Japan and Hong Kong. Regardless of brand, we only look at the size. A 14-inch black and white TV is 260, a 14-inch color TV is 700, and an 18-inch color TV is 1200. All the TVs just arrived this morning. If you want one, you can pick out the ones in good condition first. What if we buy a TV and it breaks down after 1 or 2 months? It's a second-hand TV after all, and no one knows what good parts are inside. Have you replaced it? Seeing that the uncle in front of him was quite thoughtful, Meng Haixing said with a smile. Any TV sold from our store will be covered by warranty if there are any quality problems within 1 year. If the original repaired part is broken, the warranty is 5 years. Everyone felt relieved when they heard Meng Haixing say this. It would be a hassle if a second-hand TV kept breaking down. The reason why Meng Haixing dared to say this is because he has great confidence in the quality of current televisions. He remembered that in his previous life, after he made money, he bought a TV from Meng Guangzhu. Meng Guangzhu had been using that TV for more than 10 years, and it had never broken down. Later, because time had passed too long and the cathode ray tube had aged, he replaced it with a new one. He used it for several more years, and it didn't break down until he sold it. Chapter 257 Pink Eye Treatment. There aren't many shopping malls to visit in Ningong City, but the one where Meng Haixing is located has a good flow of people. At the beginning of the morning, the sales speed was not very fast. There were many people looking and asking, but few buying. Not even 10 television sets were sold in one morning. As soon as noon passed, more and more people came to buy TVs. Meng Haixing brought 2 people with him, and together with the 4 people originally working at the counter, 6 people were busy working together, and they were all very busy. The 2 young apprentices made 3 trips back and forth to the warehouse to ensure that the counter would not be sold out. When there were fewer people buying televisions in the afternoon, Meng Haixing did some calculations and found that he had sold a total of 63 televisions from morning to 4 p.m. Even Meng Haixing was shocked by this data. According to his plan, he could sell 40 televisions on the first day, and he would consider stocking more goods in the warehouse later. Now it seems that he still underestimated the purchasing power of the people in Ningong City. It seems that he will deliver some more TVs to the counter in the first week. Once sales numbers stabilize, we'll see how many televisions we can sell each day. The hot sales in Ningong City gave Meng Haixing more confidence. His rabbit farm can finally raise a few more Angora rabbits. In the blink of an eye, it was early May, and the daily sales of televisions at the Ningong City counter stabilized at 35 to 40 units. Meng Haixing calculated that in the first 2 weeks of opening, his small counter sold a total of 540 televisions, which is an astonishing number. Boss Meng, I never thought your secondhand TV business would be so popular. Manager Song has been paying attention to the affairs of Meng Haixing's counter since the first day. He really didn't expect that Meng Haixing had so many secondhand televisions, and it's such a cheap price. It's okay. The main reason is that it's so hard to get new TV tickets now. I heard that scalpers are selling TV tickets for 20 yuan. Manager Song nodded slightly. This is what happened. I'm a manager at a shopping mall, and I finally managed to get a TV ticket. Several of my relatives run small businesses and can't get tickets, so they keep asking me for help. Thank goodness you're here to sell your used TVs. I'll have them all come to you to buy them. Manager Song said with a wicked smile, lowering his voice to Meng Haixing. You don't know? Before you came, the salesmen of the 2 TV shops upstairs were so arrogant. If anyone wants to go watch TV and asks them to turn it on, they won't pay any attention and roll their eyes. Well, since you guys came, they haven't been able to sell any TVs. I heard they didn't sell a single one yesterday. Their TV factory sales manager, Sun Zhe, is furious. He says it's all because of the salesperson's bad attitude that they offended the customers. Now that you're selling used TVs, you're destroying their business. Haixing, I have to warn you that Sun Zhe is not a good person. If the sales of their TV factory are not good, he might try to make things difficult for you. This is truly an unexpected disaster. Meng Haixing was speechless. What was going on? He was just selling TVs, so why was he attracting all these pink eye cases? It's not like he printed the TV tickets, and the TV factory has always been in short supply. Is this guy called Sun Zhe out of his mind? He's coming to trouble him like a person with pink eye. As long as you behave properly, you won't be afraid of those bastards causing trouble. Of course, I am a law-abiding businessman. Meng Haixing delivers goods to Ningong City once a week. When delivering the goods, he happens to check the accounts with Jinda and take the payment. One day, Meng Haixing was in the maintenance room watching his apprentices repair a television. Suddenly, accountant Zhang from the office came over and called Meng Haixing, saying that Jinda had just used Manager Song's phone to call Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing was wondering what urgent matter Jinda had. The call was quickly connected, and Manager Song said anxiously, Haixing, please come to the counter immediately. Comrades from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Public Security Bureau are here. Someone reported you for selling smuggled televisions. Manager Song, please help me calm everyone down first. I have the official customs clearance documents and tax payment certificate in my hand. I'll take the originals with me right now. Meng Haixing had anticipated this day long ago. He took out the information he had prepared long ago from the drawer, called Chu Daong, and headed straight to Ningong City. By the time Meng Haixing arrived in Ningong City, his counter had already been surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers outside. Tell me the truth about where these TVs came from. If you tell me the truth, I will tell the judge to give you a lighter sentence. You are all workers for a ruthless boss, earning a salary. If you explain everything clearly, you might not even have to spend a single day in jail. As soon as Meng Haixing squeezed into the crowd, he saw a man in a white shirt and black pants, with his hands behind his back, looking at the 2 female salespeople with disdain. Jinda and Zhao Feng are not here. The 2 saleswomen were so scared that their eyes were filled with tears. We really don't know anything. We're just salespeople. They kept repeating these 2 sentences, but the man in front of them still looked like he didn't want to let them go. Meng Haixing rushed forward and stood directly in front of the man. "Comrade, which unit are you from? I see you're not wearing any uniform, so you're not a police officer, are you?" The burly Meng Haixing stood in front of the man. He was a head taller than him, and the sense of oppression was still very strong. "Who are you?" "I'm Sun Zhe, the manager of the Ningong City television factory. I suspect the televisions sold at this counter are smuggled goods." When Meng Haixing heard that the man was Sun Zhe, he punched him without saying a word. Sun Zhe lost his balance and fell onto the counter. The hard table hit Sun Zhe, causing him to grimace in pain. Meng Haixing knew without hesitation that it must be Sun Zhe who reported him. Meng Haixing would feel sorry for himself if he didn't beat him up. "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? I think you are tired of living." Sun Zhe is about 40 years old and his family has some power, otherwise he would not be able to become the manager of a TV factory at such a young age. He usually acts arrogantly in the TV factory, but today he was beaten by Meng Haixing in front of so many people, so he naturally felt embarrassed. After being punched, Sun Zhe turned around and wanted to confront Meng Haixing. As a result, as soon as he pounced over, he was thrown to the ground by Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing's technique in beating people is extraordinary. He specifically hits the soft parts of people's bodies, which not only leaves no marks, but also causes piercing pain. "If you want to act arrogantly in front of me, Meng Haixing, it depends on whether you are worthy of it." Sun Zhe, who was almost beaten to tears, crawled out from behind the counter. Chapter 258 Compliance and Legality. Sun Zhe stood up with difficulty and looked at Meng Haixing fiercely. "Meng Haixing, just wait and see. Comrades from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Public Security Bureau are all here today. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant." Sun Zhe crawled upstairs. Meng Haixing looked at his panicked back and sneered. "Where's Jinda?" The two salesmen who were almost scared to death finally felt relieved when they saw Meng Haixing beat Sun Zhe so badly. Just now, the comrades from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Public Security Bureau came over to check some documents. They took Jinda and Zhao Feng to the office above. "Did Jinda take the information I gave him?" "Take it." Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief. Some customs documents had copies, and Jinda would not be in trouble as long as he showed them to the public security comrades. As for Industry and Commerce, all his procedures are compliant, so he is not afraid of inspection. Soon, Sun Zhe came over with a group of people, and Jinda and Zhao Feng followed. Seeing that the two were in good spirits, Meng Haixing guessed that they should be fine. "Are you Meng Haixing?" A police officer in uniform came forward and asked Meng Haixing. "I'm Meng Haixing. I just received a call saying someone reported me for selling smuggled televisions, so I hurried over to give you the documents I used to purchase the goods. I am a serious businessman, not a speculator." As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out all the relevant information. The invoice showed that Meng Haixing bought the televisions from Zhou Wenqi. These televisions were imported through Zhou Wenqi's trading company and taxes were paid on them. "Why does it say on your receipt that it's a used TV? And the tax you paid is not correct? Isn't this speculation?" The public security comrade asked coldly. "Comrade Public Security, you might not understand. My used TV literally means a broken TV that I bought and repaired before selling. And this second-hand TV, which has a higher tax rate, is a working, used TV. Therefore, the tax is slightly higher than for a used TV. If you don't believe me, you can go to my warehouse in Xuyang County and check. I have weight and data records for every TV I import. I even have sales records for the dismantled parts, and everything matches up." The reason why Meng Haixing went to so much trouble to go through Zhou Wenqi's company to declare customs was because he was afraid of this day. Not only would it be troublesome for him to go through Zhou Wenqi, but the cost of a TV would also increase by 10 yuan. He did this at the time just in case, but Meng Haixing didn't expect that he would use it so soon. All the documents Meng Haixing brought were originals, and the public security comrades present had to believe it even if they didn't. "I don't think there will be any problems with the customs in Pengqing's special economic zone. I'll give you the original first. I'll take the copy back to study it. As long as your business is legal and compliant, we will definitely not wrongly accuse you." The public security comrade handed the original document in his hand to Meng Haixing. The comrade from the Industrial and Commercial Department standing by didn't even say a word. The procedures at Meng Haixing's counter were very complete, and they couldn't find any mistakes. "Comrade Public Security, these documents are definitely fake. Hurry and arrest them all and bring them to the Public Security Bureau for strict interrogation. I'm sure you'll be able to find out something." This time, even the public security comrades were speechless. "Comrade Sun, we are now in a society ruled by law. Please be mindful of your wording when it comes to strictly questioning." The Public Security Bureau was not founded by Sun Zhe. He reported someone, but nothing was found out. Even though he had some power, the public security comrades were annoyed by him. If you make blind reports without knowing the facts, won't that cause trouble for them? The farce finally ended. Sun Tze wanted to sue Meng Haixing for assault, but Sun Tze had just scared the two sales clerks, so he was in the wrong first. He could only blame himself for being unlucky for being beaten. The two public security comrades returned to the bureau with Meng Haixing's imported television receipt. Another younger comrade asked in confusion, "Brother Wu, why were you so good-tempered just now at the mall?" "What do you know? Didn't you see Zhou Wenqi's seal? Do you know who Zhou Wenqi is?" The young comrade shook his head. He had only been a public security officer for 2 years, so naturally he didn't know the big shots in Pingqing's special economic zone. Zhou Wenqi is a very capable person with many channels. He started out in the second-hand TV business. The TVs people bought from him were marked up at a higher price. Most importantly, it's impossible for someone to get customs documents when buying goods from Zhou Wenqi. The invoices show that Meng Haixing and Zhou Wenqi have a close relationship. Besides this, there's another important thing. When we were interrogating Jinda just now, he said that Meng Haixing is Lin Jinyan's brother-in-law. Do you know who Lin Jinyan is? The Lin Jinyan you're talking about isn't the same Lin Jinyan who came to our public security system to help with training and is very good at fighting, right? He's not just a fighter, he's also smart. Ningong City is currently researching a new type of television, and I heard that some of the confidential data was provided by Lin Jinyan. Luckily, I asked Jindao a few more questions today, otherwise we would have been scolded by the boss in no time. The young comrade looked at Wu Gong'an with admiration. The man in front of him knew so much. What about the copy of this document? What else can we do? Just give it a symbolic inspection and send it back. The public security comrades all have sharp eyes, but Sun Tze doesn't know it. The news of him causing a scene at Meng Haixing's counter spread quickly. Some people make fun of Sun Tze, thinking that he is petty and can't stand others doing well. The televisions produced by their television factory are not afraid of not having a market. He is jealous and reports Meng Haixing. This is nothing but asking for trouble. Of course, some people also sympathized with Sun Tze. He was the manager of the sales department, and Meng Haixing's second-hand TV must have had an impact on his sales performance. From now on, as long as Meng Haixing is in the business world, Sun Tze's performance will not be good. Amidst various rumors, Sun Tze was suddenly transferred from the sales department to work in the logistics department. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What kind of department is the logistics department? Isn't it just responsible for issuing labor insurance and managing the canteen? It has completely different jobs from the sales department. Everyone was curious about who Sun Tze had offended. He had been so arrogant for so many years, but suddenly he was in trouble. Meng Haixing was also confused about this matter. He was thinking about dealing with Sun Tze properly, but before he could even make any effort, Sun Tze was killed. "Haixing, my brother called and said he has a couple of days off and wants to come visit us." Meng Haixing dealt with the mess in Ningong City in the afternoon. As soon as he returned home, Lin Muqing told him a good news. "You mean Big Brother is coming?" Chapter 259 Relatives are coming. Meng Haixing was somewhat surprised by Lin Jinyan's arrival. He seemed very busy, so how could he suddenly have time to visit their house? Yeah, he should be here this afternoon. He said he's on a mission here. We haven't seen each other for a while, so he came to see the kids. Okay, let Mrs. Gu go out and buy some more good food. When Big Brother comes, we will treat him well. I've already asked Mrs. Gu to leave. When Meng Haixing was talking to Lin Muqing, he muttered to himself, "This is too much of a coincidence. Sun Tze just had an accident, and Lin Jinyan was coming here on vacation. And it seems that he has been active in the city near his home." Thinking about the last time he helped Lin Jinyan carry something, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that Lin Jinyan might have said something to the TV station or the airport. Otherwise, Sun Tze would not have been able to go to the logistics department because of his connections in the TV factory. A little later in the afternoon, Lin Jinyan indeed came to Meng Haixing's house with a black suitcase. "Brother, sit inside." Meng Haixing warmly welcomed Lin Jinyan into the house, but Lin Jinyan was still as indifferent as usual. "I came to see Mu Cheng and the children." As soon as he entered the room and saw Lin Muqing, the three little ones, and Momo who had just finished school, Lin Jinyan's face became visibly gentler. Meng Haixing on the side secretly complained that it was a pity for Lin Jinyan to not act. "Uncle, I miss you so much." Momo took a step with her short legs and pounced on him, hugging Lin Jinyan's thighs tightly. He put down the bag in his hand and picked up Momo. I haven't seen Momo for a long time. Why do I feel like Momo has gained weight again? The food cooked by Aunt Wang and Aunt Gu is so delicious. I eat too much after eating a little bit, and then I get fat. Momo patted her belly, looking troubled. Xiaoqing in the class said that girls are not good-looking when they are fat, but Aunt Gu and Aunt Wang said that it is okay for little girls to be a little fat. and they will be more adorable. Momo's head was in a tangle for a moment, not knowing who to trust. It's okay. When Momo starts to grow taller in a few years, she will lose weight. While Lin Jinyan and Momo were talking, the three little ones sitting on the carpet looked at them curiously. They were still babies and had zero impression of Lin Jinyan. To them, he was just a stranger. After talking to Momo for a few words, Lin Jinyan came over to tease the three little ones. Little Shirtu was in the teething stage, and when Lin Jinyan came to hug him, the collar of his shirt was covered with saliva marks from being bitten. Little Stone, why are you biting your uncle's collar instead of the teething stick your dad made for you? Meng Haixing smiled and held Xiao Shirtu in his arms, then stuffed the pepper with teething stick into his mouth. Brother, we are about the same height. Why don't you take my shirt and wear it first? It's okay. As my nephew's uncle, I don't mind his saliva. Lin Jinyan was very patient. He played with the three little ones for a long time. Only after they fell asleep did he talk to Meng Haixing. Haixing, your TV business is doing very well now. It has even expanded to Ningong City. Meng Haixing rolled his eyes silently in his heart. See, his guess was absolutely correct. Lin Jinyan knew about his situation in Ningong City. It's okay. I can't compare to the big guys, but it's enough to make ends meet. You are so modest. I know the secondhand TV business is very profitable, but I also hope you can stick to your legal bottom line. If that day really comes, no one will be able to save us. I see. Meng Haixing put away the naughty smile on his face and looked at Lin Jinyan seriously. He is afraid that he will go astray in the future. I still have this confidence. If anyone from the TV factory comes to you with problems in the future, just go directly to their factory director. Someone will definitely help you resolve these troubles. Meng Haixing grinned. It was indeed nice to take shelter under a big tree. He had never had such a privilege in his previous life. I came here today for something else. My parents will be coming over in a few days to see Mu Cheng and the children. Last time, only Lin Muqing's mother Su Yayin came. Her father Lin Jianchun seemed to be delayed by something and did not come. Didn't they say last time that my parents were also very busy and that they would wait until I took the college entrance examination before going to Beijing to see me? How come Dad has time now? If he's too busy, he doesn't have to come specially to see me and the children. As long as I know they are doing well, I'll feel at ease. Although Lin Muqing is an adopted daughter, she has a very harmonious relationship with the Lin family. Su Yayin and Lin Jianchun both treat her as their own daughter. Dad isn't that busy with his work. He's been thinking about you and the kids and wants to come visit. He's already booked a flight for next Friday, and I'll personally bring them over then. But my parents can only stay for 2 days. Someone in the capital is sick, so they can't stay with you for too long, in case there's an emergency in the capital. Although Lin Jinyan's explanation was not very clear, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that the big leader who saved the Lin family should have just escaped from life-threatening danger and is still in recuperation. It's great that Mom and Dad can come. Dad used to love the noodles I made the most. I'll make it for him when the time comes. When talking about the past, Lin Muqing's face was full of smiles. She was looking forward to the arrival of Su Yayin and Lin Jianchun. Lin Jinyan only stayed at Meng Haixing's house for one night and left early the next morning. Just as Meng Haixing thought, Lin Jinyan was really busy. He was so busy that when he wanted to come and see Lin Muqing, he came and left in a hurry. Soon Meng Haixing's TV business officially got on track. The two stores sell between 70 and 80 television sets per day. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for Meng Haixing to sell all the televisions in the 4 carriages. With the funds gradually recovered, Meng Haixing was soon able to purchase a large number of Angora rabbits. In the blink of an eye, the day when Lin Muqing's parents were coming was almost here, and the two of them cleaned the house several days in advance. This was Meng Haixing's first time meeting Lin Jianchun, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Mu Cheng, do you think the clothes I'm wearing are decent? Meng Haixing tugged hard at the suit on his body. He had bought it at a high price when he went to Hong Kong Island last time, but he was reluctant to wear it at that time. He took out his clothes because he was going to meet Lin Jianchun and Su Yayin today. You're fine now. Lin Muqing found it funny to see Meng Haixing looking a little nervous. She had thought Meng Haixing would never be nervous. Don't be fooled by my eldest brother's cold appearance, but my father is very kind. Not to mention that Meng Haixing was really a little scared, because his father-in-law was just as taciturn as Lin Mayan. If he really had the same temper as Lin Jinyan, Meng Haixing would still be under a lot of pressure. P.S. Please tell me, did Lin Muqing's father mention my name? I really don't remember it at all. If you did, please leave a message and tell me. I changed my current name. Chapter 260 Lin Jianchun. The two waited anxiously at home. A little after 10 a.m., they finally heard the sound of a car horn outside the courtyard gate. Lin Muqing practically ran all the way to the gate. With a creak, the gate opened, revealing a black sedan. The driver wasn't Lin Jinyan, but a young stranger. Lin Jinyan got out of the passenger seat. The back door of the car opened, and Lin Jianchun and Su Yayin got out together. When Meng Haixing saw Lin Jianchun's appearance clearly, he was astonished. Lin Jianchun and Lin Jinyan looked like two peas in a pod. If it weren't for the significant age difference between them, Meng Haixing wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. Dad, Mom. Lin Muching stood next to the car and watched Lin Jianchun get out of the car. His eyes instantly turned red. Mu Chung, you are already a mother. Why are you still such a crybaby? Seeing Lin Mu Chung looking good in front of him, Lin Chunjiang couldn't help but feel his eyes getting a little hot. I'm so happy to see you. Lin Muching finally couldn't hold back his tears which fell down. Muching, don't cry. It's Daddy's fault for not being able to protect you properly. Lin Jianchun saw Lin Muching crying like a child, and his voice choked up. He only had this precious daughter, and yet she suffered in the countryside and was married off so young. To say he wasn't sad would be a lie. Dad, you're already fine. Mu Chung, Lao Lin, let's go back to the house and talk. We are on the street now. Seeing that both the father and daughter were a little emotional, Su Yayin hurried forward to persuade them. Yes, I also want to see my grandson and granddaughter. Lin Jianchun controlled his emotions and tried not to get too excited. Mom and Dad, you've worked hard on the journey. Please come in. Meng Haixing walked forward and spoke a little stiffly. Only then did Lin Jianchun finally notice Meng Haixing and Momo beside him. In order to welcome them today, Momo had specially taken a day off. This must be Momo. Lin Jianchun looked at Momo carefully. Although her eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Meng Haixing, she also had a lot in common with Lin Muching. Grandpa. Without being told by an adult, Momo greeted Lin Jianchun with a smile. Oh, my Momo is so good. Let Grandpa hug me. Momo is a little fat girl now, and Lin Jianchun presses his arms when he holds Momo. Dad, Momo is too heavy. You must be tired after coming all the way here. Let me hold Momo. Knowing how heavy his daughter was, Meng Haixing immediately stepped forward to take Momo. I'm old and useless. Dad, you're still very young. Meng Haixing probably guessed something about Lin Jianchun. He must have suffered a lot in the frontier and his body was exhausted there. Lin Jianchun had only heard about Meng Haixing's appearance from Su Yayin and Lin Jinyan before. When he saw him today, he was a little surprised. The rumored Meng Haixing was quite different from the real person. He thought Meng Haixing would be a rough guy, but he didn't expect Meng Haixing to be so handsome. You must be Xiao Meng. Lin Jianchun stepped forward and patted Meng Haixing on the shoulder, and the two walked into the house side by side. In the living room, Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Wang had already prepared hot tea, snacks, and dried fruits. Lin Jianchun, Lin Mucheng, and Meng Haixing walked into the house while talking. Looking at the small Western-style building in front of him, Lin Jianchun was still very satisfied. Although he already knew everything about Meng Haixing, he still chose to forgive him. Knowing one's mistakes is the best way to improve. Meng Haixing was not a saint, and he was very satisfied that he could change for the better. In Lin Jianchuan's eyes, family background and wealth are secondary. He only hopes that Meng Haixing can be sincere to Lin Muching. The group walked into the house, talking and laughing. Lin Jianchun looked at the three children crawling around in the guardrail with great curiosity. Oh my God, these three children look exactly like Mu Cheng when he was a child. Looking at the three miniature versions of Lin Mu Cheng, Lin Jianchun was completely stunned. When they were just born, they didn't look that much like Mu Cheng. But after just a few months of growth, they looked very similar to Mu Cheng when he was little. When Lin Muching was brought home by her parents, she was only a few days old. They had gone through so much hardship to raise her. Now, seeing the three little ones who looked exactly like Lin Muching when she was little, their hearts were almost melted by their cuteness. So they didn't bother to drink tea or eat snacks and sat down directly at the guardrail, watching the children and chatting and mentioned some things about Lin Muching's childhood. For a while, the room was filled with laughter. After lunch, Lin Jinyan left first. He would come to pick up Su Yayin and Lin Jianchun to go to the airport at noon tomorrow. Mom and Dad, you're so busy and yet you still come to see me. That's as it should be. Dad was supposed to come over after the new year, but I was held up by things going on in Beijing, so it's been put off again and again. After lunch, Lin Muching went to their room to feed the three little ones. Lin Jianchun and Meng Haixing sat together on the small table in the living room to drink tea. Xiaomeng, I basically understand everything about you. I won't bother with you about the past. I just hope you can treat Muching well in the future. I know you've made a lot of money now, and you'll meet all kinds of women in this society in the future. I hope you can exercise restraint and not do anything to let Mu Cheng and the children down. Dad, I understand. Whatever I say now will be meaningless. In the days to come, I will prove to you how deep my feelings for Mu Cheng are. Then let me wait and see. In less than 2 months, you and Mu Chung will take the college entrance examination together. How are your grades? Will you both be able to get into a university in Beijing? It's not a big problem. Mu Chung has been attending a cram school for the college entrance examination recently. His scores on several exams have been very ideal. It's a sure thing for him to be admitted to Jingqing University. Lin Jianchun hadn't expected Meng Haixing to be so confident. Lin Muching had done well in her freshman year, but after years of not touching a textbook, he was worried she wouldn't be able to keep up. Now when he heard Meng Haixing say that Lin Muching was a good student and could even get into Beijing University, he was really happy. Okay, then I'll wait for you in the capital. When the time comes, you all will live at home. Your mom and I won't be too busy then, so we can help you take care of Momo and the triplets. Dad, I will go to Beijing soon and buy a house there. Meng Haixing clearly rejected Lin Jianchun's kindness. Although they were a family, distance made beauty. Living under the same roof for a long time would inevitably lead to some unpleasantness. Instead of that, it would be better to live separately now so that there would be no trouble in the future. Chapter 261 Helping Father-in-Law. Lin Jianchun was not angry when he saw that Meng Haixing didn't want to live with them. He could fully understand the idea that young people didn't like living with their parents. After all, he was young once. That's fine too. You have money now, so it would be nice to buy some property in the capital. When are you going to the capital? I'll find someone familiar with the capital to show you around. It hasn't been decided yet. I'll call you when I'm ready to go. Just call home. Even though I'm often away, the guards at home will definitely help pass on the message. Meng Haixing was shocked. Lin Jianchun was a doctor, so why did he have guards? It can't be true as he guessed. He is treating the big leader now. The leader's illness completely improved starting in August. At that time, Lin Muching's parents had not returned from the border, so it was definitely not the leader they were treating. It is said that someone invited a very good Chinese medicine doctor at that time, who used his magical skills of acupuncture to cure the leader's illness. These secrets were only discussed later when Meng Haixing became successful and some bigwigs gathered together to chat. The leader's disease was very strange. He often had headaches and had undergone a craniotomy, but it didn't seem to be very effective. As long as you have a severe headache, you are at risk of cerebral hemorrhage. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Haixing deliberately talked about some strange things about the villagers when chatting. Dad, I heard from Mu Chung that you are very skilled in traditional Chinese medicine and even know some lost silver needle techniques. It's not that magical. It's just some techniques passed down by our ancestors. Don't be so modest. There was an old lady in our village who had migraines every few days. She went to the village's old Chinese doctor for acupuncture and cured her. There was also an old man in the village who had a brain problem. His mouth was crooked and he couldn't move his arms and legs. Everyone thought he would be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. But later he found a barefoot doctor who cured him with acupuncture. The old man lived until he was over 80 years old and never had the problem of a crooked mouth again. Lin Jianchun was obviously stunned when he heard Meng Haixing say this. How long did it take for the master to be cured? It took quite a while, at least 3 months. It was thanks to the barefoot doctor from the village next door. Otherwise, who would have the time to use silver needles for acupuncture every day? It's a long time indeed. I definitely don't dare to rush into anything with the problems in my head. Lin Jianchun seemed to be inspired by something. He borrowed Meng Haixing's phone and called Beijing. Lao Lin, who are you calling? Su Yayin frowned slightly, looking unhappy. I called my senior brother, not someone else. When Su Yayin heard the word senior brother, her expression became much better. Of course I'm assured of my eldest brother, but I'm really worried about third brother's character. You must be careful with him and don't tell him everything. Wang Xian is a very good person. He is just a little eager for quick success. As long as the eldest brother is around, he will definitely not do anything out of line. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, felt as if he was struck by lightning when he heard the name Wang Xian. Isn't this the Chinese medicine master who cured the big leader in his previous life? It was for this reason that Wang Xian became famous in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Later, Meng Changyue and Wang Xian jointly opened a pharmaceutical factory, which made Meng Changyue quickly rich. Meng Changyue doesn't have much business acumen, but it has to be said that he has a very wide network of contacts. In his previous life, Meng Haixing had to work hard to reach a height that Meng Changyue was able to surpass in just a few years. Thinking about the years of fighting between the two in the previous life, a strange idea suddenly appeared in Meng Haixing's mind. Could that strange little note written by Lin Jinhui be an encrypted Chinese medicine prescription? This prescription can cure all diseases and even prolong life. Otherwise, why would Meng Changyue fight with him for this recipe all his life? Logically speaking, there is no hatred between the two. In his previous life, Meng Changyue should have known long ago that Lin Jianchun could cure the headaches of senior leaders. But for some unknown reason, they had a car accident on their way back to the capital and both died. Assuming that Meng Changyue was unable to introduce Wang Xian to the big leader would definitely help Meng Changyue after his illness was cured. This is why he was able to thrive in the capital and develop rapidly. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing felt a chill down his spine. Meng Changyue should have known about the existence of Lin Jinhui's little note a long time ago. There was just one thing Meng Haixing couldn't understand. Why did Meng Changyue go to such great lengths to find his photo? For a moment, Meng Haixing felt as if there was a layer of fog in front of his eyes. He felt that he was very close to the truth, but it seemed that the logic did not make sense. How did Meng Changyue, a college student from the mountains, come into contact with these secrets? However, it was not convenient for him to ask Lin Jianchun directly now, so he could only wait until he went to the capital in a few days. Third senior brother is not only eager for quick success and instant benefits, he is also a person with bad intentions. He has no medical ethics at all for the sake of money. You have been researching the topic of cerebral congestion. It's clear that everyone's current technology is not up to the level of using silver needles to stimulate and clear blood vessels. But third brother refused to listen and secretly took people's lives to practice. People like him shouldn't be doctors. Su Yin's voice was full of disgust. I know everything. I've already told my senior brother about this. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Chuanjiang's face. Alas, it's all because I'm not good enough at learning. The silver needle technique has long been lost. The silver needle techniques we know now are not even 1/10 of what our ancestors knew. Having said that, Meng Haixing suddenly remembered something. In his basement, besides the small yellow croaker, there was also a box of medical books. He flipped through it briefly at the time and found that there seemed to be several books with pictures of silver needles. In the evening, while everyone had finished their meal and were chatting with the children in the house, Meng Haixing quietly went to the small compartment under the stairs. Last time, in order to make it easier to get the small yellow croaker, Meng Haixing opened the basement again. He quietly went down to the basement with a flashlight, rummaged around for a while, and indeed found 3 books related to silver needles. I hope these books can play a role. The time we spend together is always short. Lin Mucheng, Su Yin, and Lin Jianchun chatted until the early hours of the morning before reluctantly going to bed. Mom and Dad, wait a moment. Meng Haixing took the book and pulled Lin Mucheng to their room. Dad, see if you can use these 3 books. I got this by accident. It looked like an ancient book at the time, so I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I kept it. With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Jianchun took the slightly worn book from Meng Haixing's hand. The moment he saw the title of the book, he froze. This is actually the Silken Needle? Chapter 262, Expanding. Lin Jianchuan's hands were shaking with excitement, and he flipped the thin cover of the book twice before he could open it. Yes, that's right, it's the Silken Needle. Su Yin, who was standing by, also knew how powerful the silk winding needle was. She walked forward a few steps and came over to watch with Lin Jianchun. Seeing the two of them like this, Meng Haixing thought to himself that it seemed that his idea was right. As long as Lin Jianchun can cure the leader's illness, Meng Changyue and Wang Xian will be out of trouble. Haixing, thank you so much. You have helped me a lot. Dad, as long as you can use them well, these ancient books can only play their role in the hands of a Chinese medicine expert like you. Meng Haixing said this beautifully, and Lin Jianchuan's liking for Meng Haixing doubled. Lin Chunjiang was anxious to study the silk winding needle, and without any politeness to Meng Haixing, he immediately flipped through the book carefully. Seeing that Lin Chunjiang was so obsessed with medical books, Meng Haixing said a few words and took Lin Mucheng back to their own room. Haixing, did you get those 3 medical books you gave to Dad from the basement? Yes, when you were chatting with me just now, I suddenly remembered that there was a box of medical books in the basement, and some of them were related to silver needles. Thank you. You also sensed that my father's patient this time was not a simple one. If it doesn't work out, I'm afraid our family will be in trouble. If it weren't for this benefactor, the Lin family would probably never have a chance to turn things around. Mu Cheng, I understand. Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine. Meng Haixing hugged Lin Mucheng gently. In fact, he had already thought of a way out. If Lin Jianchun really couldn't cure the leader's illness, or if something went wrong in the process, the Lin family would not be able to make a comeback. At that time, Lin Mucheng was still with him. If he were to live again, he would definitely not treat Lin Mucheng badly again. Even if not for himself, in order to make up for what he owed Lin Mucheng in his previous life, Meng Haixing would give her all the best things in the world. Well, everything will be fine. Lin Mucheng snuggled in Meng Haixing's arms. As long as Meng Haixing was by her side, she would not be afraid no matter what difficulties she encountered. The next morning, Lin Muching got up early and made sweet 8 treasure porridge for everyone. Lin Jianshun, who usually gets up early, got up late today, which is unusual. When Meng Haixing asked, he found out that Lin Jianshun had been studying the silk twisting needle almost all night last night. Later, after Su Yayin's repeated persuasion, he finally took a nap at 6 o'clock. Dad, please take it easy. This book is so thick, it won't take you long to finish it. Lin Muching saw that Lin Jianshun was not in a good mood and was very worried about him. It's okay. I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep. No matter how busy you are in the future, Dad, don't stay up late. Your health is the capital of revolution. Okay, I'll listen to Mu Chung. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Jingyan's car appeared at the gate of the courtyard on time. Mom. Lin Muching hugged Su Yayin tightly, feeling reluctant to let her go. You silly child, why are you crying again? It's already May, and the college entrance examination is not far away. When you finish the college entrance examination and the results are out, tell Mom immediately, and I'll go get your admission letter for you. Then you can come to Beijing early. Good. Lin Muching responded softly. Lin Jinyan, who was standing next to Su Yayin, saw Lin Muching crying again and said with a smile, Muching, you're a mother now, but you're still as crybaby as you were when you were a child. Fortunately, Momo doesn't have your soft personality. Brother, you underestimate me. I'm not looking down on you. Don't you want to study fashion design at Jingxing University? This major has only been around for 2 years. If you want to learn it well, you'll probably have to put in several times more effort than other subjects. Don't cry when the time comes. Lin Muching nodded heavily. Since she wanted to pursue a career in fashion design, she naturally knew how difficult this path would be, but for the sake of her childhood dream, she still tried her best. No matter how sad you are, you have to say goodbye. Lin Muching stood outside the courtyard gate, watching the car disappear at the end of the asphalt road from afar. She felt indescribably uncomfortable. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, gently held Lin Muching in his arms. Muching, we'll be able to see our parents soon. The college entrance exam is still 2 months away. Well, I'll try my best. By mid-May, the weather had become very warm, and Meng Haixing bought 5,000 Angora rabbits at one time. This time, the textile factory helped to take the lead in buying the little rabbits. With the establishment of Meng Haixing's rabbit farm, many women in Xiashan village and several surrounding villages have started raising Angora rabbits. This gives textile mills hope. In the past, their factory had persuaded the surrounding villages to raise Angora rabbits, but they were never able to scale up the business, and eventually all efforts came to nothing. This is the first time that someone has been able to raise more than 5,000 Angora rabbits at one time. Raising so many rabbits is a huge challenge for Meng Haixing. Before all the rabbits were brought back at once, various problems arose. Together with the 5,000 rabbits Meng Haixing already owns and the 5,000 he recently purchased, there are more than 7,000 rabbits in total, big and small. The rabbits have a place to live, but the food problem is still a mess. With so many rabbits to feed, Meng Haixing's alfalfa production is a bit low. Not to mention 7,000 rabbits. Even 5,000 rabbits are not enough. Meng Haixing had no choice but to temporarily increase the planting of bittercress. When the weather gets warmer, it only takes about 10 to 20 days to harvest the first batch of bitter melon, so it can be used as an emergency measure. But the amount of alfalfa must keep up in the later stage. So the news that Meng Haixing's family was harvesting alfalfa soon spread throughout the village and town. Although summer vacation has not started yet, the children get out of school early, so it is not a problem for them to go out and cut a bundle of alfalfa. Adults don't care about those few cents, but children are very willing to do it. For a while, every time school was over, the mountains and fields were filled with children cutting alfalfa. The Meng family harvested alfalfa last year, and this year they were even more familiar with the process. In less than 2 days, the threshing ground in Xiashan village was full of alfalfa dried by Meng Haixing's family. Brother, the alfalfa we have now is still not enough. In 2 days, I will be bringing back another 3,000 Angora rabbits. By then, when the rabbit farm is fully grown, the daily fodder consumption will be staggering. You bought 5,000 at once. Isn't that a bit too much? Rabbit feed and other things are really tight right now. Meng Hailian has been extremely busy these past 2 days. Every evening, his doorstep is filled with children lining up to sell alfalfa. The 4 of them work together to collect it, and it takes until 9 in the evening. We can plant more alfalfa. If 10 acres of land is not enough, we can contract some more. Anywhere you can grow alfalfa. We don't have top-notch agricultural land in our village, but we can certainly use some ordinary, thin fields. Chapter 263, Contracting the Sandy Land. Meng Haixing wanted to contract land to grow alfalfa, and Meng Hailian strongly agreed, but he must not contract the wasteland on the mountain again. That's true, but our area is all hilly and it's not easy to farm. We can't just plant crops here and there. Why don't we go somewhere else and contract some flat land? It will be easier to grow alfalfa there. The weeds on the mountain cannot be eliminated at all and often grow together with the alfalfa. When it comes to harvesting, it is a disaster. After cutting with a sickle for a whole day, my arms will tremble with pain. Manhalian was really scared of cutting alfalfa. They only have one crop of wheat a year, so even if they are tired, they can rest after they are done. But alfalfa is different. It has extremely strong vitality. On slightly fertile land, it can be harvested 4 times a year. For example, the wasteland that their family contracted last time could be harvested 3 times a year. There are no machines for harvesting this wheat. It is all done by hand, which is equivalent to him harvesting wheat 4 times a year. Whenever Manhalian thought about this, his hands started to ache. This job was simply too tiring. Brother, have you heard of anyone using a harvester in our town? Meng Haixing thought so too. It is difficult to grow alfalfa on a large scale in hilly areas. He vaguely remembered that agricultural harvesters were on the market last year, but he didn't pay much attention to it and didn't know whether they had them here. If he planted alfalfa in the plains, it would be much easier to harvest it directly using a harvester. I heard that there was a harvester used by the village in Haiqing town last year. It was really powerful. It rushed over and cut the wheat directly. But I heard that some places use imported combine harvesters. They can not only harvest the wheat, but also thresh it immediately. Combine harvesters are quite expensive. Who would be willing to use one on the few acres of land we have? A small, ordinary harvester is better. It costs only 2 yuan to cut down the wheat, and we can just bundle it ourselves. Brother, let's not contract land in Shashan village anymore. Let's go to the nearby villages and see if there's any farmland close to the road that can be harvested. Meng Haixing also understands that harvesting alfalfa is a physical job, and it would be great if machines could help. That's fine. Contracting a piece of plain is easier to cultivate than the mountain fields in Shashan village. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Once you've negotiated, I'll pay the money and take over the contract. Of course, you have to make the final decision on such a big matter. How can I make the decision? Meng Halian knew very well that brothers should settle accounts clearly. He had seen many brothers in the village become enemies because of unclear accounts. So when it came to such an important matter as contracting farmland, Meng Halian still insisted on letting Meng Haixing go. So when Meng Haixing brought his wife home one weekend, Meng Halian pulled him out of the quilt early in the morning. The two of them rode their bicycles together to other towns to see if they could find suitable farmland. Yuqing village is not far from Shashan village, and the two brothers walked here. Haixing, look, this piece of farmland is right next to the mountain behind our village. Let's contract the entire mountain and the farmland at the foot of the mountain. We can plant fruit trees on the mountain and alfalfa at the foot of the mountain. Meng Haixing looked in the direction Meng Halian pointed, and just as Meng Halian said, the mountain behind Shashan village was an independent small hill, and the large farmland below extended to the vicinity of Yuqing village. That large piece of land was divided into many small plots, some of which were planted with wheat, while others were left empty. Even in places where wheat is planted, the growth is not very good. It is not yet the season to harvest wheat, but the wheat here has already turned slightly yellow. Meng Haixing pushed his bicycle along the small dirt road in the village to find out what was going on. Only when he got closer did he understand why there were only small pieces of land here. It turned out that the soil here was of poor quality, and even the weeds didn't grow very lush in the areas where crops weren't grown. Meng Haixing pulled out an ear of wheat, rubbed it open, and saw that the grains inside were not much bigger than sesame seeds. He squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil in his hand, only to see that the soil contained a lot of sand. No wonder the wheat doesn't grow well. It's difficult to grow good crops in such nutrient-deficient soil. Meng Haixing stood up and looked around. The terrain here was a little low, and not far away was the largest Yuqing river in their area. He thought to himself that the reason why the land here had such a high sand content was probably because there had been a big flood here in the past, which had brought all the mud and sand in the river to the shore. Brother, this piece of land should belong to Yuqing village, right? Yes, the mountain behind belongs to our village, and this large piece of farmland belongs to Yuqing village. Meng Haixing roughly estimated that the large piece of land in front of him was at least 60 to 70 acres. If all of it was rented out to grow alfalfa, the scale would be very good. Let's go to the Yuqing village brigade and ask if we can contract this piece of land. In the past, Meng Haixing would not have the confidence to contract dozens of acres of land to grow alfalfa. Now the television business is like a treasure trove, continuously generating large amounts of funds for him. This gave him confidence when he came to discuss the contract with the party secretary of Yuqing village. Haixing, you really underestimated the wasteland in Hushi. There are nearly 150 acres of land there. You really have to contract it all. Lin Jiaming, the village party secretary of Yuqing village, smiled and handed Meng Haixing a cigarette. Uncle Lin, I don't smoke. Meng Haixing waved his hand and quickly calculated in his mind how much money it would cost for 150 acres of land. Last time, he rented 15 mu of land from the village, for a total of more than 3,000 yuan over 70 years. His land is in the mountains and is somewhat cheaper. But the sandy land in Yuqing village is not much better than the mountain land he rented. The price should be about the same. Uncle Lin, just tell me straight up, how much do you want to pay for the land in Hedo? I think the price is right, so let's talk. If the price is too high and I can't accept it, I'll go to other villages and look. What Meng Haixing said is very interesting. It really means knowing when to advance and when to retreat. The news that he was making a lot of money had almost spread throughout Muping town, and Lin Jiaming must have known about it as well. But the fact that he makes a lot of money doesn't mean he is a fool who will spend money just because someone tries to trick him. If Lin Jiaming wanted to take advantage of him and force him to contract the sandy land at a high price, he would definitely not be the one being wronged. Muping town is not small. As long as he wants to contract land, it doesn't matter whether it is far or near. He still needs to hire people to plant and harvest anyway. Chapter 264, Planting Alfalfa. Lin Jiaming is also a smart person. How could he not understand the implicit meaning of Meng Haixing's words? Although the wheat yield on our sandy land is not very high, I have heard that watermelons grown on sandy land are very sweet. Some time ago, I even thought about letting the villagers contract this sandy land to grow watermelons. But since you came first, I will definitely give it to you first. Meng Haixing felt amused. Lin Jiaming was really good at fooling him. It was already May, and the watermelons had not been planted yet. He couldn't plant them next year. The prices for renting wasteland in our town are pretty much the same, so I won't ask for too much. Our sandy land can still grow wheat, even if it's not good enough. I'll give you 6 yuan per mu. You can go to town and ask for the price. It's definitely the most suitable. Lin Jiaming definitely gave it careful consideration when making the quotation. Meng Haixing knew that the wasteland he contracted was on a mountain and that crops could not be grown there, so he contracted it to him at such a low price. As for the land in the village that can grow crops, it is generally worth around 10 yuan. The price he charges is 6 yuan per mu, which is definitely a reasonable price. Okay, Uncle Lin is a straightforward man, so I won't talk to you about the price, but I have one condition. The contract must be for 70 years. If the government issues a policy to increase prices, I will definitely follow it. But if the government doesn't issue a policy, the village can't raise my prices for no reason. I understand. You're worried that our village might raise the price and give you a raise midway through. That's easy to do. You can write all of this down in the contract. If you want to contract our village's land, you need signatures from both the town and the county. Even if there are any problems in the future, the town and the county will still be watching. How can I, a village party secretary, have the final say? Seeing Lin Jiaming's words, Meng Haixing thought that he was indeed a bureaucrat. Although he was not a high-ranking official, there was absolutely no fault to be found in his actions. Not to mention 70 years. No one even knows how many years Lin Jiaming can serve as village secretary. He will contract out the land first and get the money first. As for future matters, let the future village secretary handle it. Uncle Lin, when you have time, let's sign the contract as soon as possible so I can plant alfalfa earlier. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Uncle Lin to help me find some from the village to help plant alfalfa. Sure. Seeing that Meng Haixing didn't bargain at all, Lin Jiaming was so happy. This piece of sandy land is full of sand pits. Even if you grow watermelons here, I'm afraid you won't be able to grow any good quality watermelons. Now that all of it has been contracted out at once, the village has an income of more than 60,000 yuan, which is a great thing for Yuqing village. Lin Jiaming was naturally very enthusiastic about such a good thing, and the next day the two of them went to the town with the information. This time no one caused trouble, and all the contracting procedures were completed in 2 days. Meng Haixing also contracted the barren mountain in Shashan village. He wanted to plant a large number of fruit trees, such as chestnut trees, on the mountain, not to sell them for money, but to enjoy the fresh food himself. After signing the contract for the sand land, Meng Haixing went around looking for an excavator, wanting to reclaim 60 acres of the sand land he had just contracted and plant some alfalfa first. A lot of wheat was planted on the remaining dozens of acres of land, and he wanted to wait until the wheat was harvested before renovating it, as it would only be a few days away anyway. Excavators are definitely rare nowadays, and Meng Haixing couldn't even borrow one in Muping town. Finally, I asked around and went to Haiqing town, where I borrowed it from a large state-owned factory. The master has work to do during the day and can come for 2 hours every day to help trim the sand. You can't get much work done in 2 hours. Before the summer harvest, Meng Haixing directly hired more than 80 young laborers from Xiaoshan village and Yuqing village. If the excavator doesn't come, they will take a shovel and do some repairs first, and then cooperate with the excavator when it comes. A piece of sand was almost completely cleaned up by Meng Haixing in just 1 week. Dad, is this okay? The soil is only 2 meters thick. Can alfalfa grow well? It's not a big problem. Alfalfa has strong vitality and will grow with just a little soil. Meng Haixing didn't know how to farm, so when he was reclaiming the sand, he called Meng Guangzhu over to give him instructions. When Meng Guangzhu saw that there were many sand pits on this side of the sandy land, he used an excavator to dig deep. When he dug 2 or 3 meters and found no soil, he moved the sand 2 meters deep to fill the sunken areas and covered them with 2 meters thick soil. Then use the tractor and the plow to run 2 rounds, and you can plant alfalfa directly. While cultivating the land, Meng Guangzhu also bought a lot of fermented cow dung from a nearby farm. The weather in May was already quite hot, and the cow dung was piled up by the field and fermented for several days before Guangzhu dared to use it boldly. When turning the soil with a plow, mix the cow dung with the soil and then spread it on the sand. He was afraid that the alfalfa would be burned, so he put in a little less. Alfalfa is a plant that can grow wildly with just a little soil. Now that fertilizer has been added, Meng Haixing can imagine that it won't be long before this piece of sand is covered with tender green alfalfa. The work on the sandy land was in full swing, and Meng Haixing was also busy at the TV. He did not go to Hong Kong Island to check out the goods, but called Zhou Wenqi directly and asked for 2 train cars of televisions. This time, there are half a carload of broken TVs, and we only need half a carload of good ones. Haixing, if you don't come and see this, I can't help you choose this broken TV. I'll send you the whole pallet of whatever kind comes from abroad, and the price is 30 per unit. Okay, I'm going to break it anyway. Even if the quality is bad, I can't have a whole tray with broken screens. Zhou Wenqi's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. If anyone from abroad dares to do this, I will go there immediately. It is also a good thing for Zhou Wenqi and Ajay that Meng Haixing can help them deal with so many broken televisions. After all, Zhou Wenqi has limited energy and cannot teach his apprentices every day. On the other side of the train, Meng Haixing called Manager Li directly. Manager Li originally thought that Meng Haixing would not win and he would not get any benefits. As a result, within 2 days, he received a package specially sent by someone, which contained 4 Marlboro cigarettes. Manager Li was stunned when he saw so many Marlboros. He immediately called Meng Haixing and arranged for his goods to be delivered when Meng Haixing didn't need to come. Manager Li, I think we'll need to order 2 more wagons soon, so I'll have to trouble you again. Haixing, you're too polite. It's just 2 carriages, it's not a big deal. You can just tell me anytime. Meng Haixing didn't need to check on the goods. When they arrived at Ajay's place, the goods were not unloaded in the container. They were directly transferred to Pingqing Special Zone, and then transported from Pingqing Special Zone to Ziyang County by train. On the day of unloading, Meng Haixing was still quite nervous. He wanted the goods that were not split, which was equivalent to helping Ajay bear the risk, but at the same time his profits also increased with the risk. The price difference between a second-hand color TV and a black and white TV is nearly 400 to 500 yuan. If he dismantles a lot of color TVs, he will make a lot of money. Everyone, be careful when you remove the pallet. Don't damage the TV screen. Meng Haixing brought his apprentices and hired 4 porters to help unload the goods. Yu Shilong and Meng Xiaomi brought people to sort out color TVs and black and white TVs first. The first tray was half filled with black and white TVs, and the second was similar. Chu Daong, who was watching from the side, was a little anxious. There were so many black and white TVs at the beginning. If all of them were like this later, there would be no profit from this train car. Chapter 265 Preparations before the college entrance examination. Chu Daong looked around anxiously, but Meng Haixing was extremely calm, checking the newness and brand of the TV from time to time. Brother Haixing, why aren't you in a hurry? There are quite a few black and white TVs sorted out now. It's okay. Even if all the TVs I sort out are black and white, I'll still make a profit. Now it's just a matter of how much I make. I don't care. Chu Daong couldn't bear to look at Meng Haixing when he saw how calm he was. Is Meng Haixing numb from making money? A color TV is equivalent to several black and white TVs. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were quite fast in dismantling the pallets. In the end, there were 560 televisions in one train car, 360 of which were in black and white, and 200 were in color. It seems that those idiots abroad are still self-aware. If they make too many black and white TVs, people may not want them in the future, and the price of these TVs may change when the next buyer finds them. The principle of doing what is familiar and not what is new is also known to foreign experts. Brother Daniel, I'll leave this to you. You can check it yourself and start repairing it. I'm going to take the college entrance examination soon, so I won't be in the store often recently. If there are some TVs that can't be repaired, I'll come to the store on Wednesday afternoon and fix them all together. Okay, taking the college entrance exam is the most important thing, and we can take care of the store. If Meng Haixing wanted to give a TV to Jin Da, he would give it to Meng Xiaomi. He simply became a hands-off boss. On Friday afternoon, Meng Haixing took his family back to Shashan village to spend the weekend. There are suddenly so many little rabbits at the rabbit farm, and our house has been very busy lately. The most troublesome thing is the little rabbits feeding problem. Fortunately, the children in their town are diligent enough, so the little rabbits at home will definitely have rabbit food to eat before the alfalfa grows on the sandy side. Haixing, these little rabbits are such big eaters. They're not just eating rabbit food, they're clearly eating money. Meng Hailian felt terrible when he saw that the food in his family's granary was running out. The villagers have been dealing with farmland all their lives, so when they see that there is not much food in the granary, they will feel very anxious. If there's not enough food, just buy more. Dad doesn't have all the money, so just ask for it. Haixing, I'm worried that raising Angora rabbits won't be profitable. We feed them such good food, but what if we can't shear 3 pounds of fur from an adult rabbit in a year? Even if we can only cut 2 kilograms, it's still a sure profit given the current cost of raising Angora rabbits. Besides, ever since we started breeding Angora rabbits, people from the village and town have been coming to us every few days to buy rabbits. I don't think we'll make a lot of money shearing rabbits in the future, but we can make a lot of money selling rabbits. It only takes 1 month for a little rabbit to be born and sold. During this period, the little rabbit spends most of its time drinking milk and a relatively short time eating rabbit food. It's only been 40 days since the first vaccination, and they can't even eat a pound of rabbit food, but they can still be sold for 5 yuan each. This money is basically a guaranteed profit. After hearing what Meng Haixing said, Meng Hailian also felt that what he said seemed to make some sense. Even if a rabbit only produces 2 kilograms of rabbit for a year, that is still 200 yuan. After deducting 20 yuan for rabbit feed and labor costs, the net profit is 180 yuan. If you raise 10,000 of them, that would be an astronomical figure in a year. Besides, the female rabbit at home can breed rabbits very easily. If there is an unscrupulous businessman, it is possible for the female rabbit to give birth to 10 litters a year. However, in order to maintain quality, Meng Haixing usually has 1 female rabbit give birth to 4 litters a year. Assuming there are 5 rabbits in a litter, there are 20 rabbits, each costing 5 yuan. In addition to shearing the rabbit fur, you can earn an extra 100 yuan. Meng Haixing bought more than 600 high-quality breeding rabbits, and his annual income from the rabbits was at least 60,000 yuan. After Meng Hailian did the math, he felt a bright future ahead. He used to want to open a small business in the county, but now no small business can stop him from raising rabbits. Meng Hailian helps Meng Haixing manage the rabbit farm and its general development direction, while Meng Yu and Chu Lan are in charge of all the lives of the rabbits. Although everyone is very busy, they are very motivated. Even Xiao Shangdong, who was not very active before, is now busy running around. Everyone can see that raising Angora rabbits can make money. After the weekend, Meng Haixing bought a ticket for Monday and flew directly to Beijing. He was very familiar with the capital. After leaving the airport, he did not stay in a guest house, but went straight to the small alley where Tengze rented a house. The location of Feitsue Hutong is a little remote. After getting off the bus, Meng Haixing walked for 2 more stops before he finally found it. Looking at the dilapidated alley, Meng Haixing frowned slightly. He gave Tengze a lot of kickbacks, so why wouldn't he be willing to rent a slightly better house? It was unknown how many years it had been since the houses in the alley had been renovated. Meng Haixing asked several people before he found number 67 Feitsue Hutong. It was a small courtyard with alleys within alleys and courtyards within courtyards. After going in and turning several times, I saw the rusty sign number 67. Is Ten's home? No one knew how many families lived in the small courtyard, so Meng Haixing simply shouted in the yard, "You looking for me?" Tengze, who had a short flat head, pushed open the small green door and leaned half of his body out to look at Meng Haixing. Seeing his cautious look, Meng Haixing just smiled. "I'm Meng Haixing." Tengze was obviously stunned for a moment, and he quickly said, "Come into the house and talk. My room is a little small, please don't mind." The door was opened, and Meng Haixing stood at the door and could see the whole room at a glance. Although the room is not big, only about 12 or 13 square meters, it is very clean. Two simple beds made of wooden boards were placed on the left and right sides of the wall, with a curtain in the middle. The curtain was drawn open, revealing a small coffee table and two stools in the middle. Meng Haixing sat on the mat, and Tengze poured him a glass of boiled water. This was the first time the two met today, but Tengze inexplicably did not feel any sense of strangeness at all. He even felt a sense of extreme intimacy when he saw Meng Haixing. Tengze, why are you home alone? Where's your aunt? My mother went back to work. After her leg healed, she went to work in the garment factory here. How is Auntie's leg recovering? Are there any sequelae? Thank goodness you reminded me to keep an eye on my mom. When she got into the accident, I happened to be there and helped her. She only had a scrape on her leg, but it wasn't a big deal. Tengze kept staring at Meng Haixing carefully while speaking. He tried hard to recall in his mind, but had no impression of Meng Haixing at all. He was looking at Meng Haixing, and Meng Haixing was also looking at him. When the two met in their previous life, Tengze had already been struggling in society for many years and was already a veteran in society. Tengze looks very young now. Meng Haixing looked at his young friend and laughed happily in his heart. It was really God's blessing that he could be reborn. Chapter 266. Some clues. I'm glad you're not hurt. Didn't I give you my phone number a long time ago? Why didn't you call me? Tengze and Meng Haixing have not had much contact. Meng Haixing really suspects that Tengze is being lazy and not helping him investigate Meng Changhua. All the phones here are public phones. You didn't notice that when someone went to make a call, the grandpa and grandma who were watching the phone next to them almost put their ears close to them. No, they not only want to listen to everything I say, but also want to see where I call from. Speaking of this matter, Tengze was also helpless. He vaguely knew that what they discussed should be confidential, so before finding a suitable public phone, he would rather write a letter to Meng Haixing. It's really inconvenient to make a phone call like this. Tengze, tell me in detail about Meng Changhua's case. What else have you found out? How did he, a poor boy, become so prosperous after coming to the capital? I've put so much thought into investigating Meng Changhua that I've almost resorted to selling my body. It turned out that in order to investigate what happened to Meng Changhua when he was in college, Tengze actually tried every means to get to know Meng Changhua's classmate's sister. Through various indirect inquiries, Tengze was able to find out a lot of things. Meng Changhua was quite poor when he first started college. His clothes were so washed they turned white. Later, I heard that he met a female student who was a year older than him. That female student lent him some money, which allowed him to open a small restaurant on Dongfu Street. He gradually made money from this small restaurant, but later I heard that the female student had an improper relationship with another male classmate, and the two broke up. Now his small restaurant has become a restaurant. It's quite famous in the Dongfu Street area. I recently heard from Miao Jun that Meng Changhua is planning to open a herbal medicine store. He's such a strange guy. He's obviously a researcher, so why would he open a herbal medicine store? He should be graduating from graduate school this year. Yes, but he has a great teacher. I heard he will continue to study for a doctorate. Meng Changhua is a very good student. Meng Haixing rolled his eyes countless times as he listened to Tengze's detailed account of Meng Changhua's situation in the capital. It turns out that everything Meng Changhua has now, except for his studies, was obtained through deception. Meng Changhua's family is quite poor. Since their parents passed away, Meng Changhua's family has no savings. He was able to attend high school for 3 years and be admitted to university. In addition to Meng Changxi's help, his girlfriend Ding Meiying also contributed a lot of money. Unfortunately, Meng Haixing asked for a long time, but still couldn't find out where Ding Meiying had gone. Less than a year after Meng Changhua went to college, Ding Meiying's family moved away, and no one knew where they moved to. Tengze, are you free now? Come with me to see the hotel opened by Meng Changhua. Okay, I'll take you there. It's not far from here, just 4 bus stops away. For the time being, that hotel should be Meng Changhua's main source of income. If it goes bankrupt, it will be a disaster for Meng Changhua. When the two went out together, they didn't talk about Meng Changhua, but talked about taking the college entrance examination this year. A lot of mess happened at home before the new year, and I put my studies aside for a while. Now I'm picking it up again. Although it's a bit difficult, I can still get into a university in Beijing. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. Tengze's household registration is here, and looking across the entire capital, there are not many people taking the college entrance examination this year. Unlike him and Lin Muqing, both of them are registered in provinces with a high number of college entrance examination candidates. If they want to take the exam to come to Beijing, they will have to fight against thousands of troops. One more thing. After lunch, take me around Beijing. I'd like to buy a courtyard house here, preferably one with a personal phone. Installing a personal phone costs several thousand. Soon Tengze found that his focus was a little off. No, buying a decent courtyard house in Beijing costs tens of thousands, or even more. I heard that the city conducted a survey some time ago and found that there are only 800 courtyard houses in good condition left. The others are pretty much the same as where I live now. 7 or 8 households living in a small courtyard is not enough. Some courtyards can accommodate more than a dozen households. I heard that the small storage room where coal was stored is now occupied by people. Meng Haixing had never heard of this news before. He came to Beijing a little later, and at that time, a courtyard house was already costing hundreds of thousands of yuan, and it was hard to find one. It turns out that since the early 1980s, courtyard houses in Beijing have become a hot commodity. There are only 800 intact ones in the entire capital. It is hard to say how many of them are in private hands and want to be sold. If I want to buy a Sihiyuan, how do I go about doing so? Are there any private agents in Beijing? Yes, go to the capital and look for a yard in that area. I'll find someone to help you find out. Okay, I'll have to trouble you then. The two of them took the bus for more than half an hour before arriving at Dongfu Hutong. This place is much more prosperous than Feicue Hutong. A new food street has been built, and both sides of the street are lined with beautiful two-story buildings. Meng Changyue's restaurant was opened by renting one of the two-story storefronts. Meng Haixing looked up and saw the plaque on the restaurant, Baiwei Restaurant. It's neither Chinese nor Western. This name is really weird. Meng Haixing strode in with Teng Zhe. Comrade, how many people are there? 2. The table for 2 is currently full. Please wait a moment. Okay, bring me the menu. Nearing noon, business in the restaurant was pretty good and all the tables in the hall were full. From time to time, waiters would carry dishes upstairs. Meng Haixing guessed that there should be quite a few people in the private rooms upstairs. When you open the menu, you will find that the prices of the dishes are not cheap. Even a vegetable dish costs 1.5 yuan, and meat dishes and seafood cost 4 yuan each. Meng Haixing took a quick look and found that the Baiwei Hotel also sold roast duck, and the processed one cost 10 yuan per portion. Even Meng Haixing was shocked by the price. A processed Beijing roast duck costs only 16 yuan. Why doesn't he just rob Meng Changyue, a little-known restaurant, if it only costs 10 yuan? But with such an expensive price, why are there so many people in Meng Changyue's restaurant? Just when Meng Haixing was puzzled, Teng Zhe pulled Meng Haixing's arm, took the recipe from Meng Haixing's hand, put it directly on the table, and pulled him out. What's wrong? Is the food here not delicious? Meng Haixing looked at Teng Zhe strangely. It's not that the food isn't tasty, it's just too expensive. Those who can eat here have to have a permit approved by their employer. After Teng Zhe said this, Meng Haixing immediately understood what was going on. As a former businessman, he naturally knew that company notes were usually issued to entertain clients. But some villains would take advantage of the opportunity to take more and eat more. Since Meng Changyue's restaurant sells such expensive dishes, there is a high probability that he will give kickbacks to certain people. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing curled the corners of his lips. He was afraid that he could not find any fault with Meng Changyue. It would be difficult for him to start with the things that were not wrong. Now that he had grabbed Meng Changyue's braid, he would definitely pull it hard to make him feel pain. Chapter 267. Using Magic to Defeat Magic. Given Meng Changyue's current situation, if Meng Haixing directly reports him anonymously, his business will be suspended for a few days at most. Once the storm is over, he will definitely resume business. Since Meng Haixing had taken action, he naturally wanted to give him a fatal blow. The two came out of Baiwei Restaurant, and Teng Zhe took Meng Haixing to an inconspicuous little shop as if he was familiar with the place. Don't be fooled by the small size of this shop. The food inside is truly amazing. Teng Zhe took Meng Haixing into the store as if he knew the place well and found a seat to sit down. Boss, give me 2 bowls of luju. Put some more minced garlic in 1 bowl. It's my friend's first time eating it, so let's not scare him. Mr. He, the boss of the braised pork shop, laughed heartily. Xiaotong, you've eaten my braised pork before. It definitely doesn't have any earthy smell. Let your friend eat it boldly. While Boss He was talking, he took out various ingredients from the big pot, chopped them up with a bang, put various small ingredients into a bowl, and brought it to Meng Haixing. Brother Haixing, how about you try it? I've been eating at this restaurant for several years. It's very famous around here. Okay, I'll try it. Meng Hai is not very picky about what he eats. Although the taste of braised food is a bit strong, he still eats it with relish. It tastes really good. I've actually studied under a master. Although I'm not particularly outstanding among my fellow apprentices, I'm pretty good at making braised pork. At this point, Bossy sighed and changed the topic to talk about other famous foods in Beijing. While chatting, Meng Haixing quickly searched his mind for memories of his previous life. If he wanted to squeeze out Meng Changyue's restaurant, he would definitely have to open a restaurant, a hotel, or something like that. Whether you are opening a restaurant or a hotel, food should always come first. He must find a chef with outstanding abilities. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing remembered the chef Ming Shiji whom he once met at a private restaurant. He had already become rich by then and often entertained guests in Ming Shiji's small restaurant. Over time, he became familiar with Ming Shiji and learned from chatting that Ming Shiji was so poor in the 1980s that he could not even afford to eat. He was not good at speaking at that time, and even though he had a lot of skills, he could not find a job. Later, after experiencing so much hardship, even though he was not good at speaking, he was tempered. Later, he made a comeback and established his own private restaurant by relying on his reputation as a descendant of the imperial chef. Judging from the time, Ming Shiji should still be suffering in the capital. But it's not easy to find someone in the vast crowd of people in the capital. Boss I want to ask you about someone. Whoever it is, as long as they are famous chefs in our profession, there is no one that don't know. He's not a famous chef, but his name is Ming Shiji, and he's a very good chef. Hey, then you found the right person. Ming Shiji is my senior brother. We both came from the same school. Unfortunately, although we have acquired a lot of skills, due to our backgrounds, we can only live in a muddle-headed way. When Ho Tung talked about his past with Ming Shiji, he was filled with sadness. Boss could you please help introduce me? Boss Ming, you're too polite. Let me take you to find him now. He should be sleeping at home now. As he said this, Dong took off the apron around his waist and threw it to his wife. He then left the store with Meng Haixing and Tung Zhe. The group walked around to the backyard. Dong pushed open an old wooden door and shouted inside, "Brother, get up quickly. Someone is looking for you." As the wooden door opened, Meng Haixing smelled a strong smell of alcohol in the room. He didn't rush into the house and waited for a moment before going in. The light in the room was very dim in broad daylight, and a musty smell mixed with the smell of alcohol made Meng Haixing feel a little nauseous at the first sniff. Is this drunkenness? Meng Haixing walked forward and opened the only small window, letting the sunlight in. My senior brother has been drinking to drown his sorrows ever since his breakup. Meng Haixing stood under the window and looked at the bed, only to see Dong digging Ming Shiji out from under the quilt. That was a real dig, because the bed was covered with dirty clothes. Ming Shiji, with disheveled hair and dirty face, was woken up and frowned unhappily. "Junior brother, what are you doing here? I don't want to eat braised pork anymore. The smell of braised pork makes me feel sick. I'm not here to bring you some stewed pork. I'm here to bring you a distinguished guest." Ming Shiji, who seemed to be half awake, opened his eyes and looked at the two young men in front of him, feeling confused. "What do you want from me?" Ming Shiji sat up, rubbing his aching forehead. He drank a little too much last night, and it was strong liquor. He felt that his mind was still not clear after sleeping for a while. "I want to cooperate with you to open a restaurant." As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, Ming Shiji burst into laughter. "Young comrade, your accent doesn't sound like you're from the capital. Don't think you can open a restaurant in the capital just because you have a little money. Do you know how many gourmets there are in this part of the world? If you don't open it properly, you'll lose everything." When Ming Shiji laughed at him, Meng Haixing's brows twitched. "Wait until you're sober. I thought the offspring of the royal chef would at least be able to talk to me like a normal person. Judging from the way you look, I'm afraid I was wrong." With that, Meng Haixing walked out. Ming Shiji, who was stabbed by him, rolled off the bed with a yell. He rubbed his injured arm while getting up and walking out. "Wait a minute. Why am I not normal?" Meng Haixing turned his head and glanced at Ming Shiji. "Look at yourself in the mirror." There was a mirror in Ming Shiji's room. He walked to the sink and saw a piece of broken mirror there. In the mirror, Ming Shiji was disheveled, with an unshaven beard, slightly red circles under his eyes, and bags under his eyes as black as a panda's. He looked extremely haggard. He rubbed his hair hard, feeling very angry. "I've only been like this recently. I used to be clean." Ming Shiji attached great importance to his identity as a descendant of the imperial chef, and he was determined not to bring shame to the imperial chef's ancestors. "Yeah. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask my junior brother." Seeing Ming Shiji finally speaking like a normal person, Meng Haixing said, "Go wash your face and clear your mind. We'll find a place to talk." With that, Meng Haixing walked out of the yard. Ming Shiji knew that he looked no different from a beggar, so he washed his hair and face and changed into relatively clean clothes. While he was washing his face, he asked Dong about Meng Haixing's background. "Junior brother, you are really amazing. You brought him here without even knowing him. I'm not doing this for your own good. If you continue to be so decadent, your hands will be useless." Dong glared at Ming Shiji unhappily. Just because of a broken heart, Ming Shiji seemed to have lost his soul, living a life of drunkenness and dreams all day long. If this continued, he would be ruined even if his hand was not disabled. Half an hour later, Ming Shiji finally finished packing. "Boss is there a tea house nearby?" "Yes, There is a small tea house at the entrance of this alley. A group of 4 walked along the dilapidated alley. Are you sober now? Woke up. Ming Shiji inexplicably shrank his neck. He always felt that when he talked to Meng Haixing, there was an invisible pressure looming over him, making him a little afraid to talk to Meng Haixing. We soon arrived at the tea house. The tea house is not big and consists of 2 floors, upstairs and downstairs. There were several tables of guests drinking tea on the first floor. Meng Haixing went to the second floor and found a slightly secluded table to talk. Chapter 268, Buying a Restaurant. After serving a pot of tea, Meng Haixing asked Ming Shiji directly, "If you open a restaurant, with your cooking skills, can you make it profitable?" Meng Haixing asked directly, but Ming Shiji was a little hesitant. Hidong, who was watching anxiously, said, "Don't look at my brother's age, but his skills are really not to be trifled with. No one in the entire capital can compare to him. It must be his family that dragged him down, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen to this point." Meng Haixing looked at Hidong with a smile. "It shouldn't just be a family issue. I heard Master Ming has a very picky temper." Hidong smiled awkwardly. "That's a misunderstanding. My senior brother has very high standards for his dishes. He will never use unfresh ingredients, ingredients of unknown origin, or unskilled chefs in the kitchen. It's because of these things that my brother hasn't found a suitable job. Now he's heartbroken, and that's why he's like this now. Junior brother, could you please stop exposing my shortcomings?" Ming Shiji was a little embarrassed. "Okay, I like people like Master Ming who are particular about their taste. I'll go out and look for a house tomorrow to see if there's a suitable restaurant for sale." Ming Shiji and Hidong looked at each other. "Boss Ming, you don't have a restaurant yet?" "Yes, I just arrived in the capital today, but money talks. I believe I will own a restaurant soon." Faced with Meng Haixing's confidence, Ming Shiji and Hidong simply didn't know what to say. Ming Shiji even felt like he might be dreaming. "Boss Ming, what kind of restaurant do you want to open?" "There's a tea house on Dongfu Street that wants to do takeout, but that tea house is quite large and the prices are not cheap." Dongfu Street is very famous in Beijing. Whenever there is a banquet at home, the first place that comes to mind is Dongfu Street. Anyone who can open a tea house here must be rich. It's rare to find someone selling it. "Master He, which tea house owner do you know?" "I definitely don't know the big boss. The manager over there is from the same school as me, but he's not interested in cooking. After our school disbanded, he learned how to manage restaurants and tea houses from others, and now he's quite successful. Come on, Master He, take me over to have a look." "Boss Ming, if you want to buy that tea house, it will cost at least 200,000 yuan. Why don't you consider it? Let's go, don't think about it." At this moment, Meng Haixing was already very happy. Not to mention that the tea house cost 200,000. He would buy it even if it cost 400,000. In Dongfu Street, where every inch of land is valuable, it won't take a few years for the property prices here to skyrocket. While there are still people selling it, Meng Haixing naturally wants to stock up more. He has 4 children, so he has to work harder in this life than in his previous one to lay a foundation for his 4 children. Now Hidong felt like he was dreaming and took Meng Haixing and his group to find his senior brother Lu Xianyang. Meng Haixing stood downstairs of Yimingfang and looked up at the huge plaque. He thought to himself that no wonder the boss wanted to sell this tea house. He must have been losing money since it opened. Look at the name, Netherworld House. This name is too dark. It would be a wonder if it can make money. Wait in the hall for a moment. I'll go find the eldest brother. Hidong went to find Lu Xianyang as if he knew the place well, while Meng Haixing and others sat in the lobby on the first floor. In the afternoon, there was not a single table of customers on the first floor of the tea house. There were only 2 waiters standing in front of the counter chatting. When they saw that Meng Haixing and his group came with Hidong, they didn't go up to say hello. Meng Haixing was a little skeptical about Lu Xianyang's ability. This waiter was too clueless. After a long while, Lu Xianyang came over. The moment Meng Haixing saw Lu Xianyang, he immediately understood why he could become a well-known manager in the catering industry in just a few years. Lu Xianyang looked to be in his 30s, with a fair and handsome face. When he walked towards Meng Haixing, he had a decent and very friendly smile on his face. His external conditions will enable him to be very successful in the catering industry. "Hello, Mr. Meng. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please go upstairs." Manager Lu is so polite. The group went up to the private room on the second floor, where someone brought them tea. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush with Lu Xianyang and directly stated his purpose. He wanted to buy this restaurant. Boss Meng is indeed a straightforward person. I won't come here to pretend. Our boss is in a hurry to go abroad and gave a flat price of 130,000. She is anxious to sell it and cash in, so she gave this price. If it were normal price, a tea house this big would start at least 200,000. Meng Haixing felt that 130,000 was acceptable. "Okay, I can accept the price, but I have a question, and I hope Manager Lu can help me solve it. Boss Ming, please speak. Dongfu Street has a lot of traffic, so why is there so few customers in such a beautiful tea house? Lu Xiangyang smiled awkwardly when asked by Meng Haixing. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Boss Ming, so I'll just say it straight. There's definitely no room for a tea house. What the capital lacks the most is scholars, and there are even more pretentious people. When it first opened, it was packed every day. But our boss employs only her own family members, from the tea buyers to the chefs making tea and snacks in the kitchen, and even the waiters in the lobby are all related to our boss. With just this group of people, even if I have the most sophisticated methods, I can't control them. Now my boss can't stand these crooked relatives anymore, so he sold the tea house and went abroad to live in peace and quiet. When Lu Xiangyang said this, Meng Haixing instantly imagined a big drama in his mind. No wonder there is no customer in the tea house. It seems that all the customers have been driven away by the people in the tea house. As the saying goes, it is easy to make a fortune, but difficult to keep it. This is probably what it means. I have no problem. Please ask when your boss can come to sign the contract. I'm going to make a phone call. Lu Xiangyang went to make a phone call, and Ming Shiji finally woke up from his dream. Boss Ming, you're not really going to buy this tea house, are you? Why not? I think it's great. We can just change the table and save on decoration. Ming Shiji pinched his arm hard, grimacing in pain. Only then did he believe what had happened today. If someone had told him this yesterday, he would never have believed it. Now he just felt like a big pie fell from the sky and hit him dizzy. If you buy the tea house now, I, the chef, won't even have an apprentice. How am I supposed to cook? No, I have to go back and look for the knife I used to cook with. I have to make sure it doesn't get rusty. Meng Haixing looked at Ming Shiji, who was talking nonsense, and his eyes were about to roll to the sky. Legend has it that Ming Shiji was extremely fond of cooking, but why is this knife almost rusted? It took a long time before Lu Xiangyang came over. Boss Ming, please wait a moment. My boss will be here soon. If possible, we can transfer the ownership tomorrow morning. Chapter 269, Property Acquisition. Meng Haixing naturally had no objection to waiting a little longer. He is the most patient when it comes to doing business. While waiting for the restaurant owner, Meng Haixing chatted with Lu Xiangyang. We talked from tea houses to restaurants, from dishes to services, and from services to costs. If you open a restaurant, it's really hard to make money unless you host more foreign guests. Even if the cost of a plate of vegetables is 20 cents, the selling price is only 80 cents at most. I can only make 60 cents per plate. How many plates do I need to sell to cover my daily expenses? Before managing a tea house, Lu Xiangyang also worked in a restaurant. Generally, only those foreign-related hotels could make money. In a private restaurant, it was impossible to make money without any background. But then again, without any connections in Beijing, who among the ordinary people can afford to spend 200,000 or 300,000 to open a restaurant? This was the first time Lu Xiangyang had seen a wealthy man like Meng Haixing from outside the city come to Beijing to invest in a restaurant. Listening to Lu Xiangyang's analysis, Meng Haixing curled the corners of his lips and a faint smile appeared on his face. Lu Xiangyang's analysis was very pertinent. However, he came to the capital to open a restaurant not just to make money. The most important thing was to cut off Meng Changyue's source of income. The best way to make someone reveal their flaws is to disrupt their life. Once people become anxious, various problems will easily arise. Meng Changyue has experienced poverty, and if his source of income is suddenly cut off, he will immediately feel uneasy. At that time, even if Meng Haixing could not give him a fatal blow, he could still seriously injure him. If Meng Changyue stayed where he was, Meng Haixing could speed up and catch up. Let's open the restaurant first. I don't care how much profit I make in the first year, as long as I can break even. Soon Zhang Rui walked into the private room in high heels. Looking at the young and beautiful Zhang Rui in front of him, Meng Haixing was stunned. He didn't expect that the owner of the tea house would be so young. Hello, Boss Meng. My name is Zhang Rui, and I'm the owner of the tea house. I just heard from Brother Lu that you want to take over my tea house. Yes, I can accept the price of 130,000. Okay, I'm also straightforward. Tomorrow morning I'll bring all the documents, and we'll go together to transfer the ownership. You'll give me 120,000 in cash? I'll count it in front of you. I want to withdraw 120,000 yuan in cash tomorrow morning, but the bank won't agree. They don't have that much cash in the morning. Can it be changed to the afternoon? I'll ask the accountant to help me with the accounts later. Oh, but I have several appointments with people to look at houses tomorrow afternoon, so I'm afraid I won't have time. Comrade Jiang still has a house to sell? Well, I want to immigrate abroad, and I want to sell all my properties in Beijing recently. I wonder what the house you have is like. Meng Haixing thought, what a coincidence. Could it be that Zhang Rui wants to sell another courtyard house? A quadrangle courtyard, near Yunfeng Street. I don't know what kind of courtyard house it is. I just came to the capital and am thinking of buying some property here. When Jiang Rui heard Meng Haixing say this, her eyes lit up. If we could sell both the courtyard house and the tea house to Meng Haixing, it would save a lot of trouble. This courtyard is my family's old house. I'm the only daughter of the Jiang family. I was reluctant to leave it, but I'm going abroad and will never come back. If I leave it here, no one will take care of it, and it will fall into disrepair over time. Instead of letting the old house sit empty, I decided to sell it altogether. Perhaps in the hands of the right person, the old house can once again be used for its remaining value. When Meng Haixing talked to Jiang Rui, he felt that she was an extremely free and easy person, and his impression of her doubled. I wonder if I can go and take a look. If it's suitable, I'd naturally like to travel less. Okay, my car is downstairs. I'll take you to see it. Jiang Rui looks gentle and beautiful, but she drives an imported off-road vehicle. This car looks quite cool when driving on the roads of Beijing. Having a car is convenient, and Meng Haixing and Teng Zhe quickly arrived at Yunfeng Street. The courtyard houses lined up on this street are all very neatly arranged. Some of them seem to have been renovated in the past 2 years and look relatively new. Jiang Rui's car was parked in front of a courtyard house with 2 big lions at the entrance. She took out the key, opened the heavy wooden door, and pushed it open with great effort. Someone must have lived in the courtyard before. The whole yard was very clean, and there were even vegetables planted in some places. This is a quadrangle with 2 entrances. I later made some minor changes. The back room became a tea room, the east wing became a kitchen, the west wing became a bathroom, and the back room became a children's room, a children's playground, and a nanny's room. Comrade Jiang has a child? Jiang Rui's face froze. No, thank goodness I didn't. Jiang Rui didn't want to continue this topic, so she took Meng Haixing and continued walking into the yard. I designed and renovated the entire courtyard house myself when I got married 2 years ago. The renovation alone cost me nearly 10,000 yuan, and I used only the finest materials. If Mr. Meng really wants it, I'll give you a solid price of 50,000 yuan. I always give the agent a price of 70,000 yuan, and I won't sell it for a penny less. When Meng Haixing heard Jiang Rui say this, he quickly calculated in his mind that this courtyard house was a bit expensive, but it had the advantage of being large in size. If he bought it, it could be passed down for 3 generations. Okay, then let's make it a one-price deal, 50,000 yuan. Meng Haixing agreed so readily that Jiang Rui was a little stunned. Many people have come to see the courtyard house these days, but none of them are as straightforward as Meng Haixing. Boss Meng, I'm lucky to have met someone as straightforward as you. I also have a large warehouse on the street behind the tea house. I won't ask you for money anymore. I'll give it to you along with the tea house. Originally, I wanted to sell this warehouse separately. Meng Haixing didn't expect that he paid the money so readily and got a warehouse for free. Otherwise, why didn't he come to Beijing to sell second-hand TVs? But there is no rush for this matter. Let's deal with MANHUA first. After looking at the house, Meng Haixing went to visit Lin Jianshun that afternoon. Before coming here, Meng Haixing had already imagined that if Lin Jianshun could open a hospital in Beijing, the place where he lived would definitely not be too bad. When he came here according to the address, he was stunned by the luxurious courtyard house in front of him, even though Meng Haixing was knowledgeable. The walls of the courtyard in front of me are at least 2.5 to 3 meters high. From a distance, the houses inside are at least 2-story buildings, and the roofs are magnificent and golden, the same color as the imperial palace. Meng Haixing knew with just a thought that a house like this must have been passed down from his ancestors. How wealthy must the Lin family have been in the past to be able to live in such a luxurious courtyard? Meng Haixing walked up and knocked on the door gently. I only heard an old voice coming from inside the door. Who is it? I'm Meng Haixing. Ah, third uncle. Chapter 270. Come to the Lin family. The heavy red-painted door creaked open from the inside, and a white-haired old man came out. Third uncle, please come in. You must be Uncle Zhou. Yes, yes. When Zhou Bo saw that Meng Haixing actually knew him, his face was full of smiles. Sir, I guess he won't be back until quite late tonight. Dean Su is almost off work and will be here soon. The two of them talked as they walked into the yard. After passing through the hanging flower gate, Meng Haixing saw the entire yard. It was at least a large house with 3 entrances. The front yard is very elegantly maintained, with a garden and a koi pond. When he arrived at the main hall, Meng Haixing already knew that Zhou Bo had been the steward of the Lin family for his entire life, and he returned home when something happened to the Lin family. When Su Yain returned to Beijing last year, she invited him back to help take care of the house. Third uncle, please sit down for a moment. I'll call the hospital and ask if Director Su has left. Although Uncle Zhou is a bit old, He is very strong and speaks and acts very efficiently. Uncle Joe hadn't finished his call when he heard the sound of a door opening and voices coming from the front yard. There are 2 pregnant women in the obstetrics and gynecology department today whose fetuses are not in the right position. When you go back later, go over and tell them that if things don't work, they should arrange a cesarean section immediately. Don't delay. Yes. Dean, will you still go to the hospital to see patients tomorrow? Go. There are several pregnant women who have been checking in with me. They are already advanced in their pregnancy, so I can go and see them and feel at ease. Su Yain was talking to her secretary when she looked up and saw Meng Haixing walking out of the main hall. Hey, Haixing is here. Just arrived. Okay, is everything okay at home? Su Yain was very happy to see Meng Haixing. Secretary Song beside her glanced at Meng Haixing, said something to Su Yain, and left first. Everything is fine. When I came here, Mu Cheng asked me to bring you some preserved fruits she made. Mu Cheng said that you always complained that the preserved fruits in Beijing were too sweet. Only Mu Cheng, this little cotton-padded jacket, knows how to feel sorry for a mother like me. When Meng Haixing came to visit Lin Jianchun and Su Yain, he didn't bring any fancy things. Everything he brought was prepared by Lin Muching himself. There were preserved fruits made by Lin Muching herself, salted duck eggs that she pickled, and preserved eggs that she made not very successfully. In front of Meng Haixing, Su Yain opened the iron lunchbox containing the preserved fruit and took a piece to eat. Delicious, the dried apricots and peaches made by Mu Cheng still taste the same as before. Seeing that Su Yain liked it, Meng Haixing's smile deepened. My family grows apricots and peaches, and Mu Cheng can't finish them all, so she makes a lot of preserved fruits. She is always busy and likes to try all kinds of new things. This preserved egg is the one she saw my mom make last time, so she learned how to make it. The first time she made preserved eggs, after cooking them, there was only water inside. I don't know if this time will be successful. Mu Cheng is a good kid. She has very skillful hands. In our hospital, several senior professors wanted her to study surgery. It's a pity that Mu Cheng has no interest in studying medicine, so as a mother, I can only give up. When talking about the past, Su Yain has endless things to say. Mu Cheng was very naughty when she was little. When her brother didn't take her out to play, she would follow him secretly. When they went out, her brother couldn't get rid of her even if he wanted to. Sometimes when her brother gets into fights, a little girl like Mu Cheng isn't afraid of trouble and even steps forward to help. Mu Cheng is very brave. My Momo has inherited his personality. Yes, Momo, this little devil, is so sweet when she calls me grandma. After hearing what you said, I miss my dear granddaughter. Su Yain's eyes were slightly red, and she just hoped that time would pass quickly. Let Meng Haixing and his family come to Beijing to live as soon as possible so that she can see her daughter and her family often. Mom, why don't you give Mu Cheng a call? Seeing Meng Haixing like this, Su Yain smiled and said, You came to me to use my phone. I just called Mu Cheng yesterday. It's inconvenient to talk on the phone outside. Come to my study, and I'll ask the kitchen to make 2 more dishes tonight so you and your dad can have a nice drink. Okay, thanks, Mom. Su Yain personally took Meng Haixing to her study, and when she went out, she kindly helped him close the door. Uncle Joe, Haixing will be staying at home tonight. Please have someone clean up a guest room. I've already had someone clean it up, and even put the quilt out to dry in the sun. Meng Haixing called his office, and it was Accountant Zhang who answered. 5 minutes later, Lin Muching came over. Haixing. Lin Muching's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, and Meng Haixing felt that all the fatigue from running all day had disappeared. Did you miss me? I was on the train yesterday and didn't call you. You are a person who never speaks a serious word. Oh, it's unfair. I really miss you, my wife, but you don't miss me and you don't let me ask. Meng Haixing started to talk, and Lin Muching blushed instantly. However, today, he still had something to tell Lin Muching, so he didn't tease her too much. Tomorrow morning, give Accountant Zhang 200,000 yuan. I'll ask Mom for an account number later. Have Accountant Zhang wire the money to Mom early this morning. Why are courtyard houses in Beijing so expensive? 200,000 yuan a yard. Lin Muching on the other end of the phone was very surprised. In her memory, courtyard houses in Beijing were very cheap. She remembered that a few years ago, no one would buy a courtyard at 10,000 yuan. I didn't just buy a courtyard house. I bought a tea house and a courtyard house. You want to open a tea house? I want to open a restaurant. Aren't you going to open a rabbit farm? Why are you opening a restaurant now? You also have a TV store. How can one person handle all these businesses? When Lin Muching heard that Meng Haixing was going to spend money to build a restaurant again, he felt a little worried. After all, the money in Meng Haixing's hands did not come out of thin air. It's okay. It's not like I'm watching over here all day. I'm hiring someone to help me run the restaurant. Although Meng Haixing said this, Lin Muching was still quite worried. However, She did not say any more words of persuasion. After spending such a long time with Meng Haixing, Lin Muching discovered that he was a very opinionated person. There was nothing he could not do as long as he wanted to do it. The two talked for a while, and then Meng Haixing told him that he was staying at Lin's house tonight. Wife, I didn't expect your courtyard house to be so big and luxurious. The one I bought for you is a little smaller, but I promise that you will definitely live comfortably. Our courtyard house is the product of the hard work of several generations of the Lin family. Don't feel any pressure. When I was talking about you, I also had nothing. Lin Muching hesitated for a moment before continuing. Haisheng, I hope that our future can be fought for by the two of us together, not just you alone. Chapter 271 Lin Family Helps. From the beginning to the end, Meng Haixing never thought about letting Lin Muching be a full-time mother. During the years when he was at his worst, Lin Muching carried the entire family on her weak shoulders. Just based on this tenacity, Meng Haixing also felt that Lin Muching would definitely become his right-hand man in the future. As long as the couple were united in purpose, no matter how much wealth they wanted, it would not be a dream. I understand. When you come to Beijing, I will hire 2 more nannies at home so that you can have more time to do your own things. Lin Muching on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. She had always thought that Meng Haixing was a male chauvinist. Since he could make money, he hoped that his wife would stay at home and be a full-time housewife. Unexpectedly, he supported her and let her leave the family. Well, I will work hard for my dream. Meng Haixing felt that he had not said much to Lin Muching, but when he hung up the phone, he realized that half an hour had passed. He felt a little embarrassed when he went to the restaurant to eat. This was my first time visiting my father-in-law's house, and I spent half an hour on the phone. The phone bill must have been quite expensive. Haixing, it's just the two of us having dinner together tonight. Your dad's in a critical situation right now, and we don't know when he'll be back. We don't need to wait for him. Is the old leader my father helped treat getting better? It's hard to say right now. The acupuncture book you gave me is too profound. Your father and his senior brother have been studying it, and they haven't dared to use it yet. Meng Haixing nodded, but had to give a reminder. Mom, time waits for no one, especially for something as serious as a brain hemorrhage. If the old leader is older, he can't wait any longer. Well, we know that, but this is no joke. We can only figure it out slowly. This topic was quite sensitive, so the two of them quickly changed the subject. Mom, I want Mu Chung to transfer some money to me tomorrow. Can you help me collect it? I want to buy a courtyard house and a tea house tomorrow. How much? 200,000. Su Yain, who was about to eat, was so scared that the chopsticks in her hand almost fell on the table. She never expected that Meng Haixing could come up with 200,000 yuan at once. It was too exaggerated. As far as he knew, Meng Haixing had just set up a rabbit farm and was reselling some televisions and the like. How could he have saved so much money? Haixing, where did you get so much money? Don't be nervous. I make all this money from reselling TVs. Don't underestimate an ordinary secondhand TV. I buy it back for a few $dozen. After repairing it, I can make hundreds of dollars from it. The average worker's salary in Beijing is probably only 30 or 40 yuan a month. Is the profit margin on televisions that huge? You can earn a worker's monthly wages by selling one. Here's the thing. A 14-inch color TV in Beijing costs over 1,000 yuan, but I'm only selling it for 700. If it's still under warranty, there will definitely be a lot of people who would buy a used TV. After all, it's half the price. Su Yain is a doctor. Before the incident, she had never been involved in the reselling of home appliances. Now when she heard Meng Haixing talk about it, she just felt very curious. Isn't this illegal? I'm a legitimate businessman. I buy goods from Hong Kong Island, so I have to file a customs declaration and pay taxes. That's good. Whether we make a lot of money or a little is secondary. The most important thing is to spend the money we earn safely. I see. I'll write down an account number later. You can have Mu Chung wire the money tomorrow. I'll have my secretary transfer 200,000 yuan in cash from my hospital for you. Thank you, Mom. We are a family. Why don't you thank me? Come on and eat your food. You can try my cooking. Su Yain had a very good impression of Meng Haixing, and helping him transfer 200,000 yuan in cash was not a big deal for her. But for Meng Haixing, it helped him a lot. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for him to trade with Jiang Rui. After dinner, Su Yain received a call from Lin Jianchun. The old leader had an emergency condition and would not be back tonight. Lin Jianchun asked Meng Haixing to stay in Beijing for 2 more days and wanted to have a good talk with him after he was done with his work. Meng Haixing vaguely sensed that his old leader's health was failing and he was afraid that he could no longer endure the torture. If Lin Jianchun doesn't find a way to treat his cerebral hemorrhage quickly, it's hard to say whether the old leader can survive this autumn. The next morning, Su Yain asked Secretary Song to personally deliver 200,000 yuan in cash, and asked Secretary Song to bring 2 bodyguards and go with Meng Haixing to sign the contract and transfer the property. When I met Jiang Rui, I didn't expect that Secretary Song and Jiang Rui actually knew each other. Song Yuan, you are amazing now. Jiang Rui saw that Song Yuan was followed by 2 bodyguards and was dressed like a strong woman. She felt extremely envious. If you weren't in a hurry to get married, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Song Yuan knew a lot about Jiang Rui's affairs. She was in a hurry to go abroad, not only because of her group of extremely bad relatives, but more importantly because of her unreliable ex-husband. I was blind at the time, but luckily my parents left me a lot of money, so at least I still have a chance to make a comeback. The two chatted for a while, and after the contract was signed, Jiang Rui left in a good mood. Comrade Meng, you bought Jiang Rui's house. From now on, no matter if anyone from the Jiang or Lu family comes to your house, just beat them away. None of these people are good people. Secretary Song, what's going on? Did I buy a hot potato? Seeing that Meng Haixing knew nothing, Song Yuan simply told him the whole story. Jiang Rui's ex-husband is a phoenix man. After marrying Jiang Rui, the god of wealth, he wanted to bring their entire village here. As for the Jiang family, they saw that Jiang Rui was an orphan, so they wanted to bully her and take advantage of her. But Jiang Rui is not someone who can be easily manipulated. When she saw this mess, she divorced him and fled abroad with all the family property. This way, neither the Jiang family nor the Lu family could find any trouble with her. Now Meng Haixing understood. He thought it was a big deal, but it was just a trivial matter that he solved with just one finger. If anyone dares to cause trouble at his house, he will definitely beat them to a pulp. Thank you for your reminder, Secretary Song. It's okay. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, Dean Su said that the Black Santana can be lent to you temporarily. Do you have a driver's license? Have. After Meng Haixing came back from Hong Kong Island for the first time, he worked in a machinery factory and asked Chu Daong to help him get a driver's license. He had already started thinking about buying a car, but although he earned a lot of money, he also had a lot of places to spend it. Moreover, buying a car is quite troublesome, so the matter has been delayed. That's good. With that, Song Yuan handed the car keys to Meng Haixing neatly and left with 2 bodyguards. Chapter 272, Good News. Meng Haixing looked at the car keys in his hand in a daze. No wonder when he came here this morning, he was surprised that there were only a few of them, but Song Yuan drove 2 cars over. It turned out that one of them was for him. It's really nice to take shelter under a big tree. I didn't have this kind of treatment when I came to the capital in my previous life. Having a car is much more convenient. Meng Haixing went to Tengze first and took Tengze to find He Dong and Ming Shiji. Brother Haixing, you're amazing. You've just arrived in Beijing and you're already driving a car. Tengze was sitting in the car, extremely excited. At that time, the streets were still dominated by bicycles, and cars were extremely rare. Anyone who could afford a car was a very prestigious person. My family lent it to me. Meng Haixing didn't feel that driving a car was so cool. To him, a car was just a means of transportation that could help him save time. As for wanting to show off his wealth, that's just childish stuff. He's too old to show off his wealth. Brother Haixing, did you really buy that tea house? Tengze still didn't quite believe it at this moment. That was 120,000 yuan. He never dreamed that he would be so close to a rich man. In the past, his father was a small leader in the factory, so he felt that his family was quite rich. Now, compared with Meng Haixing, his family has just escaped poverty. I not only bought the tea house, but also the courtyard house. You and Andy can pack up your things and move in there this afternoon. If I'm free this afternoon, I'll apply for a phone line. Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching to transfer an additional 30,000 yuan. He planned to use 10,000 yuan of it on the courtyard house. After applying for the telephone line, there should be 2,000 or 3,000 yuan left. He gave this money to Tengze and asked him to help clean up the yard. He hoped that when Lin Muching came, he could move in directly, instead of having Lin Muching spend a long time cleaning up after he arrived. She was already tired of taking care of 4 children, and he didn't want her to be busy with housework. The other 20,000 yuan was used for the renovation and opening of the tea house. The overall layout of the tea house does not need to be changed. Just change the tables and add the missing items in the kitchen. As for food ingredients, prices are very cheap right now. Let alone 10,000. He can open a business even with 1,000. Brother Haixing, I have something to tell you. What's up? Meng Changyue will be traveling abroad with his teacher tomorrow for a week-long academic exchange. Meng Haixing, who was driving, almost stepped on the accelerator. It's just the right time to hand me the pillow when I'm sleepy. Meng Changyue is going to leave the capital for a week. When he comes back, his restaurant will probably be finished. Is the news accurate? Indeed, Meng Changyue is a very high-profile person. He has always been favored by Professor Shi. This time he is going abroad with us, and all his classmates and friends know about it, even though he hasn't announced it yet. Meng Haixing felt extremely amused. He was still young and had not experienced the harshness of society, so naturally he acted as high profile as he could. A black car stopped in front of Hidong's braised pork shop. When Meng Haixing got out of the car, Hidong didn't recognize him. Boss Meng, did you really buy the tea house? Yes, I'm here to find Chef Ming. I want him to come to the restaurant to see what the kitchen needs and buy some ingredients so that Chef Ming can show us his cooking skills. Boss Ming, wait a moment, I'll go call my senior brother. Ho Tung was so happy that he almost went crazy. If you didn't know, you would have thought that he had bought the tea house. He ran over and called Ming Shiji over. Ming Shiji, who was sloppy yesterday, looked completely different when he stood in front of Meng Haixing again today. His long hair was cut into a buzz cut, and his unshaven face was carefully shaved again. The greasy clothes he used to wear were now washed clean. When Ming Shiji came out, he was holding a large wooden box in his hands. Boss Ming, all my dining utensils are here. As he said this, Ming Shiji opened the wooden box in front of everyone. Inside was a neatly arranged set of knives. Meng Haixing took a quick look and saw at least a dozen knives of various sizes. However, only 2 of these knives showed the clearest signs of use. A knife that looked like it was used for cutting vegetables, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing and a line of small words engraved on the handle. The other knife is about the same size as a dagger, and its handle is golden, unlike the other knives, and looks very delicate. You have quite a complete kit. Let's go buy some ingredients now. You'll be the one cooking for lunch today. Let me see your cooking skills. Okay. Even though I haven't cooked properly in 2 years, my cooking skills have long been engraved in my mind, and I can't forget them even if I want to. Meng Haixing drove everyone to the vegetable market. When they arrived at the tea house, the trunk was already filled with various ingredients. Boss Meng, Lu Xiangyang had been waiting for Meng Haixing at the door for a long time. After Zhang Rui and Meng Haixing signed the contract today, Zhang Rui came to the tea house to tell everyone. She sold the tea house, and whether the future owner wanted them to continue working in the tea house had nothing to do with her, Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui has been selling the tea house and courtyard house quietly. Today she sold all the valuable things in her house, and without saying a word bought a plane to fly abroad tomorrow afternoon. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble with her, they wouldn't be able to find her. After Zhang Rui left the tea house, the relatives of the Jiang and Lu families showed no intention of leaving. They felt that even if Zhang Rui sold the tea house, the new owner would definitely have to hire people if he wanted to continue running it. So when Meng Haixing brought his men over, they just entered the tea house and saw a group of former employees standing in the hall. Manager Lu, it seems that you have heard about my purchase of the tea house. Yes, Boss Jiang came here just now. Then I won't beat around the bush. I'm going to turn this place into a restaurant, and I won't keep anyone except Manager Lu. A young girl in a cashier's uniform walked forward with an unconvinced look on her face when she heard Meng Haixing say this. Boss Meng, since you've converted your tea house into a restaurant, you'll need a cashier, right? How about letting me stay? I don't know your last name, young lady. My last name is Jiang, and I'm Zhang Rui's cousin. When Meng Haixing heard the surname Jiang, he didn't dare to use it. Comrade Jiang, I have a younger sister who studies accounting and is graduating this year. I've reserved the cashier position for her. When Miss Jiang heard what Meng Haixing said, she immediately understood that this is a new emperor, new ministers. People want to use their own family members, and it is definitely impossible for her, an outsider, to stay. When the other employees in the tea house heard that Meng Haixing was also planning to use his own people, they instantly lost all other thoughts. I could only go to the accountant, settle their wages, and then leave and find another job. Chapter 273 Preparing to Soar. Post it first, it's under revision. If there are typos, don't complain to me. The lobby, which was quite bustling just now, was soon left with only Meng Haixing and Lu Xiangyang left. Lu Xiangyang looked pale and looked at Meng Haixing with some embarrassment. Boss Meng, is what you just said true? Are you planning to hire your relatives to work in the restaurant? Meng Haixing laughed. My sister is still a high school student. She can't come to the capital to work as a cashier for me. That's just a temporary solution. It's not easy to get so many people to leave. Seeing Meng Haixing laughing like an old fox, Lu Xiangyang also laughed. I see. Manager Lu, please take us to the kitchen. Let's let Chef Ming show off his cooking skills at noon today. There's only one stove in the kitchen, but it's big enough for Chef Ming. Although there is no stir-frying in the tea house, there are simple meals and open flames are occasionally used. The group came to the kitchen, and except that it was a little smaller than the hotel's kitchen, it had everything they needed. Ming Shiji changed into chef's clothes and checked the kitchen utensils he would need. There's quite a complete range of things here. Let me show you what I can do. Hidong helped Ming Shiji, and the two of them worked together to cook at an extremely fast speed. Meng Haixing only saw Ming Shiji standing next to him, with the knife in his hand flying on the chopping board. In a short while, the vegetables and meat were ready. Now Meng Haixing finally understood why among all the knives owned by Ming Shiji, only two had signs of heavy use. The broad knife almost never left Ming Shiji's hand. All dishes are cooked with this knife, and that small knife is used for carving, so that a dish not only tastes good, but also looks beautiful. Therefore, various carvings are indispensable. In just an hour and a half, 6 dishes and 2 soups were served on the table. Boss Ming, please try it first to see how it tastes. Ming Shiji looked at his masterpiece with a look of pride on his face. Yesterday, Meng Haixing saw his shameful side, and today he must get back at him. You cook all Shandong cuisine? Well, here in Beijing, more people like Shandong cuisine. What about Sichuan cuisine? Like spicy rabbit head or cold rabbit? When asked this by Meng Haixing, Ming Shiji's eyes lit up. Boss Ming, do you like this too? No, I raise rabbits. It would be great if my restaurant could eat dozens of rabbits a day. When I was learning cooking from my master, I naturally learned Sichuan cuisine. However, there are not many people eating Sichuan cuisine in Beijing, and more people eat Shandong cuisine. I am showing off my Shandong cuisine skills. But I personally like spicy rabbit head very much. Ming Shiji chuckled as he spoke. Spicy rabbit head is a niche dish. Ming Shiji made it once when his master taught him. He fell in love with it after eating it. I didn't expect to meet someone who likes me as much as I do. Go ahead and try making it later. If you're used to eating Shandong cuisine every day, it's nice to switch things up and try something a little more spicy occasionally. Meng Haixing took the serving chopsticks and tasted the 6 dishes on the table one by one. Sure enough, the food tasted just as delicious as what he had eaten at Ming Shiji's private restaurant in his previous life. Chef Ming, you need to quickly clean up the kitchen. You need to add a few more stoves and recruit a few more chefs and apprentices. Let's get started right away. Within 2 days, I will host a banquet for the big guys in my restaurant. A plan had been circling in Meng Haixing's mind for a long time. While Meng Changyue is flying abroad tomorrow, he must implement this plan as quickly as possible. Ah, so anxious? Chef Ming, the time has come to test you. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Ming Shiji frowned slightly and was silent for a moment. I'll take it. Even though I, Ming Shiji, was so down and out yesterday, I'm completely different today. I don't know who dares to look down on me. Meng Haixing burst into laughter at Ming Shiji's serious look. This is the vitality that young people should have. The kitchen was handed over to Ming Shiji, and Meng Haixing took Lu Xiangyang around the tea house. Although the restaurant I opened has the same style as a tea house, it should still look like a restaurant. Single rooms are not suitable for these hollow walls. They need to be completely sealed with wood and soundproofed. You can't hear everything the next door is saying. That's easy. Just add sound insulation to the empty walls. All the waiters here need to be rehired. Can you handle it in 2 days? Boss Ming, just rest assured. I'm very experienced in this area. Okay, if you need me anywhere, just tell me, and I'll run with you. Then I won't be polite. In order to let Meng Haixing see his abilities, Lu Xiangyang was really not polite to him. Meng Haixing has a car, and the two of them drive all over Beijing. He went to find a decorator to start work overnight, and then went to find a familiar foreman and poach people directly from other hotels. Manager Lu, you're amazing. It's only been a short while, and you've already taken care of all the waiters. Lu Xiangyang smiled embarrassedly. I've been in this industry for so many years, so I have some connections. After running around for a whole day, Meng Haixing was about to return to the Lin family when he remembered the warehouse that Jiang Rui had given him for free. Manager Lu, Boss Jiang said he'd give me a warehouse for free. It's right behind the tea house. Do you know where it is? I know. I'll take you there. Dongfu Street is magnificent, but behind this splendor is a mess of low-rise houses. You can still vaguely see the appearance of the former courtyard house here, but it has been completely destroyed by haphazard construction. The warehouse that Jiang Rui gave to Meng Haixing stood out among them. The warehouse is not small, it is as high as 2 stories. And it looks quite solidly built, but it's been around for a while and a lot of the paint has fallen off. This place used to be for military use, but then it was distributed to the people and eventually ended up in the hands of Boss Jiang. There's actually not much use for a warehouse like this. Sometimes I put some miscellaneous items from the tea house here, but most of the time it's empty. The mottled iron gate was opened, and Meng Haixing measured it with his steps. This warehouse is quite large, about 25 meters long and 10 meters wide. If we really need to repair the TV here in the future, we can just build another floor on top, and people can live there. Okay, you can use it as a warehouse for now. I'll talk to you when I need it later. Meng Haixing stayed here for a while. When he returned to Lin's house, it was a little late, and Lin Jianshun had already returned. Dad, Haixing is back. Come and sit down. We are so happy today, and we can have a drink together. Chapter 274 Medicinal Diet Recipe. The dining table in the main hall was already filled with food, and Lin Jianchun also took out a bottle of good wine. Dad, what good news is this? You are so happy. From the moment Meng Haixing entered the door, the smile on Lin Jianchun's face never faded. What a joy. The medical book you gave me has been very useful. I've been studying it with my senior brother for many nights, and I've also been practicing on myself for a long time. I was worried that it might not work well in such a short time. But last night, my old leader suddenly had a severe headache. It happened so suddenly that I had no other choice but to use the acupuncture method found in the medical book. Isn't it strange? It actually relieved my headache. I went for an x-ray later, and there was no more brain hemorrhage. As long as the old leader is well, the Lin family will have a good life in the future. Meng Haixing was also delighted. This really needs to be celebrated. However, Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to touch the wine glass on the table. Instead, he asked when Su Yain would be back. Your mom has to work overtime today. Suddenly, 2 pregnant women had difficulties giving birth tonight. She's probably busy. Let's not wait for her. Come and have a couple of drinks with me. Only then did Meng Haixing take the wine glass handed to him by Lin Chunjiang. He thought that Lin Chunjiang and Su Yain were both doctors, and they were so busy that it would be difficult for them to meet. Fortunately, his wife has no interest in studying medicine, otherwise he would have suffered in the future. The father-in-law and son-in-law drank and chatted. Dad, I bought a tea house today, and it will be open in the next 2 days. I want to make a name for myself, so I have to be innovative in my dishes. I hired a chef who is quite famous, but he is only good at Shandong cuisine. I was thinking, Dad, you're a Chinese medicine doctor. Do you have any medicinal food or something like that? It would be best if it was used in the palace before. Lin Jianchun didn't expect that Meng Haixing was so creative. Haixing, you know that people don't have much money these days. If you open such a fancy restaurant, I'm afraid not many people in the capital can afford it. Why don't you make it more affordable? There are many kinds of medicinal food. There are the most common black chicken and angelica soup, lotus seed, and pig heart soup. These are very common. There is no need to insist on the recipes used in the palace. Dad, you don't know that I never intended to take the ordinary route when I opened this restaurant. Afterwards, Meng Haixing no longer hid the secret from Lin Jianchun and simply told him about Meng Changhua. As for his rebirth, he would definitely not reveal a single word. I guess even if he said it, no one would believe it. This Meng Changhua is so weird. On the one hand, he's trying to destroy me and my family, and on the other hand, he's trying to steal my second brother's little note from me. What's even more bizarre is that he actually wants photos of me as a child. I can tolerate other things, but he bribed the people around me and almost ruined my and Mu Cheng's lives. I must avenge him. Before, I had no power or influence, and Meng Changhua had been hiding in the capital and didn't dare to return to Xiaoshan village. I was too far away to deal with him. But things are different now. I've come to the capital, and it's time to avenge myself. Meng Haixing spoke of his past in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, but Lin Jianchun listened with his fists already clenched. He knows best the pain of being plotted against. Back then, those people wanted to get his hospital and some scientific research results, so they could put all kinds of accusations on him and his family. In the end, his happy family was almost broken up. To this day, the whereabouts of the second son remain unknown, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Haixing, Dad understands the grievances you've suffered over the years. This Meng Changhua is, according to common sense, just a fellow villager of yours. Since there's no feud between you, then he's treating you this way for his own benefit. He wants to get from you what he lacks. Lin Jianchun has lived for a long time, so he naturally understands some of the things. Yes, I think so too, but I can't figure out what he wants from me. After all, I used to be so poor that I couldn't even have enough to eat. Meng Haixing thought about this matter for a long time, but had no clue at all. He picked up the wine at hand and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy wine flowed down his throat and into his stomach. The spicy feeling made Meng Haixing's mind clearer. Haixing's father supports you in fighting back. This loss will not be in vain. When your restaurant opens, I will invite a few people to come and support you. Later, I'll move the restaurant where the hospital entertains clients to your side, and I'll also introduce you to other relatives and friends who have connections with our Lin family. Thank you, Dad. We are a family, so there's no need to be polite. Meng Changhua likes to play some tricks behind your back, but you don't have to be afraid of him. You have to remember that you still have the Lin family behind you. Dad will never allow Meng Changhua to use such despicable means to hurt you and Mu Cheng. Meng Haixing felt warm in his heart when he heard Lin Jianchun say this. Since his rebirth, the people around him have become very warm. Why didn't he discover these conspiracies earlier in his previous life? Meng Changyue's hatred for him definitely wasn't without reason. Although Meng Haixing had no clue, he also wanted to investigate it carefully. His first target was Meng Changyue's first girlfriend after he came to Beijing. However, he still needs Teng Zai's help in this matter. The next day, when Meng Haixing got up, Lin Jianchun had already placed a replica of medicinal recipes on the table. These medicinal recipes are all accumulated by our Lin family from generation to generation. Take a look and see if there are any that can be used. Many of the herbs here may be hard to find. Thank you, Dad. Meng Haixing picked up the medicinal recipe and was very excited. The news that Lin Jianchun cured his old leader last night must have spread overnight. In the future, he will promote the fact that the medicinal food recipes come from the Lin family. In addition to those who come to eat with tickets, there should be no small number of diners who come here for the reputation. Don't thank me yet. Making medicinal food is not an easy task. If the chef you hired is an amateur, you will have to find another one. I see. Meng Haixing hurried to find Ming Shiji with the medicinal recipe. This guy used to have medicinal food in his private restaurant, so there would be no problem letting him make it. Last night, Lu Xiangyang and his masters worked late into the night. When Meng Haixing came over, he felt his eyes light up. The original eerie plaque had already been taken down. The masters stepped on the ladder and slightly modified the original design. When the plaque customized by Meng Haixing came over, it could be hung up directly. Manager Lu, you're pretty fast, aren't you? Meng Haixing walked into the hall and saw that it was a little brighter than the tea house. Lu Xiangyang removed all the obstructive screens in the tea house, then added a row of partitioned private rooms on the first floor and placed a few more tables in the hall. Boss Ming only gave me 2 days, so of course I have to hurry. Look at this hall. If someone gets married in the future, we can hold a wedding banquet and set up more than a dozen tables. You're very thoughtful. In the past, the screens in the tea house blocked the view quite a bit, so Meng Haixing really didn't realize how big the hall was. Now that Lu Xiangyang has taken care of him, he has changed completely. I'll go to the kitchen to check. I don't know how Chef Ming is doing. Chapter 275, Everything is ready. Ming Shiji's kitchen also needs to be expanded. Originally, there was only 1 stove eye, but Ming Shiji directly expanded it into 6. He also connected the 2 sides of the small kitchen, turning it into a large kitchen overnight. When Meng Haixing came to the kitchen, he saw Ming Shiji instructing the master who was installing the stove eye to be careful and make sure it was stable. The kitchen is even messier than the living room. The stove is being installed here, and a craftsman is dismantling the door frame on the other side. Several other men in chef's clothes carried a table and walked carefully towards the kitchen. There are 6 stoves, which corresponds to a lot of chefs, so a table that is too small is naturally not acceptable. Chef Ming, how are you doing here? Can you start cooking today? No problem. Don't think it's a mess here, but I have a lot of people. It will be done in a while. I have something to ask you. Can you give me 10 minutes? Okay. Third brother, come over here and help me keep an eye on it. Ming Shiji took a towel from the table, wiped the dust off his hands, and came out of the messy back kitchen with Meng Haixing. Give me something good to show you. As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out the book of medicinal recipes from his bag. Ming Shiji is an expert and he can tell at a glance that these medicinal food recipes are rare and good ones. Boss, where did you go to rob so many amazing medicinal recipes? Take this 10-ingredient tonic soup. It used to be only eaten by the noble ladies in the palace. Common people like us couldn't even see it. Will you do it? Meng Haixing looked at Ming Shiji with a smile. When he saw Ming Shiji in that dim little room that day, he really thought he had made a mistake. This kid was living such a decadent life. Who would have thought that in just a few days, Ming Shiji seemed like a different person after picking up the kitchen knife? I am my master's most proud disciple. He once said that among all his fellow apprentices, I have the greatest talent for cooking. Of course, I know how to make this medicinal food. It's just that there are not many medicinal herbs on the market right now, and the quality isn't very good. The prescription is right here. Can you get the best herbs? When it comes to medicinal materials, the first person Meng Haixing thinks of is Huang Ming's cousin, Yi Shidan, who works at the County Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. He is a big medicinal material merchant with strong connections, so it should not be difficult to get the best medicinal materials from him. That's easy. Take a look first and see if there are a few recipes that are suitable for sale in our restaurant. At first, I'll buy the herbs from the Beijing herbal medicine shop at a high price. Later, I'll find a way to get herbs from other places. Traditional Chinese medicine is really in decline nowadays. There are only a few herbal medicine shops left, and they are all time-honored brands in Beijing, so the prices are naturally not cheap. Okay, I'll get a pen and a notebook and write it all down. Ming Shiji copied for half an hour before he wrote down the prescription he was sure of. Meng Haixing took a look and found that there were more than 50 kinds of medicinal herbs needed. He was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that Chinese medicine, which had been passed down for thousands of years, took so much thought to prepare even a medicinal meal. While the restaurant was busy with renovations, Meng Haixing took a list to the pharmacy to buy medicinal herbs and also bought some high-end ingredients such as ginseng, abalone, bird's nest, etc. Watching the large stack of RMB in his bag slowly becoming smaller, Meng Haixing secretly complained in his heart. Fortunately, he brought enough money with him. Otherwise, he would have run out of money suddenly after opening the business and would have had to ask Lin Muching to transfer money. Just when Meng Haixing was selling medicinal herbs, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Haixing, what a coincidence. Shi Rongjin was also holding a large bag of medicine in his hand, and it seemed that he was here to get medicine as well. Uncle Shi, I didn't expect to meet you in the capital. You must have returned from Pengcheng. Yeah, why did you buy so many medicines? At this moment, Meng Hai was holding 2 large bags of medicinal herbs in his hands. If you didn't know him, you would think he had a serious illness. Hi, I'm here to buy herbs for making medicinal food. I use a lot, so I might as well buy more. Uncle Shi, what are you doing? I still have the same old problem. My blood sugar is too high. I need to take some medicine to regulate my body. Just now you said you were making medicinal food. Are you planning to open a restaurant? Yes, I'm going to take the college entrance examination soon, and then I want to come to Beijing to develop my career, so I want to buy some property in advance. I just bought a tea house a few days ago, and am now busy renovating it into a restaurant. It will open tomorrow. When Shi Rongjin heard Meng Haixing say this, he felt a little more favorable towards him. He saw himself in Meng Haixing, the tenacity he had in his youth. If I could have a child, maybe he would be like Meng Haixing, careful and bold in doing things, and not panic when encountering problems. Which restaurant is it? I'll go and support you when you open it. That's great. Uncle Shi, you must come when the time comes. I'm inviting all my familiar friends to the opening ceremony, and all the dishes and drinks are free. Shi Rongjin didn't expect Meng Haixing to do this. He felt a little embarrassed to eat Meng Haixing's food for free. Uncle Shi, you must come. In such a huge city like Beijing, we can meet in a pharmacy. This is fate. When Shi Rongjin heard Meng Haixing say this, he became indifferent. Meng Haixing must have invited a lot of friends and relatives on the day his restaurant opened, so it didn't matter if he had one more table. In order to avoid appearing awkward, Shi Rongjin planned to bring 2 peers of similar age to Meng Haixing with him so that it wouldn't be too embarrassing. The two chatted for a while, and then Meng Haixing left in a hurry. He wanted to see if Ming Shiji could make medicinal food at noon. Shi Rongjin stood at the door of the pharmacy and watched Meng Haixing drive a black car and disappear at the end of the road. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Meng Haixing, a young man born in the countryside, was not an ordinary person. When I first met him, he showed extraordinary wisdom. The second time I met him, he surprised me again. Despite his young age, he actually dared to enter the Pengcheng Special Economic Zone and even went to Hong Kong Island to resell televisions. He thought this was shocking enough. When we met in Beijing, he was already driving a car. What kind of surprise will he give me when we meet again next time? At this moment, Meng Haixing didn't know that Shi Rongjin was thinking about him. He took out the large and small bags from the car and called 2 waiters to bring all the things into the restaurant. This made him determined that after passing the exam and coming to Beijing, he would immediately use his connections to buy a car. Having a car is so convenient. The kitchen, which was a mess just now, finally became very tidy after Ming Shiji spent a morning cleaning it up. Meng Haixing put all the food and herbs he bought on the table. Chef Ming, please see if these things I bought can be used for the banquet tomorrow. Ming Shiji had seen the world, but he was still shocked when he saw the big bag of dried abalone and sea cucumber. Boss Ming, your specifications are almost catching up with a state banquet. Even a state banquet wouldn't dare to do what you do. Meng Haixing laughed. If Shi Rongjin could really come tomorrow, it would be bad if he didn't bring some real stuff. Chapter 276, A Little Nervous. Chef Ming, just tell me. I'm going to set up 3 tables here tomorrow. Can you cook to my satisfaction? With so many good ingredients, I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Okay, that's it. At noon, Meng Haixing tasted Ming Shiji's cooking again in the restaurant. This time he made dry pot rabbit meat, which Meng Haixing enjoyed so much that he no longer doubted Ming Shiji's cooking skills. There is simply no dish he can't cook. All the guests invited by Meng Haixing sat in the private rooms on the 2nd floor. 1 table was for the people brought by Lin Jiangchun, 1 table was for Shi Rongjin, and 1 table was for Teng Zhe, Ting Zhe's mother, Ho Teng, and other familiar friends. Ming Shiji started preparing the ingredients a day in advance. Even for some of the dishes that needed to be simmered over low heat, he would start cooking a day in advance. He made sure that at the lunch banquet, everyone could enjoy the best food made by Ming Shiji. In the evening, Meng Haixing came back from the restaurant and came to find Lin Jianshan. Dad, the private room I'll arrange for you tomorrow has better soundproofing. You're thoughtful. The people I brought over this time have some good portions. If they are satisfied with the food, I will ask them to move the entertained customers to your side. Although Lin Jianshan didn't make his words very clear, it was almost the same. He was telling Meng Haixing openly that he wanted to take over Meng Changyue's business. As long as the dishes in his restaurant were not unpalatable, this was almost certain. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Near noon the next day, Shi Rongjin was the first to bring two young men to Meng Haixing's Zui Taoyuan. The restaurant had not yet fully opened. Although the door was wide open, there was not a single customer on the first floor. Uncle Shi, please come upstairs. When Meng Haixing saw Shi Rongjin coming, he hurried forward to greet him. Let me introduce them to you. They are both my nephews. Shi Buoxuan is slightly older than you, and Shi Bosun is 1 year younger than you. I should call you brother. In front of Shi Rongjin, Shi Buoxuan and Shi Bosun naturally couldn't refuse Meng Haixing's face. Instead, they spoke to Meng Haixing very enthusiastically. But Meng Haixing, this old fox, is not so easily fooled. He can tell whether this person is sincere to him or not with just a few words. The two people in front of me were probably forcibly pulled here by Shi Rongjin. Meng Haixing took the people to the private room and left first. He still had to go and pick up Lin Jianshan and his group. After a long time, Teng Zhe and his mother arrived, but no one from Lin Jianshan's group had arrived yet. Just as Meng Haixing was standing at the door waiting anxiously, he saw a row of several cars slowly approaching from a distance. This car is definitely big enough. Even though Meng Haixing's restaurant hadn't opened yet, people from several shops around him were speculating about Meng Haixing's background. Lin Jianshan was the first to get out of the car. Dad, you're here. I've called all my old friends here. Today you have to show off your kitchen skills. Don't worry, Dad. All the dishes are ready. Meng Haixing personally greeted Lin Jianshan and his group, but some of them still felt that Lin Jianshan was making such a big fuss to help a young boy, which was a bit excessive. Brother Lin, your family doesn't need this little money. Why do you let your son-in-law do this kind of waiter work? The person who was speaking was obviously younger than Lin Jianshan and looked to be just over 40 years old. Old Zheng, I don't like what you said. Young people should explore the world more. If you keep someone by your side all day, problems will arise sooner or later. Lin Jianshan is the most protective person. Zheng Yao's two sons are both lazy playboys who like to eat and do nothing. Not long ago, they got a girl pregnant. Finally, the girl came to his house. Although Zheng Yao didn't like the girl, he had no choice but to let his son marry her. The most important thing is that the two of them are not even of legal age, so they can only hold the wedding first and wait 2 years to get a marriage certificate. This matter caused a lot of uproar a few days ago. How could he have the nerve to say that Meng Haixing's job as a waiter was to run a restaurant? No matter how you look at it, Meng Haixing is 100 times better than his two sons. That's true, but the market economy is not good right now. If we open such a large restaurant, I'm afraid we'll lose money. Lin Yujiang glanced at Zheng Yao with a smile. He had brought up the topic quite well. Haixing will rely on the help of all the uncles from now on. All the receptions from our hospital will be held in Haixing's restaurant. Lao Lin, this is not impossible, but I don't know how the food in Haixing restaurant is. When we entertain foreign customers, we always choose the best restaurants and hotels. If we don't treat them well and offend them, it will be more trouble than it's worth. The person who spoke was Jiao Run, who was the leader of a large state-owned factory and had considerable power. Haixing, hurry up and serve the food so that your Uncle Jia can taste the delicious food from your drunken peach blossom land. Okay, serve right away. Just as Meng Haixing was about to go out, Zheng Yao stopped him. Lai Haixing, pour everyone a drink. We came to your restaurant today to try the food because of your father-in-law's face. You should pour us a glass of wine to express your gratitude. At this moment, Lin Jianshan wanted to kick Zheng Yao out. Did he come here on purpose to ruin his place today? No matter what, they were from the same school, and he shouldn't embarrass Meng Haixing like this. Of course you can let me pour the wine, but can Uncle Zheng represent the other uncles? As soon as Meng Haixing said this, the other people present who had been silent all looked at Zheng Yao with smiles. Zheng Yao is at the bottom of the group, so he naturally cannot replace others. Meng Haixing's words made Zheng Yao slap himself in the face, and his expression turned very ugly on the spot. Haixing, go get some wine. I'll introduce you to these uncles and aunts. When you go out in the future, don't forget to recognize your own family. Okay, I've already prepared some good wine. When it comes to wine, drinking Matai is the right choice no matter what era it is. Meng Haixing chose Matai, so naturally no one could find fault with him. Lin Jianshan explained to Meng Haixing one by one, and Meng Haixing honestly helped pour the wine. When pouring the wine, his hands almost couldn't hold it steady, because Meng Haixing remembered every name Lin Jianchun mentioned. These people are extremely famous in Beijing and even often appear on TV. Some were in business, some were in politics, and some came from military compounds. Meng Haixing was secretly shocked. Since Lin Jianchun knows so many people, the person who harmed the Lin family must have had a very high status. After a round of wine was poured down, Meng Haixing felt his back was soaked with sweat due to the tension. Even though he had a soul that had experienced countless things, he had never seen such a great leader in his previous life. Sometimes, a businessman without any background is really nothing in the eyes of some people. Chapter 277, Becoming an Instant Fame. The wine is ready and the dishes are served. Yesterday, Meng Haixing discussed the menu with Ming Shiji. He found a young and beautiful waiter to explain to everyone the origin of each dish, how it was made, and what it tasted like. There was someone explaining the meal on the side, so everyone was naturally enjoying the meal. Coupled with Ming Shiji's craftsmanship, everyone present praised Lin Jianchun for being lucky that his son-in-law could open such a great restaurant at such a young age. The private room was filled with harmony, and Meng Haixing finally breathed a sigh of relief. While everyone was chatting, he quickly came out of the private room, took a bottle of matai, and went to Shi Rongjin's room. Shi Rongjin was also a big leader, but Meng Haixing was not as reserved in front of him as he was in Lin Jianchun's elegant room just now. "Uncle Shi, I'll bring you a bottle of wine." Hot dishes were also served at Shi Rongjin's table, but there were only 2 bottles of beer on the table, and Shi Rongjin only had a glass of boiled water on hand. "I don't dare drink now. Have you forgotten that I just want to get some medicine? Look, I've been so busy these past few days. Uncle Shi, wait for me." Meng Haixing hurried out of the private room and brought over a pot of sour plum soup in a short while. "I made this sour plum soup myself. I didn't add sugar, but I added a little bit of fruit juice. Try it." The main ingredient of sour plum soup is black plum, and rock sugar is added to it. When Meng Haixing asks people to cook sour plum soup, he always adds rock sugar at the end. This one without rock sugar is just right for Shi Rongjin to drink. Shi Rongjin grew up in Beijing and is not unfamiliar with sour plum soup. It tastes very authentic. "Did you buy the ingredients for the sour plum soup from the pharmacy yesterday?" Meng Haixing didn't expect that Shi Rongjin could taste the source of the raw materials just by taking a sip. "Uncle Shi, you are really amazing. I bought ingredients from 3 stores and cooked sour plum soup from them. I have tasted them all, and the difference is really not that big. In the end, my chef still thinks this one tastes better." Shi Buishuan, who was standing by, saw how Meng Haixing had coaxed Shi Rongjin into a state of happiness and couldn't help but grumble. "Haixing, thank you for your hard work. Not many people know that my 4th uncle loves sour plum soup." Meng Haixing was ridiculed by Shi Buishuan, but he still had a faint smile on his face, but his words were not as kind as before. "Really? Comrade Shi, I've always been honest and upright in my actions. I wouldn't resort to trickery. I believe that all restaurants and hotels in Beijing will sell sour plum soup starting from the beginning of summer." Meng Haixing's words left Shi Buishuan speechless. Because of what Meng Haixing said, sour plum soup is not something expensive, even ordinary working-class people can afford it. But when it comes to Shi Buishuan's mouth, it becomes something with ulterior motives. "Buishuan, I asked you to come to dinner today, not to lecture anyone." Shi Rongjin was speechless when he saw Shi Buishuan suddenly attacking Meng Haixing. He was not like this usually. "4th uncle, I think I was drunk just now and said something nonsense. Please don't mind it." Shi Buishuan is a man of flexibility and adaptability, so he naturally wouldn't cause trouble for Meng Haixing in front of Shi Rongjin. Meng Haixing sat with Shi Rongjin for a while, personally introduced several dishes to him, and then went to Tengze. Tengze's side was full of familiar friends. As soon as Meng Haixing opened the door and came in, Tengze stood up. "Brother Haixing, I never thought that Chef Ming's cooking skills are simply amazing. I haven't put my chopsticks down since the first time I used them. The restaurant will officially open tomorrow. From now on, if you come to the restaurant to eat, just mention my name and I'll give it to you for free." "Brother Haixing, you are too generous. If you don't charge us, we will feel embarrassed to come. It's nothing, just a few meals." Meng Haixing really treated Tengze as a friend, and in this life, he treated Tengze as a younger brother. Not to mention a few meals, he wouldn't mind even if Tengze really came to the restaurant to eat every day. No matter how much Tengze eats, he is just one person. How can he bankrupt his restaurant by eating it up? The private room was bustling with activity, but there was not much movement in the corridor. Meng Haixing came out of Tengze's private room and felt a lot more relaxed. He ran to the kitchen to find Ming Shiji again. All the hot dishes were served, and Ming Shiji was making a fruit plate in the kitchen. "Chef Ming, You really shocked everyone today. Yeah, I said you're not losing out by treating me. I have invited Bao. Ming Shiji's knife flew in his hand, and soon a radish flower appeared in his hand. The red radishes are carved into the shape of peonies and placed around the fruit plate, which is extremely pleasing to the eye. Meng Haixing is not a stingy person, and today Ming Shiji made him win enough face. He waved his hand and gave each of the chefs in the kitchen a big red envelope. They all worked hard to prepare these 3 tables of dishes today. After staying in the kitchen for half a day, Meng Haixing calculated the time and went to Lin Jiangchuan's elegant room. By this time, everyone had almost finished eating and were getting ready to leave. Meng Haixing personally saw them out. Everyone had just come out of the private room chatting and laughing, and was praising Meng Haixing when they saw Shi Rongjin's door also opened. Uncle Shi, you're leaving so soon. Why don't you sit for a while longer? When Shi Rongjin came out of the private room, he didn't expect that Meng Haixing had invited so many distinguished guests, several of whom Shi Rongjin knew. I have a meeting this afternoon, so I won't be here. I'll come back another day when I have time. Shi Rongjin had a faint smile on his face and did not seem unhappy about meeting a group of familiar people. However, 2 people from Lin Jiangchuan's side were stunned when they saw Shi Rongjin, and then immediately came over to greet him. I didn't expect Haixing and Rongjin to be so familiar with each other. The person who spoke was an elderly man. When Lin Yujiang introduced him, he only asked Meng Haixing to call him Mr. Yu. He didn't say much at the banquet, but Meng Haixing vaguely felt that he was of high status. During the meal, the topic of conversation almost always revolved around him. Long time no see, Mr. Yu. It's been a while since I last saw you. My little C still mentions you from time to time. Come to my house for a quick meal when you have time. Okay, I'll definitely pay you a visit after I finish my work in the next few days. Don't mind me being too talkative, Mr. Yu. Zheng Yao, who had just made fun of Meng Haixing, now saw that Meng Haixing and Shi Rongjin were getting so close. He looked at Lin Jiangchun with a forced smile. Old Lin, I didn't realize your son-in-law is so talented. Didn't you say he was just an ordinary farmer's son? I don't think so. You didn't say that on purpose, did you? I never tell lies. Lin Jiangchun saw Meng Haixing and Shi Rongjin talking and laughing, and he was happy for him. But at the same time, he felt a little worried. Ever since Meng Haixing told him about the grudge between him and Meng Changhua, he specially went to find someone to investigate. I just found out this morning that the reason why Meng Changhua has developed so well in the capital is because he got on board Shi Rongqing's big ship. This time he went abroad because of Shi Rongqing. Chapter 278, Grab Them All. Professor Shi Rongqing is a professor at Jingxing University, and he enjoys a very high reputation in the academic community. In terms of scientific research, there is no need to mention it. He probably has dozens of patents in China. More importantly, Professor Shi Rongqing is Shi Rongjin's elder brother. Because of this relationship, it would be difficult for Meng Haixing to directly snatch Meng Changhua's business. There were many people around at the moment, so Lin Jiangchun did not tell Meng Haixing the news immediately. Instead, he calmed everyone down first and talked about it later. Lin Jiangchun knew this news, and several of the people he invited today had already known the news. On the one hand, they wanted to give face to Lin Jiangchun, but on the other hand, they didn't want to offend Shi Rongqing openly. They had originally planned to transfer a small portion of the business over, but now it seems that since Meng Haixing is so familiar with Shi Rongjin, he must also know Meng Changhua. They decided to each take half of the business, so that they would have something to talk about when they met Shi Rongjin in the future. After all, Professor Shi Rongqing does not have as much power as Shi Rongjin. This person is currently a very popular leader. Meng Haixing had no idea what these people were thinking. He enthusiastically sent everyone out, feeling exhausted today. Brother Haixing, you haven't eaten yet. Why don't you eat with me? I have saved a lot of good things. Ming Shiji saw Meng Haixing sitting on a chair in the lobby drinking sour plum soup, and ran over with a smile, holding a clay pot. What's good to eat? Meng Haixing took a look into the earthenware jar and saw 2 sea cucumbers and 2 big abalone inside. You kid, you have so many delicious foods hidden? You just bring them out to show me. Aren't you afraid that I will get angry and fire you? What's the big deal? I'm not eating alone. We're eating together. Third brother, bring the dishes over. Boss Meng, and I want to have a drink. Meng Haixing was just about to scold Ming Shiji for wanting to drink again, but he didn't expect that the dish brought by his third senior brother was topped with a large cup of sour plum soup. It seems that he also understands that his drinking will cause trouble. Let me also taste your Chef Ming's cooking skills. Meng Haixing had talked so much today and was a little tired, but in the face of Ming Shiji's kindness, he gladly accepted it and had lunch with him. After lunch, when Meng Haixing returned to the Lin family, the sun was already setting. He originally thought that Lin Jiangchun would be in the hospital, but when he entered the house, he saw Lin Jiangchun leaning on the sofa watching TV. Haixing is back. You must be exhausted today. The smiling face is a little stiff. After hearing Meng Haixing's honest answer, Lin Jianshun also laughed out loud. I'm exhausted too. Even though they're all familiar people, I'm exhausted after sitting for so long and talking so much. Dad, thank you. You've said this too much. We're a family, so what's there to thank me for? Come sit down. I have something to tell you. Lin Jianshun told Meng Haixing what he knew about Meng Changyue and the Shi brothers. I didn't expect the world to be so small. I only heard that Meng Changyue was favored by his mentor, but I didn't expect that mentor to be Professor Shi Rongqing. Meng Haixing had also heard about Shi Rongqing's status. After all, he was also planning to go to Capital University, and he had inquired about several extremely capable teachers at Capital University. What are your plans for the future? I will definitely destroy Meng Changyue's restaurant. Even if Shi Rongjin comes looking for me, I will not let go. Meng Haixing has always been a thorough person. He wants to find Meng Changyue's weakness and then give him a hard blow. Now everything is ready. He won't hold back his punches. Okay, Dad supports you. If you need anything from Dad, I still say the same thing. Just come to me. Good. This time, Meng Haixing finally didn't say thank you. The next day was the opening day of Zitoyuan. Today, Meng Haixing was even calmer than yesterday. He just made himself a pot of sour plum soup, drank it, hid behind the counter, and watched the busy crowd. Meng Haixing's banquet for those big guys yesterday did have some effect. Before 11 a.m., all the private rooms for lunch and dinner were booked out. If you can't book a private room, you can only make do with the small partition in the lobby for the time being. This person likes to gather together, and wealth also likes to gather together. On the first day of opening, Zitoyuan captured everyone's appetite with its Shandong cuisine that was comparable to a state banquet and its surprising medicinal cuisine. By the next day, people started queuing up at the entrance of Zitoyuan. Starting from the third day, at least half of the people who were originally at Baiwei restaurant ran to Zitoyuan. On the fourth day, there were only a few scattered guests in the Baiwei restaurant. They all came out to eat with the approval of their work units, although their leaders asked them to go to Baiwei restaurant more often. But most people have been eating at Baiwei restaurant for at least a year and are already tired of it. Now that they finally have the chance to change restaurants, they are still running away. Originally, they thought they would eat out 4 days a week and go back to Baiwei restaurant for 3 days, which they could explain to their leaders. As a result, no one who has been to Zitoyuan wants to go back to Baiwei restaurant. Even if they get scolded by their boss, they will still bring their customers to Zitoyuan because the food there is delicious. Brother Zhang, why don't we go to Baiwei restaurant tomorrow? It's been almost a week, and I haven't been to Baiwei restaurant for a single day. What the hell? Didn't you see our leader just went upstairs? They didn't want to go to Baiwei restaurant. If they let us go, I'd rather get scolded. That's right. Baiwei restaurant has been open for more than a year, and they only serve a few dishes over and over again. I've memorized all their recipes. Listening to someone in the hall whispering about Meng Changyue's restaurant, Meng Haixing looked very proud. Meng Changyue is still a little younger. He just thought that everything would be fine if he could bring the other unit over. But he didn't think that if his dishes were not good enough, it would only take a few minutes for his business to be taken away by others, just like now. At this moment, Meng Changyue, who is far away abroad, knows nothing about anything happening abroad. He is about to finish his week-long study tour and prepare to return home. Before returning home, he went to a luxury store and bought his girlfriend Tao Miling a necklace worth over 10,000 yuan and a limited edition bag. I plan to give her a big surprise after returning home. When it comes to coaxing women, Meng Changyue is extremely skilled. He always knows what women lack. Changyu, when are you going to find your childhood photos? Your grandfather has always wanted to see what you looked like as a child. When Shi Rongqing saw Meng Changyue returning to the hotel very late, his brows furrowed slightly in displeasure. I called my brother and asked him to help me find the old photos, but then something happened to him, and I was busy with lab work, so the matter was delayed. I'll see if I can find some childhood photos at home when I go back to visit my hometown during the Spring Festival this year. Chapter 279 Big Surprise. Shi Rongqing sighed slightly when he saw Meng Changyue evading. Meng Changyue and Tao Miling's wedding is scheduled for October 1st, and he wants to get the photos after marrying Tao Miling. But the old man doesn't want to wait. Summer vacation is coming soon. You should go back during the summer vacation. Your grandfather has been in poor health recently and misses your father all the time. Now that he has nothing to do, he can show you the photos of your father when he was a child. I understand. I'll go back during the summer vacation. Meng Changyue gritted his teeth slightly, said nothing more to Shi Rongqing, and returned to his room. He walked and complained in his heart. You old fool, why are you still alive at this age? All you know is photos. Just wait. When you are about to die, I will tell you that your biological son is still farming in the village, and your precious grandson is still struggling to make a living at the bottom of society. Thinking of this, Meng Changyue showed a vicious smile on his face. Why can other families be reunited, but he has to lose his parents early? How come Meng Haixing, that wild boy who is not even as good as him, has such a powerful grandfather? Since he had snatched it from the very beginning, he had to snatch it thoroughly. He not only wants everything from the Tao family, he also wants everything from the Shi family. All of them will work for Meng Changyue in the future. Meng Changyue's restaurant was handed over to a man named Zhou Changyi for management. The restaurant's business has plummeted recently, and Zhou Changyi is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But Meng Changyue was not in the country, so he had no way to do anything and could only watch as all the guests ran to Ziguan. When Meng Changyue finally returned to China, he went to the airport to wait 2 hours in advance. He wanted to tell Meng Changyue about this as soon as possible and ask him to think of a solution quickly. At the same time, Meng Changyue's fiancée Tao Meiling also came to the airport to pick him up. As soon as Meng Changyue came out of the airport, he saw Tao Meiling standing in the crowd. He waved at her hard, wishing he could put down the luggage in his hands and rush over to her. "Teacher, can I take a day off today and not go to school?" Of course, Shi Rongqing also saw Tao Meiling, and he raised his eyebrows helplessly. "You young people, hurry up and go back to the laboratory tomorrow." "Thank you, teacher." Meng Changyue carried his luggage and strode towards Tao Meiling. "Meiling, I finally get to see you. I've been away for a week now, and now I know how much you mean to me." Tao Meiling was so overwhelmed by Meng Changyue's love words that she couldn't think anymore. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked shy. "I miss you too. Let's go back first and talk about it later. I drove my brother's car here. First, take a look at the gift I bought for you." In addition to the suitcase, Meng Changyue also had a bag with a large trademark printed on it. Anyone who knows a little about luxury goods will immediately understand when they see this big trademark that the things inside must be of great value. What gift? Tao Meiling glanced at the handbag in Meng Changyue's hand, and her heart was full of curiosity. "It's a necklace and your favorite bag." As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out a necklace from his handbag and showed it to Tao Meiling. "The diamonds on these are all real." The exquisite gift box was opened, and a necklace inlaid with a diamond pendant appeared in front of Tao Meiling. "So beautiful. I'll bring it to you." Meng Changyue put the necklace on Tao Meiling and praised her highly before giving her a bag worth over 10,000 yuan. When buying these two gifts, Meng Changyue's heart was bleeding. He had no idea why a shabby necklace was so expensive. He had heard Tao Meiling say before that she liked necklaces of this brand very much, and she also had 2 of this brand. In order to please the beauty, Meng Changyue gritted his teeth and bought it. As for this bag, Meng Changyue was simply too exhausted to complain. There is at least a diamond on the necklace, which makes it look quite valuable. The bag he was holding wasn't even made of cowhide. If it were sold in China for 20 yuan, no one might want it. And he, such a sucker, actually spent more than 10,000 to buy it. He must have been kicked in the brain by a donkey. "Oh my god, Changyue, you bought me the latest bag? It's so expensive. I wanted to buy it last week, but my mom wouldn't let me. You're so kind." Tao Meiling was so happy holding the bag she had been longing for that she almost took off. "As long as you like it, it's nothing expensive. It's more than 10,000 yuan, which is still a bit expensive." Tao Meiling happily put her arm around Meng Changyue's arm and was about to find a restaurant to eat when Zhou Changyi appeared in front of them at an inopportune time. He was a smart guy. Seeing Tao Meiling waiting for Meng Changyue here, he didn't rush over to intercept her. Instead, he waited until the two of them finished flirting before coming over. "Boss, I have something to tell you." Zhou Changyi's sudden appearance made Meng Changyue's heart skip a beat. He showed up at the airport, definitely not to pick someone up specifically. "Meiling, go wait for me in the car first. I'll have a few words with Manager Zhou, and we'll be right back." "Okay, then hurry up. There's a new Zue Tao Yuan restaurant opened in Beijing. The dishes there are very good. I want to take you there to try them." "Okay, we'll go together later." After Tao Meiling left, Zhou Changyi gave her a brief account of the restaurant. "I don't know where the boss of Zitoyuan comes from, but he's taken away almost all of our corporate clients. Since they opened, our restaurant has had almost zero income every day. The dishes at Baiwei restaurant are very expensive. A vegetable costs more than 1 yuan, not to mention other meat dishes. Only when the company is entertaining guests with public funds will they not care about the money. If you are an ordinary working class person, you will definitely care about it." This resulted in no corporate customers coming to support the restaurant, and Baiwei restaurant was unable to take any business. "Zue Taoyuan, have you asked the owner of that restaurant what his last name is? I only heard that he was from out of town and had some connections in the capital. I didn't find out his name, but I vaguely heard that his surname was Meng." As soon as Zhou Changyi finished speaking, Meng Changyue's heart suddenly tightened. I understand. You can go back first. Boss, the restaurant will be distributing salaries tomorrow, and the finance department said they're a little short on cash. Take a look. Meng Changyue, who was already on the verge of rage, growled. What are you looking at? I'll die if I get paid a few days late. Let's put it off for now. I just returned to the capital and have a lot of things to deal with. Meng Changyue said this without even looking at Zhou Changyi and walked out of the airport. The most important thing for him at this moment is to coax Tao Meiling. Chapter 280. What a Meng Haixing. Tao Meiling grew up in an ivory tower. When others were still struggling to make ends meet, she had already lived abroad for many years. 2 years ago, she was forcibly called back from abroad by her grandfather. The old man always felt that as descendants of Yin and Huang, they should look like descendants of Yin and Huang, instead of wearing fancy clothes and playing with a group of foreigners abroad. Tao Meiling, who had just returned to China, was not used to everything in the country, so Mr. Tao asked her to work as an assistant in Shi Rongqing's laboratory. Her studies abroad were not in vain, and she was doing well in the laboratory. Later, with the help of Shi Rongqing, Meng Changyue met Tao Meiling, and the two quickly fell in love. At first, the Tao family was naturally unwilling. After all, Tao Meiling was the little princess of the Tao family and had lived a wealthy life since childhood. It's completely different from Meng Changyue, a poor boy who came from the mountains. Later, it was old man Meng who came forward and said that Meng Changyue was a descendant of the Meng family, and that the Meng family would take care of him in the future. Only then did old man Tao reluctantly agree. After Meng Changyue proposed to her twice this year, Tao Meiling finally agreed to marry him, and their wedding is tentatively scheduled for October 1st. Tao Meiling was bewitched by Meng Changyue, and secretly used her own private money to buy a small courtyard as a secret base for the two of them. She was driving, chattering about what she had seen and heard recently in the capital, and glancing at Meng Changyue from time to time. Changyu, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel like you're unhappy? Nothing. You don't look like you're okay. I'm your fiancé. Is there anything you can't tell me? Tell me now. Meng Changyue pretended to be embarrassed, and after a long while he said, business has been bad at my restaurant recently. Many of my customers have been poached. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay the salaries this month. How could this happen? Your restaurant has been open for over a year, and there's no money on the books. When Tao Meiling asked this question, she really didn't think much about it, and just asked casually. She didn't know that her question was like a knife, stabbing Meng Changyue's chest and causing pain. He wanted to curse Tao Meiling to death in his heart. You are so heartless. How much do you think I can earn in a year running a restaurant? Since I started dating you, my expenses have increased many times over. Do you know how much more expensive things are at Friendship Mall than outside? I'm constantly buying this and that, and it costs me 1 or 2,000 a month. All the money I made went to you. You paid 20,000 yuan for that shabby courtyard house, and I spent a full 10,000 yuan on the renovations and appliances. Do you think 10,000 yuan is easy to earn? Also, I spent a total of 20,000 yuan on the jewelry and bags I bought you this time. What kind of person can afford to spend money like you? At this moment, Meng Changyue was extremely regretful. If he had known that there would be problems with the restaurant, he would never have dared to spend 20,000 yuan to make Tao Meiling happy. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Meng Changyue could only complain about Tao Meiling's squandering in his heart, but on the surface he looked affectionate and sad. Meiling, you know that I work for companies, and many of them only pay me once a month or 3 months. Now most of my money is out of pocket. Suddenly, someone poached my clients and I lost my cash flow, so I couldn't pay my employees. Well, I'll give you as much as you need. There's still a gap of 5,000 yuan. Changyue, your restaurant is so small, and the salary expenses are so high. Our research lab salary is only 50 yuan a month. Miss Tao, who is indifferent to the world, is in love, but she is not naive and understands some things. Besides wages, the daily purchase of goods for the restaurant is also a big expense. I see. Tao Meiling was not interested in these things. When they returned to their home, she casually took out 5,000 yuan from her dressing table and gave it to Meng Changyue. Thank you, daughter-in-law. I will return it to you as soon as possible. We'll be husband and wife soon. Why should we be so clear about the distinction? I'll run you a bath. Take a bath and rest for a while. We'll go have dinner together later. Good. The two hadn't seen each other for many days, so Meng Changyue naturally had to take care of his wife first before going to Ziyuan for dinner. Because of this delay, the two of them arrived a little late. Excuse me, sir. All the private rooms are full. There is only one empty table for two in the hall. Meng Changyue and Tao Meiling looked in the direction the waiter pointed and saw a small table in the corner. The table, which seemed small to them, could actually seat 4 people, but unfortunately Tao Meiling felt the seat was too cramped. When will the private room be available? This is not good. Many guests in the private rooms leave after 9 o'clock. Smiling, why don't we just make do with this place? It's so late, and other restaurants will be crowded. Okay, let's just make do here. The two sat down, and the waiter brought the menu. Meng Changhua looked through the menu carefully. The prices of the dishes varied greatly. There were cheap vegetables for only 80 cents per portion, and expensive Buddha jumps over the wall for 8 yuan per portion. There are also exquisite abalone for 10 yuan each. Anyway, when you come to Zitoyuan, you can eat cheap food if you want, and you can eat expensive food if you want. However, judging from the guests Meng Changhua saw when he came in just now, those who dared to come here to eat should all be from relatively well-off families. I like Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish is rare in Beijing. Well, just order whatever you want. Meng Changhua's confidence tonight all came from the 5,000 yuan that Tao Miling gave him. After he came back from abroad, he only had a little over 100 yuan in cash. According to Tao Miling's way of ordering food, he had no confidence in spending the 100 yuan. While waiting for the food, Meng Changhua immediately saw Meng Haixing sitting behind the cashier counter. When he saw him for the first time, he almost didn't recognize him. The two looked at each other, and Meng Haixing smiled indifferently at Meng Changhua. As soon as Meng Changhua and Tao Miling came in, Meng Haixing saw Meng Changhua. He thought to himself, it seems that Meng Changhua has returned to China. Now the fun officially begins. Meng Haixing will return to him bit by bit all the despicable means that Meng Changhua had used on him. At this moment, Meng Changhua is like a little mouse in the hands of the old fox Meng Haixing. He can tease him however he wants. Meng Haixing saw Meng Changhua's face change instantly, and he knew that he had come to his senses. He guessed that he might be the owner of this restaurant. Meng Changhua, long time no see. Meng Haixing, holding a cup of sour plum soup, walked up to Meng Changhua and greeted him with a smile. Chapter 281. You're so disgusting. Meng Changhua, who was shocked just now, felt his heart tighten when he saw Meng Haixing coming over to greet him, and he almost knocked over the wine glass in his hand. Meng Haixing, don't you run a cram school in Xuyang County? Why are you here in the capital? Meng Changhua tried hard to suppress the shock in his heart and spoke to Meng Haixing with a forced smile. He thought to himself that Meng Haixing's cram school must not be profitable, so he followed other people's path and came to Beijing to work. Maybe the owner of Zitiyuan is a relative of Meng Haixing. I'm coming to the capital to develop my career, so I bought a restaurant for fun. Meng Haixing spoke in a very relaxed tone, but it made Meng Changhua grit his teeth in hatred. Over the years, he has asked Meng Changxi to monitor Meng Haixing's every move. For several years, everything was under his control, but just last summer, Meng Haixing didn't know what went wrong with his nerves and suddenly became smart. From that moment on, everything was out of his control. Now seeing that Meng Haixing had come to the capital in such a short time and had so much money to buy this restaurant which was obviously worth a lot of money, it would be a lie for Meng Changhua to say he wasn't surprised. For a moment, he even wanted to kill Meng Haixing immediately to prevent him from causing trouble again. Really? Then congratulations. Being able to develop in the capital is naturally better than that small village down the mountain. I remember you used to run a cram school. Is it really that profitable? Meng Changhua pretended to be familiar with Meng Haixing and tried to trick him into talking. Meng Changhua, we are not familiar with each other. Your brother came to my house to steal things and even tried to get his hands on my wife. He is now in jail. I was the one who sent him there. I came here just to tell you that all your clients from various companies are now coming to me. If you have the guts, grab them. As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, Tao Miling beside him was completely stunned. What did you just say? Chang Yu's brother was arrested for stealing? His work style is also problematic. How is this possible? Naturally, Meng Changhua would never tell Tao Miling about such a thing. He only told Mr. Meng that he and Meng Changxi were not brothers from the same father and mother, and that he was adopted. Naturally, Mr. Tao also knew about this. For this, Mr. Meng also gave Meng Changhua a sum of money and asked him to give it to Meng Changxi as a way of expressing gratitude to Meng Changxi's family for raising Meng Changhua. What they didn't know was that Meng Changhua and Meng Changxi were actually brothers, and not a single word Meng Changhua said was true. Very good, Meng Haixing, we'll see. Since the two of them had already fallen out, Meng Changhua stopped pretending to be a hypocrite and immediately showed a fierce look on his face. Meng Changhua was afraid that Meng Haixing would say something shocking again, so he didn't even bother to eat and immediately pulled Tao Miling away. Meng Changhua, our restaurant has already prepared the dishes you ordered. You have to pay for them whether you eat them or not. Meng Haixing's voice was quite loud, and after he shouted like that, many people in the hall who knew Meng Changhua looked at him. Halfway through the journey, Meng Changhua wished he could strangle him to death. Meng Changhua, with a grim face, immediately settled the bill and turned away. Seeing Meng Changyue almost explode with anger, Meng Haixing felt extremely happy. In the past, he was out of reach and couldn't deal with him, but now he has to kill him. The person who knows you best may be your enemy. Meng Haixing had dealt with Meng Changyue for half of his life in his previous life, so naturally he knew him very well. Meng Changyue suffered such a huge loss at his hands today. Tomorrow he will definitely try every possible means to find the leaders of various units who came to his door to try to win back the customer. However, with Lin Jianchun around, his idea was doomed to fail. He would probably only seek cooperation with Wang Xian on medicinal materials when he was at the end of his rope. He is a very suspicious person and will not easily step into an industry that he is not familiar with. Medicinal herbs were extremely unfamiliar to him, and that was why he hesitated to take action. Now when he wanted to make a move, Meng Haixing had already established contact with Yishidan. Meng Haixing really wanted to see what would happen if Meng Changyue's hard work for half a day was snatched away by him. Now that Meng Changyue is back, Meng Haixing naturally has to be vigilant to prevent him from causing any trouble. The next day, Meng Haixing went to the courtyard to find Teng Zhe. Meng Changyue is back. Have you contacted his first girlfriend, Wan Jing? Not yet. The capital is not a big place, but it's not a small one either. Looking for Wan Jing is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, I'm afraid Meng Changyue will hear the news, so I don't dare to ask anyone openly. I can only come quietly. Well, this happened several years ago, so it's really hard to find out. How about you sell your body a little more and find Wan Jing's classmates? Meng Haixing looked at Teng Zhe with a half-smile, which scared Teng Zhe. Boss Meng, please don't give me such bad advice. I have a girlfriend now. How can I do something that would let my girlfriend down just to find out about Wan Jing? Haha. Okay, you can take your time to find out. I'll be returning to Ziyang County in a few days, so I'll leave all the matters in the capital to you. I won't be back until after the college entrance examination. If anything happens with Meng Changyue, just call me and let me know. Okay, now we have telephones, which is convenient. We don't have to write letters or send telegrams anymore, which is so troublesome. Meng Haixing gave Teng Zhe some instructions, then went back to give Lin Jianchun some instructions. Dad, Meng Changyue is a man of deep thoughts. I haven't figured out why he's being protected by the Shi family yet. I can only wait for him to reveal his true intentions, and then slowly make plans. I'm going back to Ziyang County to take the college entrance exam in a few days. I hope you can help me keep an eye on the restaurant and prevent Meng Changyue from stealing our clients. Don't worry, Dad is here. Besides, you and Shi Rongjin are so close. I think anyone with a discerning eye would not offend you openly. Besides, everyone can see the quality of the dishes in your restaurant. Anyone who has tasted the dishes at Zui Taiyuan will probably not choose Baiwei restaurant again. Meng Haixing felt a little embarrassed by Lin Jianchun's praise. In opening the restaurant, he really benefited from his past life. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recruit a chef like Meng Shiji. Meng Haixing stayed in the capital for another 2 days. Seeing that Meng Changyue had indeed started to go around and attract customers, and that he had not taken anyone away, he returned to Ziyang County with peace of mind. Now all we have to do is leave Meng Changyue at a time. When he is dragged down by the Baiwei restaurant and starts to touch medicinal herbs, that will be the time for him to take action again. When he went to Beijing, Meng Haixing only took a small suitcase. When he came back, he pulled one in his hand, carried 2 in his arms, and had an extra backpack on his shoulders. This pile of things almost exhausted him to death. Wife, I'm back. Meng Haixing appeared at the door with a lot of things, and Lin Muching was startled. Oh my god, Haixing, you brought back so many things. Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could pick you up? Lin Muching said as he stepped forward to help get the things. I'm not trying to give you a surprise. While Lin Muching was getting something, Meng Haixing walked up and kissed Lin Muching on the cheek. This time he stayed in Beijing for a long time, and he missed Lin Muching and the children so much. Don't come on, my family is watching. Lin Muching glared at Meng Haixing fiercely, then took the things and went into the house. Chapter 282, Going Home for the Exam. This is a gift your parents prepared for you. This is for the 4 children. Meng Haixing took out the gifts one by one. We're going back to the capital soon. Why did your parents ask you to bring back so many heavy things? Lin Muching took out a large bag of Poria Coco's cake weighing 2 or 3 pounds from his backpack. This was her favorite food when she was a child. You are my parents' little cotton-padded jacket. In addition to these gifts, Dad also gave us a lot of exercises. Although the test questions here are different from those in Beijing, it never hurts to take a look. Lin Muching was stunned when he saw the huge stack of study materials. He is indeed my biological father. She only had 1 month left before the college entrance exam, and time was so tight that it was impossible for her to read all the information. Wife, let's work hard together and get good grades to show our parents. After Meng Haixing returned to Ziyang County, he entered the final sprint without any trouble. He first took his family back to Xiaoshan village and stayed there for 2 days to sort out the matters concerning the rabbit farm and alfalfa planting there, and then returned to Ziyang County. Lin Muching spends nearly 10 hours a day studying, while Meng Haixing has to go out from time to time. A new batch of 4 railway cars of televisions had been delivered to the warehouse, and Meng Haixing went to take a look. Ninggang City was having a promotion for televisions, with a discount of 10 yuan per unit, and they had cleared out all their inventory. Naturally, the boss Meng Haixing had to take a look. Chu Daong recruited 2 more people to join, and he helped to look after them. By the time he finally sat down and started studying for 10 hours a day, there was still half a month left before the college entrance examination. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing so busy and prayed secretly in his heart. Meng Haixing has always had good luck, and he hoped that his luck would be better when he took the college entrance examination. The questions he encountered were relatively simple. Otherwise, given his current condition, she was really worried that he would not be able to get into Beijing University. Amidst all the busyness and tension, the day of the college entrance examination finally arrived. Wife, please check some more admission tickets, pencils, and ballpoint pens to see if there are any that are missing. Meng Haixing got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He had already prepared everything the 2 of them needed, but he was still worried and asked Lin Muching to insist again. Everything is ready. Let's go quickly. All candidates in Ziyang County take the exam at Ziyang County High School, even students from the following towns. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching are both enrolled in Muping Town, but they live in the county, so they are not in a hurry to take the college entrance examination. But the 2 of them came and waited early. They started preparing for the college entrance examination last year and were actually quite confident. But the college entrance examination is a big event in life after all, and it would be a lie to say that I am not nervous. Wife, calm down. I believe you can do well in the exam. You should do your best too. The 2 of them encouraged each other for a few words and entered the examination room with countless students. The college entrance examination lasted for 2.5 days before it was finally over. During these 2.5 days, Meng Haixing felt like he was dreaming. In his previous life, even though he was rich, he dreamed of taking the college entrance examination and going to college countless nights. It's a pity that no matter what the dream was like, Meng Haixing felt empty inside when he woke up. He missed the college entrance examination and never had another chance. Now he finally doesn't have to have such dreams anymore, and finally doesn't have to regret not taking the college entrance examination. Lin Muching has been somewhat uncomfortable ever since he took the college entrance examination. She woke up early every day and wanted to read, but then she remembered that she had already taken the college entrance examination and did not need to get up early every day to read. Haixing, I'm not used to not having to study all of a sudden. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Muching lay on Meng Haixing, rubbed his strong chest, and muttered a few words. You didn't sign up for fashion design? Why don't you take advantage of the summer vacation to learn something related? I remember that fashion design requires a good foundation in drawing and the ability to make clothes. Lin Muching, who had been listless just now, suddenly raised his head. Haixing, you're right. I need to learn my university courses in advance. Lin Muching and Lin Jinyan had learned painting together before, so it wasn't difficult for them to get started again. But Meng Haixing was afraid that Lin Muching would go astray if he figured things out on his own. So in order to let Lin Muching learn painting, he specially opened a painting class in the cram school. And we hired a very expensive teacher. Whether the painting class makes money or not is secondary, as long as Lin Muching can go to school. It was already hot in Ziyang County in July. Meng Haixing thought that the power rationing would not be so severe this year, so he decided to put a number of electric fans in the cram school. It is still quite expensive to buy an electric fan nowadays. The most common brand of table fan costs about 85 yuan, and floor fans cost over 100 yuan. With 2 or 3 months' salary, you can buy an electric fan, which directly turns ordinary electric fans into luxury goods. Meng Haixing thought to himself that his cram school needed at least 1 fan in each room, which would require more than 20 fans. If we add the 2 new franchise stores opened by Gu In and Chu Daong, we will need at least 60 units. It's not cost-effective to contribute all this to the shopping mall. So when Meng Haixing entered the TV station, he asked Ajay to install a car-sized table fan and ceiling fan for him. Ajay was a straightforward person and gave Meng Haixing a super low price. A broken table fan for 5 yuan, a good one for 15 yuan, and the prices of ceiling fans were about the same. However, these electric fans show obvious signs of use, so they need to be cleaned if you want to sell them. The last thing Meng Haixing lacked was workers. When the electric fans arrived, he took out the useful ones and asked his hired sisters-in-law to clean a batch of them. When Guan heard that there was a cheap electric fan, he shouted happily on the other end of the phone. Haisheng, you are like a worm in my stomach. I just told my dad a few days ago that the classroom was a bit hot, and you brought me an electric fan. How's business at your cram school? Although there are no college entrance examination cram schools, there are actually many more students in junior and senior high schools this year than before. I'm just waiting for the acceptance letter now. As long as our cram school can produce a college student, I will spread the word throughout the city. It's not a big deal. There are so many people in your cram school. Even if you just guess, you can still get a college student. At first, Meng Haixing thought that Guan was a playboy who was ignorant of the sufferings of the world. But after spending time with him, he found that Guan was actually quite smart and at least knew how to draw inferences from one example. There are quite a lot of electric fans in a train car. Meng Haixing bought one for 45 yuan. It was not expensive, but not cheap either. Although the profit is not very big, it can fill up a whole train car. Only more than 500 televisions can be installed, but more than 700 electric fans can be installed, especially those small ceiling fans, which can be installed in a large stack in a small space. If you buy so many electric fans in one car, you can make a small profit. Meng Haixing bought so many electric fans, so naturally his family members had to use them all. Not only his family members, but also his workers all use electric fans. Haixing, you are really amazing. You can get a TV, and now you can get an electric fan too. I won't have to sleep due to the heat this summer. Meng Xiaomi stood in front of the electric fan, her hair blown by the wind, and she looked very comfortable. The premise is that there will be no electricity rationing this year. Otherwise, you will still be without an electric fan. Chapter 283, First in the City. Meng Haixing not only uses electric fans for his family, he also installed a row of ceiling fans in the rabbit house. The summer is so hot, and Angora rabbits are extremely afraid of heat. Rabbits can also die from heat stroke. Having electric fans can at least reduce the risk of rabbits getting heat stroke and lower the chance of rabbits in the rabbit house getting sick. Blowing an electric fan on the rabbit caused quite a stir in Xiaoshan village. Many villagers came to watch the fun. Haixing, you're really advanced. You even used an electric fan to blow on the rabbit. Ma Jining looked at the ceiling fan hanging in the air with envy. Her family had wanted to buy an electric fan this year, but her youngest son was going to get married in a few years. She hesitated for a long time and was reluctant to buy an electric fan. She planned to save money to build 4 large tiled houses for her youngest son first. I can't help it. Angora rabbits are so precious. These are all golden hens. I'm just waiting for them to lay golden eggs. The villagers thought the same. Meng Haixing had spent a lot of money to build this rabbit farm. This year, the Angora rabbits had grown up and would be ready to be sheared and sold for money. So they had to be taken good care of. Everyone was talking at once when suddenly a young boy came rushing over on a bicycle. Uncle San, Director Liu, and the school staff are here to deliver your admission letter. Meng Haixing was stunned. Why did Liu Jiang come to deliver the admission letter to him in person? Just call him, and he can go to school to get it himself. Meng Haixing put down the work in his hands, straightened his clothes, and went out to greet him. From a distance, Meng Haixing saw Liu Jiang holding 2 large envelopes and striding towards him with a smile on his face. Haixing, number 1 in the city, number 1 in the city. When Liu Jiang saw Meng Haixing, he was so excited that he couldn't speak and could only shake the admission letter in his hand. First in the city? Meng Haixing thought he was hallucinating. Although he has memories of his past life, they are only good enough to get into Keijo University. He really never thought that he could get the first place in the city. After all, there are still many outstanding students in the entire Ningong city. Haixing, quickly open the admission letter and take a look. Liu Jiang was very excited and handed the 2 admission letters in his hand to Meng Haixing. Looking at the 4 words, Beijing University, on the admission letter, Meng Haixing's hands were shaking with excitement. Director Liu, wait a moment, I'll go check on my wife. With that, Meng Haixing ran away. Liu Jiang laughed and said, You kid, the school leaders are still here. Why did you run away? It was within their expectations that they both got admitted to Capital University, but being ranked first in the city was beyond their expectations. Lin Muching held 2 admission letters, tears streaming down his face. She finally got into the school of her dreams. Wife, we can go to the capital together. The Meng family members who rushed over after hearing the news filled the living room in almost no time. The 2 admission letters passed from hand to hand. Chulan even asked all the children in the family to touch the 2 admission letters one by one. Let them share in the good news. Maybe in the future there will be a few more college students in the Meng family. In just half a morning, the news that Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were both admitted to Beijing University, and that Meng Haixing was ranked first in the city, spread throughout Xiaoshan village. Almost every household is talking about it. When Haixing donated things to the village primary school, I knew he was a good person. Look, he's been rewarded for his kindness and got first place in the city in the exam. This is unique in Xiaoshan village. We've had a few college graduates before, but none of them were the best in the city, and they certainly didn't help the children in our village. When talking about this matter, everyone can't help but talk about Meng Changhua. Meng Changhua was the first poor child to leave Xiaoshan village. When he left, he was still full of energy and said that when he became rich in the future, he would lead his fellow villagers to become rich together and thank the villagers for taking care of him and his two brothers over the years. As a result, he left, and except for coming back during the winter vacation of the first year, he was never seen again, let alone getting rich. Meng Haisheng, on the other hand, said nothing big and silently gave the elementary school students textbooks and learning supplies. He led the villagers to dig buplurum, catch ground beetles, and raise rabbits, so that these ordinary people who originally had to rely on farmland to survive can now have some extra income. Everyone was talking at once, and soon, deafening firecrackers were heard at the door of Meng Haisheng's house. It goes without saying that the Meng family is celebrating Meng Haisheng and Lin Muqing's admission to university. The Meng family had not made any preparations that day, and when villagers came to congratulate them, they just came into the house to chat and have a cup of tea. Such a big happy event naturally requires a banquet. Meng Haisheng and Meng Halian drove a tractor to the town to buy meat and vegetables. They were going to have a big banquet at home at noon today. Haisheng, you really made our Meng family proud this time. Didn't you see the smile on our grandfather's face? It was like a flower. Grandpa's lifelong wish is that our family can produce a scholar. We were poor when we were young and didn't have good educational opportunities. But Dabeo, Xiaobao, and Momo are from a different generation. Their educational conditions are better than ours. I believe they will all be able to go to university. The mountain village may seem very poor now, but when Momo and her generation grow up, their chances of getting into college in the 1990s will be many times higher than they are now. Well, I also told Dabeo that if he doesn't study hard, I will pay for him to go to boarding school in the county. This kid is just being naughty all the time now. We need to find a good school to discipline him properly. Brother, don't put too much pressure on Dabeo. After all, he's still young. He'll only be in 3rd grade when he goes back this summer. Meng Halian scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Dabeo is too naughty. He has to be disciplined. The two brothers had a lot to talk about when they talked about their children. Meng Haisheng held a banquet at home and invited all his relatives, neighbors, and villagers he knew. There were 6 banquet tables in the yard, and some children could not sit down, so they had to go into the main hall and put a long table there for the children to eat. The whole day was bustling with activity, and the house didn't become completely quiet until the evening. Meng Haisheng and Lin Muqing were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Lying on the kong, the two chatted casually about their future university life. However, it is obvious that Lin Muqing's interest is higher than Meng Haisheng's. Haisheng, I heard that we have to live on campus when we go to college. How are we going to live there with our child? Although the school has a mandatory requirement for us to live on campus, we can still apply. Others might be able to live with 1 child, but with 4 of us, the school dormitory won't be full. Meng Haisheng had his own plans and would definitely not let the children and Lin Muqing suffer. I've already bought the yard. I'll report to the school and see if I can live off campus. If that doesn't work, we can just pay for the boarding fee and study at school during the day and go home after class. Lin Muqing thought that this was also a solution. He couldn't really bring the children to live in the school. We still have to go to Beijing to find a nanny to take care of the child. I don't know how good the nannies in Beijing are. Mrs. Gu and the others will definitely not go with us to Beijing. We have our mom. The nanny she found for us will definitely not cause any problems. In his previous life, Meng Haisheng had also heard of nannies abusing children, so he was always careful when hiring nannies. So he had already asked Su Yain to help him find 4 nannies. 3 take care of the children and clean the house, and 1 cooks. Chapter 284 Moving to a New Home. After returning to the capital, I can see my parents more often. Lin Muqing has been away from the capital for many years, and now she is finally going back. She is so happy. I lay in bed and chatted with Meng Haisheng for a long time, but I couldn't fall asleep. Seeing that his wife was so excited, Meng Haisheng simply pulled her to exercise together to consume her excessive mental energy. Be gentle, Mrs. Gu and the others are still here. They are all experienced people. What are they afraid of? But I'm afraid of getting pregnant. Isn't there a raincoat? This isn't safe either. A few days ago, I heard from Mrs. Qian in the village that her child's raincoat was punctured by a needle and she is pregnant again. Meng Haisheng almost laughed out loud when he heard Lin Muqing say this. The fines for having more children than allowed are very severe nowadays. Mrs. Qian already has a boy, and if she has another one, she will be fined at least 800 or 1,000 yuan. After we return to the capital, I will go to the hospital to get sterilized. That way, no matter how hard we try, you won't get pregnant again. You got a vasectomy? Yes. Although vasectomy is a minor operation, I can't bear to let you do it. You've already suffered enough giving birth to 3 children. While speaking, Meng Haixing hugged Lin Muching and kissed her hard. At such a critical moment, his wife was still able to discuss sterilization with him. This was thanks to his strong willpower. Any normal man would have given up at this moment. After receiving the admission letter, Meng Haixing made a special call to Su Yayin. He asked Lu Jiang yesterday, and Meng Haixing came to receive the admission letter several days earlier than other students. Moreover, the city's ranking was told to him in advance by people from the Education Bureau. Meng Haixing knew with just a thought that Su Yayin must have helped in this matter. It's good to receive the admission letter. I also heard about your cousin's college entrance examination last year, where someone impersonated him. So, I've been keeping an eye on it for you since the results were released. Thank you, Mom. You're being polite to Mom again. Su Yayin on the other end of the phone was smiling. She used to be worried that Lin Muching would not be able to get into Beijing University, but after checking his scores, Su Yayin was completely relieved. With Meng Haixing, a top student, accompanying Lin Muching to study, Lin Muching naturally wouldn't do too badly in the exam. Haixing, when will you bring Mu Chung and the children to the capital? I've already contacted a kindergarten for Momo, and I've also found a nanny for the 3 little ones. Everything is ready now, just waiting for you to come back. We have a lot of stuff, and it's troublesome to move it to Beijing. I think we can find a truck to help us move in the next 2 days. Then I'll take Mu Chung back to the capital by plane. Okay, remember to let me know when the date is set. When Su Yayin heard that Meng Haixing was going to book a flight to Beijing, she didn't think that Meng Haixing would start showing off just because he made a little money. On the contrary, he felt that Meng Haixing's arrangement was very good. If they took the train, the 2 of them with 4 children would be very tired after sitting on the train for a whole day and a night, even in a sleeper berth. It's different if you take a plane. It takes less than an hour to get to Beijing. Apart from the airfare being a bit expensive, there's nothing wrong with it. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching's family are going to Beijing, and the one they are most reluctant to leave is Chu Lan. Haixing, why don't you stay at home for a few more days? I don't know when you will be back from your trip to the capital this time. Chu Lan quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling extremely reluctant in her heart. Mom, you sound like Mu Chung and I are going to a very far place. It's early August now, and the winter break for the Lunar New Year is only a few months away. I'll bring the kids back to see you as soon as the break starts. No, it's so inconvenient for you to take care of 4 children. This year, your father and I will go to Beijing to spend the new year with you. Chu Lan still felt very sorry for the 4 children. Even the adults would be exhausted after such a long journey, let alone the children. That's fine. You and Dad have never been to the capital. I'll take you there to wander around. Moving is a very headache-inducing thing. Just the clothes for the whole family filled up 5 large cardboard boxes. When Meng Haixing saw this situation, he stopped Lin Muching from cleaning up. Let's leave these appliances at home for my parents to use first. We'll buy all new ones when we get back to Beijing. There's no electricity restriction in Beijing, so we can buy all kinds of good brand appliances. As for the bicycles, they're all at home. I plan to buy a small car after I go to Beijing. When Lin Muching heard that Meng Haixing wanted to buy a car, he was completely shocked. A Haixing car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You've earned your money through hard work. We can't just spend it on this. Seeing Lin Muching's heartbroken look, Meng Haixing couldn't help but go forward and hug her. Wife, you're living too much. We're not short of money. I can afford to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands. With this money, you might as well invest it in other businesses. We are both in school during the day and rarely use the car. If the family needs a car to go out, we can borrow one from my dad. He has several cars in the hospital. Meng Haixing thought so too. He thought that buying a car nowadays would only be used as a big-tailed wolf, and he would not use it very often. Then he can buy it later. If that doesn't work, let Ajay buy him a second-hand one to drive first. Soon the day to go to the capital finally arrived. Chu Daong personally drove Meng Haixing and his family to the airport. Due to limited seats in the car, the Meng family did not come along. Daong, even though I'm going to the capital, you can't be lazy here. I'll leave all the matters concerning the cram school franchise to you. Don't worry, with your title as the best in the city, I'm lying at home right now, and my phone is bombarded with calls from people who want to join our cram school. Hold on. If you show off, you'll get into trouble. Seeing Chu Daong as happy as a child, Meng Haixing also laughed. Soon it was time to board the plane. Meng Haixing waved goodbye to Chu Daong and entered the security check area with a group of little babies. Meng Haixing was worried that the children would find it difficult to do the feeding, so he filled a bottle of milk for each of them. When the plane took off, the 3 little babies were given pacifiers to suck on, and Momo was given a piece of bubblegum in her mouth. If they are uncomfortable, let them chew the pacifier or eat bubblegum. The plane took off and returned to normal. All four children looked out the window with curiosity, but none of them cried. Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief. He is indeed his angel baby, so worry-free. During the entire flight, the children were looking around curiously, and Meng Haixing fed them from time to time, so nothing happened until they got off the plane. Meng Haixing looked out the window of the plane and watched the entire Ningong city gradually shrink. His heart was filled with excitement. This time when he leaves home, he will build a new business empire. In his previous life, he only cared about himself. The number of people he cares about in this life suddenly increased. Chapter 285 New Home. Mom and Dad, I'm here. Lin Muching held Momo in one hand and dragged a small suitcase in the other, and waved to Su Yain and Lin Jiangchun, who came to pick him up at the airport. Behind her, Meng Haixing used slings to hang the two children on his body, one in front and one behind, and held the other one sideways. Mu Chung. Su Yain excitedly stepped forward and gave Lin Muching a big hug. Then she picked up Momo again and kissed her chubby little face. I've been waiting for you guys to come. Let's not stand here anymore. Let's go home first. Lin Jiangchun stepped forward and helped Meng Haixing hold the child, and the two secretaries who came with them helped with the luggage. The whole family returned to the Lin family happily. You guys stay at home for a few days first. Let me take good care of the kids, and then you can move in after you've cleaned up your own house. As long as Mom doesn't mind for kids being naughty. I don't mind. Su Yain knew that Meng Haixing and his friends were coming to Beijing today, so she asked 3 nannies to stay at her house early. Suddenly, the huge courtyard of the Lin family was filled with the atmosphere of daily life, with people talking and laughing, and it was very lively. Before, it was just the two of us old people eating at home. Now that you are back, our meals will be more lively in the future. The Lin family's restaurant where the round table was placed had not been used for a long time. Now Su Yain was so happy looking at the people at the table. Hurry up and let my eldest brother get married. It will be more lively if we have a few more children in the future. When talking about Lin Jinyin, everyone can't help but think of Lin Jinhui, but no one present chose to talk about this topic. Lin Yujiang now has some reputation in the capital, but he can't find the whereabouts of Lin Jinhui. In fact, he has already prepared for the fact that Lin Jinhui is no longer alive. Otherwise, how could such a living person suddenly disappear? Everyone had lunch happily and the children went to rest, but Meng Haixing couldn't wait to take Lin Muching to see their new home. Haixing, you drive the black Santana first. It's more convenient to go out with a car. Seeing Meng Haixing was about to go out, Lin Jiangchun took the initiative to give him the car keys. This time, Meng Haixing finally didn't say thank you and took the car keys handed to him by Lin Jiangchun very readily. Lin Muching sat in the passenger seat, looking at the familiar streets, feeling excited. When she went to the countryside, she thought she would never come back, but she didn't expect that she would come back one day. Soon Meng Haixing parked the car in front of the courtyard gate. The door was wide open, obviously having just been cleaned. Meng Haixing knew without thinking that this must have been cleaned by Tung Zhe and his mother. As soon as the two got out of the car, Tung Zhe and Aunt Tung, who heard the noise, came out to greet them. Brother Haixing, you're here. Come in and sit down. My mom and I will open all the windows in the room to let in some fresh air. Tung Zhe, Auntie, you are too polite. I have hired 3 nannies and a cook. Just let them do these things. Meng Haixing's original intention of letting Tung Zhe and his son come to live here was to look after the house, and he would be very happy if he could clean the yard. Wow, the two of them probably started working the day before yesterday and cleaned the entire courtyard inside and out. His yard is quite large, and it would probably take him 2 days to clean it all. You're giving us a house for free, so we can't take advantage of you for nothing, right? Haixing, this is what we should do. Aunt Tung didn't know about Meng Haixing and Tung Zhe. She was grateful to Meng Haixing from the bottom of her heart for giving them a place to live. Any small room in the back house of the courtyard is 1,000 times better than the house she and Tung Zhe lived in before. Auntie, please don't be polite to me. I have a lot of houses here. You and Tung Zhe can just live here peacefully. While everyone was talking, they entered the yard. Lin Muching's previous courtyard was already very luxurious. She didn't expect that the courtyard Meng Haixing bought was no worse than hers. How did you find such a nice house? It looks like it was just renovated not long ago. I'm lucky, actually. This courtyard was just renovated as a wedding room, but the hostess went abroad, so it was a bargain for us. This hostess has really good taste. The decoration is very nice. Lin Muching followed Meng Haixing into the inner room. The master bedroom has an antique canopy bed with beautiful bed curtains hanging on it. There is a dressing table and a small table. There are not many things on it, and it looks very simple. Haixing, are all the rooms here beds? How are we going to keep warm in the winter? We can't just use the stove, right? The other bedroom has a Kong, a heated floor, and I heard from the previous owner that it has a ground heating system. Burning the ground heating system in winter is also very warm, but it consumes a lot of coal. There are quite a few rooms in the courtyard, and it would be more than just a waste of coal to keep them all warm. However, for the sake of the children, Meng Haixing decided to burn a floor heating system. Meng Haixing still had something to say to Teng Zhe, so he asked Aunt Teng to take Lin Muching to visit each room. During the time I was away, has Meng Changyue made any moves? Teng Zhe deliberately glanced outside the door, and seeing that no one was coming, he lowered his voice and told Meng Haixing what he had recently learned. You asked me to keep an eye on Meng Changyue. Except when I was sleeping, I would follow him almost everywhere he went. Not long after you left, Meng Changyue started visiting his former employers, inviting leaders to dinner 9 out of 10 times. Those leaders, although they gave their word, decided to choose Baiwei Restaurant as the venue for entertaining clients. But the clerks below simply don't listen. I heard that clerks from several units refused to go to Baiwei Restaurant after being scolded by their superiors. As he spoke, Teng Zhe had a smirk on his face. No one who can work as a clerk or in the sales department of a large company is without a background. If you do this many times, the leaders in the company will be at a loss. We don't care if this matter drags on. We can just counter whatever moves Meng Changyue makes. But Meng Changyue couldn't afford to wait. He had rented the Baiwei Restaurant at the time and employed so many waiters. If no customers came every day, he would be losing money. When Meng Haixing heard Teng Zhe say this, he guessed that Meng Changyue couldn't have stayed silent all this time. He was afraid that he had already been planning something. Is Meng Changyue going to meet anyone else? There's no big shot. He must have been forced into a corner by our restaurant. He's been looking for a chef with great cooking skills lately, and the prices of all the dishes in his restaurant are now on sale. I secretly asked someone to steal a copy of the menu and looked at it. The prices are almost the same as our restaurant. It's a shame that the price is the same, but the taste is worlds apart. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. There's still some time before college starts, so take some time to follow him and see if he makes any other moves. Well, don't worry. I've pretty much figured out Meng Changyue's personal habits. I'll definitely be able to spot any of his moves immediately. Meng Haixing patted Teng Zhe's shoulder with a smile. You've been so busy talking about Meng Changyue that I haven't even congratulated you on getting into Jingxing University. We'll be alumni from now on. Teng Zhe scratched his head embarrassedly. I only barely made it in, but I can't compare to you. I heard that you seem to be the top scorer in the finance department this year. Is it that exaggerated? Meng Haixing was a little bit unbelievable. He was lucky enough to get the first place in the city, but he never thought he could get the first place in the department. It's not an exaggeration at all. You'll understand when school starts. Chapter 286 Meng Changyue gets angry. Meng Changyue has been encountering setbacks recently, which is a little unacceptable to him, who has always been successful. Especially when we went to invite Chef Wu today, he asked for a red envelope of 20,000 yuan before he would definitely bring his team to Baiwei Restaurant. Meng Changyue didn't lose his temper at the time, but after returning home, he was so angry that he smashed the tea set on the coffee table to pieces. When his Baiwei Restaurant was doing well, many chefs wanted to work for him. Now, he found a slightly famous chef, and they all asked for exorbitant prices. Those who don't know would think that just by coming to Baiwei Restaurant, they can immediately revive the restaurant. What's going on? As soon as Tao Miling got home from get-off work, she saw broken porcelain pieces all over the floor and Meng Changyue sitting on the sofa sulking. Meng Changyue used to be full of vigor and looked dazzlingly handsome. But the Meng Changyue in front of him looked like a defeated rooster. This made Tao Miling frown slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Nothing. Things have been going wrong lately. I'm going to go clean it up. Meng Changyue showed his vulnerable side at the right time. Tao Miling, who was not very happy just now, softened her heart instantly. Let the nanny come and clean up in a while. Tell me what happened, and who could make you so angry? Tao Miling sat very naturally on the armrest of the sofa next to Meng Changyue, with one hand naturally resting on his shoulder. It's not just about the restaurant. I went to the company I used to work with. Their leader promised me everything, but the little guys below acted like they were bosses. They're just looking down on me. I have no other choice. I can't keep waiting. I want to change the kitchen staff. As a result, all those people who used to curry favor with me have turned their backs on me now. Chef Wu, who I used to favor, even demanded 20,000 yuan before he would bring his team to my side. But I don't have that much money right now. Meng Changyue rubbed his cheek. Actually, if I ask my grandfather for money now, he will definitely give it to me. But I am a grown man. How can I have the nerve to ask him for it? If this gets out, I am afraid it will be even more difficult for me to gain a foothold in the Shi family in the future. Tao Miling, who was standing by, was not naive either. As soon as Meng Changyue opened his mouth, she immediately gave him 20,000 yuan. She hesitated for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, I don't have 20,000 yuan. I'll give you 5,000 first, and you can figure out the rest later. As she spoke, Tao Miling kissed Meng Changyue on the cheek. Changyu, why do you have to make things so difficult for yourself? If you just ask your grandfather to change your surname, everything will be solved. It's not a good idea to keep your identity hidden all the time now. Meng Changyue's heart tightened, and he immediately understood what Tao Miling meant. She wanted to tell Meng Changyue, both openly and covertly, that before they got engaged, she still hoped that Meng Changyue could officially become a member of the Shi family, instead of being so secretive about it now. As long as you change your surname, you won't have to do anything like what happened with Baiwei Restaurant today. You can just sit back and do it. Those companies that work with you will have to keep at least half of their business with Baiwei Restaurant. And that chef Wu, he'll probably pay you 20,000 yuan to be your chef. Meng Changyue looked embarrassed, but he had already cursed in his heart. Could he not know the intricacies of this? Could he not know how much benefit he would gain by changing his last name? But now the old man has told him very clearly to find his childhood photos. He has already doubted his identity. At this critical juncture, how could he dare to ask old man Shi for money? Unless he was completely stupid, he would not do such a risky thing. My teacher mentioned this to me a few days ago, but I'm against it. My adoptive parents raised me for so many years, I can't be ungrateful. Let's talk about changing my surname later. Meng Changyue pretended to be very filial and embarrassed, and Tao Miling sighed slightly. That's all I'm saying. This is your family affair, and I won't interfere. Just handle it as you see fit. As for the remaining 15,000, you should think of a way first. If you really can't find a solution, I'll ask my parents for it. Miling, thank you for understanding me. What can 5,000 yuan do? Meng Changyue took the money, but still looked down on Tao Miling in his heart. Her family is so rich, and she is the only girl in the family. She usually buys luxury goods without blinking an eye, but when it comes to him, it's like alms. Meng Changyue, who thought he was looked down upon, became even more psychologically distorted. He even felt that everyone in the world owed him something. There was not enough money to hire a new chef, so Meng Changyue finally thought of Wang Xian. One evening, Meng Changyue invited Wang Xian to a tea house for tea. Boss Wang, is the medicinal materials business you mentioned last time still possible? Why, Boss Meng, do you have a way? I do have connections, but I need money to open them up. I wonder how much Boss Wang can offer. When Wang Xian heard Meng Changyue asking him for money so readily, he just laughed. Boss Meng, since you don't treat me as an outsider, I'll be frank. I have money, but I can't give it to you just because you say so. If you need herbs, I can give you a truckload on credit. Meng Changyue was furious and cursed all of Wang Xian's ancestors. He was indeed an old fox who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Okay, the Shi family owns a traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Beijing, a comprehensive hospital. I'll see if I can send your herbs to the hospital. We'll talk about money then. No problem. Meng Changyue couldn't get any money from Wang Xian, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He drank the tea in his hand and left. Coming out of the tea house and looking at the busy streets, he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Why do I get food stuck in my teeth even when I drink cold water recently? He must have had a blood feud with Meng Haixing in his previous life. Otherwise, why would he start to have bad luck as soon as he showed up? After standing on the street for a long time, Meng Changyue didn't want to go back to the yard where he and Tao Miling lived. He glanced around and saw no one he knew, then continued strolling down the street on his bike. After a stroll, I finally rode my bike from East City to West City, and after several turns, I entered a relatively clean small courtyard. Chapter 287 Meng Changyue's Strategy. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive knocks on the door, the tightly closed courtyard door was opened from the inside. Changyue, why are you here? I'm feeling really upset, so I came to see you, Mio. How have you been lately? The woman who opened the door was none other than Ding Meiying, whom Meng Haixing had been looking for. Ding Meiying is as beautiful as her name, like a bunch of cherry blossoms in spring. Same old story. The factory hasn't been very busy lately. Ding Meiying and Meng Changyue entered the house together. She poured Meng Changyue a glass of boiled water and turned on the electric fan in the room. The wind blew on Meng Changyue, and he suddenly hugged Ding Meiying tightly. Mio, I'm so tired lately. Everyone looks down on me. Everyone looks at me and wants to step on me. I just want to make my life better. Is that wrong? Changyu, you are right. I believe in you. One day you will make all those who bully you kneel down and beg you. Ding Meiying felt very sad when she saw Meng Changyue was as fragile as a child at this moment. She couldn't help him and could only comfort him with gentle words. The Shi family has been reluctant to acknowledge me, Meiying. Am I not good enough? Why do so many people in the Shi family oppose my return? My grandfather clearly wants me to go back. Thinking of the group of people from the Shi family, Meng Changyue became crazy. Although Shi Rongqing was his teacher and usually took good care of him, he was unclear about the matter of asking him to return to the Shi family and never helped him. As for the others, they even wished he didn't exist so that he wouldn't have to give away another share of the family property when he returned. Changyu, you are excellent. In my eyes, you are the most powerful man. Have you forgotten? In the difficult learning environment of Xiaoshan village, you relied on your tenacity to get into Jingxing University. Just based on this, you are stronger than many people. Changyu, be strong. I believe you can do it. As she spoke, Ding Meiying gently kissed Meng Changyue on the forehead. If there's anything I can do to help you, just tell me. Meng Changyue nodded vigorously. He hugged Ding Meiying in his arms and kissed her lips hard. Meiying, let's have a child. I want you to give me a daughter who looks exactly like you. When Ding Meiying heard Meng Changyue say this, her whole body shook. The two have been together for many years, but Meng Changyue has never mentioned having children. She had mentioned it before, but Meng Changyue always said that he was too busy and had to focus on his career. The matter of having children was delayed again and again. Now that Meng Haixing finally agreed to have a child, Ding Meiying was extremely happy. Good. Ding Meiying snuggled in Meng Changyue's arms and responded shyly. She didn't expect that Meng Changyue would even give up his beloved Bai Yueguang in order to let her become a member of the Shi family as soon as possible. Today, Tao Meiling reminded Meng Changyue that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the capital, he must join the Shi family. What is missing now is a photo of Meng Haixing when he was a child. Because of this photo, Meng Changxi is still in prison. This time, he must act steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly to get the photo in one go. On the other side, Teng Zhe, who had been following Meng Changyue, lost him for the first time. He was speechless. Meng Changyue seemed like an honest man. So how could he suddenly become so smart? Meng Changyue had never done anything out of line in the past, so Teng Zhe didn't take it seriously and just thought he was going to see another leader. On the other hand, Meng Haixing, who had just arrived in Beijing, was not idle at all. He now has two profitable businesses. One is reselling secondhand televisions, and the other is raising rabbits. Although the restaurant makes money, the profit is not as high as expected. So the first thing Meng Hai did when he arrived in Beijing was to look around for shops to buy. His first choice was the area near Dongfu Street, where there was a huge flow of people. People would come here to shop on Saturdays and weekends. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all very complete here. Beijing is more developed than other cities, and there are new shopping malls everywhere. Meng Haixing bought a two-story shop of more than 60 square meters without much effort. Although it looks a bit old, it has a large flow of people. Besides, Meng Haixing is in the second-hand home appliance business, so this kind of half-new and half-old shop is just right for him. There are also several second-hand home appliance businesses in Beijing, but their prices are not cheap and they do not provide after-sales or TV repair services. Even if there is, 20 yuan to repair a TV is extremely expensive for ordinary people. Meng Haixing thought that if he wanted to stand out among so many home appliances, he must have a selling point. Television repair and after-sales service became Meng Haixing's selling point. He transferred a young man named Ho Rui from Ziyang County to do after-sales service for televisions. Brother Haixing, I asked around. Most other companies charge 20 yuan for TV repairs. A 14-inch TV like ours costs 800 to 900 yuan. They have different brands, so an 18-inch one costs around 1,400 yuan. Ho Rui went out for a stroll today and inquired about several stores selling second-hand home appliances in Beijing. Then we'll follow the prices in Ziyang County. As for after-sales service for the TV, we'll still provide a 1-year warranty. If it breaks after 1 year, it'll be 5 yuan per repair. But we can charge a little more for replacement parts. Brother Haixing, they charge 20 for a repair. Isn't 5 a bit too little for us? What we need now is reputation. As long as we can build our reputation in a short period of time, we will have the opportunity to make money in the future. Repairing TVs only makes a little money. The main thing is, of course, selling TVs. Meng Haixing had only been in Beijing for a week when he opened his second-hand TV store. On the opening day, a bulletin board made of big red paper was hung at the door. The price of the TV is clearly written on it, as well as eye-catching information such as 1-year after-sale service guarantee and 5 yuan repair fee. On the opening day, Meng Haixing also had people distribute a lot of coupons worth 5 or 10 yuan. On the opening day, people could use the coupons to buy TVs and use them as cash. With such large coupons and low prices, the small TV store was almost packed on the opening day. Meng Haixing hired 4 salesmen, who were very busy. Ho Rui, who was in charge of after-sales, was smart. Seeing that they were too busy, he quickly came over to help the salesmen sell televisions. By the way, I am also responsible for collecting debts and other things. It was such a hot day that Meng Haixing was sweating profusely from his busy work. In the evening, the accountant from Ziyuan came here to check the day's accounts and inventory with Ho Rue and deposited the collected money directly into the bank. At first, Accountant Lu felt that Meng Haixing was making a big deal out of nothing. How much money could a store selling secondhand TVs make in a day? But when he came to collect the money, he was completely shocked. He collected more than 60,000 yuan on the first day. Boss Meng has such a golden goose. Why bother opening a restaurant? If he opens a few secondhand appliance stores, he'll have everything. It's okay. The money my restaurant will make in the future will definitely not be less than that of a TV store. Chapter 288 Secretly Making a Lot of Money. Seeing Accountant Lu's surprised expression, Meng Haixing smiled and didn't say anything. The secondhand TV business is about making quick money. Once domestic TV production increases and more people know how to repair TVs, the secondhand TV business will not be so profitable. Except for the first day when the secondhand TV business was booming, the TV store sales were good for several consecutive days. But Meng Haixing did not get proud of this little profit, because he knew that the popularity of the TV store would soon die down. According to the consumption level in Beijing, he would be satisfied if he could sell about 50 TVs a day. After all, the speed of repairing TVs in Xuyang County is not that fast. The TV store became a little popular, but Meng Haixing did not show off in front of Lin Jianshan. The Lin family only knew that Meng Haixing opened a store selling secondhand televisions. It was not big, only 60 square meters, and they did not ask how much money he made. But this secondhand TV store, which seemed inconspicuous in everyone's eyes, quickly made Meng Haixing a lot of money. When he ordered the containers from Ajai, they had already started to order 6 at a time. At the maintenance point in Xuyang County, Meng Haixing asked Meng Xiaomi to recruit a few more apprentices. He needs to expand his secondhand TV business in a short period of time. After all, the boom has passed, and there will be no more boom. Meng Haixing had been in Beijing for a week when the courtyard was almost cleaned up. These days, Lin Muching takes Aunt Tung and 2 nannies to various shopping malls in Beijing almost every day. Buy new furniture, new bedding, and new appliances. On Saturday, Lin Muching went out shopping for another day and returned home near noon carrying a lot of bags. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she picked up the teacup on the table and gulped down a large glass of boiled water. Haixing, I've been to the Friendship department store. They have a wide variety of products there. Aside from being expensive, there's nothing wrong with them. Meng Haixing was very happy to see Lin Muching's enthusiastic look. A daughter-in-law is meant to be loved, so naturally you have to give her the best material life. So what did you like? Didn't I give you foreign exchange certificates? Why didn't you buy it? Things are too expensive. I don't think it's necessary to use something so nice. We already have a TV and an electric fan. I think I can just buy a refrigerator. My dad's company has refrigerator tickets. I asked him for one. We can just go to the mall and buy it ourselves. It's hundreds of yuan cheaper than at the Friendship Mall. After hearing Lin Muching's words, Meng Haixing pulled him into his arms and asked affectionately, "Which refrigerator do you like?" Of course it's the one from Friendship Shopping Mall. They have so many different styles of refrigerators there, and there's a really nice white one. That's fine. Since you like it, and we're not short of money, I'll go buy it with you this afternoon. Meng Haixing quietly leaned over to Lin Muching's ear and tried to lower his voice as much as possible. "Wife, let's go back to our own home tomorrow. I see you've almost finished shopping. That's fine. School is about to start, and our house is closer to school. Then it's settled. I'll tell my parents when they come back tonight." Meng Haixing was so happy when he saw Lin Muching agreed. Living in the Lin family is nice, but it does not affect the couple's normal married life. Lin Muching was always afraid that the two of them would make some noise. Before dinner that night, Meng Haixing took advantage of everyone watching TV in the living room to tell them about this matter. "Mom, I'm almost done packing up over there. I want to move back with the kids tomorrow. You and Dad have been busy taking care of the kids all day living at home these days, and it's been exhausting. It's okay. Seeing the kids having fun at home makes me, as a grandmother, happy too." Su Yain and Lin Jianshan really love their children. They used to be busy during the day and often couldn't have dinner together. But since Meng Haixing's family moved in, they go home for dinner almost every night just to spend more time with their children. From now on, we will bring the kids back for dinner on Saturdays and weekends. As long as Mom doesn't mind them making noise, that's fine. Meng Haixing was talking to Su Yain when he heard Momo running in from the yard. "Grandma, I don't go to kindergarten on the weekend. I'll come home to accompany you. Can you make me some delicious rice cakes?" Seeing that Momo was so considerate, Su Yain quickly agreed. "My Momo pleases Grandma the most. If you want to eat any rice cake with any filling, just tell Grandma, and she will make it for you in advance." "Well, I'll call Grandma on Friday then. Oh, my Momo can still remember Grandma's phone number. That's great. You should quickly recite it to Grandma. What is Grandma's phone number? A string of numbers was no pressure for Momo. She memorized it easily. Listening to Momo's soft and sweet baby voice, Su Yain and Lin Jianshun couldn't stop laughing and kept praising Momo for her intelligence. Momo has lived in the Lin family for such a long time, and the two elders naturally noticed that she was smarter than ordinary children. When Momo went to eat with the nanny, Su Yain talked about Momo's painting. Momo has been in the capital for some time now, and she's become somewhat familiar with the city's environment. I thought Momo had been learning to paint before, and she really liked it. After coming to the capital, we can't let Momo delay painting. She has to continue learning. I asked someone I know to help Momo become Mr. Hua's apprentice and learn painting from him in the future. Meng Haixing was naturally very happy to find a famous teacher for Momo, but Momo was too young, and as a father, he felt embarrassed to let a famous teacher teach Momo. You're dreaming. Mr. Hua rarely gives guidance to his disciples now. Momo became Mr. Hua's disciple so that she can be taught by Mr. Hua's son, Mr. Hua Shuren. He has been studying children's painting and has opened his own studio. There are 7 or 8 children learning painting with Mr. Hua now. It's just right for Momo to learn from him. Meng Haixing grinned embarrassedly. That's good. Momo is very talented in painting. Well, Momo takes after her uncle. If Jin Yin hadn't joined the army, he would have become a well-known painter in the country now. Speaking of her eldest son, Su Yain looked at the 3 little ones again. The eldest doesn't like studying medicine. The second one studies medicine but is obsessed with unconventional things. Mu Cheng is even more frightened by the sight of blood. I've been waiting so long for Momo's generation. Momo is so smart, and she even loves to draw. Now all my hopes are on the 3 little ones. When they grow up a little bit, I will give them a good enlightenment and make them love studying medicine. Lin Jianshun, who was standing by, looked in the direction Su Yain was looking with a smile, and saw the 3 little ones sitting on the dining chairs, eating happily. They didn't know how to use a spoon yet, so they basically used their hands. The food was all over their faces, hands, and the dining chairs. Yain, I think you should not let our children study medicine. You know how tiring it is. If they want to study medicine in the future, they can study medicine so that they can manage our hospital. If they don't want to, we won't force them. Let them choose what they like. Life is short, and it's more important to live comfortably. After living in the frontier for several years, Lin Jianshun has become very open-minded. He believes that his children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, and he will not force it. Chapter 289 Doing Big Things Secretly. Meng Haixing moved at the weekend, and Lin Jianshun found several people from the hospital to help him. When he saw the home appliances bought by Meng Haixing, he suddenly realized that as a father-in-law, he should buy home appliances for his 2 young children. Look how busy I was. How could I forget such an important thing? Haixing, your dad will definitely pay for the home appliances you need. When you and Mu Cheng got married, I didn't have the ability to buy you home appliances and furniture. Now that I can, I naturally want to compensate you. Dad, we are a family. There is no need to make such clear distinctions. These are 2 different things. Our Lin family must give Mu Cheng a dowry. The home appliances had already been bought, so it was not convenient to buy another one. Lin Jianshun simply waved his hand and gave the 2 of them 100,000 yuan as a dowry for Lin Muching. Meng Haixing originally didn't want to accept the money. After all, he didn't give Lin Muching a betrothal gift, but Lin Jianshun insisted on giving it to him, so he couldn't refuse and accepted it. In the evening, after everyone had finished their meal and left, Meng Haixing quietly pulled Lin Muching into the house. Mu Cheng, since Dad has given you a dowry today, I will give you a betrothal gift as well. As he spoke, Meng Haixing put a deposit slip in Lin Muching's hand. The deposit certificate was in Lin Muching's name, and the amount was 200,000 yuan. This money is your betrothal gift, which is your personal property. You can spend it however you want and buy whatever you want. As for the household expenses, I will give you some extra money. Lin Muching looked at the 2 thin pieces of paper in her hand with a look of confusion. She suddenly had an extra 300,000 yuan in her hand? What do I need so much money for? Just keep it where you are. This is your personal property, so of course you have to keep it yourself. Okay, then I'll keep it for myself and give it to Momo as a dowry in the future. Okay, you can give it to anyone you like. Finally returning to his own little nest, Meng Haixing hugged his delicate little wife, and naturally he would not just cover himself with a blanket and chat with her. He needs to make up for all the losses from the past few days. It's so hot, you only need to come once. How can you sleep if you're sweating all over? Then I'll carry you to take a bath. I've prepared hot water. Our bathroom is big and can fit a big bathtub. It's just right for the 2 of us to take a bath together. Lin Muching knew best what Meng Haixing was planning. She bit the corner of his lip viciously and said maliciously, "You can take it easy. Be careful not to do anything too harsh now, or you won't be able to do it again in the future." Haha. Wife, you've learned bad things. Don't worry, I know what's going on. As he said that, Meng Haixing carried Lin Muching sideways to the bathroom. Take your raincoat and be careful of getting pregnant. I know. Meng Haixing thought about going to the hospital to get a vasectomy as soon as possible. He was tired of carrying a raincoat with him all day. The case of gay men getting sterilized is still relatively rare. Meng Haixing was too embarrassed to go directly to the hospital to register, so he went to talk to Lin Jianchun about it. As a man, Lin Jianchun naturally understood that Meng Haixing took the initiative to get a sterilization for Lin Muching's own good. Since the two of them don't want to have children anymore, sterilization is the best solution. Come to the hospital tomorrow afternoon, and I'll find a great doctor to do it for you. I guarantee you won't feel a thing. Okay, Dad, you have to keep this a secret for me. Meng Haixing felt a little embarrassed. After all, this matter was quite private. Don't worry, Dad can still shout to the whole world with a loudspeaker. After you have the surgery, I will prescribe some medicine for you to regulate your body. Take good care of yourself. After all, it is a surgery. The next afternoon was Tuesday, and Meng Haixing came to the hospital to find Lin Jianchun. When he arrived, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be bodyguards in the office building. Although they were all wearing casual clothes, you could still tell if they were real if you looked closely. It goes without saying which important leader is coming to see the doctor today. Lin Jianchun's medical skills are still very good in the capital. Although he does not see patients in person, there are still big shots who come to him from time to time. In order not to delay Lin Jianchun's medical consultation, Meng Haixing deliberately walked slower. But even so, Meng Haixing still met a group of people head-on in the corridor on the second floor. An old man was surrounded by the crowd and slowly walked towards Meng Haixing. Judging from the direction, it was obvious that they came out of Lin Jianchun's office. Meng Haixing subconsciously stood aside. Seeing that the scene was very unusual, he didn't need to force himself to move forward. After the group of people disappeared at the end of the stairs on the second floor, Meng Haixing went to find Lin Jianchun. "Dad, are you still busy?" Meng Haixing knocked on the door and went in, only to see Lin Jianchun packing a large bag of silver needles. "I finished my work. Mr. Shi has been suffering from insomnia recently, so he came to ask me to help take care of him." "Yeah, I just ran into them outside the door." A large group of people were marching past. Lin Jianchun pursed his lips and smiled. Mr. Shi was also a pitiful man. He was so focused on conquering the world that he neglected his family. His eldest son was killed by enemy spies shortly after he was born. This has become a thorn in his heart, and the older he gets, the harder it is to let go. It wasn't long after the Ghost Festival recently, and he's been having nightmares and can't sleep well. He came here today, and I gave him an injection to relieve the pain. Meng Haixing had heard a lot about these things that happened in the military in the past. Many people gave up their own families to defend the motherland. Meng Haixing felt a deep respect for the old man just now. On the other side, Mr. Shi came out of the hospital. "Rong Zheng, who was that young man I met at the stairs just now? He looks familiar to me." Mr. Shi looked at the young man beside him. This was his youngest son, Shi Rongjing. It was he who accompanied Mr. Shi to see the doctor today. "We only met once, and he looked like Lin Jianchun's son-in-law. I heard he was a young man from the mountains. He opened a Zitoyuan restaurant in Beijing. The food is very good. I even took a few friends there to eat." "Oh, it's Lin Jianchun. He's a big name in Beijing now. I didn't expect his son-in-law is just a young man from the countryside." I guess Lin Jianchun had no choice. He went to the frontier a few years ago, and his daughter went to the countryside. She was lucky to marry a promising young man. Mr. Shi nodded slightly. He had always had a good impression of Lin Jianchun. Unfortunately, the incident happened suddenly. Even though these old bones couldn't stand the behavior of some people and wanted to help, they were powerless. At that time, everyone was struggling to protect themselves, so no one could care about Lin Jianchun. Fortunately, everyone has finally made it through. "Dad, Lin Chunjiang has some free time recently. Why not have him come to your house and give you acupuncture? You're so old, running back and forth. How can you bear it in such a hot weather?" "You should check Lin Chunjiang's schedule first. If he's not available, I'll run a couple more times and just consider it as exercise." Shi Rongjing responded, knowing in his heart that Lin Jianchun was no longer the same as before. Meng Haixing's ligation surgery took less than half an hour. He stayed in the hospital for 2 hours and was able to leave after confirming that there was no problem. "You are not allowed to have sex for 7 days. Stay home and rest. Take these 4 packets of medicine. Take 1 packet a day for 4 days." Lin Jianchun stuffed a large bag of medicine into Meng Haixing's hands. "Okay, Dad, I'll go back first. Let's go." Drive slowly on the road. Chapter 290. Meng Changyue hits a wall again. Meng Changyue knew that he would not be able to find the photos for a while, so he wanted to sell Wang Xian's card of medicinal materials first and make a profit from the difference. So taking advantage of the Shi family gathering, Meng Changyue came to find Shi Ronglan. Shi Ronglan is the third son of Mr. Shi. His wife is Zhou Qiao, a daughter of the Zhou family. The Zhou family, like the Lin family, also owns a hospital, but their hospital is not very popular and has little reputation. After the Lin family went bankrupt a few years ago, the Zhou family took the opportunity to open their own Chinese medicine hospital. They originally wanted to monopolize Chinese medicine hospitals in the capital, but unfortunately, although the hospital was opened, business has not been good. Meng Changyue knew that Lin Muqing had a necklace with a note inside it because Shi Ronglan told him. At the beginning, Meng Changyue suspected that the Zhou family was also involved in the downfall of the Lin family. Otherwise, how would Shi Ronglan know such a secret? Unfortunately, ever since Meng Changyue brought back a fake necklace last time, Shi Ronglan no longer trusted him and even stopped him from helping with things. Uncle San, I haven't seen you for a while. What have you been busy with recently? As soon as Meng Changyue arrived at the Shi family, he greeted old man Shi and then came over to talk to Shi Ronglan. What can I be busy with? I'll just be idle all day. Changyu, I've heard a lot of rumors recently. I heard that your Baiwei restaurant is being targeted by Lin Jiangchuan's son-in-law. Shi Ronglan looked like he was enjoying a good show, and Meng Changyue wanted to bite him to death. He was deliberately making sarcastic remarks, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. It's just some personal grudges. I can handle it. Oh, a little grudge. Shi Ronglan raised his eyebrows slightly, looking indifferent. Shi Ronglan knew everything about Meng Haixing. Many of the ideas that Meng Changyue used to deal with Meng Haixing were given by Shi Ronglan. Unfortunately, the two of them planned and calculated, but they didn't expect Meng Haixing to be reborn. The layers of traps that had been set collapsed in an instant. To this day, Ronglan has not received the prescription that can be used to claim credit, but the leader has made great progress under Lin Jiangchuan's treatment. In other words, Meng Changyue's line is basically useless, and Shi Ronglan is a bit too lazy to pay attention to him. Uncle San, I have something to ask of you. Shi Ronglan had lost all his patience at this moment, and when he heard Meng Changyue asking him to do something, he looked even more impatient. I don't have much power in the Shi family. If you ask me to do something, I can't help you. Uncle San, please listen to me first. Third uncle should have heard that Lin Jiangchun is now very popular with the leaders. I have some connections and happen to know Wang Xian, Lin Jiangchuan's senior brother. Meng Changyue deliberately looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he lowered his voice and continued speaking. I heard him say that although the leader's condition has stabilized, his condition is still not very good. If we can offer a prescription that can make the leader healthy at this time, what kind of reward do you think the leader will give to third uncle? Meng Changyue's words struck Shi Ronglan's heart. He wanted to stand out so much. If he had such an opportunity, he would have no worries about turning things around. Is your information accurate? The leader's health condition is confidential. Absolutely true. Tell me, what are your plans? I have two options now. One is to stabilize Wang Xian. He has a truckload of medicinal herbs he wants to sell. If we can sell them, Wang Xian will naturally give us news about Lin Jiangchun in a timely manner. The other way is to deal with Meng Haixing. As long as we force Meng Haixing into a desperate situation, I don't believe he won't take out the necklace. Shi Ronglan raised his brows slightly, feeling that what Meng Changyue said made some sense. How can we force Meng Haixing into a desperate situation? The restaurant he runs is extremely prosperous. If we want to deal with him, we have to use crooked means. Uncle San, you don't need to do these things. You just need to give me some medicine. Shi Ronglan's heart skipped a beat. Changyu, you won't cause any deaths, will you? Seeing Shi Ronglan being so cowardly, Meng Changyue felt very amused. People like Shi Ronglan would never achieve anything great. That's definitely impossible. I just want some medicine that can make people vomit and have diarrhea. Oh, that's easy to say. What about Wang Xian's cart of medicinal herbs? This isn't difficult. I'll go talk to your third aunt later. Okay, then I'll wait for good news from third uncle. Finally, the matter was settled. Meng Changyue felt so happy. You see, no matter what difficulties he encountered, they could all be solved. The bad luck he had in the past few days must have been his occasional bad luck. After Meng Changyue and Shi Ronglan separated, he wanted to chat with the younger generations of the Shi family to improve their relationship. Ever since old man Shi knew of his existence, he only revealed his identity at a family meeting in the Shi family and asked everyone in the family to take better care of him. In the following days, he was very busy and always followed Shi Rongqing in the laboratory. Only on Sundays would he come to the Shi family to see old man Shi. As for the Shi family, He didn't have much contact with them. Even with Shi Rongqing's son Shi Buishuan, he rarely had a word with them. In order to integrate into this family as quickly as possible, Meng Changyue went over to talk to Shi Buishuan with a smile. Buishuan, long time no see. Shi Buishuan was telling Shi Bosun that a new dance hall had opened somewhere in the capital, and the two of them were planning to find time to go there. Meng Changyue suddenly interrupted, and his expression immediately turned ugly. Shi Buishuan responded indifferently without even looking at Meng Changyue. The smile on Meng Changyue's face almost disappeared. He clenched his fists tightly to prevent himself from hitting Shi Buishuan in the face. You guys talk first. Meng Changyue walked away dejectedly with a fake smile on his face. Shi Buishuan said disdainfully, "What a thing. Don't think that just because you're my dad's favorite student, you can outdo me. My dad has so many proud students, and you don't even know your last name. Yet you have the nerve to approach me." His voice was loud and Meng Changyue could clearly hear it, but he did not turn around to argue with Shi Buishuan. "Just wait. Sooner or later, I will make your family pay for what you did today." Shi Bosun spoke only after Meng Changyue walked away. "Buishuan, why are you so angry with him? Why don't you just pretend he doesn't exist? Seeing him makes me angry. He's a poor kid with unknown origins. He doesn't even know if he's the legendary uncle's offspring, yet he comes here to claim kinship. Isn't it obvious that he's here to seize the family fortune? We have enough members of the Shi family. If Grandpa really confirms his status as the heir, the Shi family's assets, which were originally divided into 5 parts, will now become 6. Why should a poor boy like him take only one part?" Shi Buishuan looked down on Meng Changyue at all and wanted to kick him out of the Shi family immediately. Perhaps in the entire Shi family, no one except Old Man Shi wants him to monopolize 1/6 of the Shi family's property. Then don't be too obvious. Our grandfather thinks highly of him. Chapter 291. Meng Changyue was hacked. Shi Buishuan sneered and whispered in Shi Bosun's ear, "You don't know yet, but Grandpa has always been skeptical about Meng Changyue's identity. Grandpa said he wanted to see photos of Meng Changyue when he was a child. He clearly said he had them, but he just couldn't produce them. Isn't this just plain nonsense? No way, he can be so bold. Just wait and see. This villain Meng Changyue will definitely not be able to hide his foxtail. I want to see how he ends up." Shi Rongfei appeared in the hall wearing high heels. "Dinner is ready. Let's go to the restaurant." She is Mr. Shi's daughter, the second child, and the only girl in the family. Mr. Shi dotes on her very much. After the divorce, she has been living at home and no one dares to gossip about her. "Second aunt, you are becoming more and more beautiful." Shi Buishuan walked up to Shi Rongfei with a smile. "Don't be so smooth-talking, kid. Keep quiet at the dinner table today, or you'll get scolded." "Second aunt, do you have any inside information? Tell me quickly." "I won't tell you. Just keep quiet for a while. The Shi family has a large population and cannot accommodate all of them at a long table. So Shi Rongbua and his family can only sit at the dining table next to them. Where's Rongjin? Why hasn't he come yet?" Just as Mr. Shi spoke, he heard footsteps outside the door. "Dad, I'm sorry I'm late." When Shi Rongjin walked in, his forehead was covered in sweat, which showed that he had run back in a hurry. The housekeeper beside him quickly brought a hot towel to Shi Rongjin and asked him to wipe his face. "Didn't I call you yesterday?" Old Master Shi had a cold face and was obviously not very happy. "I had a meeting at work this afternoon, and I couldn't control the time." As soon as Shi Rongjin mentioned the company meeting, the frost on Mr. Shi's face disappeared instantly. "Work is important. We can't let the leaders find fault with it." "Yes." Shi Rongjin sat down, and the housekeeper brought him another cup of tea to let him catch his breath. "I'm older now, and I don't care as much about family matters as before. But just because I don't care doesn't mean I'm deaf or blind. Rongqing is busy with school and laboratory matters and can't take care of the family business. But what about Ronglan and Rongjung? One of you is idle all day, and the other just hangs out with a bunch of artists. Do you think that because we have a big family and a big business, we can do whatever we want outside without your help?" Ronglan, who was named, was very dissatisfied. He worked in the Shi family's clothing factory and was a leader of some importance, but he had no real power and could not make any decisions. This was very frustrating for him, which was why he didn't like going to the garment factory. "Dad, I'm not idle either. I've been going to the garment factory recently." "You call that going? 2 days a week. That's also called working." Shi Ronglan felt his face burning with anger as he was humiliated by Old Man Shi in front of so many people. But due to Mr. Shi's authority, he didn't dare to lose his temper and could only keep his anger to himself. "And Buishuan and Bosun, didn't you say you wanted to expand into overseas markets? You've been talking about this for half a year, right? Have you made any progress?" Old Master Shi's attack hit the vital point, and Shi Buishuan and Shi Bosun were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Meng Changyue, who was always bullied, felt amused. These two are idiots. It would be better for him to do it instead of asking them to develop overseas markets. Why? Is there no reason to explain? Do you want me to give you one? For example, the domestic economy is in recession now. It's inconvenient to contact foreign traders, or to put it bluntly, foreigners simply don't like the fabrics and clothes we produce. After old Master Shi told Shi Buishuan all his reasons, he had nothing more to say. Grandpa, I'll find a way. You have to think of a solution. Don't let me be in the coffin before you figure it out. Your fourth uncle is usually busy with work at the company, and he also has to take care of things at the factory. I think you guys are trying to tire him out. As he spoke, the old man looked at Shi Rongjin. Rongjin, I heard you've been taking medicine again recently. Is your blood sugar getting hard to control again? Nothing serious, just old problems. I noticed you've lost a lot of weight this time back in the capital. There aren't many promising youngsters in your family. You should support them more and let them help you share some of the work earlier so you don't have to be so tired. Dad, I know. Recently, I want Peijun to come to work in the company. Although she is still in her second year of college, it would be good for her to come out and gain some experience. Mo Peijun is Shi Rongfei's daughter. After Shi Rongfei divorced, she moved back to the Shi family. Okay, you can arrange it. Shi Ronglan, who was standing by, could no longer sit still after hearing what Shi Rongjin said. Old 4, my son Bo Ming is already in his first year of college. Can you arrange a job for him in the company? Shi Rongjin did not refuse. All the younger generations of the Shi family are qualified to work in the Shi family's company. Okay, Bo Ming is still young, so he can come to the company for internship first. Thank you, fourth uncle. When Meng Changyue saw Shi Rongjin arranging jobs for the younger generation in his family, he looked at Grandpa Shi with hope. He had no parents to speak for him, so he hoped that Grandpa Shi could help him. It's a pity that Mr. Shi didn't pay any attention to him. Old Master Shi again reminded the Shi family that they could be idle, and at worst the Shi family would support them for the rest of their lives. But they cannot cause trouble to the Shi family. If anyone causes trouble to the Shi family, don't blame this old man for being strict. After the family meeting, the meals started to arrive. There was a table full of delicious food, but Meng Changyue felt like he was chewing wax. Even now, his family still treats him as an outsider. They have never considered him a family member. Since they are unkind, don't blame them for being unjust. Of course, before dealing with the Shi family, Meng Changyue had to get money from Wang Xian first. In order to facilitate the sale of this batch of medicinal materials as quickly as possible, Meng Changyue and Wang Xian moved around more frequently, and his every move was under Teng's surveillance. Haixing, the two have almost finished their discussion. I heard them say in the tea house today that the Zhou family has agreed to take their medicinal herbs. Tengze, who heard the news, was anxious and ran back to find Meng Haixing. Okay, I understand. You continue to follow Meng Changyue. School is about to start. I'm afraid I won't have time to follow him anymore. Yeah, it's okay. I'll take care of him in the next few days. The last time Meng Haixing returned to his hometown, he knew that Meng Changyue and Wang Xian were going to cooperate in the medicinal materials business. After he returned, he asked Huang Ming for the contact number of his relative Yi Shidan. Yi Shidan's ancestors were in the medicinal materials business, but they had been developing in several cities around Ningong City and had never moved north. After all, there are too many people with powerful family connections in the capital, and they cannot easily get involved. Now that Meng Haixing extended an olive branch to him, he immediately agreed. Chapter 292 Fake Medicinal Materials. Meng Haixing made a phone call, and within 2 days Yi Shidan brought his medicinal herbs to the capital. The 2 carts of medicinal materials were placed in the warehouse behind Meng Haixing restaurant. Boss Yi, you have to ensure the quality of these medicinal herbs. If you ruin your business this time, there will be no future. Boss Meng, rest assured about the quality. The poor quality of the products we supplied to the Chinese medicine hospital in the past was the hospital's fault. They took kickbacks, and I had no choice but to pass off good products as inferior ones. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Come with me to the warehouse tonight and see the quality of the medicinal herbs there. Yi Shidan needs Meng Haixing, so naturally whatever Meng Haixing says is what he does. Not to mention asking him to look at medicinal herbs at night. Even if he was asked to help steal medicinal herbs, he would go without hesitation. Wang Xian is Lin Jiangquan's fellow apprentice, and they have their own medicinal materials warehouse. Meng Haixing secretly inquired about which warehouse the several carts of medicinal materials in Wang Xian's hands were kept. At night, he bribed the old man who was watching the warehouse and sneaked in with Yi Shidan. Hurry up, there are patrols around the warehouse. It will be bad if we are discovered. The old man who was watching over the warehouse looked at Meng Haixing with a little fear. Don't worry, uncle. We'll just go in and check the quality and leave right away after we're done. Each of them took a flashlight and entered the warehouse. An indescribable smell hit me in the face. What's that smell? Meng Haixing rubbed his nose. Some medicinal herbs in the warehouse have been stored for too long and have become damp, then dried out, which gives them this strange smell. It looks like this is a warehouse of mediocre goods. The warehouse was filled with sacks of medicinal herbs. Meng Haixing casually found a sack and opened it. Inside was bupleurum as thick as his little finger. He was most familiar with this, having sent a lot of it to the Chinese medicine hospital. These bupleurum roots have probably been stored for a while. Not only was the bupleurum not cleaned properly, but there was also a layer of dust on it. When Meng Haixing took it in his hand, he could faintly smell a moldy smell. These bupleurum roots were dried and then rained on. Yishidan is an expert. His main skill is to identify medicinal herbs. As long as he gets his hands on the herbs, he can tell whether they are good or bad. Will it affect the efficacy of the medicine after being added into the medicine? It's all moldy, so how can it be considered effective? It's lucky it didn't kill anyone. The two continued walking into the warehouse. The strange smell became stronger and stronger. Yishidan looked at several other medicinal herbs and was sure that all the herbs in the warehouse had been exposed to rain. Moreover, some of them were not dried and were put back into sacks, and they became moldy over time. Only an expert like me can smell something wrong. Ordinary people can't tell there's anything wrong with the herbs just by looking at the outside. And this strange smell can easily be confused with the smell of medicinal herbs. Just your words, let's go first. Meng Haixing never fights a battle without confidence, and he is not very familiar with the Zhou family. But he could ask. Although the Zhou family has an average reputation in the industry, Mr. Zhou is very careful about his reputation and is a person who cares a lot about face. Meng Haixing can kill Meng Changyue just by relying on this point. Meng Changyue was able to get in touch with the Zhou family thanks to Shi Rongluan's connections. He was waiting for Meng Changyue and the Zhou family to sign the purchase and sales contract before taking action. Uncle Zhou, let's keep in touch. I have quite a lot of medicinal herbs here, and the price I can give you will definitely be cheaper than the market price. Meng Changyue was holding the purchase and sales contract he had just signed in his hand, and he was so happy. A cart of medicinal materials was handed over to him, and he earned more than 10,000 yuan in commission. If he can continue doing this for a long time, this path will also allow him to accumulate a lot of wealth. Okay. Xiaomeng, this medicinal material must be exactly the same as the sample you gave me. There can't be any substitution of good quality for inferior quality. Uncle Zhou, just wait. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Meng Changyue patted his chest and promised. At this moment, he still trusted Wang Xian very much. First of all, Wang Xian was Lin Jiangquan's fellow apprentice. With this relationship, Wang Xian would definitely not do anything rash. If he brought a batch of junk medicinal materials, it would be a slap in the face of Lin Jiangquan. Secondly, Wang Xian also said that if there is any problem with the medicinal materials, he will refund or replace them. With so many guarantees, Meng Changyue really didn't think that there was anything wrong with the medicinal materials. But he ignored the character of Wang Xian. Meng Changyue happily took the purchase and sales contract home, and in the evening, he went out with Tao Meiling to have Western food to celebrate. But who could have imagined that when I woke up, I would see a piece of news in the Beijing Morning Post? A batch of low-quality medicinal herbs, damaged by rain, was discovered in a warehouse in Beijing. According to insider reports, these herbs have been sold to a Chinese medicine hospital. The newspaper included a picture in which the name on the entrance of the Chinese medicine hospital was blacked out. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is the Zhou family's hospital. Mr. Zhou has the habit of reading the morning paper. When he saw this news, he almost fainted from anger. Zhou Mingdian, come here quickly. I remember you bought some medicinal herbs yesterday. Old Master Zhou yelled at the top of his voice, and Zhou Mingdian, who had just gone downstairs to eat, was startled and almost fell to the ground. Is that so? What happened to Dad? What's wrong? Come and take a look. It's in the newspaper. It says you bought a batch of medicinal herbs, and someone reported that they were rained on. I remember you said that our hospital couldn't use this batch of herbs, so you gave half to the Song family. Did you sign a purchase and sales contract with the Song family? Zhou Mingdian was completely dumbfounded and nodded mechanically. You're so confused. Didn't you send anyone to the warehouse to inspect the goods? Meng Changyue was the one who set up the bridge. I thought since he was a member of the Shi family, he wouldn't dare to do anything untoward. Who could have imagined that he was so cruel as to deceive our Zhou family? Don't worry about Meng Changyue for now. You must clarify this matter with the outside world. We did purchase a batch of medicinal herbs, but it's definitely not the batch reported in the newspaper. Mr. Zhou thought for a moment and then said, now quickly contact the medicinal herb dealer in Beijing and ask for a batch of medicinal herbs exactly the same as those in your purchase and sales contract. No, we need 2 cars. We must distance ourselves from the news and the newspaper. If we can't, no one will dare to come to our Zhou family hospital in the future. At this moment, Zhou Mingdian finally realized the key point. If this batch of medicinal materials is not good, it will affect the reputation of the Zhou family. But where can I get the herbs? The herbs in the capital are all very expensive, and the quantity is not large. I don't care where you get them. Just get them to me this morning. I want to see them delivered to our Zhou family warehouse by noon. I want to clarify this matter in tonight's evening paper. Now, contact the editor-in-chief of the evening paper immediately and ask him to reserve space for you. If you can't do this well, I'll let your brother manage the Zhou family hospital in the future. Zhou Mingdian was almost going crazy at this moment. He didn't even have breakfast. He immediately took his people and drove to several famous herbal medicine shops in Beijing. As soon as he took out the list of medicinal herbs, people shook their heads. Who would have nothing better to do than put 2 truckloads of medicinal herbs in the shop? Chapter 293, A Small Profit. Just when Zhou Mingdian was almost in despair, he heard the clerk in the drugstore say that he seemed to have heard someone say that a foreign medicinal material merchant had recently come to the capital and brought 2 trucks of goods. When Zhou Mingdian heard that there were medicinal herbs, he didn't care what they were. He asked for a rough address and went to the guest house to find Yi Shidan. Yi Shidan, who had been waiting for Zhou Mingdian in the guest house, was a veteran in the medicinal materials industry. He had finally come across a fat sheep, so he had to chop it down hard. So Zhou Mingdian bought 2 truckloads of medicinal materials at a price 20% higher than the price in Beijing. Losing a little money was no big deal. He finally got the truckload of medicinal materials into his warehouse before noon. The photos were even published in the evening paper, and Zhou Mingdian finally put his mind at ease. After running for most of the day, Zhou Mingdian was drenched in sweat. Dad, it's done. Well, you should quickly deal with the remaining matters. Our family can't bear this loss for nothing. Zhou Mingdian, who had just taken a breath, nodded vigorously. If Meng Changyue was unkind, then don't blame Zhou Mingdian for being cruel and ruthless. Meng Changyue also has the habit of reading the morning paper, but today he happened to get up late. By the time he saw the message, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Meng Changyue was anxious and ran to the hospital to look for Zhou Mingdian, but found him empty-handed. When he returned to Zhou's house to look for someone, he was caught by the police on the way. The charge was that he attempted to defraud the Zhou family by using fake contracts and fake medicinal materials. The charge was vague, but Meng Changyue was definitely guilty of using fake medicinal materials. The arrest of Meng Changyue caused a lot of uproar because of the Zhou family. All the prominent families knew that the Shi family had done such a despicable thing. Meng Haixing was the first to learn about Meng Changyue's arrest. He was in a good mood and went to the guest house to find Yi Shidan. Boss Meng, you are truly a prophet. If you have any opportunities to make money in the future, don't forget me. That's easy. Meng Haixing sold 2 truckloads of medicinal materials from Yi Shidan and made nearly 40,000 yuan. He didn't even count it and just stuffed the money into his handbag. Boss Meng, I heard you opened a restaurant, and your most popular dish is medicinal cuisine. I wonder what your requirements are for the medicinal ingredients used in making these. If you can use my herbs, I will definitely give you the lowest price. Meng Haixing understood that Yi Shidan wanted to sell himself well. After all, he also saw his ability in this medicinal materials business. Okay, then tomorrow morning, I'll send you a list of herbs and we can discuss the price. But I have very high requirements for quality. If your quality is not good enough, I will not accept it. Don't worry, I dare to fool others, but I dare not fool Boss Meng. Although Yi Shidan had not had much communication with Meng Haixing before, he had heard a lot of information about Meng Haixing from Huang Ming. At that time, he felt that Meng Haixing was definitely a talent. He did not expect that in just 1 year, he had made rapid progress. There are definitely benefits to having a good relationship with such a person. After taking the money, Meng Haixing went home, took Lin Muching and several children to Lin Jiangchuan's house for dinner. Tonight, there will probably be a lot of fun to see at Lin Jiangchu's house. Anyone who is well informed in the capital knows that Meng Changyue is a member of the Shi family. Now that such a shameful thing has happened, it naturally cannot be hidden from Mr. Shi. But the old man did not express his opinion immediately. Even Shi Rongjin didn't make any movement. Faced with such a result, Meng Haixing was not too surprised. The two of them didn't move, which already showed that they were going to teach Meng Changyue a lesson. Meng Haixing had such a big plan, but his ultimate target was not Meng Changyue. Haixing, how much involvement did you have in this matter? In the Lin family mansion, Meng Haixing, Lin Jiangchun, Su Yayin, and Lin Muching were talking in the study. I set up this whole thing for Meng Changyue and Wang Xian. Dad, I won't go into details about the reason. Meng Changyue almost destroyed my family. If I don't retaliate, then I, Meng Haixing, will have lived in vain. Well, Dad doesn't mean to blame you. Meng Changyue's current fate is his own fault. But what about Wang Xian? In Lin Jianquan's eyes, Wang Xian at this moment was just a fellow apprentice who was not very motivated, loved to take advantage of small gains, and sometimes would take some unconventional paths. But he had never done anything to hurt Meng Haixing, so he couldn't understand why Meng Haixing would target him. Dad, have you ever thought about how the Lin family was framed and how these things inside the Lin family were leaked out? Lin Jianquan was stunned. That memory was the one he least wanted to recall. Now that it was dragged out by Meng Haixing, he looked obviously unhappy. I don't know how many people knew about my second brother's research back then, but those who knew that Mu Chang had a silver necklace must have been very familiar with the Lin family. It was this person who leaked the Lin family's information. If I hadn't stopped him, no one would have known what Mu Chang would be like now. Having said this, Lin Jianquan felt a chill on his back. No wonder when that group of people came to search his house, they were able to find some of his private collection of books so accurately. Moreover, Lin Muching was not supposed to go to Xiashan village, such a remote place. No one knew who had changed her destination. After he returned to the capital, Wang Xian repeatedly obstructed him when he was treating the senior leader. He was afraid that if he cured the big boss, it would hinder his career. Dad, just wait and see. Wang Xian's wife will definitely come to you soon and ask you to get Wang Xian out of jail for the sake of your fellow apprentices. Wang Xian took possession of the warehouse's spoiled Chinese medicinal herbs. If this charge is proven, Wang Xian will spend at least 15 years in prison. If you try to rescue him, you'll have to think carefully about how you're going to do it and what price you're going to pay for it. You should also think carefully about whether Wang Xian is worth your sacrifice. If Meng Haixing had reminded Lin Jianquan before to cut off all ties with Wang Xian and stop associating with him, he would definitely not agree, given how much he valued his fellow disciples. But now he has to think carefully. I'm really old, and my brain isn't as quick as you young people. Lin Jianquan smiled helplessly. If this incident had not happened, and Meng Haixing came to him and said that Wang Xian was not a good person and asked him to be wary of him, he would only feel that Meng Haixing was a little worrying too much. They, several brothers, grew up almost together and had suffered a lot in order to study medicine. Having weathered so many storms, he would definitely help Wang Xian if he encountered difficulties. But now he doesn't have that drive anymore. Haixing is right. I said it many years ago that Wang Xian has evil intentions and will cause trouble sooner or later. You always feel that with the eldest brother around, he doesn't dare. Now, as soon as he moves, he makes such a big noise. If you still care about brotherhood, let him reflect on his mistakes in prison. Seeing Lin Jianquan's disappointed face, Meng Haixing sighed slightly. His father-in-law was still too kind-hearted. He should keep a close eye on him in the future and not let any random people bother him. Dad, it's not that you're old. It's that some people become bad without realizing it when they get along with each other. As the family was talking, Wang Xian's wife, Du Xiaofeng, came to visit. Chapter 294 Stain. Du Xiaofeng doesn't look very old, with big wavy hair and a colorful dress. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Lin Jianquan and rushed over. Brother, you have to save Lao Wang. He's been arrested by many police officers and taken to the police station. If you don't help him, he won't be able to get out. If anything happens to old Wang, how will my two children, my two elderly parents, and I live in the future? Du Xiaofeng grabbed Lin Jianquan's sleeve and started crying. If you didn't know, you would think that Wang Xian had suffered a great injustice. Xiaofeng, let me go first. Lin Jianquan was choked by the smell of perfume on Du Xiaofeng's body and dared not breathe, so he quickly pulled his arm out of her hand. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, thought to himself that Du Xiaofeng was really good at making trouble. Fortunately, he had just prepared Lin Jianquan psychologically. Otherwise, with her crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide, Lin Jianquan would not be able to bear it. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were younger, so naturally they wouldn't step forward. They went to the children's room together. The living room was noisy for a long time and finally quieted down. Haixing, what's going on over there? Lin Muching raised his chin towards the living room. Dad is very sensible and won't help Wang Xian. That's good. Wang Xian must be a completely evil person. He even dared to sell spoiled herbs to the hospital. What if the patients get sick from taking them? The person is already sick, and if he takes fake medicine, won't he be half dead? Don't worry, I will definitely take care of Wang Xian. Meng Haixing gently rubbed Lin Muching's soft hair. In his previous life, in order to heal the injury of his senior leader, Wang Xian not only harmed the Lin family, but also destroyed the Meng family. He naturally couldn't keep such a cruel and ruthless person. Not long after Lin Jianquan sent Du Xiaofeng away, Wang Xian's parents came again. The two old men were also very powerful. As soon as they entered the door, They knelt down to Lin Jiangchun. Jiangchun, Uncle Wang has watched you grow up. Today, Uncle Wang kneels down for you. You must save Wang Xian. Meng Haixing was completely stunned when he saw this scene. These two are the tough ones. Uncle Wang, please don't be like this. How can I possibly influence the judiciary? You're really embarrassing me. Lin Jiangchun quickly stepped forward to help Mr. Wang, but he was determined not to give up when it came to saving people. Between Wang Xian and Meng Haixing, he chose to believe Meng Haixing. He would also conduct a thorough investigation into the murder of the Lin family to see who else was involved besides the heartless Wang Xian. The two old people made a fuss at Lin Jiangchun's house for more than an hour and refused to leave. Lin Jiangchun might be concerned about the little friendship he has left with the Wang family and doesn't want to chase him away directly, but Meng Haixing is not afraid. He directly called Zhou Bo and two guards to drag Wang Xian's parents out of the yard. Meng Haixing, you are such a jerk. The Lin family is still alive and well, and you, a son-in-law, are showing off here. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm already old, and you still have the nerve to humiliate me like this. Today I will die in front of the Lin family's door, so that all the neighbors around can see how heartless and ungrateful your Lin family is. As he said this, Father Wang was about to ram into the Lin family's gate. Uncle Zhou, don't stop him. Let him hit the car. Even if he kills himself today, it has nothing to do with our family. People like Wang Xian, who gave rain-soaked and rotten medicinal herbs to patients, deserve to be struck down by the sky. You're all crying and wailing here, making things difficult for my dad. You want him to get him out? No way. My dad is such an upright man. He's willing to stand up for someone who's selling fake medicinal herbs. Dream on. Meng Haixing has a lot to say when he speaks. Father Wang, who was kicked out, just wanted to use the surrounding neighbors to put pressure on the Lin family. He really underestimated Meng Haixing. He had stopped using such tricks a long time ago. After explaining the matter, Meng Haixing saw that Wang's father was almost fainting from anger, so he added, "Go home and think about it. If Wang Xian is sentenced, can he still keep his evil daughter-in-law? Can we still keep Wang Xian's family property?" After hearing this reminder from Meng Haixing, Mr. Wang was obviously stunned. He didn't bother to argue with Meng Haixing anymore and quickly left with his wife. If Lin Jiangchun did not help, Wang Xian would most likely be sentenced, and it would be uncertain whether Du Xiaofeng could stay in the Wang family at that time. The Lin family's door closed again. When Meng Haixing turned around, he saw Su Yayin and Lin Jiangchun standing in the yard. "Haixing, you're fine." Lin Jiangchun pursed his lips and patted Meng Haixing on the shoulder. Seeing that Lin Jiangchun didn't say anything, Su Yayin said helplessly, "Haixing, thank you for what happened just now. If it weren't for you today, Uncle Wang wouldn't know what would have happened." "Nothing. I just can't stand some people who are clearly in the wrong and yet still want others to help them shoulder the responsibility for their mistakes." In the evening, Meng Haixing and his family had dinner and played for a while before leaving. The next morning, Meng Haixing gave Yi Shidan the list of medicinal materials he needed. "Boss Meng, I also opened a small shop selling medicinal herbs in Beijing. I estimate that I will be able to transport the herbs over in 6 days. Once the herbs are prepared, I will deliver them directly to your restaurant." "Boss Yi, you're pretty quick." It's okay. Thanks to Boss Meng's support. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to enter the capital so easily." The Zhou family bought medicinal herbs from Yi Shidan, which shows that the quality of his medicinal herbs is acceptable. With this in mind, he could open a herbal medicine shop in the capital and still have some sales. Meng Haixing likes to cooperate with smart people. He feels that Yi Shidan is someone he can cooperate with more in the future. The issue of selling spoiled medicinal materials caused a huge social outcry. The day before Meng Haixing started school, Wang Xian and Meng Changyue were sentenced. Wang Xian was identified as the main culprit and sentenced to 10 years. Meng Changyue was unaware of the situation but also had fault and was sentenced to 1 year with a 1-year reprieve. Although he did not have to go to jail after being given a 1-year suspended sentence, Meng Changyue's life was tarnished. This item will always be on his resume. Chapter 294. My face hurts a little. Meng Changyue had caused such a big disaster that it was even more difficult for him to move forward in the Shi family. After the verdict was announced, Mr. Shi called Meng Changyue back. Meng Changyue has been detained in the Public Security Bureau these days. Except for Tao Miling, who visited him, no other member of the Shi family, including Mr. Shi, has visited him. He was taken to the Shi family as soon as he was released today. He had vaguely guessed that the Shi family might cause trouble for him. But now that things have come to this, he has no other choice but to find a way to please old man Shi again and win his trust. As soon as he entered the door, Meng Changyue felt something flying towards his face. He dodged subconsciously. With a clang, a ceramic ashtray fell to the ground and broke into pieces. One of the broken porcelain pieces hit Meng Changyue's leg, and he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Meng Changyue, how dare you come to the Shi family again? You almost killed me, do you know that? Shi Ronglan stood up from the sofa in a flash, his face full of anger, wishing he could eat Meng Changyue alive. Fourth uncle, I'm also a victim. Who would have thought that Wang Xian was so bold as to sell moldy medicinal herbs? Zhou Qiao, who was standing by, was also very angry when she heard Meng Changyue trying to shirk responsibility. My eldest brother trusted you so much, and I felt that the person you introduced would definitely not be wrong. But in the end, can you live up to my eldest brother's trust in you? Meng Changyue was speechless after being confronted by Zhou Qiao. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. Wang Xian is simply crazy, daring to sell such junk. But it was too late to say anything now. Meng Changyue could only endure the anger from Shi Ronglan's family. After being scolded by Shi Ronglan, Meng Changyue was called to Mr. Shi's study and scolded again. Changyu, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but the Shi family is large and prosperous, with a large population. As an elder, I have to treat everyone equally. I used to think that you were the boss's only child and lived alone, so I wanted to take care of you. You said you wanted to open a restaurant, so Grandpa used his own private money to open a restaurant for you without a second thought. You said business was not good, so Grandpa asked those old friends to help you. Grandpa doesn't expect much from you. As long as you can live a stable life, that's fine. You're a researcher, so focus all your energy on that. Your restaurant is closed, so don't open it again. Meng Changyue suddenly raised his head. Grandpa, I've worked so hard to run this restaurant, and it's closing just like that? If it's not closed, are we still going to stay there and lose money? Old Master Shi's voice suddenly rose, causing Meng Changyue to swallow back all the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay, I'll put the restaurant up for sale when I get back. No need. I've already had someone put up the sign. Don't worry about the follow-up matters. I've also paid you all the wages you owe the workers. Thank you, Grandpa. Old Man Shi looked at Meng Changyue's dejected look and ultimately did not say anything more harsh. If any of his other grandsons had caused such trouble, he would probably have been furious. And the photo I asked you to find, did you find it? Didn't you say last time that you would go back to the countryside to look for me during the summer vacation? Why haven't I seen you yet? I wanted to go back, but I got held up by the restaurant incident. I'll just go back in the next few days. Just as Meng Changyue finished speaking, he heard 2 knocks on the door. With a creak, Bosun pushed the door open and walked in. Meng Changyue, what you said before couldn't be false, right? You can't even produce any photos. Every word I said to Grandpa was true. Grandpa, I swear on my life that if I tell you even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. Sure, Bosun on the side sneered. Then you must carry a lightning rod with you when it thunders next time, lest you get struck to death. Seeing that Sir Bosun was getting more and more outrageous, Mr. Sher said with a little displeasure, Bosun, you are really becoming more and more unruly. What do you want from me? Grandpa, the shop you asked me to sell has been sold. Here is the contract. As he spoke, Sher Bosun handed the sales contract in his hand to Old Man Sher, then turned around and looked at Meng Changyue with a smile. Coincidentally, the person who bought this shop is also surnamed Meng Haixing. When we signed the contract today, Mr. Meng said that he and Meng Changyue are from the same village. As soon as Sher Bosun finished speaking, Meng Changyue's heart was filled with shock. He didn't expect that the shop where he opened the restaurant was actually bought by Old Man Sher. But why did he say it was rented? If he hadn't said that he was renting it, how could he have taken the risk of asking Wang Xian to deal in medicinal herbs recently just to pay the rent and his employees' salaries? What surprised him even more was that the shop was sold to Meng Haixing. Isn't this a slap in his face? Everyone in the capital knew that the two were sworn enemies. How could Old Master Sher not know Sher Bosun's little thoughts? He has always disliked Meng Changyue, and this was done on purpose to show him. But the contract has been signed and the transfer has been completed, so it's too late to say anything. All right, let's end this matter here. No one should mention it again. During this time, Changyue should stay in the lab and do research honestly. Don't cause any more trouble. Meng Changyue wanted to say a few more words to Mr. Sher, but Mr. Sher waved his hand at him, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. He had no choice but to leave temporarily. After coming out of Sher's house, Meng Changyue punched the big tree at the door hard. When people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in their teeth. If he only worked in the laboratory and earned a few dozen yuan a month, he would not be able to afford to date Tao Meiling, let alone marry her. She spent dozens of dollars on a meal that time, and he spent a month's salary on that meal. It is not Meng Changyue's character to just sit there and wait for death. He has to let Ding Meiying play her role as soon as possible. On the other hand, after Meng Haixing bought Meng Changyue's Baiwei restaurant, the first thing he did was to take down his signboard. The interior had not been touched much. MANHWA probably spent a lot of money on decorating the restaurant. Manager Liu, I'll leave this place to you. Please decorate it in the style of our Zue Taiyuan and write Dongfu Street Store directly under the plaque. As for hiring waiters, that's all up to you. I start college tomorrow, so I'll probably be busy for a few days. Lu Xiangyang didn't expect that Meng Haixing trusted him so much and directly gave him another store. Since Meng Haixing is trustworthy, he naturally cannot let him down, so he works hard for him. The next day, Meng Haixing and Lin Muching took various documents and went to Jingqing University to register together. The two of them were in different departments, so Meng Haixing accompanied Lin Muching to the fashion design department to register first. This department was newly established and only accepted a small number of students every year. When it came to enrollment, it was incomparable to other popular departments. Classmate, can I apply to live on campus? After Lin Muching finished the formalities, she saw her senior student handing her an accommodation application form and asked, "The school stipulates that freshmen must live on campus." As she spoke, the senior sister glanced at Meng Haixing beside Lin Muching and said with a smile, "You didn't just get married, did you?" Chapter 295 Campus Report. In recent years, many comrades who have already started working in society have taken the college entrance examination and passed it. Some female comrades even bring their children with them and live in the school. So when the senior student who was receiving him heard Lin Muching ask if he could not live in school, she was very understanding. The school requires you to live on campus. You can tell the aunt who manages the dormitory that you'll be at school during the day and go home at night. Thank you, senior. Lin Muching filled out the accommodation application, and the senior student gave her a meal ticket worth 19.5 yuan. Hold this carefully. You'll be relying on it for food for the next month. If you lose it, you won't be able to get it again until next month. And this. As she spoke, the senior student gave Lin Muching another 2 yuan and asked her to sign a notebook. This is hardship allowance, and it's also paid out once a month. After Lin Muching thanked him repeatedly, he took the pile of things and accompanied Meng Haixing to handle the formalities. The School of Economics was newly opened this year, and none of the 6 departments below it had been heard of before, but there were still quite a few people signing up. Some people may not even know what finance or economics are, but they sign up because the name sounds impressive. After squeezing in the crowd for an hour, both of them were sweating, and they finally completed all the procedures. Oh my God, this department is so popular. Lin Muching wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a look at the School of Economics, which was still crowded with people. He couldn't help but be amazed. Our department will be very popular in the future. Let's go to the cafeteria and have lunch. Since we'll be at school most of the day, we should probably clean up the dorm and take a break at noon. Lin Muching nodded slightly. Although she felt that the dormitory was not very useful, she still bought the necessary things. The cafeteria at Jingqing University is quite good, and you can have a meal for just a few cents. Lin Muching thought that the food in the cafeteria was so cheap that he would probably have some meal tickets left over after a month. After dinner, the two did not rush to buy things, but went to apply for school dormitories. You can bring your own bedding to the dormitory, or you can buy school bedding. The school bedding is obviously much thinner than the ones you buy yourself. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching did not plan to live in the dormitory permanently, so they chose to buy a house from the school. I'll help you get it up there. Meng Haixing picked up the bedding and went upstairs. Lin Muching lived in a dormitory on the 2nd floor near the stairs. There are 2 iron beds on both sides. The other students have not arrived yet, so the dormitory is empty. Everyone likes to sleep on the lower bunk. I don't sleep here at night anyway, so you can put my bedding on the upper bunk. That's good. The upper bunk is clean and not many people come to sit on it. The bedding was laid out, but there was no bed sheet. Lin Muching thought to himself that he would have to bring some bedding from home when he came to school tomorrow. Lin Muching applied for a dormitory, and Meng Haixing also went to the boys' dormitory to apply for a dormitory. Halfway through the journey, Meng Haixing remembered that the boys' dormitory was full of men, and it would be somewhat inappropriate to let Lin Muching go there. So Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching to wait for him in a small flower bed while he went to apply for a dormitory. Haixing, just hide me. I think you should wait for me. I'll be there soon. Looking at Meng Haixing's receding back, Lin Muching was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Meng Haixing moved very quickly and ran back in just over 10 minutes. After settling into the dormitory, the two of them started strolling around the campus. This will be where they will live for the next 4 years. The two of them were extremely excited as they walked on the campus. Compared to the leisurely two, most students were busy and bustling today. Students from other places, accompanied by their parents, walked to the dormitory with large and small bags. Those who had completed the formalities were busy fetching water and tidying up the dormitory. Haixing, our school is so big, Shouldn't we buy a bicycle too? After strolling for half an hour, they realized how huge Jingqing University was. If they relied solely on their two legs to go to class every day, they would probably be exhausted to death. Not to mention getting out of school and going to the nearest bus stop. I think it's okay. Let's go buy a bicycle now. There are bicycle vendors in the alley outside the gate of Jingqing University. No tickets are required here, but the price is a little higher. Some people are smart and sell secondhand bicycles here. After all, there are a lot of graduates every year who need to sell their bicycles. Meng Haixing had no shortage of that little money, so he bought Lin Muching a red lady's bicycle, while he also bought a 28-inch bicycle. According to Meng Haixing, this bicycle is sturdy and it will be convenient to bring the children to school to play in the future. You've thought it through. That's because I want my children to feel the humanistic atmosphere of Capital University from an early age. After buying the bicycles, the two of them also bought thermoses, water cups, and other things. Since they had to rest at school at noon, they naturally had to prepare more things. On the first day of registration, the two were as excited as children. The next day, Meng Haixing was busy all morning going to school to get books, familiarize himself with the classroom, and get the class schedule. It was almost noon when I finally had some free time. He and Lin Muching had no mobile phone contact, so in order to have lunch with Lin Muching, Meng Haixing could only wait at the cafeteria door. Sure enough, after a while, I saw Lin Muching and several female classmates of similar age walking towards this side. I don't know if she told her classmates, but several female classmates looked at Meng Haixing and ran into the cafeteria with a smile. What are they laughing at? Meng Haixing looked at Lin Muching in confusion. Those are all my classmates. When they heard I was married, they were curious about who could marry a beauty like me. Meng Haixing smiled and put his hand on Lin Muching's shoulder. Next time someone asks you a question like this, just tell me my name. Look how proud you are. I'm going to have dinner with my classmates, and it's not appropriate to bring you along. Go eat by yourself. As he said that, Lin Muching slapped Meng Haixing's hand away and hurried to chase his classmates. Wife, are you just going to abandon me like this? At this moment, Meng Haixing felt resentful like a wronged young wife. Unfortunately, Lin Muching just turned around, gave him a sweet smile, and turned away. Hey, Meng Haixing, why are you standing at the cafeteria door? Meng Haixing's classmate Gu Yi came forward enthusiastically, hooked his arm around Meng Haixing's shoulder, and walked towards the cafeteria. You kid are not looking at female classmates at the cafeteria entrance, are you? P.S. I received a gift from user 173688524 today. I was shocked. This is the biggest gift I have ever received. Thanks to user 1736852. I am a lazy person and generally don't ask for gifts. I just want everyone to enjoy reading. There is no need to spend so much money. I will be very happy if you give me some flowers or something. By the way, can you use fewer blades? Oh, I will try my best to update. Chapter 296 Campus Life. 1 week after school started, both Meng Haixing and Lin Muching met many new classmates at school, and their lives became richer. In other words, Lin Muching's life suddenly became richer. Her painting foundation is relatively weak. Even though she studied with a teacher for a period of time before the college entrance examination, the time was short after all, and she did not learn much. There were many students in their class who were in the same situation as Lin Muching. In order to study better, after class in the afternoon, they all went to the art department to find a senior student and learn painting with her. This senior student of ours is really good. She explains things in more detail than the teacher last time. Lin Muching, who returned home for dinner in the evening, chattered about how she had learned painting from her senior schoolmate in the afternoon. Your senior sister is quite nice. She doesn't charge you tuition and teaches you to paint for free. That's right. I heard from my classmates that the school also offers free lessons on guitar and other musical instruments. Do you want to learn? Forget it. I'm not interested in musical instruments. Lin Muching talked for a long time, and seeing that Meng Haixing didn't say much about his campus life, he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Haixing, what about you? I think you've met a lot of new classmates. Have you participated in any activities together? When asked by Lin Muching, Meng Haixing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had no interest in those young boys. They were so ambitious just after school started for a few days. Our finance department is a quiet department, not as lively as yours. Everyone studies all the time, and at most we go to the library together. That's really boring. It's a pity that you can't come and learn painting with us. How can I find the time to learn painting? I already have 2 restaurants and a secondhand TV store. I'm planning to open another store. By then, 4 stores will be enough to keep my extracurricular life interesting. Meng Haixing is a relatively traditional person. He feels that it is natural for a man to earn money to support his family. He can put aside all kinds of entertainment activities and work hard to make money so that Lin Muching can live the life she wants without worries. Do you need me to help you watch the store? I can't let you be busy alone. It's enough to not have to hire salespeople in the store. You can spend more time with the children. Momo just started a new school, and I'm really worried that she won't be able to get used to it. Okay, I'll play with Momo more tonight. Lin Muqing's painting class in the afternoon happened to conflict with picking up Momo, so the task of picking up Momo from school fell on Meng Haixing. At first, Meng Haixing was afraid that Momo would not be able to adapt to the new kindergarten, but now, 2 weeks after school started, Momo has adapted very well and even made new friends. Dad, look, this is the rose that Zimo gave me. Do you think it's beautiful? As soon as Meng Haixing picked up Momo, Momo took out a wrinkled pink rose from her school bag, as if she was presenting a treasure. This flower is so beautiful. It seems Momo is very popular in kindergarten. That's right. Look, there are kids who gave me beautiful crayons. Momo dug out a half-broken crayon from her school bag and showed it to Meng Haixing happily. That's right. Did you give any gifts to the children? Yes, it's the handkerchief my mother embroidered for me. I gave it to Zimo. Zimo said he really liked the little flowers my mother embroidered. I see. The handkerchief your mother embroidered for you took a long time to embroider. You can't just give it away to others anymore. Well, several kids in our class asked me for handkerchiefs, but I didn't give them any. I only gave them to Zimo because he exchanged them for roses. The father and daughter walked home while chatting about kindergarten. Nowadays, kindergartens also teach children to recognize words in pinyin, but Momo already knows all of these, so she is somewhat bored in kindergarten. When talking to Meng Haixing, he basically talked about how to play with the children and rarely talked about what he had learned. Dad, can I take a few more classes with Mr. Hua? There are only Saturdays a week, and the few classes on the weekend are too few. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Meng Haixing's mind. Aren't Momo and Lin Muqing both taking painting classes? How about they both take it together? In this way, Momo and Lin Muqing can go home together in the afternoon. Then why don't you take classes with other teachers? Your mom is also learning painting. You can also follow her and listen to her. Really? I've seen Mom's practice drafts, and they're similar to mine, but they're obviously more difficult than mine. After all, Lin Muqing has some basic knowledge and has started to draw figures, while Momo is still following the teacher to draw plaster. According to teacher Hua, as long as the basics are laid, you can easily get started with drawing anything in the future. So the next day, after Lin Muqing asked his senior, a new member, Momo, joined their painting class. Although Momo is young, she is very talented in painting. Even Lin Muqing's senior schoolmate praised Momo for her good painting skills. Lin Muqing and Momo were drawing in the classroom, and Meng Haixing couldn't just stand there and wait. He took out a brand new textbook from his canvas bag and leaned against the corridor to read it carefully. There are still a lot of courses in the first year, and Meng Haixing doesn't want to fail in his first year of college. I have to say that university life is very comfortable. Whenever Meng Haixing stands in the school, he can't help but want to pick up a book. This feeling is something I have never experienced in my previous life. When he entered university in his previous life, he had already been struggling in society for many years. The so-called going to university was just to make his resume look good. At that time, even when he was attending classes at university, he was thinking about business matters. But now it is completely different. Reading is just reading. His mind is full of what is in the book. As for how much he earns that day, it is not within his consideration. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing curled the corners of his lips. He was confident and not afraid of anything. However, Meng Haixing did not indulge in the comfortable and peaceful days. He knew very well that he still had a lot of things to do. After picking up Momo and Lin Muqing, I took them home. As soon as I entered the house, I heard the babbling sounds of 3 little babies. They have already started eating dinner. The little babies, who are more than 9 months old, have started learning to eat by themselves with a spoon. As soon as Meng Haixing entered the door, he heard Zizi calling Dad in a baby voice. When one child shouted, the other 2 followed suit, and instantly the whole room was filled with the voice of Dad, Dad. What a bunch of little idiots. They only know how to call Daddy, not Mommy. Momo walked up to her younger brothers and sisters with a giggle. Xiaozi, who had been calling Dad just now, stared at Momo, who was walking towards her with her big round eyes. She opened her little mouth, as if wondering how her mother would call her. Come and learn from me, Mommy, Mommy. Momo walked to the dining chair and slowly taught the 3 little ones to call Mommy. Mother, Zizi shouted uncertainly. Yes, that's it. Zizi, keep on calling. Encouraged, Zizi immediately danced excitedly and kept calling for her mother. Lin Muqing, who was standing by, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw the children starting to call for their mother. You little idiots, I've taught you so many times, but you just won't yell. Now that I'm teaching you, you just blindly follow me. Unfortunately, the 3 little ones didn't understand what Lin Muqing said at all. They all looked at Momo, and called her mom happily. Meng Haixing was just about to join in the lively play when he heard Teng Zhe's voice coming from outside the door. "Brother Haixing, are you back?" Chapter 297. Ding Meiying is here. As soon as he heard the voice, Meng Haixing knew it was Teng Zhe, and he directly led him to his study to talk. "I just came back from school. What's the urgent matter that you need me for? You're not young anymore. Why are you running around sweating when you encounter something?" Teng Zhe in front of him was running out of breath, his clothes were dirty, and there was even a scratch on his face. "You've been asking me to find out if Ding Meiying has come to the capital. What a coincidence. Today, when I went out, I actually ran into her." Meng Haixing, who was pouring tea for Teng Zhe, was delighted and quickly asked, "How did you meet her? Where is she?" "I didn't have classes this afternoon, so I wanted to run home and ask my mom to get me something to eat. When I got back, I happened to see a few hooligans teasing a young lesbian. Then I went up and rescued the person. At first I didn't know her name was Ding Meiying. She had a large injury on her arm, and I only found out her name was Ding Meiying when I took her to the hospital." Meng Haixing nodded slightly. "Where is she now? Is she still in the hospital?" "No, she was in the front yard. The wound on her arm wasn't particularly serious. The doctor bandaged it and let her go. Come on, take me to see it." Meng Haixing had a lot to ask Ding Meiying, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Meng Haixing had heard from Meng Yu before that Ding Meiying was very beautiful, and Meng Changyue had put a lot of effort into pursuing her. But the woman in front of me, who was covered in dust and wearing a gray coat, was not pretty at all. "Are you Ding Meiying?" Meng Haixing asked uncertainly. "My name is Ding Meiying, but I'm not sure if I'm the person you're looking for." Then Meng Haixing asked some questions related to Ding Meiying, and Ding Meiying answered them all one by one. Ding Meiying even knew some small things in Muping Town. There is no doubt that her identity is correct. "I know Meng Yu. Are you her brother? But I don't remember us ever meeting before. What do you want to talk to me about?" Ding Meiying looked at Meng Haixing with a puzzled look. "That's right. I just want to ask, when you and Meng Changyue were dating, why did you two suddenly break up? I heard from my sister that your family paid for Meng Changyue's tuition and living expenses when he first started high school, and you two agreed to get married after graduating from high school. Why are you suddenly not getting married?" Meng Haixing asked directly, and Ding Meiying's face instantly turned ugly. She hesitated for a long time before whispering, "Meng Changyue's conscience has been eaten by a dog. Ever since he was admitted to university, he has changed his mind and no longer wants to marry me. I came to Beijing to look for him, but he kept avoiding me, saying that we had broken up and we shouldn't have any further involvement. We had no contact after that." Ding Meiying didn't expect Meng Haixing to ask these questions. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer and could only make up some nonsense. She was afraid that if she said she was still in contact with Meng Changyue, Meng Haixing would become suspicious of her, so she quickly cut off all ties between them. It was her deliberate attempt to distance herself from the matter that aroused Meng Haixing's suspicion. Meng Haixing's original intention of looking for Ding Meiying was that he thought Meng Changyue had dumped Ding Meiying, and Ding Meiying would definitely hold a grudge against him. So he wanted to find her to destroy the marriage between Meng Changyue and Tao Meiling. This directly cut off Meng Changyue's plan to step on Tao Meiling's path to success. Looking at Ding Meiying's expression now, she doesn't seem to be hating Meng Changyue to the point of gritting her teeth. Meng Haixing had a question mark in his mind. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. In this day and age, Meng Changyue and Ding Meiying have already reached the stage of discussing marriage. Given Meng Changyue's character, he must have slept with Ding Meiying a long time ago to keep her by his side. Under such circumstances, how could Ding Meiying break up with Meng Changyue peacefully? Any woman with some backbone would have a fight with Meng Changyue. However, Ding Meiying looked quite calm when she was talking about the past. This makes people think more. In that case, I have nothing to do. Teng Zhe, please send Ding Meiying back. Meng Haixing felt that he couldn't get anything out of him today, so he simply stopped asking. He turned around and asked someone to keep an eye on Ding Meiying to find out whether she had contacted Meng Changyue. "Haixing, can you please give me a place to live since we are from the same hometown? My parents have moved to my grandma's house, and I don't know anyone in Beijing. I recently lost my job and now owe my landlord 2 months' rent. He just threw my stuff out. I have no place to live now. I can only find a corner to stay in every day." This. Seeing that Meng Haixing refused, Ding Meiying quickly bowed to Meng Haixing. "Your house is so big, just find me a storage room where I can make do. I don't have that many requirements." Without waiting for Meng Haixing to answer, Lin Muching said, "No, we can't have outsiders living in our house." Don't think that Lin Muching is silent on weekdays. It's because Meng Haixing is there to help her, and there is no need for her to take the lead. Just now, Ding Meiying said that she wanted to stay, and Lin Muching, who was eager to protect his cub, stood up. She has 4 children, and they are all young. If Ding Meiying had any bad intentions, she would never dare to gamble with the lives of her 4 children. Ding Meiying, who was rejected, had red eyes instantly and looked like she had suffered a great injustice. It's really not appropriate for you to live in my house, but there's a garage next to my house. If you don't mind, you can live there. Sure, as long as there's a place to shelter from the wind and rain, I'm fine with that. Aunt Tung, please take Ding Meiying over there. Ding Meiying bowed deeply to Meng Haixing again, and then followed Aunt Tung. Lin Muching pulled Meng Haixing's arm. What's going on with Ding Meiying? Meng Changhua treated her like that, but she acted as if nothing had happened. I guess she herself didn't expect that I would ask her about her relationship with Meng Changhua. Since my wife can see that there is a problem, it means there is really something wrong. Please tell the nanny and the kitchen staff that no one is allowed to let Ding Meiying in when we are not home. Also, no matter what excuse she makes, no one in the family should have any contact with her. If anyone disobeys and I find out, I'll have them get out immediately. I see. Lin Muching went to keep an eye on the nanny at home, while Meng Haixing waited for Aunt Tung to come back. Aunt Tung, I'm going to trouble you to keep an eye on Ding Meiying for me recently. I feel like there's something strange about her. Oh. Aunt Tung was stunned and had no idea what was going on. This is a long story, so I won't explain it to you. You can ask Tingza when you have time. But you must help me keep a close eye on her. Don't let her enter the gate of this courtyard. Okay, then I won't be working for a few days? No, you just need to help me keep an eye on Ding Meiying for pay. No problem. Aunt Ting agreed very readily. For her, keeping an eye on a young female comrade was very simple. Chapter 298. Sure enough, I came prepared.